I transmigrated into a world overrun by ferocious beasts, activated the divine level charity system at the start. Donate to grow stronger. Facing the class beauty and monitor who was dealing with beast invasions and moral coercion, I kicked her away with a swift motion, picked up her wallet and directly donated 10,000, instantly awakening the bloodline of the giant ape. Defeat the shadow leopard with bare hands, sold the materials for a whopping 50,000, donated again and triggered a tenfold critical hit. Bloodline evolved to E rank. Strength skyrocketed by 300%. When the reborn Empress saw me as a parasite, a second-level ferocious beast, the three-eyed demon ape, descended upon the cafeteria, plunging the entire school into panic. Meanwhile, I had already transformed into a giant ape, charging toward even stronger prey. My perpetual charity machine. Just getting started. Chapter 1, Kicking the Fairy-like Class President. Charity repayment for the giant backstriking ape. Ancient number 8 high school, class 7 of grade 12. Donate 1-star coin. Target. Well, let's say the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance charity. Ding! Received a donation of 1-star coin, which has been transferred to the designated account. Charity feedback. Hosts chi and blood value plus 001. A barely perceptible warmth rose from deep within his body and then vanished. Yang Jian could feel that his body seemed to have grown slightly stronger. Only 001? Yang Jian's lips twitched. Unwilling to give up, he gritted his teeth and said, donate 10-star coins. This was all the substantial funds he could currently mobilize. Ding! Received a donation of 10-star coins. Charity feedback. Hosts vitality plus 01. This time, the warm current was slightly more noticeable, but still faint. Such a tiny boost isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Yang Jian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Just minutes ago, Yang Jian, who had just completed his graduation defense, was blessed by a 100-ton truck and died instantly on the spot. Upon waking up, he never expected to have crossed over into another world. This was a world where martial artists and ferocious beasts coexisted. Humanity relied on a powerful martial artist system to stand toe-to-toe with the terrifying beasts that descended from the void rifts. Warriors are the backbone of this world, the only hope of humanity. Ordinary people live under the protection of warriors, yet they may face the threat of ferocious beasts at any moment. Activating the strongest charity system, donating money will directly make you stronger. However, with little money comes little improvement, making it almost useless at this stage. While Yang Jian was pondering how to earn his first pot of gold, suddenly, boom! A deafening explosion rocked the entire school with violent tremors. Outside, the wall of a distant teaching building crumbled like tofu, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Ah! A ferocious beast! The ferocious beast has descended. Oh my god! Help! Save us! Run! To the bomb shelter! The campus instantly descended into chaos. Screams, cries, and crashing sounds erupted everywhere as panicked students scattered in all directions like startled sheep. Emergency alert! All teachers and students must immediately proceed to the nearest bomb shelter. The principal's distorted, terrified shout blared through the school's broadcast system. Yang Jian's heart tightened. A fierce beast gift pack right from the start? Are you insane? He quickly followed the crowd, rushing toward the direction of the bomb shelter. Only those with 100 units of chi and blood could be considered martial artists, and among high school seniors, only freaks of nature reached that level. 9,999% not even close to being a warrior. However, at the corner of the teaching building, a foul-smelling gale swept over them. About 10 meters away, 3 massive monsters covered in flickering energy fluctuations suddenly blocked him and the 7 or 8 classmates who had been separated from the crowd. They were phantom leopards, ferocious beasts with void talents. Their elusive forms made them nearly impossible to catch. Hiss! One of the shadow leopards let out a sharp screech and abruptly kicked out with its foot. Meow! A pitiful cat's cry rang out. A stray cat, well loved at the school and often mooching for food, was kicked squarely and sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing into the wall with a thud. After twitching twice, it lay still. Kitten! My kitten! A clear yet tearful voice rang out. Beside Yang Jian, class monitor by Qianqian, now pale with fright, had tears welling up in her eyes. She had always been known in the class as the girl who adored cats. At this moment, seeing the stray cat die tragically, her compassionate nature instantly overflowed. Ignoring the threat of the beast, she pointed at the cat and cried out to Yang Jian, Yang Jian, go save it, quick, save the kitten. It's so pitiful, it hasn't even gone to Cat Planet yet. Hearing this, Yang Jian's eyes instantly filled with speechlessness. Surrounded by beasts, and you're still worried about the stray cat not having gone to Cat Planet yet? You still want me to save it? Yang Jian curled his lips and said with certainty, don't be sad, this kitten didn't go to heaven or the cat star. It just died, and it died in great pain. It's dead beyond dead, and it hasn't reincarnated either. As soon as these words were spoken, the few classmates trapped by the ferocious beasts, including Bai Qianqian, were stunned in shock. No one expected anyone to say something like that. Bai Qianqian was even more stunned for a few seconds. Then, her face, twisted with grief, was instantly replaced by fury. Yang Jian, You devil. You have no compassion. You have no humanity. How can you say such things? She angrily accused Yang Jian, even attempting to push him. Go save the cat. You heartless bastard. Yang Jian was so angry he laughed. Little fairies truly exist everywhere. In his previous life, he never indulged them, frequently engaging in online debates across platforms and even making it onto Zaya Honshu's most wanted list. Am I supposed to keep spoiling you in this lifetime? His gaze icy, he raised his leg without a shred of mercy and delivered a vicious kick straight to Bai Qianqian's chest. Bang! Bai Qianqian let out a muffled groan, completely caught off guard as Yang Jian's kick sent her flying. Her body slammed heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground, the pain bringing instant tears to her eyes and an equally instant silence. The surrounding classmates, including those trapped by the ferocious beasts, were utterly stunned. They never dreamed that Yang Jian would dare to kick the class monitor in front of everyone. Looking down, Yang Jian grinned. A Doraemon wallet had slipped from Bai Qianqian and fallen to the ground. He casually picked it up and opened it, only to find 10,000 star coins inside, which he promptly stuffed into his pocket. System, I found 10,000. Can I donate it? Ding! Received a donation of 10,000 star coins. Donation successful. Charity reward, Giant 8 Bloodline. Bloodline tier, F. Bloodline talent, Beast Blood Boil, igniting blood with fury, unleashing greater power through boiling blood. Strength plus 200%, agility plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Yang Jian was overjoyed. A direct twofold increase in strength? That would definitely surpass a first-level fierce beast. If he could take down these shadow leopards in front of him, the collected resources could even be sold for money. After selling them, he could donate the money to further boost his strength. A perpetual motion machine, indeed. Against the backdrop of panicking classmates fleeing in terror, Yang Jian moved against the current, charging straight toward the shadow leopard. As he advanced, Yang Jian's adrenaline surged abruptly. His heart pounded rapidly, and he could even hear the sound of blood rushing through his veins. An indescribable fury welled up in his chest, instantly swelling. In a flash, his dark pupils turned blood red. Blood boils, initiate. Meanwhile, atop the school building, a stunning figure stood quietly, the fierce wind rustling her long hair and custom martial arts attire. Suma Chang, the school belle of ancient Wasteland High School No. 8 and the pride of the Su family. But at this moment, her cold eyes flickered with a weariness and sharpness that belied her age, along with a trace of deep exhaustion and resolve. She had been reborn. Her memories still lingered at the starry Great Wall. In her previous life, she awakened dual peerless SS-grade talents. Her ultimate goal was to purge the tide of calamity and protect the myriad lights of Great Xia. Battling against people, against the heavens, against colossal beasts. With an invincible presence, she forged the eternal throne in just a decade and became the immortal Empress. The greatest threat to humanity on Blue Star was the 9 calamitous tides controlled by the 9 sky-rending colossal beasts. After becoming the immortal Empress, she led the Godslayer Legion she personally created to launch a full-scale counterattack against the calamitous tides. This battle lasted a full 8 years. The land was scarred beyond recognition, with death and terror intertwined, as if the apocalypse had descended. Suma Ching single-handedly slew the 9 colossal beasts, bringing an end to the war. Yet, just as everyone was celebrating, believing humanity would reclaim its dominance, a shadow looms over this planet. From the starry sky, the 10th colossal beast. Fear and despair once again seized the hearts of humanity, leaving no peace of mind. Such a monstrous creature, if it were to control the tide of calamity, could effortlessly obliterate human civilization. Suma Ching rose in resistance, constructing the starry Great Wall encircling Blue Star before the 10th colossal beast could truly descend. 2.5 years later, the 10th colossal beast arrived treading upon the stars, with tens of millions of calamity beasts surging behind it. Suma Ching led the God Slayer Corps into battle. This starry beast was too powerful, the tide of calamity too vast. At the first clash, the God Slayer Legion suffered heavy losses. Suma Ching fought with her life burning, fighting until the blood ran dry. The soul was exhausted. Yet still, the tide of battle could not be reversed, and she was swallowed whole by the colossal beast. The fate of humanity was predictable: utter slaughter and enslavement. Who would have thought she'd be reborn in her high school days? Her emotions surged, her eyes gleaming with divine light. With her talent and memories from her past life, returning to her peak in even less time was no issue at all, perhaps even surpassing it, transcending immortality. This wealth is too precious. Even casually mentioning one item could cause a worldwide sensation. There are still many secret realms she never set foot in during her past lives. The 10th colossal beast will descend in 13 years. In her past life, she realized things too late, but in this life, she is determined to transcend immortality as soon as possible. Not to wait for the behemoth to descend and slay it, but to charge out of the planet and intercept this celestial beast beyond Blue Star. Deny it any chance to set foot on Blue Star. Suma Ching's mind conjured the visage of this colossal creature. Just the memory sent shivers down her spine. Especially the mysterious ancient character on the giant beast's forehead, which evokes an indescribable terror when gazed upon. It cannot be spoken of, for speaking of it would bring calamity upon Blue Star. She too will perish. The only option is to rely on oneself, secretly enhancing strength to forge a god-slaying army. I remember now, in my past life, this void beast invasion of the campus resulted in several deaths and over 100 injuries, marking it as no small incident. I recall there were 2 waves of beast invasions. This is the first probing wave, and the second will be even more ferocious. Su Muchang recalled for a moment. Did the second wave seem to descend directly upon the school cafeteria? As long as the school's martial arts teachers could be stationed in advance during the intervals, the same mistakes wouldn't be repeated. With a quick glance, she saw Yang Jian kick by Qian away, making Su Muchang's delicate eyebrows shoot up instantly. Su Muchang's willow leaf brows furrowed slightly, her cool eyes flashing with disdain and disgust. At this critical moment of life and death, instead of thinking about uniting against the enemy, you actually attack your classmates? Truly despicable, utterly disgraceful. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, as if a celestial maiden from the heavens was reprimanding mere mortals. With such a temperament, even if they managed to survive by sheer luck, they would never become true powerhouses in the future. Su Muchang let out a light snort. The foundation of the great Xiao dynasty was rotted away by such parasites. Otherwise, the past life wouldn't have been so difficult. She turned and went downstairs. She had to stop the second wave of void beasts. Chapter 2. Transforming into a giant ape. One slap to kill. An indescribable, violent rage began to grow and swell in his chest, instantly sweeping through his entire body. Yang Jian's pupils were completely dyed crimson at this moment, his pitch-black eyes transforming into 2 bloodthirsty red suns. Ding! The innate talent of the giant ape bloodline, beast blood boiling, has been activated. Yang Jian's body began to undergo astonishing changes. His muscles visibly swelled and bulged, his clothes instantly bursting apart with a tearing sound. His bones emitted cracking noises, as if immense force was violently compressing and reshaping his body from within. In just a brief moment, his height drastically increased from that of a teenager around 1.8 meters, he suddenly shot up to 3 meters, then 3.5, finally stabilizing at nearly 4 meters tall. Across his skin's surface, dark red fur surged forth like a tide, thick and dense, completely covering his entire body. His originally human features twisted and deformed, the flat bridge of his nose rising upward while his mouth protruded, revealing 2 rows of sharp, ferocious fangs. His finger joints thickened, his nails turning dark and hard, resembling the claws of a beast. His spine arched high, forming a robust, arched back, his entire figure completely transforming into a terrifying giant ape brimming with explosive power. Roar! A deafening, savage howl, like the roar of an ancient beast, erupted from the depths of Yang Jian's throat, shaking the entire school building. The sound wave, carrying a surge of blood and energy, formed a visible shockwave that violently rattled the surrounding window frames, producing ominous creaks as if they might shatter at any moment. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Yang Jian, he's turned into a monster. The students, who had originally been fleeing in terror or collapsing to the ground in fear of the shadow leopards, now collectively let out even more piercing screams. When Bai Qianshan saw Yang Jian transform into such a horrifying state right before her eyes, her initial anger, sorrow, and grievances were instantly replaced by boundless terror. Her face turned as pale as paper, her body trembled like a leaf, and she couldn't even utter a single coherent syllable. The 3 shadow leopards, which had been closing in on the trapped students with the leisurely demeanor of a cat toying with mice. Possessing the innate talent of void walking, their forms flickered in and out of visibility, making them nearly impossible to pin down. They were veritable killing machines. However, when Yang Jian's body underwent a tremendous transformation and let out that earth-shaking roar, even these 3 ferocious shadow leopards halted in their tracks. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of oppression, a superior's aura emanating from a higher level of life, instinctively made them uneasy. Hiss! One of the shadow leopards, the most savage and aggressive, unwilling to be outdone, emitted a sharp screech. Its figure instantly blurred, transforming into an afterimage as it lunged at Yang Jian with lightning speed, as if teleporting. Its speed reached the extreme, carrying a foul, stinging wind. The naked eye could barely track it, just a blur before those gleaming claws were already at Yang Jian's chest. The surrounding classmates let out desperate cries, "Get out of the way!" Yet, under their horrified gazes, the 4-meter-tall blood-colored giant ape showed no intention of dodging. Its crimson pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging silhouette of the shadow leopard, and the corners of its mouth even curled into a cruel, confident, and ferocious grin. Just as the shadow leopard's razor-sharp claws were about to pierce Yang Jian's chest, the giant ape's massive, fan-like palm shot out like lightning, striking with astonishing speed. Snap! A crisp yet muffled sound rang out. The nether leopard, with its extreme speed and elusive movements, was effortlessly grabbed by the giant ape as if it were nothing more than a fly. Its sharp claws didn't even have time to tear through the ape's fur before being immobilized by an overwhelming force. The illusory energy fluctuations twisted violently in the giant ape's palm, yet remained utterly unable to break free. The shadow leopard let out a piercing howl, thrashing desperately as its body flickered repeatedly, attempting to phase away. Yet the giant ape's claws seemed like intangible shackles, firmly locking it in reality. Roar! A flash of disdain crossed the blood-red eyes of the giant ape as its lips curled back, revealing 2 rows of ghastly white fangs, its grin growing increasingly savage. Without the slightest hesitation or a trace of mercy, the hand gripping the shadow leopard's skull suddenly tightened like an iron vice, sealing its fate. Boom! A deafening, muffled explosion followed as blood, bone fragments, and brain matter burst forth like a ruptured tomato, splattering between the giant ape's palm and fingers. Warm, foul-smelling blood flowed down the massive ape's thick arms, dripping onto the ground with a series of splattering sounds, like the tolling of death spell. The surrounding air seemed to freeze in that moment. Everyone's screams came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a deathly silence. They stared blankly at the horrifying scene before them. The once feared beast had its head gruesomely crushed with such ease and brutality by a monster that had mutated from their own classmate. The bloody scene, that extreme violence, was deeply imprinted in their minds, churning their stomachs and nearly making them vomit. The remaining two Shadow Panthers witnessed the gruesome death of their companion. The fear welling up from the depths of their bloodline stripped them completely of their beastly pride and ferocity, and they turned to flee without hesitation. However, the beast blood-boiling talent didn't just bring a surge in strength, it also significantly enhanced their agility. Thinking of running? Yang Jian sneered inwardly. The massive crimson ape suddenly leaped up, soaring several meters into the air like a fired cannonball. It traced a perfect arc through the sky before plummeting earthward like a meteorite. With the force of 10,000 pounds, it crashed thunderously onto the escape path of the two shadow leopards, smashing the hard concrete into spiderweb-like cracks and sending debris flying in all directions. The tremendous impact sent the two shadow leopards staggering, their movements momentarily frozen. Roar! The giant ape let out a deafening roar, giving them no chance to catch their breath. Its arms, thick as tree trunks, swung through the air with a howling sound, crashing down on the two beasts like a storm. Boom! 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 The dull thuds of flesh colliding echoed repeatedly, each punch and kick accompanied by the ghostly leopard's shrill screams. The giant ape's fist, like a hammer, shattered the ribs of the shadow leopard directly, and the force of its kick twisted the creature's body beyond recognition. Their massive bodies appeared so fragile under the giant ape's assault that they couldn't mount any effective defense or counterattack. In just a few strikes, the blood-red giant ape, with overwhelming strength, bludgeoned the two first-level beasts to death, smashing their mangled corpses against the wall and leaving behind two gruesome bloodstains and a scene of utter devastation. The entire process, from Yang Jian's transformation to his disposal of the three shadow leopards, took less than a minute. When the three nether panthers' bodies completely stopped twitching, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and the unique stench of ferocious beasts, the massive form of the blood ape also began to slowly shrink. Amidst the crackling sounds of bones, the dark red fur rapidly retracted, while the swollen muscles and bones returned to their normal size at an astonishing speed. The skin gradually regained its original color, and the ferocious features transformed back into the handsome, youthful appearance of Yang Jian. He put his school uniform back on, except for a few tears from his previous expansion and some bloodstains, as if nothing had happened. Yang Jian shook his neck, feeling the lingering echoes of power within his body. Huff! He let out a long breath. Though his body felt slightly fatigued, his spirit was unprecedentedly exhilarated and at ease. The thrill of wielding such immense power and unleashing it freely was simply addictive. The feeling of having my strength directly doubled, so exhilarating. Yang Jian muttered to himself, a satisfied curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He raised his eyes to look at the three shadow leopard corpses lying on the ground. These weren't just ordinary beast corpses, they could be sold for money. Selling them means donations, and donations mean more power. He thought to himself, if this crit refund procs even once, you'll be soaring straight to the moon. Chapter 3, Tenfold Critical Hit Evolution of E-Grade Bloodline. The Two-Eyed Demon Ape. Yang Jian paid no attention to the students scattering like frightened rabbits. He returned to the classroom, retrieved a dagger, and began dissecting the resilient fur of the nether leopard, extracting a beast core that emitted faint energy fluctuations. He then carefully peeled off several intact patches of fur and bones. The bloody scene, paired with his calm expression, sent a chill down the spines of the students watching from afar. Is that Yang Jian? He killed the nether leopard? And he's butchering it like this. Good heavens, how did he become like that? He's practically a monster. All the trap students, including Bai Qianqian, stared blankly at Yang Jian's actions. Their previous impression of him was still that of the quiet, average student lurking in the corner. Yet the power, cruelty, and chilling composure Yang Jian displayed now utterly shattered every preconception they held. Fear, awe, and a faint, indescribable emotion bordering on worship quietly took root in their hearts. Bai Qianqian's mind went completely blank. Just moments ago, she had accused Yang Jian of being a monster devoid of compassion and humanity. Yet now, this very devil had single-handedly vanquished the ferocious beast that had driven them to the brink of destruction. She hadn't even recovered from the shock of being kicked away by Yang Jian when the subsequent scenes utterly stunned her. Her gaze fell upon Yang Jian's blood-stained hands, her expression complex a tangled web of regret, fear, and a strange emotion she couldn't even begin to understand. With these materials, I should be able to sell them for a decent amount of star coins, Yang Jian said, weighing the beast cores in his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd, fixed on the distant administrative building. There stood one of the most crucial institutions of the entire ancient wasteland, No. 8 Academy, the Martial Arts Division. The Martial Arts Office held numerous authorities, similar to the Discipline Office in his previous life. One of its functions was the sale of materials. With such a haul, it was only natural to convert it into new strength as quickly as possible. Though his body felt slightly fatigued, this minor price was well worth the incomparable thrill and power of crushing a ferocious beast's skull. This sensation captivated him utterly, pushing his craving for power to unprecedented heights. Shouldering the bulging backpack that reeked of blood, he turned resolutely and strode against the tide of screaming, fleeing students toward the administration building. His figure stood out starkly in the chaotic campus, yet his resolve was so unwavering it sent shivers down spines. Inside the martial arts department of the administration building, chaos reigned supreme. Teachers shouted into communicators to contact security personnel, while staff frantically tallied evacuation numbers on light screens. Several injured students received emergency treatment as cries and commands mingled in the air. Next, the man in charge of supply registration was a gray-haired, anxious-looking elderly teacher. Several shaken students lined up before his desk, most reporting situations or seeking assistance. Just then, a figure pushed through the crowd and approached the desk. Teacher, collecting monster materials. Yang Jian's voice was calm and steady, starkly contrasting with the chaotic environment around him. The old teacher lifted his head impatiently, about to say now wasn't the time for this, but froze in the next second. Clatter. Without further ado, Yang Jian inverted his backpack, instantly filling the recycling counter with a pile of blood-soaked, still steaming ferocious beast materials. 3 beast cores glowed faintly with a ghostly light. Several relatively intact pieces of fur, shimmering with ethereal ripples, and several sturdy bones lay scattered. The intense stench of blood instantly overpowered the medicinal scent filling the room. For a moment, the entire martial arts division hall fell into an eerie silence. Every pair of eyes was drawn to the bloody trophies and the composed youth standing before them. These are materials from nether leopards? The old instructor's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He adjusted his reading glasses and pointed with trembling fingers at the beast cores. Three of them? Yes, 3 grade 1 ferocious beasts underworld leopards. Yang Jian nodded, his tone as matter-of-fact as if he just mentioned taking down 3 2.5-year-olds. The old teacher was utterly stunned. He abruptly stood up, circled the desk, and stared at Yang Jian in utter disbelief. Student, you hunted all of these by yourself? Yes. That single word struck like a sledgehammer, hammering into the hearts of everyone present. An ordinary student, amidst the chaos of the beast invasion, not only didn't flee but single-handedly hunted down 3 level 1 beasts renowned for their speed and cunning? The combat strength of a level 1 ferocious beast was already on par with that of a quasi-martial artist. Few students in the entire school possessed such capability. How could this be possible? It was nothing short of a fairy tale. The eyes of the surrounding teachers and students fixed on Yang Jian, their expressions shifting completely. From initial indifference to utter shock and horror. When did the school harbor such a prodigy? I've never heard of anyone as ruthless as Yang Jian. The veteran teacher took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within. As a senior appraiser from the martial arts department, he swiftly returned to his professional composure. He picked up the instrument and swiftly tested the material's integrity and energy activity, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Though the handling was somewhat rough, the core materials were remarkably well preserved. 3 grade 1 beast cores, excellent energy activity, 15,000 star coins each. The fur and bone materials total 5,000 star coins. Grand total, 50,000 star coins. The old instructor announced a price that made several nearby students gasp. Student, your student ID number? 50,000 star coins. For an ordinary family, this was an absolute fortune. For a high school student, it was an astronomical figure. Yang Jian provided his card number. Almost instantly, his wristband emitted a soft chime, notifying him that 50,000 star coins had been credited to his account. Thank you, teacher. Yang Jian packed up his backpack and turned to leave. He strode quickly to an unoccupied corner of the martial arts department, the fire within him burning at its peak. He could practically hear his heart pounding with excitement. System. Donation. 50,000 star coins. All of it, he blurted out impatiently. Ding. Donation of 50,000 star coins received. Transferred to the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance Charity Foundation. Detected massive charitable donation. 10-fold critical hit charity reward triggered. Charity reward, hosts F-tier bloodline giant back spined ape receives massive energy infusion, bloodline tier upgraded. Congratulations, host. Bloodline upgraded to E rank. Boom. A surge of warmth, several times more powerful than before, erupted like a volcano from the depths of Yang Jian's very bones. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing and leaping with joy, like parched seedlings encountering life-giving rain, greedily absorbing this colossal surge of energy. Bloodline talent beast blood boiling effect significantly enhanced. Strength boost, plus 300%. Agility boost, plus 40%. Defense boost, plus 40%. E-grade bloodline new trait awakened, wild instinct greatly enhances perception of danger and combat instincts. Awesome. Yang Jian couldn't help but let out a low growl. He could distinctly feel the fatigue from the battle vanish completely, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and explosive power. He merely clenched his fist lightly, yet felt the air in his palm crackle with a faint popping sound. A comprehensive surge in strength, speed, and defense. He even gained a new passive talent called Wild Instinct. Was this the power of an E-grade bloodline? Yang Jian's lips curled into a frenzied grin, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. Meanwhile, on the other side of the martial arts division, Su Muqing's cool, composed figure stood before the chief instructor Lei Xiaotian. Instructor Lei, I swear on the honor of the Su family and my martial spirit the spatial fluctuations I sensed just now were absolutely not an illusion. Su Muqing's tone brooked no argument, her icy eyes gleaming with a conviction that commanded respect. The first wave of nether leopards was merely an appetizer. The true danger is gathering in the school cafeteria area. The intensity of the fluctuations is at least 5 times stronger than before, and the level and number of the invading beasts will absolutely exceed all expectations. Organize elite instructors to deploy defenses immediately, there's still time. Lei Xiaotian, a burly middle-aged man whose presence was as solid as a mountain, was a genuine third-rank martial artist and the bedrock of the entire ancient 8th high school. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the prodigy before him. He knew Su Muqing's reputation well, a dual SS grade candidate, the shining hope of all ancient wasteland city. But what she was saying was simply too unbelievable. Yet, gazing into Su Muqing's eyes that seemed to see through everything and sensing the unnerving composure and resolve beyond her years radiating from her, Lei Xiaotian's doubts began to waver. Better safe than sorry. He made his decision instantly, slamming his hand on the table. Notify all martial arts instructors on campus. Form an elite squad. Combat readiness level 1. Target, the cafeteria. Just as Lei Xiaotian rushed out of the office with Su Muqing and 7 or 8 elite teachers who had been urgently assembled, they passed Yang Jian in the hallway who had just finished his intensive training and was about to leave. Su Muqing spotted Yang Jian at once. She saw the bloodstains on his clothes, the faint, lingering trace of a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and noticed he was coming from the direction of the resource recovery area. Instantly, a complete picture formed in Su Muqing's mind. This despicable scoundrel had attacked classmates during the crisis to seize valuables, and now, amidst the chaos, had used who knows what means to obtain some beast materials, rushing to the martial arts department to exchange them for rewards. At a time when the school was in peril and classmates were trapped, instead of seeking refuge or defending against the enemy, he was solely focused on his own petty gains. A veritable parasite of the Great Xia. A disgrace to humanity. Disgust deepened in Su Muqing's icy eyes. She snorted coldly, not even sparing Yang Jian a glance as she strode past him. Yang Jian also noticed the imposing group, particularly the stunningly beautiful girl leading the way. He felt her piercing, icy glare, as if she were looking at nothing more than trash. Crazy, Yang Jian muttered under his breath, utterly unimpressed. His mind was consumed by the explosive surge of power coursing through him. Who had time to care about some random pretty girl? All he wanted now was to find a place, find a target, and properly test the power of his E-grade bloodline. Just as he stepped out of the martial arts department building and stood on the plaza before the administration building. Boom! A deafening roar, 100 times more terrifying than any explosion before, erupted suddenly from the direction of the cafeteria. The entire ground shook violently as a visible shockwave, churning with billowing dust, shot skyward from the distance. The 3-story cafeteria building seemed to be blown apart by explosives detonated from within, its roof hurled skyward. A fury tenfold more savage and bloodthirsty than the nether leopards swept across the campus like a storm. Over the school's emergency broadcast system, a piercing crackle of static gave way to the furious roar of head instructor Lei Xiaotian. Alert! Maximum alert! Level 2 ferocious beast, the 3-eyed demon ape, has appeared in the cafeteria area. Repeat. Level 2 ferocious beast. All students must not approach. All students. The voice abruptly cut off, as if the transmission had been severed. A level 2 ferocious beast. Its power rivals that of a true first-rank martial artist, capable of crushing a group of students with a single swipe. That phrase sent panic throughout the entire campus to its peak. Yet, upon hearing the words demon ape, Yang Jian, standing in the square, showed not a shred of fear. Instead, he froze for a moment before his eyes erupted with an intense, burning light. A savage, battle-crazed grin slowly spread across his lips. Ape? Perfect. Let's see how formidable your demon ape truly is. He crouched slightly, and the cement beneath his feet instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Or if my giant ape is stronger. Before the words faded, his legs erupted with explosive force. His entire body launched like a cannonball, leaving a blurred afterimage as he streaked toward the smoke-filled, ruined cafeteria. Chapter 4, Desperate Situation. The blood-red giant ape in the backlight. Huanggu City, City Guard Headquarters, Command Center. The shrill alarm pierced the hall's silence like a sharp blade. On the massive light screen, a map representing the city's eastern district showed a green dot, once signifying safe, shifting from yellow to red within mere minutes, finally turning into the deepest black, representing the highest level of crisis. Reporting to the chief. Severe and persistent high-energy spatial fluctuations detected at the coordinates of Huanggu No. 8 Middle School in the eastern district. A young security officer leapt to his feet, his voice trembling with tension. Presiding at the center was a stern-faced middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as a falcon's. 3 gleaming star insignia adorned his shoulders. He was Leng Feng, the supreme commander of Huanggu City's City Guard Bureau. Energy Analyzer readings. Leng Feng's voice was measured yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Yes. On a secondary screen, an energy reading curve surged upward wildly, like a runaway stallion, instantly shattering multiple warning thresholds. Peak has surpassed 800 kilocalories. Still rising. Good heavens, it's already at 950 kilocalories. The data analyst guard exclaimed, this is the energy level of a level 2 ferocious beast. And there's more than one source of fluctuation. Preliminary model analysis indicates at least 5 level 2 ferocious beasts have descended simultaneously. The entire command center fell into an instant, deathly silence. 5 or more level 2 monsters. What did that even mean? It was enough to inflict devastating destruction on a small urban district. And the landing site? A middle school packed with defenseless students. Damn it! Leng Feng slammed his fist onto the console, rage blazing in his eyes. Retrieve the martial artist records for Huanggu No. 8 Middle School immediately. Who are the martial artists stationed there? What ranks do they hold? Data retrieved. The strongest resident is Chief Instructor Lei Xiaotian, a 3rd-rank martial artist. The other 7 martial arts teachers on campus are all 1st rank. Hearing this data, Leng Feng's heart sank. 1 3rd rank, 7 1st ranks. This lineup would barely handle 1 or 2 second-tier beasts, and even then at a heavy cost. And now, they faced at least 5, possibly more. Lei Xiaotian, he won't hold out. Leng Feng's expression turned grim as he instantly made his decision. Order the Nighthawk Special Forces squad to assemble immediately. Within 3 minutes, I want them on the combat vehicles heading to the school. Order the Traffic Control Department to clear all roads leading to Ancient 8 Middle School. Speed up to maximum. Yes, sir. At Leng Feng's command, the entire City Guard Bureau sprang into action like a precision-engineered war machine, operating at maximum efficiency. Leng Feng stared intently at the blinding blackness on the screen, his heart growing icy cold. Even at full speed, the Special Forces squad would take at least 15 minutes to arrive. For those 15 minutes, the fate of the thousands of teachers and students at Huanggu No. 8 Middle School rested solely on their own shoulders. May Lei Xiaotian create a miracle. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the cafeteria at Ancient 8th Middle School, reality proved far more brutal than Leng Feng had anticipated. Inside the cafeteria, it had long since become a battlefield of chaos. Violent energy blasts tore the entire space to shreds, scattering fragments of steel and concrete mixed with the wreckage of tables and chairs everywhere. Smoke and blood mist filled the air, visibility extremely low. Roar! Deafening roars echoed in rapid succession. A full 3-meter tall creatures, covered in black keratinous skin and sporting a single crimson vertical pupil on their foreheads, 3-eyed demon apes were rampaging wildly. Form the formation. Hold your ground. Don't let them break us apart. Lei Xiaotian was drenched in blood, his battle blade already chipped and scarred. His vital energy surged to its peak, unleashing cascading blades of light. Each swing carved deep gashes into the 3-eyed demon apes' impenetrable keratin armor. As a 3rd-grade martial artist, his strength far surpassed these 2nd-grade beasts. In a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could take down any one of them within 30 seconds. But now he faced 8 of them. These demon apes possessed far greater intelligence than the nether leopards. They understood coordination and knew how to launch coordinated assaults. 3 held Lei Xiaotian in a frontal pincer, while the other 5 furiously assaulted the fragile defensive line formed by 7 martial arts instructors and Su Mucheng. Thud! A martial arts instructor failed to dodge in time, struck by a demon ape's thick arm. He flew backward like a... Old Zhang, another instructor screamed, eyes bulging with fury. Su Mucheng's figure darted through the chaos. She avoided direct confrontation, relying instead on the terrifying combat experience honed in her past life as an Empress. At the most perilous moments, she evaded fatal blows with minimal cost, occasionally thrusting her standard-issue longsword at the demon ape's joints and other vulnerable points to create openings for her allies. Even so, the situation continued to deteriorate. High-tier fighters were pinned down, the core forces suffered mounting casualties, and the entire defensive formation teetered on the brink of collapse. Roar! At that moment, the most cunning 3-eyed demon ape, locked in combat with 2 instructors, suddenly unleashed its full power, blasting them both backward. Seizing this rare opening, it stomped its massive legs against the ground. Its colossal body transformed into a black cannonball, dodging everyone and leaping toward the smoke-filled cafeteria entrance. Its objective was clear: break through this encirclement and feast on the flesh of ordinary students outside. No! Stop it! Lei Xiaotian witnessed the scene, his shock and fury boiling over. Trapped by the 3 demon apes, he couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as the ferocious beast charged toward the gate, its path to both escape and slaughter. He could imagine the horrific carnage that would unfold once this level 2 beast charged into the crowd of sheltering students. Suddenly, A slender, frail figure belonging to a student had silently appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, where flickering light mingled with swirling dust. The figure stood silhouetted against the light, like a silent sentinel, forming a stark and breathtaking contrast to the massive three-eyed demon ape charging toward them. "Classmate! Get out of the way!" Lei Xiaotian roared with all his might, a cry filled with despair and fury. Time itself seemed to slow to a crawl in that moment. The three-eyed demon ape spotted this prey blocking its path. A flicker of contempt and cruelty flashed through its crimson vertical pupils. Without even slowing down, it swung its fist as large as a clay pot, slashing through the air with a vicious wind, aiming to smash the figure's skull. Yet, just as Lei Xiaotian and all the survivors thought the student would be instantly crushed into pulp, that figure moved. He slowly raised his head, a cold and savage curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Roar! A roar erupted from that frail body, more savage, more terrifying, and more filled with regal authority than the combined roars of all the three-eyed demon apes present. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from him like a tangible blast. Dust and debris were instantly blown away, and a layer of the ground was literally scraped off. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, Yang Jian's body underwent a transformation even more violent and terrifying than the one beneath the teaching building. His height no longer measured 4 meters. Instead, like an inflated balloon, it shot upward to nearly 5 meters. Muscles coiled and exploded like solid rock across his entire body, his spine arching high like a towering, moving mountain of flesh. This time, what surged from his skin was no longer dark red hair, but a menacing mane, a tangled mass of crimson and black that glinted metallic in the light. The cracking of his bones thundered like a barrage of war drums. His face completely transformed into the ferocious visage of a giant ape, its fangs longer and sharper. A savage, bloodthirsty, and utterly brutal aura erupted from him, overwhelming even the presence of all the three-eyed demon apes present. E-grade Tongbei giant ape bloodline. Beast blood boiled, triggering a second activation. Facing the incoming punch, the newly born, even more terrifying crimson ape casually raised its palm as large as a fan with a hint of contempt. Boom! An earth-shattering roar exploded at the cafeteria entrance. Chapter 5, Feast of Flesh. The rampaging sovereign crushing all. Boom! A deafening, ear-splitting roar erupted at the cafeteria entrance. It wasn't the sound of shattered bones, but the bone-chilling sonic boom of raw power colliding with raw power. Under the horrified stares of Lei Xiaotian, Su Mucheng, and all the survivors, the three-eyed demon ape's fury-fueled fist capable of shattering stone and splitting boulders was effortlessly intercepted by an even larger, colossal hand covered in black and crimson intertwined bristles. The giant ape's palm clamped down like a merciless iron vise, seizing the demon ape's fist with deadly grip. An overwhelming force surged through the arm, causing the thick bones of the three-eyed demon ape's arm to crack under the strain, shattering inch by inch. Roar! For the first time, the crimson vertical pupils of the three-eyed demon ape revealed utter bewilderment and agony. It couldn't comprehend how this sudden apparition of fellow ape whose aura was even more savage than its own possessed such overwhelming power. It frantically tried to pull its fist back, but the giant hand remained immovable, as if welded in place. Backlit, the nearly 5-meter-tall crimson ape stood silhouetted against the sky, its form outlined by a blinding golden edge, like a demon god stepping out of ancient mythology. Its eyes, burning with molten gold light, looked down upon its prey from above. There was not a shred of emotion in that gaze, only pure, cold, utter disregard for life. This was the power of the E-class bloodline. This was the absolute dominance of a 300% power boost. This. Lei Xiaotian's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his shock beyond words. He could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from this blood-red giant ape was so savage it had already faintly surpassed the realm of a level 2 ferocious beast. Su Mucheng's phoenix eyes, frozen for 10,000 years, also contracted violently at that moment. In her past life as the immortal Empress, she had witnessed countless peculiar bloodlines and bizarre cultivation techniques, yet she had never encountered a transformation so savage, so primal, so utterly defying reason. What struck her as most absurd and incomprehensible was, she vaguely sensed that the source of this power was none other than the very man she had branded a parasite and a despicable scoundrel, Yang Jian. How could this be? How could a lowly, ordinary student possibly wield such terrifying power? How could this ant in her eyes possess a trump card that even she, the reborn Empress, found terrifying? A storm of confusion and disbelief instantly swept through her mind. On the battlefield, the three-eyed demon ape, seething with pain, unleashed its savage fury. The crimson vertical pupil on its forehead suddenly widened, unleashing a dark red energy beam. Like a ray, it shot toward the blood-red giant ape's head without warning. "Watch out!" a martial arts instructor cried out in alarm. Yet, in the very instant before the beam struck its target, a string seemed to be gently plucked within Yang Jian's subconscious. The danger warning from his wild instinct exploded in his mind like an instinctive reflex. His body reacted even faster than his thoughts could process. The colossal head of the blood-red ape suddenly veered to the side with an eerily nimble step, utterly incongruous with its massive frame. Whoosh! A crimson energy beam whizzed past its mane, slamming into the rear wall and leaving a deep hole with melted edges. Now! Seizing the fleeting opening as its attack missed, the blood-red giant ape moved. Its hand gripping the demon ape's fist suddenly exerted force, yanking downward. Simultaneously, its other free hand as large as a fan slashed down like a fly swatter. With a tearing whistle, it struck the three-eyed demon ape's face with brutal, merciless force. Smack! A deafeningly crisp crack echoed through the air. The three-eyed demon ape's entire head jerked sideways from the blow, half its cheek instantly mangled and bloody. Teeth mixed with blood sprayed forth as its massive body staggered, losing its balance. But it wasn't over. The blood-red giant ape pressed its advantage relentlessly, its movements pulsing with a savage, rhythmic ferocity. Tug, smack, ram, slam. Each move was crisp and decisive, embodying the most primal aesthetic of violence. It released its grip, its massive frame lunging forward as its shoulder slammed into the demon ape's chest. Thud! As if struck head-on by a battering ram, the three-eyed demon ape let out a muffled groan of agony. Large chunks of its chest armor shattered, sending its entire body flying backward. Before it could hit the ground, a colossal foot descended from above. With overwhelming force, it crushed down on its chest, pinning the creature to the earth. Roar! The blood-red giant ape let out a frenzied, cathartic roar to the heavens. It lowered its head, gazing down with eyes burning with golden flames at the prey beneath its feet, struggling desperately yet futilely. Then, it raised its other foot, aiming squarely at the three-eyed demon ape's head. No! Even Lei Xiaotian, watching from afar, instinctively wanted to stop this excessively bloody scene. But it was too late. Boom! The blood-red giant ape's foot came crashing down. No screams. No struggle. The three-eyed demon ape's head exploded like a watermelon struck by an iron hammer, bursting apart with a wet pop. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding concrete floor into a horrifying abstract painting. Instant kill. A vicious level 2 ferocious beast was brutally obliterated in an instant, as if it were nothing more than a game. The entire battlefield fell eerily silent for a second. The remaining 7 three-eyed demon apes froze in unison. For the first time, their crimson vertical pupils betrayed an emotion called fear. Standing atop the headless corpse of the demon ape, the blood-red colossus felt the blood roaring within him. An indescribable thrill and hunger born of battle instantly overwhelmed all reason. Kill. Not enough. Roar. He let out a roar even higher pitched and more battle-crazed than before. His massive body surged forward, deliberately abandoning his position by the doorway. Like an out-of-control heavy tank, he charged straight into the center of the cafeteria ruins, crashing into the remaining group of 7 three-eyed demon apes. Madman! Su Moore couldn't help but curse under her breath, yet her gaze remained fixed on that crimson figure, unable to look away for even a moment. What the hell are you standing there for? Lei Xiaotian snapped out of it first. Seeing Yang Jian charge in with utter disregard for his own life, he felt both shock and anger, but more than anything, a surge of ignited passion. He swung his battle blade violently and roared at the surviving teachers and Su Mucheng beside him. He created an opportunity for us. We can't let him fight alone. All of you. Follow me, counterattack. Kill. The surviving martial arts teachers were utterly ignited by this scene. Roaring with fury, they followed Lei Xiaotian, charging fiercely into the fray from another direction. The entire battlefield's momentum shifted in an instant. If Lei Xiaotian and his team were a razor-sharp blade, then Yang Jian, charging into the enemy ranks at that moment, was a bomb set to detonate. Transformed into a blood-red giant ape, he unleashed a merciless slaughter upon the demon ape horde. Every punch he threw, every kick he delivered, carried crushing force. The three-eyed demon ape's tough keratinous hide crumbled beneath his fists like biscuits. Completely immersed in the extraordinary state granted by wild instinct, every enemy attack and every intent seemed to play out in his mind beforehand. His body always responded with the most effective, most direct counter. When one demon ape ambushed him from behind, he didn't even turn his head. A backfist elbow crushed its throat bones to dust. When two demons attacked from both sides, he leapt upward, his feet striking down like battle axes, driving both heads deep into the earth. With Yang Jian as this frenzied core disrupting their formation, the demon apes' once coordinated ranks instantly fell into chaos. Lei Xiaotian and the others seized the opportunity, delivering precise finishing blows and distractions, making the battle progress with astonishing efficiency. In less than 3 minutes. When Lei Xiaotian severed the final three-eyed demon ape's head with a single stroke, the ruins of the cafeteria finally fell into complete, deathly silence. The ground was littered with the mangled corpses of beasts, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. At the very center of this sea of corpses and blood stood the colossal, nearly 5-meter-tall crimson ape, motionless. Its chest heaved violently as scorching white vapor billowed from its mouth. Covered in the blood of its fallen foes, it loomed in the dim light like a frenzied king who had just concluded a carnivorous feast. Chapter 6. It's Yang Jian. The Empress is stunned. The City Guard Bureau is in shock. At the very center of the sea of corpses and blood, the blood-red giant ape, majestic as a king, felt the frenzied aura within him rapidly recede like a tide after the slaughter ended. Ding! The Tongbei giant ape bloodline talent boiling beast blood duration has ended. Host will revert to normal state. Accompanied by the system's notification, Yang Jian's colossal form began shrinking at a visible pace. The menacing mane of black and crimson fur retracted inward, the rock-hard, twisted muscles gradually smoothing out. Within mere seconds, the 5-meter-tall monstrous form, a symbol of destruction and power, reverted to the frail, slightly thin teenager clad in tattered school uniform. With a thud, Yang Jian's legs buckled, and he collapsed to one knee. A wave of exhaustion washed over him like a mountain flood. His limbs felt as heavy as lead, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. Activating the beast blood boil twice in succession and at such heightened intensity had placed a burden on his body far beyond his expectations. Yet, in stark contrast to his physical exhaustion, his eyes burned with an astonishing brilliance. His spirit was more exhilarated than ever before. Gasping for breath, he lifted his head. His gaze swept over the 7 or 8 mangled corpses of the 3-eyed demon apes scattered around him, and a brilliant smile spread across his lips. He struck gold. This time, he truly struck gold. These weren't mere level 1 fiendish beasts like the nether leopards, these were genuine level 2 fiendish beasts. Each one was worth a fortune, especially the vertical pupils on their foreheads, precious energy materials. He had personally smashed at least 4 of them to pieces, and had participated in taking down the rest. The sheer amount of this charity fund made him tremble with excitement just thinking about it. More money meant stronger bloodlines and more terrifying power. He'd found the broad highway to the pinnacle. On the other side of the ruins, Sumur leaned against a broken steel beam. Within her icy phoenix eyes, a storm of emotions was brewing. She stared at the youth kneeling amidst the corpses, weak yet undeniably exhilarated, her mind in utter chaos. It was him. It really was him. Over the past decade, she had transformed from a high school student into an immortal empress, traversing the blue star, clashing with countless prodigies, and battling endless ferocious beasts. She believed she knew every notable powerhouse of that era inside out. Yet, in her memories, the name Yang Jian had never once surfaced. Much less this utterly unheard of, supremely domineering beast transformation talent. During the beast attack on the 8 ancient schools in her past life, no such hero had ever emerged to turn the tide of battle. Could it be? A thought that sent shockwaves through her mind surged uncontrollably to the surface. Could it be that my rebirth altered the world's causal threads? Causing this star, destined to remain dim, to burst forth with a brilliance not his to claim? For the first time, she doubted the future she thought she knew. If her rebirth was the greatest variable on the chessboard, then this Yang Jian was an unpredictable piece that had materialized out of thin air, a consequence of her butterfly flapping its wings. A violet variable she could not control at all. As Sumur's mind churned with unease, Lei Xiaotian strode purposefully toward Yang Jian, accompanied by the few surviving martial arts instructors. Young man. Lei Xiaotian stared at Yang Jian, his eyes brimming with shock, gratitude, and intense curiosity. No need for thanks, your favor is too great. I'm Lei Xiaotian, the school's chief instructor. If not for you, we all would have perished here today. The instructors behind him nodded in unison, their gazes fixed on Yang Jian as if he were a monster, a savior. It was nothing, Yang Jian gasped, waving his hand dismissively as he tried to stand but stumbled. Lei Xiaotian reacted swiftly, grabbing his arm to steady him. Feeling the weakness radiating through the contact, his astonishment deepened. This proved that the terrifying power he'd just unleashed had come at a cost. Student, what class are you in? What's your name? Lei Xiaotian asked. Senior 3, Class 7. Yang Jian. Yang Jian from Class 7, a martial arts instructor gasped. I remember, your Qi blood test results hovered around 50 calories. You weren't even a quasi-martial artist. At this revelation, several people nearby sucked in their breath. A student who wasn't even a quasi-martial artist unleashed such terrifying combat prowess? This couldn't be described as mere genius, it was nothing short of a miracle. Lei Xiaotian's gaze grew solemn. Yang Jian, the power you just unleashed absolutely matches that of a first-rank martial artist in some aspects, it even surpasses it. This talent of transforming into a colossal beast? Pardon my ignorance, but it's truly unheard of and unseen. Just as everyone gathered around Yang Jian, marveling in astonishment, a series of urgent, heavy footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by the scraping sound of metal armor. Freeze, everyone! City Guard Bureau. A fully armed squad, radiating fierce intensity, swept into the cafeteria ruins like a whirlwind. They wore black tactical uniforms, wielded energy rifles, maintained professional formations, and bore piercing gazes. At their head stood none other than the stern-faced Zhou Yong'en. As they stepped into this battlefield of carnage and saw the corpses of level 2 monsters strewn across the floor, even these battle-hardened elite troops collectively froze in shock. This can't be possible, whispered a member behind Zhou Yong'en. The 8-headed, 3-eyed demon ape. How did Instructor Lei and the others manage this? Zhou Yong'en's gaze immediately locked onto Lei Xiaotian, covered in blood and wielding a battle-scarred blade. He strode forward and demanded in a deep voice, Instructor Lei, what happened? Where are the reinforcements? Lei Xiaotian gave a bitter smile and shook his head. No reinforcements. Captain Zhou, you're a step too late. The battle's already over. Over? Zhou Yong'en's eyes instantly sharpened. By yourselves? An 8-headed level 2 ferocious beast? Instructor Lei, this is no time for jokes. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lei Xiaotian, but this outcome was utterly implausible, defying all logic. For a third-rank martial artist leading a group of first ranks to survive an ambush by 8 second-rank beasts was a miracle in itself, let alone turning the tables and killing them. Lei Xiaotian didn't get angry. He understood how unbelievable it sounded. He took a deep breath, turned sideways, and introduced the figure he'd been supporting behind him, Yang Jian. Captain Zhou, allow me to introduce someone. 90% of the credit for winning this battle and ensuring our survival belongs to this young man. Swish. Zhou Yong'an and every special forces soldier behind him instantly focused their gaze on Yang Jian. They saw a pale, frail teenager clad in tattered school uniform, appearing almost malnourished. From him, they sensed not a trace of the powerful vital energy fluctuations characteristic of a martial artist. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence once more. Zhou Yong'an's brows furrowed, his eyes brimming with scrutiny and suspicion. He turned to Lei Xiaotian, his tone tinged with incredulous confirmation. Instructor Lei, are you certain it's him? Chapter 7, Another Donation. 30x critical hit. A Class 8 armed battle ape. Command center, before the massive light screen. Coldblade watched the shocking footage transmitted from the Nighthawk Squad's body cameras, a battlefield littered with the corpses of demonic apes alongside the frail youth introduced by Lei Xiaotian. His eyes, usually as sharp as a falcon's, revealed a hint of confusion and astonishment. Zoom in on the details. Conduct an in-depth analysis of the student named Yang Jian. He issued the command coolly, yet his body leaned forward slightly. Clearly, this unexpected variable had successfully piqued the keen interest of the City Guard Bureau's highest commander. Canteen Ruins. Zhou Yong'an, captain of the Nighthawk Special Forces Squad, a second-rank martial artist with a faint scar across his face and an air of fierce determination, now stared at Yang Jian with an expression that seemed to say he'd seen a ghost. Instructor Lei, are you certain it's this student? His tone brimmed with restrained yet undeniable skepticism. He could sense the feeble vitality within Yang Jian, definitely at the level of an ordinary person, even weaker than most healthy young men. Sending such a person to confront a level 2 ferocious beast? That was more absurd than believing a sow could climb a tree. I am certain. I stake my martial honor on it. Lei Xiaotian declared with unwavering conviction, pointing at the devastation strewn across the ground. Captain Zhou, the evidence is right before our eyes. Had student Yang Jian not stepped forward at the most critical moment, channeling an unprecedented talent to transform into a giant ape and shatter the demon ape formation, we would likely be gorging them now. Several martial arts instructors behind him, though equally exhausted, nodded in agreement, their voices thick with lingering fear and gratitude. Su Moore stood nearby, silent, but her icy gaze confirmed Lei Xiaotian's account was true. Zhou Yong'an observed the unanimous testimony of the school's elite fighters, then glanced at the demon ape corpses almost crushed beyond recognition, and his doubts began to crumble. Facts speak louder than words. No matter how bizarre the process, the outcome never lied. He drew a deep breath, his stern expression melting into a hearty smile. He walked up to Yang Jian, extended his hand, and said sincerely, Yang Jian, right? I'm Zhou Yong'an, captain of the Night Eagle Squadron of the City Guard Bureau. Regardless of the process, the result is that you and Instructor Lei, along with the others, protected the school and saved thousands of students and faculty. On behalf of the City Guard Bureau, I offer you our most sincere gratitude. Yang Jian, having recovered somewhat, extended his hand in return. It was the right thing to do. Ha ha ha, well said. Zhou Yong'an slapped Yang Jian's shoulder heartily. Rest assured, the City Guard never shortchanges heroes. Every detail of this incident will be reported truthfully. After verification, headquarters will issue you a City Peacekeeping Contribution Award. The amount will absolutely satisfy you. The moment he heard the word reward, Yang Jian's eyes lit up instantly. The brightness contrasted sharply with the pallor of his earlier exhaustion. Really? How much roughly? He blurted out almost involuntarily. This blunt and eager reaction caught both Zhou Yong'an and Lei Xiaotian off guard. Lei Xiaotian immediately burst into laughter. Pointing at Yang Jian, he said to Zhou Yong'an with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "See? I told you. After that fight, I thought this kid was some fearless madman, but turns out he's just a little money-grubbing bastard." He turned to Yang Jian, his eyes now filled with admiration. "Listen, kid, don't worry. Not only the City Guard Bureau, but our academy won't shortchange you either. You've done something truly monumental this time. I'll personally report it and push for special treatment. The academy's rewards will come even faster than the City Guard Bureau's." Yang Jian's breathing quickened slightly. Double rewards. His mind was now filled with dancing symbols of star coins, as if he could already see his bloodline rank skyrocketing. He grabbed Lei Xiaotian's arm, his eyes earnest and his tone urgent. "Instructor Lei. Then let's not delay. Let's get the process started right away. I'm all about efficiency." Watching Yang Jian's impatient demeanor, Lei Xiaotian couldn't help but be thoroughly amused. He shook his head, his fondness for this amusing genius growing considerably. After briefly completing the on-site report with Zhou Yong'an's team and handing over the follow-up matters, Lei Xiaotian kept his word. Ignoring his own injuries, he personally escorted Yang Jian straight to the martial arts division. Yang Jian, the materials from the beasts you hunted can also be officially recycled at the martial arts division according to regulations. Fair prices, no cheating. Lei Xiaotian reminded him along the way. Inside the martial arts division, everyone was stunned when Chief Instructor Lei Xiaotian reappeared, accompanied by Yang Jian covered in blood yet radiating intense energy. Upon hearing that the cafeteria crisis had been resolved, with Yang Jian credited as the primary hero, the entire martial arts department staff no longer viewed him as a mere monster. Their gaze was nothing short of reverence, as if beholding a deity. The process went exceptionally smoothly. Yang Jian handed over all the core materials from the four-headed, three-eyed demon ape in his backpack, primarily the priceless crimson vertical pupil from its forehead and several crucial beast bones. After an appraiser's trembling hands completed the evaluation, the final price left Yang Jian's heart skipping a beat. 34,000 star coins. A colossal sum instantly credited to his account. Yet this time, Yang Jian remained surprisingly composed. He didn't donate immediately. He waited. Sure enough, under Lei Xiaotian's personal supervision and urgent urging, the application process for the special contribution reward was approved at an unprecedented speed. Student Yang Jian, following the school's deliberation, in recognition of your outstanding contributions during the recent beast attack incident, you are hereby awarded a cash reward of 50,000 star coins. The director of martial arts personally handed Yang Jian a golden card, then added, additionally, the school will grant you one-time level 2 access to the ancient city library. With this access, you may select any martial skill or cultivation technique within your permission level from the second floor of the library. Cash reward plus rare access. Yang Jian's heart began to race once more. 34,000 plus 50,000, he now held a staggering 39,000 in cash. The reward from the City Guard Bureau still required review, but he couldn't wait any longer. After repeatedly thanking Instructor Lei and the Martial Arts Department Director, he quickly excused himself, citing physical discomfort requiring rest, and hurried away. Winding through the campus, he found a secluded, deserted corner of a warehouse. After confirming no one was around, the excitement within him could no longer be contained. System. Donate. 39,000. Donate it all. Target, China Martial Arts Alliance Charity. Ding. Detecting host performing ultra-high value donation. Ding. Donation received. Your act of kindness has moved the world, miracles are unfolding. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 30x charity critical hit. Boom. A golden warmth surged through Yang Jian's entire being, more colossal, more boundless, and even tinged with a sacred aura than any previous wave. Like a river of stars pouring from the void, it flooded his limbs and bones in an instant. His body and soul trembled with ecstatic delight in that instant. Ding. E-grade bloodline giant back spined ape undergoing mythic grade energy baptism. Bloodline undergoing chaotic evolution. Bloodline transformation successful. Congratulations, host. Your bloodline has ascended to grade A. 8-armed battle ape. 8-armed battle ape. A title that radiated supreme dominance and destructive aura just from its name alone. Before Yang Jian's eyes, a vision materialized, a colossal demonic ape standing amidst the primordial chaos of the cosmos, grasping the sun and moon in its hands, its feet trampling upon the stars. Ding. New grade A bloodline trait awakened. Tier skill, abyssal insight. The host's eyes gain the ability to pierce illusions and discern weaknesses, allowing effortless targeting of enemy vulnerabilities in combat. Yang Jian trembled with excitement, urgently chanting in his mind, open personal interface. Host, Yang Jian. Vitality, 53 points. Bloodline, a rank 8 armed battle ape. Rank skill, abyssal divine gaze. Rank skill, wild instinct. Bloodline talent, beast blood boil grade A. Effect, upon activation, strength plus 500%, agility plus 100%, defense plus 100%. Overall evaluation, a primordial beast in human form, do not provoke it lightly. Though its vitality remains largely unchanged. But once transformed, the tenfold surge in all attributes utterly crushes martial artists. Crucially, there's also access to the library. Yang Jian's eyes blazed with determination. How terrifying would a battle ape proficient in combat techniques be? Chapter 8, Martial Arts Academy Test, smashing a 5,000 kilo alloy target. Night fell like deep blue velvet, slowly draping over the sky of ancient city. Stepping down from the city guard's armored vehicle, Yang Jian declined Captain Zhou Yong'an's offer of an escort and set off alone for home. As time passed, the merged memories gradually helped Yang Jian adapt to this world. The old Riverside district. Compared to the blood and fire of the day's battle, everything here seemed so quiet and old. Under the dim streetlights, mottled walls whispered tales of time's passage, while the air carried the fragrant scent of neighbors' suppers and a faint dampness. This was his home, a place utterly at odds with the glamorous term martial artist. Yang Jian's footsteps halted at the entrance of Building 3. He drew a deep breath, forcing the lingering scent of blood and the aura of violence within him to recede. He didn't want his family to sense anything unusual, especially after the major incident at school today. Pushing open the familiar iron gate that creaked in protest, warm light and the scent of dinner instantly enveloped him. Brother! You're home. A clear, melodious voice rang out, as sweet as a nightingale's song. A young girl in a pink bunny pajama set poked her head out from the kitchen. Her name was Yang Jian's younger sister, currently a sophomore at Huanggu 6th High School. Her jet black hair was tied into a playful ponytail, and her fair little face was framed by a pair of lively eyes, now happily crinkled into two crescent moons. Unlike Yang Jian, who consistently ranked in the middle of his class and showed no talent for martial arts, Yang Yu had been an academic star since childhood. She excelled in her cultural studies and even displayed remarkable potential in refining her chi and blood. Teachers held high hopes for her, believing she had a strong chance of breaking through the 100-calorie mark in chi and blood before graduating senior year, becoming a true martial artist. "Ah, you're back." A genuine, warm smile spread across Yang Jian's face. "Xiao Jian's back? Wash your hands and come eat." His mother's voice, faint yet full of affection, drifted from the kitchen. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Yang Jian changed his shoes and stepped into the small but immaculately tidy living room. On the living room sofa sat his father, Yang Xinghua. His complexion was waxy and sallow, a result of chronic injuries that had long prevented him from doing heavy physical labor. His mother, Li Huilan, bustled between the kitchen and dining area. Her health was equally fragile. She suffered from chronic blood deficiency and required lifelong medication to maintain her vitality. This was the fundamental reason why, despite having 2 children, the family remained destitute, unable to afford even a decent piece of exercise equipment. Just be home, Yang Xinghua murmured, his furrowed brow smoothing at the sight of his son. "Nothing happened at school today, right? I heard on the news that your school, number 8 middle school, was attacked by ferocious beasts?" Li Huilan emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of food, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Yang Jian. "Jian, are you hurt? Your father and I have been worried sick all afternoon." Warmth filled Yang Jian's heart at the concern in his parents' eyes. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'm fine." The beasts were taken care of by the teachers and the city guard bureau that arrived later. "We students were all safe in the air raid shelter." He brushed off the bloody battle that could have changed his life in a single sentence. That's good. You scared the life out of me." Li Huilan patted her chest, breathing a sigh of relief. "Brother, you must have been terrified, right?" Yang Yu sidled up, eyeing him up and down like a curious kitten. "I heard the beasts that invaded this time were really fierce. Even level 2 beasts showed up. It was manageable. With the teacher around, what's there to fear?" Yang Jian ruffled his sister's hair. "Hurry up and eat. I'm starving. All you think about is eating." "Ha!" Yang Yu stuck out her tongue and ran off to serve herself some rice. The family gathered around the small dining table. 3 dishes and a soup lay before them, simple fare, yet brimming with the warmth of home. Yet, as soon as the meal began, something strange happened. Yang Jian polished off his first bowl of rice, feeling like he'd barely scratched the surface. "Mom, give me another bowl." After the second bowl, his hunger not only failed to subside but raged like a wildfire, growing ever more intense. "Another bowl. I want more. Mom, is there any left in the pot?" Under the stunned gazes of his parents and younger sister, Yang Jian devoured the rice meant for all 4 family members in one sitting, clearing away nearly 3/4 of the dishes on the table. Burp! Only after slurping up the last drop of rice broth from the pot did Yang Jian let out a satisfied burp. The exhaustion from his battle seemed to dissipate considerably under the massive energy boost from the food. Only then did he notice his parents and sister staring at him as if he were a monster. "Brother, are you a pig?" Yang Yu held half a steamed bun in her hand, her little mouth forming an O shape. "Xiao Jian, what happened to you? Have you been starving for 3 days and nights?" Li Huilan looked worried, fearing something was wrong with her son. Yang Jian's heart sank. Only then did he realize he'd lost control. This was a normal reaction after his bloodline ascended to the D-rank 8 armed battle ape, causing his body's energy demands to skyrocket. A powerful physique required vast amounts of energy to sustain, much like a supercar consuming fuel at an astonishing rate. He quickly came up with an excuse, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Probably just the stress of studying lately. And with the college entrance exams coming up, I need to eat more to keep up my strength." "Really?" Yang Xinghua remained skeptical. Honestly. Yang Jian pounded his chest in assurance. "Dad, Mom, you can rest easy. This college entrance exam, I'll give you the biggest surprise ever." The surprise he spoke of was gaining admission to a top martial arts university, becoming a formidable martial artist, earning vast wealth to cure his parents' illnesses, and providing his family with the best life possible. Seeing the unwavering confidence in their son's eyes, Yang Xinghua and Li Huilan, though unsure of the details, chose to believe him. Good. A hearty appetite is a blessing, eat more." Li Huilan's face lit up with a happy smile. Late into the night, Yang Jian lay on his hard mattress, listening to the faint coughs of his parents in the next room. His gaze was more determined than ever. The sudden increase in his appetite was only the beginning. In the future, as his bloodline continued to evolve, his demand for energy would only grow more terrifying. Ordinary food offered far too low an energy conversion rate. What he needed was the highly concentrated energy found in ferocious beast meat and expensive energy potions. And all of this required money. Massive amounts of money. I must head to the wilderness as soon as possible. Relying on sporadic beast invasions at school or waiting for rewards from the city guard would be like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. Only by taking the initiative and venturing into the wilderness, a realm where peril and opportunity coexist, could he achieve rapid wealth accumulation. But before that, he needed a clear and accurate understanding of the power of his D-grade bloodline. The next day, Saturday. At the crack of dawn, Yang Jian quietly slipped out of bed. He left a note for his still sleeping family saying he was out exercising, then headed straight for the city center's Red Lotus Martial Arts Academy. The Red Lotus Martial Arts Academy was one of the largest chain gyms in Huanggu City, renowned for its comprehensive facilities, tight security, and especially its precise combat strength testing equipment. With no money on him, Yang Jian entered a free standard testing room. The room measured about 50 square meters, with thick energy-absorbing material covering all four walls. At its center stood a humanoid metal target, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. A prominent electronic display panel was mounted on its chest. First, let's test your base stats. Yang Jian took a deep breath and stepped into the testing area. Identity verified, Yang Jian. Initiating basic vitality scan. A soft red light swept over his body. Beep. Vitality, 53 units. Evaluation, weak and helpless. This number was virtually identical to the system's assessment. Next, core strength test. He stepped before the metal target, recalling the fundamental power techniques taught by his school instructor. He anchored his chi in his lower abdomen, integrated his hips and waist, and unleashed a fierce right punch. Thud. His fist struck the metal target squarely in the chest. Beep. Core strength, 421 kilograms kg. 421 kilograms? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. According to the combat power chart, the core strength of an ordinary quasi-martial artist ranged from 201 to 1000 kilograms. His reading placed him squarely in the middle range among quasi-martial artists. It seemed the passive enhancement from his D-grade bloodline to his base physique wasn't as exaggerated as he'd imagined. This put his mind completely at ease. His unremarkable base stats wouldn't draw any attention. The real show was just beginning. Transform. Yang Jian closed his eyes as his mind focused. Boom. A primal, savage aura erupted from the ancient primordial chaos. His bones cracked and popped in rapid succession as muscles swelled and knotted at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an 1.8-meter tall youth into a monstrous ape demon nearly 3 meters tall. Dark golden fur covered his entire body, and 4 slender arms sprouted from each side of his shoulder blades, giving him a total of 8 arms. This was the true form of the D-rank 8-armed battle ape. Standing casually, he filled the testing chamber with a palpable, savage pressure. He walked back to the target once more. Using only the 2 thickest primary arms among his 6 limbs, he casually swung a punch. Boom! This impact sounded several times deeper and more thunderous than before. The entire metal target shook violently. Beep! Core strength, 1,886 kilograms kg. 1,886 kilograms. Yang Jian's breath caught sharply. This figure far exceeded the limit for a quasi-martial artist, 1,000 kilograms, officially placing him within the realm of a first-rank martial artist, 5,000 kilograms. Merely in his base transformed state, he possessed the strength of a first-rank martial artist. And this is only the beginning. Yang Jian's lips curled into a frenzied grin as fiery flames ignited within his blood-red pupils. Activate innate talent Beast Blood Boil. Ding! 8-armed battle 8 bloodline talent Beast Blood Boil activated. Strength boost plus 300%. Agility boost plus 100%. Defense boost plus 100%. Roar! Yang Jian let out a silent roar to the heavens. He could feel every cell in his body burning. A power several times more terrifying than when he crushed the 3-eyed demon ape surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam. His stature surged once more, reaching nearly 4 meters. The dark golden fur on his body stood on end, each strand bristling as if coated in flowing molten lava. The muscles on his 8 arms twisted into grotesque, explosive lines of beauty. He cracked his neck with a loud pop, his bloodshot eyes locked dead on the alloy target ahead. He could feel that this punch would be earth-shattering. He crouched slightly, his massive frame taut as a drawn bow. His right arm pulled back, muscles straining to their limit, the air itself whistling in protest around the edge of his fist. Boom! The punch erupted. Before anyone could even track its trajectory, a thunderous sonic boom, terrifying as an exploding thunderclap, reverberated through the room. A visible white shockwave radiated outward from his fist like an explosion. The indestructible C-grade alloy target, struck by this punch, seemed to have been hit head-on by a speeding heavy truck. The entire target lurched backward violently, its fixed base emitting a shrill metallic wail. The display screen on the target flickered and jumped wildly before finally settling on a number that made Yang Jian's pupils contract sharply. Warning! Impact overload! Warning! Core strength, 5,000 kilograms kg. It had instantly reached the maximum strength limit of a first-rank martial artist. It was also the maximum load capacity of this alloy target. So my strength has reached that of a second-rank martial artist? A student who wasn't even a prospective martial artist, with a base chi blood of merely 53 points, unleashed terrifying strength comparable to a second-rank martial artist after transforming into the 8-armed battle ape and activating his innate talent. Ha! Ha! Ha ha ha! Yang Jian stared at that blindingly high number, unable to contain his inner ecstasy any longer. A deep, resonant laugh erupted from the giant ape's throat, brimming with unparalleled confidence and dominance. With this power, what could the barren wasteland possibly hold that he couldn't conquer? He didn't bother testing his agility or defense anymore, it was unnecessary. This power alone granted him absolute confidence. With a thought, the massive ape's body rapidly shrank. The black-red, menacing mane and bulging muscles receded like a tide, transforming him back into the ordinary teenager clad in casual athletic wear. With a thud, Yang Jian's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His body felt utterly drained, every muscle screaming in protest. Looks like I can't use this state lightly. The aftereffects are too severe, he thought to himself, yet his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. He steadied himself against the wall and slowly rose to his feet. Glancing at the alloy target, its surface seemingly intact despite the screen's frantic alarms, he nodded with satisfaction. The alloy target is indeed sturdy. It withstood such force unscathed. Looks like the martial arts gym's equipment is reliable after all. Less than 10 minutes after Yang Jian left the Red Lotus Martial Arts Hall, two stunning figures, like two blooming snow lotuses, entered the martial arts hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. On the left was the elder sister, clad in a white martial arts uniform. Tall and slender, she possessed an aura as cool and distant as the moon. Her waist-length hair was neatly pulled back, revealing a flawless oval face. Her phoenix-like eyes were narrow and slanted, and the way her gaze shifted carried an innate, distant coldness that seemed to keep others at arm's length. Her name was Lin Xingxue, the school beauty of Huanggu City's first high school and a top-tier genius in her senior year. With a vital energy rating of 98 units, she stood just a step away from becoming a first-rank martial artist. By her side was her younger sister, Lin Xingyu. She wore a vibrant pink martial arts uniform, her hair tied in twin ponytails. Her round, adorable face was framed by large, bright almond-shaped eyes brimming with curiosity and youthful energy. Her talent was equally astonishing. Though only a sophomore, her vitality had already reached 85 units, making her a prodigy in the eyes of countless people. Sis, hurry up. I feel super pumped today, maybe I can push my strength record up another 50 kilograms. Lin Xingyu tugged at her sister's hand, bursting with impatience. You're so impatient, Lin Xingxue gave her a cool glance, though a hint of affection flickered in her eyes. The test is to help you understand your limits, not to compete with others. I know, my dear sister. Lin Xingyu stuck out her tongue. Coincidentally, the front desk staff assigned them the very same room Yang Jian had just used. Wow, an alloy target. Sis, look at this texture, this shine, it looks super durable. Lin Xingyu circled the target excitedly, rubbing her hands together. Lin Xingxue nodded and said calmly, you go first. Remember the proper technique, don't just muscle through it. No worries. Lin Xingyu stepped up to the target and assumed her stance. She took a deep breath, her usually playful face instantly turning serious. Ha! With a sharp cry, her right fist shot out like a cannonball, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle as it slammed into the bullseye. She was confident in this punch, expecting an outstanding result close to 900 kilograms. However, the moment her fist made contact with the target, the expected dull, heavy metallic thud failed to materialize. Instead, a sharp, glass-shattering crack echoed through the air. Then, before the stunned eyes of sisters Lin Xingyu and Lin Xingxue, spiderweb-like cracks began to spread from the point of impact across the alloy target. These cracks spread at a terrifying speed, covering the entire target in an instant. Crash! The next second, the massive metal target shattered like a broken porcelain vase, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Countless metal fragments and internal components scattered like confetti, clattering to the ground in a shower of noise. Only the bare, half-destroyed base remained standing, lonely and exposed. The entire testing chamber fell into a deathly silence. Lin Xingyu remained frozen in her punching stance, staring blankly at her own pale, delicate fist, then at the scattered metal debris. Her mind went completely blank. I, she stammered, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with shock and confusion. Sis. I shattered the alloy target with one punch? When did she become this strong? Could she be that once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy of legend? Had her bloodline suddenly awakened today, granting her a single punch of terrifying power? Oh my god. I must be a genius. I'm destined to be the future Empress. Lin Xingyu's breathing instantly grew ragged, her face flushing bright red with sheer excitement. However, standing beside her, Lin Xingxue's delicate brows furrowed tightly after the initial shock. She hurried forward, crouched down, and picked up a larger fragment from the scattered mess. Her cold gaze swept over the fracture surface, and her eyes instantly narrowed. No, Lin Xingshua's voice was like ice-cold spring water, instantly dousing her sister's dream. Look here. These fracture surfaces are dull in color and structurally loose. This wasn't broken by your punch at all. It was shattered from within by a far more powerful shockwave long before. She picked up several more core components and said gravely, these energy transmission modules are completely charred and destroyed inside. Your punch was, at most, just the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ha! Lin Xingyu's dream shattered instantly. She leaned in to examine them and indeed discovered the anomalies her sister had described. So, before we even got here, someone else had already reduced this target to nothing but an empty shell? Lin Xingyu finally grasped the implication, sucking in a sharp breath. The sisters exchanged glances, each seeing profound horror in the other's eyes. The alloy target's rated capacity was 5,000 kilograms, but to shatter it from within required an instantaneous force of unimaginable terror. It would have to be well over 6,000 kilograms, if not more. Only a second-rank martial artist could possibly achieve such a feat. Yet this testing chamber only permitted martial artists below second grade to enter. A first-rank martial artist unleashing second-rank power? Who is it? The thought flashed simultaneously through both sisters' minds. Let's go. Ask the front desk. Lin Xingxue pulled her still-dazed younger sister and hurried out of the testing room. Martial Arts Hall front desk. Upon learning that a million Starcoin C-grade alloy target had been blown apart, a middle-aged man who appeared to be a manager rushed over, sweat pouring down his face. But when he saw the two young ladies of the Lin family, his demeanor instantly shifted to one of utmost respect. Miss Lin, what happened here? Lin Xingxue's expression remained cool as she demanded, Manager, I need to know who used test room 12 before us. Yes, I'll check immediately. The manager dared not delay and hurriedly pulled up the back-end records. A rental record appeared clearly on the screen. Test room, C12. User, Yang Jian. Identity binding, senior at Ancient 8th Middle School. Usage time, 8:15 a.m. 8:45 a.m. Upon seeing this information, sisters Lin Xingxue and Lin Xingyu froze once more. Yang Jian? An unfamiliar name, ordinary to the point of being unremarkable. Huanggu No. 8 High School? They knew it well, considered their first middle school's longtime rival. Though slightly inferior in overall strength, it was still a key martial arts high school. The crucial point was a senior student. Same grade as Lin Xingxue. A senior, shattered an alloy target? Lin Xingyu murmured in disbelief. She felt her worldview being repeatedly shattered and reshaped today. She herself was a prodigy, and her sister was a prodigy among prodigies. They knew full well that among high school students at this stage, anyone capable of generating 1,000 kilograms of core strength could be called a freak of nature. Yet this guy named Yang Jian had unleashed a force powerful enough to shatter a C-grade alloy target from within. This was beyond monstrous. This was a monster. A primordial beast in human form. For the first time, Lin Xingxue's eternally icy expression betrayed uncontrollable shock. Her sharp phoenix eyes flashed with intense curiosity and a battle-ready edge. Yang Jian. Her crimson lips parted as she slowly uttered the name. Chapter 9, The Library. Walk, you fool. After the test, Yang Jian headed straight for the library. The Library of Ancient Ruins did not belong to the 8th Middle School of Ancient Ruins, but was one of the most crucial strategic resources for the entire city of Ancient Ruins. Like a fortress of knowledge, it stood silently, housing countless cultivation techniques, martial arts, and the cultivation insights of ancestors accumulated over centuries of humanity's struggle against ferocious beasts. This place was the wellspring of power, the stairway to becoming a true strong individual. Consequently, the threshold for entry was shockingly high. Ordinary students could not even dream of entering, let alone approach it. Only a handful of paths grant access, achieving extraordinary military valor, making immeasurable contributions to the city. Possessing a talent so extraordinary it commands the city's awe. Or, for certain ancient martial clans, expending vast resources and connections to secure a single precious opportunity for their descendants. As soon as Yang Jian reached the open plaza before the library, he saw a crowd gathered around a young man, fawning over him like stars surrounding the moon. The youth wore an expensive custom martial arts uniform, his features handsome, yet his brow carried an unshakable air of arrogance and swagger. He was none other than Tang Rulong, the young master of Tang Construction Materials, one of the few students at Ancient Wasteland Academy's 8th branch poised to break through to the martial artist realm. Brother Long, your chi and blood must have advanced significantly during this seclusion. You're surely close to breaking through to the first-rank martial artist level, a flat-top-haired attendant said with fawning flattery. Of course, another attendant chimed in immediately. Brother Long is the most promising prodigy at our school to become a full-fledged martial artist before the college entrance exams. Unlike certain people who only know how to brag. Tang Rulong nodded, thoroughly enjoying the praise. His gaze swept over the imposing library, a smug smile curling his lips. My father spent a fortune just to secure me level 1 access this time. Once I go in and pick a suitable martial technique, my strength will skyrocket again. Just then, the corner of his eye caught sight of a familiar figure he couldn't help but look down upon. Tang Rulong frowned. He saw Yang Jian striding straight toward the library's entrance. So that's who it is, Tang Rulong sneered, his voice loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Isn't this Yang Jian, the legendary hero who performed great feats and saved the entire school yesterday? He deliberately emphasized the words showed great prowess and hero, his tone dripping with mockery and scorn. After yesterday's beast attack, Yang Jian's transformation into a giant ape amidst the cafeteria ruins and his rampage of slaughter had already spread throughout the campus through the accounts of the surviving students, exaggerated beyond belief. But Tang Rulong didn't believe a single word of it. He, a quasi-martial artist, had to retreat when facing a level 2 ferocious beast. A bottom feeder who, in his estimation, didn't even have 50 vitality points? It was utterly preposterous. In his view, this was undoubtedly just a scapegoat and fake hero concocted by Lei Xiaotian to placate the masses. A guy who climbed the ranks on luck and bragging. What business does he have in a place like the library? Tang Rulong's flat-headed sidekick immediately caught the hint, stepping forward to block Yang Jian's path. With a sneer, he said, "Hey, classmate, you've got the wrong place, huh? This is the library, not the infirmary, and certainly not a place for someone like you to chase fame and glory." Yang Jian's mind was entirely occupied with martial arts techniques, debating whether to choose a boxing style or a footwork system, leaving him no patience for these buzzing flies. He didn't even lift an eyelid, merely uttering a single word flatly, "Get lost." You! The flat-top henchman's face flushed red. He hadn't expected this fake hero to be so brazen. Tang Rulong's expression darkened instantly. He reveled in others' reverence and his own lofty position. Yang Jian's utter disregard felt like a profound humiliation. He pushed through the crowd, stepping before Yang Jian. Looming over him, he sneered coldly, "Yang Jian, don't think being shoved out by Instructor Lei as some mascot means you're actually worth anything. What is the library hall? It's a sacred place of martial arts. You? What gives you the right to stand here? Did your family strike gold, or is your dad the city lord?" His voice dripped with contempt. "Let me tell you this, some are born among the clouds, while others wallow in the mud their entire lives. Recognizing your place is the only way out for someone like you. Now, get out of my sight immediately. Don't defile this place." The surrounding henchmen erupted in derisive laughter, their eyes fixed on Yang Jian with pure schadenfreude. Yet, despite this blatant humiliation, Yang Jian's face remained utterly unruffled. He couldn't be bothered to meet Tang Rulong's gaze, finding the man nothing but a nuisance. "Finished?" Yang Jian finally lifted his eyes, casting a glance at Tang Rulong as though observing a child throwing a tantrum. Without waiting for a response, he strode past them, heading straight for the security gate. "Halt! You think you can just barge through?" Tang Rulong roared, feeling utterly ignored. His henchmen beside him prepared to step forward, ready to drag this arrogant fool away. But in the next instant, every one of them froze in place. Before their incredulous eyes, Yang Jian calmly pulled out his student ID card. An ordinary ID card, the kind every student possessed. Then, he gently swiped the card over the sensor area of the validator. Beep! A crisp electronic tone sounded. A soft green light illuminated the verifier, and a pleasant, emotionless electronic female voice echoed clearly across the silent plaza. Identity verified. Yang Jian, student of number 8 middle school. Access level, level 2 for the library of the ruined city, single use. Welcome to our establishment. The entire world seemed to hit mute at that very moment. The arrogance and haughtiness on Tang Rulong's face froze instantly, replaced by a blank, vacant stare. His wide eyes brimmed with absurdity and disbelief, as if he'd just heard the world's biggest joke. His henchmen stood beside him, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Their expressions shifted from mockery to shock, then to sheer absurdity, a veritable parade of disbelief. Level 2. Permissions? That was one level higher than the level 1 access his father had paid a fortune to secure. How could this be? This good for nothing, this deadweight, this guy they mocked relentlessly, how could he possibly possess level 2 permissions, something even he could only dream of? This was harder to swallow than believing he could slay a three-eyed demon ape. At that moment, the verifier's crisp electronic beep felt like a series of stinging slaps, repeatedly and mercilessly striking Tang Rulong and all his henchmen across the face, leaving a burning sting. The metal doors slid slowly apart, revealing the deep, knowledge-filled passageway beyond. Yang Jian stepped forward, ready to enter. At the threshold, he halted abruptly. Without turning back, he merely tilted his head and casually asked the petrified fools trailing behind him. "Hey, you know how to walk, right? Ha?" Tang Rulong and the others were still in a state of mental freeze, instinctively uttering their confusion. Yang Jian's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint sneer. His tone was light as he replied. "Walking, Lao Di." With that, he didn't linger, striding straight into the depths of the library. Boom! The heavy metal doors slowly closed behind him, sealing off the two worlds. Only Tang Rulong and his group were left standing on the square, their hair whipped wildly by the wind. They stared blankly, chewing on the word walk. Seconds later, they finally grasped its heartbreaking pun and the humiliation it carried. Put! Tang Rulong felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His face turned from pale to green, then purple, finally swelling to a liver-like hue. Raging so fiercely he trembled, yet not a single word escaped his lips. Chapter 10, 10,000-fold critical strike payback. SSS rank Divine Elephant imprisons the prison. The heavy metal doors slowly closed behind him, sealing out all the outside noise, shock, and humiliation. Inside the gates lay a world utterly distinct from the outside. The air carried a peculiar scent, a blend of ancient wood and the unique energy crystals, refreshing and invigorating. There were no windows here. Soft light poured evenly from the vaulted ceiling, illuminating the entire space. Rows of bookcases crafted from unknown darkwood stood like silent giants, towering from floor to ceiling. They were arranged in perfect order, forming deep corridors of knowledge. Upon these shelves rested not traditional paper books, but diverse carriers of knowledge. Some were ancient scrolls tanned from the hides of mighty beasts, others were translucent crystals shimmering with faint radiance, and still others were heavy jade tablets forged from special metals. Each carrier emitted energy fluctuations of varying intensity, representing a powerful cultivation technique or martial skill. This was the second floor of the ruined city's library. The shelves primarily held various martial arts and cultivation techniques rated D-grade and below. Don't underestimate D-grade martial arts, even F-grade techniques hold considerable value in this world. Though not a major city, the ruined city still housed tens of thousands of volumes of martial arts manuals. His gaze fell upon a brilliant blue crystal stone to his left, inscribed with the words Raging Tide Poem, an F-grade martial technique. Upon touching it, a vision of a boundless, raging sea surged through his mind. A figure practiced palm techniques within the sea. Each strike unleashed waves upon waves of colossal force, its power staggering. Powerful and fierce, but it places an immense burden on the meridians. Reaching its pinnacle will inevitably bring the peril of backlash. Yang Jian shook his head, instantly losing interest. All flash and no substance. His gaze shifted to another golden scroll on the opposite side, the Phantom 7 Steps, an E-grade body technique. A figure as swift as a phantom drew 7 afterimages in the void, dazzling the eyes and making it impossible to discern the true form. Unparalleled in speed and utterly bizarre. This runs counter to the dominant path of my 8-armed battle ape. It won't maximize the strength advantage of my physical form. Yang Jian shook his head again. The path narrowed. Thus, he walked and observed. Not a trace of impatience stirred within him. Instead, his mind grew ever more composed. He understood clearly that what he needed was not the strongest, but the most suitable. Before he knew it, he had reached the deepest recesses of the second floor, a remote, dusty corner. The shelves here held sparse carriers of cultivation techniques, their glow far less dazzling than the brilliance outside. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. His gaze was drawn to an unassuming dark gold jade slip tucked away on the lowest shelf in the corner. Made of an unknown material, it felt smooth and warm to the touch. It emitted no energy fluctuations whatsoever, and even its name seemed plain and unassuming: hard chi cultivation. To the uninitiated, it might seem like a scammy martial art from the underworld. Yet upon inspection, Yang Jian found it utterly fascinating. This E-grade martial technique could harden one's chi and blood to iron-like solidity for a short time, boosting defense throughout the body. It perfectly suited his wide-ranging, sweeping combat style. Paired with the 8-armed demon ape, his damage absorption capacity would surge significantly. This is the one. He turned and walked toward the registration counter, jade slip in hand. Behind the counter sat an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, radiating profound aura. He was the administrator here, currently resting with his eyes closed. "Elder, I've made my selection." Yang Jian handed over the jade slip along with his ID card. The old man slowly opened his eyes. When his cloudy gaze fell upon the jade slip, he paused slightly, then a hint of surprise flashed across his face. "Hard chi cultivation? Young man, are you certain you wish to choose this one?" "I'm certain." Yang Jian nodded. The elder stroked his long beard. "This martial art focuses purely on physical strength. If your body isn't strong enough, its effectiveness will be worse than an F-grade technique. Are you absolutely certain about this choice?" "Thank you for your advice, senior, but my mind is made up." Yang Jian's tone showed no wavering, his gaze as firm as iron. "Very well." The old man sighed softly, offering no further persuasion. Each person has their own destiny. The path of martial arts is ultimately one's own choice. I hope your decision won't lead to regret in the future. With that, he fell silent. He picked up Yang Jian's identity card and swiped it lightly across the instrument before him, then placed the dark gold jade slip into a recessed slot. A soft glow emanated from the recess, enveloping the jade tablet entirely. "Place your hand on the jade tablet and focus your mind," the old man instructed. Yang Jian complied. The instant his palm touched the jade tablet, a torrent of information surged through his arm and violently flooded his mind. Seconds later, the glow faded. The dark gold jade tablet had grown slightly duller, as if its essence had been completely drained. "That's enough." The old man returned the jade tablet and ID card to Yang Jian. "The access rights have been used. Remember, martial arts inheritance is the foundation of a martial artist. Never reveal it lightly." "Understood, master." Yang Jian bowed respectfully, tucked both items away, and departed. The doors of the library hall slowly opened before Yang Jian. Blinding sunlight streamed in, causing him to squint slightly. Outside the doors, Tang Rulong's henchmen glared at him with ill intent. Yang Jian glanced at them briefly before ignoring them. He had barely taken a few steps when Tang Rulong's smug voice echoed behind him. "Oh? Our hero has emerged?" Tang Rulong hurried to catch up. "After all that time on the second floor, I bet you found some earth-shattering, peerless martial art, huh? Come on, show us mere mortals what you've got." As he spoke, Tang Rulong wore an arrogant smirk, radiating a sense of triumph. It was obvious he'd snagged some decent martial arts technique from the library. "Brother Long, you're putting him on the spot. What if he picked some secret technique that's never been passed down? How could he possibly share it?" "Exactly. It could be an S-rank technique. We'd probably die of fright if we heard it. Brother Long, what divine technique did you pick? Give us brothers a look." Tang Rulong roared with laughter, his head nearly tilted back to the sky. C-grade martial art, Oceanic Fist. When mastered, a single punch unleashes the force of 10,000 acres of azure waves, slaying gods who stand in the way, slaying Buddhas who block the path. His henchmen immediately began fawning over him. Tang Rulong glanced at Yang Jian, who remained utterly unmoved. This utter disregard infuriated Tang Rulong more than any retort ever could. "Stop." He lunged forward, blocking Yang Jian's path, his eyes dark and menacing. "Yang Jian, don't get too cocky. I'll see what amazing thing you picked with your level 2 access." But in the next instant, a fist loomed before his eyes. Thud. The immense force sent Tang Rulong reeling backward several steps, his head jerking back. You dare hit me." The pain sent shockwaves through his nerves, and Tang Rulong erupted in fury. He lunged forward, his companions beside him seething with fury. Yang Jian's eyes glowed crimson as his beast blood surged. Activating only a fraction of his bloodline power, his arms swelled to the thickness of divine pillars. Without a word, he raised his arm and struck again. Bam! Even without a full transformation, this punch far exceeded Tang Rulong's endurance limit. It sent him flying backward, slamming him hard into the wall before he slid slowly to the floor. Yang Jian's arm returned to normal as he sneered mockingly, "So I hit you. So what? What can you do about it?" Tang Rulong was both pained and dazed. How could Yang Jian send him flying with a single punch? Impossible. Before he could process it, Yang Jian closed the distance like a demon god, unleashing a flurry of left and right hooks to his face. After the assault, Yang Jian grinned widely. "Tang Rulong, you know what? You were so loud just now that you scared me. You owe me compensation for emotional distress. Forget it, I'll just take it myself." Yang Jian reached into his pocket and fumbled around for a few seconds before pulling out a wad of cash. Counting it, he found over 20,000 yuan. "Goodbye, then." Tang Rulong ached all over, his pocket money snatched away, and he was so furious he nearly spat blood. "Just you wait until I master the Hanhai Fist. I'll wash away today's humiliation 100-fold. System, donate all the money. Ding. Donation received. Your kindness has moved the world, miracles are unfolding. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 10,000-fold charity critical hit." Yang Jian's footsteps halted abruptly. 10,000-fold critical hit? He thought he'd misread it, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed a genuine 10,000-fold critical hit. Happiness came too suddenly. Your D-rank martial skill Hard Qigong has advanced to the SSS rank technique Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force. Whoa! A D-rank martial skill advancing to an SSS rank technique? Boom! An indescribable torrent of vast information exploded within his mind. An ancient, primordial aura as if born from the dawn of the cosmos suddenly surged into his mind. The scene before my eyes shifted. An endless, chaotic, dark universe. Within this cosmos, billions upon billions of specks of light, smaller than dust, drifted like slumbering stars, scattered across every corner. Guide the spirit with chi, shape the image with spirit. A grand and ancient voice, as if traversing timeless space, thundered within the depths of his soul. The human body comprises 840 million particles. Awaken their potential, and each minuscule particle holds the might of a colossal elephant. As the words faded, Yang Jian witnessed a colossal primordial divine elephant's phantom slowly coalesce within the boundless cosmic darkness. It raised its head and let out a silent roar, a roar without sound, yet one that shook the entire chaotic universe to its core. As the divine elephant roared, a tiny speck of light within the void was instantly ignited. Immediately, the phantom transformed into a streak of light, surging into the illuminated speck. In that instant, Yang Jian distinctly sensed that within that speck, a primordial colossal elephant possessing world-shattering power seemed to be truly taking shape. But it wasn't over yet. The giant elephant is the young form, transforming into the dragon elephant. The dragon elephant is the blue form, transforming into the primordial elephant. The primordial elephant is the mature form, transforming into the divine elephant. This is the ultimate perfection. His vision expanded once more, and he witnessed billions upon billions of particles ignite like a burning starry river, one after another. Within each particle, a colossal elephant roared. Countless colossal elephant forces converged, coalescing into an unparalleled might capable of tearing apart heaven and earth, roaring down stars, and eternally sealing hell. The essence of this force was not true chi, nor energy, it was the purest, most primal, most overbearing physical strength. This is the true essence of physical cultivation. Yang Jian trembled with excitement. He could even envision that when this art reached its pinnacle, the martial artist's very flesh would transform into an endless hell forged from the might of countless divine elephants. With every movement, they could subdue all gods and demons. Most crucially, his divine eye of the abyssal void clearly discerned a near-perfect resonance between this technique and his eight-armed battle ape bloodline. The eight-armed battle ape bloodline provided him with the most resilient and powerful physical foundation required to cultivate this technique. And this divine elephant prison sealing force could unlock the potential of his physical form in an exponential manner, developing it infinitely. Monkeys and elephants were, by nature, the ultimate symbols of strength. When combined, they would unleash a terrifying effect where 1 + 1 far exceeded 100. The overarching principles, core teachings, and detailed cultivation methods for igniting the first particle of divine elephant prison sealing force were etched into his soul like the deepest of imprints, word by word. From sensing the 840 million particles within his body, to circulating his chi and blood to impact and ignite them, to nurturing the first spirit of the giant elephant, everything became crystal clear, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times over. Excellent! Excellent! Tang Rulong, you're nothing short of a money-making fairy. Yang Jian, in high spirits, hailed a cab straight home. Chapter 11, The Awakening of the Divine Elephant, Spear of the Netherworld God. Tang Rulong's hysterical roar faded into the distance behind Yang Jian, leaving not a single ripple in his heart. A dragon never glances back at the screeching of an ant. His heart was now entirely consumed by that supreme technique called Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force. Mom and Dad went out to do odd jobs. My sister probably went to the martial arts academy with her classmates. Yang Jian returned to his room, slowly closed his eyes, and immersed his entire consciousness in the study of the martial arts system and the divine elephant prison sealing force. In this world, the foundation of the martial path lies in chi and blood. Chi and blood embodied vitality and served as the wellspring of strength. The chi blood value of an ordinary person typically fluctuates between 10 and 50 units. When one's chi and blood could be stabilized above 90 units through training or cultivation, they possess strength and stamina far surpassing ordinary people, earning the title of quasi-martial artist. Breaking through the 100-point barrier marks the first leap in life's tier, formally entering the realm of a first-grade martial artist. Only then does one truly open the door to the martial arts world. Subsequent tiers follow: second rank, third rank. Each rank represents an insurmountable chasm. The realm represents one's life level and energy grade. Techniques, however, serve as the core engine driving all this advancement. A powerful cultivation technique can refine the body and purify chi and blood more efficiently, enabling martial artists to achieve twice the result with half the effort when pushing toward higher realms. It could be said that the quality of a cultivation technique directly determines a martial artist's future ceiling. Ordinary cultivation techniques merely increase chi and blood in quantity, while top-tier techniques elevate them in quality. The Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, however, completely transcends this framework. It utterly disdains cultivating the impure, postnatal vital energy. Its philosophy traces back to the source, directly forging supreme divine power from the most fundamental, primordial particles that constitute life. This is a radical, supremely domineering cultivation method that cuts off the root cause. Huff. Yang Jian exhaled a long, heavy breath, purging all distracting thoughts. His gaze sharpened into intense focus, his mind now occupied solely by that profound and grand cultivation doctrine. Using the divine as a guide, delve deep into the inner cosmos, seek the sea of 840 million particles, and ignite the first divine elephant star. He sat cross-legged, palms facing heaven, his entire being frozen like a statue, instantly plunging into profound stillness. The air within the room seemed to freeze solid at that very moment. Dust particles that had been drifting slowly in the beam of light now hung eerily still mid-air. The aged wooden furniture began to emit faint, strange creaks, as if an invisible, mountain-like aura of weight was slowly descending upon the small room. Within Yang Jian's inner vision, a world of unprecedented grandeur slowly unfolded before him. His consciousness did not sink into his dantian nor wander through his meridians. Instead, it journeyed inward, ever deeper and deeper still, until it finally arrived at a boundless, chaotic sea of darkness. This was his inner universe. Within this dark cosmos floated an infinite number of particles, each emitting a faint glow. Like a dormant starry river, they were densely packed, countless in number. These were the 840 million particles that composed his body. They lay silent and dim, like dust-covered pearls, awaiting the moment they would be awakened. Found it! Yang Jian's consciousness, guided by the principles of the Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, navigated this vast sea of stars with the precision of the most accurate celestial chart. Swiftly, it locked onto one particle, the most ordinary, the most inconspicuous. This was it. The very first cornerstone of a towering edifice. Condense! Yang Jian roared inwardly. He summoned the mere 53 units of vital energy within him, a quantity others would deem insignificant, and condensed it into a single force. Like a lone, courageous army charging into a suicide mission, it slammed fiercely toward the targeted speck. This was a gamble of epic proportions. Using every ounce of his life energy to pry open a brand new, unknown gateway of power. Boom! The instant the vital energy collided with the particle, an indescribable agony washed over Yang Jian like a tidal wave. His body convulsed violently in the physical world, his skin instantly breaking out in a fine layer of blood beads. He felt drained of all strength, his entire being reduced to utter weakness, as if he might collapse unconscious at any moment. That particle, like an utterly stubborn star diamond, merely trembled slightly under the blood energy's impact before showing no further reaction. Worse still, it continued to voraciously absorb his vital energy. Not enough. Still not enough. Yang Jian's eyes blazed crimson as he gritted his teeth. He knew this was the most crucial step. Success meant ascending to dragonhood, failure meant turning to mud. Bloodline power, ignite for me. Without hesitation, he began to summon the primal bloodline power of the 8-armed battle ape hidden deep within his body. Roar! It felt like a primal ape's roar from the ancient primordial chaos echoed deep within his soul. A dark golden energy, 100 times purer and more tyrannical than mere vital blood power, was squeezed from his marrow, his blood, every single cell of his being, surging into the charging torrent of energy. With this fresh surge of power, the energy torrent instantly swelled several-fold. With even greater ferocity and unstoppable momentum, it slammed once more into that stubborn particle. Crack! A faint sound, like the shattering of the first star at the dawn of the universe, rang out clearly within Yang Jian's inner cosmos. The indestructible particle finally showed a crack. Instantly, the crack spread like a spider web across the entire surface of the particle. Break, now! Boom! The particle shattered completely. But it did not dissipate. Instead, in the instant of its shattering, it transformed into a rapidly spinning golden vortex radiating boundless gravitational pull. Within the vortex, the shadowy form of a primordial divine elephant, towering to the heavens, slowly coalesced into shape. It raised its head and let out a silent roar. It's done! The first particle awakened. The instant the divine elephant's form materialized, a golden energy more colossal, more refined, and more boundless than all of Yang Jian's vital energy combined erupted from the awakened particle like a cosmic explosion. This energy was no longer mundane vital essence, but carried a trace of sacred and immortal aura, the power of the divine elephant. Like a flood bursting through a dam, the divine elephant power instantly surged through Yang Jian's entire body, nourishing his parched flesh and repairing his damaged cells. He could clearly see his personal panel's vitality points skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. 60 points. 70 points. 80 points. 95 points. 98 cards. 99 cards. Finally, the vitality meter's needle settled firmly at the maximum reading of 99 points. He was but a hair's breadth away from becoming a true first-rank martial artist. Is this the pinnacle of the quasi-martial artist realm? Yang Jian slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering in his pupils. He clenched his fist lightly, and a crisp crackling sound echoed through the air. He could feel explosive power surging through his entire body. At this moment, he was more than twice as powerful as before. And this was merely the change brought about by igniting a single particle. Just then, as the first divine elephant particle fully stabilized, a flood of new information naturally poured into his mind. This was the first innate martial skill automatically derived from the awakening of the first particle within the divine elephant prison's sealing force. Spear of the Nether God. Effect: harnesses the power of the divine elephant to condense an intangible energy spear imbued with a thread of hellish laws. This spear ignores most physical defenses, possessing formidable penetration and a soul-shaking effect. It arrives at will, striking and killing in an instant. Yang Jian's mind flickered, and he extended his index finger. An imperceptible strand of golden divine elephant power spilled from his fingertip, instantly coalescing in the air into a miniature spear phantom roughly 10 feet long, nearly transparent, yet radiating a heart-stopping aura. He pointed casually toward an iron thermos in the corner. Go! Whoosh! No sound, no trace. The miniature spear seemed to traverse space in an instant, appearing directly before the thermos before piercing straight through it. The hard iron shell was pierced as easily as tofu, leaving no visible hole, only a tiny, almost invisible dot. Yet inside the thermos, it seemed as though a destructive force had completely shattered it, reducing it to a pile of powder. What terrifying penetration power! Yang Jian sucked in a sharp breath. This power was nothing short of a god-tier technique for assassination and defense breaking. Satisfied, he stood up and stretched his limbs, his entire body crackling with the sound of bones popping. With a thought, he summoned his latest personal interface. Host: Yang Jian. Vitality: 99 points. Peak pre-martial artist. Bloodline: 8-armed battle ape. Tier skill: Abyssal Divine Eye. Tier skill: Wild Instinct. Technique: Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Level 1 Awakened Particles, 1/840 million. Bloodline talent: Beast Blood Boil Grade A. Effect: upon activation, Strength plus 300%, Agility plus 100%, Defense plus 100%. Mastery ability, Spear of the Nether God. Item, none. Overall evaluation, the undisputed king among quasi-martial artists, 1 foot already stepping into the realm of gods and demons. In just 2 short days, he leapt into the top tier of his cohort. Yang Jian's heart swelled with pride. No one to aid my soaring ambitions, I shall tread the snow to reach the summit. But it's still not enough. In 1 month, the most anticipated martial arts examination in Huaxia would take place, a pivotal event for every senior high school student. In his memory, previous year's martial arts exams saw numerous students from various provinces achieving warrior status. He must achieve it as soon as possible. Celestial treasures, rare herbs, and spiritual medicines can all aid in boosting vitality and breaking through cultivation barriers. But for me, donations are the ultimate solution. Earn money, donate, advance. This was Yang Jian's unique path to godhood. There was also a bonus from the City Guard Bureau, but it was unclear when the paperwork would be finalized. If it gets stuck at any stage, I might not even receive it by the time the martial arts exam concludes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Sell the house to raise money for the donation? Probably no one would buy this dump anyway. My parents would kill me. Forget it. Time to hunt beasts in the wilderness. Chapter 12, The Wilderness 91. The Empress's Immortal Pill. This world is sharply divided into 2 distinct parts. One part is the human settlement zone, sheltered by towering alloy walls and dense energy shields. Great Xia Empire, Free Federation, Europa Alliance, vast nations and cities scattered across the planet like isolated islands, embers of civilization, humanity's last bastions. Beyond the walls lay the boundless wilderness, a realm dominated by primordial jungles and terrifying beasts. There, it is a paradise for beasts and a forbidden zone for humans. In ordinary times, the 2 sides maintained a strict separation, each minding their own business. Humans seldom ventured beyond the Great Wall, while the beasts within the waste seemed bound by some unseen rule, rarely initiating large-scale assaults on the cities. Unless, of course, an accident like the campus beast attack occurred, or the bloody, brutal border wars erupted between the 2 races every few years. Wasteland City, a vital metropolis in the eastern reaches of the Great Xia Kingdom, borders a small wasteland officially designated as Zone 91. This place was a paradise for countless material hunters and low-tier martial artists seeking wealth and trials, and equally, a grave where many met their end. Countless individuals struck it rich overnight here, while just as many vanished without a trace, becoming fodder for the ferocious beasts. Yang Jian's target was precisely this place. Eastern Gate of Wasteland City. 100-meter-tall alloy wall loomed like a black chasm, stretching between heaven and earth, radiating a cold, post-industrial aura of grim foreboding. Beside the massive gate passage stood the City Guard headquarters. All personnel entering or exiting the gate were required to undergo strict information registration here. As Yang Jian approached the registration desk, a familiar figure immediately caught his eye. Zhou Yong'an, captain of the Nighthawk Special Forces Squad, happened to be on duty here today. It's you? Zhou Yong'an looked surprised to see Yang Jian. He set aside his paperwork and approached, sizing Yang Jian up from head to toe. Your injuries healed? What brings you to the city gate today? His tone remained courteous. After all, the man before him was a hero who had survived that hellish battle and earned great merit. Captain Zhou. Yang Jian nodded and got straight to the point. I'm here to register for leaving the city. Leave the city? Zhou Yong'an's brow instantly furrowed. He glanced at Yang Jian's registration form, his gaze landing on the line reading Destination, Wasteland 91. His expression turned stern. Nonsense. You intend to go to the wasteland alone? He pulled up Yang Jian's file, which clearly displayed vitality, 53 points. Yang Jian, I acknowledge your outstanding performance in previous battles and your truly extraordinary talent. But the wasteland isn't the school playground. Zhou Yong'an's tone grew sharper, brimming with disapproval. The environment there is brutal, danger lurks everywhere, even level 2 beasts are mere appetizers. With only 50 chi blood points, going in alone is tantamount to suicide. I cannot approve this. He paused, softening his tone slightly as he urged, I understand your youthful ambition and eagerness to prove yourselves. But in the martial path, rushing for quick results is the greatest taboo. Wait another half-month. Your school will organize a group trial soon. With teachers leading the way, safety will be guaranteed. Faced with Zhou Yong'an's earnest pleas, Yang Jian merely smiled. He knew full well the other party meant well, but he couldn't explain his true strength. Thank you for your concern, Captain Zhou, Yang Jian replied calmly. However, I'm not alone. A friend of mine, a first-rank martial artist, is already waiting for me outside the city. We've agreed to form a party together. I'm only here to complete the formalities. He had prepared this excuse before arriving. But who was Zhou Yong'an? A special forces captain who had lived by the sword. His ability to read people was honed to perfection. One glance at Yang Jian's utterly placid eyes told him this kid was lying. A person with genuine confidence and companions wouldn't have eyes like that. It was the pure, self-assured conviction of someone who trusted only himself. The favorable impression and regard Zhou Yong'an had just begun to form for Yang Jian quietly diminished several degrees in that instant. So, he was still just a kid after all. Had he really come to believe he was invincible just because he'd achieved a little success at school? Overly ambitious, self-important, even willing to lie to take risks. That kind of personality is the quickest way to die in the wilderness. He silently shook his head inwardly, but since Yang Jian insisted, he couldn't forcefully stop him. After all, the other was an adult now, entitled to take responsibility for his own life. Since you insist, I wish you luck. Zhou Yong'an's tone turned cold. He waved his hand, signaling his guards to process Yang Jian's exit paperwork. Remember, in the wasteland, no one will pay for your arrogance. Thanks. Yang Jian paid no heed to the shift in his tone. Once he obtained the exit permit, he turned and walked away. Watching Yang Jian's retreating figure, Zhou Yong'an sighed softly. Another prodigy destined to fall? What a pity. Stepping through the massive city gates, the outside world opened up before him. A track made of special alloy stretched toward the distant horizon. Beside it stood a simple platform where a steampunk-style armored train hissed and puffed white steam, waiting for passengers. This was the sole means of transportation to the edge of the wasteland. Yang Jian boarded the train. Inside the carriage, the air was thick with the mingled scents of rust, tobacco, cheap alcohol, and a faint, lingering tang of blood. Few passengers remained, mostly rugged-looking material hunters bearing scars. They eyed Yang Jian, the newbie in his clean school uniform, with varying degrees of mockery and indifference. Yang Jian found a window seat and sat down, seemingly oblivious to the stares. Half an hour later, the train pulled up slowly. Wasteland Edge Station 91, we've arrived. Wishing you all good luck. The conductor's voice echoed through the carriages over the PA system, tinged with a numb formality. Stepping off the train, Yang Jian was hit by an atmosphere utterly different from the city. The air carried a faint, pungent mix of humus and ozone, while the light between heaven and earth seemed dimmed. An invisible, heavy mental pressure washed over him like a tide, slowing his thoughts and stirring an inexplicable irritation and oppression in his heart. This was the environmental suppression of the wasteland. Prolonged exposure gradually eroded the spirit of ordinary people, turning them irritable and prone to rage, even madness. Even trained martial artists would see their strength suppressed by 10 to 20%. Yet, the very instant this suppressing force invaded Yang Jian's body. Within his inner universe, the newly awakened golden speck where the spirit of the divine elephant slumbered suddenly trembled violently. Roar! A silent roar, echoing from the primordial divine elephant, thundered within the depths of his soul. That sacred and overbearing divine elephant power instantly formed an invisible barrier, shielding and purifying all the negative energy that had invaded his body. Yang Jian felt an instant lightness wash over him. The oppressive weight vanished without a trace, leaving his mind clearer than ever before, as if he'd merely stepped out for a stroll in the countryside. Who knew the divine elephant prison sealing force had this effect? A sharp gleam flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. While everyone else's power was suppressed, he alone could unleash 100%, even surpassing the threshold due to the contrasting environment. This hunting ground was practically tailor-made for him. Just as Yang Jian stepped into the wasteland, officially beginning his hunting expedition. At the registration desk of the eastern gate in the wasteland city, Zhou Yong'an was processing documents when suddenly, the light at the doorway dimmed. A chill in the air made him instinctively lift his head. At the doorway, a breathtakingly beautiful figure stood silently. Her pristine white martial arts uniform accentuated her flawless features, while her icy phoenix eyes resembled ancient glaciers, untouched by the mundane world. It was Sumu Cheng. Another one? Zhou Yong'an felt his temples throbbing. What kind of day was today? A day when geniuses flocked to the city gates to throw themselves into certain death? Student, are you also heading out to the wasteland? He forced his tone to remain calm. Sumu Cheng didn't even glance at him, merely placing her ID card on the registration counter. Her voice was as cold as ice. Register. Student, I must warn you, the wasteland is extremely dangerous. You? What's it to you? Sumu Cheng cut him off coldly, a flicker of impatience flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. Zhou Yong'an choked on his words, nearly unable to breathe. Seeing Sumu Cheng's "it's none of your business" expression, he suddenly felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle and waved his hand. Alright, I must have skipped checking the almanac today. Process the paperwork. The guard didn't dare delay, swiftly processing Sumu Cheng's exit permit. Sumu Cheng took the permit without a word, turned, and walked toward the passage leading to the platform. Her cool, distant figure quickly vanished around the corner. Zhou Yong'an stared at her retreating back, utterly speechless. One was overly ambitious, the other utterly arrogant. These darlings of fortune were each more difficult to deal with than the last. He decided to stop dwelling on it and lowered his head to continue handling his official duties. Meanwhile, Sumu Cheng, now seated on the next steam train, bore a rare flicker of anxiety across her usually composed face. Just this morning, a crucial piece of information buried deep in her memory, one she had nearly forgotten, had exploded in her mind like a thunderclap. She remembered. In her previous life, during the summer after her college entrance exams, a wandering martial artist had stumbled upon a nearly ripe heavenly spirit root, a Zhu fruit tree deep within the 91st wilderness domain. That person had consumed the Zhu fruit, transforming his innate physique beyond recognition. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and within mere years, he had become a formidable powerhouse in the region. The tale only spread later, leaving countless people sighing with regret. Calculating the timing, it must be these very days. For Su Moore, the significance of this Zhu fruit was 100 times greater than for anyone else. Though she was a reincarnated empress, the innate talent and physical constitution of her current body still had its limits. And she knew of a pill formula that used the Zhu fruit as its primary ingredient. The immortality pill. This formula emerged unexpectedly when she later mobilized the nation's resources. Currently, she alone possesses this knowledge. The immortality pill could purify the marrow, reshape the meridians, and reconstruct one's martial foundation. If she could obtain it, she could forge a martial foundation even more perfect and flawless than in her previous life. Her future achievements might even surpass the peak of her previous life. This was the most crucial cornerstone for her to rebuild her glory and confront that 10th starry sky colossus. Absolutely. It must not be lost. I hope no one has discovered it yet. Su Moore gazed out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, silently praying. Her cold eyes flashed with a sharp, determined gleam. Chapter 13, The Eight-Armed One Descends, The Bloodstained Hunting Ground. Earn 100,000 daily. Stepping onto the soil of Wilderness 91, Yang Jian wasted no time, striding straight into the depths of the jungle. The vegetation here was thick to the point of being terrifying. Countless unnamed vines coiled around ancient trees like giant serpents, their canopy slicing the sky into fragmented pieces. Only scattered patches of light struggled to penetrate, casting flickering spots on the thick layer of humus-covered ground. The air thickened with a negative energy that would unsettle ordinary people, yet to Yang Jian, it felt like a refreshing breeze, utterly unaffecting. His wild instinct now operated passively at its peak. Every rustle of leaves, chirp of insect, and bird call, even the slightest shift in air currents, unfolded in three-dimensional clarity within his perception. Like the most sophisticated radar, he moved through this perilous jungle with the ease of a stroll in the park. Left front, 70 meters, 2 o'clock direction. Yang Jian's footsteps halted abruptly. His gaze, sharp as a sword, instantly locked onto a specific direction. In his perception, a source of energy brimming with savagery and hunger lurked behind a thicket of dense shrubs. It was a level 1 ferocious beast, the ironback wolf, renowned for its iron-hard spine and cunning teamwork. For an ordinary quasi-martial artist squad, encountering 3 or 5 ironback wolves would be a grueling battle. But for Yang Jian at this moment, this was merely an appetizer. He made no effort to conceal his presence, striding forward with deliberate ease. Wah! The moment Yang Jian stepped into its attack range, a piercing wolf howl erupted. From the thicket, a gray blur shot out like an arrow released from a bowstring. Its gaping maw unleashed a foul-smelling gale as it lunged straight for Yang Jian's throat. Yet, the very instant those razor-sharp fangs were about to pierce Yang Jian's skin, a cold smile curved the corners of Yang Jian's mouth. Without even glancing at the charging ironback wolf, he merely focused his intent. Hum! An invisible wave erupted from him, sweeping out in a thunderous surge. Beast blood boiling, activated. The 8-armed battle ape descended. Boom! A terrifying transformation erupted in the blink of an eye. Yang Jian's body did not undergo the gradual swelling process seen before. This time it was instantaneous, explosive. His original height of 1.8 meters seemed to break free from some shackle, shooting up to 5 meters with a deep, thunderous roar. His jet-black mane exploded outward like steel needles, radiating a metallic sheen. His coiled muscles, like black iron blocks, piled up to form a perfect war-ready physique brimming with power and beauty. Most terrifying of all, from beneath his ribs on both sides, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, 6 thick, monstrous arms thrust out. 8 arms in total, each containing terrifying strength capable of tearing mountains apart. The 8-armed battle ape. A primal, unyielding aura of dominance, as ancient as the primordial chaos itself, descended like a sovereign's arrival, instantly enveloping the entire 100-meter radius. The iron-backed wolf, which had charged with fierce momentum, collided mid-air with this terrifying, overbearing pressure that dominated the heavens. Its savage eyes instantly filled with boundless terror, its body stiffening mid-air. It seemed to perceive not prey, but a slaughtering demon god awakened from an ancient battlefield. But it was too late. One of the 8 arms of the 8-armed battle ape casually raised upward with a speed that seemed effortless yet was lightning fast. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The level 1 ferocious beast, the ironback wolf, was snatched up as easily as a fly smashing into a truck windshield, its body crushed effortlessly within the giant palm. It thrashed wildly, its sharp claws scraping across the war ape's hard skin, sparking a series of blinding sparks, yet failing to leave even a white mark. Arg! Wah! A wail of terror erupted from the ironback wolf's throat. The 8-armed war ape's eyes, burning with golden flames, gave a cold glance at the toy in its palm before its fingers suddenly clenched. Pop! No earth-shattering roar, only a dull thud like crushing a tomato. Blood mixed with fragments of entrails burst forth and flowed between the giant ape's fingers. A level 1 ferocious beast that struck terror into the hearts of quasi-martial artists was crushed into a pulp in an instant, as easily as squashing an insect. Awah! Awah! 4 or 5 iron-backed wolves burst out from the surrounding thickets one after another. They had originally come to surround and attack upon sensing their comrades' distress signal. Yet, upon beholding the 8-armed demon god standing tall in the jungle, radiating a terrifying aura, and the bloody, mangled remains in its grasp, every iron-backed wolf halted in unison. Primitive instincts made their fur bristle, tails tucked between their legs, and fear-filled whimpers escape their throats. They dared not take another step forward. A bunch of useless trash. A low, raspy voice Yang Jian's own emerged from the 8-armed war ape's mouth. He made no move to pursue the terrified beasts, for he intended to test another toy. His gaze pierced through the layered shadows of the trees, locking onto a massive ancient tree 150 meters away, one so thick it required 3 men to encircle it. There, lurking in the shadows, was another level 1 ferocious beast, a phantom lizard, a venomous creature masterful in camouflage and ambush. Under Yang Jian's divine eye of the abyss, the illusion lizard's camouflage, which blended seamlessly with its surroundings, was utterly useless. He could even clearly see its heart, hidden beneath a scale at its vital spot, beating wildly with fear. "You're next," Yang Jian silently decided. One of his 8 arms reached out and grabbed. Spear of the Nether God. Silent, without a sound. A strand of golden energy, condensed from the power of the divine elephant, instantly took shape in his palm, transforming into a spear over 10 feet long, engraved with mysterious patterns. Go! With a single thought, immense force erupted from his hand as he hurled it forward with brutal force. Whoosh! The transparent spear vanished from its original position in an instant. It seemed to pierce through the barriers of space itself, ignoring the 150-meter distance, ignoring every tree, vine, and rock that stood in its path. The next second, hundreds of meters away, behind the ancient tree, the massive body of the iridescent lizard, which had been preparing to slip away unnoticed, suddenly froze rigid. Its pupils dilated instantly, filled with utter terror. Then its entire body exploded with a loud bang. Instant kill. From a distance of 150 meters, through layers of obstacles, silently and without warning, it had instantly killed a level 1 ferocious beast renowned for its stealth and defense. What a terrifying skill! Even Yang Jian himself was stunned by the terrifying effect of the Spear of the Nether God. This was nothing short of a perfect sniping god-tier skill. Ignoring distance, ignoring obstacles, ignoring defenses. Once the abyssal gaze locked onto a weak point, it was practically a one-hit kill. With this move, hunting efficiency will increase tenfold, no, 100-fold. Yang Jian's heart surged with wild joy. He reversed his transformation, reverting to human form. Despite consecutive ability usage, his A-grade bloodline and the formidable physique granted by Divine Elephant Prison's sealing force left him scarcely fatigued. He strode forward swiftly, expertly harvesting all valuable materials from the corpses of the ironback wolf and the illusionary lizard beast cores, sharp claws, venom sacs, and the scales near the heart that had been pierced with pinpoint accuracy. All of these were pure, shiny star coins. Over the next few hours, the outer fringes of this wilderness, a perilous wasteland for other martial artists, became Yang Jian's personal hunting ground. He moved through the jungle like a ghost. Wild instinct allowed him to spot prey ahead of time, abyssal gaze enabled him to instantly pinpoint every ferocious beast's fatal weakness, and Spear of the Nether God became the merciless scythe that reaped lives. Whoosh! A level 2 ferocious beast, the fanged boar, mid-gnaw on rotting flesh, froze rigid. A blood hole appeared between its eyes, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Its skull, hard enough to crush an armored vehicle, proved as fragile as paper before the Spear of the Nether God. Whoosh! Perched atop the treetops, preparing for a sneak attack, a level 2 fiendish beast ghost-faced demon spider saw the light fade instantly from its 8 compound eyes. It plummeted straight down from the heights, its hardest energy core pierced and shattered from within. Whoosh! 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 Yang Jian didn't even bother transforming. He had become the most efficient, most ruthless hunter in this jungle. His footsteps never faltered. Each activation of the Spear of the Nether God signaled the fall of a beast and the addition of starlight coins to his tally. To a first-rank martial artist, a second-rank ferocious beast was a formidable foe requiring full effort to defeat. Yet before Yang Jian, they were no different from level 1 beasts merely walking ATMs. 1 hour, 2 hours. As the setting sun's last rays began to bathe the primeval jungle in a crimson glow, Yang Jian's backpack was already stuffed to the brim with various precious beast materials. He roughly estimated that the haul from just this afternoon alone was probably worth over 100,000 star coins. This money-making speed is faster than robbing a bank. Yang Jian exclaimed with satisfaction. Yet he had no intention of stopping there. He knew these outer ring beasts were merely minor skirmishes. To obtain truly high-value materials and amass the immense energy needed to make another push toward the divine elephant particle, he must venture deep into the wilderness. To challenge those even more powerful, even more terrifying beings. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the undulating mountain ranges shrouded in twilight deep within the wasteland, his eyes blazing with fervor. Chapter 14, Holding Back Laughter, a Challenge? Then you win. Night descended like a vast black veil, slowly enveloping this perilous primordial jungle. For the vast majority of martial artists and material hunters active in Wilderness Zone 91, the arrival of night signaled the end of the hunt. For under the cover of darkness, many nocturnal beasts more unpredictable in nature and possessing attack methods that defied defense would awaken. With vision obstructed and the environment oppressive, the danger level in the wasteland at night skyrocketed exponentially. Yet for Yang Jian, these rules were meaningless. His divine eye of the abyss effortlessly pierced the darkness's disguise, revealing the essence of all things. To his eyes, night and day held no distinction. Far from seeking shelter to rest, he felt an intense surge of excitement. For he knew that night often brought greater opportunities. Certain rare treasures and natural wonders appeared only at night, their value far surpassing that of low-grade beast materials. 300 meters ahead to the right, 1 meter below ground, energy signature detected. Yang Jian halted his footsteps at the edge of a damp marsh. His gaze pierced through the thick mud, locking onto a plant root deeply buried underground. The root stem glowed a pale purple, its surface shimmering with a faint fluorescence, radiating a pure energy. Purple lightning vine root, one of the primary ingredients for refining thunderstorm pills. Market value, at least 30,000 star coins. Yang Jian's lips curved upward slightly. Another item would be added to the loot in his backpack. He didn't immediately begin digging, for his wild instinct warned him that guardians protected this heavenly treasure. Sure enough, the moment he neared the swamp, the tranquil muddy pool erupted violently. Hiss! 3 massive black serpents, each as thick as water barrels and slick with viscous venom, shot out of the mud like 3 black bolts of lightning. From 3 different angles, they lunged for Yang Jian's head, heart, and lower body. Second-tier ferocious beasts, black water mystic snakes. All 3 struck simultaneously, sealing off every possible escape route. Bring it on! Far from alarmed, Yang Jian's eyes blazed with battle fervor. Facing this deadly encirclement, he didn't even consider transforming. Instead, he channeled the divine elephant power within him with frenzied intensity into his arms. Divine elephant prison sealing force. He felt his arm muscles tense instantly as a raw, physical might far surpassing 99 points of vitality erupted with thunderous force. His left fist clenched, striking first despite being slower, delivering a brutally direct blow straight at the head of the black water mystic serpent charging head-on. Boom! A thunderous, drum-like roar echoed. Under Yang Jian's fist, the black water mystic serpent's head shattered like a fragile eggshell. Red and white matter mixed with black venom splattered everywhere. The massive serpent's body, propelled by inertia, still flew forward several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. One punch. Instant kill. At the same moment, the gaping maws of the other 2 black water mystic snakes closed in, mere inches away. Yang Jian's body suddenly crouched low, dodging the 2 deadly strikes at an impossible angle by the narrowest of margins. Simultaneously, he braced his hands against the ground, twisted his waist, and spun like a top. His legs, unleashing tremendous force, swept viciously at the snake's vital points. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp snaps of breaking bones echoed. The massive bodies of the 2 black water mystic snakes stiffened abruptly, then flew backward like kites whose strings had snapped. Slammed into a distant tree trunk, they slid to the ground, twitched twice, and fell silent. Clean and decisive. From the moment of attack to the conclusion of the battle, the entire sequence lasted less than 3 seconds. This was the terrifying power Yang Jian possessed with his bare hands after awakening his first divine elephant particle. He walked to the edge of the swamp, effortlessly uprooting the purple lightning vine root and stowing it away. With practiced ease, he also removed the most valuable poison sacs and beast cores from the corpses of the 3 black water mystic snakes. After completing all this, he didn't even take a single breath. Over the next few hours, Yang Jian completely transformed into the master of this dark jungle. Like the most efficient harvester, he relentlessly swept through everything in his path. At times, he relied solely on the physical might of the divine elephant prison sealing force, engaging in close-quarters combat with ferocious beasts, relishing the visceral satisfaction of each punch landing with brutal impact. At other times, from 100 meters away, he wielded the spear of the nether god, reaping the lives of powerful beasts silently and without warning, like the grim reaper himself. When both methods converged, the resulting effect was nothing short of earth-shattering. Roar! In a vast expanse of jagged rocks, a level 3 ferocious beast, a mountain rock giant bear over 6 meters tall, clad in rock armor, swung its paw, larger than a millstone, wildly at a tiny figure. That figure was none other than Yang Jian, transformed into the 5-meter-tall, 8-armed battle ape. Boom! 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 The 8-armed battle ape and the mountain rock giant bear, these 2 colossal beasts engaged in the most primal, savage clash imaginable. Each collision of their fists unleashed deafening explosions, sending shockwaves rippling through the sky and shattering surrounding boulders into dust. The mountain rock bear possessed staggering strength. Each palm strike could flatten an armored vehicle like a pancake. Yet before the 8-armed war ape, whose beast blood-boiling ability amplified its strength by 500%, its might still paled in comparison. Shatter! The 8-armed battle ape roared with savage fury. Its 8 arms, like 8 pillars supporting the heavens, slammed simultaneously into the mountain rock bear's chest from every angle. Crack! A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. The mountain rock bear's pride, its rock-hard armor capable of withstanding cannon fire, shattered instantly like a spiderweb under the strike, reduced to complete obliteration. 8 terrifying forces surged through its body, instantly reducing its internal organs to a pulp. Arg! The mountain bear let out a mournful, unwilling cry as its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yang Jian stood atop the bear's carcass, his chest heaving as the adrenaline of battle coursed through him, his heart swelling with pride. He shed his transformed form and began gleefully harvesting the materials from this level 3 ferocious beast. Bear paws, bear gallbladder, beast core. Each item was a priceless treasure. After a night of frenzied hunting, by the time the sky began to lighten again, Yang Jian had already ventured nearly 100 kilometers deep into the wasteland. His backpack was already bursting at the seams, stuffed with precious materials and rare treasures. Rough estimates put its total value at a staggering 500,000 star coins. Overnight, he had transformed from a penniless student into a wealthy tycoon. Even with Yang Jian's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a surge of euphoria. The relentless combat and hunting had also left him feeling a touch weary. He found a cave with an open view and relatively safe surroundings, intending to rest and recover his energy. Leaning against the cold rock wall, he pulled a high-energy compressed biscuit from his backpack, ready to replenish his strength. But at that very moment, his wild instinct suddenly sent a sharp, stinging pain through him. Yang Jian's chewing froze instantly, his gaze turning icy and sharp in an instant. Without turning his head, he clearly saw through his abyssal divine vision. Outside the cave, 5 energy forms radiating human aura were silently creeping toward his position in a semi-encircling formation. Each carried a faint, lingering scent of blood and an unabashed greed. So they've finally come. A cold curve lifted at the corners of Yang Jian's mouth. In the wasteland, sometimes what was more terrifying than ferocious beasts was the human heart. Especially certain material hunters they killed without batting an eye. He remained impassive, continuing to eat his compressed biscuits at a leisurely pace, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Minutes later, 5 figures appeared at the cave entrance, blocking all his escape routes. Leading them was a burly, one-eyed man bearing a scar across his face. His aura was the most formidable, clearly a peak first-rank martial artist. The 4 individuals behind him were all at the early or mid-stage of the first rank. This was a Season 5-man material hunting squad. Heh, kid, you're in luck. The one-eyed man with the scar immediately fixed his gaze on Yang Jian's bulging backpack so full it couldn't even be zipped shut, his eyes flashing with unabashed greed. Coming here alone? That takes some guts. Another lanky figure licked his lips, his eyes slithering over Yang Jian like a venomous snake. Look at his build, soft and delicate. Probably some spoiled young master from a big family out here for training, huh? Who cares what kind of young master he is? In the wasteland, might makes right. This kid's on his own, bad luck for him. The 5 men discussed him with utter disregard, as if Yang Jian were already fish on their cutting board, ready to be carved up at will. The one-eyed man with the scar stepped forward, his machete pointed at Yang Jian, his tone commanding and unquestioning. Kid, our boss has his eye on this cave. If you know what's good for you, hand over everything you've got including that backpack and get lost. Otherwise, next year on this day, it'll be your death anniversary. They had been observing Yang Jian for some time. They'd only seen him gathering materials, never witnessed him in combat. To them, Yang Jian was merely a lucky bastard who'd stumbled upon the carcass of a powerful beast. An ordinary student without even the aura of a novice martial artist was no different from an ant before their elite squad of 5 first-rank martial artists. Faced with this blatant threat and robbery, Yang Jian finally finished his last bite of compressed biscuit. He brushed the crumbs from his hands and rose slowly to his feet. He lifted his head to face the 5 figures at the cave entrance, his face breaking into a bright, innocent smile as he asked softly, "Oh? A challenge to hold back laughter? Well, you win." Chapter 15, Murder, Arson, and the Golden Belt. Donations again, Tongbei Fist. Inside the cave, the light was dim. Yang Jian's bright, innocent smile reflected in the eyes of the 5 material hunters at the cave entrance, appearing so harmless, even a bit foolish. Ha 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 ha. This kid must have been scared out of his wits. He's actually asking if we want his bag? What a naive fool. Boss, cut the crap. Just kill him, grab the stuff, and let's get out of here. The henchmen burst into unrestrained laughter, their eyes now burning with tangible murderous intent. The one-eyed scarred man, their leader, twitched the fleshy mass on his face, clearly losing his last shred of patience. He let out a vicious laugh as he slowly raised the machete in his hand. In the dim light, the blade reflected a chilling, icy glint. Kid, you asked for it. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Before his words had fully faded, his form surged forward. The machete in his hand became a streak of icy light, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound as it aimed straight for Yang Jian's head. This strike held not a shred of restraint. As a veteran hunter who had spent years at the peak of the first rank, he understood the principle that even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. He intended to end this one-sided plunder with the swiftest speed and most brutal means possible. The 4 teammates behind him moved simultaneously. With seamless coordination, they closed in from 4 different directions, sealing off every possible escape route for Yang Jian. Blades flashed, instantly transforming the small cave into a deadly cage. 5 first-rank martial artists joining forces could easily hunt down a ferocious beast just entering the 3rd tier, let alone this student who, in their eyes, was as weak as a kitten? They could already envision the gruesome scene, Yang Jian's head severed from his body, and them dividing the priceless treasures from his backpack. Yet, facing this thunderous, deadly assault, Yang Jian stood rooted to the spot. The radiant smile on his face not only remained but grew more eerie, more spine-chilling. His gaze, in that instant, transformed. Gone was the innocent, harmless innocence. Instead, they held an abyssal coldness and indifference, like a deity from the heavens looking down upon a swarm of ants, ignorant of their own mortality, foolishly attempting to shake the tree. Hum! An invisible wave erupted from him, sweeping out with thunderous force. No earth-shattering roar, no dazzling light display. Only the purest, most primal, most unreasonable, physical transformation. Beast blood boiling, activated. Boom! The instant the one-eyed scarred man's blade was about to touch Yang Jian's scalp, Yang Jian's form exploded in an instant. His once frail frame, as if infused with the soul of a primordial beast, surged upward to 5 meters amidst a thunderous roar that echoed like the birth of the cosmos. Jet black, rigid bristles stood on end like steel needles. Muscles knotted like boulders piled into a perfect, streamlined war machine brimming with violent aesthetics. Beneath his ribs, flesh surged outward as 6 thick, monstrous extra arms tore through the air, unfurling like hellish blossoms of destruction. The 8-armed battle ape reigns supreme. A primal, ancient, and utterly tyrannical aura, a sovereign's dominance powerful enough to subjugate all creation, crashed like a tangible shockwave into the 5 hunters charging toward it. What the hell? The one-eyed man with the scar, bearing the brunt of the attack, saw his pupils instantly shrink to pinpricks. He felt an unprecedented terror, a pressure so overwhelming it froze his very soul, crash violently into his mind. His charging body froze for 1,000th of a second under this overwhelming force. When masters clash, the outcome shifts in an instant. That split-second freeze was the distance between heaven and hell. The machete that had been aimed at Yang Jian's head now seemed laughably insignificant in his field of vision. For its target had now become a monstrous, fan-sized palm covered in black bristles. One of the 8-armed battle ape's limbs, moving with a delayed yet decisive strike, casually yet precisely seized the descending machete. Clang! A shrill clang of metal rang out. Forged from a special alloy, the cleaver capable of cleaving through the bones of ferocious beasts was now twisted and deformed beneath the giant hand's fingers, as easily as a fragile twisted rope. Impossible. The one-eyed, scarred man let out a blood-curdling scream. He desperately tried to pull his weapon free, but the giant hand held fast like a red-hot branding iron welded to it, not budging an inch. Meanwhile, the attacks of the other 4 hunters had already reached their target. Their blades and swords came crashing down upon the colossal form of the 8-armed war ape. Clang! 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 A series of dense, shrill clangs erupted, as if striking steel. Sparks flew everywhere. The 4 hunters felt a tremendous recoil force numb the palms of their hands, nearly causing their weapons to slip from their grasp. To their horror, they saw that their full force strike, powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter rocks, could not even pierce the 8-armed war ape's skin. It merely severed a few tough bristles, leaving only a few insignificant white marks. Monster! It's a monster! What the hell kind of talent is this? Fear, like an invisible venomous snake, instantly seized their hearts. They finally understood they hadn't provoked some lucky rookie, but an ancient demon in human form. Only now do you realize? From the mouth of the 8-armed war ape came Yang Jian's cold, raspy voice. Too bad. It's too late. Before the words faded, slaughter began. It seized the hand wielding the machete and flung it violently. The burly, scarred one-eyed man, nearly 200 pounds of muscle, was caught in the torrent of force. Like a rag doll, his body was whipped up against his will and slammed violently into a comrade standing to his left. Boom! A dull, thunderous crash echoed through the cave. Before the companion could even scream, his boss's body crushed his ribs, blood spurting from his mouth as he was hurled backward like a cannonball, slamming into the cave wall. Life or death was unknown. Meanwhile, the 8-armed war ape's other 7 limbs weren't idle either. 2 arms shot out like lightning, snatching 2 other hunters who had been frozen in terror, ready to retreat. The massive palms clamped down like iron bands, each seizing a hunter by the head. No! Don't! The 2 men let out desperate, agonized screams. The 8-armed war ape showed no mercy. Its 2 palms slammed together with brutal force. Crash! Like 2 massive watermelons, they crashed together mid-air. Blood and brain matter mixed with shattered bone, exploding into a brilliant yet bloody fireworks display within the cave. The last remaining hunter was utterly petrified by the hellish scene before him. He let out a blood-curdling scream and spun around, ready to flee the cave. But then, a massive foot descended from above. With the ease of crushing an ant, it smashed him into a grotesque pulp with a squelching sound. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, swift beyond measure. From transformation to the end of the battle, it took no more than 5 seconds. 5 ruthless first-rank martial artists, before this awakened demon god, were as fragile as infants, unable to mount even a decent resistance. The cave fell instantly silent. Only the one-eyed scarred man, flung into the corner and not yet dead, remained, moaning in agony. The 8-armed war ape strode heavily forward, its massive shadow completely engulfing him. Who are you? The one-eyed scarred man coughed up blood, mustering his last ounce of strength to look up at the demon god who had brought him endless terror. His eyes burned with regret and unwillingness. The 8-armed war ape slowly lowered its head, its eyes burning with golden flames, gazing at him indifferently. A passerby, disturbed by your noise during my meal. With that, it raised one foot and gently pressed down. Snap! A crisp snap of breaking bone echoed through the cave, restoring it to complete, deathly silence. The thick scent of blood spread through the air, mingling with the primal jungle scent outside the cave to form a smell known as hell. Yang Jian shed his transformed form, reverting to human shape. He stared expressionlessly at the carnage strewn across the floor, his eyes utterly unruffled. He felt no pity for these scum who had come seeking death. In the wasteland, mercy was the greatest betrayal of one's own survival. He began methodically cleaning up the battlefield. Soon, he had stripped all their loot from the 5 bodies. 5 custom storage backpacks, stuffed to the brim, were opened one by one. Whoa! Even Yang Jian couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at the sight of the contents inside. A dazzling array of beast cores, hides, claws, and venom sacs from various ferocious beasts. Among them were even 3 intact level 3 ferocious beast cores. Beyond that, several rare treasures glowed faintly, clearly freshly harvested. These bastards haven't been shy about murder and robbery, Yang Jian sneered inwardly. He roughly estimated that the total value of all the materials in these 5 backpacks combined was likely more than what he himself had earned through a night of hard work. At least 70,000 star coins. Crucially, there was also 40,000 star coins in cash. Combined with his own 50-odd thousand, his total assets had now surpassed the astronomical figure of 1,200,000. A fortune large enough to drive any first-rank martial artist mad. Sudden wealth. This is what true overnight riches look like. Yang Jian's heart pounded wildly with overwhelming joy. He stowed all his spoils into his backpack, summoning the system as he sprinted toward the distance. System, donate all the star coins to the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance charity. Ding! Received donation of 40,392 star coins. Funds transferred to designated account. Charity reward, D-rank martial skill through back fist. Through back fist D-rank, cultivates power through clothing, channels force through fabric, and unleashes 9 consecutive strikes with cumulative destructive force. A martial skill reward? Yang Jian was overjoyed. It really is like finding a pillow when you're sleepy. Though this fist technique is in high tier, it perfectly fills the gap in his current skill set. 1 arm, 1 fist, 9 consecutive strikes. What about 8 arms and 8 fists? Chapter 16, The Campus Empress's Deadly Aura. The Underground Cavern. What about unleashing all 8 arms and all 8 fists simultaneously? In an instant, 72 strikes erupted. What earth-shattering, world-ending destructive force would that combined power unleash? Ha 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 ha. Yang Jian couldn't help but laugh uproariously, his heart swelling with heroic fervor and battle lust like a volcano on the verge of eruption, surging unceasingly. He felt every ounce of fatigue wash away, his footsteps growing lighter and more powerful. He was no longer merely fleeing. He had transformed into a ghostly hunter, actively and greedily plunging deeper into the heart of this dark jungle. Meanwhile, far away in the desolate ancient city, lights blazed brightly, starkly contrasting with the primal darkness of the wasteland. Among them, the most opulent and prestigious area was undoubtedly the Yuelan Mountain Villa district in the eastern part of the city. This place symbolized the pinnacle of power and wealth in the entire wasteland city. Those who resided here were either fabulously wealthy or immensely influential, each a titan capable of shaking the city's business world to its core with a single stomp. Perched atop the mountain, the largest and most heavily guarded estate belonged to one of the 4 great families of the wasteland, the Situ clan. At this moment, within the cultivation chamber of the main residence. Ha ha ha. Dad! Look at this! A tall, handsome young man, his brow tinged with a hint of sinister aura, pumped his fist excitedly. A visible layer of condensed vital energy swirled around his knuckles, each strike accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. He was none other than the eldest son of the Situ family, Situ Mingdong, a prodigy of the same class as Yang Jian at Ancient First High School. Vital energy, 101 units. Core strength, 1,150 kilograms. I've finally broken through to first-rank martial artist before the college entrance exams. Stu Mingdong's face radiated uncontrollable excitement and arrogance. Across from him, seated on the sofa, sat a middle-aged man whose presence commanded respect without a word. His frame was as imposing as a mountain, his temples bulging prominently. When his tiger-like eyes opened and closed, they flashed with piercing brilliance. This was the head of the Situ family, the 4th-rank grandmaster renowned for his ruthless dominance, Situ Badayo. Well done. Staring at his son, Stu Bado's face rare flashed a hint of satisfaction. To break through to warrior rank in your senior year across the entire Huangqing city, you're truly one in a million. You Haven Tea brought shame to the Stu family's reputation. Of course. Stu Mingdong declared proudly. After the college entrance exams, I will astonish the world and enter the most prestigious martial arts academy in the Great Xia Kingdom. Then, the influence of our Stu family will rise to new heights. Situ Badayo nodded, but his tone turned solemn. However, guard against arrogance. The martial path is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Though you've broken through, your foundation remains shallow. I've already dispatched men to the wilderness to gather empty-mined grass for you. With this primary herb and supplementary materials, have a master alchemist refine a batch of chi blood-stabilizing pills for you. Within a month, they will solidify your cultivation base completely, perhaps even propel you toward the mid-tier of the first rank. Just then, the specialized communicator in his pocket began to vibrate urgently. Situ Baodao frowned, pulling out the device to glance at it. A single glance was enough to make the expression on his usually impassive face change abruptly. A bone-chilling killing intent erupted from him like a tangible force, causing the temperature in the entire cultivation chamber to plummet several degrees in an instant. "Dad, what's wrong?" Stunned by the terrifying aura emanating from his father, Stu Mingdong hurriedly asked. Situ Badayo said nothing, merely handing the communicator to him. Stu Mingdong took it with confusion, looked down, and his pupils instantly contracted. The communicator displayed an encrypted message. Its content was simple, a single sentence and a final image, blurred yet still recognizable, transmitted by a micro-reconnaissance drone. Reporting to the head of the family, Falcon Squad, all members lost contact. Life signals have completely vanished. The image depicted the 5 men, the one-eyed scarred man among them being brutally slaughtered by an immense, 8-armed demon god whose face remained obscured. The scene unfolded with devastating, unstoppable force. Falcon Squad, wiped out? Stu Mingdong cried out in shock. Falcon Squad was the elite force his father had dispatched to harvest the empty-mined grass. Their leader, the one-eyed warrior, was even a peak first-rank martial artist. Such a formidable team, completely wiped out? Empty-mined grass. My empty-mined grass. Stu Mingdong's face instantly turned the color of liver, not grieving for his fallen men but cursing the elusive pill slipping through his fingers. Without the chi and blood stabilizing pill, he would have to rely solely on his own painstaking cultivation to solidify his realm. That would cost him at least 2 or 3 months. For someone as arrogant and impatient as him, this was utterly unacceptable. "Father!" Raging fury blazed in Situ Mingdong's eyes as he pointed at the hideous 8-armed demon god on the screen, roaring, "What kind of monster is this? Investigate! Investigate immediately! I demand to know who he is. Daring to kill members of the Situ family and steal my possessions, I will personally tear him limb from limb." Situ Badayo rose slowly to his feet. His gaze fixed on the overwhelmingly domineering 8-armed demon god in the image, his tiger-like eyes flickering with a cold, solemn light. To annihilate the Falcon Squad in an instant. This individual's strength is at least upper 2nd grade, perhaps even 3rd grade. His voice was as cold as ice. When did Wasteland City gain such a formidable figure? He paused, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "But whoever dares touch my Situ family, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from, they must die." The next day, at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the mist, illuminating the primeval jungle, Su Moor's figure had already appeared at the heart of Wasteland Domain 91. Her body bore splatters of blood, yet her breath remained steady and deep. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes showed not a trace of fatigue, but instead burned with a sharpness as piercing as blades. At her feet lay the scattered corpses of over a dozen level 2 ferocious beasts. A night of fierce combat was merely a warm-up for her. Armed with the terrifying combat experience of her past life as an Empress and her precise understanding of the beast's weaknesses, she always achieved maximum results with minimal cost. Based on my past life's memories, that Ju fruit tree should lie within the valley of those twin peaks ahead. Su Moor lifted her head, gazing at the 2 peaks piercing the clouds like sharp swords in the distance, silently calculating the time in her mind. According to her timeline, the wandering martial artist wouldn't find the Shu fruit until 10 days later. She had plenty of time. It seems there's also a spirit milk pool within the 4 Symbols cave. Su Muching frowned slightly, as if recalling something. The 91 Wasteland held few truly valuable treasures. The Shu fruit ranked first in rarity, followed closely by the spiritual milk from the pools. A single drop of spirit milk could instantly restore a 3rd-rank martial artist to full strength in a short time. Its value was extraordinary. After picking the Zhu fruit, we'll grab the spirit milk too. Su Muching wasted no time, her form transforming into a white phantom as she streaked toward the twin peaks at breakneck speed. At the same time, within a dense forest less than 10 kilometers from Twin Peaks. Huff. Yang Jian exhaled a long, heavy breath, carefully stowing another dragon blood grass radiating potent energy into his backpack. A satisfied smile spread across his face. After a night of adjustment and adaptation, he realized that as he ventured deeper into the wilderness, the suppressing force of the surrounding environment was indeed growing stronger. That intangible mental pressure spread like mercury spilling across the ground, seeping into every pore. Even with the protection of the Divine Elephant's power from the Divine Elephant Prison's sealing force, he began to feel a slight strain. His thought processes slowed by about 10% compared to when he was outside the wilderness. Still within manageable limits, Yang Jian shrugged it off. For compared to this negligible suppression, the gains he reaped were immense. The deeper he ventured, the more frequently heavenly treasures appeared, and their quality only improved. Along the way, his backpack had already grown to hold 7 or 8 types of precious herbs treasures that would spark fierce competition among minor clans back in the outside world. His wealth was accumulating at a terrifying rate. Just as he prepared to venture deeper, the vision of the Guishu divine eye suddenly detected an unusual energy fluctuation. Yang Jian halted in his tracks, his gaze instantly sharpening. He saw that beneath his feet, about 10 meters underground, a turbulent underground river raged ceaselessly. And from the depths of that subterranean river, a surge of spiritual energy emanated, a fluctuation 100 times more potent and pure than all the heavenly treasures and earthly treasures he had ever encountered combined. There's treasure down there. Yang Jian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately activated his divine eye of the abyss as a radar, meticulously scanning the area. 10 minutes later, his footsteps halted beneath a towering ancient tree so vast it required 10 men to encircle its trunk, its age lost to the mists of time. The tree's roots were covered in dense vines and moss, making it appear unremarkable. Yet Yang Jian clearly discerned, hidden behind layers of vines, a cleverly camouflaged, pitch-black opening barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. And that colossal surge of spiritual energy was emanating precisely from this opening. Found it! Yang Jian's heart leapt with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he parted the vines and darted inside. Inside was a narrow, damp passageway sloping downward. After traversing roughly 100 meters, the passage suddenly opened up before him. An unimaginably vast underground cavern appeared before him. Countless massive stalactites hung from the ceiling like temple pillars, embedded with crystals that emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the entire cavern as bright as day. A broad subterranean river flowed through the cavern's center, its murmuring waters pulsing with vitality. And that overwhelming spiritual energy that had made Yang Jian's heart race had originated from this very river. This place was an undiscovered, hidden paradise deep beneath the earth. Chapter 17, 10,000-year stone stalactite. Slaughtering a Tier 3 saber-toothed tiger. The sight before him made even the steadfast Yang Jian suck in a sharp breath. This was no ordinary underground cave, it was clearly a treasure trove hidden deep beneath the wasteland. The air was thick with spiritual energy, almost tangible. With every breath, every bone and muscle in his body felt a wave of comfort, as if the fatigue of recent days had been washed away. We've struck gold. This time we've truly hit the jackpot. Yang Jian's heart pounded wildly with overwhelming joy, yet he remained clear-headed. The more pristine and idyllic a place like this appeared, the more likely it was to harbor deadly dangers. Suppressing his excitement, he activated both Wild Instinct and Divine Eye of the Abyss to their maximum levels. With utmost caution, he crept along the cave's edge, venturing deeper into the heart of the cavern where the spiritual energy was most potent. Along the way, the crevices in the rock walls harbored numerous rare spiritual herb species long extinct in the outside world or priceless treasures beyond measure. A crystal-clear cold marrowgrass, resembling an ice sculpture, quietly emitted a chill. A golden sun mushroom, shaped like a human ear and radiating a faint golden glow, greedily absorbed the light from the crystals on the cave ceiling. Yang Jian didn't hesitate. Like a diligent gardener, he carefully picked each treasure within reach and placed them into his backpack. With each harvest, his heart ached. Alas, the system couldn't directly donate these heavenly treasures. Otherwise, his power might have doubled instantly. As he ventured deeper, the passage ahead widened, and the spiritual energy in the air grew so thick it was almost unbearable, condensing into wisps of visible white mist around him. Finally, after rounding a massive bend, the scene before him opened up dramatically. A colossal cavern, spanning the size of 2 basketball courts, unfolded before him. From the vaulted ceiling hung countless stalactites, thicker and more dazzling than before. Like inverted jade mountains, they illuminated the entire space, transforming it into a fairyland. At the very center of this expanse lay a circular pool, approximately 10 meters in diameter. The pool was filled to the brim with a milky white liquid, as pure as nectar, bubbling gently with a soft gurgle. An essence of life energy, pure to the extreme, emanated from this pool, nourishing the entire cavern. 10,000-year stalactites. Yang Jian's pupils instantly contracted upon seeing the milky white liquid. Though not a professional alchemist, he possessed basic knowledge. This elixir, distilled from the essence of heaven and earth over 10,000 years, held a value beyond measure in star coins. A single drop could restore the stamina of an entire martial artist. An entire pool. Its worth was enough to drive every faction in the entire wasteland city mad. Yet, just as Yang Jian's mind was seized by this immense surprise, a bone-chilling, bloodthirsty, and savage-killing intent like an invisible blade instantly locked onto him. He whipped his head around, his gaze darting toward the shadows near the pool. There, a nest constructed from massive beast bones and unidentified plants stood. Within the nest, a slender yet powerful giant beast slowly rose to its feet. Its entire body was covered in silvery white fur, dotted with black patterns, radiating a streamlined beauty. Yet the half-meter-long fangs extending from its jaws sharp as twin daggers and its fiery crimson eyes, blazing like molten lava, revealed its terrifying identity as a top-tier predator. A level 3 early-stage ferocious beast, the phantom saber-toothed tiger. A terrifying assassin renowned for its extreme speed, ghostly agility, and unmatched penetrating power. Its strength was now fully equivalent to that of a genuine second-rank martial artist. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger fixed its gaze on the unwelcome intruder, Yang Jian, emitting a low, rumbling growl from its throat like the roar of an engine. It was the guardian of this sacred land. So, there really is a big one here. Instead of alarm, Yang Jian felt exhilaration, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent. Since fate had brought them together, he would claim it all, the pool of 10,000-year stalactites and the beast core of this saber-toothed tiger. Roar! The phantom saber-toothed tiger had clearly lost patience. Its limbs surged with power, transforming its massive form into a silvery white phantom. In an instant, it covered dozens of meters, appearing before Yang Jian. Its speed was beyond measure. Its razor-sharp fangs sliced through the air, leaving two blinding streaks of cold light as they lunged straight for Yang Jian's heart. Yet, in the very instant those fangs were about to touch Yang Jian's body. Boom! A sovereign's aura, even more frenzied and utterly ruthless than its own, erupted with thunderous force. Beast blood boiling, activated. The 8-armed battle ape descends once more. Its 5-meter-tall, monstrous form and 8 arms that tore through the air filled the entire space in an instant. Facing that ghostly fast thrust, the 8-armed battle ape's eyes, burning with golden flames, had already activated the abyssal divine gaze to its absolute limit. The saber-toothed tiger's movements, too swift for mortal eyes to follow, slowed infinitely within its vision. He clearly saw the trajectory of its fangs as they lunged forward, witnessed every detail of its muscular exertion, and even discerned the weak points in its energy flow. Too slow. A deep roar erupted from the 8-armed battle ape's throat. 2 of its 8 arms, like colossal axes cleaving the heavens, met the saber teeth head-on without flinching or dodging, crossing in a deadly embrace. Clang! A deafening, earth-shattering roar, powerful enough to rend metal and stone, exploded through the cavern. Countless fragments of rock rained down from the cave's ceiling. The phantom saber-toothed tiger's deadly fangs, capable of piercing sea-grade alloy, were forcibly blocked by the 8-armed battle ape's arms. An overwhelming force surged through the fangs, jolting the saber-toothed tiger's massive frame to a sudden halt. It slid backward several meters, leaving 4 deep claw marks gouged into the hard ground. For the first time, its crimson beastly eyes revealed utter disbelief and terror. Yet Yang Jian gave it no chance to catch its breath. With the block successful, his massive frame lunged forward, making the ground tremble. Spear of the Nether God. He reached out, and a nearly transparent energy spear, forged from the power of the divine elephant, instantly materialized in his palm. Without any flourish, he hurled it with all his might at the saber-toothed tiger's massive form, which had just regained its footing. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, silent yet carrying a destructive aura capable of piercing through anything. The phantom saber-toothed tiger sensed the deadly threat. It let out a furious roar, its form blurring in an instant as it left behind several afterimages, attempting to evade this fatal strike with sheer speed. But the spear of the Nether God seemed to possess its own targeting ability. No matter how it dodged, the shadow of death followed relentlessly. With no other choice, the saber-toothed tiger channeled its energy to the absolute limit, conjuring a rapidly spinning silver shield of wind elemental energy before it. Put! A faint sound, like a blade piercing flesh. The shield, strong enough to withstand cannon fire, proved as fragile as paper against the spear of the Nether God, pierced effortlessly. The spear's momentum unabated, it plunged viciously into the saber-toothed tiger's left front leg. Arg! A piercing, agonized howl echoed through the cavern. The saber-toothed tiger's left front leg was pierced clean through by the energy spear, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl, blood gushing wildly. Having landed the first blow, Yang Jian's assault continued like a raging storm, relentless and unceasing. Tongbei Fist. 9-form combo. His massive frame closed in, the other 6 arms like 6 raging dragons churning the seas. Wielding the supreme might of the divine elephant prison sealing force, he unleashed the most ferocious close-quarters combat upon the wounded saber-toothed tiger. Thud! 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 The dull, bone-crunching impacts echoed like a barrage of war drums, reverberating madly throughout the cavern. Each punch from the 8-armed battle ape struck precisely at the saber-toothed tiger's joints, abdomen, and other vulnerable points. The 9 resonance power layered upon itself, each punch more terrifying than the last. Though the phantom saber-toothed tiger possessed astonishing speed, under the piercing gaze of the abyssal divine eye, all its evasive maneuvers proved futile. Its vaunted speed advantage was utterly nullified. It could only passively endure this storm of attacks, its tough hide beaten to a bloody pulp, its bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Roar! A cornered beast fights on. In its desperate plight, the phantom saber-toothed tiger unleashed its savage fury. It snapped its gaping maw open, unleashing a silver beam of condensed energy like a laser cannon that slammed point-blank into the 8-armed battle ape's chest. Boom! The terrifying energy beam struck its target squarely. Yet the 8-armed battle ape merely staggered slightly. Where struck, its black mane singed slightly, leaving a crimson mark on its skin. Otherwise, it remained utterly unscathed. The 100% defense boost from Bloodlust, combined with the formidable physique forged by the divine elephant prison sealing force, had elevated its defensive capabilities to an utterly terrifying level. In the brief moment the saber-toothed tiger was exhausted from its all-out strike. Spear of the Nether God. A cold, ruthless killing intent flashed in Yang Jian's eyes once more. A second energy spear coalesced into form, curled once more toward the saber-toothed tiger's completely unguarded abdomen. Thud. Blood spurted forth. This time, the spear pierced straight through its abdomen, dragging out chunks of entrails. A whoa! The phantom saber-toothed tiger let out its final, bitter cry of defiance before its massive body crashed to the ground, life rapidly draining away. But Yang Jian showed no sign of stopping. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it gives its all. He stepped forward, summoning a third, Spear of the Nether God, and drove it mercilessly through the saber-toothed tiger's massive skull. Thud! The spearhead sank deep, shattering its brain and ending its life completely. Puff, puff! The colossal form of the eight-armed battle ape heaved, its chest rising and falling violently as scorching white vapor erupted from its mouth. The battle ended. He released his transformation, reverting to human form. A wave of exhaustion washed over him like a mountain flood. Damn! While the combat power after transformation is absurdly strong, the duration and energy cost are terrifying. Yang Jian plopped down onto the ground, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart. 3 consecutive activations of the Spear of the Nether God, coupled with the intense melee combat, had nearly depleted all the divine elephant power and bloodline power within him. Leaning against the rock wall, gasping for breath, his gaze fell upon the nearby pool of water radiating spiritual energy. He could sense it merely breathing in the aura emanating from the pool. The parched energy within him was slowly recovering at a pace far exceeding the norm. This. Could it be? Yang Jian's heart stirred. He struggled to his feet and made his way to the pool's edge. He reached out, scooped up a handful of milky white, slightly warm stalactite, and drank it without hesitation. Boom! A surge of pure, gentle life energy exploded in his mouth like a burst dam, rushing down his throat and coursing through every limb and bone. He could distinctly feel every weary cell in his body moan with delight as it was nourished by this energy. The exhaustion from the battle was fading at a visible pace. His parched divine elephant power and bloodline power, like drought-stricken crops needing sweet rain, were being swiftly replenished and filled. In mere minutes, his condition had recovered by more than half. My dear! This is an unparalleled divine medicine. Yang Jian's eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity, a heat hot enough to melt metal and stone. Chapter 18, Breaking Through to the First Rank. Awakening the Wings of Hell. That pure, colossal life energy ignited like a nuclear reactor, exploding violently throughout Yang Jian's entire body. He could distinctly feel his parched inner universe being frantically filled by this vast energy. The first awakened divine elephant particle, like a ravenous beast, greedily devoured this nectar, transforming it into the purest, most primordial divine elephant power. This 10,000-year stalactite not only restores physical stamina and bloodline power but even directly aids the cultivation of the divine elephant prison's sealing force. Yang Jian's eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. What was his greatest weakness? It was the immense energy drain and subsequent period of weakness following the beast blood boil. This prevented him from sustaining prolonged, high-intensity combat. But now, with this pool of 10,000-year stalactite essence, it was like possessing an infinitely rechargeable superpower bank. As long as energy remained sufficient, he could even sustain the peak form of the 8-armed battle ape indefinitely. No! It's not just endurance. This spiritual nectar itself is a game-changing cultivation cheat code. What was the most challenging aspect of the divine elephant prison's sealing force? It's the terrifying energy consumption and immense physical strain when igniting the particles. For ordinary martial artists, even selling everything they own might not be enough to gather the resources needed to activate a single particle. But here, before this sacred milk, the greatest challenge no longer exists. Not a drop must be wasted. A mad thought took root in Yang Jian's mind, impossible to suppress. He surveyed his surroundings. This hidden cave was secluded and secure, and no one would discover him here anytime soon. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to transform himself completely. The only trouble was that this pool of spiritual milk was difficult to carry away. Judging by the situation, once removed from this unique cave environment, its spiritual essence would likely dissipate rapidly. Looks like, once I get back, I'll have to find a way to get a storage bracelet, Yang Jian thought to himself. But for now, he made the most decisive choice. He sat cross-legged right by the pool's edge, immersing his entire body in the warm, viscous milky white liquid. Come on! Let me see just how far I can transform with the aid of this divine pool. Closing his eyes tightly, he unified his mind and spirit, plunging once more into his inner universe. The divine elephant prison sealing force technique roared into motion. This time, he no longer needed to carefully squeeze out his meager reserves of vital energy and bloodline power. Like a whale devouring its prey, he voraciously absorbed the boundless life energy from the surrounding 10,000-year stalactites. Using it as fuel, he launched the most ferocious assault against the 840 million dormant particles. The second one. Open for me. Boom. Endless streams of spiritual essence energy coalesced into a golden torrent, crashing violently against the second particle he had targeted. It encountered almost no resistance whatsoever. The particle barrier, which seemed impenetrable to outside martial artists, shattered like paper under the onslaught of this overwhelming energy. Crack! The particle shattered, coalescing into a second rapidly spinning golden vortex. Another colossal, ancient divine elephant phantom coalesced within the vortex, its form solidifying as it let out a silent roar to the heavens. It was done. The second divine elephant particle had awakened. A surge of golden divine elephant power, several times more potent than before, thundered back into his limbs and bones. Yang Jian's body convulsed violently. No longer were beads of blood seeping from his skin, instead, a layer of black, foul-smelling impurities oozed out. This was the essence milk energy cleansing his marrow and purging his meridians, expelling impurities from his body. At this moment, the strength of his physical body underwent another qualitative leap. Not enough. Keep going. Yang Jian's consciousness had entered a profoundly mystical state. He could feel the pain, but more intensely, he experienced the supreme ecstasy of power rapidly expanding. Harnessing the colossal spiritual milk energy, he wielded it like a primordial divine smith brandishing a celestial hammer, launching the third and fourth forging strikes against that slumbering starry river. The third one. Open. The fourth. Open for me too. Boom. Within his inner universe, it felt as though two supernovas had exploded simultaneously. The ethereal forms of the third and fourth primordial divine elephants roared to life in succession. The four divine elephant particles shone like four golden suns within his body, radiating brilliantly. They formed a profound resonance between each other, as if constructing a stable four-cornered divine formation. The four symbols' power was complete. The instant the fourth particle awakened, a brand new inheritance utterly distinct from the spear of the nether god etched itself into his soul like a searing brand. This was the second innate martial skill born from the stabilization of the four symbols' power. Hell's Wings. Effect: using the power of the divine elephant as its bone structure and the laws of hell as its membrane, a pair of energy wings materializes behind the host. These wings defy physical laws, enabling high-speed flight. These wings not only grant extraordinary mobility but also summon hellish winds to unsettle foes' minds. Their resilience rivals that of great defensive spirit treasures. After an unknown span of time, when Yang Jian slowly awoke from that profound state of cultivation, he could distinctly sense that the energy within him, once a mere trickle, had now coalesced into a surging, unstoppable river. The peak quasi-martial artist bottleneck that had stubbornly blocked his advancement, perched atop his Dantian sea of qi, shattered like thin ice before this overwhelming, unyielding force with a resounding crack. Boom! A leap in his life's tier occurred with brutal force at that very moment. His total vital energy instantly surpassed the 100-calorie threshold and continued to surge upward at a terrifying rate. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully broken through to the first-rank martial artist realm. Yang Jian slowly opened his eyes. A golden beam of divine light, half a foot long, shot out from his pupils, piercing the rock wall ahead and leaving two deep, pinhole-sized holes. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned his brand new personal interface. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, first-rank martial artist early. Vitality, 102 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Level 1 Awakened Particles, for 840 million. Bloodline, D Grade 8 Armed Battle Ape. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boil, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye. Mastered Abilities, Spear of the Nether God, Wings of Hell. Overall Assessment, a monster disguised as a first-rank martial artist. Never let him take flight. First-rank martial artist. Finally. Yang Jian slowly rose to his feet, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him. He couldn't help but let out a long, piercing roar to the heavens. The roar echoed like a dragon's, making the entire cavern hum with resonance. Yet, as he turned excitedly to take a couple more celebratory gulps, he froze in place. Behind him, the pool that had once overflowed with milky white nectar was now completely drained. The miraculous liquid within had been drained by 80 to 90% from his whale-like, bowl-drinking cultivation session. Only a shallow layer of spiritual essence, barely a few centimeters deep, lingered at the very bottom. Holy hell! Was I really that thirsty? Yang Jian's mouth twitched, his heart sinking with pain. This was 10,000-year-old stalactite essence. And he'd just guzzled it down like an energy drink. He dared not delay a moment longer. Hastily gathering tough vines and large leaves from the cave, he frantically wove them into a crude container. With trembling hands, he carefully poured every last drop of the spiritual liquid into it, terrified of wasting even a single drop. Only after completing this did he turn his gaze toward the corpse of the phantom saber-toothed tiger. He strode forward and began the butchering with practiced efficiency. Sharp fangs, supple yet sturdy fur, and that intact level 3 beast core radiating pure wind elemental fluctuations. Each of these was a priceless, top-tier material. Soon, his backpack was stuffed to the brim once more. Combined with the loot from his previous killings, the total weight had reached an alarming level, severely hampering his movement. There's just too much. I need to find a place to hide it. After a moment's thought, Yang Jian shouldered his mountain of loot and made his way to a secluded corner deep within the cavern. Using the saber-toothed tiger's fangs, he effortlessly carved a deep pit into the rock wall. He buried everything except the jar of spirit essence and a few of the most precious materials inside, then sealed it with a massive boulder. Finally, he activated the divine eye of the abyss and inspected the area meticulously. Under his divine vision, no disguise could remain hidden. He repeatedly adjusted the angle of the boulder and the surrounding moss until this treasure site blended seamlessly with its surroundings in both energy flow and physical form, leaving no trace of its existence. Done. He nodded with satisfaction, then hoisted the now significantly lighter backpack onto his shoulders. Clutching the canister of his last hope, he turned and departed from this cave sanctuary that had brought him earth-shattering transformation. Emerging from the cavern, he saw daylight once more. Yang Jian, now vastly more powerful, felt the entire world had changed. He assessed his bearings and, without hesitation, strode purposefully in one direction. That direction held towering peaks shrouded in mist. It was the very heart of Wilderness 91, the Twin Peaks. Chapter 19, Intercepting the Empress, the Vermilion Fruit on the Summit. The Twin Peaks stood like two black swords piercing the azure sky, steep, precipitous, and soaring into the clouds. The mountainsides were nearly vertical at 90 degrees, their smooth rock faces scarred by weathering, offering scarcely any footholds for climbing. At this moment, on the sheer cliff face of one peak, carved as if by chisel and axe, a white figure scrambled upward with the agility of the most nimble spirit cat. It was Su Moore. The standard-issue longsword in her hand served as an ice axe for rock climbing. With each swing, it pierced precisely into the crevices of the rock face. Using these fragile footholds, she propelled herself upward. Her movements possessed a rhythm and beauty that would have astonished any martial artist witnessing them from below. However, Su Muqing's eternally icy, flawlessly beautiful face was now shrouded in an unshakable frost. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes burned with a rare flicker of impatience and anger. Damn it! She parried a level 1 fiendish beast, a bat-like creature known as the ghost-faced bat that lunged from a cave in the rock wall. Using the momentum, she scaled another dozen meters upward, but a fine sheen of sweat had already beaded on her forehead. Too slow. Far too slow. The difficulty of scaling these twin peaks far exceeded her expectations. It wasn't just the sheer, treacherous cliff face. The real trouble was that this mountain seemed to be a nest for some kind of flying beasts. From the moment she began her ascent to this point, a mere few hundred meters up, she had already endured no fewer than 5 waves of harassment from the ghost-faced bats. Though these beasts weren't particularly powerful individually, their sheer numbers and ability to fly greatly slowed her progress. In my past life, a mere flick of my divine will could have reduced every living thing on this entire mountain peak to ashes. A wave of helpless frustration welled up within Su Moore. Why must I now crawl up this mountain like an ant, struggling so painfully? This crushing disparity left her, the once immortal Empress who commanded life and death over billions, feeling profoundly stifled. She lifted her gaze toward the distant, mist-shrouded summit, her heart growing ever more anxious. The shu fruit grew atop that very peak. There, at the Twin Peaks' most unique geomantic node, constantly bathed in gale winds and thunderous lightning, lay the heavenly spirit root that defied the laws of nature. Precisely because of this, climbing was the only way to reach them. The magnetic field here was chaotic, and the gale winds were ferocious. No technological creation, whether drones or aircraft, could approach. Even high-tier martial artists could only fly in such harsh conditions if they had reached the 6th-rank sovereign level, capable of primally channeling the power of heaven and earth. At this pace, it'll be nightfall by the time I reach the summit. Su Moore gritted her teeth. She drew a deep breath, suppressing her frustration, her gaze hardening once more into steely determination. No matter how difficult it was, she was determined to obtain the Ju fruit. She swung her long sword once more, preparing to continue her ascent. Meanwhile, at the base of the Twin Peaks, Yang Jian's figure slowly emerged from the dense forest. He looked up at the 2 peaks before him, towering like the weapons of mythical titans, feeling the overwhelming, violent energy surging toward him. Such concentrated energy. There must be treasure atop those peaks. He slowly closed his eyes. Divine Eye of the Abyss, activate. The next instant, when he opened his eyes again, the entire world transformed before his vision into an illusory landscape woven from countless threads of energy and runes of law. He saw chaotic, savage beast energies brimming with violent aura shrouding the Twin Peaks like dark clouds. He saw violent gale energies, tearing through the air like invisible blades, howling and swirling around the mountain slopes. Yet, amidst this chaotic and violent sea of energy, a singular crimson pillar of energy, radiating a pure and scorching vitality, rose skyward from the summit of the right peak. Like a beacon in the night, it stood out with unmistakable clarity and brilliance. The pillar's form resembled a breathing fruit tree, each breath causing the surrounding celestial and terrestrial energies to resonate in harmony. That's it. Yang Jian's heart skipped a beat. Without a doubt, this was undoubtedly some sort of extremely high-grade heavenly treasure. But this mountain is far too high. Yang Jian frowned slightly as he stared at the nearly vertical cliff face. Climb up like a monkey? Are you kidding me? He was a man with wings now. Perfect. Time to test these newly grown wings. A curve of eager anticipation touched the corners of Yang Jian's mouth. With the thought, the 4 divine elephant particles within him resonated explosively. Hell's wings. Buzz. A colossal surge of divine elephant power erupted from his back. No agony of flesh being torn apart, only the intense condensation of energy. A pair of massive wings, each with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters and forged from pure dark gold energy, spread out behind him with fierce power. Their form resembled neither angel nor demon. Their skeletal framework seemed forged from the bones of hell's deepest demons, radiating a savage and overbearing power. The surface of the wings was not covered in feathers, but rather a layer of flowing, translucent dark gold energy membrane. Etched upon this membrane were countless intricate and arcane runes representing the laws of hell. As the wings unfurled, an invisible, heart-stopping aura exploded outward from Yang Jian's center. The surrounding air seemed to wail in agony. Gravel on the ground floated up without cause, only to be instantly crushed into dust. The wings merely fluttered lightly once. Boom! A visible shockwave erupted like detonated explosives, sweeping wildly outward in all directions. The ground was forcibly scraped away in layers, surrounding trees blown backward, forming a vast fan-shaped depression. Rise! Yang Jian's low command echoed as the hell's wings surged with power. His body instantly broke free from gravity's grip, launching skyward like a fired cannonball. Not a hint of hesitation, not a flicker of wobble. The raging gale that swept over him was automatically dispersed by the invisible aura emitted by the hell's wings. The chaotic magnetic field could not affect him in the slightest. Like a high-performance super fighter jet defying the laws of physics, he charged upward at a near vertical angle toward the mist-shrouded mountain peak with an unyielding, uncompromising force. On the mountain wall, Su Moore had just fended off another wave of ghost-faced bats. Leaning against the rock face, she caught her breath, replenishing her stamina. Suddenly, a warning bell rang in her mind. A terrifying energy fluctuation, brimming with destructive and overbearing power, rapidly approached from below her. That aura felt utterly unfamiliar, yet overwhelmingly powerful. Even she, the reborn Empress, felt a pang of dread. Who is it? She snapped her head up, gazing downward. Whoosh! A massive dark gold streak of light streaked past her lower side at a speed she couldn't comprehend. The gale it stirred was so fierce it made her body sway against the rock wall, nearly causing her to lose her grip and fall. The speed was too great for her to make out what it was. All she caught was a massive, blurred, winged shadow. That shadow ignored the raging gale, ignored the chaotic magnetic field, and charged straight toward the mountain peak with a poise she knew only a king-level powerhouse could possess. The icy beauty of Su Mucheng's face drained of all color in that instant, turning deathly pale. Her phoenix-like eyes burned with disbelief and seething fury. How is this possible? How could it be this fast? A storm of shock and disbelief raged within her heart. The first image that flashed through her mind was that solitary cultivator who had obtained the Zhu fruit in her previous life. Did my rebirth trigger a butterfly effect, allowing him to discover this place so much earlier? No. That can't be right. In my past life, he never possessed such terrifying strength or the ability to fly. Thoughts collided wildly in her mind, leaving her utterly distraught. She didn't know who the intruder was, but she knew their goal must be the same as hers, the Zhu fruit atop the mountain. No. That's mine. No one takes it. An unprecedented sense of crisis and fury instantly engulfed her entire being. Forgetting all caution to conserve her strength, she pushed her chi and blood to their absolute limit. Transforming into a white streak of lightning, she charged recklessly and frantically toward the mountaintop, the summit of the Twin Peaks. Here lay a platform spanning several hundred square meters. The ground was barren, covered in scorched, charred marks left by lightning strikes. At the platform's center, a small tree stood tall against the wind. About 3 meters high, its entire body was fiery red, as if carved from agate. Hanging from its branches were 3 fist-sized fruits, each radiating an enticing crimson glow. These were the vermilion fruits. Yang Jian descended from the sky, landing steadily upon the platform. He gazed at the celestial root before him, feeling the pure life energy wash over him, his eyes brimming with fervor and delight. But before he could step forward to harvest it, roar! A roar filled with fury and warning erupted from a massive cavern behind the Zhu fruit tree. Immediately, a scorching blast of heat hot enough to melt steel swept out. A colossal fireball over 2 meters in diameter, engulfed in raging flames, hurtled toward him like a cannonball, carrying the destructive force of a world-ending blast. Chapter 20: Hellish Demon God Battles the Fire Sparrow. Terrifies the Empress. Deep within Yang Jian's pupils, 2 golden vortexes spun rapidly. The entire world before his eyes once again transformed into an illusory scene woven from countless threads of energy. The fireball rapidly expanding in his vision, its flight path, the flow of energy within, even its weakest points all unfolded in slow motion, captured with crystal clarity. Right side, 3 inches. Yang Jian's body reacted even faster than his thoughts. His toes lightly tapped the ground, and the hell's wings suddenly flapped. His form shifted sideways like a ghostly apparition, moving less than half a meter to the right at an angle that defied the laws of physics. Boom! Almost simultaneously with his movement, the colossal fireball over 2 meters in diameter whistled past, grazing the hem of his robe. The terrifying heat seared the rock beneath his previous stance crimson red, even beginning to melt. The scorching blast of heat washed over him, curling the tips of Yang Jian's hair slightly. That was close. Yang Jian's heart skipped a beat. The sheer power of this strike far surpassed anything he'd encountered from any level 3 ferocious beast before. Had he been struck head-on by that terrifying fire energy, even his current formidable physique would likely have been instantly obliterated. Yet, it gave him no chance to catch his breath. Roar! Roar! The furious roar echoed through the cave once more. Immediately, 1, 2, 3, a deluge of massive fireballs erupted from the pitch-black cavern like concentrated artillery fire, sealing off every possible escape route for Yang Jian. In an instant, the entire mountaintop platform was engulfed by this apocalyptic rain of fire. Damn it! What the hell is that thing? Did a Gatling gun gain sentience? Yang Jian's expression darkened as he pushed the mobility of his hell wing to its absolute limit. He twisted and turned through the impenetrable barrage of fireballs, narrowly avoiding each deadly projectile. His form became a dark gold streak of light soaring upward, diving downward, skimming the ground at breakneck speed. Each evasion was measured to the centimeter. The slightest miscalculation would reduce him to ashes under the furious fireballs. Midway up the mountain. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions echoing from the summit pierced Su Muqing's ears as she scrambled frantically up the slope. Her heart sank instantly. It's the guardian beast's flame bomb. They've already started fighting. All color drained from Su Muqing's cold, beautiful face, replaced by a deathly pallor. That damned, unknown first mover had officially engaged the ferocious beast guarding the Zhu fruit. This meant the opponent had most likely spotted the Zhu fruit. If they defeated the guardian beast, the greatest opportunity she'd had since her rebirth would slip through her fingers forever. No! I absolutely will not allow it. An unprecedented rage and unwillingness gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She threw her head back, gazing at the still distant mountain peak, her eyes flashing with a glint of resolve and madness. You forced my hand. This is all you're doing. Gritting her teeth, she muttered incantations while her hands swiftly formed intricate, mystical seals. Blood-igniting secret art. Open. Boom. A colossal power far exceeding her current cultivation level erupted from the deepest recesses of her being. This was a forbidden technique she had mastered in her previous life as an empress. By burning her own vital essence, it unleashed several times her potential for a brief moment. The price was extreme exhaustion afterward, potentially even damaging her martial foundations. But at this moment, she could care less. Two flames seemed to burn within her eyes as her speed surged more than threefold in an instant. She transformed into a true white lightning bolt, leaving a blurred afterimage on the vertical rock face as she charged toward the summit with a near-suicidal fury. At the summit. Found it! After several frantic dodges, a fierce gleam finally flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. He seized the split-second opening between fireball blasts that 1,000th of a second flaw. Spear of the Nether God. The divine elephant power within him surged wildly. A dark gold spear, more solid and brilliant than any before, its tip even carrying a hint of destructive spatial fluctuations, instantly materialized. Since breaking through to first-rank martial artist and awakening the four symbols' power, the might of his Spear of the Nether God had become unrecognizable. This spear strike alone was enough to instantly slay any ordinary first-rank martial artist. Go! Yang Jian roared furiously. His hell's wings flapped violently, stabilizing his stance. The muscles on his arms coiled into the most perfect form for explosive power as he hurled the spear in his hand with all his might. Whoosh! No sound, only a dark golden trail tearing through space. That spear, bearing Yang Jian's fury, transformed into a beam of deathly judgment, piercing straight into the deep, pitch-black cave. Arg! The next instant, a piercing howl, filled with agony and fury, thundered from the depths of the cave. The overwhelming barrage of fireballs abruptly ceased. Hit! Yang Jian's heart leapt with joy. Without hesitation, he plunged forward, charging straight toward the vermilion fruit tree at the platform's center, its branches glowing with an enticing crimson light. But just as his hand was about to touch the vermilion fruit, squeak! A piercing, shrill cry, sharp enough to split eardrums, erupted from the cave. A massive figure engulfed in raging flames, trailing a long fiery tail, erupted from the cave like an enraged volcano. With a death-defying ferocity, it slammed into Yang Jian's back. It was a level 3 ferocious beast of flame-winged firebird. Its wingspan exceeded 10 meters, its entire body covered in crimson feathers, and its eyes blazed like two burning suns. It was several times more powerful than the phantom saber-toothed tiger Yang Jian had encountered earlier. The frenzied aura radiating from its body was something Yang Jian could never block with his physical form alone. The flame sparrow's speed was too swift for him to evade. You want to burn me alive? A fierce glint flashed in Yang Ri's eyes. Beast blood boil activated. Boom! The 8-armed battle ape's monstrous form descended. His height surged past 5 meters, reaching a terrifying 6 meters. The pair of hell wings on his back swelled dramatically, their wingspan reaching a staggering 10 meters. The infernal runes etched upon the feathers seemed to come alive, emitting a faint, eerie black glow. A terrifying aura, capable of suppressing all things, thundered outwards. Block it for me! Yang Jian roared furiously. The massive, hell wings, abruptly folded backward, forming two colossal shields that tightly encased his body behind them. Boom! The blazing fire sparrow, engulfed in raging flames, slammed violently into the hellwings. A terrifying explosion erupted atop the mountain peak. Scorching flames surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Yang Jian's figure. Yet, when the flames finally dispersed, the 6-meter-tall, 8-armed demon god still stood proudly. The hell's wings behind him, though scorched black, remained completely unscathed. In his grasp, the 3 crimson fruits, radiating an alluring red glow, had been plucked from their branches and roots seized in one decisive grab. Screech! The flame sparrow, seeing its cherished possession snatched away, descended into utter madness. It shrieked, transforming once more into a fiery meteor streaking toward Yang Jian. Now that I have what I came for, we can finally play properly. Yang Jian tucked the vermilion fruit into his robe, a cruel and savage grin spreading across his face. With a flap of his wings, he advanced instead of retreating, charging head-on toward the enraged flame sparrow. In an instant, the entire mountaintop platform transformed into a battlefield of gods and demons. The 8-armed war ape and the blazing fire sparrow, 2 colossal beasts, engaged in a frenzied, savage battle. Fists clashed with claws, wings collided with wings. Golden divine elephant power and crimson flames collided and exploded in an endless chain. Terrifying energy ripples plowed through the entire platform, sweeping up countless boulders and reducing them to dust. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Not long after. Put! A white figure finally struggled to climb onto the edge of the platform. Sumaching knelt on the ground, leaning on her sword, gasping for breath with her face as pale as paper. Yet when she lifted her head and beheld the hellish scene before her, she was utterly stunned. She had expected to see the lone martial artist and the guardian beast both mortally wounded. But what she saw instead was a primordial demon god, 6 meters tall, with 8 arms and 2 wings, its entire body engulfed in dark golden flames, was locked in a world-shattering, frenzied clash with an equally terrifying flame sparrow. Each punch from the demon god seemed capable of tearing space itself apart. Each flap of its wings, forged from the depths of hell, unleashed terrifying winds powerful enough to crush all things. Who was it? In her past life, neither among humans nor beasts had such a terrifying, tyrannical existence ever emerged. That raw, primal, utterly unreasonable pressure emanating from the very core of its being sent a shiver through even the soul of this reborn empress. Her mind went blank, utterly stunned. Chapter 21, Furious Slaughter of the Fire Sparrow. The Empress rages until blood spills. On the mountain peak, the skies darkened. The 6-meter-tall, 8-armed demon god and the fiery phoenix with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters had transformed into 2 destructive storms, wildly entangling and colliding with each other. Screech! The flame sparrow let out a shrill, piercing cry. Its wings flapped violently, unleashing a torrent of fiery feathers like razor-sharp blades that rained down upon the 8-armed battle ape. Each fiery feather carried terrifying heat and piercing power capable of ripping through steel plates. Facing this impenetrable barrage, the 8-armed battle ape's eyes, burning with golden flames, had already captured every attack trajectory through its abyssal divine gaze. Hell's wings! Yang Jian roared as the massive dark gold wings on his back didn't dodge. Instead, they snapped together like 2 colossal shields, forming a solid barrier that shielded his body completely. Clang! 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 A deafening clatter erupted, like a torrential downpour pounding against an iron curtain. Countless fiery feathers slammed into the hell's wings, exploding into dazzling sparks, yet leaving not a single mark. The flowing infernal runes upon the wings seemed to come alive, absorbing and dissipating every ounce of impact and heat. What incredible defense! On the distant platform, Suma Chung, who had just caught her breath, witnessed this scene. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes once again filled with profound astonishment. She could distinctly sense that the defensive power of those wings far exceeded anything a level 3 ferocious beast could possibly withstand. The faint aura of law flowing over them carried a hint of immortality and eternity. What kind of beast is this? A storm of disbelief raged within her heart. Such wings, combining offense and defense in one, were unheard of even in her past life as the immortal Empress. Just as shock gripped her, the battlefield's momentum shifted once more. The 8-armed war ape, having withstood the fiery featherstorm, seized a momentary pause in the flame sparrow's assault and abruptly spread its wings. My turn! Its massive form hurtled forward like a cannonball, instantly covering dozens of meters to appear before the blazing fire sparrow. Backfist. 72 explosive strikes. With a furious roar, its 8 thick, monstrous arms transformed into 8 blurred afterimages too fast for the naked eye to follow. Like 8 war machines operating at full fury, they unleashed the most savage, most brutal close-range bombardment upon the blazing fire sparrow. Thud. 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 The dull, bone-crunching impacts became so rapid they blurred into indistinguishable chaos. They coalesced into a continuous, terrifying sonic wave like the thunder god himself madly pounding his war drums. Each punch contained the supreme might of the 4 symbols' power. Each punch unleashed the peak of the 9-strike combo's stacked force. 8 arms unleashed 72 consecutive strikes, pouring their full force onto the flaming fire sparrow's massive form within a single second. Screech! The flame firebird let out the most piercing, agonizing wail of its life. Its fiery red feathers, once its pride and capable of withstanding molten lava, were torn away in patches by this storm of attacks. Its iron-hard bones shattered inch by inch under the relentless, layered force. Its massive form, like was violently hurled away, plowing a 100-meter-long, gruesome gash into the hard rock ground. What terrifying explosive power! Su Muching stared in utter disbelief. Her phoenix-like eyes, accustomed to witnessing battles between gods and demons, were filled with utter astonishment. This pure, utterly ruthless attack pushing physical strength to its absolute limit sent shockwaves through her very soul. If I could tame this ferocious beast and make it the vanguard of my Godslayer Legion. A mad thought surged uncontrollably through her mind. With this ferocious beast's terrifying combat prowess, once fully grown, it could sweep away any existence below the king tier. This could be her trump card against that 10th star beast. Yet, as her thoughts raced, the 8-armed war ape on the battlefield suddenly faltered. Its colossal form hesitated for a fraction of a second. The overwhelming aura of dominance radiating from its body deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly fading away. Ha! Exhausted? Su Moore instantly caught this shift, her heart tightening. Indeed, even the most powerful burst of energy inevitably came with immense expenditure. This ferocious beast was, after all, no true perpetual motion machine. Screech! The gravely wounded flame sparrow, too, keenly sensed its opponent's weakness. Gritting its teeth against the agony, it leapt from the ground, its eyes blazing with a frenzied fire of vengeance. Transforming once more into a fiery meteor, it launched its final, deadly strike toward the 8-armed demon god, whose aura was now fading. No! Su Moore cried out in alarm, instinctively reaching to intervene. If this demon god of boundless potential were to fall here, it would be such a waste. Yet, in the very next instant, the 8-armed war ape, its aura frail and seemingly on the verge of collapse, faced the oncoming fiery meteor of death. Far from showing any panic, its face instead revealed a hint of human-like, almost playful mockery. Casually raising a hand, it pulled from its bosom a crude, leaf and vine-woven container. Then, under Su Mu's stunned gaze, filled with confusion and the unspoken question, "What are you doing?" He tilted his head back, brought the jar to his lips, and with a hearty glug, took a bold gulp of the milky white liquid inside. Boom! The instant that milky liquid touched his throat, a surge of life energy, more colossal and boundless than before, erupted from the 8-armed battle ape's body like a volcanic explosion. His once fading aura surged upward at rocket speed in that instant. In the blink of an eye, it had returned to its peak, even surpassing it. As for Su Moore, the instant she recognized the milky white liquid in the jar, she was struck as if by lightning. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes widened in disbelief, her mind going completely blank as if she'd lost the ability to think. 10,000 years, stalactite? She murmured hoarsely, her voice distorted by utter shock. Her original plan had been to first obtain the vermilion fruit, then take this pool of spirit milk as well to serve as the ultimate foundation for rebuilding her cultivation base. But now, it was actually treated like a beverage by this ferocious beast that appeared out of nowhere, poured into a broken jar, and just drunk? Mine. That was my destiny. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and resentment, as if someone had snatched it right from her grasp, pierced her heart like the sharpest dagger. Put. Her spirit shaken to its core, she could no longer suppress the surging chi and blood within her body, unleashed by the secret technique. A mouthful of blood erupted violently, staining the rocks before her in a tragic crimson. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yang Jian, having completed his mid-battle replenishment, felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his entire body. Gazing at the fiery sparrows charging toward him, a cruel smile spread across his savage face. It's over. He held nothing back. Spear of the Nether God. The third, fourth, and even fifth judgment spears, each imbued with the power of the four symbols, coalesced simultaneously within his 8 arms. 10,000 spears piercing the heart. He roared with fury as 5 spears transformed into 5 death rays piercing the void, sealing off every escape route for the blazing fire sparrow from 5 different angles. Thud. 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 A series of sharp, piercing sounds echoed densely. The enraged flame sparrow's massive form froze midair. Its head, heart, wings, abdomen, 5 vital points were simultaneously pierced by the 5 spears of the Nether God. Life was utterly extinguished in an instant. The massive form plummeted from the sky like a broken puppet, crashing heavily onto the platform not far from Su Moore with a thunderous boom, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The mountaintop fell silent once more. Only the 6-meter-tall, 8-armed, four-winged primordial demon god remained, standing proudly beside the corpse, like the sole sovereign of this realm. Chapter 22, Toying with the Empress. Yang Jian, the rebellious one. Yang Jian's eyes, burning with golden flames, seemed to be appraising his spoils of war. Yet in truth, the vision of the Guishu divine eye had long pierced the barriers of space, locking onto the edge of the platform that corner shrouded in the shadow of a massive boulder. There, a faint yet unmistakably familiar aura pulsed violently. Was it her? Su Moore? A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Jian's mind. He certainly recognized this prodigy of the ancient 8, the dream girl of every boy in the school. Not long ago, during the bloody battle in the cafeteria, they had fought side by side, though at the time, the way she looked at him was like he was nothing but trash. He never imagined that this usually ice-cold, aloof school beauty could look so utterly battered and bruised. Her pale complexion and the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth clearly indicated she'd suffered significant injuries. When had she arrived? What was she doing here? Countless thoughts flashed through Yang Jian's mind, but he remained silent, making no move to break his transformation. The eight-armed battle ape was his trump card, the very foundation of his existence, a second layer of disguise he had deliberately crafted to exist separate from his identity as Yang Jian. The fewer who knew this secret, the better. Unflinching, he maintained his commanding, demon god demeanor as he took heavy steps toward the charred remains of the flame sparrow. Two arms extended like those of the most skilled butcher, swiftly dissecting the corpse of the third-tier ferocious beast. Rip! Sharp claws effortlessly tore through the fire sparrow's tough hide. A fist-sized beast core, entirely crimson as if molten lava flowed within, was precisely extracted. A Tier 3 fire-type beast core. Pure energy, flawless quality. Worth at least 100,000 star coins, Yang Jian silently appraised in his mind. Next, he extracted 3 of the longest, most intact feathers from the firebird's wings, still smoldering with faint flames. Flaming feathers, top-tier material for crafting blades or arrows. 3 of these together start at 50,000 star coins. Finally, he pried open the firebird's beak and retrieved a pigeon egg-sized, fiery red crystal stone radiating intense heat from deep within its throat. Fire spirit crystal core, the very essence of this beast's energy. More precious than a beast core, starting at a minimum of 100,000 star coins. Just these 3 items alone total 2 to 300,000. And that didn't even include the fire sparrow's other materials. Yang Jian's heart surged with wild excitement, yet his hands moved without pause, swiftly stowing the spoils away. With that done, he spread the 10-meter wingspan of his hell wings, preparing to depart this trouble spot immediately. But just as his wings were about to surge with power. Wait! A voice, cold yet tinged with uncontrollable weakness and trembling, echoed from the corner. Su Moore struggled to her feet and emerged from the shadow of a massive boulder. She forced down the pain from her injuries, straightened her spine, and tried to appear less disheveled. Her icy phoenix eyes locked onto the 8-armed demon god before her, a being that had left her utterly stunned. Her gaze was complex beyond measure. Shock, apprehension, and unwillingness. Yang Jian's movements paused slightly as he turned. His eyes, burning with golden flames, looked down haughtily upon this insignificant human woman. No words were spoken, yet an intangible, regal pressure descended upon her like a tangible force. Sima Cheng felt a mountainous pressure bearing down on her, causing her already weakened vital energy to surge violently. She nearly collapsed to her knees once more. Yet she gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand firm. Drawing a deep breath, her voice carried an unquestionable command, the tone of one in a position of authority. Your Excellency, the 3 vermilion fruits in your possession are no ordinary items. They hold profound significance not only for me, but for all of humanity. Hand them over to me, and I can represent the ancient Su family in fulfilling any reasonable demand you have. Wealth, status, martial arts techniques, whatever my Su family can provide, you shall have. She attempted to sway the mysterious beast before her, one whose intelligence was clearly no small matter with the prestige and resources of her clan. Hearing this, Yang Jian's heart stirred, and he instantly understood. So this campus beauty was after the vermilion fruit too? Judging by her determined expression, the value of this Zhu fruit was likely far greater than he had imagined. When Su Muching saw no response, she assumed the beast was weighing its options. She intensified her tone, even adding a hint of threat. Think carefully, sir. My Su family is one of the 4 great families of the ancient wasteland, with profound heritage. If you choose to befriend us today, you gain a powerful ally for the future. But if you insist on opposing the Su family, even with your formidable strength, you will find yourself unable to take a single step within this ancient wasteland city. She invoked her family's prestige, attempting to intimidate him with sheer force of influence. Yet, the moment her words fell silent, the 8-armed demon god slowly raised the hand clutching the vermilion fruit. A mischievous glint of teasing flashed in the demon ape's eyes. Then, under Su Moore's eyes that widened instantly with shock and fury, he brought one of the bright red, enticingly fragrant Zhu fruits to his monstrous, gaping maw. Crunch! In one bite, he tore off more than half. Sweet, clear juice dripped down his menacing fangs. A colossal surge of life energy, visible to the naked eye, surged down his throat and into his body. Burp! The 8-armed war ape let out a satisfied belch, its face contorting into an intensely human-like expression of pure delight. Then, in just a few bites, it devoured the entire Zhu fruit, a treasure that martial artists outside would fight tooth and nail for as if it were an apple, leaving not a single crumb behind. You. Su Moore watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. Her fair face, flushed red with anger and exhaustion, instantly drained of color. What a waste! This was the greatest waste in the world. Her heart was bleeding. That was a Zhu fruit. Combined with her formula, it could have been refined into an immortality pill powerful enough to defy heaven and alter fate. Its efficacy would have been 100-fold greater than simply swallowing it raw. But now, It was actually eaten as a snack by that damn beast? Do you even know what you've eaten? You bloody idiot. Su Muching trembled with rage, her reason nearly consumed by fury. She even forgot the terrifying power before her, lashing out with unfiltered fury. Yang Jian merely tilted his head, glancing at her with those indifferent golden eyes as if observing a raving lunatic. Then, right in front of Su Muching, he picked up the second Ju fruit. Snap! The crisp sound struck Su Moore's soul like the loudest slap across the face. No! Su Muching let out a desperate scream. But it was all in vain. The second Ju fruit swiftly vanished into Yang Jian's mouth. He even licked his lips with lingering satisfaction before fixing his gaze on the last one. Mine! That's mine! Su Muching completely broke down, struggling and even trying to rush forward to snatch it. But Yang Jian had lost all interest in continuing this game with her. He tucked the last vermilion fruit into his robe, and the massive pair of hell wings on his back suddenly flapped. Boom! The violent shockwave sent the already weakened Su Muching crashing to the ground. Helplessly, she watched as the eight-armed demon god, the very embodiment of her endless humiliation and awe, transformed into a dark golden streak of light. It shot skyward, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. Put! Su Muching could no longer hold on, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Her entire being was drained to the point of utter exhaustion. Lying sprawled across the cold rock, her once cold and proud phoenix eyes now brimmed with overwhelming hatred and endless humiliation. Since her rebirth, armed with memories from her past life, she had advanced cautiously, her plans flawless, everything under her control. Yet today, she had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a mysterious, ferocious beast, one she'd never heard of, one that had seemingly emerged from nowhere. Her destiny snatched away, her dignity trampled. This hurt her more than death itself. No matter what you are, I, Su Muching, swear to heaven, I will tear you to pieces. Chapter 23, The Power of the Six Elephants. A transformation of foundations. Hell's wings sliced through the sky, trailing a piercing howl. Yang Jian didn't pause for a moment, soaring dozens of kilometers beyond the Twin Peaks in one breath. Only after confirming he had completely evaded all possible surveillance did he control his descent, slowly landing within a dense, primeval jungle. The moment his feet touched the ground, he could no longer hold on and immediately released his transformation. With a thud, the human form Yang Jian collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. The imposing, world-dominating eight-armed demon god instantly reverted to that slightly frail-looking youth. Phew! Showing off feels great for a moment, but the aftermath is hell. Yang Jian chuckled bitterly to himself, his body feeling as though it had been repeatedly crushed by a dozen 100-ton trucks. Every muscle protested with aching soreness. Battling a third-tier ferocious beast like the blazing fire sparrow at full strength proved far too taxing for his current reserves. Especially forcing the transformation to last longer, for that final heart slash had drained his energy reserves to the absolute limit. Yet he didn't rest immediately. Instead, he carefully retrieved from his chest the treasure he guarded like his own life, his last crimson fruit. Along with the crude jar woven from vines and leaves, containing the last remnant of 10,000 years stalactite. Gazing upon these two items, divine elixirs capable of driving the entire desolate ancient city mad, a fiery light once again ignited in Yang Jian's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he first drained the last drop of stalactite from the jar, restoring some of his basic physical strength. Then, he sat cross-legged and placed the crimson fruit, exuding an enticing fragrance and colossal life energy, into his mouth. Crunch! The skin cracked crisply, melting instantly upon contact with his tongue. A torrent of life force greater than the combined power of the previous two fruits, 100 times purer, gentle yet overwhelming, exploded in his mouth like a bursting starry river. Boom! Yang Jian felt his head buzz as if a living volcano erupted within him. The energy was so immense that before he could even begin to channel it, it had already transformed into the most violent energy storm, raging and surging through every bone and meridian in his body. No! I've gone too far. Yang Jian's face drained of color. He could feel his body straining like a balloon about to burst. Countless fine, bloody cracks instantly tore open across his skin, turning him into a blood-soaked mess. Intense agony washed over him like a tidal wave, nearly drowning his sanity. Only now did he understand why Su Moore had looked at him like he was an idiot when she saw him devour the Zhu fruit whole. Such a heavenly spirit root contained energy far too overwhelming for a martial artist of his cultivation level to absorb directly. Forcing it down was tantamount to suicide. Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force. Seal it, now. At this critical moment, Yang Jian unleashed a fierce will to survive, frantically channeling the Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force. The four awakened Divine Elephant particles within his inner universe erupted with dazzling golden light at that instant. The illusory forms of four primordial divine elephants roared simultaneously toward the heavens, forming a stable four-cornered divine formation. They attempted to suppress the raging, chaotic energy rampaging within his body. Not enough. Open, now. Yang Jian's eyes blazed crimson, his expression frenzied. He threw caution to the wind, transforming passive defense into an all-out offensive. He harnessed the frenzied Zhu fruit energy, no longer trying to pacify it. Instead, he treated it as an invincible army storming fortresses, directing it toward the dormant particle galaxy and launching the most frenzied, reckless assault imaginable. The fifth one. Break it! Boom! The torrent of frenzied energy slammed violently into the fifth particle he had locked onto. Before the Zhu fruit's overwhelmingly domineering energy, the particle's barriers proved utterly fragile and shattered instantly. Crack! The fifth particle shattered instantly, transforming into the fifth golden vortex. Yet the energy storm showed no sign of abating. The sixth one. Shatter it too. Yang Jian roared again, throwing all his remaining energy into a desperate, all-or-nothing assault on the sixth particle. Boom! The entire inner universe seemed to tremble violently at that very moment. The sixth primordial divine elephant roared as it awoke. Within its body, the six divine elephant particles coalesced into an even more stable and profound hexagram divine formation. Energy flowed ceaselessly between them, endlessly circulating. The power of the six elephants reached its pinnacle. Only now was the Zhu fruit energy that had raged within him finally exhausted, completely transformed into his own power. Huff! Yang Jian exhaled a long, bloody breath and slowly opened his eyes. He looked down to find his entire body covered in a thick layer of black keratin mixed with blood and grime, emitting a foul, fishy stench. Yet instead of discomfort, he felt his body reach an unprecedented state of perfection, translucent, powerful, and flawless. With a mere tremor, the black keratin layer shattered and peeled away inch by inch like a snake shedding its skin, revealing beneath its skin as smooth and radiant as a newborn's, glistening with a faint jade-like luster. He could feel his bones, meridians, internal organs, and every single cell as if they had been completely reshaped. This was a fundamental, life-altering metamorphosis, a complete rebirth from the very roots of existence. Although awakening two particles consecutively this time did not yield a new innate divine ability, Yang Jian knew he had gained something far more precious than any divine ability, a foundation. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned his personal interface. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, first grade martial artist early. Vitality, 105 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Level 1 Awakened Particles, 6,840 million. Vitality, it actually increased by 5 points. A flicker of delight crossed Yang Jian's eyes. After all, once one broke through to first grade martial artist, each point of chi and blood gained became several times harder than before. To gain a whopping 5 points of chi and blood in one go if word got out, it would drive countless first-rank martial artists mad with envy. It seems the primary function of the Zhu fruit isn't merely to provide energy, but to purify the marrow, refine the meridians, and reshape the very foundations. Yang Jian pondered deeply. He began to strategize. This experience had also given him fresh insights into his future path to greater strength. Treasures like 10,000-year stalactites, which can be directly and rapidly converted into cultivation energy, should naturally be consumed on the spot for maximum benefit. But treasures like the Zhu fruit, whose energy is too overwhelming and whose primary function is to enhance physical constitution, carry too great a risk if consumed directly. If one could find a reliable alchemist to refine it into a pill, the effect would undoubtedly be 100 times better. Or, just sell it outright for cash. Use the massive amount of star coins to purchase cultivation resources with gentle energy that can be absorbed steadily, then leverage the system's critical hit returns. Yang Jian felt the second option seemed more prudent and aligned better with his fundamental approach. That's how we'll proceed from now on. Decide based on the situation, use what's immediately usable, and sell off what's unusable or extremely valuable for cash. With his mind made up, Yang Jian felt refreshed and invigorated. He stretched his limbs, feeling the six-form power surging through his body like a raging river. He felt stronger than ever before. If he faced that blazing fire sparrow again now, he wouldn't be as flustered as before. After resting, he assessed his bearings and swiftly darted toward the cave where he'd buried his spoils. Chapter 24, You call this bulk materials? Donating all 900,000. In the subterranean cavern, Yang Jian effortlessly pried open the camouflaged boulder with the saber-toothed tiger's fangs, revealing the mountain of loot piled beneath. Surrounded by the dazzling array of ferocious beast materials and rare treasures radiating various energy fluctuations, even Yang Jian felt his mouth go dry. This was the entirety of his haul from this expedition, a fortune vast enough to make any third-grade martial artist's heart race with envy. Yet, new problems arose. There was simply too much. Even with his current first-rank martial artist physique, carrying this mountain of spoils back to the wasteland ancient city was nearly an impossible task. More importantly, it was far too conspicuous. He certainly didn't want his hard-earned labor to become a walking treasure trove in others' eyes once again on the journey back to the city. Let's sort through it and take some with us first. Yang Jian made a swift decision and began sorting through the pile of loot. He separated out the bulky yet relatively low-value materials such as the intact hides of second-tier ferocious beasts and massive bones. While these items could still fetch a decent price, their cost-effectiveness was too low. Then, he gathered all the most precious, smallest, and most valuable parts together. The beast core of a Tier 3 blazing fire sparrow, a fire spirit crystal core, and 3 blazing feathers. The beast core of a Tier 3 phantom saber-toothed tiger, 2 intact fangs. Plus all the beast cores from level 2 and above looted from those 5 unlucky hunters' backpacks, along with several rare spirit herbs. After doing all this, his original backpack instantly emptied by more than half. He packed the most valuable, carefully selected items into his backpack. He weighed it was less than 1/5 of the original weight, yet its value accounted for over 90% of the total worth. As for the remaining scraps, Yang Jian couldn't bring himself to discard them either. Shouldering this pile of materials, he wound his way through the cavern, finding an even more secluded corner. There, he dug a new pit, buried the items, and carefully camouflaged the spot. Only after completing all this did he sling his backpack over his shoulder with satisfaction, leaving the underground cave that had brought him such astonishing fortune and setting off on his journey back. Eastern gate of the ruined city. When Yang Jian's slightly dusty yet energetic figure reappeared, the city guard officers at the registration desk couldn't help but give him a second look. They clearly remembered that just 2 days prior, this very student in his school uniform had stubbornly insisted on entering the wasteland alone, despite Captain Zhou's warnings. Everyone had assumed he would never return, destined to become yet another tragic cautionary tale in the wasteland. Yet here he was, not only alive but looking remarkably composed as if he'd actually thrived. Ignoring the astonished stares, Yang Jian promptly completed his entry formalities and headed straight for the most bustling commercial district of Wasteland City, the Martial Artist Trading Center. This was the largest and most authoritative materials trading market in all of Wasteland City, jointly controlled by the city lord's mansion and the 4 great families. Its credibility and security were absolutely guaranteed. The entire trading center resembled a colossal steel fortress, bustling with people and vibrant with activity. The spacious hall echoed with a cacophony of voices. Countless martial artists clad in varied battle robes, radiating formidable auras, weaved through stalls and shops. The clamor of haggling, the clang of metal, and the beeping of energy scanners blended into a unique symphony of martial chaos. Yang Jian bypassed the smaller shops, heading straight for the most imposing counter in the center of the hall, marked Official Appraisal and Recycling Center. Though prices here were slightly lower than elsewhere, they were absolutely fair, with no deception of young or old, and the counter handled large-scale, high-value transactions. At that moment, a few scattered groups were queuing before the counter. Ahead of Yang Jian stood a young man clad in ornate martial arts robes, flanked by 2 attendants. "Mr. Liu, how do my acquisitions measure up this time?" The youth tossed a leather pouch onto the counter, a hint of arrogance playing across his face. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man with a goatee and sharp eyes, the very Liu manager the youth addressed, calmly opened the sack. After a quick glance, a professional smile spread across his face. "Ah, young Master Zhao. Not bad, not bad. 3 early-stage Tier 2 beast cores, plus some tusks and claws. The material integrity is decent too. Total, 63,000 star coins." Manager Liu announced the price. "Only 63,000? The youth called young Master Zhao frowned, clearly displeased. "Young Master Zhao, this is already a generous offer considering you're a long-time customer. These beast cores have suffered some energy loss, affecting their quality," Manager Liu explained with a cheerful smile, his words flawlessly justified. Though reluctant, young Master Zhao knew the truth in his words and reluctantly completed the transaction. Before leaving, he turned back, casting a condescending glance at Yang Jian standing behind him. When his eyes fell upon Yang Jian's faded school uniform and ordinary-looking backpack, a flash of undisguised contempt crossed his face. Oof. These students nowadays have no sense of their place. They hunt a few level 1 beasts and think they can come to the official collection point to sell them? Don't they feel ashamed? His attendant chimed in, exactly. Why bring loose materials like this here? Just take them to a street vendor. Coming here only wastes our time, the big client's time. Their voices were loud enough for those nearby to hear. Instantly, many martial artists waiting in line turned their gaze toward Yang Jian, their eyes carrying varying degrees of mockery and impatience. Yet Yang Jian remained utterly oblivious, his expression not even flinching. He simply waited quietly until Zhao Gongzi and his group had departed, then stepped forward and placed his half-full backpack on the counter. "Hello, recycling materials," Yang Jian said, his voice calm and steady. The manager, Liu, lifted his eyelids, glancing at Yang Jian's attire and then at the ordinary backpack. A barely perceptible hint of condescension flashed in his eyes. He didn't even bother extending his hand, merely jutting his chin toward the counter as he said dismissively, "Take out the items." "Let me see." In his eyes, what could a student possibly offer? At best, a few level 1 beast cores, or maybe 1 or 2 low-tier level 2 cores. The total value wouldn't exceed 10,000 star coins. Yang Jian nodded, saying nothing more. He unzipped his backpack. Then, under the slightly mocking gazes of everyone around him, he slowly tilted the backpack forward. Clatter! A crisp, melodious clatter, like the collision of gold and jade, erupted instantly. That sound was completely different from the dull thud of the materials in young Master Zhao's bag earlier. A flood of crystals burst forth from the ordinary backpack like a burst dam, each shimmering with dazzling, multicolored light and radiating powerful energy fluctuations. In an instant, they piled up to cover the entire massive recycling platform. One after another, fiery beast cores, crimson throughout, as if molten lava flowed within them. Crystal clear wind-type beast cores radiating a sharp aura. One after another, jet black poison-type beast cores brimming with deadly toxic energy. Over a dozen level 2 beast cores, 5 flawless level 3 beast cores. Among them, the most eye-catching were the 3 grand finale treasures. That tier 3 peak level blazing fire sparrow beast core, radiating terrifying heat like a burning sun. The fire spirit crystal core, resembling a work of art with stars seemingly twinkling within. And the 2 phantom saber teeth, each half a meter long and sharp as divine blades. When all these treasures appeared on the counter at once, boom! A colossal energy pressure, a potent blend of high-grade materials, erupted like a tangible shockwave. Centered on the counter, it swept through the entire trading hall with a thunderous roar. The entire world seemed to hit mute at that very instant. Every movement froze in place. Every breath seemed to halt in that instant. The martial artists who had been mocking Yang Jin moments before now gaped wide enough to swallow a dinosaur egg, their eyes bulging so far from their sockets they nearly popped out. Young Master Zhao, who had just completed a transaction and was preparing to leave, froze mid-step as if struck by a petrification spell. His expression shifted from contempt to shock, then horror, finally settling into a deathly pallor. Behind the counter, Manager Lu, who had been wearing a bored, condescending expression, saw the mountain of divine artifacts and his face instantly froze. The next second, he sprang up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His shrewd eyes widened wider than copper bells, fixated on the blazing fire sparrow beast core atop the counter. His lips trembled, unable to form a single coherent word. This is a tier 3 peak. A blazing fire sparrow beast core? His voice, distorted by utter shock, became shrill and cracked, even breaking slightly. And a fire spirit crystal core? Good heavens! It's a complete fire spirit crystal core. These fangs, belong to a phantom saber-toothed tiger? He felt his heart nearly leap out of his throat. He'd worked at this trading center for over a decade, handling countless precious materials, even 4th grade ones. But today, a seemingly ordinary student casually produced such a large pile of top-tier level 3 materials in such perfect condition? This was more absurd than believing the city lord was a woman. His hands trembling, he practically lunged across the counter, grabbing the highest precision energy analyzer. With reverent care, almost like a pilgrim, he began examining the materials. Beep beep beep. The analyzer emitted a rapid, melodic beep. Energy activity. 100%. Material integrity. Perfect. Every single data point was flawless beyond reproach. Miracle, a miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. Manager Lu murmured to himself, his gaze toward Yang Jian having completely transformed. No longer dismissive, no longer perfunctory. To produce these materials, and in such flawless condition, signified a level of capability far beyond his wildest imagination. You call this bulk materials? Steward Lu recalled young Master Zhao's earlier mockery, feeling his cheeks burn with embarrassment. He took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within, and addressed Yang Jian in a tone of unprecedented, almost obsequious respect. Sir, please wait. The value of these materials is too immense, it exceeds my authority to handle. I must report this immediately to the head steward. Before waiting for Yang Jian's response, he frantically pressed the emergency communication button beneath the counter. Yang Jian observed his flustered state, merely nodding faintly, his face still bearing that unruffled calm. This composure, witnessed by the surrounding martial artists who had frozen in place, only deepened his aura of profound mystery, instantly elevating his presence to the highest level. Soon, an elderly man with an even more formidable aura, dressed in luxurious silk tang-style robes, hurried out from the inner chambers. His pupils contracted sharply as he caught sight of the pile of divine artifacts on the counter, drawing in a sharp breath. After conducting his own meticulous appraisal and evaluation, he lifted his head and, in a tone of utmost solemnity, announced to Yang Shi a staggering figure that left the entire trading hall breathless. Sir, based on our most precise evaluation, our martial arts trading center is willing to offer 1 million star coins. We'll purchase the entire lot. 1 million. The figure exploded like a bomb in everyone's mind. Countless people froze in place, feeling their worldviews being repeatedly crushed into the ground by a school-uniformed youth today. Yang Jian was reasonably satisfied with the price. He nodded. Agreed. The transaction was swiftly completed. When his phone flashed the notification 1 million star coins deposited, Yang Jian felt that all the hardships of his journey had been perfectly rewarded in that instant. He turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he walked up to the young Master Zhao, whose face had long since turned ashen and whose body was stiff as a board. He patted the man's shoulder, flashing a bright smile as he whispered softly. Hey, buddy. Next time, remember to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you'll drool all over yourself. With that, he lingered no longer. Amidst the complex gazes of awe, fear, and envy from everyone present, he departed with effortless grace. Half an hour later, at a park in the desolate ancient city. System. Set aside 100,000 star coins for me. The remaining 900,000. Donate it all. Chapter 25, 50 times. 12 transformations of the vernal equinox. Spend it all. Ding. Detecting host performing ultra high value donation. Ding. Donation received. 900,000 star coins transferred to designated account. Ding. Your act of kindness, like a wildfire spark, has ignited hope for the revival of martial arts. A miracle is unfolding within you. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 50x charity critical hit. Boom. A golden divine light more vast, more colossal than any before, even carrying a hint of creation, shattered the boundary between reality and illusion like a celestial galaxy. With unyielding force, it surged into Yang Jian's very bones and soul. In that instant, Yang Jian felt as though he had become a speck of dust floating within a cosmic singularity, bearing witness to the birth and destruction of an entire world. He saw chaos cleave apart, stars coalesce. He witnessed all things sprout forth, colossal beasts roar. Infinite, profound information about life, transformation, and the very essence of power surged into his mind like the deepest of imprints. Ding. Settling 50x explosive overseas feedback. Ding. Your physical body has undergone another level of refinement under the baptism of world-creating energy. Charity reward, host's vitality plus 10 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mythic tier reward SSS grade divine ability, 12 transformations of awakening. 12 transformations of awakening SSS grade divine ability, an unparalleled divine ability originating from the primordial chaos. Legend holds it was created by an unnamed deity at the dawn of creation, who comprehended the 12 supreme true spirit forms existing in the cosmos. This divine power comprises 12 transformations, each corresponding to a legendary primordial spirit. Upon mastery, one may assume the form of a primordial spirit, wielding its primordial power with boundless might, immune to all attacks. Currently available transformation, 8-armed battle ape form automatically adapted based on host's bloodline evolvable. Remaining 11 forms unlocked, Kunping transformation, True Dragon transformation, Celestial Phoenix transformation. Unlock condition, locate a strand of the corresponding true spirit's true spirit blood, infuse it perfectly with one's own bloodline to unlock subsequent transformations. SSS tier divine ability? The moment Yang Jian's brain received this massive influx of information, it completely crashed. He had assumed this critical hit would enhance his bloodline or elevate his cultivation techniques. But he never dreamed the system would directly grant him an entirely new, SSS tier divine ability, one completely separate from bloodline or cultivation techniques. This divine ability functioned like a universal transformation device with 12 card slots. His own, 8-armed battle ape bloodline happened to be the transformation card perfectly fitted into the first slot. Kunping, True Dragon, Celestial Phoenix, Xuanwu. Gazing upon those names that existed only in myth and legend, Yang Jian felt his breath catch in his throat. This meant that as long as he could find the corresponding true spirit blood, he could transform into these legendary beings. Soaring through the heavens, plunging into the earth, scorching mountains, boiling seas. This is the true path to transcendence. After a long moment, Yang Jian finally snapped out of his profound shock, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity. He immediately summoned his personal interface. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, first grade martial artist early. Vitality, 115 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Level 1 Awakened Particles, 6,840 million. Bloodline, D rank 8-armed battle ape evolvable. Divine Ability, 12 transformations of awakening SSS rank. Bloodline talents, Beast Blood Boil, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye. Mastered abilities, Spear of the Nether God, Wings of Hell, Tongbei Fist. Overall assessment, his future hinges on how many true spirits he can find. Staring at the brand new interface, Yang Jian's heart surged with excitement, unable to calm for a long while. At the end of the day, it all comes down to making money. Yang Jian's thoughts were clearer than ever before. He glanced at the mere 100,000 star coins remaining in his wristband account. He had deliberately saved this amount. This 100,000 can't be donated, Yang Jian's gaze softened. It's for my family. I need to figure out how to maximize its value and improve my parents' and sisters' lives. His mind was made up. Those materials buried in the cave, even if they're scrap, are still worth a pretty penny. I reckon I could sell them for 200,000 or 300,000 star coins. Next time I head to the wilderness, I'll dig them all up and sell them. That'll give me enough to buy a storage bracelet. With a storage bracelet, hunting ferocious beasts will be way more efficient, and I'll make money faster. As for the true spirit, Yang Jian opened his storage bracelet, logged into the martial artist's internal network of the ancient wilderness city, and began searching for keywords like True Spirit, Kunping, and True Dragon. However, the results displayed on the screen were, without exception, no such information found. Your permissions are insufficient. As expected. Yang Jian wasn't surprised. Secrets of this caliber were clearly beyond the reach of a newly registered first-rank martial artist like him. Insufficient rank, restricted access. It seems that to uncover clues about the true spirit, I must continuously enhance my strength and status. Just as he pondered this, his phone suddenly vibrated, and a message popped up. Sender, class monitor by Chanqian. By Chanqian, Yang Jian, are you there? This is your class monitor. I need to compile everyone's cultivation progress for this weekend. Could you please report your current chi and blood levels and whether you've encountered any cultivation difficulties? Smile. The tone of the message felt utterly formulaic, even tinged with a hint of caution, a stark contrast to the little fairy who had pointed her finger at him and cursed him as a demon in front of the ferocious beast. Yang Jian could imagine that since that day when he de-kicked her flying and she de-witnessed him transforming into a giant ape and rampaging through the beasts, the class monitor's mindset had likely undergone a complete overhaul. Yang Jian had never been one to welcome such delicate fairies. He paused for a moment before casually replying. Yang Jian, oh, 115 points. After sending the message, Yang Jian immediately closed the chat window and paid it no further mind. Meanwhile, Bai Chanqian, who was compiling data on the light screen in the dormitory, froze completely upon seeing the reply. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and then her pretty face flushed bright red in an instant. 115 points? A first-grade martial artist? She instinctively assumed Yang Jian was teasing her, retaliating for her earlier rudeness. How could that be possible? Just days ago, his vital energy had barely exceeded 50 points. How could he have leaped over the chasm separating him from a true first-rank martial artist in just one weekend? And his vitality was now a staggering 115 points? This was even harder to believe than his ability to transform into a giant ape. This guy, he's still so despicable. Bai Chanqian bit her lip, feeling both furious and wronged. Yet for some reason, she couldn't muster even a shred of blame toward him anymore. Yang Jian, of course, remained oblivious to the class monitor's complex inner turmoil. He shut off the communication device and immediately placed a massive order online. High-energy beast meat, stamina recovery potions, nutrient-rich fresh fruits. He practically bought one of every item in the mall that looked beneficial for the body. Without special processing, predator meat could be harmful rather than beneficial. Otherwise, he would have brought some back from the wasteland. Glancing at the tens of thousands of star coins remaining in his account, he paused briefly before transferring 10,000 directly to his sister Yang Yu's account. Yang Jian, pocket money. Buy whatever you want. If it's not enough, just ask your brother. He could picture his sister's adorable expression of surprise and delight when she saw this fortune. Only after completing all this did Yang Jian lean back contentedly on the bench, basking in the afternoon sun. The feeling of bringing happiness and surprises to his family with money he'd earned himself felt more solid and joyful than any mere increase in strength. Chapter 26, City Guard Bureau Reward. Project Spark. Early Monday morning, sunlight streamed through the old windows, drawing golden paths through the dusty air. Yang Jian had slept soundly for once. No bloodshed or slaughter from the wastelands, no desperate craving for power, just pure enjoyment of the inner peace and stability that came with his newfound strength. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking with a crisp pop, radiating explosive power. Changing into his faded school uniform and finishing a breakfast several times more lavish than usual, prepared by his mother, Yang Jian set off for school. Though his current abilities rendered the school curriculum largely irrelevant, the approaching college entrance exams meant he still needed to fulfill certain procedural requirements. Just as he was about to step out the door, his wristband suddenly vibrated. An official encrypted message from the Wasteland City Guard Bureau popped up. Dear student Yang Jian, your application for the Urban Peacekeeping Contribution Award during the Beast Attack incident has been approved. Please present this message at the City Guard headquarters today to claim your reward. Reward Distribution Office, Wasteland City Guard. So fast? A flicker of delight crossed Yang Jian's eyes. He had assumed such official procedures would take at least 10 days to a fortnight, never expecting such remarkable efficiency. Without a moment's hesitation, he sent his homeroom teacher a leave request message, then turned and headed straight for the City Guard headquarters. The headquarters of the City Guard Bureau in Huangchang was a massive black structure radiating an aura of grimness and authority. Like a crouching steel beast, it guarded the city's peace. Yang Jian presented his message at the entrance. Soon, a female guard clad in a black, form-fitting combat uniform emerged from within, her posture straight and agile. Her hair was cut short and neat, her features sharp and commanding. She walked with the confident stride of a warrior, radiating an aura of power far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. Yang Jian, correct? I'm Lin Wei, assigned to assist you. The guard's gaze swept over Yang Jian, her eyes holding a hint of subtle curiosity and approval. Captain Lin Wei, hello. Yang Jian nodded. Follow me. Lin Wei offered no further words, turning to lead the way. They walked through a wide, cold alloy corridor, passing occasional guards hurrying by. Each exuded a fierce aura, their eyes sharp and intense. To be honest, I admire you, Lin Wei suddenly spoke up during their walk, her voice crisp and firm. That day in the cafeteria our Nighthawk squad was the first to arrive at the scene. Seeing those third-tier beast corpses strewn everywhere, it stunned every one of us. She turned her head to look at Yang Jian, a genuine look of admiration crossing her handsome face. To step forward in such a desperate situation and unleash the terrifying combat power, you truly deserve the title hero. You saved countless lives and significantly reduced casualties for us reinforcements who arrived later. I only did what I had to do, Yang Jian replied calmly. Heh, what you should do. Lin Wei chuckled softly, shaking her head. You can make the right choice when faced with absolute danger. To possess both the strength and the resolve, your future is limitless. Her words brimmed with admiration for Yang Jian. Soon, the two arrived before a heavily guarded room. After multiple layers of identity verification, the door slowly opened. Inside, an administrative officer was already waiting. Mr. Yang Jian, in accordance with headquarters resolution, you are hereby awarded a cash reward of 50,000 star coins, along with. The clerk spoke as he retrieved an exquisitely crafted bracelet with a silvery metallic sheen from a specially designed safe. A storage bracelet with 3 cubic meters of independent space. Upon seeing the storage bracelet, Yang Jian's breath caught in his throat. Just what he needed. He had been fretting over how to deal with that pile of scrap materials buried in the wasteland, and now the City Guard Bureau had actually delivered a storage bracelet right to him. This item, priced at no less than 200,000 star coins on the market, was a rare commodity with a price tag but no availability. With this, his hunting efficiency in the wasteland would increase tenfold. Thank you. Yang Jian suppressed his inner excitement, accepted the bracelet and a crystal card loaded with 50,000 star coins, and expressed his gratitude solemnly. Just as he finished collecting his reward and prepared to leave, a familiar figure emerged from the other end of the corridor. It was Zhou Yong'an, captain of the Nighthawk Special Forces Squad. Yang Jian? Zhou Yong'an froze upon seeing Yang Jian. Then, his eyes sharp as a falcon's narrowed abruptly, flashing an unmistakable hint of surprise. He clearly remembered that just 2 days prior, it was this very youth who had stubbornly ignored warnings and insisted on entering the Baron Zone 91. He had even feared that this overly ambitious prodigy might have. But now, not only had he returned alive and well, but Zhou Yong'an's gaze swept over Yang Jian like the most precise scanner. He keenly sensed that the youth before him had undergone some fundamental change since 2 days prior. Though his aura remained restrained, his every movement now carried a master's presence that blended seamlessly with his surroundings. And deep within those calm eyes, it was as if an abyssal starry sky lay concealed. No! This aura! Zhou Yong'an's heart skipped a beat. He activated the secret technique honed through years of life and death trials, a near-instinctive method of probing, and instantly focused his mental energy. The next instant, his pupils abruptly contracted. He saw it. He clearly saw that within Yang Jian's body, the vital energy that had once flowed as faintly as a stream had now coalesced into a surging, unstoppable river. The intensity and sheer magnitude of that force left no doubt it had crossed the chasm separating him from becoming a quasi-martial artist. He had broken through. First-rank martial artist? Zhou Yong'an murmured in disbelief, his face contorted with utter absurdity and astonishment. 2 days. A mere 2 days. This youth had leaped from a student with a mere 50-odd chi blood points to become a genuine first-rank martial artist? What kind of cultivation speed is this? This couldn't be described as mere genius. He's a prodigy. A monster. A peerless prodigy capable of shaking the entire Great Xia Kingdom to its core. His earlier assessment of Yang Jian as overly ambitious and arrogant was utterly shattered in this instant. The clown turned out to be himself. He wasn't being arrogant, he genuinely had the confidence and the skills to back it up. Ha ha ha. Young brother Yang Jian. The shock on Zhou Yong'an's face instantly transformed into unprecedented warmth. He strode forward in a single bound, slapped Yang Jian's shoulder heartily, and laughed boisterously. I knew it. I knew you weren't meant to stay in the same old pond. 2 days apart, and you've already given me such a huge surprise. His attitude was a stark contrast to the coldness he'd shown just 2 days ago at the city gate. Lin Wei, standing nearby, watched her captain's transformation with utter bewilderment. Come on, come on. Zhou Yong'an grabbed Yang Jian's hand without waiting for a response, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Young man, your timing couldn't be better. I'm taking you to meet someone important. This might just be the most crucial opportunity of your life. Yang Jian was a bit dazed by this sudden outburst of enthusiasm, but he followed him toward the core area of headquarters. Along the way, Zhou Yong'an lowered his voice, his expression turning serious and solemn. Yang Jian, have you heard of the Seed Project? Project Spark? Yang Jian shook his head. Zhou Yong'an took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with fervor. It's a talent selection program jointly initiated by the highest echelons of the Great Xia military and our City Guard headquarters. Its purpose is to identify the most gifted, resilient, and promising prodigies among the nation's youth. The entire state will pour its resources into cultivating them into pillars that will safeguard the billions of Xia citizens and preserve the flame of human civilization in the future, true pillars of the nation. Those selected for the Seed Project are nothing short of prodigies among prodigies. And you? Zhou Yong'an turned his head, fixing his gaze intently on Yang Jian as he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. You, whether it be the fortitude you displayed during the beast attack or your cultivation talent bordering on the miraculous, perfectly align with the selection criteria of the Seed Project. I was hesitant before, but now I'm certain. I must recommend you to Director Lang. You absolutely deserve to compete for that 1 in 10,000 spot. Chapter 27, a monthly salary of 100,000? The shocking combat data of the bureau chief. Project Spark? National Guardian Pillars? As Yang Jian listened to Zhou Yong'an's impassioned explanation, his heart remained largely unmoved. Guardian of the Great Xia? Preserver of civilization? These concepts felt too grand and distant to him. His mind was occupied with far more practical, down-to-earth concerns. So he blinked and asked a question that nearly knocked Zhou Yong'an off his feet. Captain Zhou, this plan, does it pay? Ha? Zhou Yong'an's face, flushed with excitement, froze instantly. He stared blankly into Yang Jian's clear, inquisitive eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. He prepared a whole speech about honor, responsibility, and grand visions for the future. But the moment the other guy opened his mouth, he went straight for the money? This exchange felt a bit off, didn't it? Ahem. Zhou Yong'an cleared his throat awkwardly, explaining with a mix of amusement and exasperation, sure, of course. As long as you pass the final selection and officially become a member of Spark, not only will you receive a monthly basic support bonus that will make your hands ache from counting, but you'll also have access to an endless supply of top-tier cultivation resources that money can't buy. Techniques, martial arts, elixirs, divine weapons, whatever you can think of, the state will provide you with the best. He paused, then couldn't resist adding earnestly, Yang Jian, you must understand money is merely the foundation. What truly makes the Spark project invaluable is the platform and future it represents. It's your chance to access the world's highest level secrets. It's the celestial ladder that lets you grow into a true powerhouse at lightning speed. This is what martial artists dream of. Yet, Yang Jian hadn't heard a single word of the lengthy speech that followed. The moment his ears registered foundational support funds and unlimited resources, they automatically switched to block mode. Only a few golden characters swirled relentlessly in his mind. Money. And resources too. This essentially meant the state would fund his cultivation, and he could then donate the money and resources he earned from those state-provided funds, all while growing stronger? This is some kind of divine blessing? Wasn't this a tailor-made perpetual motion machine just for him? I agree. Before Zhou Yong'an could finish, Yang Jian nodded without hesitation, his eyes burning with unprecedented resolve and fervor. I pledge my entire strength to safeguard Great Xia and perpetuate its civilization. Seeing Yang Jian suddenly bursting with righteous fervor and solemn conviction, Zhou Yong'an was once again rendered speechless. Something felt off, yet the sincerity in Yang Jian's eyes left him unable to find any grounds for objection. Good. Excellent. Zhou Yong'an finally concluded that his earlier words had successfully ignited this gifted youth's patriotic fervor. Deeply relieved, he grabbed Yang Jian's arm and declared with renewed enthusiasm, "Come on. I'll take you to meet Director Lang right now. City Guard Headquarters, top floor, Commissioner's office." The office was decorated with a simple, solemn elegance, permeated with an aura of iron and blood. Cold Foam, his face stern and eyes sharp as a falcon's, sat behind his desk reviewing documents. Reporting, Director. Captain Zhou Yong'an of the Nighthawk Special Operations Squad requests urgent audience. Enter. Lang Foam uttered a single word without lifting his head. Zhou Yong'an entered with Yang Jian in tow. Director. Zhou Yong'an saluted with a military-style salute. Then, pointing to Yang Jian beside him, he said excitedly, "I brought you a true genius. I earnestly request that you grant him an opportunity to participate in the seed project selection." Oh? Only then did Lang Foam slowly lift his head. When his gaze fell upon Yang Jian, those piercing eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered this youth well. 2 days ago, it was he who had performed that near-impossible miracle amidst the ruins of the cafeteria. It was you. Lang Feng's voice was calm and unruffled, yet carried an undeniable authority. I remember you. Yong'an, state your case. Yes. Zhou Yong'an took a deep breath and concisely reported his recent discovery and assessment of Yang Jian's talent. When he heard the words, within 2 days, he broke through from Qi blood level 53 to first-rank martial artist. Even Lang Feng, whose composure remained unshaken even if a mountain collapsed before him, experienced an imperceptibly brief pause in his hand holding the pen. His gaze fell once more upon Yang Jian, this time carrying genuine scrutiny and solemnity. 2 days from a broken mirror to a first-rank martial artist? Lang Feng spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet carrying the weight of a hammer striking the heart. Yang Jian, do you understand the gravity of deceiving the City Guard Bureau? Reporting to the chief, I have not deceived you, Yang Jian replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Very well. Lang Feng nodded. He had never been one to rely solely on reports, he trusted only what he witnessed with his own eyes. He rose to his feet, and the terrifying aura of a fourth-rank grandmaster began to emanate from him, faint yet undeniable. Words alone are insufficient. The City Guard Bureau possesses the most advanced testing equipment. Are you willing to undergo a comprehensive combat assessment here? No problem. Yang Jian agreed promptly. For the money, no shivering. As long as it doesn't involve being dissected. Besides, he was curious to see just how far his current combat prowess had progressed. The City Guard Bureau's exclusive testing chamber was more spacious and advanced than the one at the Red Lotus Martial Arts Hall. At the room's center stood a testing target crafted entirely from grade A shape memory alloy, capable of withstanding any attack below 4th rank Grandmaster level. Lung Feng and Zhou Yong'an stood in the observation room outside the testing chamber, watching the slender youth inside through a massive one-way special glass. Begin, Lung Feng's voice echoed through the test chamber via the broadcast system. Yang Jian approached the Qi blood tester. Beep. Qi blood value, 115 calories. Rating, 1st grade martial artist early stage. Seeing this number, Zhou Yong'an in the observation room sucked in another sharp breath, while a barely perceptible gleam flashed in Leng Feng's eyes. It was real. He really broke through. And a staggering 115 Qi blood. Among all high school students in the ancient wasteland, he was undoubtedly one of the absolute elite. Proceed with the core strength test. Yang Jian stepped before the grade A alloy target. Without resorting to any flashy techniques, he simply activated the Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, channeling the power of the 6 elephants into his right fist. Then, with an utterly ordinary punch, he struck. Boom! A thunderous roar, far deeper and more terrifying than anything heard at the Red Lotus Martial Arts Hall, reverberated through the testing chamber. The A-grade alloy target was actually knocked back slightly by the impact. The numbers on the target skyrocketed wildly. Finally, they settled on a number so staggering it nearly made Zhou Yong'an's eyes pop out of his head. Core strength, 10,240 kilograms kg. 10,000 kilograms? Zhou Yong'an's voice cracked with sheer astonishment. The strength benchmark for a first-rank martial artist is 5,000 kilograms. Yang Jian, a martial artist who had just entered the early stages of the first rank, saw his raw physical strength double outright, reaching the level of a second-rank martial artist 20,000 kilograms? Is this even human? Was this body forged from the bones and sinews of primordial beasts? Even Lung Feng's perpetually icy expression showed a flicker of astonishment for the very first time. Continue. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Test. Lung Feng's voice carried a hint of anticipation he hadn't even noticed himself. Yang Jian nodded and began his movement. He didn't transform, but instead fused the Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force with the through-back fist. His form left trails of afterimages across the testing chamber as his fists, like raging dragons unleashed from the sea, unleashed a storm of attacks upon the grade A alloy target. Thud! 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 The dense barrage of punches echoed like the most intense war drums, relentlessly pounding the hearts of the two elders. He unleashed the full power of the Tongbei Fist's 9 consecutive strikes. The composite combat power index on the alloy target skyrocketed like a rocket blasting off. 1,500, 2,800, 3,000. Finally, as he delivered his last punch, the number settled firmly at combat power index 3,000. Silence. Dead silence. Inside the observation room, Zhou Yong'an was completely frozen in place. His mouth hung open, his mind a blank, as if he'd lost the very ability to think. A combat power index of 3,000. What did that even mean? The peak combat strength of a second-rank martial artist? And he, Zhou Yong'an, an elite squad leader who had spent years entrenched at the initial stage of 3rd rank, currently possessed a combined combat power index of merely around 4,800. In other words, the combat power of this youth before him was only 1,800 points lower than his own. Are you kidding me? In that moment, Zhou Yong'an felt his worldview being run over by a speeding dump truck back and forth, 17 or 18 times over. Cold Blade stared intently at that blinding number, his hand resting on the console involuntarily tightening into a fist. For the first time, his sharp, hawk-like eyes blazed with a fiery intensity. A prodigy. This was the real deal, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. After a long moment, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and pressed the call button, his voice carrying a hint of unmistakable admiration. Yang Jian. In my capacity as chief of the City Guard Bureau of Huancheng, I hereby formally designate you for the first selection phase of the Spark Project. Return and await further notice. Be prepared at all times to face the challenges ahead. Chapter 28. The reconnaissance unearths a deep water bomb. The entire school is shocked. Stepping out of the imposing black building of the City Guard headquarters, the blinding sunlight flooded over him, leaving Yang Jian momentarily dazed. He glanced down at the storage bracelet gleaming with silver metallic luster on his wrist, recalling the intense, hopeful gaze of Chief Ling Feng moments ago. It all felt somewhat unreal. He'd only come to collect a reward. How had he inexplicably been internally selected for this seed project that sounded incredibly powerful? He still hadn't fully grasped what that so-called first selection sequence actually meant. But one thing he'd heard loud and clear. If selected, he'd get paid. And access to vast resources. After the initial days, a massive, uncontrollable wave of euphoria surged through him like a tidal wave. What did this signify? It meant that his path to godhood, earning money, donating, and achieving critical breakthroughs would become smoother and broader under official protection. His power would surge at a rate several times faster than he'd ever imagined. This is truly like manna from heaven. Yang Jian couldn't help but grin, feeling more at ease than ever before. Glancing at the time, he realized it wasn't even noon yet and hurried off to school. Meanwhile, at the vast playground of ancient 8th middle school, thousands of senior high students stood in orderly rows by class, forming a dense, dark mass. Today marked the final full-grade physical fitness assessment before the college entrance exams, and the air was thick with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. Though most students wore uniform school attire, distinct cliques remained clearly visible. The most eye-catching were the two groups positioned at the very front of the formations. The left circle centered around a youth as sturdy as an iron tower, his face set with determination. His name was Shirley, widely recognized as the commoner prodigy of number 8 high school. Through sheer diligence and perseverance, he had just broken through to 101 chi blood points last week, becoming a true first-rank martial artist. At this moment, he was surrounded by a group of fellow commoner students who fawned over him like stars surrounding the moon, his eyes brimming with confidence. The circle on the right, however, gathered around a girl in a pink martial arts uniform, her features delicate and charming. Her name was Qin Yao. Like Shirley, she was one of only 2 first-rank martial artists currently enrolled at number 8 high school. With a vitality rating of 105 points, she was the undisputed top student in her grade last week. Born into privilege and possessing a lively personality, she was surrounded by a group of affluent followers. Beyond these 2 genuine martial artists, several smaller cliques also drew attention. One such group was led by Tang Rulong. Though still only at the peak of the quasi-martial realm, his status as the young master of Tang construction had drawn a retinue of followers. Right now, he glared darkly at Shirley and Qin Yao in the distance, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Just got lucky breaking through first? When it comes to the college entrance exams, I'll surpass them for sure. Tang Rulong snorted coldly. Of course. Brother Long is a prodigy, how could they possibly compare? His henchmen immediately flattered him. On the sports field, murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. Hey, what do you think? Who'll be in the top 3 for chi and blood in this preliminary test? No need to ask. Qin Yao will be first, Shirley second. As for third, it'll probably be between Tang Rulong and a few established peak quasi-martial artists. Man, I'm so jealous of them. They're already class 1 martial artists. They're guaranteed spots in top martial arts universities after the college entrance exams. Yeah, unlike us, still struggling to break through to quasi-martial artist. Amidst the clamorous chatter, Bai Chanshan, the class monitor of Senior 3, Class 7, seemed somewhat distracted. Her beautiful eyes kept scanning the crowd, as if searching for something. But that familiar figure, one that stirred such complex emotions within her, never appeared. Yang Jian took another day off today, she murmured to herself. Unbidden, the text message she'd received yesterday surfaced in her mind. She had agonized over it all night, ultimately deciding to dismiss it as Yang Jian's playful teasing and retaliation. In a fit of pique, she reported the 115 card. Yet for some reason, a lingering, absurd hope she couldn't shake clung to her heart. What if he was telling the truth? This thought fluttered like a tiny feather, constantly teasing the strings of her heart. Just then, on the podium, the dean of students cleared his throat into the microphone. Students, quiet down. The entire playground fell silent in an instant. A satisfied smile graced the principal's face as he announced in a resonant voice, students, only 20 days remain until the college entrance exams. To motivate you for this final push, today we will reveal the latest vitality rankings for our senior class, compiled yesterday by each class monitor. No sooner had he finished speaking than the massive electronic screen on one side of the field lit up instantly. Every pair of eyes turned toward it in unison, breaths growing slightly ragged. Row after row of names and numbers scrolled rapidly upward across the screen. Look! Wang Tao, 91 cards. He's improved again. Li Shui hit 90 points too. They both have a shot at breaking through before the college entrance exams. Exclamations of surprise erupted intermittently from the crowd. Soon, the rankings reached the top 20. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. 10th place. 4th place, Tang Rulong, vitality, 99 points. Brother Long's 4th. Awesome. Tang Rulong's entourage immediately erupted in cheers. Tang Rulong's face also broke into a smug smile. Though he hadn't made it into the top 3, his 4th place finish was still enough to make him look down on the vast majority of others. But soon, anticipation filled the crowd. The top 3 spots were certain to be claimed by Shirley and Qin Yao as first and second, respectively. But who would take third? The top 10 from last week had all proven themselves. Could there be a dark horse? Shirley and Qin Yao exchanged stunned glances. Was the final preliminary round going to drop a bombshell? The dean didn't keep them waiting long, announcing the top 3 simultaneously. Shirley and Qin Yao were indeed among them, but not first and second, but second and third. When the golden name and data representing first place finally froze on the screen, the entire world seemed to hit mute at that very moment. On the playground, thousands of students along with every teacher on the podium froze in unison as their expressions solidified upon seeing that name and the blindingly high score that followed. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a deathly silence, a thunderous roar erupted, a cacophony of disbelief and utter bewilderment. Holy! Am I seeing things? First place. Yang Jian? Which Yang Jian? Is it the Yang Jian we know? 115 cards? Are you kidding me? He only had 53 cards last week? Fake. Definitely a data glitch. Or he's lying. The entire playground erupted in chaos. Every face bore the same expression, unbelievable. Xinyao's confident smile froze on her face. She stared blankly at the name on the screen that had crushed her into second place, her mind going completely blank. Shirley's earnest smile vanished, replaced by utter bewilderment. As for Tang Rulong, the moment he recognized that name, the smugness on his face instantly twisted into a snarling, distorted rage. Yang Jian? Him? Impossible. He roared hysterically like a wild dog whose tail had been stepped on. He couldn't accept it. The man he'd dismissed as a good-for-nothing, the one he'd humiliated at will, had actually crushed him in chi and blood cultivation, leaving him far behind. This felt even more humiliating and maddening than being publicly humiliated at the entrance of the library. He frantically scanned the crowd for Yang Jian's figure, only to discover the man was nowhere to be found in the Class 7 senior group. Where is he? Where is he? Tang Rulong's eyes blazed crimson. Pointing at the screen, he bellowed at those around him, see that? He doesn't dare show his face. He's cowardly. These results are fake. That fraud. That fame-seeking coward. His roar echoed across the bustling playground, voicing the thoughts of many. Yeah, if he's the top scorer, why isn't he here? This was highly unusual. Even the dean of students on the podium wore a look of bewilderment, quickly turning to Class 7's homeroom teacher with a questioning gaze. The homeroom teacher of Class 7 shook his head blankly. Just as the entire crowd erupted in commotion, convinced Yang Jian was too nervous to show up. A lazy, slightly impatient voice drifted leisurely from the entrance of the playground. Who's that? Barking like a mad dog this early in the morning? Swish! In that instant, thousands of eyes across the entire playground turned in unison toward the source of the voice. At the entrance of the playground, the figure at the center of the storm, one who shouldn't have been there, slowly walked in, backpack slung over his shoulder, yawning, his face wearing a lazy expression that screamed, "Who am I? Where am I?" Chapter 29, The Empress's Divine Weapon. Donation ID hilariously takes down the Martial Arts Alliance. When Yang Jian's lazy voice echoed across the playground, accompanied by his harmless, sluggish appearance, the entire number 8 middle school playground instantly fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Every pair of eyes, like searchlights, focused on him in unison. Then came an even more deafening roar of astonishment. Holy! He actually showed up? He's dressed like that? And yawning? How could he possibly be a first-rank martial artist? This must be a mistake. Doubt, shock, and disbelief swept across the playground like a tidal wave. To everyone present, the sudden appearance of this top student felt like a direct insult to their intelligence. A slacker who barely scraped by with average health points after just a few days away suddenly breaks the 100 mark and claims the top spot in the grade? This was more absurd than making them believe a sow could climb a tree. Yang Jian! You fraud! You dare show your face? Tang Rulong's face, already twisted with rage, erupted into sheer hysteria the moment he spotted Yang Jian. Pointing at the glaring 115 points on the electronic screen, he roared, "You falsified your data. You're not a first-grade martial artist at all. You're just a clown trying to grab attention. Do you dare to go to the testing room right now? Immediately. This very instant. And retake the test in front of everyone?" His voice was practically a roar, thick with the fury and venom of a man humiliated to the core. Yet in response to Tang Rulong's furious barking, Yang Jian merely curled his lips in contempt. He didn't even deign to look at him, merely spitting out 2 dismissive words. You. With that, he ignored Tang Rulong, who was stomping his feet in fury, and strode straight toward the formation of Class 7, Senior 3. That utterly indifferent demeanor, showing Tang Rulong no regard whatsoever, made the latter tremble with rage, nearly spitting blood on the spot. Bai Qianqian stared blankly at Yang Jian as he approached her. The dean of students, standing on the podium, also witnessed Yang Jian's arrival and Tang Rulong's furious outburst. Though puzzled, he knew it was group training time and refrained from further inquiry. "Silence," the principal commanded in a deep voice, silencing the commotion on the field. "Attention, everyone! Physical training, begin!" With that command, Instructor Lei, accompanied by several physical education teachers, began directing the students through various basic physical training exercises. Weight-bearing runs, jump training, explosive punching power. Each exercise demanded exceptional physical conditioning from the martial artists. Yang Jian blended seamlessly into Class 7's formation, performing with effortless ease. His 115 chi blood points far surpassed the vast majority of students present. With every punch and every leap, he felt the 6 form power surging and roaring within him, executing each movement with ease and even having energy to spare. Throughout the session, he appeared somewhat lazy, occasionally yawning, yet every movement carried a primal harmony and beauty, flawless beyond reproach. This left many of his skeptical classmates secretly startled. "Hey, do you guys feel like Yang Jian has actually gotten stronger?" whispered a boy from class 7. "Stronger? That's an understatement. Look at his running speed, the power in his fists. He doesn't seem like someone who's only a few levels above Tang Rulong." He must have been holding back," another girl exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Qianqian watched Yang Jian's effortless silhouette, her mind replaying the terrifying scene from the cafeteria that day, him transforming into a giant ape, rampaging and slaughtering. The absurdity in her heart didn't diminish, it only grew stronger. How much has he been hiding? Tang Rulong stood nearby, his face turning ashen with rage. Watching Yang Jian breeze through every training task with that nonchalant air was more unbearable than being publicly humiliated. "Damn it! That good for nothing. What gives him the right?" Tang Rulong roared inwardly. He swore he would find an opportunity to publicly expose Yang Jian's hypocrisy and destroy his reputation. While training, Yang Jian habitually scanned his surroundings with his Guishu divine eyes. He wanted to see if Su Mucheng, the school beauty he'd coincidentally met in Wilderness 91, had come to school today. However, after scanning the area, he couldn't spot Su Mucheng anywhere. "She's not here either? Looks like yesterday's injuries were pretty serious," Yang Jian thought, slightly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. A girl like her, favored by heaven, surely had people looking out for her. No need for him to worry. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. In an office exuding an air of antiquity. A white-haired, white-bearded elder sat behind a desk, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He wore loose-fitting Tai Chi attire. He was none other than Zhao Wuqi, president of the charitable guild of the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance. "Old Zhao, what's gotten into you lately? You keep zoning out while reading documents," remarked an equally white-haired elder seated opposite him, his aura more profound and solemn. He toyed with a pair of iron balls as he teased. "Oldly, you wouldn't believe the strange thing I've encountered lately," Zhao Wuqi said, setting down his pen and stroking his long beard. A flicker of both puzzlement and excitement crossed his eyes. He activated the holographic display before him and pulled up a donation record. "Take a look at this." Oldly leaned in, glanced at it, and raised an eyebrow. "Oh? A massive donation of 900,000 star coins? That's a huge sum. Which family is it from?" "Not a family," Zhao Wuqi shook his head, pointing to the donor ID on the record. "It's an individual account. Look at this name." Oldly looked at the donor ID. When he read the name, even his stoic demeanor couldn't suppress a chuckle. Donor ID, Monkey Mountains, but his reddest. "Ha ha ha ha. What kind of name is that?" Oldly laughed so hard his mustache stood on end. "Such a huge donation, and they use this ID? This person is something else." "Yeah, I think it's interesting too." A sharp gleam flashed in Zhao Wuqi's eyes. "This donation is highly suspicious. I checked the back end, all traces related to this account have been erased by someone with extremely high privileges. We can't find any real identity information. The only thing we could trace was a vague IP address pointing to the capital." Old Lee's smile faded. He looked at Zhao Wuqi and said gravely, "To erase system traces and have the IP address vaguely point to the capital, that's not something just anyone could do. You suspect? I suspect this might involve some mysterious force beyond our understanding, or a probe from some hidden clan." Zhao Wuqi's gaze grew deep. "I've instructed my secretary to monitor this closely. Any donations from this ID must be reported to me immediately." He couldn't shake the feeling that this Monkey King's but reddest in the mountains would prove to be both an intriguing and significant presence. At the foot of Twin Peaks, within a secluded grove, Su Mucheng sat cross-legged, her face still pale but her breathing much steadier. After a day of recuperation, the injuries within her body had healed for the most part. Opening her eyes, the icy phoenix-like gaze no longer held the anger and humiliation of before. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented calmness and sharp intelligence. "Though the shoe fruit is lost, it doesn't mean I have no chance," Su Mucheng silently calculated in her mind. Her memories from her previous life weren't limited to the shoe fruit storyline. 3 days later, at the edge of Wilderness 91, a void fissure would open. At that moment, hordes of void beasts would descend. This was yet another catastrophe facing humanity. But Su Mucheng knew that within that wave of beasts, one exceptionally unique void beast would emerge. Within its body lay a precious material cloud-patterned vibranium. This vibranium was the sole primary material for forging her past life's divine weapon, the mystic Heaven Soul Severing Sword. The Shantian Soul Severing Sword was the peerless divine weapon that had allowed her to traverse the cosmos and slay the 9 great monsters in her previous life. Its unmatched sharpness could cleave through the void, and its resilience was unparalleled in the world. If I can obtain the cloud-patterned vibranium and forge the Shantian Soul Severing Sword ahead of schedule, my combat power will surge once more. Then I'll find a way to snatch that crimson fruit back from that damned 8-armed giant ape. An unbreakable resolve flashed in Su Moore's eyes. But before that, she needed to find some teammates. Memories churned, and martial artists from several hidden locations in the ruined city gradually surfaced. Huanggu No. 8 Middle School, Sports Field. The grueling hours of physical training finally concluded, and all students dragged their weary bodies toward home. Yang Jian rubbed his aching shoulders. While this level of training was nothing to him now, it still took a toll on his stamina. Just as he stepped off the field, a dark voice boomed behind him. Yang Jian! Stop right there! Yang Jian's footsteps faltered slightly, but he kept walking without turning his head. Damn it! Tang Rulong's temper flared. He leaped behind Yang Jian and grabbed his shoulder. Didn't you hear me? Chapter 30, Taking a Long Leave. Continuous advancement, star-plucking hand. Tang Rulong's venomous shout cracked like thunder, instantly drawing the attention of every student still lingering nearby. The students, fresh from intense training and already in a heightened state of excitement, instantly perked up at the scent of conflict. They quickly gathered around, forming a circle large enough to contain Yang Jian and Tang Rulong at its center. This is gonna be good. Tang Rulong's picking a fight with Yang Jian. You bet. I wouldn't take it either. Some nobody suddenly climbs above me using fake data? That's public humiliation. What do you think? Will Yang Jian get beaten so badly he has himself? Tang Rulong is a quasi-martial artist at the peak of his 98-card vitality level. One punch from him could break a few bones in an ordinary person. Hard to say. Yang Jian looked pretty relaxed during training today. But I still don't buy that he has 115 chi blood points. The crowd buzzed with gleeful speculation, most reveling in schadenfreude as they anticipated a show of genius crushing the fraud. Not far away, Shirley and Qinyao also halted their steps. Unlike the others, they didn't join the jeering crowd, but their eyes burned with intense curiosity. They were more eager than anyone to uncover the truth about this sudden Yang Jian, whether he was a dragon or a worm. Was his claimed 115 chi blood value genuine or a sham? Under everyone's gaze, Tang Rulong pushed through the crowd and stepped behind Yang Jian, a cruel and triumphant grin spreading across his face. Yang Jian, you think you're so good at pretending? He closed in step by step, like a predatory hyena. Today, in front of everyone, I'm going to rip that hypocritical mask right off your face. Before his words faded, the chi blood energy within him surged violently. His 98 chi blood points transformed his entire aura. Muscles bulged slightly on his arms, radiating explosive power. He lunged forward, fingers curled into a claw, a sharp gust of wind trailing his attack as he aimed for Yang Jian's shoulder. He intended to use the most direct, humiliating method to pin Yang Jian to the ground in front of everyone, making him pay a bitter price for his lies. The surrounding students instinctively held their breath, as if already witnessing Yang Jian being subdued in a single move, falling to the ground in utter disgrace. Bai Qianqian turned pale with fear, her lips parting in a startled gasp. But just as Tang Rulong's lightning-fast hand was about to touch Yang Jian's shoulder, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. From Yang Jian, who stood with his back turned, seemingly oblivious to everything, an indescribable, terrifying aura, invisible yet palpable, flashed across his body. It wasn't the force of vital energy, nor was it an energy fluctuation. It was a weighty, mountain-like pressure, vast as an abyss, emanating from the very core of existence. Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force. The 6 elephants' power activated, shielding him autonomously. Tang Rulong's outstretched hand froze abruptly, less than an inch from Yang Jian's shoulder. He felt as though he wasn't grasping a mere human shoulder, but touching a slumbering demon god risen from ancient myths. A bone-chilling terror, so profound it made his very soul tremble, surged madly up his arm, flooding into every fiber of his being and the depths of his consciousness. In that instant, the scene before his eyes transformed. He seemed to behold an endless blood-red inferno, where 6 primordial divine elephants, towering to the heavens, gazed down upon him, a lowly insect with their indifferent, emotionless golden eyes. No! Tang Rulong's pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks, while countless bloodshot veins spread wildly across his eyes. His face, twisted by rage, was now replaced by an endless terror that seemed to seep from the depths of his very soul. He tried to scream, but found his throat clamped shut by an invisible hand, unable to utter even a syllable. He tried to retreat, only to discover his body had completely lost all control. Thud! Amidst the stunned, bewildered stares of everyone present, Tang Rulong, who had been brimming with arrogance and invincibility just a second before, fell backward stiff as a board, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes bulged wide, foam forming at his mouth as his body convulsed violently, as if electrocuted. Unconsciously, he repeated 2 words over and over. Devil, devil. Throughout the entire incident, Yang Jian, the supposed target, didn't even glance back once. He seemed utterly unaware of the commotion behind him, continuing to stroll leisurely toward the school gate. Soon, he vanished from everyone's sight. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen. The violent clash, the one-sided slaughter, the agonized screams they had anticipated, none of it materialized. Everything ended so bizarrely, so inexplicably. What just happened? Tang Rulong, why did he collapse on his own? Is he possessed? After a long moment, someone finally snapped out of it and rushed forward to check on Tang Rulong. But no matter how they shouted, Tang Rulong only convulsed violently, his eyes vacant as he stared at the sky, muttering those 2 words over and over. He seemed trapped in some terrifying nightmare, utterly petrified. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. When they looked back toward the direction Yang Jian had departed, their expressions had changed completely. No longer was there doubt, no longer was there mockery. Instead, they were filled with a deep, indescribable fear and awe. That youth, he didn't even turn around, didn't even raise a hand. Merely a silhouette was enough to terrify a quasi-martial artist at the peak of the 98-card Chi blood realm into utter stupor on the spot? What kind of terrifying existence was this? In that instant, the name Yang Jian became a symbol steeped in mystery and taboo in the hearts of every student at the 8th middle school. At home. Under the warm glow of the lamp, the dinner table was laden with fierce beast meat, rich with potent energy, all purchased online by Yang Jian. Bro, where did you get all this money? You even transferred me 10,000. Yang Yu devoured her meal while blinking her big eyes curiously. Don't ask so many questions, kid, Yang Jian chuckled, ruffling his sister's hair. I found a glowing stone by the roadside and sold it for some cash. Pfft, you're lying. Yang Yu protested, though seeing her brother's confident smile, she felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance wash over her. After finishing their meal, Yang Jian returned to his room and began mapping out his next plan. School lessons are useless to me now, he thought to himself. To achieve another leap in strength before the college entrance exams, I have to go to the wilderness. Taking 10 days or even half a month off before the exams to retreat home for final intensive preparation was common among senior high students. Yang Jian decided to take an extended leave starting tomorrow until the very day of the exams. He would use this final stretch to hunt ferocious beasts relentlessly, earn money, and make donations. To push his strength to a new peak. The next day, Wilderness Zone 91. Unlike the previous day's quietude, the outskirts of the wasteland were noticeably bustling today. Groups of senior high school students, clad in their respective school uniforms, gathered in 3s and 5s. Under the guidance of adult martial artists, they cautiously engaged in combat drills against level 1 ferocious beasts. Evidently, all major high schools had commenced their final pre-college entrance exam combat drills. Yang Jian avoided the commotion. Activating his Guishu Divine Eye, he bypassed all the crowds and plunged deep into the wasteland. Over the next 3 days, he transformed into the most efficient, most ruthless predator of this jungle. First, he returned to the underground cavern, excavating all the scrap materials he had buried last time. He packed them into his newly acquired storage bracelet, returned to the city, and sold them all at once. 28,000 star coins in hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he set aside 30,000 as reserves. The remaining 25,000, combined with the 70,000 already in his account totaling 320,000, was donated in full. Ding! Received donation of 320,000 star coins? Ding! Charity reward, hosts vitality plus 8 cards. Only 8 points? Yang Jian pursed his lips, clearly dissatisfied with this lackluster reward. But he didn't let it get him down. He plunged back into the wilderness. Hunt, gather, return to town, sell, donate. He executed this routine to perfection. Another day passed. He hunted numerous ferocious beasts, selling them for nearly 100,000 star coins. Donated it all. Ding! Charity reward, hosts vitality plus 3 points. On the 3rd day, his luck skyrocketed when he discovered a nest of ironclad earth dragon eggs about to hatch, selling them for a whopping 150,000. Donated it all again. Ding! Charity reward, congratulations, host. You have obtained the D-grade martial skill, Star Plucking Hand. Ding! Charity reward, hosts vitality plus 3 points. Over 3 days, he donated nearly 600,000 yuan in total, causing his total vitality to surge by 14 points. Though no massive critical boost had triggered, this steady growth in strength still gave Yang Jian an immense sense of security. As night fell, he found a secure cave, lit a campfire, and roasted a freshly hunted, plump level 2 wind antelope. As he ate, he pulled up his latest personal panel. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, 1st grade martial artist mid-stage. Vitality, 129 points. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Tier 1 Awakened Particles, 6,840 million. Bloodline, D rank 8 Armed Battle Ape Evolvable. Divine Ability, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS rank. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boil, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye. Mastered Abilities, Spear of the Nether God, Wings of Hell, Tongbei Fist, Star Plucking Hand. Overall evaluation, a hardcore grinder obsessed with farming resources. His strength stems from his relentless dedication to charitable endeavors. Yang Jian smacked his lips. The particle count of Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force is too low. It's a pity high-density energy refills are hard to come by. Wonder if I'll ever get the chance to repay such treasures? He tore off a chunk of grilled meat and washed it down with a gulp of kvass. Ah, so damn satisfying burp. Suddenly, the distant horizon erupted in a blinding flash, as if a giant sun were plummeting. A deafening roar rolled in, followed by an indescribable shockwave sweeping across the wasteland. Yang Jian's eyes flashed gold as he stared, his eyelids twitching violently. In the distant sky, a massive rift had appeared out of nowhere. A void fissure. A void beast is descending. Chapter 31, Empress Sue's Scheme.
preparing to intercept once more. Above a seemingly ordinary valley of scattered rocks on the outskirts of Wilderness 91.
A shrill sound, like fabric being forcibly torn, echoed across the heavens without warning. Immediately after, beneath the horrified stares of all present, the azure sky shattered like a broken mirror, splitting open into a jagged, pitch-black fissure. Purple-black spatial arcs flickered along the fissure's edges, sending chills down spines. A torrent of void energy, chaotic and destructive, emanating from another realm, gushed forth from the rift like a burst dam. Heavens! Good heavens! What is that? A void rift. It's a void rift. Run! The monstrous beasts are descending. In an instant, the entire outskirts of Wilderness Domain 91 descended into utter panic and chaos. The high school seniors, who had been engaged in safe combat drills against level 1 beasts under the guidance of adult martial artists, saw their pride and confidence instantly replaced by boundless terror at the sight of that terrifying rift stretching across the sky. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! A high-energy spatial fissure has appeared at Wilderness Zone 91, coordinates E134, N278. Repeat. A high-energy spatial fissure has appeared. Requesting backup. Requesting immediate backup. The adult martial artists in charge of the team, after their initial shock, turned deathly pale. While organizing the students' evacuation, they frantically sent distress signals to the City Guard Bureau. Wasteland City, City Guard Headquarters. The shrill alarm pierced the silence of the command center once more. Reporting to the chief. A void fissure has appeared at the edge of Wasteland Sector 91. Energy levels are rapidly escalating. Preliminary assessment indicates a Level 3 disaster. Cold Blade leapt from his seat, his stern face frozen in icy resolve. Order Nighthawk, Cheetah, and Mad Lion Special Ops teams to assemble immediately. Target, Wasteland Sector 91. All martial artists within the city, enter combat readiness. His command was delivered with decisive, icy precision. Zhou Yong'an. Present. Zhou Yong'an stepped forward in a single bound. You will lead the Nighthawk squad as the vanguard. Within 3 minutes, I want your men on the combat vehicles. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Zhou Yong'an turned and sprinted toward the door. Meanwhile, in the valley directly beneath the terrifying void fissure, several figures stood silently, gazing upward at the ever-widening, pitch-black fissure in the sky. Among them stood Su Moore, flanked by 3 martial artists. In stark contrast to the panic and chaos outside, their expressions bore not only solemnity but also the awe and fervor of having witnessed a miracle firsthand. Holy, it's really happening. A burly man, towering like an iron pillar with bulging muscles and a massive battle-axe strapped to his back, spoke in a hoarse voice. His gaze darted between the rift in the sky and the calm-faced girl beside him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Not a single detail off, neither the timing nor the location. Another man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a scholarly demeanor, yet with a sharp, shrewd gleam in his eyes, pushed his spectacles up his nose. The eyes behind the lenses locked onto the white-robed girl, his mind churning with a storm of emotions. Standing beside them was a stunningly beautiful woman clad in black leather armor that hugged her voluptuous figure, wielding twin blades. Though silent, her hands gripping the knife handles revealed the turmoil within. These 3 individuals were the reinforcements Su Musi had spent considerable money and effort to invite. The burly man in charge was Xiao Zhan, a 3rd-rank martial artist with a modest reputation among the free-roaming fighters of ancient Wasteland City. Renowned for his overwhelming strength and fierce combat prowess, he was impulsive and lacking in strategic thinking. The bespectacled youth was Chun Mo, a 2nd-rank peak martial artist renowned for his cunning and mastery of traps and mechanisms. He was one of the few strategist-type figures in their circle. The coldly beautiful woman was Lu Qing, also a 2nd-rank peak martial artist. Her movements were elusive and unpredictable, and she specialized in assassination and reconnaissance. All 3 were lone wolves within the freelancer community. Though they had heard of each other, they had never formed deep connections. 3 days prior, they had simultaneously received an encrypted commission from the Su Group offering an absurdly high reward. The request was peculiar, it didn't involve hunting powerful beasts or escorting valuable cargo. Instead, they were instructed to arrive at this godforsaken, desolate valley at a specified time and, following a blueprint, set up intricate rune traps of a structure they had never encountered before. The client was the stunningly beautiful high school girl before them, Su Moore, who looked no older than 17 or 18. At first, all 3 of them assumed she was some wealthy young lady from a prominent family playing some expensive survival game. Though suspicious, the prospect of earning years' worth of wages convinced them to accept the seemingly easy job. Yet just moments ago, when Su Muqing's prophecy in 1 hour, a void rift will appear here unfolded before their eyes with pinpoint accuracy. Any lingering disdain or doubt in their hearts was instantly replaced by boundless shock and awe. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Su Muqing had completely changed. This was no longer something that could be explained by mere accurate intelligence. This was clearly foresight. At that moment, facing the stunned gazes of the three, Sumuching's expression showed not a trace of surprise. All of this had been within her calculations. Her choice of these three was no accident. In her previous life, though they came from humble origins, each had grown into formidable warriors capable of standing alone over the next decade through their innate talent and perseverance. They were among the fierce commanders she greatly admired during the battle against the beast tide. Unfortunately, in that past life, lacking resources and guidance, they had taken too many detours, ultimately achieving only limited success. This time around, Sumur intended to gather these hidden gems under her wing early on. Using her prophet abilities, along with cultivation techniques and resources far surpassing this era, she would forge them into the first core members of the future Legion of Death that would sweep across the cosmos. And today marked the moment she planted the first seed of miracle within these three hearts. Are you all ready? Sumuching's voice was cool and confident, as if she already held everything in her grasp. Have you checked the traps I had you set up beforehand? Her voice snapped the three, still reeling from shock, back to reality. Yes, everything has been thoroughly checked. We guarantee it's foolproof. Xiaozhan was the first to respond. The look in his eyes towards Sumuching had shifted from that of a mere employer to something bordering on reverence for a god. Chen Mo and Lu Cheng nodded immediately. They had already made up their minds. Once this mission was over, they would find a way to establish a deeper connection with this enigmatic young woman. They instinctively sensed that following her would be the greatest opportunity of their lives. At that very moment, roar! A series of savage, ravenous roars erupted from the pitch-black fissure. Several kilometers away, on a hillside, Yang Jian's figure appeared silently atop the canopy of a large tree, blending into the night like a ghost. He too had been drawn by the immense tearing sound of space. When he saw the void rift stretching across the sky, his heart skipped a beat. But then, through the vision of his divine eye of the abyss, the pure, violent void energy erupting from the fissure made him lick his lips involuntarily. Holy crap! If a horde of void beasts showed up here, I'd slaughter them all. Just selling their materials would bring in a fortune. And if I donated everything, imagine the treasures that would be unleashed. His gaze then fell upon the valley below the fissure. Is that her? Yang Jian instantly recognized that familiar, moon-like figure in white. Sumuching. What's she doing here? And with helpers? Yang Jian was taken aback, but then it clicked. Given Sumuching's family background, it made perfect sense that she'd invited several powerful martial artists as allies. 1/3 rank, 2 peak 2nd rank. Not a weak lineup at all, Yang Jian silently assessed in his mind. At that very moment, roar! A series of savage, ravenous roars erupted from the pitch-black fissure. Then, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, countless monstrous beasts of all shapes and sizes, shrouded in purple-black void energy, surged out of the fissure like a tidal wave. Void hounds, void rippers, void demon bats. They covered the sky and filled the earth, thick as a swarm. Yang Jian's divine eye of the abyss swept across this tidal wave of beasts in an instant. His breathing abruptly grew ragged in the next instant. All of them are at least level 2. He clearly saw that even the weakest beasts in this first wave were at the early tier 2 level. Among them were dozens of third-tier beasts comparable to peak second-tier powerhouses. What did this mean? This wasn't merely a fortune. This was a goldmine large enough to make his charity system run itself into the ground. If he could hunt them all down, the materials obtained would likely be worth an astronomical sum beyond his wildest dreams. After donating, how many times over would the return be? 100-fold? 1,000-fold? Let's do it! Yang Jian's eyes instantly filled with boundless greed and fervor. He couldn't be bothered to ponder the purpose of Su Moore and the others being here. In his eyes, this entire valley, every person and every ferocious beast within it had become his personal hunting ground. Buzz! An invisible wave erupted from him, sweeping out in a thunderous surge. Beast blood boiling, activated. Boom! A primordial demon god, 6 meters tall, with 8 arms and 4 wings, its entire body engulfed in dark golden flames, descended silently. Chapter 32, Unrivaled Dominance. An unexpected surprise. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the first wave of void beasts descended like a black torrential rain. They plunged directly into the trap zone Su Moore and the others had meticulously prepared. Boom! 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 On the ground, arrays composed of special runes activated instantly. Golden light shot skyward, forming patches of viscous, swamp-like force fields that slowed movement. The newly arrived void beasts, before they could unleash their fury, plunged headfirst into the force fields. Their speed plummeted by over 70% instantly, their massive bodies sinking as if into quicksand, making movement exceedingly difficult. Immediately after, another batch of high-explosive rune arrays concealed underground detonated. Violent explosions ripped through the beast horde one after another, sending clouds of dust and flesh flying into the sky. A peak level 2 void ripper had several legs blown off instantly, letting out a wretched howl of agony. Well done. Surveying the chaotic yet fully controlled scene before her, a satisfied smile finally graced Su Moore's cool, beautiful face. Her memories from her past life, combined with Chen Mo's genius array formations, had produced a flawless result. Move out. Without a moment's hesitation, her crisp voice rang out like the most precise combat order. Xiaozhan, charge head-on. Chen Mo, manipulate the traps to divide the battlefield. Lu Qing, flank from the wings and prioritize taking out those injured Tier 3 beasts. Yes. The trio responded in unison, their morale soaring. Xiaozhan roared like a cannonball leaving the barrel, swinging his massive axe as he charged first into the weakened beast horde. Chen Mo swiftly retreated to the rear, his hands forming seals as he activated and deactivated various traps. Like a master strategist, he precisely divided the beast hide into smaller segments, preventing them from joining forces. Lu Qing's figure transformed into a black specter, slipping silently into the shadows of the battlefield. Su Moore herself, sword in hand, joined the fray with graceful agility. Rather than engaging head-on, she relied on the terrifying combat instincts honed in her past life as the Empress. She consistently appeared at the most critical moments, delivering lethal strikes to the throat, efficiently reaping the lives of those level 2 ferocious beasts. In an instant, the entire valley became a stage for the four of them, a display of efficient and spectacular hunting. As Su Muqing fought, her sharp gaze darted through the chaotic horde of beasts. Cloud-patterned vibranium. Where exactly is that peculiar void beast? Yet, just as she basked in triumph, convinced everything would unfold according to her script, a dark golden streak of light, brimming with boundless dominance and destructive energy, erupted from the distant horizon without warning. It crashed into the battlefield with a near teleportation-like speed. What is that? Chen Mo, who was manipulating the traps, was the first to spot this uninvited guest, his voice cracking in shock. Su Moore's heart lurched, and she snapped her head up. The moment she recognized the true form of that streak of light, her cold, phoenix-like eyes instantly filled with overwhelming fury and boundless hatred. It was him. It was that 8-armed demon god that had snatched her vermilion fruit atop Twin Peaks and devoured it like a snack right before her eyes. Enemies meeting face to face only intensified their hatred. That bastard. How the hell is it here? Su Muqing trembled with rage, her teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered. After descending, the demon god showed no hesitation whatsoever. It charged straight toward the densest, most valuable core area of the beast hide. It came to steal the monsters? Stop it. Su Muqing roared almost instinctively. But it was too late. Both she and her 3 teammates were now completely entangled by the beast hide, trapped deep within the trap zone. They couldn't break free to stop this calamity that had descended from the heavens. They could only watch helplessly as the 6-meter-tall, 8-armed demon god crashed like a black meteorite into the swarm of void beasts still struggling within the stasis field. In that instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. For they witnessed a slaughter scene so utterly brutal and aesthetically violent that it would be etched into their memories forever. Roar! The 8-armed war ape landed with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth. Its 8 monstrous arms, like pillars supporting the heavens, transformed into 8 whirlwinds of death too swift for the naked eye to follow. Threw back fist. Star-plucking hand. He didn't even bother to distinguish targets, unleashing everything he knew in the most primal, savage manner, wildly pouring it out in all directions. Boom! A level 3 void hound poised to ambush him had barely closed the distance when his back fist obliterated its skull. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Rip! Another arm, fingers curled into a claw, unleashed the star-plucking hand. A void demon bat mid-flight was yanked from the sky by an invisible energy hand before it could even scream. Crushed like a walnut, it was effortlessly pulverized into a bloody pulp. Boom! 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 He descended like a god or demon upon the mortal realm. His massive frame plowed through the tide of beasts, leaving a trail of severed limbs and pulped flesh in his wake. Not a single void beast could withstand a single blow from him. Whether 2nd tier or 3rd tier. All were instantly obliterated with a single strike. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided, crushing slaughter. My god, what kind of monster is this? Xiaozhan, locked in a grueling battle with a level 3 ferocious beast, stared in stunned disbelief. He felt his once proud strength in the presence of this demonic god was as laughably feeble as a baby's cry. Every single one of its attacks strikes the beast's core weakness with pinpoint accuracy. Its combat style it's like an art form. Far away, Chen Mo's eyes behind his glasses were filled with utter horror. He recognized it, this demon god possessed not only brute strength, but also terrifying combat intelligence. As for Su Muqing, she had become utterly numb. She stared blankly at the demon god slaughtering its way through the beast hide. The overwhelming hatred in her heart had, at some point, been replaced by an even stronger emotion, one called absurdity. After instantly slaughtering one ferocious beast after another, the demon god still had the leisure to casually flick its hand. With a single flick, it precisely stripped the most valuable materials from the beast's corpse's beast cores, sharp claws, and hard shells. Then, those materials vanished into thin air, as if sucked into an invisible pocket. Storage equipment? This beast actually possessed human-like storage equipment? Just as Yang Jian was frantically farming resources with wild abandon. He suddenly sensed that the divine elephant prison sealing force within his body had begun to circulate autonomously and slowly. He looked up at the ever-expanding void fissure in the sky. He clearly saw strands of pure, dark purple void energy invisible to the naked eye leaking from the fissure. His hell's wings behind him devoured it like a whale, frantically absorbing and converting it into the purest energy. This energy surged into his inner universe, nourishing the 6 awakened divine elephant particles.
This void energy can actually be absorbed by me?
A tidal wave of shock instantly surged through Yang Jian's mind.
Then came boundless elation. Didn't this mean that as long as he stood here, he could cultivate non-stop, 24 hours a day, like he had some kind of cheat code? Ha 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 ha.
He could no longer contain his excitement, letting out a roar filled with ecstasy and dominance.
He was no longer content with merely clearing these minor foes on the periphery.
His gaze shifted directly beneath that void fissure. There, where the void energy was most concentrated and purest.
It was also the very heart of the beast tide's descent. With a flap of his wings, his colossal form transformed into a dark gold streak of deathly light.
Ignoring all the surrounding beasts' attacks, he hurtled straight toward that deadly zone.
Chapter 33, blocking the gate with his body, devouring the void.
When Yang Jian's colossal 8-armed demon god form plunged into the core region directly beneath the void fissure, he felt as though he'd dived headfirst from a warm pond into boiling magma. Endless, pure black void energy, refined to near liquid consistency, surged like a raging tsunami from all directions, violently compressing and seeping into his body. For any other martial artist, even a 4th-rank grandmaster, such concentrated void energy would likely dissolve and tear them apart within seconds, assimilating them into the void itself.
Yet for Yang Jian, this place was paradise.
The divine elephant prison sealing force within his body, encountering what felt like the most exquisite delicacy in existence, suddenly accelerated its circulation by more than tenfold. The hell's wings on his back acted like 2 ravenous black holes, frantically devouring the colossal void energy around them.
They transformed it into the purest, most primordial life force, which surged endlessly into his inner universe.
He could clearly see within his body, within that dormant micro-galaxy of particles, the 7th particle being illuminated and tempered at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Its pace was scarcely slower than when he had absorbed the 10,000-year stalactite. This void energy is actually a tonic even more potent than the 10,000-year stalactite?
A tidal wave of shock instantly surged through Yang Jian's mind.
He instantly realized how incredibly rare and precious this opportunity was.
Void rifts were among the most terrifying calamities in the cosmos, something ordinary people would flee from in terror. Only during the brief window when the fissure opened did he stand a chance to access this primordial energy existing solely in another dimension.
Opportunities like this don't come twice.
A more reckless, more daring thought exploded in his mind.
In that case,
his eyes, burning with golden flames, shot upward, locking onto the pitch-black rift in the sky that continued to spew forth monstrous beasts.
Then I'll seal the gate shut for you.
Roar! A frenzied roar that shook the heavens erupted from his throat as the 10-meter wingspan of his hell wings behind him surged with power.
Boom! Beneath the horrified stares of all below, the 6-meter-tall, 8-armed demon god surged upward like a black sun defying the current.
Ignoring the rampaging tide of beasts below, he soared into the sky with the domineering posture of a ruler. His colossal form loomed like an impassable demonic mountain, blocking the gaping void rift like an immovable barrier. Whether it was Su Moor's team locked in desperate combat with the ferocious beasts, the lone warriors who had just arrived from afar preparing to join the fray, or Zhou Yong'an's squad hurtling toward the scene atop their war chariots. Everyone who witnessed this scene collectively experienced a mental freeze.
What is that? A ferocious beast? Blocking the gate to the void rift? Am I seeing things? A beast slaughtering other beasts?
Zhou Yong'an stood atop the speeding war chariot, peering through high-powered binoculars.
He clearly saw the 8-armed demon god suspended mid-air. His weathered face was etched with utter absurdity and disbelief.
Having spent his entire life on the battlefield, he had fought countless ferocious beasts, yet he had never seen, nor even heard of, one attacking its own kind from the same dimension.
And in such a ruthless, decisive manner.
This beast absolutely isn't from our world, a seasoned veteran beside Zhou Yong'an said in a dry voice.
The aura emanating from it is too ancient, too overbearing.
I feel it's more terrifying than any level 4 beast we've ever encountered. On the other side, Su Muqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock as a tidal wave of emotion crashed through her mind. Blocking the door with its own body, devouring the primordial power of the void.
What the hell is this thing?
In her past life as the immortal Empress, she had witnessed countless rare beasts and treasures, yet never had she encountered such a mad, utterly unnatural existence. As everyone stood frozen in shock, the slaughter to block the gate commenced mid-air. Roar! A level 3 void ripper, having just thrust half its body through the fissure, hadn't even had time to glimpse this new world before it was met by a fist the size of a claypot, swirling with golden divine power.
Boom! Its skull exploded like a watermelon.
Hiss! Dozens of void demon bats screeched like a swarm of crows, pouring out of the fissure like a dark cloud, attempting to flank around the 8-armed war ape.
Looking for death. Yang Jian snorted coldly, sweeping his massive hell wings behind him. Whoosh! A massive black blade, tens of meters long and forged from hellish winds, swept out horizontally. The dozens of void demon bats, like insects caught in a meat grinder, were instantly sliced into a sky-filling mist of blood mid-air without even a chance to scream. 8 arms unleashed, gods and demons tremble. He hovered mid-air like an impregnable war fortress, obliterating every invading foe beyond the rift. Amidst this frenzied slaughter and devouring, Yang Jian could distinctly feel the divine elephant power within him surging upward at a rocket-like pace. The 7th particle ignited. The 8th particle ignited as well. Boom! The instant the 8th divine elephant particle awakened, an aura even more terrifying and colossal than before erupted from his body. Within his inner universe, the 8 divine elephant particles resonated in perfect harmony, forming a mysterious and flawless Bagua array. Around him, vague visions of dragon roars, tiger howls, and galloping divine elephants began to materialize. A terrifying aura, suppressing the ages and proclaiming his sole supremacy, swept across the entire land. So powerful. Its aura has grown stronger. Below, Xiaozhen felt his legs grow weak. The sheer pressure was draining him of strength, making it difficult to even swing his battle axe. Yang Jian felt the surging power within him, as vast as the ocean, filling his heart with boundless pride. He could sense the barrier of the 9th particle beginning to crack. With just a little more effort, he could break through right then and there. But at that very moment, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. The pitch-black void fissure violently trembled. Immediately after, a monstrous beast of utterly bizarre form slowly pushed aside all the surrounding cannon fodder, its body emerging from the fissure. Its size wasn't enormous, only about 5 meters long, resembling a pangolin magnified hundreds of times. Yet its body was not flesh and blood, but composed of a substance shimmering with an uncanny metallic sheen as if white clouds and refined gold had fused together. Its aura was far more powerful and concentrated than all the surrounding beasts combined. Early Stage 4. This was a being whose power rivaled that of a third-grade martial artist. Upon seeing this peculiar beast, the phoenix-like eyes of Su Moore below, which had grown somewhat numb, instantly burst with an unparalleled, blazing light. It's him! The cloud-patterned void beast, she cried out in astonishment, her heart surging with wild joy. It was this beast. Within its body lay that one-of-a-kind cloud-patterned vibranium. Yet her elation lasted less than a second before being replaced by a torrent of rage. For the 8-armed demon god, currently slaughtering everything in its path mid-air, had locked its gaze burning with golden flames, filled with greed and possessiveness firmly upon this newly arrived cloud-patterned void beast. No! At that moment, Su Moore's heart felt as though it had been violently clenched by an invisible giant hand. She watched helplessly as the 8-armed demon god abandoned its slaughter of the lesser foes and launched its most savage, most deadly assault directly at the cloud-patterned void beast. Damn it! How dare you! Sumu Cheng's eyes bulged with fury as she let out a desperate, anguished scream. But nothing could stop it now. You're mine. Yang Jian's eyes blazed with battle intent, surging to its peak. Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force surged to its absolute limit. Divine Eye of the Abyss instantly locked onto the slowest moving energy core on his opponent's chest, a swirling cloud pattern. Kill! He unleashed a roar that echoed across the heavens and earth. At that moment, his 8 arms, each with a distinct role, launched a devastating attack capable of shattering the heavens and earth. 4 arms simultaneously 4 spears of the Nether God, each palm radiating a destructive aura. On the other 2 arms, the force of the 9 consecutive strikes of the through-back fist, piled up layer upon layer at the tips of the fists, poised to unleash. The final 2 arms spread their fingers wide, the intangible force of the star-plucking hand, already locking onto the surrounding space. Behind him, the Hell's Wings suddenly flapped violently. Countless hellish runes swirled madly, coalescing into 2 massive black winged blades, each 100 meters long, sharp enough to cleave through the void itself. Die! In that instant, all attacks erupted simultaneously. 4 spears of the Nether God transformed into 4 death rays, sealing off all evasion routes for the cloud-patterned void beast from 4 different angles. 2 iron fists, each containing 9-fold stacked force, plunged toward its face like 2 falling stars. The intangible force of the star-plucking hand materialized as 2 colossal spatial hands, gripping its body in an inescapable hold. Meanwhile, the 2 black-winged blades slicing through the void crossed like the scythe of death, slashing viciously at the fatal weakness locked onto by the abyssal divine eye. Roar! The cloud-patterned void beast, newly arrived and yet to display its full might, revealed bewilderment and terror in its crimson beastly eyes for the first and last time. It could not comprehend why it was subjected to such an unreasonable, saturated, all-out dimensional assault. Boom! Every attack struck its target with pinpoint precision at the exact same moment. A deafening, terrifying RO, as if tearing the sky itself apart, erupted. The cloud-patterned void beast's pride, its metal body capable of withstanding most energy attacks, collapsed like a precisely demolished building. With a thunderous crash, it was forcibly torn apart and shattered from the center. A fist-sized piece of silver-white metal, shimmering with strange cloud patterns and pulsing as if alive, fell from the shattered body. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed as he activated the star-snatching hand. The metal fragment was instantly seized in his grasp. It felt smooth to the touch yet incredibly heavy, and the strange laws contained within it sent a chill down his spine. What a treasure! Yang Jian's heart surged with joy as he immediately stowed it away in his storage bracelet. Below, Su Moore stared blankly at the direction where the metal had vanished, then looked up at the eight-armed demon god suspended midair, bathed in an energy storm yet utterly unscathed.
Put. She could no longer hold it back. Another mouthful of blood gushed forth violently. She felt her heart along with that cloud-patterned void beast tear apart. Chapter 34, Derived Divine Ability, Hell's Crucible, what a satisfying loot haul. In the valley, Su Muching knelt on the ground, her paper-white face stripped of all cool detachment. Only endless, almost twisted madness and hatred remained. The crimson fruit. The cloud-patterned vibranium. The two most profound, longest-planned, and crucial opportunities for defying fate since her rebirth had been snatched away. One after another, within mere days, by that damned eight-armed demon god who appeared out of nowhere right before her very eyes. It felt as though some invisible hand in the heavens was manipulating everything, toying with her, the reborn Empress, as if she were nothing more than a pawn in a grand scheme. Why? Why is this happening? A frenzied roar raged within her heart, an unprecedented wave of humiliation and defeat gnawing at her pride like the most vicious curse. Reborn, everything should have been within her grasp. Armed with memories of her past life, she would survey all beings from above, rectify every regret, seize every opportunity, and greet the final apocalyptic catastrophe in the most perfect form. But now, everything was in chaos. This eight-armed demon god, appearing out of nowhere and belonging to no corner of her memories, was like an unreasonable meteorite crashing violently into her meticulously crafted chessboard, shattering all her plans into smithereens. Ah! Su Moore could no longer contain herself, unleashing a shriek filled with frustration and rage. Her sword struck the rock before her with brutal force, carving a deep, jagged gash into the hard ground. Meanwhile, suspended mid-air, Yang Jian remained utterly unaware that his inadvertent act of picking up the slack had driven this future immortal empress to the brink of collapse. He was now utterly immersed in the supreme pleasure of his rapidly surging power. The abundant void energy allowed his giant elephant particles to coalesce once more. The 9 elephants' power was complete. The strength of his physical form had once again reached an entirely new peak. He could feel that every breath he took, every beat of his heart, seemed to resonate with some cosmic rhythm, brimming with explosive power. Yet, when he turned his gaze back to the sky, he saw that the pitch-black void fissure had begun to slowly contract and close. The void beasts pouring forth from it grew sparse and insignificant. That's it? I haven't absorbed enough yet. Yang Jian thought to himself with regret. This opportunity to freeload energy and level up on the spot felt even better than winning the lottery. Staring at the rift about to seal shut, every rebellious fiber in his being ignited in that instant. You want to close the door? Did you ask me? A mad, extreme thought exploded in his mind. If you won't come out, then I'll go in and take it myself. Roar! Beneath the stunned gazes of everyone below, who could scarcely think straight, the eight-armed demon god not only refused to retreat as the fissure closed, but let out an even more frenzied roar. The massive hell wings on its back beat violently, transforming into a dark gold stream of death. With utter disregard for its own life, it plunged headlong into the contracting, pitch-black fissure of void brimming with the unknown and the promise of utter destruction. Has he lost his mind? Zhou Yong'an, who had just arrived at the battlefield, watched this scene unfold. His binoculars clattered to the ground as his face contorted in horror, as if he'd seen a ghost. Into the void fissure? Lin Wei beside him gasped in horror. That place is filled with endless dimensional turbulence and spatial storms. Even a 6th-ranked sovereign-level powerhouse swept into it would be torn to shreds. In the valley below, Xiaozhan, Chen Mo, and Lu Qing stared in stunned silence, their minds blank. They'd seen fearless individuals before, but never someone so eager to court death. The hatred in Su Muching's phoenix-like eyes was now replaced by utter bewilderment. She murmured to herself, fool, such a complete and utter fool. The very essence of void energy is destruction and chaos, how could you possibly touch it directly? In everyone's understanding, the void rift was an absolute forbidden zone. It wasn't as if no powerful beings had ever attempted to uncover the secrets beyond the rift. But whether human martial artists or formidable beasts, the moment any part of their body dared to venture deep into the fissure, they would be instantly corroded and decomposed by that bizarre and terrifying primordial void force, reduced to the most fundamental particles. The 8-armed demon god before them, though monstrously powerful, had charged in with such reckless abandon. Its fate could hold no surprises. For a moment, every pair of eyes locked onto that dark old figure, their gazes filled with complex emotions. Shock, regret, and even a hint of morbid anticipation flickered within them. After all, if such a formidable beast fell right then and there, even a few materials dropped from its corpse would be enough to make them a fortune. Yet what unfolded next nearly made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Instead of charging its entire body forward, the 8-armed demon god wielded exquisite control, thrusting its massive, indestructible hell wings like 2 gigantic straws, deep into the closing fissure. A shrill, metallic screech filled the air.
The immense spatial cutting force at the fissure's edge violently assailed the hell wings, erupting in dazzling bursts of spatial arcs. Yet those wings, engraved with infernal runes, proved unimaginably resilient. They withstood the spatial force potent enough to tear apart a king-tier powerhouse without showing the slightest sign of collapse. Then, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. The aura emanating from the 8-armed demon god not only failed to weaken under the void energy's erosion but instead surged upward with a more terrifying, more unruly intensity. He's forcibly devouring the void essence within the fissure? Sue Moore screamed in disbelief. She felt her entire worldview being repeatedly crushed into dust by this monstrosity today. Exactly. Yang Jian was now immersed in an unprecedented, exhilarating thrill like dancing on the edge of a knife. The instant he thrust the hell's wings into the fissure, a torrent of the purest void essence 1,000 times denser than before surged like a cosmic flood through his wings, violently flooding his body. The divine elephant prison sealing force within him had reached its absolute limit. The 10th. The 11th. Under the assault of this nearly cheating energy, the solid particle barrier shattered like thin paper, breached one after another with devastating force. Boom! 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 Within his inner universe, 3 brand new golden suns rose one after another. 12 divine elephant particles coalesced within his body, forming an even more colossal and stable divine array. His physical form, his power, and his very level of existence underwent another frenzied metamorphosis in that instant. As the power of the 12 divine elephants coalesced, a brand new stream of inherited knowledge imbued with the laws of devouring and smelting crashed into his mind. Divine elephant prison sealing force, the third life-bound divine ability Hell's Crucible. Effect, condenses a hell forge within the body. Once formed, it can refine all things and devour everything. Whether life essence, primordial energies of heaven and earth, or even the power of sun, moon, and stars all can be cast into the furnace, melted down into the purest source of life, and harnessed for one's own use. The sacred flames within the furnace can even incinerate all evils. Good. 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 Yang Jian's heart surged with wild joy. This was practically a tailor-made digestive system for him. With the Hell's Crucible, he would never again fear being blown apart by overwhelming energies like Zhu was. But at that very moment, snap! A sharp crack snapped him back to reality from his euphoria. The void rift in the sky had contracted to its absolute limit. The terrifying spatial cutting force had finally begun to cause even his hell wings to develop minute cracks. It's closing. Yang Jian's heart sank. He knew he had to retreat before his wings were severed. But, just leave like this? That's too much of a loss. He had to, at least get one last piece of the pie. Hell's Forge. Open, now. Yang Jian's eyes blazed crimson. In the final instant before his wings retracted, he pushed his newly awakened divine power to its absolute limit. A phantom dark gold furnace, forged from the power of the 12 elephants and engraved with countless divine and demonic reliefs, erupted within his Dantian sea of qi. Its mouth gaped wide, unleashing a terrifying, ruthless suction force of unimaginable potency. In that instant, the final, purest strand of void primordial energy just as the spatial fissure was about to close completely was forcibly pulled out from the other side of the crack, as if sucked up by a giant whale. Boom! That primordial force surged into the infernal furnace, instantly refined. Then, transformed into the purest energy, it slammed violently into the 13th particle. Crack! The 13th divine elephant particle shattered upon impact. It worked! Yang Jian roared inwardly, his wings flapping violently. In the split second before the fissure closed completely, he narrowly managed to pull himself back. In the sky, the pitch-black fissure finally shrank into a tiny speck of light before vanishing completely. Heaven and earth returned to stillness. Only a ravaged valley remained, along with a group of witnesses who had turned completely to stone, even forgetting to breathe. Chapter 35, The Empress is going mad. Vital energy surges. A deathly silence hung over the land. The pitch-black fissure that had torn through the sky had vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Only the ravaged valley remained, along with the thick scent of blood and void energy lingering in the air, bearing witness to the devastating battle that had just unfolded. Every gaze, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, was fixed and unmoving, converging upon the solitary figure suspended midair. The 6-meter-tall, 8-armed demon god, having endured the frenzied baptism of the void's primordial essence, not only avoided the corrosion and disintegration they had anticipated, but instead, the terrifying aura of supreme dominion emanating from its body had grown several times more colossal than before. Suspended in silent stillness, it was enveloped in a swirling tapestry of dark golden energy intertwined with purplish-black lightning arcs. This eerie tableau, brimming with both divine and demonic essence, sent shivers down the spine. He resembled a supreme sovereign who had just devoured the entire underworld. He came out alive? Not only alive, he seems even stronger? Monster. This isn't a beast at all. It's a mythical creature that stepped out of legend. After a brief deathly silence, the crowd below erupted in waves of stifled gasps, filled with terror and awe. Their worldview had been brutally shattered today by this mysterious demon god, crushed repeatedly and mercilessly, pieced back together, only to be stomped into pulp once more.
Zhou Yongyan's mouth hung open wide.
His throat felt parched, and he couldn't form a single coherent sentence. He began to doubt whether the overwhelming mental pressure had induced some kind of collective hallucination. Su Muqing's face had shifted from initial fury to a deathly pallor. Gazing at the demon god in midair, whose aura surged violently, the overwhelming hatred in her heart was replaced by a deeper, more helpless despair. She had lost. Defeated utterly, defeated completely. Whether in intellect, strategy, raw power, or luck, she, the reborn immortal Empress, looked like a laughingstock before her opponent. Xiao Zhan, Chen Mo, and Lu Qing beside her dared not even breathe a sigh. Merely gazing upon the demon god from afar, they felt their very souls tremble, unable to muster even the slightest spark of defiance.
Amidst this deafening silence that held everyone's gaze,
Yang Jian, suspended midair, suddenly felt an unprecedented wave of weakness surge through him like a tidal wave, rising from the deepest recesses of his being. The relentless high-intensity battles, coupled with that suicidal door-blocking energy absorption at the end, had pushed the duration of his transformation to its absolute limit.
Time to go.
His eyes, burning with golden flames, cast one final glance over the battlefield that had brought him endless rewards. Then, the massive hell wings on his back suddenly flapped. Whoosh! Without a trace of lingering, his colossal form transformed into a dark gold streak of light that tore across the sky, darting toward the deepest reaches of the wasteland.
His speed was so immense it left a long, white sonic boom trail in the air.
Within mere breaths, he vanished completely from everyone's sight, as if he had never been there at all.
After a long silence, Zhou Yongyan's voice cracked as he asked, "Did you record everything just now?"
Recorded. Another team member responsible for recording answered, his voice trembling.
Good.
Zhou Yongyan stared at the replay of that world-shattering demon god figure. Instead of fear, his eyes blazed with an almost fanatical light.
"Captain, this thing is far too dangerous. We must report this immediately to the highest military command. This is beyond the scope of what we in Huangqing City can handle,"
Lin Wei said solemnly from the side.
"No."
Zhou Yongyan shook his head firmly, his gaze locked on the screen as he spoke slowly and deliberately. "You don't understand.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Though it appears monstrous, it has relentlessly slaughtered the creatures emerging from the void rift.
Perhaps it isn't our enemy. In the future, we might even have the chance to cooperate with it."
A bold thought, daring to the extreme, took root and began to grow wildly within his mind. Su Moore watched the streak of light vanish into the horizon, slowly rising from the ground. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Within those phoenix-like eyes, which had once been consumed by despair, a cold flame ignited once more, a flame as icy as 10,000-year-old glaciers.
"The eight-armed fiend. Go!"
Without another glance around, she spat out the single word in a voice as cold as ice. Turning, she staggered away from Yang Jian, her heavily wounded body dragging behind her. Xiao Zhan and the others, witnessing this, hurriedly followed without daring to ask a single question. Dozens of kilometers away, atop the canopy of an ancient, towering tree of unknown origin, Yang Jian's form plummeted like a puppet whose strings had snapped, crashing heavily among the dense foliage. His transformation state dissolved completely. An unprecedented wave of exhaustion, as if his very soul had been drained, washed over him. He lay motionless on the broad leaves, unable to lift even a finger. The intense battle, coupled with sustaining the eight-armed battle ape form for so long, especially that final, frenzied extreme energy drain, had nearly squeezed him dry. Yet his pale face bore a radiant, utterly satisfied smile. He'd hit the jackpot. This time, he'd truly hit the jackpot. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he summoned the interface with a thought.
Host, Yang Jian.
Realm, first-rank martial artist mid-stage. Vitality, 139 points. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Tier 1 Awakened Particles, 13,840 million.
Bloodline, D-rank 8-armed battle ape evolvable. Divine Ability, 12 transformations of Awakening SSS rank. Bloodline talents, Beast Blood Boiling, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye.
Mastered abilities, Spear of the Nether God, Wings of Hell, Hell's Forge, Tongbei Fist, Star Plucking Hand.
Overall assessment, a philanthropist who recklessly tests the limits of self-destruction, each of his adventures yielding immense rewards. Vitality, it actually increased by 10 points again.
Yang Jian stared at the 139-point reading, his heart surging with ecstasy. Awakening more giant elephant particles not only fortified his physical foundation but also directly bolstered his base vitality. His overall strength now surpassed his pre-wasteland days by more than 30%. And this was merely an enhancement to his base attributes. More importantly, with a flicker of thought, the silver-white metal piece, shimmering with strange cloud patterns, appeared in Yang Jian's hand. And within his storage bracelet lay mountains of high-grade materials picked up from the Void Beast Tide. If I sold all this stuff, it could probably fetch over 1 million star coins, right? Yang Jian felt his heart pounding violently at the sheer magnitude of that figure.
Over 1 million star coins.
If he donated it all and then pulled off another 50-fold critical hit or even higher,
what terrifying leap in power would that bring him?
The future looks bright. The future looks bright. Yang Jian grinned like an idiot for a long while, but eventually succumbed to the bone-deep exhaustion. His head lolled to the side, and he fell into a deep sleep right there on the treetop. Chapter 36, City-Wide Sensation. A whopping 2 million profits. While Yang Jian snored away in the treetops deep within the wasteland, the storm he had unleashed swept through the entire city of Wasteland like a tsunami. Extra! Extra! A void rift has appeared in Wilderness Zone 91, unleashing thousands of void beasts. Mysterious giant ape emerges. Single-handedly barricades entrance and slaughters invaders, saving the day. Is it friend or foe? A demon god from another dimension or a guardian of the planet's will? Overnight, every media platform and social network within the Wasteland City exploded with these sensational headlines. Blurry videos and photos secretly recorded by martial artists present at the scene spread like wildfire across the internet. In the footage, the 6-meter-tall ape hovering before the void rift slaughtered the relentless tide of void beasts with an apocalyptic ferocity. Its 8 flailing arms, its wings darkening the sky, that suffocating aura of dominance and pressure palpable even through the screen. All of this was deeply etched into the minds of every resident of Huangqing City who witnessed the footage. Overnight, the entire city buzzed with discussion, streets emptied of people. Some marveled at its power, hailing it as a guardian deity. Others trembled at its unknown nature, viewing it as a threat more terrifying than the void beasts themselves. Still others saw immense commercial value and opportunity in it. Countless factions secretly investigated, striving to uncover the origins and whereabouts of this mysterious giant ape. The name 8-armed giant ape spread like wildfire, becoming the hottest topic throughout the entire city of Huangcheng. Inside the classroom of Senior 3, Class 7 at Huanggu No. 8 High School, Bai Qianqian stared blankly at the wildly shared video playing on her bracelet's display screen. Her innocent, pretty face was etched with confusion and bewilderment. The 8-armed giant ape in the video felt both utterly unfamiliar and strangely familiar. That overbearing aura of supreme dominance, that frenzied combat style pushing physical strength to its absolute limit, all irresistibly reminded her of the colossal ape transformed by Yu Yangjian just days ago. In the ruins of the school cafeteria, that same being had single-handedly crushed 8 three-eyed demon apes. Similar, yet different. She repeatedly compared the two videos. The giant ape in the cafeteria, though equally towering, resembled the more primitive long-armed ape in form covered in dark red fur and lacking those exaggerated, demon-like wings. The 8-armed giant ape in the footage, however, appeared far more ferocious, its aura more terrifying, almost like an evolved version of the former. Could it be, really him? The thought sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, rising once more from the depths of her mind. But she quickly shook her head. Impossible. He's powerful, but how could he have grown strong enough to confront a void rift in just a few days? Besides, he was clearly at school that day. It wasn't just her. Many Baizhong students who had witnessed Yang Jian's transformation during the beast attack shared similar thoughts upon seeing the footage. Ultimately, however, they dismissed this seemingly absurd conjecture due to the vast disparity in form and power between the two entities. In their view, Yang Jian's talent might simply be some rare giant ape transformation bloodline, while the 8-armed giant ape circulating online was another, far more powerful and mysterious unknown entity. The two might share a common origin, but they were certainly not the same being. In a heavily guarded private estate on the city outskirts, Su Muching stared coldly at the video on the light screen, one she had watched countless times. She meticulously compared the 8-armed giant ape with the blood-red giant ape that Yang Jian had transformed into in the cafeteria, as she remembered it. Similar aura, identical combat style, yet their energy levels and morphological characteristics differ like heaven and earth. Her phoenix-like eyes flashed with intelligence and contemplation. Perhaps Yang Jian's innate talent isn't merely transformation, but some kind of ape-related sequence ability capable of continuous evolution. Could this 8-armed giant ape online be one of his elders, or perhaps a member of the same lineage? Unlike others, she refused to dismiss the connection outright. In her view, some undiscovered connection must exist between them. It seems necessary to meet this Yang Jian in person. Su Muching made up her mind. Whether to uncover the truth about the 8-armed giant ape or to find even the slightest clue to reclaim the shoe fruit and cloud-patterned vibranium, she had to take the initiative. City Guard Headquarters, Commissioner's Office. Lung Feng watched the complete, ultra-high-definition combat footage Zhou Yongyan had brought back in silence. The entire office fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long moment, he slowly exhaled a breath, his eyes filled with indescribable shock. "You're right," he said, turning to Zhou Yongyan, his voice tinged with dryness. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This 8-armed giant ape, though its origins are shrouded in mystery, has objectively aligned itself with humanity." "Director, are you suggesting?" A flicker of excitement crossed Zhou Yongyan's eyes. "I will encrypt this complete video footage along with my analysis report and submit it directly to the highest echelons of the military command," Lung Feng declared, his eyes gleaming with profound resolve. "As for how they classify it or approach it, let those bigwigs worry about that. What we must focus on now is something far more crucial." His gaze shifted to another document. The header of that document read in bold letters, Project Spark, selection list for Huanqing City. At the very top of the list, the first name was none other than Yang Jian. In 7 days, the first round of selection for the seed project in this city will officially commence. Lung Feng looked at Zhou Yong'en. You go notify Yang Jian to prepare himself. He must secure this spot for me. Yes, sir. Zhou Yong'en saluted, turning to leave with anticipation written across his face. He couldn't wait to witness the dazzling brilliance that this other monster-level youth would radiate during the upcoming selection. When Yang Jian awoke from his slumber and returned to the desolate ancient city, he belatedly realized he had become the other main character everyone in town was buzzing about. He smiled as he browsed the online posts and videos about the 8-armed giant ape. Fame is a double-edged sword, and he was grateful he hadn't immediately reverted to his true form. First, he went to the mall and bought a loose-fitting black hooded cloak, completely concealing his figure and face. Then, he began his journey to sell his goods. He avoided official recycling centers, opting instead for reputable yet low-key private shops. He divided the mountain of void beast materials stored in his storage bracelet into over a dozen batches, selling them to different shops at different times. During each transaction, he deliberately lowered his voice, keeping things quick and efficient, never lingering unnecessarily. This ad-like approach, though tedious, maximized his safety by avoiding unnecessary attention that might arise from presenting too many high-grade materials at once. It took him 2 full days to unload every last piece of his loot. When the final Starlight credit transaction cleared, Yang Jian stared at the dizzyingly long string of numbers on his wristband account. His heart trembled with pure joy. 2,030,000. Far exceeding his expected 2 million. This was a fortune large enough to drive any third-grade martial artist mad. He fought the urge to donate it all immediately, setting aside 500,000 star coins as a reserve fund to improve his family's living conditions, as per his original plan. The remaining 1,500,000. He sought out a deserted corner, his heart pounding so fiercely with excitement it felt like it might leap out of his throat. System. 1,500,000. All of it. Donate it now. Chapter 37, Thousandfold Critical Hit. Yuanhe Wuji Mountain. Battle Technique first formed. Ding. Donation received. 1,500,000 star coins transferred to designated account. Ding. Your benevolent act shines like a star illuminating the dark cosmos, infusing the continuation of human civilization with immortal radiance. The gears of destiny turn because of you. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 1000x charity critical hit. Boom. In that instant, Yang Jian felt his consciousness violently torn from his body by an indescribable, transcendent power beyond time, space, and dimensions. He beheld a majestic, boundless 5-colored divine mountain standing silently amidst the primordial chaos, suppressing countless worlds. Upon its peaks, the 5 divine colors blue, yellow, red, white, and black circulated endlessly. With each rotation, it seemed as though countless stars were born and extinguished within them. A profound, ancient, and boundless will one that suppressed the ages and ruled over all imprinted itself into the deepest recesses of his soul like the most fundamental cosmic law. Ding. Calculating 1000x critical hit reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mythic tier reward SSS grade heaven-piercing divine treasure, Yuanhe Wuji Mountain. Yuanhe Wuji Mountain SSS grade heaven-piercing divine treasure, a supreme divine treasure forged in the image of the primordial divine mountain Yuanhe Mountain. This mountain comprises 5 distinct peaks, each differing in color and elemental attribute: the azure easterny divine mountain wood, the yellow central wu divine mountain earth, the crimson southerly divine mountain fire, the white western gung divine mountain metal, and the black northern yuan divine mountain water. Treasure properties. 5 elements united. When the 5 peaks merge, they form a complete 5-colored divine mountain, capable of suppressing all things with unparalleled physical impact and sealing power. Size at will, this treasure can alter its dimensions at will, shrinking to fit within a mustard seed held in the palm, or expanding into a towering peak capable of crushing mountains and rivers. 5 elements divine radiance, each peak can be activated separately to unleash corresponding elemental light, imprisoning, crushing, or incinerating with limitless transformations and infinite applications. Weight of the stars, when infused with energy, the mountain's mass increases exponentially. Once unleashed, nothing can withstand its might. It crushes all, shatters every barrier, and destroys all that stands in its path. A weapon. The moment Yang Jian's mind processed this torrent of information, it was utterly overwhelmed by an unprecedented surge of ecstasy. He had expected this critical hit to enhance his cultivation techniques or evolve his bloodline. But he never dreamed the system would directly grant him a fully formed, SSS-rated heaven-piercing divine treasure. And a mountain at that? Weapons in this world came in countless varieties, each wielded by martial artists to produce different effects. But mountain-shaped weapons were indeed extremely rare. With a flicker of thought, he slowly opened his palm. A thumb-sized, exquisitely crafted 5-colored mountain silently materialized in the palm of his hand. Though minuscule, the miniature mountain seemed to contain a world of its own. 5 peaks stood vividly lifelike, while multicolored divine light slowly swirled across its surface, emanating an aura so profoundly terrifying it made his heart race. Is this the Yuanha 5 Extremes Mountain? Yang Jian felt his heart pounding wildly. He attempted to channel the surging, ocean-like six symbols power within him, slowly infusing it into the miniature mountain in his palm. Ding! Celestial treasure Yuanha Wuji Mountain successfully bound. Initial refinement complete. The instant the refinement concluded, a profound sense of kinship surged through his mind. He felt as though this small mountain had become an extension of his own body, capable of being controlled at will. Grow, he silently commanded. The miniature mountain in his palm instantly swelled in the wind, transforming into an exquisite half-meter-tall mountain landscape model, suspended mid-air. Bigger. Boom. The multicolored sacred mountain surged again, swelling into a colossal peak over 5 meters tall. It crashed heavily onto the park lawn, pounding a shallow crater into the ground. Holy crap! Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He could sense that this 5-meter-tall divine mountain had reached a terrifying weight. He reached out, attempting to push it. With his current physique capable of unleashing 10,000 Jin of force, he could barely make it wobble an inch. What surprised him most was not just the mountain's weight, but the strange and mysterious field surrounding it. Like a gravitational field, anyone caught within it would inevitably face severe restrictions. This was clearly a super treasure combining offensive, suppressing, and even defensive capabilities. If I channel the power of beast blood boiling into it, make it grow, and then drop it from 10,000 meters. A vision of world-shattering destruction instantly flashed through Yang Jian's mind. What formations? What defenses? Under such utterly unreasonable, pure, absolute crushing force of sheer mass and power, everything would be reduced to dust. This is the true essence of brutal force. Gazing at the 5-colored divine mountain before him, Yang Jian felt the bloodline of the 8-armed battle ape within him roar with excitement. This artifact was tailor-made for his fighting style. The mere thought of the 8-armed battle ape smashing opponents with the Yuanha Wuji mountain sent his blood boiling and his hair standing on end. He withdrew the Yuanha Wuji mountain into his body with utter satisfaction. Whoever the unlucky soul was, they'd be the first to meet their end beneath this 5-pole mountain. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance Charity Guild, President Zhao Wuqi stared blankly at the golden donation record that had just popped up on the light screen, his hand holding the teacup trembling slightly. Donor ID, Monkey King Espat Isred. Donation amount, 1,500,000 star coins. Again? Old Li leaned in beside him. Upon seeing that familiar ID and the even more staggering figure following it, he nearly spit out the tea he'd just swallowed. 1,500,000? Did I see that right? Old Li's voice cracked. It's been less than a week since that last donation of 900,000? 1 week and he's earned 1.5 million. Zhao Wuqi murmured to himself. His sharp, hawk-like eyes were filled with an unprecedented gravity and shock. This is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary lone martial artist. Even for a 4th-rank grandmaster, amassing such immense wealth in such a short time would be no easy feat. This Monkey King of the Mountains is undoubtedly a high-tier powerhouse hidden in the shadows, someone we know nothing about. He might even be a 5th-rank grandmaster, or higher. Immediately. Elevate this individual's surveillance level to the highest tier. Zhao Wuqi acted decisively, issuing the order in a grave tone. Mobilize every available resource to closely monitor all information related to him. I have a strong feeling he will soon stir up the entire Xia kingdom. Yang Jian had no idea that his casual donations had already caught the attention of 2 powerful figures in the distant capital. He returned home filled with the exhilaration of a hero returning to his hometown. He withdrew 100,000 in cash from his remaining 500,000 star coins, depositing the remaining 400,000 into an anonymous crystal card. When he placed the bulging bag containing 100,000 star coins in cash and the crystal card holding 400,000 before his parents, the entire old living room instantly fell into a deathly silence. His father, Yang Jinghua, and his mother, Li Huilan, who had been busy in the kitchen, both froze. Xiao Jian. Where did you get all this money? Li Huilan's voice trembled with utter shock. Her first thought was whether her son had gotten involved in something illegal. Did you rob a bank? Yang Jinghua abruptly stood up, his face turning pale. Seeing his parents' panicked expressions, Yang Jian felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He quickly smiled and explained, Dad, Mom, what are you thinking? I'm a law-abiding citizen. He smoothly delivered the excuse he prepared long ago. A few days ago, the school organized a trial run at the edge of the wilderness, right? Me and a few classmates got lucky and hunted down a level 1 ferocious beast together. Then, inside that damn beast's belly, we found a shiny stone. We didn't know what it was at the time, so we just brought it back. Who knew that when we took it to the trading center for appraisal, it turned out to be some kind of mutated energy crystal core, the main ingredient for refining a special type of medicinal pill, and it's incredibly valuable. We ended up selling it for 600,000 credits. Those classmates come from wealthy families. They didn't care much for the money, so they gave it all to me. I transferred 10,000 to my sister, spent a bit myself, and now I've got this 50,000 left. This excuse was half-truth, half-lie. It explained the money's origin without sounding too extravagant and drawing unnecessary trouble. This was only possible because Yang Jian's soul had changed. Otherwise, the original owner's personality would never have dared to bring out the money now. Even so, Yang Jinghua and Li Huilan were still trembling with fear. 500,000. That much money. Li Huilan stared at the pile of cash, feeling her hands tremble. Don't flaunt wealth. Don't flaunt wealth. Yang Jinghua's first instinct was to rush nervously to the door, lock it from the inside, and pull the curtains shut. Returning, he pushed the money and cards back toward Yang Jian, his tone solemn. Xiao Jian, we can't accept this money. You're about to take the college entrance exams. This is when you need funds most. Keep this money to buy better cultivation techniques and forge a weapon that suits you. That's what truly matters. Yes, yes. Li Huilan nodded repeatedly. Mom and Dad are both in good health. We don't need to spend money on ourselves. Your future is what matters most. Seeing the sincere concern in his parents' eyes, Yang Jian felt a slight warmth welling up in his eyes. He pushed the money and card back toward them once more, a bright smile spreading across his face. Dad, Mom, you can rest assured. I don't need to spend money on cultivation techniques or weapons. The school and the City Guard Bureau have rewarded me for them. This money is for improving your lives and covering medical expenses. After persistent coaxing and persuasion, the elderly couple finally accepted the sum, an astronomical fortune in their eyes though still half doubtful. That same evening, Yang Jian transferred another 50,000 yuan to his younger sister Yang Yu's account. Soon after, his sister's phone rang. On the other end came the teenager's excited, startled shrieks. Brother! Have you lost your mind? Transferring me this much money again? Did you really rob a bank? I told you I found it. Believe it or not. I don't believe you. But, thank you, bro. You're the best. Love you. The next day, Yang Jian was at home, studying how to combine several divine martial arts techniques with his bloodline and Wujishin into a combo skill. Suddenly, Zhou Yong'an's call came through. Young brother Yang Jian. Great news. The date for the first round of screening for the Seed Project has been set. Zhou Yong'an's cheerful and excited voice came through the phone. It officially begins in 6 days at the City Guard Bureau's Special Operations Base. You better not be late, kid. This is a life-changing event for you. Got it, Captain Zhou, Yang Jian replied with a laugh. No sooner had he hung up with Zhou Yong'an than his phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? There was a moment of silence on the other end before a voice came through, cool and distant, yet so familiar it felt like it could freeze the air itself. Is this Yang Jian? It's me, Su Mucheng. Chapter 38, it's my second uncle, okay? Su Mucheng's voice on the other end was as cold as ice, carrying an innate, unquestionable authority. Yang Jian, during the beast attack at school a few days ago, what was that transformation ability you used in the cafeteria ruins? She skipped all pleasantries, cutting straight to the chase. Her tone wasn't so much a question as an interrogation. Yang Jian's brow instantly furrowed. He hadn't expected this high and mighty princess to personally call and interrogate him over this matter. Who are you? Why should I tell you? Yang Jian's tone was equally blunt. Su Mucheng on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback by his blunt response, falling silent for a brief pause. I'm Su Mucheng, she said again, her voice tinged with impatience. Answer my question. Your ability is unusual. Unique? Yang Jian scoffed. The internet's full of descriptions of enhancement-type talents. Can't you look it up yourself? I just awakened the most common berserk ability. Got a problem with that? He blurted out the most cliched excuse he could think of. Su Mucheng clearly didn't buy it. Ordinary berserk couldn't possibly grant you the strength to crush a three-eyed demon ape. Whether I have that power or not is none of your business. Yang Jian cut her off, his tone turning icy. Miss Su, the campus beauty, do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? Are you my mom or my teacher? Running a household registration check? Su Mucheng's cool, composed voice finally cracked, tinged with palpable anger. It seemed no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone before. Then do you know about the 8-armed giant ape everyone's been talking about lately? She forced down her anger and changed the subject. It's all over the news every day. Hard to miss, Yang Jian replied lazily, leaning back on the sofa. What's its connection to you? Su Mucheng's voice sharpened to a piercing edge, as if it could pierce through the phone and stab deep into Yang Jian's soul. Connection? Yang Jian chuckled. It's my second uncle, okay? Su Mucheng, I'll say this one last time, I have no idea what you're freaking out about. If you call me again, don't blame me for blocking you. With that, he didn't give her a chance to speak again. He hung up immediately and dragged the number into his blacklist. Crazy. Yang Jian curled his lip and tossed his phone aside. He couldn't fathom why this pampered princess was so fixated on his transformation. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Shaking off these distractions, he refocused his attention entirely on his cultivation. Void energy. He unlocked his phone, logged back into the martial artist intranet, and began searching for that keyword. After all, the primal energy that could be directly absorbed by the divine elephant prison sealing force to forge particles held an irresistible allure for him. The light screen quickly refreshed with thousands upon thousands of relevant entries. Online descriptions of void energy were plentiful and varied. According to research by the Great Sia Academy of Sciences, void energy was a chaotic force existing beyond the primary material world, in a higher dimension. It was both the source of destruction and the foundation of creation. Most void energy possessed violent, chaotic, and corrosive properties, exerting a deadly destructive force upon the material world. However, a rare fraction undergoes special transformation into benign void energy. This form can be absorbed by martial artists or ferocious beasts possessing unique talents, used to temper their bodies and enhance their strength. It seems I can absorb this benign void energy, Yang Jian mused. Yet the information that followed caused his brow to furrow deeply. Nearly all records indicated that void energy was uncontrollable and non-renewable. It existed solely within the void realm, only occasionally escaping into the prime material plane when void rifts tore open reality, a phenomenon occurring with extremely low probability. The emergence of void rifts was entirely random, unpredictable, and beyond human intervention. So, finding another free experience pack like this would just be down to luck? Yang Jian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Refusing to give up, he began searching for other highly concentrated energy substances that could be directly absorbed. However, no matter how he searched, the results were sparse. Or rather, with his current first-rank martial artist privileges, he couldn't access any valuable information at all. Knowledge concerning the world's fundamental origins and energy mysteries was tightly locked away behind higher-level access restrictions. Forget it, Yang Jian finally conceded. I'll wait a few days until I attend the seed project selection at the City Guard Bureau. Then I'll find an opportunity to ask Captain Zhou or Director Lang. Their access levels are bound to be much higher than mine. With his mind made up, he stopped agonizing over it. Over the next few days, he skipped school entirely, pouring all his energy into his latest money-making venture. He left before dawn every day, catching the first train to Wilderness 91. With his steadily improving strength and the convenience afforded by his storage phone, his efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts reached unprecedented heights. No longer content with the outskirts, he ventured deeper, specifically targeting lone level 3 beasts or those in small packs. Hunt, gather, return to town, sell, donate. He executed this routine with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Over 5 days, shuttling between the city and the wasteland, he earned nearly another 100,000 star coins. Without a moment's hesitation, he donated it all. Several modest charitable returns steadily boosted his strength once more. Ding! Charity reward, host vitality plus 2 card. Ding! Charity reward, host vitality plus 1 card. Ding! Charity reward, hosts vitality plus 2 points. Over the course of 5 days, his total vitality points surged by another 5 points. He pulled up his personal panel. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, first grade martial artist mid-stage. Vitality, 144 points. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Tier 1 Awakened Particles, 13,840 million. Bloodline, D rank 8 Armed Battle Ape Evolvable. Divine Ability, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS rank. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boiling, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye. Mastered Abilities, Spear of the Nether God, Wings of Hell, Hell's Crucible, Tongbei Fist, Star Plucking Hand. Overall assessment, an emotionless money-making machine whose sole creed is charity. Watching these steadily rising numbers, Yang Jian felt an unprecedented sense of stability and peace wash over him. Finally, the day of the first round of selection for the seed project had arrived. Changing into a clean tracksuit, he headed to the City Guard Bureau Special Operations Base with renewed vigor. Chapter 39, Genius? Merely the threshold to meet me. On his way to the City Guard Special Operations Base, Yang Jian felt remarkably upbeat. He harbored unprecedented anticipation for this so-called seed project. It wasn't merely a platform to access higher-level secrets, more importantly, it was a job. A perfect job with a fixed high salary, massive resource subsidies, and even the chance to gain official status. If selected, he'd never again have to invent lame excuses like finding stones to explain bringing money home. He could simply declare it was salary and bonuses issued by the state. Legitimate and justified. The thought alone filled Yang Jian with boundless energy. The City Guard Bureau's Special Operations Base sat on the western outskirts of Ancient City, a steel fortress brimming with military might. After presenting his credentials, Yang Jian was escorted by a guard into a spacious, well-lit conference room. Several individuals were already present inside. They were all young men around Yang Jian's age, each exuding a steady presence and sharp gaze, clearly the top talents handpicked from every corner of the ancient wasteland city. Yang Jian's gaze swept casually across the room. A young man in ornate martial arts attire sat with his eyes closed, an air of arrogance about him, utterly indifferent to his surroundings. A fiery redhead with a high ponytail was polishing a pair of crimson gloves, her eyes blazing with savage fighting spirit. Then there was a young man with black-rimmed glasses, appearing scholarly and refined, engrossed in a thick book he held in his hands. Yang Jian didn't recognize a single one of them. He felt no inclination to approach them either, instead walking straight to the most secluded corner of the conference room. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and waited quietly. Over the next few minutes, more people were brought in one after another. By the time the appointed hour arrived, the conference room held exactly 8 people, including Yang Jian, not one more, not one less. 5 men and 3 women. They were the 8 most outstanding geniuses selected from the entire young generation of Huangqing City to participate in the first round of selection. The moment arrived, and the conference room doors slid open silently. Cold Phone, clad in black military attire and wearing a stern expression, strode in with steady, deliberate steps. His gaze, sharp as a falcon's, swept slowly over the 8 youths. An invisible, mountain-like pressure instantly enveloped the entire conference room. Every prodigy present instinctively straightened their posture the moment their gaze met his, their expressions turning solemn. "Gentlemen, welcome to the first round of selection for the Seed Project. Lung Feng's voice was not loud, yet it carried with undeniable authority, reaching every ear with crystal clarity. I won't waste words. Your presence here proves you are among the finest of Huangqing's young generation. But the seed spots are reserved for the strongest. Here, all your past honors, backgrounds, and family connections are reset to 0. The only thing that proves your worth is your strength." He paused, his gaze sharpening further. "Now, the selection begins. First test, the fundamentals." Within the vast indoor training arena, the A-grade memory alloy test target stood tall before the crowd. "Proceed to the test in the order listed on the roster." Lang Feng's voice was devoid of emotion. First up, Zhang Yang. A lean, muscular young man took a deep breath and stepped forward. Vitality, 108 kilocalories. Core strength, 4,890 kilograms. Combat power index, 1950. The barrage of numbers elicited a low gasp from many present. This performance alone was enough to crush many of his peers. Next up, Zhao Linlin. The red-haired girl with a high ponytail stepped forward, radiating a commanding presence. Vitality points, 112 points. Combat power index, 2,360. The scores climbed once more. One prodigy after another took the stage. Each one displayed terrifying strength far surpassing their peers, with stats capable of causing a sensation in the outside world. This is the true depth of Huangqing City. Finally, it was the 7th's turn. The youth, clad in ornate martial arts robes and wearing an air of haughty arrogance from start to finish, slowly stepped forward. When his name appeared on the light screen, many in attendance sucked in their breath. Zhuge Chang. He's from the Zhuge family of the 4 Grey clans. No wonder he's so arrogant. They say he's the most outstanding genius of his generation in the Zhuge family. Zhuge Chang, basking in the spotlight, let a smug curve lift the corners of his mouth. He stepped before the test target, gathered his chi in his lower abdomen, and suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion. The numbers on the light screen jumped wildly. Vitality, 125 kilocalories. Core strength, 6,100 kilograms. Combat power index, 3,050. Whoosh! As the final figure solidified, the entire training ground fell into complete, utter silence. Immediately, a thunderous roar of astonishment erupted. 125 chi blood? Holy crap! He's nearly at the mid-tier of the first grade. Core strength exceeding 6,000 kilograms. This is the strength of a second-rank martial artist. But the most terrifying part is his combat index. 3,050. He's already touched the threshold of a third-grade martial artist? Every pair of eyes in the arena fixed on Zhuge Chang, filled with horror and awe. This achievement transcended mere genius. It was utter domination. It was a gaping chasm of superiority. Even Lang Feng's icy expression broke into a rare nod of satisfaction. Facing the adoring gazes of the crowd, Zhuge Chang merely waved his hand lightly, feigning nonchalance as he humbly remarked, "Just a bit of luck. I've made a slight breakthrough recently." His supremely confident demeanor stirred both envy and admiration in many. Under Zhuge Chang's dazzling, sun-like aura, everyone felt the final outcome of this selection had already lost all suspense. Last one, Yang Jian. Cold Blade's calm voice rang out once more. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, the crowd's gaze slowly shifted away from Zhuge Chang, settling on the youth who had remained quietly in the corner throughout. He's the last one? He looks perfectly ordinary. If he made it this far, he must have something special, right? Even if he's special, how could he compare to Zhuge Chang? Probably just here to make up the numbers. Amidst the crowd's mix of curious and dismissive stares, Yang Jian walked expressionlessly to the test target. He didn't even bother with any warm-up exercises, simply standing casually in position. The red beam of the chi blood tester swept over his body. Beep. Chi blood value, 144 calories. In that instant, the entire world seemed to hit mute. The constant murmur of discussion within the training ground abruptly ceased. Every face froze in shock, including that of Zhuge Chang, who had been showing off moments before. They stared blankly at the screen, where a number nearly 20 points higher than Zhuge Chang's so blindingly bright it was impossible to look directly at filled their vision, leaving their minds blank. 144 points? A parched voice murmured the words. In the observation room, Zhou Yong'an's eyes bulged so wide they nearly popped out of their sockets. He clearly remembered that just days ago, at the City Guard Bureau, Yang Jian's test result had been 115 points. How could it have skyrocketed by nearly 30 points in just a few days? Another ING surge of nearly 30 calories? Does this kid eat chi and blood for breakfast? Cold Blade's hand gripping the pen suddenly tightened, leaving a distinct fingerprint indentation on the hard metal shaft. A storm of shock surged through his heart. This isn't talent anymore. It's a miracle. Inside the testing chamber, Yang Jian paid no heed to the stunned reactions around him. He walked up to the grade A alloy target and, with the same casual, unremarkable motion, unleashed a punch. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted deeper, more terrifying, and several times louder than Zhuge Qing's earlier strike. The sturdy grade A alloy target groaned under the immense force, its entire body violently tilting backward. The numbers on the target surged upward like a runaway stallion. Finally, they froze at a number that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Core strength, 15,800 kilograms. Combat power index, 7,980. Silence. Dead silence. The entire training ground was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen like statues, their expressions of utter shock frozen in place. Their minds had been reduced to mush by those two astronomical figures that had completely overturned their understanding. Zhuge Qing's head buzzed. His dazed gaze fell on Yang Jian, as if echoing a phrase in his ears, "Genius? That's merely the threshold to see me." Chapter 40, you called it a practical test, yet you instantly wiped us out? The data, is it wrong? In the observation room, Zhou Yong'an's voice was dry. He couldn't believe his eyes. For the first time, a look of grave doubt crossed Lung Feng's face. A combat index of 7,980. This was beyond the realm of a third-grade martial artist. It was practically touching the threshold of his own fourth-grade grandmaster status. A high school senior? Impossible. Retest. Lung Feng's voice brooked no argument. Inside the testing chamber, the alloy target's automatic calibration system rebooted. Yang Jian, retest. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow but stepped forward anyway. Still that same casual punch. Boom. On the light screen, those two blindingly bright numbers reappeared. Compared to earlier, the error margin was within double digits. Core strength, 15,820 kilograms. Combat power index, 7,995. This time, no one doubted the authenticity of the data. Inside the observation room, Lung Feng stared intently at Yang Jian. Within those sharp, hawk-like eyes, a tidal wave of emotion finally surged forth. Not long ago, Yang Jian had been just an ordinary student with a vitality level barely over 50 points. Such a dramatic transformation in such a short time could only mean he'd experienced some earth-shattering, extraordinary event. But Lung Feng asked no further questions. In the world of martial artists, everyone had their secrets. All he needed to know was that the youth before him was an unparalleled prodigy unlike any he had ever encountered. Inside the training ground, Zhuge Qing stared at the two sets of numbers on the light screen that left even him breathless. The arrogance on his face had vanished. Replaced instead was an intense curiosity and fighting spirit, born of meeting a worthy opponent. Interesting, so very interesting, he murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on Yang Jian's retreating figure, brimming with an insatiable desire to unravel the mystery. What secrets did this man harbor? However, not everyone shared his perspective. Amidst the crowd, two young prodigies from other academies watched Yang Jian with disdainful sneers. What good are high stats? He's clearly just a wooden dummy who only knows how to train. His power control is a complete mess. Exactly. I've seen plenty of these stat-heavy geniuses with nothing but raw power. When it comes down to life or death combat, they're nothing but cowards. Their voices weren't loud, yet they carried clearly to those nearby. Phase 1, Basic Assessment concluded. Cold Blade's voice snapped everyone out of their shock. Rankings are as follows: first place, Yang Jian. Second place, Zhuge Qing. Ignoring the complex expressions on their faces, he proceeded to announce the second test. Phase 2, Combat Test. Each of you will enter the arena to face a ferocious beast whose vitality matches your own. Your combat prowess will be judged based on your performance, how long you endure, the damage inflicted upon the beast, and the final outcome. The vast underground arena reeked of rust and blood. The trials proceeded in order. One prodigy after another took the stage, engaging in fierce combat with ferocious beasts released from subterranean cages. Some fought valiantly, grappling with the beasts for minutes before exhaustion claimed them. Others, lacking experience, were cowed by the beast's ferocity and were thrown out in disarray after just a few exchanges. Soon, it was Zhuge Qing's turn. His opponent was a ferocious beast with a staggering 120 HP, the raging blood ape. Roar! The blood ape pounded its chest, letting out a furious roar as it charged straight at Zhuge Qing. Bring it on! Battle intent blazed in Zhuge Qing's eyes. His form flickered, and instead of retreating, he advanced. His fighting style was bold and sweeping, radiating the unique elegance and precision characteristic of noble lineage disciples. Every punch and kick bore the mark of refined martial artistry, striking the blood ape's weak points with pinpoint accuracy. For a moment, the air whistled with fists and surged with energy as the battle raged fiercely. Finally, after paying the minor price of a claw mark on his arm, Zhuge Qing seized an opening. With a devastating, mountain-shattering cannon, he crushed the blood ape's heart and claimed victory. The entire arena erupted in thunderous applause. Next up was the red-haired girl, Zhao Linlin. Her fighting style was the complete opposite. Her movements were ghostly swift, and fiery flames blazed from the crimson gloves she wore. She never engaged in direct confrontation, instead exploiting her extraordinary speed to constantly weave and harass her opponents. Like the deadliest poisonous wasp, she left scorched, charred wounds upon her foes. Finally, her opponent, an iron armor rhino renowned for its defense, was kicked relentlessly for nearly 10 minutes. Exhausted, it collapsed under the devastating blow of her powerful flame spiral kick. Her performance drew thunderous applause. Finally, it was the last one's turn. Yang Jian. All eyes focused on him. How long do you think he'll last? Doubtful. His stats look impressive, but he clearly lacks real combat experience. Probably just like that Zhang Yang guy earlier, he'll be done in 3 minutes. The two young men who had mocked Yang Jian earlier chimed in again with their sarcastic tones. I think he might actually take down a beast. That strength stat is terrifying, Zhuge Qing remarked with keen interest. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yang Jian walked into the arena with a blank expression. Roar! As the iron gates swung open, a ferocious beast burst forth larger than the raging blood ape and radiating an even more savage aura. Its vitality value soared to 140 calories. A true peak mid-tier grade 1 ferocious beast, the black armor earth dragon. Spotting Yang Jian, a flicker of contempt flashed through the beast's savage vertical pupils. It let out a roar, then began advancing with heavy, deliberate steps. Like an out-of-control heavy tank, it charged relentlessly toward Yang Jian. It intended to crush this seemingly weak human into mincemeat. Facing this terrifying charge capable of making any first-grade martial artist pale with fear, Yang Jian simply stood still. He didn't even alter his stance. Just as the Earth Dragon's massive head was about to collide with him, he moved. No transformation. No activation of any flashy martial arts techniques. He simply raised both hands. Left hand, fingers splayed an invisible force that tore its space, erupted with a thunderous roar. Star-plucking hand. His right hand clenched into a fist. Using his spine as the axis and his shoulder as the fulcrum, a terrifying force penetrating and layered instantly coalesced at the tip of his fist. Threw back fist. Hum. The charging black armored ground dragon's massive body froze abruptly. It felt as though an invisible spatial force like billions of the toughest chains had bound its body, pinning it to the spot, utterly immobilized. Immediately, a seemingly ordinary fist rapidly enlarged in its field of vision. Bam! There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a sound of utmost dullness, like a blow against leather. That fist struck solidly against the black-armored earth dragon's forehead, hard enough to deflect bullets. Then, time seemed to freeze in that instant. The black-armored ground dragon froze in mid-charge. The fierce vertical pupils in its eyes rapidly dimmed, their light fading at a visible pace. The next second, put! A spray of blood erupted from the back of its skull. The piercing, compounding force of the throwback fist utterly disregarded its hard skull defense, reducing its entire brain and every nerve within its skull to a pulpy mess. Its massive body crashed to the ground. Instant kill. A formidable beast, in a single exchange, was dispatched with near artistic precision. The entire arena fell into deathly silence once more. Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape like ducks with their throats clamped shut, utterly speechless. They stared blankly at the youth in the center, slowly retracting his fist, their minds utterly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Among the crowd, the two young men who had been spouting nonsense moments before now wore faces drained of all color, pale as death. This is insane. Chapter 41, Third-Rank Soldier of the City Guard. The corpse of the black-armored earth dragon still retained warmth, yet the entire arena had fallen into deathly silence. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the youth in the center, slowly retracting his fist. Their gazes held nothing but utter, shattering disbelief. If the earlier string of cold, hard numbers had left them in disbelief, then this clean, decisive annihilation now laid bare a vivid tableau titled monster before their very eyes. In the observation room, Zhou Yong'an's lips twitched involuntarily. He felt his understanding being repeatedly shattered and reset today, only to be brutally reshaped in the end. Lung Feng fixed his gaze on Yang Jian, his sharp, hawk-like eyes burning for the first time with a flame called desire. A talent like this, no, a monster like this must be kept in Huangqing at all costs, kept within his city guard bureau. In the arena, Zhuge Qing watched Yang Jian, the competitive fire in his eyes growing ever more intense. He considered himself a prodigy, yet never imagined a peer could fuse power and technique to such terrifying levels. The wild eyes of the red-haired girl Zhao Linlin also flashed with an unusual light. She licked her lips, as if she had spotted a prey that excited her immensely. As for the two young men who had boasted earlier, their faces had long since drained of color. They had quietly retreated to the very back of the crowd, wishing they could vanish into a crack in the ground, terrified that the monster in the arena might remember their faces.
Yang Juan swept his gaze across the crowd, reveling in their vivid expressions.
He thought to himself, this was merely routine. If he were to transform into the 8-armed battle ape and unleash the Yuanhawuji mountain, it would likely shatter the spiritual foundations of these so-called geniuses on the spot.
The selection process is now concluded. Cold Fang's solemn voice finally shattered the deathly silence. The final outcome was entirely predictable.
Under Yang Jian's overwhelmingly dominant performance, what should have been a clash of prodigies had completely devolved into a one-man show where the tone had completely collapsed. In the end, only 3 individuals secured advancement to the next round. Yang Jian, Zhu Geqing, and Zhao Linlin.
Inside the director's office,
Lang Feng looked at the 3 young people before him, a rare hint of warmth flickering across his face. First, congratulations on passing the first round of selection.
His gaze lingered on Yang Jian for several seconds, the admiration and favor in his eyes unmistakable.
The next phase of assessments will take place in Donghai City, the provincial capital, after the college entrance exams. There, you will compete for the final spots alongside the top talents from across the province.
Specific notifications will be sent to you after the exams conclude. After delivering the formal announcement, Zhu Geqing and Zhao Linlin excused themselves first. Yang Jian remained behind. Director Lang, I have a question I'd like to ask.
Go ahead,
Lang Feng replied concisely.
Yang Jian paused briefly before asking, apart from the void rifts, are there any other places or substances in this world that contain high-purity primordial energy? A flicker of surprise crossed Lang Feng's eyes. He hadn't expected Yang Jian to ask about such a secret concerning primordial energy. After a moment's contemplation, he replied slowly, yes. But those places are all forbidden zones for life. Those substances are all strategic resources tightly controlled by major factions.
With your current clearance, I cannot tell you more.
Noticing the disappointment flicker across Yang Jian's face, Lang Feng shifted his tone, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth. However, there is a way to increase your access level. The simplest way is to join our City Guard Bureau. Yang Jian froze, stunned that Lang Feng would extend such an invitation. He had been about to refuse after all. Joining an official organization meant constraints and complications. He just wanted to quietly grind for money, donate, and grow stronger. As if reading his thoughts, Lang Feng added calmly, as a full member of the City Guard Bureau, you'll receive a fixed high salary and mission bonuses.
Within your authorized scope, you'll have unrestricted access to the database.
Those with outstanding performance may even gain access to strategic resource allocations.
Salary? Bonuses? Yang Jian's eyes lit up instantly.
I'm in, he practically blurted out, afraid the offer might be retracted.
Commissioner, when can I start? I'm available right now.
This was far more practical than that seed project where he'd be waiting until the cows come home for any payment.
Watching Yang Jian's complete about face, even Lang Feng's stoic expression couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. He'd seen through it now. This kid was a complete and utter money-grubbing opportunist. But that didn't matter. As long as he could bind him to the City Guard Bureau's cause, the objective was achieved.
All right. Lang Feng, ever the man of action, pressed the communicator.
Zhou Yong'an, take Yang Jian to process his enlistment.
Assign him the rank of Private 3rd Class.
Special approval for his file effective immediately. Private 3rd Class? Yang Jian looked puzzled.
Zhou Yong'an, already beaming with delight, stepped in beside him and explained with a smile, our City Guard Bureau ranks follow the military hierarchy, from lowest to highest, private, corporal, lieutenant, captain, and general.
Each rank is further divided into 3 grades. Once you earn your stripes, promotions come fast. Under Zhou Yong'an's enthusiastic guidance, Yang Jian swiftly completed all onboarding procedures.
Gazing at the newly added silver shield emblem on his wristband, the identity marker reading, Wasteland City Guard Bureau Private 3rd Class, Yang Jian felt utterly elated.
This meant he was now officially part of the established ranks.
He stepped out of the office building with a satisfied smile, only to be surprised to find Zhu Geqing and Zhao Linlin waiting for him at the bottom of the entrance steps.
What's up? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow.
Hi, I'm Zhao Linlin from Huanggo No. 2 High School, the red-haired girl spoke first, sizing Yang Jian up with a wild gleam in her eyes that burned with fierce fighting spirit.
You're incredibly strong. I want to know how exactly did you cultivate?
I'm Zhu Geqing, from First High. Zhu Geqing beside her adjusted her glasses, a hint of inquisitive amusement on her face. I'm fascinated by that terrifying power of yours. But judging by your appearance, you seem to have only a superficial grasp of many martial arts fundamentals. As he spoke, he pulled a faintly golden crystal card from his pocket and handed it over.
What's this? Yang Jian asked, puzzled.
A small token of appreciation, Zhu Geqing replied with the characteristic composure and confidence of an aristocratic youth.
An SVIP membership card for Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I dislike owing favors.
Your performance today truly opened my eyes. Consider this, the price I pay for acquiring this new knowledge. Yang Jian stared at the membership card before him, then glanced at Zhu Geqing's expression, one that seemed to say, this is nothing special. Only 2 words echoed in his mind. Rich. Extreme Martial Arts Academy ranked among the top 3 chain martial arts academies nationwide. Even the ancient city of Huangcheng didn't have an Extreme Martial Arts Academy branch. It was simply too small to qualify for a branch. The nearest one was hundreds of kilometers away in Starfall City. An SVIP card isn't something you can buy just because you have money. Without a shred of politeness, he snatched the crystal card and stuffed it into his pocket. He looked at the 2 individuals before him, potential future teammates, and flashed a bright, harmless smile. Want to know my secret? Yeah. Both nodded simultaneously. Yang Jian held out his palm, waving it slowly as he spoke. One more person gives me this amount and I'll consider it. Chapter 42, Rebuking the Empress. Blood Luo Sky Island. 50,000? Why don't you just rob someone? The red-haired girl Zhao Linlin burst out laughing and scolded him. She thought Yang Jian was practically obsessed with money. Zhuge Qing merely gave a helpless chuckle, pushed his glasses up, and said nothing more. The 3 didn't dwell on the matter further. Exchanging a parting "see you" in Donghai City, they each turned and walked away. Back home, Yang Jian wasted no time in eagerly activating his new privileges as a private third class. He logged into the City Guard Bureau's internal database and began searching for information on void energy and high-purity energy. However, the results left him deeply disappointed. Even with his elevated access, he could only uncover historical coordinates of a few locations near the ruined city where void rifts had once appeared, along with official bulletins warning of the dangers of void energy. As for deeper information on how to locate these energies, it remained firmly locked behind higher-level access. Seems a private third class's clearance is still too low. Yang Jian reluctantly gave up. To access the true core secrets of this world, one must continuously climb the ranks. His gaze shifted to the City Guard Bureau's mission system. The fastest way to advance was to distinguish oneself through meritorious service. He quickly found a long-term mission perfectly suited for him: wasteland purification. The mission was straightforward: purge the ferocious beasts within the wasteland. Based on the level and quantity of beasts slain, one would earn corresponding contribution points. Once points reached a certain threshold, they could be exchanged for merit points, which were the sole criterion for rank advancement. Slaying beasts not only earns money for donations but also boosts merit points for promotion, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yang Jian's eyes once again blazed with the fiery passion of a dedicated gamer. For the next week, he practically lived in Wilderness Zone 91. His daily routine became monotonous yet fulfilling. Hunting, gathering, returning to town, selling, donating, grinding merit points. However, without those earlier, game-changing serendipities, the rewards from simply hunting level 2 and 3 beasts no longer gave him that exhilarating rush of power growth. Ding! Charity reward, hosts vitality plus 0.8 points. Ding! Charity reward, hosts vitality plus 1.1 points. These incremental rewards steadily boosted his strength, yet the snail-like pace grated on someone accustomed to rocket-like advancement. Still, he did not waste his time. He poured more energy into fusing and refining his combat techniques. The power stacking of Through-Back Fist, the long-range grappling of Star-Plucking Hand, the ghostly footwork of Hell's Wings, the one-hit kill precision of Spear of the Nether God. These formidable abilities gradually coalesced in his hands, forming a complete combat system uniquely his own, one brimming with the violent aesthetics of martial beauty. On this day, just as he prepared to leave the city once more, at the city gate, fate brought him face to face with several old acquaintances. Tang Rulong, Shi Lei, Xinyao. The top students from number 8 high had formed their own team, preparing to enter the wasteland for their final push before the college entrance exams. Well, isn't this Yang Jian, top of our grade? What's this? Planning to go to the wasteland alone to throw yourself to the wolves again? Tang Rulong spoke with a sneer the moment he spotted Yang Jian. Ever since that day on the playground when he'd been publicly scared out of his wits, he'd regarded it as a profound humiliation. Over the past few days, he'd squandered vast family resources not only to artificially inflate his chi blood value to 100 points, successfully breaking through to grade 1, but also to master a powerful D-grade martial skill. With his power skyrocketing, he had regained his arrogant, overbearing demeanor. He believed he had simply been careless last time, falling victim to some kind of mental sneak attack. Today, he would redeem himself before everyone. Yet Yang Jian didn't even spare him a glance. He walked right past him, completely ignoring his presence. Stop right there! Tang Rulong was utterly enraged by this utter disregard. He roared furiously, unleashing a violent surge of chi and blood energy. His rock-splitting claw, honed through days of training, lashed out with a fierce gust of wind, aiming straight for Yang Jian's back. But the instant he struck, a blur of movement, vast beyond comprehension, suddenly materialized before him. Smack! A piercingly sharp slap echoed through the sky. Tang Rulong's entire body spun 720 degrees in midair as if struck by a speeding truck. A spray of blood mixed with teeth flew everywhere before he crashed heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, instantly knocked unconscious. The entire city gate fell into an instant, deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the youth slowly retracting his hand. He didn't even turn his head. Just that casual, backhand slap. A first-rank martial artist who had just broken through, brimming with fierce momentum, had fainted? No sleeping here, young man. Shirley and Xinyao watched with their eyes popping out of their heads. So powerful. His power far surpasses the Qi blood realm. Just then, another cold voice rang out nearby. Yang Jian. Su Muqing arrived at the city gate with Xiao Zhan and the others. She intended to enter the wasteland to prepare for an opportunity known as the mysterious Yin secret realm from her past life's memories. The moment she saw Yang Jian, an uncontrollable rage flared in her icy phoenix eyes. Why did you hang up on me last time I called? And you had the nerve to block me, she demanded from above, her tone dripping with the reproach of a superior. I hang up when I want to. I block who I want to. What business is it of yours? Yang Jian turned to face her, curling his lip in impatience. Miss Su, the campus beauty, let me repeat, don't bother me. Your self-righteous nonsense doesn't work on me. You're insolent. Su Muqing's face flushed crimson with fury. I am being insolent. So what? Yang Jian shot back. If you keep nagging, you think I won't beat you too? You. Su Muqing trembled with rage at his crude and unreasonable words, yet no sound came out. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. The entire world shook violently. A crimson divine light, indescribable and filled with an ancient, sacred aura, pierced through the clouds from the heavens without warning, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Immediately after, an aerial island entirely constructed of crimson crystals and floating above the clouds slowly materialized from within that blood-red divine light. Upon that island, palaces stood in rows, divine light swirling around them, as if it were the dwelling place of the gods. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone froze, their faces etched with bewilderment and awe. Only Su Muqing, the instant she beheld that crimson floating island, her fair face, flushed crimson with fury moments before, instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Her phoenix-like eyes brimmed with utter disbelief and incredulity. Blood. Blood Luo Sky Island, she murmured, her voice breaking. How is this possible? How could it appear now? In her past life's memories, this supreme treasure land renowned for its blood lotus flowers that directly enhanced martial artists' innate talent and vital energy was supposed to descend 2 years later. She had planned to resolve matters concerning the mystic Yin secret realm first, then strategize carefully and make early preparations to seize this opportunity as well. But now, everything was thrown into chaos. Just as her mind reeled in shock, the blood lotus sky island above erupted in a blinding crimson light. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds upon hundreds of blood-red points of light, like shooting stars, shot forth from the sky island, scattering like celestial maidens scattering flowers across all corners of the wasteland. Blood Luo crystals. The credentials to enter the Sky Island. Su Moore instantly grasped the situation. Forgetting her quarrel with Yang Jian, she barked at Xiao Zhan and the others behind her, quick! At any cost, seize those crimson streaks of light. With that, she transformed into a white streak of lightning, charging toward the nearest streak of light. Yet someone was faster. The moment the anomaly appeared, Yang Jian's Guichu divine eye had already begun frantically warning him. He didn't know what it was, but he knew whatever was falling from the sky was definitely something good. Mine. He couldn't be bothered to care what it was, he only knew he couldn't let anyone else beat him to it. His legs erupted with explosive force, propelling him like a cannonball. In an instant, he surged past everyone, arriving first at the nearest crimson streak of light. Just as the streak was about to hit the ground, he leapt, snatching the warm, crystal-like blood-red stone from the air with pinpoint accuracy. The instant the blood Luo crystal touched his palm. Buzz! A strange spatial force abruptly enveloped him. Beneath his feet, a teleportation array composed of countless crimson runes instantly illuminated. The next second, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Yang Jian vanished from the spot along with the blood Luo crystal. Chapter 43, Royal Class Mentor Qin Shui. Ancient Wasteland in an uproar. Yang Jian. Su Muqing watched the figure vanish before her eyes, letting out a shriek filled with overwhelming hatred. She felt like she was going mad. Such an opportunity was rare even in her past life, and now it had been snatched away right before her eyes. Miss! Quick! There's still one over here. Xiao Zhan's furious shot beside her snapped her back from the brink of losing control. Su Muqing whipped her head around, spotting another crimson streak of light plummeting toward the ground nearby. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her eyes. Forgetting everything else, she pushed her chi and blood to the absolute limit, transforming into a white lightning bolt as she lunged forward with frenzied speed. This time, she would not allow any mishap. Meanwhile, the others at the city gate finally snapped out of their brief shock. It's treasure. That thing falling from the sky must be treasure. Grab it! Someone, unknown to all, was the first to let out a hoarse shout. In an instant, the entire scene descended into utter chaos. Every martial artist present, whether students preparing to enter the wasteland or seasoned freelance hunters, charged like madmen toward the nearest crimson streak of light. Shirley and Xinyao exchanged a glance and joined the scramble without hesitation. However, it didn't take long for someone to notice something was amiss. A third-grade martial artist with a powerful aura was the first to snatch a blood Luo crystal. Overjoyed, he prepared to examine it closely. But no matter how he channeled his energy into it, the blood luo crystal remained utterly unresponsive. What's going on? Why won't it work? He roared in shock and fury. Beside him, a young man who had just broken through to the first-rank martial artist level touched the blood luo crystal. Instantly, a crimson teleportation array flared beneath his feet and he vanished from the spot. I get it, someone in the crowd exclaimed. This thing has user restrictions. Vital energy. It's restricted by vital energy levels. Martial artists beyond a certain threshold simply can't activate it. This revelation caused many high-tier martial artists present to wear expressions of frustration and despair. They could only watch helplessly as the opportunities within their grasp were snatched away one by youths far weaker than themselves. News of the miraculous Crimson Island in the sky and the hundreds of falling crimson streaks spread through the entire city of Huangcheng at a terrifying speed. Divine miracle descends. Floating island appears over Huangcheng City. Celestial streams descend potential ancient inheritance. Obtain them for instant ascension. Official emergency notice, unknown anomalies appeared outside the city. All citizens are advised to stay away. Major media platforms once again ground to a halt. The entire city of Huanggu erupted into chaos. Countless martial artists and factions rushed eastward, desperate to seize a share of this unexpected celestial opportunity. At the city guard headquarters, alarms blared incessantly as countless armored vehicles roared out, desperately trying to contain the utterly chaotic scene. Honglian Martial Arts Academy. Ha ha ha. And Sheen. I finally did it. 485 points. My vitality has finally broken through 480 points. A tall, slender girl with a delicate beauty and twin ponytails burst excitedly from the testing chamber, throwing herself into the arms of a stunningly beautiful woman waiting in the hall. The woman, around 30, wore a form-fitting purple martial arts uniform, her figure graceful and still radiating charm. She watched the girl rush toward her, a doting smile spreading across her face. Yet deep within her eyes, a sharp, unsettling glint occasionally flashed a sharpness that seemed incongruous with her age. Very good, Yanran. You haven't slacked off. The woman nodded with satisfaction. For a sophomore to reach this level places you firmly in the upper middle tier at the Great Xiaowar Academy. Had any high-ranking officials from Huangcheng City been present at that moment, they would have been utterly horrified. For the stunning woman before them was none other than Qin Shuyi, one of the ace instructors at the Great Xiaowar Academy, the nation's most prestigious martial arts institution. A terrifying presence of 6th-rank king-level strength. The young woman beside her was her student, Li Yanran. Due to her warm and approachable demeanor, Qin Shuyi was affectionately called Mom Qin by her students. Hee, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, instructor. Li Yanran clung to the woman's arm, speaking in a spoiled tone. Just then, a deafening clamor erupted outside the martial arts hall. Look up at the sky. What is that? Is it a mirage? Qin Shuyi frowned slightly and led Li Yanran out of the martial arts hall. When they looked up and saw the magnificent crimson floating island in the sky, even Qin Shuyi, a 6th-rank royal-class martial artist, couldn't help but feel a flicker of astonishment. Such peculiar spatial energy fluctuations. It doesn't resemble a void fissure, but rather, an independent secret realm space that's merging with our world, she murmured to herself. At that very moment, hundreds upon hundreds of crimson streaks of light shot down from the sky island like lightning. Qingyu, stay right here. Qin Shuyi's gaze instantly sharpened to a piercing intensity. Without even discerning the exact trajectories of the streaks, she casually reached out into the sky. An invisible giant hand, formed from the power of heaven and earth, materialized instantly 1,000 meters above. With pinpoint accuracy, it seized a rapidly falling crimson streak of light, clutching it firmly within its grasp. In the next instant, the blood luo crystal traversed the spatial distance, materializing directly in her palm. She attempted to infuse it with a thread of her own royal grade power. Yet the blood luo crystal showed no reaction whatsoever, as unyielding as a stubborn stone. Rejection force? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Shuyi's eyes. After a moment's thought, she handed the blood luo crystal to Li Yanran beside her. You try. Me? Li Yanran accepted it with some confusion. The instant her fingertips touched the blood luo crystal. Buzz! A strange spatial force suddenly enveloped her. Beneath her feet, a teleportation array formed from countless crimson runes instantly illuminated. Mentor? Li Yanran cried out in shock. Don't panic. Qin Shuyi reacted with lightning speed, instantly grasping the situation. She immediately warned in a stern voice, this is a secret realm of opportunity accessible only to those of specific strength. Once inside, be extremely cautious. Remember, survival comes first. Do not be greedy. If you encounter danger beyond your ability to handle, immediately crush the spatial jade talisman I gave you. Her words had barely faded when Li Yanran vanished from the spot. Qin Shuyi stared at the empty ground, her beautiful eyes flashing with a deep, unfathomable light. Even my divine sense cannot probe it. It seems this secret realm is far more intriguing than I imagined. Wasteland City, another location. Zhuge Qing, who was studying newly acquired tactical gear at home, also received the news immediately through his family's channels. Without hesitation, he leapt through the villa window, darting through the city's skyscrapers like a cheetah. Leveraging his clan's precise intelligence network and his own formidable strength, he swiftly intercepted a blood luo crystal mid-fall amidst the suburban chaos. Gazing at the crystal in his hand, radiating strange energy, Zhuge Qing pushed his glasses up his nose, his eyes sparkling with intense interest. An unknown realm, unknown rules. Interesting. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the blood luo crystal. A flash of light erupted, and his figure vanished. The same scene played out across various locations in Huanggu City. Chapter 44, Walking Upon the Ribs. The dizziness from the spatial shift lasted less than a second. When Yang Jian felt solid ground beneath his feet again, he found himself in a completely new world, filled with an eerie and ominous atmosphere. There were no birdsong or blossoms as he had imagined, nor the divine palaces and temples he had anticipated. He stood upon a winding path, roughly 3 meters wide, paved with some ghastly, bone-white material. On either side of the path, thick, grayish-white mist churned ceaselessly, dense enough to be impenetrable. Within that mist, it seemed as though countless monsters lurked, waiting to devour the unwary, emanating a bone-chilling cold that sent shivers deep into the soul. Above his head stretched endless fog as well. He could see neither sky nor any source of light. The entire world was shrouded in a dim, oppressive gloom. An invisible, oppressive force, thick with decay and death, pressed in on him from all sides. Yang Jian's brow instantly furrowed. He could distinctly feel the surging vitality within him, powerful as the ocean, being forcibly suppressed by nearly 1/10 under the suppressive force. Even circulating it felt sluggish. What intense environmental suppression! Yang Jian's heart sank. This was merely the initial stage. If he ventured deeper, the suppressing force would likely become even more terrifying. Yet, just as this oppressive force attempted to penetrate deeper into his body, the 13 divine elephant particles within his inner universe, already awakened and resembling golden suns, suddenly trembled. Roar! The ethereal forms of 13 primordial divine elephants simultaneously let out a silent roar to the heavens. A sacred and overbearing golden divine power instantly coursed through his limbs and bones, forming an invisible barrier that dispersed and purified all the negative pressure invading his body. Yang Jian felt an immediate lightness wash over him. The stagnant heaviness vanished without a trace, and his mind regained its clarity. Indeed, the divine elephant prison sealing force is the nemesis of all negative states. Yang Jian's heart surged with joy. This meant that in this bizarre land, hostile to all who entered, he would be able to unleash his full, unimpeded peak combat power. He began to carefully observe his surroundings. He attempted to activate the divine eye of the abyss, hoping to pierce the churning thick fog. Yet this time, the all-seeing divine eyes that had never failed him before proved ineffective. His gaze could penetrate the thick fog for less than 5 meters beyond that lay utter chaos, as if shielded by some higher-order force of law. Even the divine eye cannot see through it. This place is no ordinary place. Yang Jian's vigilance shot to its peak. He abandoned further investigation, refocusing his gaze on the only path beneath his feet, a sickly pale, winding trail. With no other choice, he had no option but to follow the path downward. He took a step forward, advancing cautiously. After a few steps, his feet suddenly halted. Not far ahead, within the thick fog at the edge of the path, a fist-sized, blood-red, eerie flower as if formed from congealed blood bloomed silently. A pure and colossal surge of life energy emanated from the crimson blossom. What is this? Though Yang Jian didn't recognize it, his wild instinct told him this thing was a treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, snatching the entire flower, roots and all, from the ground. After a moment's pause, he stuffed the entire flower into his mouth. Boom! A searing, pure crimson energy exploded within his mouth, transforming into a warm current that surged through his entire body. Hell's Crucible, activate! Yang Jian immediately activated the new divine ability he had just acquired. Within his Dantian Sea of Qi, the illusory dark gold furnace abruptly materialized. The moment the domineering crimson energy entered his body, it was completely swallowed up by the Hell Forge's ruthless suction. The furnace flames roared fiercely. Within mere breaths, they refined that energy into the purest, most primordial life force, slowly infusing it into his dormant galaxy of particles. He could distinctly sense that the barrier of the 14th particle, nourished by this energy, had begun to show the slightest, almost imperceptible crack. It works! This thing is incredibly helpful for opening up particles. Endless ecstasy erupted in Yang Jian's eyes. He lifted his head, gazing at the deep, dense fog, his eyes burning with intense fervor. He sensed that upon this bizarre floating island, perhaps, lay the immense opportunity that could grant his divine elephant prison sealing force another earth-shattering transformation. Without further hesitation, he quickened his pace, continuing to explore along the ghastly white path. Sure enough, before long, he discovered a second, then a third blood-red flower by the roadside. Like the most efficient herb gatherer, he advanced, plucking, consuming, and refining them along the way. After gathering 7 or 8 crimson blossoms and fully refining them all, He distinctly sensed that the condensation progress of the 14th divine elephant particle had reached 1/10 completion. At this rate, just another 70 or 80 flowers, and I'll break through again. Yang Jian's heart burned with fervor. But at that very moment, the thick fog ahead of him suddenly churned violently. Roar! A roar filled with decay and savagery erupted from the thick fog. Immediately after, a black bear beast over 3 meters tall, covered in tattered black armor and wielding a massive bone club, stepped out of the fog, blocking his path. The black bear's eyes were 2 hollow sockets burning with eerie green ghostly flames, and the aura emanating from its body was shockingly that of an early stage level 3 beast. Material delivered right to my doorstep? Yang Jian felt not alarm but delight. He didn't even consider transforming. With a mere thought. Spear of the Nether God. A dark gold spear, forged from the power of 13 elephants, appeared instantly in his hand. More solid than before, it even carried a hint of divine aura along its shaft. He hurled it fiercely at the black bear beast. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, silent yet carrying a will to destroy everything in its path. The black bear beast seemed to sense the deadly threat. It roared, raising its massive bone club in an attempt to block. But it was all in vain. Thud! The spear of the Nether God ignored the bone club entirely, piercing through the black bear's empty eye sockets as easily as a red-hot branding iron cutting through butter. Instant kill. Yet, just as Yang Jian prepared to step forward and claim the spoils of this level 3 ferocious beast, a bizarre scene unfolded. The colossal body of the black bear, its skull pierced through, did not collapse. Instead, it rapidly dissipated like wisps of smoke, disintegrating into strands of thick, grayish-white mist that merged into the churning sea of fog rolling along both sides of the path. Nothing remained at the spot. Holy! Yang Jian froze on the spot. After all that fighting, the beast just vanished? Not even a single hair dropped? He felt like he'd just lost a fortune. Only then did he realize that the beasts in this cursed place were likely not physical entities at all. They were bizarre entities formed by the endless, thick fog. Damn it, all that work for nothing. Yang Jian cursed under his breath, but there was nothing else he could do but keep moving forward. Over the next few hours, he slashed down several more bizarre, monstrous beasts that emerged from the thick fog, each with a different form. There were mantis warriors wielding twin blades, boar knights clad in heavy armor. Each possessed strength around the 3rd tier. Yet without exception, Yang Jian obliterated them all with devastating ease, each falling in a single strike. Then, they dissolved into wisps of blue smoke, vanishing without a trace. Along this path, he also gathered nearly 90 crimson flowers, one by one. After an unknown duration of walking, he finally reached the end of this ghastly white path. At the end of the road, there was no longer thick fog. Instead, a massive barrier stood before him, a faintly glowing, crimson membrane that seemed woven from flesh and bone. This membrane stretched from the heavens to the earth, its edges invisible in either direction. Like an invisible wall, it completely blocked the path ahead. Yang Jian tried punching it, but his blows vanished like stones thrown into the sea, eliciting no response whatsoever. He activated his divine eye of the abyss, yet even that failed to pierce the veil and reveal what lay beyond. Is this the end? His brow furrowed as he searched the area, yet found no escape route. Well, what's done is done. He abandoned his search, sitting cross-legged before the barrier. He emptied his storage bracelet, spilling over 90 crimson flowers onto the ground. The Hell's Crucible ignited once more. He began frantically refining this colossal energy. After an unknown span of time, when the energy of the final crimson flower was completely refined. Boom! Within his inner universe, the barrier of the 14th divine elephant particle shattered violently. Another primordial divine elephant roared to life. A far more powerful force surged through his entire body. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long, heavy breath. At that moment, he instinctively turned his head, gazing back at the path he had come from. Pale white. Curving arcs. On either side of the path, a churning sea of mist. At the road's end lay this crimson and white membrane of flesh and blood. A thought so chilling it made even him shudder surfaced uncontrollably in his mind. This road, why does it feel like a giant rib? Chapter 45, The Body of the Ancient God. The Spinal Parasite and the Sea of Blood. The instant the word rib flashed through Yang Jian's mind, an icy chill shot up his spine to the crown of his head. His scalp prickled as he immediately activated the Guishu Divine Eye, scanning the ghastly white path beneath his feet and the flesh and blood membrane before him inch by inch at a microscopic level. Under the divine gaze, the primordial essence of all things revealed itself without concealment. He could clearly see that the ghastly white pavement beneath his feet was not made of brick or stone at all. Instead, it was covered in countless microscopic bone cell structures visible only under a microscope, along with dried-out marrow cavities resembling spider webs. This was nothing less than a genuine, gigantic bone magnified countless times over. The red and white membrane before him sent a wave of nausea surging through his stomach. Its surface was densely covered with muscle fibers that still twitched faintly, and networks of blood vessels that resembled dried-up streams. Horror. Daze. A colossal fear of the unknown instantly gripped his heart. Bone beneath his feet, flesh before him. Then what of those crimson flowers he had just picked and refined? Had they grown from this flesh and blood? Or, transformed from the blood of some creature? Yang Jian felt a wave of cold dread wash over him. He immediately turned and tried to retrace his steps. Yet when he faced that grayish-white fog once more, he found it had grown thick and viscous, eerily viscous like a living wall sealing off his retreat. No matter how fiercely he charged, he was brutally repelled by a resilient yet formidable force. There's no way out. Yang Jian's expression darkened completely. He returned to the massive wall of flesh, his gaze turning icy cold. With no path to retreat, he would fight his way out. Roar! He held nothing back. The 6-meter-tall, 8-armed demon god descended once more into this bizarre space. Break, now! Yang Jian unleashed a frenzied roar as the power of the 14 elephants erupted within him. Threw back fist. 72 consecutive explosions. His 8 arms, monstrous as war machines, transformed into 8 blurs of destruction, unleashing the most frenzied and savage bombardment upon the colossal wall of flesh before him. Thud! 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 The dull thuds of flesh meeting flesh reverberated like the deafening roar of heavy artillery. The incredibly resilient flesh barrier began to violently tremble and collapse under the devastating, overwhelming force of the 8-armed war ape. Again! Yang Jian's eyes blazed crimson as he unleashed another assault. Another 72 consecutive explosions erupted. Crack! A sharp, glass-shattering crack echoed through the air. The massive wall of flesh and blood, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught, shattered instantly like a spiderweb. Boom! The entire membrane exploded with a thunderous roar. Yet, the anticipated gateway to a new world did not appear. Instead, hundreds upon hundreds of shards of blood crystal, each emitting an eerie crimson glow, shot forth from the shattered flesh like flowers scattered by celestial maidens. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed as he activated the star-plucking hand, snatching every fragment into his grasp. Warm to the touch, they contained immense energy, sharing the same origin as the crimson flowers he had previously refined. Without hesitation, he activated the Hell Forge, voraciously devouring and refining the energy within these shards. Within mere breaths, the condensation progress of the 15th divine elephant particle had already reached 1/3 completion. So that's how it is. A flash of understanding lit up Yang Jian's eyes. Ever since stepping onto this path of ribs, whether it was the crimson flowers, the monstrous beasts, or this final barrier of flesh, this bizarre floating island seemed to be using its own peculiar methods to sift and nurture every challenger who entered its domain. Each stage was both a trial and an opportunity. As he pondered, beyond the shattered membrane, a far grander and more awe-inspiring sight unfolded before him. It was an endless sea of crimson. Viscous, dark crimson waters churned slowly, emanating an overwhelming, indelible stench of blood. Above the surface, no living creatures could be seen, only endless, deathly silence. As Yang Jian pondered how to cross this eerie sea of blood, on the distant horizon, a solitary boat, fashioned from some kind of white bone, drifted silently toward his position. On another path of ribs, Su Moore, sword in hand, moved like lightning. Shoo! A level 3 mantis abomination emerged from the thick fog only to be decapitated by her sword, instantly turning to blue smoke. Her movements were crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Just as I remember, she murmured, plucking blood lotus flowers from the roadside. This blood lotus sky island isn't some hidden realm at all. It's the body of a primordial god demon that fell, tens of thousands of years ago. What we walk upon now is merely one of its ribs. That sea of blood ahead is its spine. And the most precious treasure of this entire floating island, the heart of the divine demon, imbued with the primordial power of gods and demons, lies hidden within its skull. Sumu Cheng's eyes flashed with the sharp determination of one who knew victory was assured. In her previous life, it was only after entering this place that she stumbled upon this earth-shattering secret by sheer coincidence. This lifetime, armed with the advantage of foreknowledge, she would strike straight at the heart of the matter. Meanwhile, on the other rib paths, Zhuge Cheng pushed his glasses up. Unlike the others frantically harvesting blood lotus flowers, he periodically crouched down, meticulously examining the ghastly white pavement beneath his feet and the eerie thick fog surrounding him. His eyes brimmed with inquiry and contemplation. Zhao Linlin, however, was a completely different story. Like a human-shaped beast, she treated this path as her personal battleground. Chasing the strange creatures emerging from the thick fog, she fought with wild abandon, letting out bursts of frenzied, excited laughter. At the edge of the blood sea, the small boat, constructed entirely of white bones, glided silently to a stop before Yang Jian. Upon it stood a figure clad in tattered straw robes and a conical hat. Holding a long bone pole, the figure stood hunched over, its features indistinct and its form impossible to discern, like an eternal ferryman. "Come aboard." A raspy voice, like two pieces of sandpaper scraping together, emerged slowly from beneath the conical hat. A flicker of wariness crossed Yang Jian's eyes. He remained motionless. "Who are you? Where is this? Where are you taking me?" he asked coldly. The ferryman did not answer. It merely raised its head slowly. Beneath the conical hat, no features were visible, only a churning, black fog filled with venom and madness. "Die!" A shrill, piercing roar. The straw cloak and conical hat on the ferryman instantly burst apart. Its body swelled and twisted wildly in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal spineworm nearly 100 meters long, its entire body covered in white bone joints and adorned with countless pairs of fine appendages. A terrifying aura, comparable to that of a peak tier 3 ferocious beast, erupted violently. It opened its abyssal maw, unleashing a foul-smelling gale as it lunged to bite Yang Jian. Oomph, playing tricks. A cold, savage grin spread across Yang Jian's face. The 8-armed battle ape manifested once more. He channeled the 14 elephant power within his body to its absolute limit. His legs erupted with explosive force, propelling his entire body forward like a cannonball, charging straight toward the colossal spine spider. Just as its enormous mandibles were about to swallow him whole, his hand seized the upper and lower jaws of the mandibles with brutal force. Open. Now! Yang Jian roared with frenzied fury. The muscles on all 8 arms instantly tensed to their absolute limit. Crackle! A bone-chilling, ear-splitting sound, as if the very heavens were being torn apart. That colossal, terrifyingly imposing giant spineworm was torn clean in two, starting from its mouth, right before his eyes. Green slime and shredded flesh rained down like a torrential storm. Bloodthirsty. Brutal. Violent. The moment it was torn apart, the giant spine bug dissolved into a thick fog that vanished into the sky. Only the small boat made of white bones remained quietly moored at the shore. Yang Jian shook the slime from his hands, restoring his true form, and glanced at the boat. He stepped aboard, picked up the long bone pole, and mimicked the ferryman's movements from his memories, gently dipping it into the water. The boat glided silently upstream toward the heart of the blood sea. Chapter 46, Utter Madness, Refining the Sea of Blood. The heart of the elephant knows not the body. The skeletal boat glided silently across the viscous blood sea. Dead silence reigned all around. Only the heart-stopping splash of the bone pole cutting through the blood water could be heard. A cold, violent, and endlessly resentful spiritual shock surged from the depths of the churning blood sea like an invisible tidal wave, violently crashing against Yang Jian's sea of consciousness. Had any warrior of weaker resolve entered this sea, their spiritual core would have shattered instantly, transforming them into bloodthirsty demons. Yet, just as that mental assault was about to touch Yang Jian's soul, the 14 awakened divine elephant particles within his inner universe suddenly trembled. Roar! The ethereal forms of 14 primordial divine elephants simultaneously let out a silent roar to the heavens. A sacred and overbearing suppressing force instantly formed a golden barrier of spirit, crushing and purifying all the negative energy that had invaded his sea of consciousness. Yang Jian felt his mind clear completely. The blood sea's terror, powerful enough to drive even third-grade martial artists mad, had no effect on him whatsoever. This again? A flicker of delight crossed Yang Jian's eyes. He realized that the divine elephant prison sealing force was the natural nemesis of all negative and bizarre forces. His resolve strengthened, he immediately activated the Guishu Divine Eye to scan the surrounding blood sea. The thick fog remained impenetrable. Yet beneath the divine vision, the fundamental energy composition of this sea of blood became crystal clear within his field of perception. He clearly saw that flowing within this viscous sea was not true blood, but a liquid energy formed by the fusion of life energy refined to its purest essence and some peculiar force of law. The essence of that energy was identical to the blood luo crystal fragments he had previously refined, and the crimson flowers they shared the same origin. A thought so utterly insane it made Yang Jian's own heart tremble surged uncontrollably from the depths of his being. What if I could refine this entire sea of blood? Once the thought took root, it could no longer be contained. Skill breeds boldness. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his hand into the viscous sea of blood, scooping up a handful of the dark crimson liquid. Hell's Forge, activate! He shoved the blood-soaked palm directly into his mouth. Boom! A searing, colossal surge of energy exploded within his body. The illusory dark gold furnace roared into motion, its flames blazing fiercely. Within mere breaths, it had completely refined this energy into the purest essence of life, channeling it into his stellar galaxy. It really works! Yang Jian's eyes blazed with unprecedented ecstasy. Though the energy from this mouthful of blood water was far inferior to a single intact blood luo crystal fragment, not even comparable to a single crimson blood flower. But its sheer volume was overwhelming. As far as the eye could see, it stretched like an endless ocean. Ha 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 ha! I've struck gold! Yang Jian could no longer contain his excitement, letting out a wild laugh to the heavens. No longer content with sipping it drop by drop, he wanted to gulp it down. Transform! He roared with frenzied fury as the power of his bloodline erupted violently within him. The 6-meter-tall, 8-armed demon god descended once more upon this desolate sea of blood. Standing atop the tiny skeleton boat, he towered like a primordial demon god at the pinnacle of the world. Hell's Forge! Crank it up to full power. All 8 arms spread wide, like 8 bottomless abysses gazing down upon the endless sea of blood below, simultaneously unleashing the star-plucking hand. Boom 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 boom. The illusory furnace, which had previously only operated within his Dantian Shihai, was now driven to its absolute limit. In that instant, a colossal divine form materialized directly behind him. 100 meters tall, engraved with countless divine and demonic reliefs, and burning with the raging hellfire, the dark old colossal furnace loomed between heaven and earth. Its mouth gaped wide, generating a terrifying suction powerful enough to swallow stars. The next instant, the entire blood sea boiled. Centered around the skeletal boat, the blood sea within a 100-mile radius was forcibly torn apart by this unyielding suction. Thick, crimson tornadoes connecting heaven and earth formed, frantically pouring into the colossal infernal furnace without end. The sacred flames within the furnace blazed fiercely. The colossal energy of the blood sea was rapidly refined and purified within, transforming into the purest essence of life. Like a bursting river, it surged back into Yang Jian's body. He could distinctly feel his power surging at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. The 15th divine elephant particle. The 16th. 17th. Yet this earth-shattering commotion utterly enraged the slumbering sea of blood. A series of sharp, piercing screeches erupted from the churning thick fog. 1, 10, 100, thousands upon thousands of grotesque beasts formed from white spines surged out of the fog like a tidal wave, charging toward Yang Jian with reckless abandon. Come on then. You're perfect for testing my new power. A cold, savage grin spread across Yang Jian's face. While sustaining the Hell's Crucible's frenzied devouring of the blood sea, he diverted his focus to unleash the most savage slaughter upon the invading foes. Tongbei Fist. Two of his arms struck like dragons, each punch containing the power of 16 elephants. With ease, he blasted a level 2 bone bird monstrosity into a sky-filling cloud of bone dust. Spear of the Nether God. From the palms of his other two arms, dark gold energy spears continuously coalesced and hurled forth. Each spear pierced the skull of a third-tier bone wolf aberration with pinpoint accuracy, utterly extinguishing its soul flame. Wings of Hell. The massive wings on his back transformed into two razor-sharp sides of death. Each flap unleashed a storm of black blade-like sparks, slicing entire swaths of level 1 bone snake abominations into countless fragments. The entire sea of blood transformed into a flesh-grinding mill of pure violence and destruction. He fought thousands of monstrosities single-handedly. He frantically absorbed the sea of blood's energy, enhancing his own power, while simultaneously using this newly gained power to obliterate every enemy daring to approach into dust. The battle never ceased. Nor did the devouring cease. His aura surged relentlessly amidst this frenzied slaughter and refinement. The 20th divine elephant particle. 30th. The 40th. When the surrounding swarm of monstrous beasts had reached a level of 3 across the board, their numbers exceeding 1,000. When Yang Jian sensed his power had surged to a critical threshold. Boom! The 50th divine elephant particle within his inner universe was finally ignited. 50 particles coalesced within him into a vast and profound celestial map, unleashing a terrifying force smooth, unimpeded, and endlessly regenerating that surged through his entire being. The power of 50 divine elephants. It was done. As the power of the 50 elephants coalesced, a brand new stream of ancestral knowledge imbued with the laws of resilience and immovability crashed into his mind. Divine elephant prison sealing force, the 4th innate divine ability elephant heart, unperceived body. Effect, an ultimate divine ability that refines spirit and will. Upon mastery, the mind becomes as resilient as the skin of a divine elephant, thick and impenetrable, impervious to all techniques and immune to all evils. It grants immunity to most mental attacks and illusions, ensuring the Tao heart remains eternally steadfast, unshakable, and immovable. A mental defense-type divine power? Yang Jian's heart surged with joy. This perfectly addressed his greatest weakness. Yet, at this very moment, the 1,000-strong horde of level 3 monstrosities before him, now utterly maddened, had coalesced into a towering, overwhelming tide of death. It closed in from all directions, completely encircling him. Facing this terrifying spectacle that would drive any 4th-rank grandmaster to despair. Yang Jian's eyes, burning with golden flames, showed not a trace of fear, but rather a hint of annoyance. Never ending, huh? His deep roar echoed across the heavens and earth. Then, crush them all. He slowly raised his hand. Within his palm, a miniature mountain no larger than a thumb, radiating with 5-colored divine light, slowly materialized. The Yuanhe Wuji Mountain. Go! He tossed the miniature mountain lightly toward the sky. Hum! The 5-colored hill instantly expanded as it met the wind after leaving his hand. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering, sky-obscuring, 5-colored divine mountain, radiating boundless divine might. It hovered silently above the sea of blood. 5-colored divine light, blue, yellow, red, white, and black, endlessly swirled across its surface. A terrifying aura, capable of suppressing the ages and crushing all existence, enveloped the entire world. Crush it, you bastard! Yang Jian roared with frenzied rage. His 8 thick, monstrous arms suddenly spread wide, as if to embrace the entire sky, then slammed down with brutal force. Boom! 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 Boom. 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 The towering, multicolored divine mountain, thousands of meters high, seemed to receive an imperial command. Wielding power sufficient to crush mountains and rivers, to destroy the world itself, it descended upon the thousands of dazed, monstrous beasts below in the churning sea of blood. Crashed down with brutal force. Chapter 47, Strike It Rich. Sell the divine demon body. Time itself seemed frozen in that instant. The thousands of monstrous beasts, which had been raging and charging without fear of death, froze for the first time when they saw the five-colored divine mountain looming overhead, obscuring the entire sky and radiating boundless divine might. In their hollow eye sockets, burning with ghostly flames, a primal, instinctive terror the purest kind began to seep out. Yet, it was all too late. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion, no world-ending energy blast. Only a thunderous roar, so profoundly muffled it felt as if the entire world had been compressed and crushed in that instant. The towering Yuanhaowuji mountain, thousands of meters high, descended with an unyielding, brutal force that broke no resistance from any living thing. Wherever it passed, space itself wailed and twisted. The thousands of powerful monstrous beings, each possessing strength comparable to third-rank martial artists, crumbled before the divine mountain like dust. They couldn't even utter a proper cry of despair before being instantly crushed and disintegrated by that supreme power capable of collapsing stars. They dissolved into the most primordial, pure grayish-white mist, only to be completely purified and vaporized by the five-colored divine light flowing from the mountain's summit. Not a single trace remained. Below, the ceaselessly churning, endless sea of blood was struck as if by a continental plate colliding head-on. Centered on the divine mountain, the blood sea within a 100-mile radius was forcibly cleared in a single blow. The viscous, dark crimson waters were whipped into terrifying waves thousands of meters high by the immense impact force. Yet they were then held rigidly in place by the suppressing power emanating from the divine mountain, forming a spectacular, frozen, blood-red tsunami. The entire world fell into complete, deathly silence under this single blow. Yang Jian stood atop the skeletal boat, gazing upward at the five-colored divine mountain suspended in the air, still radiating boundless divine might. Feeling that terrifying power connected to his very bloodline, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This is insane. He knew the Yuanhaowuji mountain was powerful, but he never imagined it could be this absurdly strong. And this was merely his initial refinement, utilizing only its most fundamental suppression power. If he could unleash the five elemental divine lights within it, along with its weight of the star's property, what kind of world-shattering power would it unleash? An SSS-grade heaven-piercing divine treasure truly lives up to its reputation. Yang Jian's heart burned with fervor. With a flick of his thoughts, the colossal five-colored divine mountain rapidly shrank, transforming into a streak of light that flew back into his palm, reverting once more to the exquisite, thumb-sized five-colored hill. The surrounding blood-red tidal wave, which had been held in place, lost its restraining force. With a thunderous crash, it crashed back into the sea, sending waves of crimson water splashing skyward. But Yang Jian no longer cared about any of this. His gaze fixed on the vast circular expanse where the Yuanhaowuji mountain had struck, revealing the ghastly white seabed beneath. His eyes blazed once more with a hunger as fierce as a starved wolf. My energy pack. He abandoned the skeletal boat entirely. With a flap of the hell wings on his back, his entire body launched like a cannonball toward that vast expanse of seabed. The Hell's Forge ignited once more. Like the most efficient pump, he frantically absorbed and refined the residual, highly concentrated blood sea energy surrounding him. Though the energy in this area had thinned considerably after the divine mountain's strike, it was still far richer than the crimson flowers he had gathered along the path of ribs. 15th. 16th. The divine elephant particles within his body lit up one after another at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time he had completely drained the energy from this area, the total number of divine elephant particles he had awakened had reached 60. 60 divine elephant powers. He could feel his physical body undergoing another subtle transformation, becoming more resilient and harmonious. Awesome. Yang Jian exhaled a long, deep breath, feeling every one of his 36,000 pores open wide, filled with an unprecedented sense of power. Just as he prepared to leave this area to wreak havoc, to purify the next blood sea, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a raised platform at the center of the ocean floor. It was a reef platform, roughly dozens of meters in diameter, composed of some crystalline, translucent material resembling white jade. It stood out starkly against the pallid seabed. Yang Jianfei leapt forward and landed on the platform. He crouched down, extended his hand, and gently touched the platform's surface. It felt smooth to the touch, yet solid and hard. Within it seemed to lie a force purer and more primordial than the energy of the blood sea itself, the essence of life. He activated his divine eye of the abyss, scrutinizing the platform's internal structure. Under the divine vision, he clearly saw that this so-called reef platform was internally filled with countless intricate, honeycomb-like structures brimming with life energy, marrow cavity structures. This isn't a reef. Yang Jian's breath caught in his throat. This is a protrusion from a vertebra. Once again, he recalled that chilling suspicion from before this blood-luo empty island was the corpse of a divine demonic being. Beneath his feet lay ribs, while ahead stretched a sea of blood formed from vertebrae. All of this perfectly confirmed his suspicion. And this crystal-clear, jade-like spinal protrusion before him was undoubtedly the convergence point of the essence of this divine demonic body's bones. Its value likely surpassed that of the entire blood sea combined. We're rich. Rich beyond measure. Yang Jian's eyes held no trace of fear or reverence. To his thoroughly money-obsessed eyes, this was no mere divine demonic remains. This was clearly an inexhaustible, super treasure trove. This thing, if I could just pry the whole thing off and sell it back home, how much would it be worth? A mad thought seized his mind once more. 1 million? 10 million? Or even 100 million? Either way, it was a staggering fortune enough to max out his charity system beyond belief. Let's do it! Without a moment's hesitation, he fixed his greedy gaze squarely on the enormous white jade platform beneath his feet. He first tried to smash it with his fists. Yet when his fist capable of shattering mountains struck the jade platform, it only produced a dull clang, leaving not a single mark. This hard? Yang Jian was taken aback, but then a cruel smile spread across his face. Hard? That's what makes it valuable. With a thought, the multicolored miniature mountain reappeared in his palm. Yuanha 5 Extremes Mountain. Crush it for me. He instantly transformed the divine mountain into a 100-meter colossus. Like a giant wielding a massive siege hammer, he brought it down with savage force, smashing the hard white jade platform beneath his feet again and again. Clang! 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 Deafening, terrifying clangs like a divine blacksmith forging iron echoed madly across the deathly silent depths of the blood sea. Each impact erupted in blinding sparks, sending showers of jade shards flying. He would shatter this divine demonic spine, break it to pieces. Take it away. Sell it. Donate the proceeds. Chapter 48, 108 Particles, Judgment Spear. Throat gate revealed. Clang. 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 The deafening clanging of metal persisted for over 10 minutes at the bottom of the silent sea of blood. Under the unreasonable, frenzied hammering of the Yuanhao Wuji mountain. Snap. A crisp, teeth-grindingly sharp crack. The incredibly hard, crystal-clear white jade platform finally couldn't withstand the relentless violence. A massive crack was forcibly hammered out from its base. Lift, now. Yang Jian's eyes blazed crimson as he instantly transformed into the 8-armed battle ape. His 8 massive arms plunged into the fissure like 8 indestructible crowbars, then he thrust with all his might. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. That jade spine, dozens of meters wide and heavy as a mountain, was forcibly wrenched from the divine demon's backbone. What a treasure! Yang Jian stared at the smooth, jade-like vertebrae in his hands, its surface still glistening with flecks of golden marrow. Greed filled his eyes. He could sense that if used to forge weapons, its quality would far surpass any known divine weapon material in the outside world. Without a moment's hesitation, he stowed it away into his storage bracelet, a mere 3 cubic meters in size, already packed to the brim. After completing this, he turned his gaze upstream once more. If his hunch was correct, there should be more up there. He immediately steered the small boat upstream and indeed discovered another similar jade white bone. He repeated the process, while frantically channeling the Hell's Forge to refine the boundless energy of the blood sea. Simultaneously, he wielded the Yuanhao Wuji mountain like the most efficient demolition crew, relentlessly striking down the spine of that divine demon piece by piece. The second segment. Third segment. The 6th segment. When he successfully knocked off the 7th segment of the jade spine and stuffed it into his storage bracelet, the divine elephant particles within his body, fueled by the torrential infusion of immense energy, finally achieved another qualitative leap. Boom! The 108th divine elephant particle within his inner universe ignited with a resounding boom. Within his body, these 108 particles formed a profound and unfathomable celestial map, vast and intricate, seemingly mirroring the stars of the heavens. His power, his aura, his very level of existence all surged to an unprecedented peak in that instant. And with the completion of this perfect celestial number, a brand new inheritance of information, saturated with the laws of judgment and destruction, surged into his mind. Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force 5th Life-Bound Divine Ability Judgment Spear. Effect, condenses the power of the cosmic divine elephant to summon an energy spear imbued with the law of judgment. This spear possesses double the suppression and destructive effect against all evil spirits, anomalies, and illusory entities. Judgment Spear? Yang Jian's eyes narrowed. He sensed this divine ability shared a common origin with the spear of the Nether God, yet possessed an essential difference. Hiss! At that moment, dozens of bizarre, monstrous beasts of various forms surged forth once more from the thick fog surrounding them. Yang Jian's lips curled into a smirk. Perfect test subjects for his new skill. With a thought, he clenched his right hand. A 3-meter-long energy spear instantly materialized, its entire body composed of dazzling golden lightning, its shaft engraved with countless sacred judgment runes. Go! He hurled the divine spear with all his might. The moment it left his hand, the spear transformed into a golden bolt of judgment lightning, streaking into the swarm of monstrosities at a speed several times faster than the spear of the nether god. Boom! No piercing. No penetration. Instead, it exploded. A miniature golden sun, radiating divine and purifying energy, detonated violently within the horde. Golden lightning and flames of judgment swept wildly outward in all directions. Those dozens of powerful monstrosities, each as formidable as a third-tier ferocious beast, were instantly purified and vaporized the moment they touched the golden light. Like ice meeting the scorching sun, they vanished without a trace, unable even to utter a scream. One strike cleared the field. What a devastating effect! This is practically the nemesis of monstrosities. Yang Jian's heart surged with joy. While Yang Jian was frantically cleaning house. On the other side of the blood sea, Suma Cheng was carefully scraping golden bone marrow thick and viscous like liquid gold from a pristine section of jade vertebrae using a specially crafted jade dagger. Divine demon marrow, combined with several other spiritual herbs, is sufficient to refine the 9-turn golden elixir. Its effects surpass even the immortality pill. It will allow my innate potential to undergo another transformation. Her mind raced with calculation, her eyes blazing with unwavering determination. Yet, just as she finished scraping the third vertebra and prepared to move to the next, she froze in place. For she discovered that the fourth jade-white vertebral platform that should have been a head was gone. Only a massive, jagged fracture remained. What happened? Sumur's heart skipped a beat as she immediately darted forward. The fourth section was gone. The fifth section was gone too. The sixth, seventh, all gone. Only 7 massive, perfectly flat stumps remained, as if some terrifying force had violently snapped them clean off at the base. This can't be. Suma Cheng was utterly dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the scene before her, her mind going completely blank. The hardness of this divine demon spine far surpassed any known alloy in the outside world. In her previous life, even a 6th-rank king-tier powerhouse wielding a divine weapon might not have been able to scratch it. Yet those who had entered this Blood Luo Sky Island were clearly all martial artists with vital energy below 500 units. How could anyone possess such earth-shattering, terrifying power? Could it be that this incarnation of Blood Lotus Sky Island diverged from her past memories once more? At the same time, after shattering the 7th vertebra, Yang Jian realized that further refining the blood sea offered only marginal gains to his strength. He piloted the skeletal boat upstream. Soon, he reached the very edge of this blood sea. An invisible wall of energy formed an invisible barrier, blocking his boat completely. Beyond the barrier, several hundred meters away, stood a massive circular stone gate radiating an eerie white glow. Another dead end? Yang Jian frowned slightly, preparing to find a way to blast through the energy barrier. He suddenly sensed waves of energy rippling behind him. He turned to see one after another of the same skeletal boats he stood upon drifting steadily upstream. Zhuge Qing, Zhao Linlin, Li Yanran, and Suma Cheng, along with several others he had seen at the city gates. There were roughly dozens of them. Chapter 49, Ninefold Sonic Slash. Unshakable Elephant Heart. At the edge of the blood sea, the group converged. When Suma Cheng saw that circular stone gate radiating an eerie white glow, the taut strings in her heart finally relaxed. The throat gate. The sole passage to the head of the divine demon. Her greatest fear was that the anomaly might have caused this barrier to close prematurely. Fortunately, it remained open. Memories from her past life surged back like a tidal wave. Within this throat gate, no tangible monsters lurked, yet 9 layers of sonic fiends assaulted relentlessly in succession. These were the undispersed resentments of fallen gods and demons, specifically targeting divine souls. Each layer grew stronger than the last. By the 7th layer, the sound fiends would mutate into spirit wraiths, directly invading the warrior's sea of consciousness to devour their soul. Sumur dared not let her guard down for a moment. She immediately and silently activated a top-tier secret technique she had mastered in her past life, the liquid jade soul purifying art. An invisible barrier of spirit quietly shielded her sea of consciousness. Only after completing these preparations did she find the energy to survey her surroundings. Zhuge Qing, though he had only reached the 7th rank in his previous life, possessed extraordinary strategic genius and was a rare military talent. Zhao Linlin was a pure combat maniac. And that girl named Li Yanan. Suma Cheng's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. She recognized this person. In her previous life, she was the top prodigy of the Great Xiao War Academy, a grade A powerhouse at only 40 years old. She had led teams to open up several high-risk secret realms for Great Xia. But she was clearly not from the ruined city. How had she ended up here? A thought surfaced in her mind: she must befriend her. She would become an indispensable core member of her future team. As Suma Cheng silently strategized, Zhuge Qing and Zhao Linlin simultaneously steered their small boats toward Yangjian. The situation is unclear. It's safer to act together, Zhuge Qing said calmly, adjusting his glasses. Let's see who can charge in first. Zhao Linlin licked her lips, her fighting spirit soaring. The others also sensed the unusual nature of the stone door ahead. Just as they were discussing strategies and preparing to deliberate. Buzz! A sudden change occurred. The massive throat suddenly erupted with blinding light. Immediately after, a visible black sonic wave surged forward like an all-consuming shockwave. Ah! My head! The sudden mental assault caused over half the martial artists present to scream in agony. Clutching their heads, crimson blood seeped from their 7 orifices as they collapsed, mentally shattered, onto the small boat. Only a handful, either those with iron wills or those possessing soul-protecting treasures, barely managed to endure, though their faces instantly drained of color. Yang Jian merely furrowed his brow slightly. The instant the sound waves touched him, the divine elephant particles within his inner universe vibrated lightly. A wisp of pale golden divine power coursed through his entire body, and the sound waves powerful enough to drive a first-rank martial artist mad vanished without a trace, like a mud cow entering the sea. He was slightly surprised. He instinctively glanced at the others, only to find Sumor not only unscathed, but her icy, beautiful face even seemed to hold a hint of anticipation. This woman, something's off. Before he could ponder further, his throat flashed repeatedly. The second. The third. The fourth. 3 sonic waves, each more powerful than the last, crashed into the battlefield. Instantly, chaos erupted as another group of martial artists screamed in agony, struck down and rendered unconscious. When the 7th wave struck, its piercing shriek felt like it could tear apart one's very soul. From the void, phantom specters formed from pure resentment roared silently, charging straight toward the foreheads of the survivors. Spirit wraiths. The instant the vengeful spirit plunged into Yang Jian's forehead, a hideously grotesque demonic specter within his consciousness burst into maniacal laughter, such a pure soul of feast fit for this sovereign. Ha 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 ha. Yet before its words faded, a layer of ancient, weighty, pale golden light like the skin of a divine elephant instantly emerged on the surface of Yang Jian's soul. Elephant heart unconscious body, auto-protect master. The fiend's maniacal laughter abruptly halted, replaced by a shriek of utter terror. It seemed to have encountered its most terrifying natural enemy. Under the radiance of that golden aura, it melted and purified like ice under the scorching sun, vanishing without even a wisp of smoke. Now, only 7 figures remained standing in the arena. Yang Jian, Su Mucheng, Zhuge Qing, Zhao Linlin, Li Yanran, and 2 other unfamiliar martial artists whose auras remained steady. Yet their states varied vastly. Yang Jian felt the most at ease, even experiencing a warm, pleasant sensation in his mind's sea. Next was Su Mucheng. Though protected by her secret technique, she had to exert herself fully, her fair face slightly pale. At that moment, her icy phoenix eyes were fixed intently on Yang Jian, her heart churning with overwhelming turmoil. How could this be? How could he so effortlessly block the 7th-tier spiritual wraith? Could he also possess a top-tier soul-protecting legacy? The final 8th and 9th waves crashed down with thunderous force. Zhuge Qing, Zhao Linlin, and the others all groaned in unison, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Though they ultimately endured the onslaught through sheer willpower, they now stood utterly drained, teetering on the brink of collapse. They stared in horror at Yang Jian, who remained as steady as a mountain, their eyes fixed on him as if he were a monster. Just how terrifying was this guy's soul strength? As for Yang Jian, he felt 2 streams of even purer spiritual energy surge into his sea of consciousness. Refined and absorbed by the elephant heart unconscious body, his mental power was tempered, becoming more solid and transparent. Finally, the ninefold sound slaying concluded. The enormous throat-like portal ceased its flickering and settled into stillness. On the foreheads of all 7 survivors, including Yang Jian, a blue mark bearing the ancient character Yun simultaneously appeared. The invisible barrier of energy before them quietly dissipated for them. No words were needed. Charge! Zhao Linlin was the first to cry out. 7 skeletal boats transformed into streaks of light simultaneously, charging without hesitation toward the massive gateway leading to unknown opportunities. Behind them, the gravely wounded eliminated contestants could only lie in their boats, watching them vanish into the darkness with eyes filled with a complex mix of jealousy, resentment, and envy. The moment they passed through the gateway, the heavens shifted and the stars shifted. The boat beneath Yang Jian's feet seemed to enter an entirely new universe. He now stood within a space of indescribable grandeur. Above, the dome was not flesh and blood, but a crystal-like vault. Massive neural networks, thick and gleaming with golden and silver light, stretched like celestial rivers across the sky, outlining the contours of this vast expanse. Countless tiny points of energy flickered within, like billions of breathing stars. Beneath my feet lay not a sea of blood, but a boundless plain composed of some unknown jade-like substance. Rising from the plain were towering, mountain-like structures of bizarre bone-like material, the convolutions of the divine demonic brain. Each fold held profound patterns of law. The entire world lay shrouded in a sacred yet deathly still glow, radiating an indescribable, awe-inspiring power. This was the tomb of the gods, the palace of the demons. Yet what captured everyone's gaze most were the treasures scattered across this jade plain. Hundreds upon hundreds of translucent blood luo crystals, each seeming to contain swirling crimson nebulae within, lay scattered like discarded gems across every inch of land before them. The purity of these blood lotus crystals surpassed any blood lotus flower or fragment they had encountered on the path of ribs by 100-fold. Each one pulsed like a tiny, beating heart, radiating a colossal source of life energy. So many. Even Zhao Linlin, a battle-hardened warrior, couldn't help but gasp in awe, her eyes gleaming. Su Muqing's breath caught in her throat, her heart trembling violently. When she had entered this place in her previous life, it had already been completely stripped bare, not a single trace remained. She always regarded this as the regret of her life. But now, these scattered, ownerless treasures seemed destined just for her. If only she could gather all these blood luo crystals. Her thoughts hadn't even finished forming when her pupils suddenly contracted. Not far away, Yang Jian had already moved. He didn't even pilot the small boat to land. Standing at the bow, he simply reached out toward the jade like plain strewn with crystals. Star-plucking hand. Hum. A colossal vortex formed from intangible force instantly materialized around his body. A terrifying, unyielding suction force erupted, as if devouring the heavens and swallowing the earth. In an instant, the scattered blood luo crystals on the ground seemed summoned by an emperor's command. They lifted off the earth, transforming into a dazzling torrent of crystal that surged uncontrollably toward Yang Jian. The scene resembled 100 rivers flowing into the sea, or stars paying homage. What is he doing? Quick! Don't let him grab them all. Chapter 50, Surprise. Kuanping True Spirit Blood. Zhuge Qing, Li Yanran, and the others paled, finally snapping out of their shock. They could no longer spare a thought for anything else. One after another, they activated their movement techniques, rushing toward the ground at breakneck speed, desperate to grab their share in this frenzied scramble. Su Muqing's face turned pale with fury. Gritting her teeth, she pushed her speed to the absolute limit, transforming into a white streak of lightning as she charged toward the densest cluster of blood luo crystals. Yang Jian stood rooted to the spot, like a cold-blooded reaper. Within mere minutes, when the last few blood luo crystals were snatched up by Su Muqing and the others, the vast jade-like plain lay utterly barren, as clean as if licked by a dog. The sudden feast of riches ended as abruptly as it had begun, in a manner bordering on the absurd. Without a doubt, Yang Jian emerged as the biggest winner. A rough estimate revealed that over half of the 1,000 blood luo crystals had ended up in his pockets. Yang Jian. Su Muqing clenched the mere dozen or so blood luo crystals in her hands so tightly her knuckles turned white. Staring at the boy standing before her, his face radiating satisfaction as if nothing had happened, she felt her lungs were about to burst with rage. That bastard. That thief. That locust. She drew a deep breath, forcing down the overwhelming urge to kill him. Don't lose sight of the bigger picture over trifles. The most crucial treasure here was the heart of the divine demon, hidden deep within the skull. As long as she obtained it, no amount of blood luo crystals lost would matter. Ignoring everyone else, she assessed the direction, then shot forward like a streak of light, plunging deep into the divine palace within the skull. Brother Yang, won't you come see? Zhuge Qing approached Yang Jian, his eyes gleaming with shrewd insight. He could tell Su Muqing's objective was crystal clear. Following her would likely lead them to the greatest opportunity in this place. No thanks. I've no interest in trailing behind others. Yang Jian shook his head. Zhuge Qing gave him a long, meaningful look but asked no further questions, merely nodding. Very well. Until we meet again. With that, his figure flickered, and he too followed Su Muqing's direction. Zhao Linlin, Li Yanan, and the others exchanged glances before each choosing a different path, venturing deeper into the magnificent cranial divine palace to explore. In an instant, Yang Jian stood alone at the original spot. He didn't rush to act, instead slowly closing his eyes. Divine Eye of the Abyss, activate. Hum. Invisible ocular energy radiated outward from him like radar, scanning every direction. Within this eerie space saturated with the lingering wills of fallen gods and demons, the divine eye's range was severely compressed, yet it still covered an area of 100 meters in all directions. Within his divine vision, the entire world transformed into primordial forms composed of countless energy patterns. In another direction, a distinct, faint yet supremely pure golden divine light firmly captured his attention. That aura. Yang Jian's heart skipped a beat. It was a supreme aura, sharing the same origin as his 12 transformations of awakening, stemming from the primordial true spirits. Without a moment's hesitation, he flapped his hell's wings behind him. His entire body transformed into a black lightning bolt, exploding forward toward the direction of that golden divine light. Yet, he hadn't flown far. Moo! A series of deep, frenzied roars erupted from the bone-like ravines below, each as towering as mountains. Then, 1, 10, 100. Hundreds of colossal rhinos, each over 10 meters long, covered in fearsome armor that seemed forged from white bone, and crowned with a sharp, spiraled horn, burst madly from the shadows. Bone armor war rhinos. Their hooves pounded the earth. Their thunderous roar like rolling thunder. Their speed reached the absolute limit, leaving trails of white afterimages as they formed a charging formation. With a terrifying momentum capable of shattering mountains, they slammed violently toward Yang Jian. Each beast's aura had reached the peak of Tier 3. Just in time. Seeing no one around, Yang Jian's lips curled into a cold, savage grin. Transform. Roar. Accompanied by bone-chilling cracks of snapping bones and tearing flesh, his body rapidly swelled mid-air. In the blink of an eye, a 6-meter-tall primordial demon god descended muscle-bound, with a green face, fangs, and 8 monstrous arms. Facing the onslaught of hundreds of bone-armored war rhinos charging from all directions, Yang Jian's eyes, burning with golden flames, held not a trace of fear, only the purest, most savage intent to kill. Die, for me. He roared with savage fury, his 8 colossal arms transforming into 8 shadows of destruction. They descended upon the white torrent of death below, unleashing the most brutal, bloodiest crushing assault. Crash! His fist collided head-on with the skull of a bone-armored war rhinoceros. The bone armor, hard enough to withstand cannon fire, shattered like paper before the might of the 108 elephants, exploding into fragments in an instant. The entire rhinoceros head, along with its massive body, was brutally blasted into a sky-filling spray of green slurry and bone fragments. He swung his other hand, slamming it into the back of another war rhinoceros. Snap! The colossal beast's spine snapped cleanly. Its massive body collapsed like rotten mud, trampled into mincemeat by the charging comrades behind it. From the very start, this battle had been nothing but a slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Yang Jian charged through the charging formation of bone-armored war rhinos like a tiger among sheep, moving with reckless abandon. Fists, palms, elbows, knees. Every part of his body became the most terrifying weapon of slaughter. Within mere minutes, over 100 ferocious bone-armored war rhinos were utterly annihilated by him, reduced to nothing but debris in a devastating display of overwhelming force. This jade-like plain was utterly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse filled with violence and destruction. Having cleared all obstacles, Yang Jian resumed his true form and raced without pause toward the source of that golden divine light. It was a colossal skull wall, towering a kilometer high like a sheer cliff face. At the very center of that bone wall, embedded deep within, lay a peculiar crystal stone no larger than a fist. It was uniformly dark golden color, as if formed from the condensation of countless starlights, emitting a faint yet immortal glow. Yang Jian's gaze locked onto the crystal stone. Divine Eye of the Abyss, activated full power. His vision pierced through the crystal's surface, revealing the primordial essence within. A chaotic golden nebula. At the nebula's center, a vague yet supremely majestic phantom slowly drifted. At times, it transformed into a colossal fish, its body stretching for thousands of miles, swallowing and expelling entire star rivers as it roamed the boundless North Sea. At other times, it became a colossal bird capable of obscuring the sun and moon, its wings beating as it soared straight up 90,000 li. Kuanpeng. Yang Jian's mind exploded in that instant, unleashing a tidal wave of shock. He never dreamed he would witness the true spirit blood of the Kuanpeng, one of the 10 great primordial spirits of legend within this divine demon skull, fallen for untold tens of thousands of years. Though this faint shadow had grown incredibly tenuous, as if it might vanish completely into the river of time at any moment. But it was enough. Once absorbed, his 12 transformations of awakening would adapt into a brand new, earth-shattering form, the Kuanpeng transformation. Mine. This is mine. Yang Jian's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his breathing becoming ragged. He charged forward, ready to rip the bloodline crystal from the bone wall. Moo! At that moment, 2 rhinoceros kings even larger than before, their bone armor now tinged with a dark gold, roared out from the shadows flanking the bone wall. Like 2 runaway heavy war machines, they slammed into Yang Jian from both sides. Get out of the way! Without even glancing, Yang Jian nearly thought it. From his left hand, the spear of the Nether God, forged from boundless darkness, shot forth with a howl. In his right hand, the Judgment Spear, formed from thunderous lightning of judgment, boomed and exploded. 1 black, 1 gold, 2 divine beams representing death and destruction struck the 2 rhino kings in an instant, moving faster than sound. Boom! The terrifying explosion obliterated the 2 powerful monstrosities, along with the vast expanse of jade-like ground beneath them, reducing everything to nothingness. With the final obstacle cleared, Yang Jian's figure finally appeared before the massive bone wall. He thrust both hands forward, his fingers like the sharpest eagle talons, plunging viciously into the hard bone wall. Rise! For me! He unleashed an earth-shattering roar as the full might of the 108 elephant powers erupted without restraint. Snap! Crash! The 1,000-meter-tall skull wall was torn apart by him in the most brutal manner, a massive chunk ripped away. He seized the dark gold bloodline crystal, sat cross-legged without hesitation, and pressed the stone against his brow. Hell's Crucible, activated. 12 transformations of awakening, activated. Right here, he would fully refine this legendary Kuanpeng bloodline. Chapter 51, Transforming into the Kuanpeng, Plundering the Void. The instant the dark gold bloodline crystal touched his brow, Yang Jian's consciousness was violently dragged into a primordial sea of stars by a force of unparalleled brutality. Boom! Hell's Crucible spun madly, its colossal energy surging like a bursting river, washing over every bone and muscle. Simultaneously, the profound SSS tier divine technique, the 12 transformations of awakening, functioned like an invisible mold, forcibly dissecting and imprinting the supreme laws contained within the crystal. Roar! A roar filled with indomitable will and solitary pride erupted from the depths of his soul, exploding within Yang Jian's mind. It was the lingering will of the Kunpeng's true spirit. Refusing to be subjugated by a mere mortal, it sought to turn the tables and seize control of this perfect physical form. In this sovereign sea of consciousness, you dare not run amok. Yang Jian's will, fortified by the elephant heart unconscious body, was as unyielding as divine iron. He met the onslaught head-on, his psychic energy coalescing into a primordial divine elephant that crushed hell itself. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the Kunpeng's spectral form. There was no earth-shattering clash. Only the purest, most overwhelming suppression born of a higher-tier cultivation technique. Where the divine elephant passed, all laws bowed. That thread of arrogant true spirit will couldn't withstand even an instant, shattered by the divine elephant's phantom into the purest primordial imprint, completely merging into the system of the 12 transformations of awakening. Ding! Detected blood of a primordial true spirit Kunpeng meets compatibility requirements. 12 transformations of the awakening of insects, second transformation, unlocking. Compatibility progress, 10%. 50%. 100%. Congratulations, host. Second transformation successfully unlocked Kunpeng transformation. A vast, entirely new legacy of knowledge surged into Yang Jian's mind. It contained the ultimate secrets of speed and the supreme laws of spatial traversal. He slowly opened his eyes. The entire world felt utterly transformed within his perception. He seemed to touch the folds of space itself, to feel the very breath of the wind. With a thought, his personal information panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, first rank martial artist. Vitality, 190 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Level 1 Awakened Particles, 108 840 million. Bloodline, D rank 8 Armed Battle Ape SSS rank Kunpeng. Divine Abilities, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS rank unlocked, Arm Reaching 8 Transformation, Kunpeng Transformation. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boil, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye, Momentary Soaring. Mastered Abilities, Spear of the Nether God, Judgment Spear, Wings of Hell, Hell's Forge, Elephant Heart Unconscious Body, Tongue Bay Fist, Star Plucking Hand. Overall assessment, a walking calamity from the secret realms. He's not here to hunt treasures, he's here to stock up. During this period, he refined multiple blood luo crystals and then this bloodline crystal, causing his vitality points to skyrocket from 144 to 190. If he could refine all the remaining blood luo crystals in his storage space or sell them to raise funds. Yang Jian dared not imagine how terrifying the improvement would be. Even more thrilling was the bloodline talent he gained after refinement, Heaven's Wrath. Talent effects. Boundless wings, passive, your wings possess a natural affinity with spatial laws. Your standard flight ignores low-tier restrictions like flight suppression, slowing effects, and gravity. Each flap of your wings creates minute spatial ripples around them, making your trajectory unpredictable and greatly increasing your evasion rate. Heaven's Wrath active, consumes vast amounts of vitality and divine essence to enter a brief charging state before erupting instantly. You transform into an untargetable sapphire divine beam, teleporting instantly to any designated coordinate within sight. The destination triggers a wind thunder tidal wave from tearing space, unleashing massive area of effect shockwaves and paralysis. This ultimate technique for assault, plunder, and escape allows you to vanish thousands of miles away after a single strike. An SSS tier bloodline talent. Powerful is the only word for it. Consider that Yang Jian's Kunpeng bloodline fusion is extremely diluted. He has only just mastered it, yet already possesses such a bloodline talent. If he could find more potent Kunpeng bloodline in the future, the potential ceiling would be unimaginable. Once my true form comprehends it, I'll be able to unleash this bloodline talent without transforming into the Kunpeng. Yang Jian's eyes burned with intensity. While the bloodline talent is fully unleashed during transformation, his true form can still wield a portion of its power without it. It simply requires a certain level of comprehension. The Guichu Divine Eye talent, when wielded by his true form, already reached 1/3 the strength of its transformed state. The Kunpeng's innate talent remains a mystery for now. The future held promise. This head truly is my blessed land. Yang Jian suppressed his wild excitement as his gaze swept toward the distance. Su Mor and the others had already ventured deep inside. With so many treasures scattered throughout this place, searching each area individually would be far too inefficient. This was the perfect opportunity to test the new divine ability. His figure flickered as he vanished into the shadow of a massive bone-like mountain peak. 12 transformations of awakening. Kunpeng. The bloodline power within him began to surge in a completely new and distinct manner. No bulging muscles, no cracking bones. Instead, there was the gathering of wind and the roar of thunder. His body was enveloped in a blinding mass of azure gold lightning, his form elongating and reshaping within the radiance. A pair of wings, vast enough to obscure the sky, suddenly unfolded from his back. When the light faded, the shadow held no trace of the youth. In its place stood a divine bird, its body stretching over 100 meters in length, its majesty beyond description. Its head resembled a dragon's, its eyes blazing with golden lightning. Its wings seemed woven from the purest azure storms and golden thunderbolts. Each gentle flap sliced through the void, leaving behind intricate black fissures. A terrifying, primal aura, the dominion of all creation, silently enveloped the land. The divine bird slowly raised its head, its golden thunder eyes gazing into the distance. Divine Eye of the Abyss activated. In its Kuanping form, the divine eyes gained unimaginable power. Its gaze effortlessly pierced through layer upon layer of bone like mountains in spatial mist, surveying every corner of this divine palace within the skull. Countless hidden treasure points revealed themselves, nowhere to hide within his vision. A piercing cry, clear enough to shatter the heavens. The giant bird's twin wings suddenly flapped. No howling gale, no sonic boom. Its form vanished directly from the spot. Within a hidden bone-lined cavern, red-haired girl Zhao Linlin stared excitedly at the level 3 peak-tier monstrosity she had just beaten to death. At the center of its remains, a green crystal core shimmered with an uncanny glow, radiating an alluring energy. A wind attribute alien crystal core. A rare find. She licked her lips, about to step forward to claim it. At that very moment, a terrifying pressure that made her very soul tremble descended from the heavens without warning. Zhao Linlin snapped her head up, her pupils contracting to their absolute limit. A colossal claw so immense it obscured the entire cave entrance materialized from a vortex of azure storms and golden lightning. It tore through space, reaching directly for the blue crystal core. "You're asking for death!" Zhao Linlin roared in fury, her combat instincts igniting as she unleashed a punch toward the colossal claw. Yet her fist struck nothing but air. The claw's speed had surpassed her dynamic vision. Everything blurred before her eyes as an unstoppable gale slammed her violently into the rock wall. As she struggled to her feet, the azure crystal core and that terrifying giant claw had vanished without a trace. Outside the cave, only a terrifying, godlike figure remained, swiftly receding into the distance. What the hell was that? Zhao Linlin stared blankly at the sky, her face showing bewilderment and shock for the first time. The same scene played out in various locations. Li Yanran and another martial artist had just joined forces to break an ancient seal, preparing to harvest a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. A black shadow flashed by, and the ginseng vanished. Two lone martial artists fought fiercely through bloodshed, finally slaying a powerful, treasure-guarding monstrosity. A bolt of lightning struck down, hurling them and the creature's corpse into the air, yet the treasure vanished into thin air. Monster! There's an unknown terrifying monster here. Run! That thing is utterly unstoppable. Panic spread like a plague among the survivors. They knew nothing of its nature, only that it was a prehistoric divine bird capable of traversing the void and commanding wind and thunder. It knew this space intimately, plundering every valuable treasure with a ruthless, unyielding fury. Yang Jian, transformed into the Kuanping, had long since lost all restraint. A single flap of his wings could carry him thousands of meters. His claws were more terrifying than the sharpest divine weapon. His divine eye of the abyss served as the most efficient treasure-hunting radar. He even discovered over a dozen high-purity blood luo crystals and several crimson flowers hidden within an extremely concealed cranial crevice, sweeping them all into his possession. This treasure hunt had completely transformed into a gluttonous feast for him alone. Finally, after plundering every treasure his senses could detect, Yang Jian turned his pair of golden eyes, blazing with thunderous fury, toward the final corner of this space. There, a colossal blood-red sun radiated boundless life force. With a flap of his wings, his figure vanished once more. Deep within the innermost sanctum of the Skull Temple, upon a massive, altar-like platform fashioned from bone, Su Mu'er stood motionless, gazing upward at the immense heart before her, still beating slowly. Her face was a mask of ecstatic joy and utter disbelief. This heart, over 100 meters in diameter, was covered in intricate golden patterns. Each beat resonated throughout the entire space, radiating a primal life force potent enough to intoxicate any living being. This was the ultimate core of the divine demonic remains the divine demonic heart. In both her past and present lives, she had never understood why it resided within the skull, but that mattered little. What mattered was that it was right before her eyes. Within her grasp. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jian. Zhuge Cheng. You fools. The true treasure lies here. Once I refine it, I can rebuild my foundations and ascend to the heavens in one step. All your opportunities combined don't amount to even 1/10,000th of mine. Su Mu Cheng could no longer contain the surge of excitement within her, letting out a hearty laugh that echoed to the heavens. All the frustration and anger she had endured since her rebirth vanished into thin air in that instant. But just as she prepared to step forward and claim this supreme opportunity meant solely for her. Screech! A piercing cry, filled with boundless majesty and dominance, suddenly exploded from the sky above her head. Su Mu Cheng's laughter abruptly halted as she looked up in terror. A divine bird, so immense it obscured the entire sky, had appeared above her without warning. With a single flap of its wings. In an instant, the world plunged into darkness. Endless thunder and storm, summoned from the heavens above, coalesced into a cataclysmic force of apocalyptic destruction, sweeping toward her and the colossal heart below. Simultaneously, a lapis lazuli claw capable of tearing mountains apart and crushing stars pierced through the raging tempest, defying spatial distance. Reaching directly for that divine demonic heart. Chapter 52, The Empress's Tao heart collapses. Facing that lapis lazuli claw that tore through the heavens, reaching for the heart of gods and demons, Sumur's fair face, flushed crimson with ecstasy moments before, instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Her mind went blank. In her past life's memories, there was no record whatsoever of this terrifying divine bird. Where did it come from? Why was it here? But now was no time for contemplation. As the supreme opportunity she had longed for was about to be snatched away by this unknown beast, a torrent of rage instantly overwhelmed her fear. Wretched beast! How dare you! A cold, furious rebuke echoed across the heavens. Sumur's chi and blood erupted without restraint. Her long sword let out a mournful wail as countless terrifying, visible blue wind blades instantly coiled around its blade. This was one of the supreme martial arts techniques that had made her famous in her previous life. Wind's ultimate meteor slash. She thrust her sword forward. No earth-shattering sword light erupted, only a single, intensely restrained point of azure radiance. Wherever that blue light passed, space itself seemed to be sliced open by an invisible force, forming a dense black crack. With terrifying speed surpassing the speed of sound, it pierced straight toward the divine bird's head. This strike alone was enough to instantly slay any martial artist of equal rank. Yet, facing this lethal strike, the divine bird suspended in the sky did not even lower its head. In its massive golden eyes, blazing with thunderous fury, a hint of human-like disdain flickered. Casually, it swept its vast, sky-obscuring right wing downward. Boom! A thunderous roar, muffled to the extreme, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. The ultimate sword strike, powerful enough to cleave space itself, shattered upon contact with that wing forged from storm and thunder, as fragile as a child's toy. The azure sword beam, along with the priceless D-grade alloy blade, was instantly smashed into a sky-filling cloud of dust by that terrifying, brutally unreasonable force. Put! Sumur was struck as if by lightning, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. Her entire body was savagely hurled backward by the furious aftereffects of the gale, crashing heavily onto the bone-paved ground hundreds of meters away, utterly battered and disheveled. She hadn't even managed to leave the slightest mark on the divine bird's body. The divine bird paid her no mind whatsoever. Its massive lapis lazuli claw, tearing through the storm, had already seized the divine demon heart over 10 meters in diameter and still pulsing faintly with pinpoint precision. No! Sumur let out a scream of utter despair. Snap! Crash! The claw exerted its power, forcibly ripping the colossal heart which was connected to the entire divine palace within the skull from the altar-like platform. Having accomplished this, the divine bird let out a long cry filled with majesty and indifference, its voice echoing toward the heavens. With a flap of its wings, its form blurred instantly, transforming into a stream of azure gold light that vanished into the void of space, leaving no trace behind. Only Sumucheng remained, kneeling dumbly before the empty altar, lost in sorrow. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. She stared at her empty hands, then at the massive, gaping wound, her mind going blank. Gone. Everything was gone. Stolen by some monster that appeared out of nowhere? In that instant, an unprecedented sense of absurdity and defeat seized her heart like the most vicious demon, shattering every shred of her pride and reason. Her body began to shake violently, beyond her control. Why? Why on earth did this happen? Blood Lotus Sky Island arrived early, she endured it. When the cloud-patterned void beast was snatched away, she endured. 7 segments of the divine demon's spine were shattered, and she endured that too. She told herself it was all just appetizers as long as she secured the final divine demon heart, every loss could be compensated. But now? She gambled everything, gave her all, only to end up with nothing to show for it. She felt like a pathetic little fool. A clown. Uncontrollable rage and grievance erupted into a shriek filled with boundless hatred, echoing wildly within the deathly silent cranial temple. The immortal Empress, reborn and returned, saw her resolve shatter completely in that instant, her psyche collapsing in a thunderous crash. Within a twisted spatial interlayer, Yang Jian, transformed into a Kuanping, examined the trophy in his claws with keen interest. This divine demon heart was far larger than he had imagined, containing a life force so vast it resembled a true sea of stars. If he could fully refine it, his divine elephant prison sealing force would undoubtedly undergo another earth-shattering transformation. Just as he prepared to find a place to begin his feast. Boom! 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 The entire divine palace within his skull, no, the entire Blood Luo Sky Island began to shake violently. Above, the crystal-like dome of the sky began to crack. Beneath his feet, the jade-like plains were riddled with bottomless, colossal fissures. An overwhelming repulsive force surged in from all directions, crushing everything in its path. Are we being teleported out? Yang Jian's heart sank, and he dared not delay for even a moment. He immediately stuffed the enormous divine demon heart into his storage bracelet, already stretched to its limit. Then, he swiftly reversed his transformation, reverting to his human form. Almost the instant he reverted, a blinding white light completely engulfed him. The next second, light flickered, the world spun dizzyingly. When Yang Jian felt solid ground beneath his feet again, he had returned to the familiar wasteland outside the ruins of Huangcheng. Not far away, the figures of survivors like Su Mo, Zhu Gecheng, and Zhao Linlin tumbled one after another from the void. Before the group could recover from the disorientation of the teleportation. What the hell? Who the hell did this? A roar filled with boundless grief and rage erupted suddenly. Turning toward the sound, they saw Zhu Gecheng, usually known for his cool-headed wisdom, now with bloodshot eyes, all traces of his usual composure gone. Like a gambler who'd lost his entire fortune, he pointed at the sky and cursed. That damn thunderwood I finally tracked down. Just one step away. One step and it would have been mine. Which bastard stole it from me? No sooner had he finished speaking than another lone warrior, overcome with grief and fury, slammed his fist on the ground and roared, "Mine Millennium Stone Stalactite! It was stolen from me too! That damnable monster bird! Don't let me catch it again! And my Wind Spirit Crystal!" Zhao Linlin's face twisted with displeasure. Panic and rage spread through the crowd. Everyone realized that while they were exploring the secret realm, an unknown, terrifyingly powerful beast had swept through the entire floating island like locusts, plundering everything in its path. Su Mucheng remained silent. She merely swept her icy phoenix eyes so cold they seemed capable of freezing souls slowly across every person present. Finally, her gaze locked onto Yang Jian, who stood there looking utterly bewildered, as if he knew nothing. Of all those present, this man alone remained completely inscrutable to her. "What are you staring at? Did you get robbed too?" Yang Jian asked cheerfully, wearing an innocent smile. "You scoundrel!" Su Mucheng ground out the 3 words through clenched teeth, pulling her gaze away. She feared another glance might make her lose control and lash out right then and there. After exchanging a few brief words, the group realized none of them had truly seen the strange bird's true form. Ultimately, they dispersed, each filled with anger and frustration. Yang Jian saw no point in lingering either and turned straight back toward the city. By the time he reached home, it was deep into the night. The relentless battles and intense energy refinement had left him utterly exhausted. He briefly greeted his startled parents and sister to let them know he was safe, then collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep, unbroken sleep. He slept like the dead. It wasn't until the following afternoon that he slowly awoke to the aroma of cooking. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, bathing his body and making every cell feel filled with vitality. Refreshed and invigorated. Stepping out of his room, he found a bowl of seafood congee his mother had left for him, still warm on the table. He wolfed it down, savoring the warmth of home, and Yang Jian's mood soared to the highest point. He glanced at the time and wasted no further delay. It was time to turn his recent gains into real strength. Changing into clean clothes, he headed straight for the largest materials trading center in the desolate ancient city. Chapter 53, 100-fold critical hit. S-rank mountain giant ape. The largest official materials trading center in Wasteland City. The place was bustling with activity, teeming with martial artists and merchants crisscrossing the halls. The air carried a distinct scent, a blend of money and the blood of ferocious beasts. Over the next 3 days, Yang Jian became the most mysterious supplier in the place. He chose not to dump all his spoils at once, as that would draw unnecessary attention. Instead, he opted for the most prudent and tedious approach, breaking it down into smaller pieces. He donned plain clothes, pulled a hood over his head, and covered his face with a mask, wrapping himself up completely. Today he sold 2 pieces of thunderwood, tomorrow 3 roots of millennium blood ginseng, and the day after that, a few chunks of wind spirit crystal. For each transaction, he selected different buyers and employed counter-surveillance techniques learned from the city guard to ensure no one could trace his true identity. The process was undoubtedly tedious, but the rewards were staggering. The rare treasures he'd snatched from Zhu Gecheng, Zhao Linlin, and others were each extraordinary items seldom seen outside the city, drawing countless merchants like moths to a flame and driving prices skyward. 3 days later, when Yang Jian finished processing his final batch of spoils, the figure in his wristband account had reached a staggering amount that made even him feel a chill run down his spine. 7 million. A staggering 7 million. And that didn't even include the hundreds of high-purity blood luo crystals stored in his bracelet, nor the priceless Heart of the Divine Demon. If he liquidated those 2, the total value would easily surpass 10 million. Money, it's still coming in too slowly. Yang Jian stared at his account balance, yet his heart remained unsatisfied. While astronomical to ordinary people, this sum was merely a drop in the bucket for his ravenously hungry charity system. He didn't linger outside for long, heading straight back home. He tiptoed into his parents' room and quietly placed a storage bag containing $500,000 in cash on the bedside table. After completing this, he returned to his own room, locked the door, and let a look of fervor and anticipation flicker across his face. Donate to me. He opened the familiar donation interface and, without a moment's hesitation, poured the remaining 6,500,000 yuan into it all at once. Ding! Detected host donation of 6,500,000 yuan. Charity system activated. Donation successful. Processing charitable rewards? A familiar glow ignited before Yang Jian's eyes as the wheel of fate began spinning wildly. Yang Jian's heart instantly leapt into his throat. He stared intently at the light, a single thought raging through his mind. Critical hit. Give me a massive critical hit. As if answering his inner scream, the light flared to its peak intensity before exploding into a blindingly brilliant, dazzling golden halo. Charity reward triggered 100x critical hit. Golden characters thundered into existence before his eyes. It worked. Yang Jian's breath caught in his throat, then an overwhelming surge of ecstasy washed over him like a tidal wave. Ding! Critical hit reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. Your D-grade Bloodline 8-armed battle ape has received an extraordinary enhancement, successfully evolving into the S-grade Bloodline mountain giant ape. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-rank Bloodline talent body of the mountain. Boom! The system's notification sounded like thunder from the heavens, exploding within Yang Jian's mind. S-rank. His base bloodline had skyrocketed, leaping directly from the lowest D rank through C, B, and a tiers to reach S rank, a level surpassed only by primordial true spirits. This outcome was tenfold better than his wildest expectations. A new bloodline power burning hot, heavy, and brimming with boundless might awakened with a thunderous roar from the depths of his heart. Like surging magma, it instantly coursed through every limb and bone, reshaping every inch of his sinew and every cell. A bronze metallic sheen now glowed across his skin, as if he'd donned an invisible, impenetrable armor. Mountainous Frame, S-rank Bloodline Talent. Effect passive, your body is bound to the earth, granting you unparalleled resilience and strength. Your physical defense, impact resistance, and raw physical strength receive massive permanent enhancements. Your power resonates with the earth beneath your feet, granting a constant replenishment of strength. Each attack inflicts the terrifying effect of Mountain Crush, delivering devastating blows and intense intimidation to foes. Good. Excellent. Yang Jian felt the explosive power surging within him and couldn't help but let out a mighty roar to the heavens. Defense. Strength. The mountain body granted precisely the two attributes he needed most right now. Combined with the amplification of beast blood boiling, the destructive power of his transformed state would reach truly terrifying levels. Forget second-rank martial artists, he dared to confront even genuine third-rank warriors head-on. Let's see if I can wield this in my human form. Yang Jian suppressed the urge to transform immediately. With a flick of his thoughts, he began attempting to activate this brand new S-rank talent while still in human form. The chi and blood within his body began circulating in an incredibly heavy, intensely condensed manner. A thicker, bronze-hued aura began to surface beneath his skin. He could feel a terrifying power, seemingly capable of shaking mountains, gathering wildly within his muscle fibers. But simultaneously, an unimaginably immense burden crashed over him like a tidal wave. His bones groaned, his meridians throbbed, and his internal organs felt as though crushed beneath an invisible mountain, making even breathing an agonizing struggle. No! The burden is too heavy. Yang Jian's expression changed, and he immediately forced the talent's activation to halt. Put! He spat out a small mouthful of blood, yet his eyes brimmed with unprecedented delight and excitement. It worked! Though the process had been strained, even leaving him with minor injuries, it undeniably proved that in his human form, he could still activate part of the power of Mountain Body. This meant that even without transforming, he now possessed a powerful trump card capable of turning the tide of battle at critical moments. At the first-rank martial artist level, he now possessed terrifying capabilities capable of threatening or even slaying a third-rank martial artist. If word of this spread, it would send shockwaves through half of the Great Xia Kingdom. A single S-rank mountain giant ape is already this terrifying. What if, in the future, I were to fill all 12 true spirits of the 12 transformations of awakening with SSS-grade primordial true spirits? What kind of spectacle would that be? A mad thought surfaced in his mind. By then, so-called King-tier and Emperor-tier warriors would likely be no more than commonplace fools before him. Even achieving physical perfection, shattering stars with a single fist, it wouldn't be impossible. In the days that followed, Yang Jian plunged headlong into frenzied cultivation. He consumed hundreds of high-purity blood luo crystals like candy beans, swallowing and refining them one after another. The colossal primal life force was continuously refined within his Hell's Crucible, transforming into the purest energy. One portion nourished his physical body, fortifying his vital blood, while the remainder was channeled entirely into assaulting the vast, star sea-like sea of divine essence particles. His strength surged at a rocket-like pace every single day. 150. 200th. 250. Until the day before the college entrance exams. When Yang Jian had completely absorbed the energy from the final blood luo crystal, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long, heavy breath. Ding! The crisp system notification sounded, and his personal interface appeared before his eyes. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, first rank martial artist. Vitality, 200 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Tier 1 Awakened Particles, 310,800. Bloodline, S-Rank Mountain Giant Ape SSS Rank Kuanping. Divine Abilities, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS Rank Unlocked, Arm-Reaching Ape Transformation, Kuanping Transformation. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boil, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye, Momentary Soaring, Mountainous Physique. Mastered abilities: Spear of the Nether God, Judgment Lance, Wings of Hell, Hell's Forge, Elephant Heart, Unconscious Body, Tongue Bay Fist, Star Plucking Hand. Overall assessment: a juvenile primordial beast in human form. Never mentions secret realms in his presence, he'll lose all restraint over his shopping urges. Vitality points: 200 points. The total number of divine elephant particles he awakened reached a terrifying 300. 300 elephant powers. Though he failed to awaken a brand new innate divine ability as before. He could feel both the piercing power of the Spear of the Nether God and the destructive force of the Judgment Spear had increased exponentially. The only thing that left him feeling somewhat regretful was that no more void rifts had appeared near Huangqing City until the eve of the college entrance exams. He couldn't accelerate the opening of divine elephant particles by absorbing void energy. The first layer alone requires 10,800 particles to reach perfection. Yang Jian frowned slightly. According to the cultivation technique's description, when the first layer was fully mastered, his life level would undergo a revolutionary leap. But judging by his current progress, without some extraordinary stroke of luck, who knew how many years it would take? Well, one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Just then, his phone vibrated slightly, displaying an official notification from the school. Notice: all senior high school students are required to return to campus promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow for the final pre-college entrance exam mobilization meeting. Chapter 54, The Gaokao begins, at the Martial God Palace of the Great Xia Holy Land. In this era of martial supremacy, the college entrance exam marked not an end, but a new beginning. It determined how far a young person could go and how high they could rise. For over 90% of the Great Xia Kingdom's most elite martial arts techniques, cutting-edge martial theories, precious strategic resources, and even access to higher-tier secret realms were firmly controlled by the most prestigious war academies and martial arts institutions. Gaining admission to a prestigious university means securing a higher starting point and access to a broader world. This is the significance of the college entrance exam. It is a gateway to the Dragon's Gate. Leap over it, and boundless horizons lie ahead. The next day, in the grand auditorium of the 8 Great Ancient Wastelands. Returning to campus after so many days, Yang Jian felt a long-lost sense of calm wash over him as he took in the sea of young faces around him, each one a mix of nervousness and excitement. On the podium, the principal delivered a passionate final pep talk. Students, 12 years of hard study culminate in this decisive moment. Remember, the Gaokao tests not only your abilities but also your willpower. Regardless of the outcome, you are all the pride of number 8 high school. The students in the audience listened with blood boiling, as if they were about to charge into battle at any moment. After the rally concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Well, if it isn't our secret realm disaster Yang Jian. A sarcastic voice rang out from nearby. Yang Jian turned to see Tang Rulong, accompanied by Shirlei, Xinyao, and others, glaring at him with arrogant expressions. Ever since being plundered by that monster bird on Bloodlot Sky Island, Tang Rulong had forcibly pinned this humiliating nickname on Yang Jian and spread it far and wide. Thanks to his family's unstinting investment of resources, his chi blood value had skyrocketed to 120 points, making him a minor force even among first-rank martial artists. Heard you've been holed up training lately? What, planning to make a splash on the college entrance exams and wash away your unlucky star shame? Tang Rulong crossed his arms, chin raised, looking down on Yang Jian with a condescending gaze. Too bad there's an unbridgeable gap between genius and mediocrity. I'd advise you to apply to a regular martial arts university instead of embarrassing yourself later. Shirlei and Xinyao beside him remained silent, yet the superiority in their eyes was utterly unmasked. Yang Jian couldn't be bothered to respond, merely glancing at them calmly with the expression one might reserve for fools. His gaze was filled with indifference and disregard, as if observing a few noisy flies. You. Tang Rulong felt stung by that gaze and was about to explode, but an invisible force held him down so tightly he couldn't utter a single word. Yang Jian withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Behind him, several equally powerful auras flickered into existence. It was the fighting spirit of the other top students from number 8 high school. They regarded Yang Jian as their strongest rival, each now eager to face him head-on in the arena of the college entrance exams. Back home, dinner was already prepared. At the dinner table, his father, Yang Weigua, unusually avoided any mention of cultivation or grades, instead busily piling dishes onto his son's plate. His mother, Lu Yu, looked at him with tender affection and said, "Son, don't put pressure on yourself. Whether you do well or not doesn't matter. As long as you come back safe and sound, that's what matters most." Yang Jian felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He smiled and nodded. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I've got this. My results won't be bad." After dinner, his younger sister, Yang Xinran, mysteriously pulled him into her room. "Brother, come here." She closed the door and deftly opened her computer. An encrypted martial arts forum instantly popped up on the screen. "Look. I got my classmates to get me detailed profiles of all the top students from every key high school in our city this year." Yang Xinran pointed at the screen, her face tense as she rattled off the details like they were her own treasures. Zhuge Qing from Huanggo No. 1 High School, Qi Blood Test 135 points, awakened a grade bloodline Wen Shilin. Specializes in strategic planning extremely dangerous. Zhao Linlin from Huanggo No. 2 High School, tested at 140 Qi blood points, B grade bloodline Three-Tailed Firefox. Fierce and unpredictable in combat, a complete madwoman. Then there's Liam O from South City High, Wang Dong from Tianhe High. Every single one of these individuals is among the most elite geniuses in all of Huanggo City. She slid her mouse across the screen, the names and staggering data points flashing by in a dizzying blur. Bro, this is just our city. Across the entire East Sea province, there are monsters with Qi blood exceeding 200 points. Rumor has it they can even defeat second-rank martial artists head-on. Yang Xinran turned her head, her bright eyes filled with concern. You must have encountered them on Blood Lotus Sky Island too. They're your strongest rivals. You must be careful, don't try to be a hero. Seeing his little sister's worried, grown-up expression, Yang Jian couldn't help but smile. He reached out to ruffle her hair, his tone light. Don't worry. Your big brother here is far stronger than you imagine. The next morning, Yang Jian bid farewell to his family and made his way to the downtown exam site, the Golden Eagle Gymnasium, with his admission ticket in hand. This was the largest and most advanced of Huanggo City's 8 exam venues. At that moment, the vast plaza outside the stadium was already packed with a sea of people. Thousands of examinees from Huangguxi's major high schools had gathered here, the air thick with impalpable tension. Wow, it's packed. I heard this year's candidates from our city are the strongest batch ever. Yeah. Over 50 first-grade martial artists alone have broken the 100-point mark in Qi blood. The competition is insane. Did you hear? The minimum admission requirement for Donghai Province's top institution, Donghai War Academy, has been set at a combat power index of 1500 points this year. Is that even a score a human can achieve? What's 1500 points? I heard that to get into the top institutions in Great Xia, like Capital Martial Arts or Demon Martial Arts, you need a combat power index over 3000 just to get in the door. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Candidates gathered in small groups, exchanging intelligence they'd managed to uncover. Their expressions held both anticipation for the future and anxiety about the brutal competition ahead. Just then, someone mentioned a name that sent ripples of envy through the crowd. What do you think? Will anyone from our Donghai province make it into the Martial God Palace this year? The name fell like a thunderclap, silencing the surrounding area instantly. Every face wore a complex expression blending reverence, envy, and fervor. The Martial God Palace. It was not merely an academy, but a sacred sanctuary. It was the sole and most supreme sanctuary of martial arts in the Great Xia Kingdom. Legend held that only 1 in 10,000 prodigies could gain entry. They enjoyed the nation's most elite resources and received instruction from the most formidable masters. Each was destined to become a guardian and pioneer of future human civilization. The Martial God Palace, that place is beyond our wildest dreams. I hear the entrance requirements are beyond comprehension for ordinary mortals like us. Yeah, it's not about how hard you try anymore, it's all about fate. After a brief silence, a wave of sighs and murmurs rippled through the crowd. For 99.9% of the candidates present, the Martial God Palace was nothing more than a distant dream existing only in legend. Yang Jian mingled among the crowd, listening to the surrounding murmurs, his heart unruffled. The Martial God Palace? He was actually quite interested. Candidates, please line up with your admission tickets and ID wristbands to enter the verification channel. The stadium doors slowly opened as the announcement echoed through the venue. The long line began to inch forward. Queue up, verify identity. Half an hour later, it was finally Yang Jian's turn. He placed his wristband on the verification device and waited calmly. Chapter 55, One punch blows the target. Stuns the examiner. Beep. Identity verified. Accompanied by a crisp electronic tone, the turnstile's green light illuminated. Yang Jian stepped inside, greeted by a blast of cold air carrying a pungent mix of disinfectant and metal. The interior of the Golden Eagle Stadium proved far more expansive than he had imagined. The entire venue was divided into hundreds of independent, enclosed square sections by sturdy silver-gray alloy partitions. Each section's doors stood tightly shut, with electronic screens suspended above them displaying scrolling lists of examinees' ID numbers and names. At this moment, long queues formed at nearly every entrance. Candidates waited anxiously, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. This was the battlefield that would determine their futures. Yang Jian quickly located his assigned exam room 77 using the information on his admission ticket. Instead of joining the end of the line, he found a corner, stood quietly against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. Time ticked by second. Next candidate, admission ticket number GS080077, Yang Jian. The cold electronic announcement finally sounded at the entrance of the examination hall. Yang Jian opened his eyes and calmly stepped forward, pushing open the heavy alloy door. Squeak! The door slowly closed, completely sealing out all the noise from the outside world. This was a spacious room of approximately 300 square meters. The floor and walls were covered in the same special impact-absorbing alloy, densely etched with intricate energy circuits. At the room's center stood a massive, sandbag-like black apparatus, the Brawler 3-Force testing target. Beside it stood an even more intricate device, the Shinnon 2 Chi and blood analyzer, covered in countless probes and sensors. 3 middle-aged men clad in specially tailored city guard examiner uniforms sat behind a long table at the far end of the room. The man on the left was burly with a stern face and eyes sharp as knives, responsible for the combat test. The man on the right wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a scholarly demeanor. He was responsible for data recording and analysis. The figure seated centrally exuded the most composed aura, with prominent temples that clearly marked him as a formidable expert. He was responsible for maintaining order throughout the examination hall. The moment Yang Jian walked in, the examiner with gold-rimmed glasses, responsible for data recording, was bent over reviewing documents when the light suddenly dimmed before his eyes. He instinctively looked up at the candidate who had just entered. Boom! The instant his gaze met Yang Jian's, his mind went completely blank. The youth before him vanished. In his place stood a terrifying beast, its feet trampling mountains of corpses and seas of blood, its head crowned by sun, moon, and stars striding slowly forth from the primordial chaos. Its form was so colossal it seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. A single, casual glance from its cold, emotionless eyes froze his soul and sent shivers down his spine. Infinitesimal. An indescribable sense of insignificance, stemming from the deepest recesses of his very being, instantly seized his heart. Oldly? Oldly, what's wrong? The burly combat examiner beside him noticed his companion's unusual state, frowned, and gave him a shove. Ha! The gold-rimmed glasses examiner snapped out of his daze, his body jerking violently as he leapt to his feet, knocking his chair over in the process. His face drained of color, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror and horror, as if he had narrowly escaped death. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? The burly examiner asked, puzzled. And nothing. The bespectacled examiner forced himself to steady his nerves, his aged face flushing crimson as he hurriedly picked up the chair and sat back down. He dared not describe the hallucination he had just witnessed, it was too absurd, and he feared being dismissed as mentally unstable. Yet that terrifying sensation, so utterly real it felt like his very soul had been crushed, still lingered in his heart, refusing to fade. He looked at Yang Jian again. Before him stood the same ordinary high school student with a well-proportioned build and delicate features. The chief examiner seated at the center also sensed the unusual atmosphere. His deep eyes lingered on Yang Jian for several seconds, his brow lifting imperceptibly. Though he hadn't experienced hallucinations like the gold-rimmed glasses examiner, he could distinctly sense an immense, restrained yet ferocious power lurking within this youth, a force so potent it made even him feel a pang of unease. Like a seemingly tranquil volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Ahem. The chief examiner cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence in the room. Candidate Yang Jian, prepare for the first test, the strength test. Pointing to the massive force measuring target in the center of the room, he stated in a deep voice, the rules are simple, strike it with your fullest strength. Any part of your body may be used: fists, feet, elbows, and knees. Understood. Yang Jian nodded and walked calmly toward the Brawler 3 force gauge. This machine could withstand the full force of a second-rank martial artist's strike. Its core sensors were forged from an exceptionally durable special alloy, reputed to be indestructible. Huff. Yang Jian came to a halt before the force gauge, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. He employed no flashy martial arts techniques nor activated his mountain body. He simply channeled the power of all 300 awakened divine elephant particles within his body into his right fist. Hum. An invisible, overwhelmingly heavy aura erupted from him like a thunderclap. The air within the room seemed to freeze solid in that instant. The expressions of the 3 examiners changed simultaneously. They stared in horror at the youth, only to see a faint, bronze-hued aura, one that seemed capable of suppressing all things, emerge from his seemingly ordinary fist. Begin, Yang Jian murmured softly. Before the words had fully left his lips, his right fist struck the black force gauge with a seemingly slow yet blindingly fast motion, landing with an ordinary thud. No earth-shattering roar. No violent gusts of wind erupted. Not even a whisper escaped. Time seemed to pause in that instant. The 3 examiners stared wide-eyed, bewildered by the scene. Was it a miss? Or did he hold back? Yet the very next second after that thought crossed their minds. Snap! A sharp, glass-shattering sound echoed faintly from within the massive force measuring target. Immediately after. Snap, 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 snap. The sound grew denser and louder. Under the increasingly stunned, horrified, and disbelieving gazes of the 3 examiners, the Brawler 3 force gauge target, forged from a special alloy and touted as capable of withstanding a full power strike from a third-grade martial artist without damage. Starting from the point where Yang Jian's fist made contact, a web of fine, spider-like cracks began spreading frantically outward. 1 second. A mere second. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous, muffled explosion. The entire 3-meter-tall force gauge target disintegrated like an internal explosive had been detonated. Countless fragments of black alloy, large and small, mixed with scorched electronic components, erupted in all directions. The entire room fell into an instant, deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. The three examiners stood frozen like petrified statues, staring blankly at the debris-strewn floor and the youth slowly retracting his fist, their minds a complete blank. Blown up? That top-tier force gauge worth millions, the official benchmark for the desolate ancient city's assessments, it had just been shattered by a single punch from a high schooler who hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet? Was this a dream?
Excuse me, examiners, I really didn't mean to.
It was just a casual punch, I didn't expect it to shatter.
Yang Jian looked at the mess on the ground and scratched his head innocently.
He hadn't expected that using only his raw physical strength would render this thing so fragile.
The question finally snapped the three examiners out of their stunned silence.
Gulp!
The burly combat examiner swallowed hard, his gaze toward Yang Jian having completely shifted. Stunned. Completely stunned.
The examiner with the gold-rimmed glasses was trembling so badly his hands shook.
He snatched the candidate registration form from the table and stared fixedly at Yang Jian's entry. Name, Yang Jian. School, Ancient Wasteland No. 8 Middle School.
Registered Chi Blood, 53 cards prospective martial artist.
53 Chi cards?
He rubbed his eyes hard, convinced he must be seeing things. Just a month ago, his registered stats showed he was merely an ordinary student barely scraping by at the threshold of a provisional warrior.
1 month later, he shattered the Brawler 3 strength testing target with a single punch? What the hell? Did he rocket boost his cultivation? No, even a rocket couldn't be this absurd. Monster, demon. The examiner in gold-rimmed glasses' lips trembled as he ground out the two words through clenched teeth.
He suddenly realized what he had witnessed moments ago was no illusion. The youth before him truly harbored within his body a primordial beast beyond comprehension. First test his chi and blood. The chief examiner seated at the center took a deep breath, forcing down the overwhelming shock churning within him. His voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. He had to know immediately what level this monstrous being had reached. The examiner in gold-rimmed glasses snapped out of his daze and scrambled to operate the equipment. Candidate, please approach the chi blood analyzer and place a single drop of blood into the sensor well.
Yang Jian complied, walking to the intricate apparatus.
He extended his index finger, forcing a drop of crimson blood to form, which fell precisely into the crystal-like receptacle. Buzz! The instrument activated instantly, countless soft red lights illuminating as it began scanning and analyzing at breakneck speed. The two examiners, along with the chief examiner who had maintained his composure throughout, all three heads instinctively crowded around the instrument's display screen. Their hearts began pounding wildly, beyond their control.
100 calories? 120 calories? Or 150 calories?
They had braced themselves for any staggering figure. Yet when the number finally froze on the screen, the three of them froze in place as if struck by a spell. Their three pairs of eyes widened simultaneously, bloodshot and bulging. Their mouths slowly gaped open, wide enough to swallow an egg. Their faces were etched with absurdity, shock, utter disbelief, and the most profound horror imaginable. There, on the cold electronic screen, a line of bright red, blindingly vivid numbers suffocating enough to take the breath away from anyone who saw them floated silently. Vitality, 200 calories. Chapter 56 Chi to power ratio of 1 to 100.
A demon among demons. Silence. Dead silence.
The only sound in the entire room was the heavy, bellows-like breathing of the three examiners.
200 units.
That number struck them like an invisible sledgehammer, shattering every ounce of their understanding, experience, and common sense.
Impossible.
The examiner with the gold-rimmed glasses was the first to scream, his voice sharp and piercing.
The instrument must be faulty. Yes.
The shock must have damaged its internal components. Like a madman, he lunged forward, frantically inspecting the expensive Shinong 2 detector. The other two examiners snapped out of their daze, their eyes filled with disbelief. It wasn't that they doubted genius, it was that this number had completely shattered the boundaries of what was considered genius. After all, the growth of a martial artist's chi and blood was never achieved overnight. The maximum chi blood capacity for a first-rank martial artist was 500 units. But advancing from 100 units to 200 units is 10 times harder than a commoner reaching 100 units. Each incremental breakthrough demanded vast resources and relentless, day-in and day-out refinement.
An 18-year-old high school student, without attending any elite institution, managing to build his chi blood up to 200 units through self-cultivation alone? How is that even possible? It defies science. And it defies martial arts. Calm down.
The chief examiner seated at the center was undeniably the strongest and most composed among the three. He forced down the tidal wave of shock surging within him, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Go to Warehouse B7 and retrieve the backup Dragon Vein 4 testing kit, he barked at the burly combat examiner.
Dragon Vein 4. Hearing that name sent another jolt through the other two.
It was a top-tier device, superior and more precise than the Shinnon 2, specifically designed for in-depth physical examinations of martial artists ranked 3rd grade and above. It was never used under normal circumstances and could only be activated under extremely special circumstances with special approval from the highest authority. The burly examiner dared not delay for a moment, immediately turning and rushing out of the room. Minutes later, a brand new set of diagnostic equipment, gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen, was carefully wheeled in. "Candidate, please cooperate with us for another round of testing." The chief examiner's voice carried a tremor he himself hadn't noticed. Yang Jian shrugged indifferently. He forced out another drop of blood and let it fall into the more sophisticated Dragon Vein 4 instrument. 3 examiners held their breath once more, their heads pressed tightly against the brand new display screen. Buzz. The machine hummed as lights flickered. When the final number finally settled on the screen once more, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Vitality, 200 units. Exactly the same. Not a single point off. At that moment, no one questioned it anymore. No one doubted it. On the faces of the 3 examiners, only one expression remained. Numbness. A numbness born of having one's worldview repeatedly shattered and reshaped, mingled with awe and bewilderment. Gulp. The chief examiner swallowed hard, his throat parched as if it were on fire. 200 HP. What did this signify? It meant that this youth before him, based on this single statistic alone, could crush 99.9% of all examinees in the entire East Sea province. On the national stage, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier prodigy capable of securing a spot in the top 10. He recalled last year's national exam champion, that once-in-a-century prodigy whose vitality score during the exam had only been 210 units. Huff, huff. The chief examiner forced himself to calm down, his trembling hand pointing toward the cleared space. Next, we'll test strength. He dared not let Yang Jian attack any more targets. He feared this monster would tear the entire exam hall apart. A brand new, heavier-duty floor-mounted dynamometer, its base anchored to the gymnasium's foundation, was wheeled into position. Candidate, the rules remain the same. Attack with full force. Yang Jian nodded and stepped forward once more. This time, he held nothing back. A terrifying aura erupted, more formidable and more profound than before, as if capable of crushing the entire earth beneath his feet. The bronze-hued aura enveloping his right fist solidified into an immense, tangible mass, transforming into a colossal mountain that seemed poised to crush the heavens and earth. Then, he unleashed a punch. Boom! A thunderous roar, muffled to the extreme, like the beating of ancient war drums, exploded. The entire examination hall 77, along with several surrounding halls, shook violently. On the display of the floor-mounted force gauge, a string of numbers shot upward wildly, jumping erratically. 10,000 kilograms. 15,000 kilograms. 18,000 kilograms. Finally, under the stunned gazes of the 3 examiners, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, the numbers abruptly halted and settled. Peak force, 20,001 kilograms. 20,001 kilograms. This number struck the 3 examiners like a merciless slap across the face. If the 200-point vitality score had left them stunned, then this 20,001 kilogram strength reading made them feel terror. Because this was far more than just a strength figure. It represented a far more terrifying, utterly mind-bending concept. The chi-to-force ratio. The chi-to-strength ratio for ordinary martial artists generally hovers around 110. That is to say, 1 unit of vitality can unleash 10 kilograms of force. This is already considered exceptional. The absolute elite talents, through cultivating profound techniques and tempering their physical bodies, could push this ratio to 120 or even 130 am, truly rare feat. But what about this monster before us? With 200 units of vitality, it unleashed 20,001 kilograms of force. This signifies that its strength-to-health ratio has reached a terrifying 1:100. What does that even mean? This means that with the same level of chi and blood, he can unleash 5 times the power of an ordinary genius. This signifies that his physical form, his cultivation techniques, and his life potential have reached an unimaginable, terrifying level that transcends mundane comprehension. And this is purely a physical burst, without any martial skill enhancements. His true combat prowess has undoubtedly and firmly crossed the threshold into the realm of a 3rd-grade martial artist. A 3rd-grade combat power at 18 years old? A prodigy. This is beyond prodigious. This is the prodigy among prodigies. The monster among monsters. Zhang. Minister Zhang. The examiner in gold-rimmed glasses could no longer observe protocol. His hands trembling, he dialed the communication device of Zhang Liang, Deputy Minister of Education and the Chief Supervisor of the ancient city's college entrance exams. What is it? I'm in a meeting. A stern voice came through the communicator. Minister. Examination room 77. A major incident has occurred. His voice was filled with terror and panic. You must come immediately. No. You absolutely must come. Here, a monster has appeared that we are utterly unable to handle. After hanging up, the three examiners looked at Yang Jian with completely changed expressions.
Examiners? Yang Jian, observing their ghostly expressions, asked with a hint of resignation, have I passed the first two tests? Can we proceed to the practical combat test? Why yes. Of course. The burly combat examiner snapped to attention like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bowing and scraping as he spoke. Pointing toward a heavier alloy door on the side of the room, his tone was exceedingly respectful. Please come in. The combat test will be conducted inside. Rest assured, we've notified the chief supervisor. He will personally oversee your next test. Are you kidding me? Have them preside? Have a genuine third-grade combat powerhouse, a future pillar of the nation, serve as an examiner? Are they even qualified? Chapter 57, Defending the Fortress in Desperation. Point and kill, no challenge at all. Yang Jian pushed open the heavy alloy door and stepped into a completely new space. It was a vast, nearly empty, pure white cubic chamber. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all formed from the same seamless, unknown material that emitted a soft, gentle glow. Not a single seam or joint was visible. A faint energy aura permeated the air, while countless minute runes flickered faintly deep within the pure white walls, resembling the room's veins and nerves. This was no longer a room in the purely physical sense. It resembled a virtual world constructed through the fusion of cutting-edge technology and profound array formations, capable of infinitely simulating reality. Identity verification successful. Candidate Yang Jian, welcome to the Manhwa combat simulation system. A soft, ethereal, emotionless female voice echoed from all corners of the room. Immediately, light and shadow began to coalesce before Yang Jian. Countless data streams, as if imbued with life, swiftly intertwined and took shape, ultimately forming a holographic projection of an Eastern woman. She wore pristine white court attire, possessed flawless beauty, and radiated an aura of sacred majesty. She hovered silently mid-air, her eyes seemingly containing the stars of the cosmos, gazing calmly at Yang Jian. Candidate Yang Jian, the college entrance exam simulation test is about to commence. The voice of Manhwa sounded once more, clear and distinct in Yang Jian's ears. This phase assesses candidates' combat proficiency, adaptability, and sustained combat capability. The system database contains 7 distinct assessment modes, including Extreme Tower Ascent, Points-Based Hunt, and Last Stand Defense. The system will dynamically adjust the difficulty and intensity of the assessment based on the candidate's overall capabilities to ensure absolute fairness in the final evaluation. Now, please draw your assessment topic. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a rapidly spinning virtual wheel, composed of countless points of light, materialized before Manhwa. Without hesitation, Yang Jian extended a finger and lightly tapped the wheel at random. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. The pointer settled firmly on one of the options. Assessment question selected: successfully defend the fortress in desperation. Manhwa's voice remained utterly unruffled. The assessment rules are as follows. You shall serve as the sole defender of an isolated fortress. From the moment the trial begins, endless waves of ferocious beasts will assault your city from all directions. The beasts' levels and numbers will steadily increase over time. Your mission is to defend this city for as long as possible. The trial will only end when the city falls or you are declared killed in action. Ultimately, the system will evaluate your performance based on your total defense duration, the quantity and quality of beasts slain, and the integrity of the city walls. Candidate Yang Jian, do you understand the assessment rules? Understood. Yang Jian nodded. Defend the city? Now that's an interesting challenge. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. To him, this wasn't a test at all, it felt more like a personal performance tailored just for him. Forget about playing trump cards like Mountain Giant Ape or Kunping Transformation, even relying solely on his raw physical strength. His current prowess was on par with a genuine third-grade martial artist. His performance in this assessment was bound to be outstanding. I am ready. Let us begin, Yang Jian stated calmly. Scene loading, please wait. The figure of Manhwa slowly faded into the light and shadow. The next instant, the entire pure white space began to shift violently. The smooth, unidentified material beneath their feet rapidly transformed into ancient city walls paved with massive green stones, bearing the marks of centuries of erosion. The ceiling above transformed into a gloomy, oppressive sky, dull and overcast, as if it would never clear. The surrounding walls receded like a retreating tide, revealing a vast, barren wasteland, a blood-red expanse devoid of any life. Wind howled in his ears. The air thickened with a sickening stench of blood and decay. A towering, solitary ancient fortress, steeped in iron and blood, stood abruptly before Yang Jian's feet. This transformation felt utterly real, whether through sight, sound, smell, or the cold, hard touch of the fortress walls beneath his feet. It was indistinguishable from the real world. Moreover, Yang Jian could distinctly sense an intangible aura of slaughter emanating from this battlefield, attempting to unsettle his mind. What an incredibly realistic environment simulation. So this is the top-tier assessment system of the Great Xia Kingdom? Truly living up to its reputation. Scene construction complete. First wave of beasts will arrive in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The cold countdown echoed across the sky. Yang Jian stood with his hands behind his back atop the towering city wall, his gaze calmly fixed on the distant horizon. He didn't even bother searching for a weapon. Instead, he casually bent down and picked up a fist-sized, moss-covered stone fragment from a crack in the wall at his feet. 3, 2, 1. The assessment begins. Roar. The moment the countdown ended, a savage, ravenous roar erupted from the eastern wasteland. A small, emaciated beast ugly as a cross between a hyena and a lizard stumbled forward on 4 skinny limbs, charging madly toward the city wall. Its aura barely reached that of a level 1 beast at best, a robust wild animal. This was the system's simplest appetizer for the examinees. Yang Jian watched the charging beast without a flicker of emotion. He merely raised his hand, casually flicking the pebble in his grasp toward the beast with a flick of his finger. Whoosh! The unremarkable pebble erupted from his hand with terrifying speed, surpassing the speed of sound. The air ripped apart, emitting a piercing whistle. The hideous beast didn't even have time to see what had struck it. Pop! A soft thud echoed as its skull exploded like it had been struck point blank by a large-caliber sniper bullet. Red and white splattered across the ground. The headless corpse rolled forward another dozen meters by inertia before finally coming to rest silently on the barren wasteland hundreds of meters from the city walls. Instant kill. Ding. Defeated 1 inferior rot wolf. Earned 1 point. The system notification echoed in Yang Jian's mind. Immediately afterward, the second wave of attacks followed. This time, 2 beasts charged, one from the east, one from the west. Without even looking, Yang Jian flicked out 2 more pebbles. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 whistling sounds pierced the air almost simultaneously, and 2 more headless corpses collapsed on the charging path. Ding! Defeated 2 inferior rot wolves. Earned 2 points. Third wave, 4 directions, 4 wolves. Fourth wave, 8 directions, 8 wolves. Yang Jian stood with hands behind his back atop the city wall, expression impassive, serene as drifting clouds. He resembled the most skilled marble player, each move precise and deadly. Ordinary pebbles in his hands transformed into death sentences more terrifying than bullets. The ferocious beasts that ordinary examinees had to fight with all their might crumbled before him like paper dolls. The entire process was saturated with violence, yet it carried an eerie, effortless artistic flair. Time ticked by second. In the blink of an eye, over 10 minutes had passed. The beast tide's assault had escalated to a truly staggering level. At that moment, hundreds of ferocious beasts surged simultaneously from all sides of the city walls. Among them were not only the lowest-tier rotten wolves, but also a large number of true level 1 beasts, wind-tearing clawed windblade leopards, thick-skinned black armor savages, and swarms of fearless bloodtooth ants. They formed a dark, ceaselessly surging tide of death, sweeping madly toward the isolated city from all directions. The earth-shaking roars and stomping sounds were enough to make any warrior of weak will feel their scalp crawl and despair take root. Yet, the figure atop the city walls remained unflappable. Yang Jian watched the beast tide surging from all directions, raising an eyebrow slightly. There are a bit too many. Using stones is a bit tedious. He murmured to himself. Then, he finally made a new move. Instead of gathering stones, he simply thought it. A dark gold spear, forged from the power of 300 elephants, appeared instantly in his hand. It was denser than before, and faint sacred runes began to emerge on its shaft. Spear of the Nether God. His gaze swept toward the densest wave of beasts to the south. The muscles in his arm bulged slightly, and then he hurled the spear in his hand with all his might. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, silent yet carrying a deathly intent that pierced all things and destroyed everything in its path. It did not target any single beast, but with a savage, unyielding force, slammed directly into the very heart of the beast tide. Boom! No explosion. No shockwave. The moment the spear of the Nether God touched the ground, it shattered violently, transforming into hundreds upon hundreds of tiny, dark gold streaks of light barely visible to the naked eye that shot wildly in all directions, piercing and stabbing. Put! 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 A dense series of piercing sounds, like rain beating on banana leaves, erupted. Beneath the southern city wall, the ferocious tide of dozens of level 1 monsters froze instantly under the strike. In the next instant, countless blood-red holes erupted simultaneously across the bodies of every beast, whether the thick-skinned, black-armored savage boars or the lightning-fast windblade leopards. Their life force was utterly extinguished in that instant. 1 strike, 1 clear. The entire southern battlefield became utterly empty in an instant. Ding! Killed 12 windblade leopards. Killed 8 black-armored savage boars. Killed 89 bloodtooth ants. Earned points, 345. On the city walls, Yang Jian remained expressionless. His right hand formed a loose fist as another spear of the Nether God coalesced into shape. He hurled it once more toward the western tide of beasts. Boom! Another section of the battlefield was instantly cleared. Then came the north, then the east. The entire sequence flowed like water, pulsing with rhythm. Yang Jian stood like a conductor atop a high platform, wielding the deadly spear of the Nether God as his baton. Wherever he pointed, death and silence followed.
Minutes passed, yet not a single beast managed to breach the 10-meter perimeter around the city walls. Beneath the walls, corpses littered the ground like scattered stars, rivers of blood flowing freely. Yet atop the ramparts, the white-robed youth remained standing with hands behind his back, untouched by the carnage.
He hadn't even shifted his stance once. Chapter 58. The deputy minister was thrilled. A new record for Donghai province. Just as Yang Jian was dominating the simulated battlefield. Bang! The alloy door of examination room 77 was violently kicked open from the outside. Wang Li, what the hell are you two doing? What's so important about a lousy college entrance exam that you'd bypass all channels to report it directly? Don't you know the rules? A roar filled with fury and authority thundered through the room.
A middle-aged man strode in, dressed in the uniform of a high-ranking officer from the City Guard Bureau.
His imposing, towering frame and square jaw bore the mark of impatience.
It was none other than Zhang Liang, Deputy Minister of Education and the Chief Supervisor of the Imperial Examinations in Huanggu City.
Deputy Director Zhang.
The three examiners in the room saw him as if he were a savior, immediately standing at attention and saluting. Yet their expressions remained frozen in uncontrollable shock and agitation.
Enough!
Zhang Liang waved impatiently, his gaze sweeping over the scattered wreckage of the Brawler 3 force testing targets, deepening the frown between his brows.
Now, what exactly happened? Who damaged the targets? And which candidate has you all so flustered? Commissioner, it's not that we lost our composure, it's...
The examiner in gold-rimmed glasses stammered incoherently, trembling as he handed over a freshly printed, still warm candidate data report.
You see for yourself. Just a data report? What could possibly?
Zhang Liang took it without much thought, still muttering under his breath as he looked down.
But the very next second,
all sounds ceased abruptly.
His square face, etched with impatience, froze instantly.
His eyes, as round as copper bells, stared fixedly at 2 lines of numbers on the report, his pupils contracting to their absolute limit.
Vitality, 200 kilocalories. Peak strength, 20,001 kilograms. Time seemed to freeze in that moment.
Zhang Liang stood frozen in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. Several operatives behind him peered over curiously. When they saw the numbers on the report, their expressions mirrored Zhang Liang's as if they'd all been collectively choked by a duck.
This can't be.
After an unknown span of time, a dry, hoarse murmur escaped Zhang Liang's throat, a whisper filled with absurdity and utter disbelief. He snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes fixed on the 3 examiners.
This data, is it real? Absolutely true. The chief examiner nodded emphatically, pointing to the Dragon Vein 4 instrument beside him.
We double-checked it twice using our backup top-tier equipment.
There's no mistake.
Upon receiving the affirmative response, Zhang Liang felt the world spin violently, nearly collapsing to the ground.
He was a 4th-rank grandmaster. What storms hadn't he weathered?
Yet these figures before him shattered his rock-solid resolve into 1,000 pieces.
18 years old. 200 chi blood points. A single punch unleashed over 20,000 kilograms of force. A strength ratio of 1 to 100. Is this even humanly possible? This candidate, what's his name? Zhang Liang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Yang Jian from the 8th school of the primordial era. Yang Jian.
Zhang Liang savored the name, his eyes blazing with unprecedented intensity.
Good. Very good, Yang Jian. Where is he now? He's currently undergoing the 3rd combat simulation test. Quick! Bring up his assessment footage immediately. I need to see it with my own eyes.
Zhang Liang growled impatiently.
Yes, sir.
The examiner in gold-rimmed glasses immediately began operating the controls. Soon, the largest monitor in the room flickered to life, clearly displaying real-time footage of Yang Jian in the simulated battlefield.
Then, everyone present collectively froze in stunned silence. On the screen, a lone city lay in ruins, its streets strewn with corpses.
A youth clad in white stood with hands behind his back atop the city walls. At his feet, the battlefield in every direction was being overwhelmed by an endless tide of ferocious beasts. Yet not a single beast dared approach within 100 meters of the walls. With a casual wave of his hand, a dark old energy spear silently coalesced into form, then shot forth with a thunderous roar that seemed to tear through the void. Boom! A formation of dozens of level 1 and level 2 beasts was instantly wiped clean. The scene bore no resemblance to an assessment, much less a battle. It was a one-sided, effortless, and efficient slaughter. Holy! An operator couldn't help but gasp. Is this really the last stand mode? Why does it feel like he's strolling through his own backyard? Look at his score, another operator pointed at the rapidly climbing numbers in the upper right corner of the screen, his voice trembling. It hasn't even been 20 minutes, and his score has already surpassed 10,000 points. 10,000 points? Zhang Liang's heart surged again. He understood better than anyone the true value of that score. In the college entrance exam's simulated scoring, 10,000 points marked the threshold for excellence. Those who achieved this score were nothing short of geniuses guaranteed admission to the nation's top universities. Yet Yang Jian had achieved in under 20 minutes what others struggled for hours to attain. No! Look at the system's difficulty rating. The examiner in gold-rimmed glasses suddenly pointed at a line of tiny data streaming at the bottom of the screen, letting out a blood-curdling shriek. Everyone immediately looked over. The line representing the exam's difficulty level had skyrocketed from its initial grade D to a blindingly bright difficulty level, a class rising. A level difficulty? Zhang Liang felt his breath nearly stop. The Gaokao simulation system dynamically adjusted its difficulty level based on the examinee's performance. Grade A difficulty meant the system judged the candidate possessed combat prowess comparable to a terrifying second-rank martial artist. Therefore, the scale and intensity of the beast tide unleashed were calibrated to the standards required to eliminate a second-rank martial artist. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Gaokao. Peak level 2 exploding demon apes. 10 of them. The battle intensified on the screen. 10 colossal apes, each over 5 meters tall and bulging with sinewy muscles, roared as they burst from the horde. Their speed was lightning fast, effortlessly shattering the 100-meter defense line that no previous beast had managed to breach. These were elite units deployed by the system, capable of posing a lethal threat to second-rank martial artists. Yet facing these 10 ferocious demon apes, Yang Jian atop the city walls didn't even raise an eyebrow. He merely raised his hand once more, his expression calm. This time, what coalesced was no longer the spear of the Nether God. Instead, it was an energy spear formed entirely of dazzling golden lightning, its shaft engraved with countless sacred judgment runes. The Judgment Spear. Go! He casually hurled the divine spear forward. The moment it left his hand, the spear transformed into a golden bolt of judgment lightning. It didn't strike any single demon ape, but slammed directly into the very center of the 10 demon apes. Boom! A miniature golden sun, radiating sacred and purifying energy, exploded with a deafening roar. Golden lightning and flames of judgment swept wildly outward in all directions. The 10 ferocious peak-tier level 2 demon apes, upon contact with that golden light, couldn't even utter a scream before being instantly purified, vaporized, and vanishing without a trace. Another clean sweep. Dead silence filled the monitoring room. Zhang Liang and everyone behind him stood frozen like puppets with their souls ripped out, staring blankly at the screen, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit their fists inside. What was that? A martial technique? No. No martial skill could unleash such terrifying, law-infused purifying power. Is that divine power? A preposterous and chilling thought surged uncontrollably through Zhang Liang's mind. An 18-year-old high school student not only possessed third-grade combat prowess but also mastered legendary divine abilities? Madness. This world. It must be mad. The gold-rimmed glasses examiner began muttering incoherently. Deputy Director. The chief examiner's voice trembled uncontrollably. He's still killing. His points are nearing 20,000. Among the beasts deployed by the system, early-stage third-tier hellhounds have begun appearing. I saw it. One spear, one group of level 2 beasts. One shot, one squad of tier 3 beasts. His points were skyrocketing at an unimaginable rate. 20,000. 30,000. 40,000. When the points on the screen finally shattered that legendary, decade-old barrier of 50,000 points, Zhang Liang's eyes finally blazed with fervor and excitement. New record. It's a new record. He let out a frenzied roar, grabbing his companion's shoulders and shaking him violently. The highest score in the East Sea Province's college entrance exam practical assessment. He broke the record. No. He's creating a new, unprecedented myth that will never be matched again. Chapter 59, New AI has gone mad. Within the simulated battlefield, the slaughter continued unabated. Yang Jian was completely immersed in the exhilaration of absolute control. He realized this assessment was an exceptional opportunity to test his own strength. He could freely unleash and master each new power he had gained on Blood Luo Sky Island. Roar! The western battlefield erupted once more. Hundreds of colossal hellhound tri-beasts, their bodies engulfed in infernal flames, formed the vanguard of the assault. These were true Tier 3 monsters, each possessing terrifying strength capable of tearing apart a Tier 2 martial artist with ease. Behind them stretched an immense, dark mass of mixed legions composed of various second-tier peak-level beasts, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was a terrifying force capable of crushing any elite city guard squad into despair. System warning. Detected beast-tide energy level has reached A+ grade. Candidates, proceed with extreme caution. The cold, metallic warning echoed across the sky. Yet, Yang Jian atop the city walls merely gave it a dismissive glance. A+ level? Still not enough. His left hand formed a loose fist and a dark gold spear of the Nether God materialized. His right hand lifted lightly and a judgment spear, woven from lightning and flame silently materialized.
His left hand represented ultimate penetration and death. His right hand embodied divine judgment and purification. He fixed his gaze upon the dark, surging tide of beasts, then swung both hands forward simultaneously. Whoosh! Crackle! Two streaks of light, one black, one gold, symbolizing destruction, shot into the massive beast tide in a crisscrossing, slicing motion. The next second, no earth-shattering explosion. Only an eerie, spine-chilling silence. The spear of the nether god disintegrated once more upon entering the horde, transforming into countless indestructible dark gold points of light. Like a storm of death, they swept and pierced in every direction. Meanwhile, the judgment spear transformed into a miniature, ever-expanding golden sun, unleashing an endless torrent of purifying divine thunder that vaporized and annihilated every tainted entity within its embrace. Two utterly distinct yet equally tyrannical forces fused and erupted in perfect harmony upon this battlefield. The 100-strong pack of ferocious hellhounds couldn't even utter a proper howl before being instantly disintegrated and vaporized under the dual assault of piercing and purification, leaving not a single speck of ashes behind. Behind them, the even more colossal hybrid legion vanished in swathes, erased like pencil drawings wiped away by an eraser. A single assault. The entire western battlefield fell silent once more. Ding! Eliminated 112 hellhound tri-beasts. Eliminated 230 exploding demon apes. Eliminated. A torrent of densely packed, waterfall-like score notifications flooded the screen. The total points figure in the upper right corner of the screen skyrocketed at a dizzying pace. 50,000. 55,000. 60,000. Inside the monitoring room, Zhang Liang and everyone behind him froze solid in place, as if collectively struck by Medusa's gaze. They watched helplessly as the numbers on the screen continued to soar, their minds having completely ceased functioning. 60,000 points. The highest score in Donghai province for the past 11 years was 51,000 points. He not only broke it, but exceeded it by nearly 10,000 points. This isn't just breaking a record. The burly combat examiner muttered, "This is kicking a dead horse." Zhang Liang remained silent. He just stared fixedly at the screen, at that figure in white robes, still as calm as a cloudless sky. His powerful heart, that of a fourth-rank grandmaster, was pounding wildly, beyond his control. Suddenly, he grasped a far more terrifying truth that shattered his very worldview. Nearly half an hour had passed since the assessment began. This youth named Yang Jian had already slain thousands of ferocious beasts. Among them were even powerful beasts at the early third-rank level. Yet he had stood in the same spot the entire time, casually hurling those devastating energy spears. He hadn't moved a single step. His breathing shows no sign of disorder. Not a trace of pallor touched his complexion. As if the surging, ocean-like vitality within him was boundless and inexhaustible. A monster, he's not human at all. Zhang Liang murmured in a dreamlike whisper. A powerful premonition gripped him. Today, he would witness the birth of a legend. A legend unprecedented in the history of the Great Xia Empire's imperial examinations, a peerless myth that would be etched into the annals of time. On the battlefield, Yang Jian had no concept of how rapidly his points were soaring. He only felt this assessment growing more and more intriguing. Not enough. His gaze swept across the other three directions, where the beast tide surged once more, driven by the system's urging. Faster. Stronger. He silently roared within his mind, accelerating his attacks once more. One spear thrust. One spear thrust. Another spear. Another spear. He seemed to transform into an unyielding fortress of war, unleashing divine punishments symbolizing death and judgment with pinpoint accuracy across every corner of the battlefield. Points continued to surge upward at a pace bordering on madness. 70,000. 80,000. 90,000. When the points finally shattered that despair-inducing 100,000 threshold, the entire Manhwa combat simulation system seemed to emit a groan under the overwhelming strain. Warning! Warning! Candidate's combat power severely exceeds system parameters, far surpassing preset limits. Emergency difficulty escalation in progress. Difficulty level S-class. Difficulty level S+. Difficulty level SS. Warning! Enhancement failed. System core overloaded. Deploying highest tier units. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire simulated space began to violently tremble. Across the blood-red wastelands in the east, south, west, and north, for bottomless abysses simultaneously ripped open. For terrifying auras brimming with savagery, destruction, and power sufficient to make even peak third-rank martial artists tremble surged skyward from the abysses. Roar! Accompanied by 4 earth-shaking roars. For monstrous beasts, each over 20 meters in size, slowly crawled out of the abysses. Their bodies were covered in hideous bone armor that seemed forged from hellish obsidian, with a pair of broken bat wings sprouting from their backs and ghostly blue flames burning within their eye sockets. Skeleton dragon beasts. Peak Tier 3. Each possessed terrifying strength capable of matching a newly ascended 4th-rank Grandmaster. This was the most formidable biological weapon the Manhwa system could simulate under standard mode.
The simultaneous appearance of 4 skeleton dragon beasts signaled the system had completely abandoned the assessment. Its sole purpose now is to annihilate this rule-breaking bug at any cost. The monitoring room had long since fallen into deathly silence. Everyone felt as if fate had seized their throats, forgetting even to breathe. They stared in horror at the 4 skeletal dragon beasts on the screen, terrifying as demon gods, their minds going blank. The system has gone mad. Someone murmured in a voice thick with despair. This isn't the college entrance exam anymore, this is a dead end. Yet, facing this unbeatable situation that would drive any genius to despair, Yang Jian atop the city wall finally let a trace of satisfaction creep onto his face. Now we're talking. He slowly lowered his hands, which had been poised for throwing. As he watched the 4 skeletal dragon beasts radiating boundless ferocity advance step by step toward the city walls, a genuine flame of excitement finally ignited in his calm eyes. Warm-up complete. He murmured to himself. The next second. A primal ferocity terrifying, savage, and brutal beyond measure. Surpassing the combined might of those 4 skeletal dragon beasts countless times over. Burst forth from his seemingly frail body. Roar. Chapter 60. The Dharma form emerges. Tearing a dragon beast barehanded. Warm-up complete. The instant those 3 words drifted lightly from Yang Jian's lips, the entire world seemed to shift. He hadn't transformed, still bearing the appearance of a delicate young man. But the profoundly restrained aura emanating from him erupted in that instant like a volcano, unleashed without restraint. Buzz. It was not the roar of vital energy, nor the fluctuation of power. Rather, it was a resonance of power more ancient, more primordial, as if born from the very dawn of the universe itself. Within his body, the 300 awakened divine elephant particles as brilliant as stars simultaneously emitted a silent roar. 300 primordial divine elephant specters, their feet trampling hell, their strength supporting the divine realm, simultaneously let out a piercing howl to the heavens. A terrifying force beyond description, one that crushed all existence and shattered every will, surged through him like a bursting celestial river. It washed over every limb, every bone, every cell. This force was so pure, so overbearing. It had even begun to interfere with reality. Around Yang Jian's body, space itself began to warp ever so slightly. His surging vital energy, stirred by this force, spontaneously erupted from his body. It merged with the energy particles of the cosmos, rapidly coalescing, interweaving, and solidifying upon his skin. In the blink of an eye, an ethereal armor exuding an aura of sacred majesty, seemingly cast from solidified gold and bronze, engraved with countless divine reliefs, quietly materialized upon him. The armor enveloped his entire form perfectly, its lines flowing yet brimming with explosive power. His helmet was a ferocious elephant head, his shoulders curved like tusks, and behind him, golden halos formed from pure vital energy spun slowly like divine rings. Divine elephant imprisoning the prison, Dharma form manifested. At that moment, Yang Jian stood silently atop the city wall, like a youthful war god stepping out of ancient mythology, majestic, sacred, and utterly inviolable. Inside the monitoring room, the instant that illusory golden battle armor appeared upon Yang Jian's body. Thud. The examiner in the gold-rimmed glasses lost his footing, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the floor. Pointing at the screen, his lips trembled, yet not a single word escaped him. His eyes held nothing but endless emptiness and bewilderment. His entire worldview shattered into dust at that moment, leaving not a single crumb behind. She blood armor. Will-formed armor. Even Zhang Liang, a seasoned 4th-rank grandmaster who had seen it all, now spoke with a voice trembling beyond control. Each word seemed to be forced out through gritted teeth. This is the legendary martial phenomenon. It's said to only appear when one cultivates a technique to the point of perfect harmony with their very soul, achieving the supreme state of heaven and man as one. He stared fixedly at the screen, at the figure of that youth who seemed like a god. His steadfast martial heart, in this moment, felt a flicker of shameful inadequacy. He had cultivated for nearly 50 years and had never even touched upon that legendary realm. Yet an 18-year-old youth. No! He was no longer a youth. Nor a monster. That was a god. A divine being walking among mortals, a youthful deity. On the battlefield. The 4 skeletal dragon beasts clearly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Yang Jian, an aura threatening their very essence. For the first time, their eye sockets, burning with ghostly blue flames, revealed an emotion beyond savagery gravity. Roar! The skeletal dragon beast from the east launched its attack first. It opened its abyssal maw, wide enough to swallow a truck whole. A dark purple energy sphere, over 3 meters in diameter, condensed instantly, a mass of death and resentment compressed to its utmost limit. Death Wither Cannon. This signature skill of a peak tier 3 monstrous beast could flatten an entire small mountain with a single strike. Boom! The dark purple energy projectile tore through the air, carrying an aura of utter destruction as it slammed toward Yang Jian atop the city wall. Yet, facing this lethal strike capable of turning any third-grade martial artist pale with fear, Yang Jian didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply raised his right hand, encased in golden battle armor. Then, he made a loose fist toward the howling sphere of death energy hurtling toward him. A colossal golden hand, entirely formed from vital energy and the mighty power of the divine elephant, materialized before the city walls, obscuring the sky.
Star-plucking hand.
But under the enhancement of divine elephant prison sealing force, this technique had undergone earth-shattering changes. That golden palm seemed to possess an unparalleled might capable of suppressing and crushing everything. With a single grasp, it seized the 3-meter diameter sphere of death energy as easily as pinching a glass marble in its palm.
Then, its fingers snapped shut. Boom!
A muffled, almost inaudible pop, like a bubble bursting. That death cannonball, containing energy capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth, failed to trigger even a proper explosion. Instead, it was brutally, mercilessly, crushed to death by that golden giant hand. The dark purple energy that scattered out couldn't even break through the gaps between the giant hand's fingers. Instead, it was completely purified and annihilated by the golden divine light flowing over it. The skeletal dragon beast in the east froze in place. Its already limited intelligence clearly couldn't comprehend the scene unfolding before it. And in that very instant of its dazed stupor, Yang Jian atop the city wall moved. His figure vanished from its original spot. The next second, he materialized like a ghostly apparition directly above the skeletal dragon beast's head. He wielded no weapon. Instead, he raised his right leg, encased in golden battle armor, high into the air. Like a battle axe, he brought it down with a brutal, crushing blow. Boom! That single kick seemed to unleash the power of the entire heavens and earth. The air itself screamed in agony under the immense pressure. The skeletal dragon beast didn't even have time to react. Its massive skull, forged from hellish obsidian and hard as steel, was crushed by that single blow. From top to bottom, it was brutally, mercilessly driven into its own chest cavity. Its colossal body crashed to its knees as if struck head-on by a primordial divine mountain. Immediately after, its mountainous form shattered inch by inch, segment by segment, from head to tail. It ultimately dissolved into a sky-filling cloud of bone dust and black smoke, vanishing without a trace.
One kick. Instant annihilation. Roar!
The remaining 3 skeleton dragon beasts finally snapped out of their shock. They let out earth-shaking roars and charged toward Yang Jian simultaneously from 3 directions. The western dragon beast flapped its wings, unleashing a whirlwind of razor-sharp gale blades. The southern dragon swept its massive tail, unleashing a sonic boom that ripped through the earth. The northern dragon beast swung its claws, tearing open black spatial fissures. 3 terrifying forces, each capable of obliterating everything, converged from 3 directions, forming a flawless net of death that completely sealed off all of Yang Jian's escape routes.
Yet Yang Jian never even considered retreat.
Facing this world-shattering assault, a cold, savage grin filled with boundless brutality spread across his face, concealed beneath the golden mask.
Bring it on!
He let out a piercing howl that echoed across the heavens and earth. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, deliberately rushing head-on toward the 3 skeletal dragon beasts. His figure streaked through the air, moving so fast it left trails of golden afterimages. He slammed head-on into the gale wind domain of the western dragon beast.
SSSSHHH.
The terrifying wind blades, capable of instantly slicing a third-grade martial artist into mincemeat, shattered and bounced away the moment they touched his golden battle armor, leaving not even a single scratch. The defensive power of mountain body, combined with divine elephant prison sealing force, had reached an utterly terrifying level. Yang Jian ignored all attacks and charged directly toward the dragon beast. Then, he performed an action that made everyone in the monitoring room tremble in fear. He thrust out both hands and, with a brutally defiant stance, seized the dragon beast's massive upper and lower jaws.
Open. For me. He let out a savage roar, the muscles on his arms instantly bulging to their absolute limit. 300 elephant strength surged forth with a thunderous explosion. Crackle. A bone-chilling, ear-splitting sound, as if the very heavens themselves were being torn apart. That colossal, terrifying skeletal dragon beast was torn apart starting from its mouth by his bare hands, alive and kicking, ripped clean in 2. Shards of bone and black smoke rained down like a torrential storm. Bloodthirsty. Brutal. Violent. In that moment, Yang Jian seemed to transform into a true demon god rising from the depths of hell itself. Without a moment's pause after this act, he spun around and unleashed a punch. Golden fist light transformed into a blazing sun spanning heaven and earth, obliterating the colossal tail sweeping in from the southern dragon beast along with half its body into nothingness. Finally, his figure flickered, appearing behind the northern dragon beast now utterly consumed by terror and turning to flee. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and gently pressed against the beast's back. Then, he clenched his fist. Boom! The skeletal dragon beast's massive body exploded like an internal nuclear bomb, shattering into a sky-filling cloud of dust. The battle ended. From the moment the 4 skeletal dragon beasts appeared to the moment he slaughtered them all. The entire process took no more than 30 seconds. Upon the city walls, the youth deity clad in golden battle armor slowly descended. He brushed imaginary dust from his hands, his gaze sweeping across the blood-red wasteland where not a single beast dared approach. He furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly left wanting more. Chapter 61, Assessment Interrupted. Top of 3 lists. Cataclysmic grade. Warning. Warning. Highest level unit eliminated. System logic error detected.
Attempting to recalculate candidate strength.
Calculation failed. Model collapse. Warning. Unknown error in Manhwa core. Assessment cannot continue. Forcibly terminating this combat simulation.
A series of chaotic, error-ridden electronic beeps echoed frantically throughout the simulation space. The next instant, the blood-red wasteland in the solitary fortress began to rapidly dissipate and disintegrate like program code hit by a delete key. The golden battle armor covering Yang Jian's body also dissolved into specks of golden light, reintegrating into his body. Within mere breaths, the entire world reverted to that vast, empty, pure white cubic chamber. It was as if the earth-shattering slaughter that had just occurred had been nothing more than a dream that never happened.
Ding! Live combat simulation assessment complete. Final score calculation in progress. Candidate, Yang Jian. Fortress defense duration, 49 minutes 13 seconds. Total units eliminated, 7,845. Total points earned, 134,580. Overall evaluation? Final score? Row after row of cold, hard data appeared on the virtual screen before Yang Jian.
Seeing those final two evaluations filled with symbols, Yang Jian's mouth twitched involuntarily.
Had he fried the system?
Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, when Yang Jian tore apart the third skeleton dragon beast with his bare hands, Zhang Liang, a fourth-rank grandmaster, had already ceased all rational thought. He stared blankly and numbly at the godlike figure on the screen, feeling his worldview long since shattered beyond recognition collapse further. Until the cold, metallic beep of the system alert echoed through the room.
Assessment terminated. Final results cannot be displayed.
That sound, like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells, finally roused everyone from their endless shock.
It's over?
A city guard agency operative murmured in a dreamlike voice.
Unable to display. Has this ever happened in the history of the college entrance exams? Another asked, his voice dry. No one answered him. Because everyone knew the answer. Never. Quick. Look it up. Zhang Liang was the first to snap out of it.
His bloodshot eyes flashed with sudden intensity as he roared with impatience. Use my highest level access immediately to enter the college entrance exam database backend.
I need his exact final score. Not a single decimal point can be wrong.
Yes, sir. The examiner in gold-rimmed glasses snapped out of his daze, rushing to a standalone encrypted terminal.
His hands blurred into streaks as he frantically typed away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When he finally retrieved the raw data representing Yang Jian's final score, he froze solid once more. His face contorted into an expression even more exaggerated, horrified, and utterly disbelieving than when he'd seen the 200 chi blood points earlier, a look of sheer disbelief. What's wrong? Speak up. Zhang Liang was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. Director. Director.
The examiner in gold-rimmed glasses slowly turned his head. Pointing at the screen, his lips trembled, his voice breaking into a sob. His final score, it's not just data overflow. The system gave him a unprecedented, utterly impossible, hidden evaluation.
What kind of evaluation? Zhang Liang's heart instantly leapt into his throat.
The gold-rimmed glasses examiner took a deep breath, then delivered each word with reverence bordering on pilgrimage. The system has determined that candidate Yang Jian's overall performance in this assessment constitutes a catastrophic threat to the Manhwa combat simulation system itself. Therefore, the system's final comprehensive assessment is catastrophic level. Boom! The instant those three words, catastrophic level, left his lips, Zhang Liang's mind went completely blank. He felt as though a primordial thunderbolt had struck him from the crown of his head straight down to his heels, leaving his entire body numb. Catastrophe. The system had actually rated a candidate's performance as catastrophic? This wasn't an exam anymore. This was a dimensional strike. He finally understood why the final score couldn't be displayed. Because Yang Jian's performance had far exceeded the scope of understanding and measurement of the Manhwa system. His very existence, to this assessment system renowned for its rigor and impartiality, was itself an irreparable, most terrifying, natural disaster. Quick! Contact headquarters immediately. Zhang Liang could no longer maintain his composure, erupting in a frenzied roar. Immediately transmit this data with the highest S-level encryption to the provincial examination headquarters in Donghai. No! Directly to the Ministry of Education in the capital and the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Inform them. Our Huangqing city has produced a god. Inside the room, Yang Jian stared at the rows of, filling the report card, shaking his head helplessly. Just then, the heavy alloy door creaked open. Zhang Liang led the group of examiners, now utterly disheartened, into the room at a brisk pace. Yang Jian. Zhang Liang forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else, his expression utterly submissive as he addressed the youth before him, who remained as calm as ever. First, congratulations on completing all assessments of this college entrance examination. He paused, took a deep breath, and spoke in an exceptionally solemn tone. On behalf of the Gaokao Administration Department of Huangqing City, I formally notify you, your Gaokao results have far exceeded our evaluation capabilities. Your Qi blood test result, 200 units ranking first in Huangqing City. First in Donghai Province. Nationally, projected within the top 10. Your strength test result, 20,001 kilograms, with a strength to Qi ratio of 1 to 100. Ranked first in Huangqing City. First in Donghai Province. Your combat simulation test score, final points 134,580, rated, catastrophe level, ranking first in Huangqing City. First in Donghai Province. Nationwide, first. Also unprecedented. Top of all 3 rankings. Yang Jian, you have created a legend. Zhang Liang's voice trembled slightly from overwhelming excitement. He looked at Yang Jian, no longer seeing a junior or a prodigy. Instead, he gazed upon a treasure of supreme value, one capable of determining the very future course of the entire Great Xia Empire. From this moment onward, the entire Great Xia Kingdom would likely erupt in fervor over the name of this youth before them. Chapter 62, All Sides Stir. Target, the Martial God Palace. Facing Zhang Liang's almost fanatical proclamation and the pilgrim-like gazes of those around him, Yang Jian merely nodded calmly, his expression utterly unruffled. First place on all 3 rankings? Catastrophe level rating? All of this had been entirely within his expectations. If he couldn't even achieve this level of success, that would truly be a shameful waste of his extraordinary opportunities and that terrifying charity system. So, does this mean my college entrance exams are over? He asked, his tone as matter of fact as inquiring about dinner plans. Finished. Of course it's finished. Zhang Liang nodded urgently, his demeanor as deferential as if addressing his highest superior. Mr. Yang Jian, your records and scores have been submitted to the capital with the highest security clearance, effective immediately. Rest assured, every top-tier institution nationwide will soon be utterly mad with desire to secure you. Capital Martial Arts Academy. Demon Martial Arts Academy. Great Xia War College. Zhang Liang's eyes shone with pride. Even the legendary Martial God Palace. They will all extend olive branches to you. You can choose anyone you wish. The Martial God Palace? A flicker of interest finally appeared in Yang Jian's eyes. He had come to take the college entrance exam precisely to secure more resources to accelerate his path of earning money donating growing stronger. And the Martial God Palace, as the most supreme martial arts sanctuary in the entire Great Xia nation, was undoubtedly the best platform to fulfill that need. I understand. Yang Jian nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Please, go ahead. Zhang Liang personally escorted Yang Jian to the entrance of the exam hall. His humble and respectful demeanor left the subordinates trailing behind him wide-eyed in astonishment. When Yang Jian left the examination hall and returned home, he had no idea that an electronic file marked S-level top secret had already swept through the highest echelons of the Great Xia Empire's networks like a storm. Donghai Province, capital city, Donghai City. Within the office of the Provincial Education Department Director, a man well past 60, his demeanor as steady as a mountain, stared intently at the file on the screen. The hand holding his teacup trembled violently beyond his control, scalding tea spilling over him without him noticing. 200 Qi blood points. Strength ratio 1 to 100. Combat assessment, catastrophe level. Someone. Quick, someone. The old man leapt to his feet, unleashing a thunderous roar. Connect me to the direct line of the Jingwu University president. No. Connect me to the Demon Arts Academy. Forget it. Connect me to every top 10 academy. Tell them our Donghai province has produced a god. Have them come crawling over with their utmost sincerity to fight for him. Capital City, Jingwu University, President's Office. A white-haired elder with the bearing of a scholar general set down his documents, his brow deeply furrowed. Catastrophic level? Are you certain this isn't a malfunction in the Manhwa system? Chancellor, it's absolutely true. This is raw data transmitted from Huangqing City. Our technical department has verified it repeatedly. The data is accurate. Moreover, the core of that Manhwa system did indeed burn out on the spot due to computational overload. The old man fell silent. After a long pause, an unprecedented gleam ignited in his eyes. Prepare a private jet. I'm heading to Huangqing City immediately. Also, notify the admissions office double the S-class special admission offer we prepared for this year's national top scholar. No. Triple it. Whatever it takes, this student. Beijing Martial Arts University is securing them. Magic City, Magic Martial Arts University. Within an office thick with an atmosphere of iron discipline and grim resolve. A burly, one-eyed giant with explosive muscles slammed his palm onto the alloy desk, sending a deafening clang echoing through the room. Ha 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 ha. Good. A true cataclysm-level talent. I like it. He roared at his secretary beside him, tell those old farts not to compete with me. This kid was born for us at magic and martial arts. Anyone who dares challenge me, I'll tear their school apart with my men. The Great Xiao War Academy, Central Martial Arts University, Southern First Martial House. On this day, nearly every top martial arts academy in the Great Xia Empire plunged into unprecedented frenzy and upheaval over a single dossier. Countless private jets took off from all corners of the nation, their destination the same, a previously obscure frontier town, Huangcheng City. Yet amidst this storm that swept through the entire educational sphere, one place remained serene. In the heart of the capital city, nestled amidst the bustling metropolis yet seemingly detached from the mundane world, stood an ancient palace complex. This was the Martial God Palace. Deep within the palace, in a quiet chamber, an elderly man clad in simple Taoist robes, with snow-white hair and a youthful face, sat in meditation with eyes closed, appearing to merge with the very essence of heaven and earth. Before him, a light screen silently materialized, displaying none other than Yang Jian's astonishingly extraordinary report card. After an unknown span of time, the old man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes held no shock, no wild joy, only a profound calm as deep as a starry sea. A strength ratio of 1 to 100, the potential for physical ascension to sainthood, and a will as solid as a god, quite a promising prospect. He murmured to himself. Go. He uttered a single word softly into the empty chamber. Hum. The space before him warped slightly. A letter of acceptance, seemingly not of this world, composed entirely of pure golden divine light, quietly materialized. Then, it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. Having completed this, the old man closed his eyes once more, as if nothing had ever happened. Huangcheng City, Yang Jian's home. The moment Yang Jian stepped through the door, his parents and younger sister, who had been waiting for him for ages, swarmed around him. Son, how did it go? Did you do well on the exam? His mother, Lu Yu, asked with concern. Not bad. Should be decent, Yang Jian replied with a smile. Not bad? How bad is not bad? Will you get into Donghai Military Academy? His younger sister, Yang Xinran, was even more anxious than he was. Should be, no problem. Yang Jian thought for a moment before giving a conservative answer. But the moment his words fell, buzz. Without warning, the air in his living room began to warp. A pure golden scroll, seemingly inscribed by the gods themselves, radiating supreme majesty and sacred aura, slowly materialized from the spatial ripples. Defying all physical laws, the scroll hovered motionless in midair. Its entire surface shimmered with radiant light, engraved with profound, unfathomable golden divine patterns. An aura of supreme authority, powerful enough to make all things bow in submission, instantly enveloped the entire room. The moment Yang Weiguo, Lu Yu, and Yang Xinran came into contact with that aura, their minds went blank. They lost even the ability to think, left only to stare blankly and reverently at the golden scroll, which seemed like a miracle from the gods. Only Yang Jian remained lucid, shielded by the protection of elephant heart, unconscious body. Recognizing the scroll's familiar design, one he'd only ever seen in legends, a flicker of understanding flickered in his eyes. The Martial God Palace. He murmured the name softly. The next moment, as if responding to his call, the golden scroll slowly and automatically unfolded before him. Chapter 63, Stop arguing, I've already received the Martial God Palace's acceptance letter. Special recruitment by the Martial God Palace. Step over the threshold. The golden scroll slowly unfolded before Yang Jian. No intricate text, no ornate language. Only a single line of ancient golden seal script, imprinted with supreme divine consciousness and filled with profound truths of the Tao, floated silently upon the scroll. 1 month hence, Kunlun Mountain, South Heavenly Gate. Attend the new recruit trials. Pass, and enter the palace. Fail, and you are eliminated. Wuxing Palace. The characters were bold and direct, radiating an authority that brooked no argument. This is the admission notice from the Martial God Palace. It never asks for your consent, nor does it offer you a choice. It offers only one chance, one address, one time. Seize it, and you leap through the dragon gate to ascend to heaven. Fail to seize it, and you return to dust and earth. No matter your innate talents, you shall have no further connection to it. The instant Yang Jian read those words, the golden scroll transformed into a streak of light, sinking into his brow to form a faint golden mark before vanishing entirely. The supreme aura within the room, powerful enough to make all things bow in submission, dissipated into thin air. Huff, huff. Yang Weiguo, Lu Yu, and Yang Xinran finally snapped out of their daze, gasping for breath. Their faces were etched with terror and horror, as if they had narrowly escaped death. What was that? Father Yang Weiguo asked, his voice trembling. Was it a miracle? Mother Lu Yu instinctively clasped her hands together, ready to kneel in worship. Brother! Are you okay? Youngest sister Yang Xinran was the first to recover, rushing to Yang Jian's side and nervously scanning his body. I'm fine. Yang Jian smiled, feeling a warm surge in his heart as he watched his family, still shaken by the ordeal. The sheer power contained within that admission notice had struck them like a divine force, an impact no less overwhelming than facing a god itself. Then, what exactly was that thing? Yang Weiguo pressed again, his eyes filled with unease. Yang Jian paused for a moment, deciding it was time to stop hiding the truth. He looked at his parents and sister, speaking calmly, enunciating each word clearly. It's an acceptance letter. From the Martial God Palace.
An acceptance letter. The entire room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Yang Weigua froze. Lu Yu froze. Yang Xinran froze. The three of them stood like petrified statues, staring blankly at Yang Jian, their minds going completely blank. The expressions on their faces shifted from terror to bewilderment, then disbelief, finally erupting into an almost absurd ecstasy. The martial god palace? After an unknown amount of time, Yang Weigua, a man known for his composure, shook violently, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He grabbed Yang Jian's shoulders tightly and shook him violently, his eyes instantly reddening. Son! Say it again. Which martial god palace? Dad, is there another martial god palace in the Great Xia Kingdom? Yang Jian laughed helplessly. Boom! This definitive answer exploded like a nuclear bomb, shattering the last shred of sanity within Yang Weigua and Lu Yu. Ah! The ancestral graves of the Yang family are spewing smoke. Sky-piercing smoke. Mother Lu Yu could no longer contain her overwhelming emotion. She threw her arms around Yang Jian and burst into tears, her sobs filled with joy, pride, and utter disbelief. My son got into the martial god palace. Wah! He's brought honor to our family. This is true glory for our ancestors. Father Yang Weigua, a towering man nearing 50, now wept openly, overcome with emotion. He paced the living room, alternately pounding his chest and bursting into laughter. Only Yang Xinran stood frozen in place. She gazed at her brother, her bright eyes brimming with admiration, pride, and a hint of dreamlike disbelief. She knew her brother had grown stronger, but she never dreamed he could be this powerful. That was the martial god palace. The legendary, supreme sanctuary every martial artist yearned for. Just as the Yang family was still immersed in this sudden, overwhelming joy. Thump! 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 A series of urgent knocks shattered the atmosphere in the room. Who is it? Lu Yu wiped away her tears and walked over to open the door, puzzled. Outside stood a group of strangers dressed in suits, exuding an air of distinction. Leading the group was a white-haired elder with the dignified bearing of a scholar general. Upon seeing Lu Yu at the door, his face immediately broke into an exceptionally warm smile. Hello, may I ask if this is the residence of Yang Jian? I am Lin Zhangnan, president of Jingwu University. The president of Jingwu University? Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded. She was just an ordinary housewife. How could she have ever encountered such a prominent figure, someone she'd only seen on television? President Lin, hello? Please come in. She hurriedly ushered them inside, flustered and unsure of herself. But before Lin Zhangnan could speak. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded again. This time, standing outside was a towering, imposing one-eyed giant, his presence as formidable as a steel tower. Behind him followed a group of equally intimidating bodyguards. Who's Yang Jian? I'm Lei Bao, president of Magic Martial Arts University. Kid, don't think twice, come with me. Our university is the perfect place for you. True to his name, the one-eyed brute Lei Bao was hot-tempered to the extreme, barking his demands without preamble. Lei Bao. You brute. Don't you understand the concept of first come, first served? Lin Zhangnan, the president of Jingwu University, instantly blew his top, his beard bristling with fury as he shouted back. Old Lin, spare me the nonsense. Talent speaks for itself. Might makes right. Lei Bao retorted, refusing to back down. You. The presidents of two of Great Xia's most prestigious universities were now bickering like children in Yang Jian's modest living room, both red-faced with fury. And this was merely the beginning. Over the next hour, the relentless pounding on the door never ceased. The director of admissions from the Great Xia War Academy. The vice president of Central Martial Arts University. The chief instructor of the Southern Martial Arts Academy. Wave after wave of influential figures arrived in succession. Each of them was a titan whose mere presence could shake an entire region. Yet here they were, crammed into Yang Jian's modest living room like ordinary salesmen, vying to showcase their institution's most generous offers. Student Yang Jian. If you join our War Academy, you may choose any S-grade martial arts technique you desire. Central Martial Arts University can secure you an exclusive Grade A cultivation sanctuary for your personal use. Come to our Southern Martial House. We'll reward you with 10 million in scholarship funds. No. 20 million. One jaw-dropping offer after another, conditions that would drive any prodigy mad poured out from their mouths. Yang Jian's once spacious living room was now packed to the rafters. Yang Weigua and his wife Lu Yu were so overwhelmed by the spectacle that they stood frozen, not knowing where to put their hands or feet, watching this group of legendary figures fight tooth and nail over their son. And the impact of this frenzied talent war quickly spread from Yang Jian's home to the entire city of Huancheng. Breaking news! Breaking news! A genius of unparalleled talent emerges at Huangacheng No. 8 High School, shattering national college entrance exam records. Topping 3 rankings. Unprecedented. Youth Yang Jian creates college entrance exam legend. Presidents of Jingwu and Moa universities descend on Huanggo. Dozens of elite institutions launch talent grab. Headlines designed to grab attention spread like wildfire across Huangacheng's media platforms and social networks. The entire desolate ancient city erupted in excitement.
Countless citizens poured in from all directions, completely surrounding the residential complex where Yang Jian lived. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes just who this myth-making teenager truly was. The City Guard Bureau was even forced to deploy emergency units, stretching out long security cordons to barely maintain order at the scene. At Tang Rulong's residence. Crash. An expensive antique vase shattered into pieces as it crashed to the floor. Tang Rulong stared at the glaring headlines on his wristband, his face turning ashen. His body trembled violently with jealousy and resentment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be fake. How could he possibly get into the martial god palace? He roared like a madman, smashing everything in sight to smithereens. Meanwhile, the student forum of number 8 high school had long since exploded with posts. Holy! Yang God! Forever the God! Top of all 3 rankings! Catastrophe level rating! Is this even humanly possible? I hereby declare, from this day forward, Yang Jian is my half-brother. Wah, I actually went to school with the future Wuxing Palace overlord for 3 whole years. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. At the epicenter of this city-wide storm, Yang Jian surveyed the university presidents before him, still arguing heatedly until their faces flushed crimson. Then glanced at his parents, who were cowering timidly in the corner. An inexplicable irritation welled up inside him. This was not the scene he had envisioned. Thank you all for your kind concern. But there's no need to argue anymore. He paused, then delivered a response in a flat tone that plunged everyone present into despair. I have already received the acceptance letter from the Martial God Palace. Chapter 64, Another Donation. The Empress will become a guardian. The entire world seemed to hit mute. The university presidents and admissions directors in the living room, who moments ago had been arguing fiercely, faces flushed and spittle flying, suddenly froze in place. The Martial God Palace. That name loomed like an insurmountable primordial mountain, crushing all their hopes and efforts in an instant. In the Great Xia Kingdom, there existed an unwritten rule. The Martial God Palace held the unquestionable, highest priority right to select any prodigy. Once the Martial God Palace made its move, every school and every faction had to yield unconditionally. This was not tyranny, but the established order. For the Martial God Palace embodies the supreme will of martial arts in the Great Xia Kingdom. After an unknown span of time, Lin Jiangnan was the first to let out a long sigh. He turned to Yang Jian, offering a wry smile as he bowed his hands in greeting. Since the Martial God Palace has chosen him, we have nothing more to say. Yang Jian, you possess boundless potential. This old man hereby extends his heartfelt wishes that you may shine brilliantly within the Martial God Palace, becoming yet another pillar supporting the heavens for our great Xia. His words brimmed with genuine sincerity, devoid of even a trace of envy. This was the purest form of admiration and expectation an elder martial artist could hold for a talented junior. Thank you, Principal Lin. Yang Jian returned the bow politely. Those old fools at the Martial God Palace are getting off easy. Lei Bao, standing nearby, muttered under his breath with obvious resentment. He strode up to Yang Jian and slapped his shoulder hard with his fan-like hand. Kid, do your best. Don't disgrace us martial artists who fought our way up from the bottom. If you ever get bullied out there, or if you find the Martial God Palace unbearable, come to us at the Demon Martial Academy anytime. My door will always be open for you. With that, he turned and walked away, laughing heartily, his retreating figure radiating an indescribable air of carefree boldness. With these 2 heavyweight leaders setting the tone, representatives from other schools could only approach Yang Jian in turn, offering a few words of blessing and polite pleasantries before departing with hearts full of disappointment and regret. Thus, the spectacular talent recruitment battle came to a dramatic close under the Martial God Palace's unreasonable trump card. Yet the matter was far from settled. In the days that followed, Yang Jian's home once again became a bustling hub of activity. This time, the visitors were no longer representatives from universities, but officials from various government departments bearing awards. Ding! Your account has received 100,000 yuan. Remarks, Grand Xia Ministry of Education's College Entrance Examination Excellence Scholarship. Ding! Your account has received 100,000 yuan. Remarks, Donghai Province Government Center Genius Incentive Program Award. Ding! Your account has received 50,000 yuan. Remarks, Huangdiqing City Government Special Talent Contribution Award. Ding! Your account has received 30,000 yuan. Remarks, Honorary Citizen Award from the City Guard Bureau of Ancient Wasteland City. From the Ministry of Education, the Government Affairs Center, the City Guard Bureau, the Martial Arts Alliance. Bonus after bonus poured into Yang Jian's account like a blizzard. Even the neighborhood office where he lived sent representatives bearing a banner inscribed with "Bringing honor to your family and glory to our district," along with a cash-red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. In just a few short days, Yang Jian's personal account had suddenly swelled by nearly 800,000 yuan. Yang Legua and his wife Lu Yu were grinning from ear to ear at the staggering numbers. However, since Yang Jian had already given them a considerable amount of money earlier, they insisted he keep this latest windfall for himself. Yang Jian accepted without objection, then locked himself in his room.
System. Donation. He donated the entire 800,000 yuan bonus he had just received. Ding. Detected host donation of 800,000 yuan. Donation successful. Initiating charitable rewards.
A flash of light, the wheel spinning. This time, the golden light did not appear. Clearly, critical hits were something that could only be hoped for, not guaranteed.
Yang Jian felt a slight disappointment, but he didn't dwell on it. Charity reward settlement complete.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 12 B grade pills Dragon Scale Bone Strengthening Pills.
Dragon Scale Bone Strengthening Pill, Grade B Body Tempering Elixir. Crafted primarily from powdered vertebrae of sub-dragon class beasts, supplemented by dozens of rare herbs.
Upon consumption, it significantly enhances a martial artist's bone density and strength while modestly boosting vital energy.
A pill for tempering bones?
Yang Jian gazed at the 12 pills in his storage space.
Each was a pale blue color, their surfaces seemingly etched with dragon scale patterns.
A hint of delight flashed in his eyes. His physical form, bolstered by the mountain body and divine elephant prison sealing force, had already reached an unimaginably formidable state. However, his bones remained a relatively weak link. These 12 dragon scale bone strengthening pills arrived at the perfect moment.
At the same time, in an inconspicuous apartment within the desolate ancient city,
Su Muching sat cross-legged, a jade tablet emitting a faint, icy chill suspended before her. This was a secret technique for cultivating the spirit, left behind by a sect from her previous life, which she had acquired at great cost from a black market. Blood Luo's mental collapse on the island had made her acutely aware of her greatest weakness. This lifetime, she would never permit herself to repeat the same mistake. Just then, her phone vibrated softly, displaying a push notification.
College entrance exam sensation.
Primordial youth Yang Jian tops all 3 rankings, specially recruited into the Martial God Palace. The name Yang Jian struck Su Muching like a poison thorn piercing her eyes. Her icy, frost-like features instantly contorted with an extreme complexity of emotions. Hatred, resentment, jealousy, and a profound sense of helplessness she hadn't even recognized within herself.
Him again. How could it be him again?
The national champion from her past life was clearly that sword son from Jingwu University. This Yang Jian had absolutely nothing to do with him. Yet in this life, it seemed impossible to escape him. This man was like an omnipresent specter, an external variable existing solely to overturn all her perceptions. Huff. Su Muching exhaled a long, heavy breath, forcing down the churning emotions within her. His expression turned grave. Top scorer in the college entrance exam, specially recruited by the Martial God Palace. It all sounded incredibly prestigious. But the wind will surely break the tallest tree. Sometimes, being too conspicuous is not a good thing. Especially in this cutthroat world. She opened an encrypted dark web forum, its atmosphere thick with blood and darkness. At the top of the forum's most wanted list, a name that sent shivers down spines was prominently displayed. Melody Gate. It was a notorious assassin organization composed of a group of psychologically twisted maniacs who took pleasure in torturing and killing geniuses from all over the world. Their methods were bizarre and brutal, driven not by greed but by a twisted obsession with collecting trophies. In past generations, countless prodigiously gifted geniuses met tragic ends at the hands of the Melody sect before they could fully blossom.
Yang Jian, you've probably caught the attention of those lunatics now, haven't you?
Su Moore stared at the blood-red bounty notice, her emotions tangled. Purely from her own heart, she should protect Yang Jian at all costs, safeguarding the talents of the great Xia. Yet her interactions with Yang Jian had never been entirely pleasant. After a long pause, Su Muching sighed. Well, what of it? Playing the role of guardian for once won't hurt. Chapter 65, Strength Enhancement, Trials Begin. The frenzy of the college entrance exams swept through the city like a hurricane rapidly arriving and just as swiftly fading. Once Yang Jian's name became inextricably linked with the Martial God Palace, all media attention and external commotion subsided at an almost eerie speed. It was as if an invisible hand had secretly erased all unnecessary traces. Huancheng City returned to its former tranquility. Yang Jian, like a dragon lying dormant in the depths, vanished entirely from public view, entering the most precious phase of his reborn life, a period of tranquil cultivation. For an entire month, he scarcely left his quarters, dedicating every ounce of time and energy to honing and elevating his own strength. At dawn, when the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, he would wake punctually. Unlike other martial artists, he did not engage in conventional physical training or cultivation exercises. His first act was to sit cross-legged, then pop a pale green dragon scale bone strengthening pill exuding a peculiar medicinal fragrance into his mouth as casually as eating candy beans. Crunch! The pill shattered in his mouth with a crisp sound, as if he were crushing steel. The next instant, a scorching, overpowering surge of medicinal energy brimming with the fierce aura of a dragon beast exploded violently within his body. This energy did not surge toward his vital blood or nourish his meridians.
Instead, it surged with brutal precision toward every inch of bone in his entire body. Snap, crack.
A series of teeth-grinding, bone-crunching sounds echoed from within Yang Jian's body, as if his bones were being shattered and reassembled inch by inch.
Intense agony washed over him like a tidal wave. Any martial artist lacking unwavering resolve would have screamed in agony under such inhuman torment, their very spirit shattered. Yet Yang Jian's face remained as still as a deep well.
The elephant heart, unaware of the body technique, had forged his will as hard as divine iron. This pain was but a gentle breeze to him. He even found the composure to simultaneously endure the excruciating pain of shattered bones being reshaped while diverting his focus to comprehend the mysteries of two entirely different bloodline talents, the S-rank mountainous body and the SSS rank momentary soaring. Mountain body emphasized heaviness, solidity, and resonance with the earth, whereas momentary soaring pursued lightness, agility, and the ultimate mastery of spatial laws. Two diametrically opposed forces of law collided, intertwined, and attempted to fuse within his body. This was an incredibly arduous and perilous process. Yet he reveled in it. For he knew that once he achieved even a rudimentary mastery of these two forces within his human form, his power would undergo another qualitative leap. In the morning, once the medicinal effects were partially absorbed and the agony of skeletal restructuring subsided, Yang Jian would begin his second training regimen practicing martial arts techniques. He did not attempt to learn any new, advanced techniques. Instead, he repeatedly drilled the most fundamental techniques, the through-back fist and star-plucking hand, over and over within the confined space of his room. From the initial stage where his fists moved like the wind, to later channeling power throughout his entire body, and now returning to a state of pure simplicity. Each punch and each claw strike he executed now carried not a trace of mundane energy. Seemingly ordinary, yet they contained the terrifying divine might of 300 forms of power, along with his purest, most fundamental understanding of strength. Were any grandmaster present now, they would be utterly horrified. For what Yang Jian displayed was no longer mere technique, but a realm approaching the way itself. Noon offered a rare respite. His mother, Lu Yu, would punctually bring a pot of 10 treasure-nourishing soup into his room. This broth, meticulously simmered from the flesh and blood of rare ferocious beasts and potent herbs, was potent enough to make even ordinary martial artists bleed from their noses. Yang Jian would devour it voraciously, then harness this immense life energy to assault and ignite the dormant divine elephant particles. The 301st, 302nd. His progress was slow but incredibly solid. Afternoons belonged to his favorite activity, making money. He would transform into an ordinary online merchant, anonymously listing batches of low-grade materials he didn't need looted from Blood Luo Sky Island on major martial arts trading websites across the nation. His pricing never aimed for the highest profit, only the fastest turnover. Consequently, his online store thrived exceptionally well. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, flowed into his anonymous account daily. Then, in the dead of night, these numbers, saturated with the scent of money, would transform once more into the purest nourishment. Through the charity system, they fed his bottomless, terrifying power. Ding! You donated 100,000 yuan. Charity reward, your cultivation technique Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force now activates 0.1% faster. Ding! You donated 150,000 yuan. Charity reward, your bloodline talent Mountainous Physique S compatibility with your physical form increased by 0.3%. Ding! You donated 80,000 yuan. Charity reward, your mental power has received a slight boost. Though he never again triggered that earth-shattering 100x critical hit, this steady stream of comprehensive, sustained improvements gradually solidified Yang Jian's foundations, making them ever more stable and profound. Day after day, it continued. The dragon lies hidden in the depths, awaiting the rise of the wind. A month passed in the blink of an eye. As the last trace of the dragon-scale bone-strengthening pill's potency fully permeated his limbs and bones, Yang Jian slowly opened his eyes from his meditation. Snap! He casually clenched his fist, and the air itself cracked with a sharp, unbearable snap. He could distinctly feel that his bones had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Each bone felt as though forged from the hardest alloy blended with smooth, warm jade, unbreakable yet supremely resilient. If he were to face that brawler 3/4 gauge target again now, he was confident he could pulverize it into dust with a single punch. With a thought, his personal interface materialized before his eyes. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, first rank martial artist. Vitality, 220 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Level 1 Awakened Particles, 315 10,800. Bloodline, S-Rank Mountain Giant Ape SSS Rank Kuanping. Divine Abilities, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS Rank Unlocked, Arm-Reaching Ape Transformation, Kuanping Transformation. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boil, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye, Momentary Soaring, Mountainous Physique. Mastered Abilities, Spear of the Nether God, Judgment Spear, Wings of Hell, Hell's Forge, Elephant Heart Unconscious Body, Tongue Bay Fist, Star Plucking Hand. Overall assessment, a young primordial beast that has completed its initial armament. It has begun to develop a slight, insignificant interest in things beyond money. Within a month, its vitality points rose steadily by another 20 points, reaching a staggering 220 points. This figure alone was enough to drive countless so-called geniuses to despair. Moreover, the awakened divine elephant particles within him had successfully surpassed the threshold of 310. More importantly, after a month of dedicated cultivation, he could now preliminarily manifest the suppression power of mountainous body and the spatial essence of instant soaring while in human form. Though still far weaker than his transformed state, it was more than sufficient as a trump card. It's time. Yang Jian rose slowly, walked to the window, and gazed toward the distant western horizon, shrouded in mist and clouds. The golden mark between his brows, dormant for a month, now began to glow faintly, radiating a subtle, beckoning aura. Kunlun Mountain, South Heavenly Gate. The trials of the martial god palace were about to commence. Chapter 66, The Gathering of Heavenly Prodigies at Kunlun's Southern Heavenly Gate. 3 days later, Kunlun Mountains. This was the western bulwark of the Great Xia Kingdom, the progenitor of all mountains, the wellspring of myth. Endless snow-capped peaks pierced the heavens like countless swords thrusting toward the sky. Perpetual ice and snow reflected a sacred yet icy radiance under the sun's rays. At Kunlun's highest peak, shrouded in an endless sea of clouds, a realm beyond mortal reach, a colossal jade gate stood silently between heaven and earth, its grandeur defying description. Rising 1,000 meters high, it was carved entirely from an unknown white divine jade that seemed fused with the Kunlun range itself. Above the lintel, 3 ancient seal characters, brimming with the essence of the Tao, were carved in a flowing dragon and phoenix style. Southern Heavenly Gate. This was the sole entrance through which the martial god palace welcomed newcomers. At this moment, the vast plaza paved with white jade before the Southern Heavenly Gate had already gathered over 100 young figures, each radiating distinct auras. They were the most elite, the most prodigiously gifted generation to emerge from the tens of millions of examinees across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. They gathered in small groups, each distinct from the others. At the easternmost edge of the plaza stood a group clad in uniform white robes, their demeanor as sharp as blades. Each bore eyes brimming with aloof pride and self-assurance, their every gesture carrying the distinctive reserve of aristocratic airs. Hailing from the capital's most prestigious academies and ancient clans, they were the natural-born aristocracy of the capital circle. To the west stood a group of young men radiating a fierce aura, their eyes brimming with aggression and a thirst for combat. Most were burly and muscular, wearing only thin vests despite the bitter cold at Kunlun's peak, unabashedly displaying bodies brimming with explosive power. Most hailed from martial arts academies in the Demon City and Southern War Zone, adhering to the martial combat school that revered real combat and raw strength. Among them were also top talents from various provinces, each exuding an equally extraordinary aura, alongside a handful of solitary figures with eerie auras, loners who seemed utterly out of place in this world. Each of them was the undisputed top scholar in their respective provinces, peerless prodigies revered by thousands. Yet here, they shed all their glory, for they knew every person around them possessed talent and strength that matched their own. When Yang Jian arrived, this was the scene of elite gathering that greeted him. He arrived via a military express aircraft, landing directly on a temporary helipad near the South Heavenly Gate before stepping alone onto the legendary White Jade Plaza. His arrival drew little attention. He had concealed all his aura, dressed in the most ordinary casual clothes, appearing like an ordinary tourist who had wandered in by mistake. He stood out starkly among the surrounding prodigies, whose imposing auras and sharp edges were on full display. Only a handful of exceptionally perceptive powerhouses instinctively glanced his way the moment Yang Jian stepped onto the plaza, their brows furrowing slightly as if sensing a faint, elusive discord. Yet their gazes quickly averted. Yang Jian was perfectly content with the quiet. He casually found a corner, leaned against a massive pillar, and closed his eyes to rest, quietly awaiting the trial's commencement. Yet his desire for low-key observation did not prevent trouble from seeking him out. Well, who might this be? Isn't this the catastrophe-level top scholar from Donghai province who stumbled into fortune by sheer luck? A sharp voice, dripping with scorn and contempt, rang out nearby. Yang Jian opened his eyes to see 3 young men, also clad in the standard white robes of Jingwu University, striding toward him with haughty expressions. The leader was handsome, but his eyes were filled with a sinister glint. His name was Li Hao, this year's runner-up in the capital's college entrance exams, second only to that mysterious top scholar. He had always considered himself the rising star of Beijing's elite youth circles. The sudden emergence of Yang Jian, a top scorer from some backwater town whose fame had even eclipsed his own, filled him with instinctive hostility and contempt. What? Standing here alone? Feeling inferior because you can't find your pack? Li Hao stepped before Yang Jian, looking down on him with a gaze that seemed to regard him as an ugly duckling that had wandered into a flock of swans. Heard your assessment results were only catastrophe level because the system glitched, a sycophant by his side chimed in with a sneer. I knew it. How could someone from a backwater like Huangcheng possibly have that kind of power? Turns out it was just pure luck. Kid, I suggest you know your place and withdraw from this trial, another henchman threatened outright. The martial god palace isn't a place for trash like you who climbed up on luck and glitches. Here, it's all about real strength. You're just cannon fodder if you get in, might not even make it past the first round. Their voices weren't loud, but they were loud enough for many nearby to hear every word clearly.
Instantly, countless eyes turned toward Yang Jian's corner. Some gazed with curiosity, others with scrutiny, and a few with schadenfreude. But the overwhelming majority wore undisguised contempt and scorn.
Clearly, the rumor that Yang Jian's achievements were due to a system glitch had already spread like wildfire among these self-important prodigies. After all, they couldn't accept that an obscure kid from the frontier could surpass every single one of them. Thus, the system glitch narrative became the only truth they could tolerate and the one they most eagerly embraced.
Faced with this blatant provocation and humiliation, Yang Jian didn't even twitch an eyebrow.
He merely lifted his eyelids slowly, sweeping a dead, emotionless gaze over Li Hao and his two companions. Then he closed his eyes again, as if he hadn't seen them at all.
Ignored. Complete and utter disregard.
This kind of disregard cut deeper than any vicious words, more humiliating than any insult.
You. Li Hao's face instantly turned as dark as liver. As the second-ranked power in the Beijing elite circle, he was always surrounded by admirers wherever he went. How could he ever have endured such contempt? A violent aura erupted from his body. His 210-card vitality power unleashed without restraint, causing the surrounding air to tremble faintly. Kid! You're asking for death.
He roared in fury, raising his hand to strike at Yang Jian.
But the instant he moved, hum! A bell-like resonance, as if originating from the heavens themselves, suddenly rang out in everyone's ears.
The bell's resonance carried supreme authority, as if it contained the most primordial power of the laws governing heaven and earth. Li Hao's frenzied aura deflated like a punctured balloon under the sound of the bell, vanishing into thin air. He felt an irresistible, terrifying pressure descend from the heavens, freezing his blood in chi solid.
He could not move a single inch. He was not alone.
Every prodigy on the square, no matter how arrogant or overconfident they had been, paled visibly in that instant, each feeling a shudder rise from the depths of their very souls. Above the 1,000-meter-tall southern heavenly gate, light and shadow swirled. An old man dressed in simple Taoist robes, with snow-white hair and a youthful face, appeared silently at the very center of the lintel, as if he had merged with the entire heavens and earth. He hovered there in stillness, his gaze sweeping indifferently over every person below. He emitted no aura whatsoever, yet the instant anyone met his gaze, they felt as though their very souls had been laid bare, all secrets exposed, nowhere to hide.
The hour has come.
The old man's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly within the mind sea of every person present.
I am the guide for this trial. You may call me the gatekeeper.
The rules are simple. The gatekeeper extended a finger and tapped lightly against the massive southern heavenly gate.
Hum!
The jade gate, sealed for untold millennia, erupted with a deafening roar as it slowly swung inward, revealing a narrow crack. Beyond the opening lay not the imagined divine palace, but a profound, chaotic void filled with unknown dangers and endless emptiness. A desolate, ancient terror seeped through the crack, a terror filled with spatial turbulence and fragments of time. Beyond this gate lies the ancient path of void, stretching 10,000 li in length. The gatekeeper's voice carried not a shred of emotion.
Your mission is to reach the end alive.
Along the way, you will encounter void storms, spacetime traps, and the void behemoths that feed on spatial fragments. You may employ any means necessary, cooperate, or slaughter one another.
I only care about the outcome. Those who fail to reach the finish line within 3 hours will be eliminated.
Those who perish along the way are also eliminated.
Now, the trial begins.
His indifferent gaze swept slowly across the entire arena, lingering briefly on Yang Jian, on Li Hao and the others who had spoken insolently to him, and on several other prodigies whose auras were the most formidable.
Begin.
Chapter 67, The Ancient Path of Void, First Encounter with a Colossal Beast. An invisible, overwhelming force of teleportation instantly enveloped the entire White Jade Plaza. Yang Jian felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next instant, he found himself in a bizarre, surreal world filled with distortion and chaos. This was the ancient path of the void. Beneath their feet lay an ancient road, roughly 10 meters wide, paved with some unknown crystalline stone that emitted a faint silver glow.
It floated suspended in the endless void, stretching endlessly into the distance, winding toward the unknown horizon. On either side of the path lay heart-stopping abysses. There was no up or down, no left or right. Only vast, mirror-like fragments of space drifted and collided slowly. Further away, visible to the naked eye, were multicolored spatial turbulence currents, like giant serpents seeking prey, raging and surging through the void. Occasionally, a meteorite, fallen from some unknown world, would be swept into the maelstrom. Unable to withstand even an instant, it would be silently crushed by the terrifying energy into the most primordial cosmic dust. A chill, deathly stillness filled with endless solitude and peril pressed in from all directions, crushing every soul who dared set foot here. This pressure did not merely affect the physical body, it directly eroded the soul. For any ordinary martial artist lacking unwavering resolve, the moment they set foot here would likely shatter their spiritual fortitude, driven mad by the relentless void and solitude. This is interesting. Yang Jian felt the negative energy attempting to invade his consciousness, a playful smile curling his lips. His elephant heart unconscious body activated automatically, instantly erecting an invisible, spirit iron hard barrier that sealed out all negative influences.
Like a child discovering a brand new playground, he surveyed the bizarre and surreal surroundings with keen interest. Not far ahead, the other prodigies began to materialize one after another. Unlike Yang Jian's carefree demeanor, almost every one of them wore an expression of profound gravity the moment they stepped into this place. What intense spatial suppression! My qi and blood circulation is suppressed by at least 30%. It's not just suppression. The spatial laws here are utterly chaotic. My footwork and martial arts can't unleash their full power. Everyone be careful. Stay on the ancient path. Falling off here would kill even a 4th-rank grandmaster. Li Hao from the capital circle had now shed all his previous arrogance and disdain. Forcibly suppressing the surging qi within him, he barked a warning to his 2 companions beside him. He knew all too well that in a place like this, the slightest carelessness could prove fatal. For the first time, this group of prodigies experienced the raw, brutal reality of this world. Just as everyone was still struggling to adapt to the harsh environment. Roar! A terrifying roar, filled with hunger and savagery, a sound that seemed to pierce directly into the soul, suddenly exploded from the void not far ahead of them. A monstrous beast over 30 meters in size emerged slowly from a warped spatial fissure. Its body was composed of countless angular fragments of space, and it possessed a single enormous eye. Its form hovered between illusion and reality, as if it could dissolve into the void at any moment or solidify into substance the next. Within its enormous single eye, there was no pupil, only a miniature black hole, constantly spinning and radiating an aura of utter destruction. Void Colossus. A creature that feeds on spatial energy, born with the innate ability to manipulate portions of the spatial laws, an utterly bizarre and immensely powerful being. It's a Void Colossus. Everyone, be careful. Its power rivals that of a peak tier 2 beast. A cry of alarm rang out from the crowd. The Void Colossus had clearly spotted this group of fresh prey on the ancient path. Its enormous single eye slowly rotated, finally locking onto the closest candidate, a traveler from some minor province. Whoosh! Without the slightest warning, a pitch-black spatial blade, seemingly capable of devouring all light, suddenly shot forth from the void beast's single eye. The candidate was merely a prodigy who had recently broken through to the 1st rank. He didn't even have time to react. No! He could only manage a desperate scream of despair. The next instant, his body, along with every defensive martial skill and protective treasure he possessed, was silently cleaved in two by that pitch-black spatial blade. Not a single drop of blood spilled. For the moment the blade touched him, the spatial energy imbued within it completely devoured and obliterated both his wounds and his very life force. One strike, instant kill. This bloody and brutal scene poured like a bucket of ice water over the heads of all the prodigies. It jolted them instantly awake. This was no safe examination ground. This was the real, deadly, void ancient path. Damn it! They're asking for death. A follower beside Li Hao roared in fury upon seeing his comrade slain, lunging forward to charge. Hold back! Don't be impulsive. Li Hao grabbed him by the arm, his gaze fixed intently on the colossal void beast. This thing can manipulate spatial energy. It's a tough nut to crack. We need to observe first. Just as the group stood frozen in shock and hesitation, a calm voice, tinged with a hint of impatience, suddenly cut through the air. Pathetic. Yang Jian, who had been standing in the corner with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He glanced at the void beast strutting about, his brow furrowing slightly as if observing a fly that had disturbed his peaceful slumber. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he took a step forward, walking toward the void beast at a leisurely pace. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? He wants to challenge the void beast alone? A fool from some backwater town, not knowing his place. Perfect, let this beast teach him a lesson. Li Hao's face twisted into a cold, gloating smirk. He could already envision the scene unfolding in the next instant, this reckless fool being torn to shreds by the colossal beast. The void beast was clearly enraged by this pipsqueak daring to provoke it. Its enormous single eye abruptly turned toward Yang Jian, erupting with an aura even more savage and destructive than before. Roar! It roared, firing another pitch-black spatial blade from its single eye. Yet, facing this fatal strike capable of instantly killing a first-rank martial artist, Yang Jian didn't even pause his stride. He simply raised his right hand and casually punched out at the whistling spatial blade. No burst of chi and blood. No blow of martial arts techniques. Only the purest, most primal, back to basics, physical strength. Boom! A thunderous, bone-jarring roar as if two armored trains hurtling at full speed had collided head-on. Under the stunned, disbelieving stares of everyone present, that indestructible, all-consuming spatial blade shattered like fragile glass the instant it touched Yang Jian's fist. It dissolved into a sky filled with harmless spatial fragments, vanishing without a trace. Not even a single white mark remained on Yang Jian's fist. The entire void ancient path fell into an instant, deathly silence. The cold smile on Li Hao's face froze completely. The eyes of all the prodigies nearly popped out of their sockets. Bare hands. One punch, shattered a spatial blade? What the hell, what kind of terrifying physique is this? Is this even human? The colossal void beast itself seemed utterly stunned.
Its primitive intellect couldn't comprehend why its unstoppable attack had utterly failed against this insignificant human before it. Yet Yang Jian gave it no time to ponder. His figure vanished from the spot. The next instant, he materialized like a ghostly apparition before the void beast. Then, under the horrified gaze of its enormous, destruction-filled single eye, Yang Jian unleashed another punch. This punch was direct, brutal, and devoid of any technique. It slammed viciously into that enormous, singular eye. Pow! There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. Only a sickening, muffled sound like bursting a pus-filled boil. That colossal void beast, over 30 meters in size, possessing strength rivaling a peak second-tier ferocious beast, and capable of manipulating spatial forces. Its single eye, the core and wellspring of its power, was brutally, violently shattered by that single punch. Its colossal form, like an illusion deprived of its energy support, rapidly dissipated and disintegrated, ultimately dissolving into strands of pure spatial energy that merged into the boundless void. Only a fist-sized fragment of space, emitting a faint silver glow, remained where it had stood. Yang Jian casually caught the spatial core, weighed it in his hand, then tossed it into his storage bracelet under the stunned, godlike stares of everyone present. With that done, he brushed imaginary dust from his hands. Without a backward glance, he continued walking along the ancient, endless void path. Behind him remained a group of prodigies whose worldviews had shattered completely, their very foundations crumbling. Chapter 68, The Boldest Survive. Dead silence. Dead silence. Across the entire void ancient path, save for the faint, intermittent howl of spatial turbulence in the distance, not a single sound could be heard. Over 100 elite prodigies from across the great Xia kingdom stood frozen in place, as if collectively petrified by a spell, staring blankly ahead. Their gazes were fixed intently on that ordinary figure receding into the distance. The scene of sheer violence and utter subversion played over and over in their minds. One punch shattered the spatial blade. Another punch obliterated the void beast. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid grace, clean and decisive, even carrying a hint of chillingly artistic flair. Gulp! No one knew who was the first to break the suffocating silence with a laborious swallow. Did I just see that correctly? A candidate from the Western War Zone asked, his voice dry. No, you didn't. A companion beside him murmured in a dreamlike voice, he really killed a void beast with a single punch. But how is that possible? That was a void beast. They're born with the power to manipulate space. Against equals, they're 10 times tougher than those ordinary level 2 beasts in the wasteland. How did he do it? His physique. It's his physique. A lean, sharp-eyed youth in the crowd suddenly spoke, his voice thick with shock and disbelief. His physical strength has reached an unimaginable level. That punch just now didn't draw on any vital energy at all. He withstood the spatial blades slash purely with his bare flesh. This is nothing short of a humanoid primordial beast. At these words, a collective gasp of horror rippled through the surrounding crowd. Pure physical strength resisting a spatial blade? Is this even a physique a human can possess? Yet amidst the awe, resentment and jealousy simmered. Oomph. What a load of bull about physical strength. Li Hao from the Beijing circle flushed alternately pale and crimson. He glared fixedly at Yang Jian's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with venom and resentment. He refused to believe a guy from some backwater town could possess such terrifying strength. You've all been fooled, he suddenly shouted, desperately trying to salvage his shattered pride. He must have used some incredibly powerful, one-time protective artifact. Or some forbidden potion that instantly amplifies strength. Right. That must be it. His henchman beside him chimed in, as if suddenly awakening from a dream. I knew it. How could Trash, who rose through system glitches, be this strong? This isn't his real strength at all. He's cheating. Exactly. He must be cheating. An opportunist who relies on external forces doesn't deserve to stand with us. Though Li Hao's words reeked of sour grapes and forced logic, they unexpectedly resonated with many. After all, blaming others for cheating was far easier than admitting one's own inadequacy. For a moment, the gazes directed at Yang Jian's retreating figure grew complex once more. There was awe, there was astonishment, but more than anything, there was that unmasked contempt and disdain born of pure jealousy. Just wait and see. Power gained through external means is doomed to be fleeting. Once he exhausts that artifact's energy, I'll see how arrogant he can be. Li Hao sneered coldly, having already sentenced Yang Jian to death in his mind. Yang Jian paid no attention whatsoever to the complex thoughts and whispered murmurs of the prodigies behind him. He couldn't be bothered to even glance back. They were nothing but a bunch of ants with a narrow view of the world. Their thoughts and whispers meant no more to him than the barking of dogs by the roadside. He continued walking at a leisurely pace along the ancient crystal path. Soon, he encountered several more void beasts emerging from the void. But these beasts were only around level 1 in power, no different from pebbles on the roadside to him. He couldn't be bothered to even use his fists. He casually flicked out several finger winds, formed purely from the power of his physical body. Whoosh! 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 The void beasts, barely formed and before they could flex their muscles, had their cores instantly pierced by the invisible finger winds.
They dissolved into a sky-filling expanse of spatial energy, vanishing without a trace. Thus, he advanced, obliterating everything in his path. After an unknown duration, Yang Jian's footsteps abruptly halted. For before him unfolded a sight both breathtakingly magnificent and terrifyingly ominous. It was a colossal, multicolored, void storm. So vast it seemed capable of obscuring the entire sky. Countless swirling currents of space, each a different color, writhed like a billion raging dragons entangling, tearing at each other, colliding to form a colossal, slowly rotating vortex of destruction. At the vortex's core lay an abyss of profound, all-consuming darkness. Any substance, any energy drawn into it would be instantly decomposed and annihilated, reduced to primordial particles. The terrifying spectacle of world-ending destruction, coupled with the annihilating aura within sufficient to drive even fourth-rank grandmasters to despair, caused all the prodigies following Yang Jian to halt instinctively. Deep fear and horror spread across their faces. It's a void storm. Quick! Circumvent it. Do not approach under any circumstances. Even a king-level powerhouse wouldn't dare charge head-on against this. Everyone's first instinct was to evade and detour. Yet Yang Jian stood motionless before the storm of destruction. Not a trace of fear crossed his face. Instead, an intense thrill and fervor lit up his expression. Divine Eye of the Abyss activated. Within the vision of his divine eyes, the raging void storm, brimming with destructive energy, revealed its most primordial form. He clearly saw that amidst the intertwining and collision of countless spatial turbulence currents, strands of pure, faintly gray void primordial energy were continuously being born. The essence of that energy was identical in origin to the energy he had absorbed within the void fissure. Yet its purity surpassed that by 100-fold. Ha 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 ha! I've struck gold. I've struck gold again. Yang Jian's heart roared with frenzied excitement. The 315 divine elephant particles within his inner universe, upon sensing that energy's aura, emitted a greedy, yearning roar for the very first time. They wanted to devour that energy. They wanted to feed on it and undergo another transformation. Yang Jian himself hadn't expected that this trial of the martial god palace, a life or death ordeal for others. But for him, who had cultivated the divine elephant prison sealing force, it was nothing short of an inexhaustible, supersized buffet. Suppressing his wild excitement, he began strategizing how to get these scattered delicacies into his mouth. He attempted to activate the Hell's Crucible while standing at the edge of the ancient path. But the distance was too great. The law-bound energies within that void storm severely disrupted his divine abilities, preventing him from drawing even a shred of energy across the void. What to do? Was he to stand idly by and watch this treasure trove slip away? No. Absolutely not. A mad, desperate thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of his being. Since I can't absorb it from a distance, then, couldn't he fly over and consume it directly within the storm? The very thought sent a chill down Yang Jian's spine. That was a void storm. A vortex of destruction capable of obliterating everything. But he glanced at his own body fortified by the mountain body technique, gleaming with a bronze-like radiance. He felt the terrifying divine might of the 315 elephant powers coursing through his veins. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do this. What is he trying to do? Why isn't he leaving? Does he intend to force his way through? Behind him, the prodigies watched Yang Jian standing motionless, their faces twisted with confusion and scorn. Oomph, what a complete fool. He doesn't even realize he's about to die. Li Hao sneered coldly. Yet, the very next second, the sneer froze solid on his face. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Under their horrified, ghost-like stares, the youth they had deemed clueless about his own mortality suddenly spread his arms wide. Rip! A pair of enormous, monstrous wings as if forged from endless darkness and hellfire teared through the air behind him, unfurling with brutal force. Without waiting for anyone to react, his wings beat fiercely. His entire body transformed into a black lightning bolt, truly and unhesitatingly leaving the safety of the ancient path behind. He plunged headlong into that void storm capable of destroying everything. Chapter 69, Devouring Storm. The gatekeeper's skull prickled with dread. The instant Yang Jian's winged figure plunged into the void storm, time seemed to freeze. The entire ancient void path fell into a deathly silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. All the prodigies following behind, poised to take a detour, froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. Eyes wide, mouths agape, they stared dumbly at the minuscule figure instantly swallowed by the endless spatial turbulence. Their minds went blank, utterly stripped of thought. He. A candidate from the Demon Martial University, renowned for his audacity, now pointed at the storm of destruction, his voice shaking so violently he could barely form a complete sentence. He's absolutely insane. Suicide? Why would he commit suicide? This isn't just stupid anymore. What kind of arrogance and ignorance would drive someone to attempt something even the big shots wouldn't dare try? After a brief, deathly silence, the crowd erupted in a chorus of shrieks filled with absurdity, shock, and utter disbelief. They'd seen the reckless, they'd seen the arrogant, but they never dreamed anyone could be this insane. So reckless as to willingly embrace death. Ha!
Ha 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 ha.
After an initial moment of stunned silence, Li Hao from the Beijing circle suddenly erupted into a sick, gloating laugh.
He's dead. He's dead. That arrogant fool finally paid the price for his hubris.
He doubled over, laughing so hard tears nearly streamed from his eyes, as if witnessing the most laughable, most absurd spectacle imaginable.
I told you so. How could trash who rose to power by exploiting bugs ever compare to us? Now look, not even a corpse remains. Truly, satisfying. So satisfying.
The few people beside him also broke into cruel, triumphant grins.
To them, Yang Jian was already dead. A fool crushed into elementary particles by the void storm, unworthy even of having his name remembered. Meanwhile,
at the summit of Kunlun, outside the southern heavenly gate,
the gatekeeper, white-haired yet youthful-faced, his aura as still as an ancient well, remained suspended above the lintel.
Before him lay a vast water mirror formed from misty vapors. Within the mirror, every event unfolding within the ancient path of the void was clearly reflected. When he witnessed Yang Jian shatter the colossal void beast with a single punch, a barely perceptible flicker of approval passed through his eyes that seemed to hold the stars of the cosmos. Physically formidable, willpower unyielding, a promising prospect.
Nothing more.
As the gatekeeper of the martial god palace, he had witnessed prodigies more numerous than the stars in the heavens. This level of talent was insufficient to truly move him. Yet, when he witnessed Yang Jian spread his wings and charge without hesitation into that colossal void storm, this ancient being, who had lived for untold millennia and whose heart had long been as still as an eternal glacier, his expression shifted for the very first time. His eyes, deep as the starry sea, suddenly widened. His ancient, still aura instantly became turbulent. He even committed an act that felt utterly unbecoming to himself. He sucked in a sharp breath. The gasp was long and deep, as if he intended to draw the entire millennia-old chill of Kunlun's summit into his very core.
This kid, what is he doing? For the first time, the gatekeeper's voice betrayed unmistakable shock and horror. He wasn't unfamiliar with bold individuals. But he never dreamed anyone would be this audacious. That was the void storm. A forbidden zone even beings of his caliber approached with extreme caution, carefully avoiding it altogether. The primordial void energy within was pure, yet utterly savage. To any flesh and blood being, that energy was the deadliest poison imaginable. Once it invaded the body, the lesser consequence was severed meridians and a disintegrating flesh form. The greater consequence was the annihilation of both spirit and soul, instantly reduced to a speck of dust in the void. Since the founding of the martial god palace, countless prodigiously talented disciples have met their end within its depths, leaving not a trace behind. Yet this young man before them, not only did he charge in, he seems to want to. A thought so absurd it made the gatekeeper himself feel utterly ridiculous began to grow wildly and uncontrollably within his heart. Within the void storm, the instant Yang Jian plunged into the storm, he felt a terrifying force capable of tearing stars apart, crushing and slicing at him from all directions. Countless minute spatial fissures, like the sharpest blades, sliced across his hell's wings and mountain's body, sparking blinding flashes of light. Any third-grade martial artist would likely be crushed into a pulp by this terrifying crushing force the instant they entered this place. But Yang Jian's physique had long been tempered to superhuman levels by the divine elephant prison sealing force. That terrifying force, capable of slicing through alloy, failed to breach even his outermost defenses. Indeed. I bet right. Yang Jian's heart surged with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the massive hell's wings like two straws and plunged them into the raging spatial turbulence surrounding him with brutal force. Hell's Forge! Crank it up to full power. He let out a silent roar. Rumble, 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 rumble. The illusory furnace, which had only ever operated within his Dantian Sea of Qi, was now driven to its absolute limit. In that instant, it manifested as a colossal divine form directly behind him. 100 meters tall, engraved with countless divine and demonic reliefs, and burning with the blazing hellfire, this dark old colossal furnace loomed across the storm of destruction. Its mouth gaped wide like a greedy, insatiable abyss, generating a terrifying, all-consuming suction powerful enough to devour everything. The next instant, the entire void storm erupted into chaos. Centered around Yang Jian, the once frenzied, rampaging spatial turbulence suddenly calmed as if summoned by an emperor. They transformed into multicolored ribbons of energy, coalescing into a colossal energy tornado connecting to the dark old cauldron. Endlessly, frantically, they were swallowed by that colossal infernal furnace. The sacred flames roared within the furnace. The violent, life-poisoning primordial void energies were stripped of all impurities and destructive properties under the Hell Forge's ruthless refinement. They transformed into the purest, gentlest essence of life, surging back into Yang Jian's body like a bursting river of stars. He could distinctly feel his power surging at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. The dormant divine elephant particles within his inner universe, like awakened ravenous wolves, devoured this colossal energy with frenzied voracity. The 316th. The 317th. The 320th. His power surged relentlessly through this frenzied devouring. Outside, all were left utterly speechless. Those prodigies who had been gloating, waiting to see Yang Jian's downfall. Their expressions shifted from mockery to shock, then to numbness, finally solidifying into endless, ghostly terror. They watched helplessly. That colossal void storm, vast enough to obscure the heavens and radiating an aura of endless destruction, was visibly shrinking. Yes. Shrinking. As if an invisible, ravenous beast lurked at the storm's core, frantically devouring its energy, consuming its very essence. That world-shattering vortex of destruction was gradually thinning, gradually fading. The deafening roar of energy was also fading bit by bit, until it vanished entirely. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. As the time of one incense stick passed. That terrifying void storm, once powerful enough to make even king-tier powerhouses pale in fear, had simply vanished. Vanished. Vanished without a trace. Only the figure with twin wings, bathed in faint silver light, remained suspended silently in the void. He flapped his wings, a look of lingering satisfaction spreading across his face as if he had just finished a satisfying meal. Then, under the utterly numb, vacant stares of everyone present, eyes that seemed to have had their very souls drained, he descended back onto the ancient crystal path and continued walking forward without a backward glance. As if what he had just done was nothing more than a trivial, offhand gesture. Chapter 70, The Power of 1,000 Forms. Angel Wings. After the dark-winged figure stepped back onto the ancient path and gradually faded into the distance, the entire void ancient path fell into a deathly silence even more prolonged and eerie than before. Over 100 prodigies stood frozen in place, like statues collectively petrified by a spell. Their faces bore no trace of emotion. No mockery, no envy, no awe. Only the purest, soul-deep bewilderment remained born from having their worldviews utterly shattered and their very foundations repeatedly reshaped. Devour. Devour. Storm? The thought flickered through their minds like a forbidden rune, constantly surfacing only to be instantly dismissed. For it was too absurd. It completely transcended their understanding of the very concept of martial arts. Just now, that wasn't an illusion, right? After an unknown span of time, someone finally broke the suffocating silence with a dreamlike, uncertain tone. No, it wasn't. Another voice replied hoarsely, the storm really disappeared. What exactly was that thing? The question voiced the thoughts of everyone present. Yes. What exactly was he? Human? No. No human could withstand the crushing force of a void storm with their bare flesh. Is he a beast? No. No beast could possess such clear-headed rationality even tinged with a hint of mockery. At this moment, in the hearts of all the prodigies, that ordinary, winged figure had been forever branded with a label steeped in the unknown and dread. Indescribable. Unfathomable. Unfathomable. Run, let's get out of here. Li Hao of the Jing Circle was the first to snap out of the endless terror. His face was as pale as paper, all traces of his earlier arrogance and disdain vanished. He glanced toward the direction where Yang Jian had vanished, his eyes filled with terror as if fleeing a plague demon. He dared not linger a moment longer, nor entertain any thought of defiance. Like a madman, he channeled every ounce of his chi and blood energy, sprinting forward along the ancient path. His sole thought now was to get as far away from that monster as possible. With him leading the way, the other prodigies snapped out of their daze. They cared nothing for the pride of prodigies or their rivalries anymore. Like frightened rabbits, they scrambled forward in a desperate flight. The entire group instantly disintegrated into a scattered, routed force. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, having long since left that group of spectators far behind, was now charging forward at an astonishing speed along the void ancient path. Each beat of the enormous hell wings on his back rippled the surrounding space, creating minute, visible folds. This was the passive effect of the talent, momentary soaring, passively altering the spatial laws around him. Each step forward felt like a short-range spatial leap, propelling him forward at an unimaginable speed. Time is running out. I need to hurry. Yang Jian glanced at the endless void, calculating in his mind. 3 hours, 10,000 li. Though his current speed could easily accomplish it. But, what a waste. This path was littered with countless mobile power banks. He had to squeeze every last bit of energy out of these power banks within the limited time. Found it. The second one. His divine eye of the abyss was already activated at full capacity, scanning everything ahead like the most efficient radar. Soon, at the edge of his vision, another void storm slightly smaller in scale appeared within his perception. Here I come. Yang Jian let out an excited growl. Without a moment's hesitation, he broke free from the ancient path once more, transforming into a black lightning bolt that plunged straight into the storm. Hell's Crucible activated. Devour. Refine. The familiar process unfolded once more. Several minutes later, when the storm had completely vanished into the void, the total number of divine elephant particles awakened within Yang Jian's inner universe had reached 400. Awesome. Feeling the explosive surge of power within him, Yang Jian felt every pore in his body open wide with exhilaration. Without pause, he pressed forward. The third, fourth, fifth. For over an hour afterward, Yang Jian functioned like the most efficient storm cleanup crew. He frantically darted and searched along this long, ancient void path. The moment he spotted a void storm, regardless of its size or intensity, he would plunge into it like a starving wolf pouncing on its prey, devouring it completely. Each void storm contributed dozens, even hundreds, of brand new divine elephant particles to him. His powers surged at a terrifying rate during this frenzied buffet. The 500th. The 700th. 900th. When he finally glimpsed the distant end of that ancient void path, a jade platform equally suspended in the void. After devouring the 12th void storm, the divine elephant particles within his body finally achieved a qualitative leap. Boom! The 1000th divine elephant particle ignited with a thunderous blaze within his inner universe. No longer scattered stars within his body, these 1000 particles now vaguely formed a blurred, supremely majestic divine elephant star chart. A terrifying force, tenfold more powerful than before, seamless and boundless, surged through his entire being. The power of 1000 forms. It was done. With the awakening of this terrifying power, all his innate divine abilities received an unimaginable enhancement at this very moment. The pair of hell wings on his back saw their surface hellish flames completely transformed into profound, light-devouring void flames. Each flap could effortlessly tear through space, granting him true short-range spatial traversal. The refining efficiency of the Hell Forge within his Dantian Shihai surged several-fold. Now, even a true king-tier powerhouse sucked into it could be refined into the purest essence of life within mere breaths. The power of the Elephant Heart Unconscious Body, Spear of the Nether God, and Judgment Spear likewise surged exponentially. Yet this was not the end. The instant the 1000th divine elephant particle solidified completely, a brand new stream of inherited knowledge, saturated with the laws of holiness and transcendence, surged into his mind. Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force's 6th innate divine ability, Angelic Wings. Effect: condenses a pair of sacred wings imbued with the laws of light and space using divine elephant power. These wings purify all negative energy, heal all wounds, and allow free passage through void space, impervious to all attacks. An upgraded version of Hell's Wings. No, a complementary version. Yang Jian's heart surged with joy. Hell's Wings embody slaughter and destruction. Angel Wings, however, embody purification and protection. Combined, they form a perfect union of offense and defense. But the surprises were far from over. Once he fully mastered this new divine ability and grasped the spatial laws it contained, he felt his entire body resonate with the void itself, a strange, blood-bound connection. He felt as though he were born to rule this void. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have comprehended the divine laws of space within the void, causing your physique to undergo a transformation. You have successfully evolved into the Skywalker physique. Skywalker's physique, a special constitution. You will be immune to most spatial attacks and can effortlessly manipulate spatial forces. Simultaneously, an entirely new method of harnessing this power emerged naturally within his mind. He could now unleash the spatial turbulence he had devoured and refined in a more ferocious yet controllable manner. He named this technique Windfall. Chapter 71, The Trial Ends. The Celestial Walker's Physique. As these 5 words surfaced in Yang Jian's mind, he distinctly felt his life force ascend once more to an entirely new, indescribable height. This sensation was entirely different from the domineering power he felt when transforming into the Kuanping, commanding wind and thunder as he soared through the heavens. The Kuanping relied on the supreme laws ingrained in its bloodline to forcibly and brutally dominate space. The Waywalker's body, however, felt more like affinity. He felt as though he had become the most favored child of this void. Space was no longer an entity he needed to conquer or master. Instead, it had become an extension of his own body, a servant he could summon and command at will. Whereas before, when casting momentary soaring or Hell's Wings to traverse space, he had to expend vital energy and divine consciousness to tear and push aside the fabric of space. Now, a single thought was enough for space itself to yield and carve a path for him. This sensation was profoundly mysterious yet utterly real. In human form, my mobility and survival capabilities might even surpass those of the Kuanping. Yang Jian's heart burned with excitement. With a flicker of thought, the familiar yet profoundly transformed personal interface slowly materialized before his eyes. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, 1st rank martial artist. Vitality, 220 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Level 1 Awakened Particles, 10,800. Constitution, Celestial Walker's Physique. Bloodline, S rank Mountain Giant Ape SSS rank Kuanping. Divine Abilities, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS rank unlocked, Arm-Reaching Ape Transformation, Kuanping Transformation. Lifebound Divine Abilities, Wings of Hell, Wings of Angels, Hell's Crucible, Elephant Heart Unconscious Body, Spear of the Nether God, Judgment Spear, Storm. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boil, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Gaze, Momentary Soaring, Mountainous Frame. Overall Assessment, a primordial beast in human form, having undergone secondary evolution, with a peculiar appetite for the void.
Refrain from mentioning anything related to storms in his presence, he'll be tempted to taste their briny essence.
Surveying the stat sheet so lavish it would make any god envious, Yang Jian nodded with satisfaction.
This trial at the Martial God Palace had yielded gains far surpassing even his previous conquest of Blood Lotus Sky Island. Not only had he advanced the Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force to the realm of 1000 elephant power, but he had also awakened the life-saving divine skill, Angel Wings, and the wide area attack technique, Storm. Finally, he had unexpectedly obtained the god-defying physique known as Skywalker's Body. Though his cultivation remained at the first grade and his chi blood stood at a mere 220 points, his true combat prowess had swelled to terrifying heights so immense even he couldn't accurately gauge it.
4th rank Grandmaster?
Perhaps.
I could try killing one. A cold smile curved the corners of Yang Jian's mouth.
He closed his interface and fixed his gaze on the white jade platform just ahead, the final destination. Without hesitation, the pair of hell wings, formed from boundless void flames, flapped lightly behind him. Whoosh! His figure vanished from the spot. No spatial rift, no energy fluctuation, he vanished into thin air. The next instant, he materialized silently atop the colossal white jade platform. The entire process flowed like water, swift beyond the limits of human comprehension. This was the true meaning of void traversal, achieved by the synergy of the Skywalker's Body and the enhanced Hell's Wings.
The jade platform stood utterly empty.
Only the white-haired, youthful-faced gatekeeper remained suspended in midair. He watched the youth, the first and only one to reach the end with such effortless grace. For the first time in countless millennia, his unchanging face revealed an expression of profound complexity. There was awe, astonishment, curiosity, and even a hint of apprehension he himself hadn't yet recognized. As the gatekeeper of the Martial God Palace, he had guided newcomers through countless eras.
He had witnessed countless prodigies and extraordinary talents.
Some possessed innate divine physiques, their vital energy as potent as dragons, others wielded swords with such clarity of mind they could sever stars with a single thought, still others possessed cunning bordering on demonic, capable of orchestrating schemes that spanned the world. But one who treated a void storm powerful enough to destroy everything as a buffet to devour. He had never seen the likes of this before. This was beyond mere demonic talent.
This was a complete and utter anomaly, a being beyond any ordinary understanding.
You are quite impressive. After an unknown span of time, the gatekeeper slowly snapped out of his profound shock. He looked at Yang Jian and uttered those 4 words in a tone of unprecedented solemnity.
Yang Jian merely nodded calmly, saying nothing.
He knew that for this ancient being, receiving a single quite impressive was an immense honor. But he didn't care. He stood quietly in a corner of the platform, waiting for this trial which he found increasingly tedious to end.
Time ticked by second.
Half an hour later, finally, a second figure emerged, battered and disheveled, from the end of the ancient void path. It was Li Hao from the Beijing Circle. All traces of his earlier arrogance and composure had vanished. Blood soaked his entire body, his clothes were in tatters, and his once costly graded defensive inner armor lay shredded and torn, covered in cuts from spatial blades. His face was as pale as paper, his aura utterly depleted. Clearly, he had endured several brutal battles along the way and exhausted every last card up his sleeve. When he saw Yang Jian, who had long since reached the finish line and now leaned casually against a pillar, looking as though he were on a leisurely outing, his bloodshot eyes instantly widened in shock. You. He pointed at Yang Jian, his lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. He couldn't believe it, couldn't accept it. Why did this trash, who he saw as climbing the ranks by exploiting bugs, not only survive the void storm but arrive over half an hour before him? And judging by his relaxed, carefree demeanor, it seemed as though he hadn't even fought at all. What the hell was going on? Yet Yang Jian still couldn't be bothered to spare him a single glance. Immediately after, a third figure, then a fourth, charged up from the end of the ancient path, one after another. The battle maniac from Magic Martial University, the sword genius from Southern Martial Academy, the wiry youth from the Western War Zone. Each of them, just like Li Hao, was utterly battered and bruised. Clearly, each had paid a terrible price just to survive and reach this place. When they saw Yang Jian, unscathed and unharmed, the expressions on their faces were identical, as if they'd seen a ghost. Time slowly ticked away. The 3-hour deadline approached rapidly. In the end, fewer than 30 individuals successfully reached this jade white platform. The remaining 70+ prodigies either perished along the way, forever reduced to dust in the void, or, having exhausted their strength or lost their courage, crushed their life-saving jade talismans midway and chose to give up. The gatekeeper's indifferent gaze swept slowly over the less than 30 survivors present, each wearing a different expression. His emotionless voice echoed across the entire platform once more. The hour is up. The first trial concludes. Chapter 72, the second trial, ascending the divine stairway. The ancient void path connecting the platform, like a mirage deprived of its energy source, rapidly grew ethereal and transparent before vanishing entirely into the boundless void. For those prodigies who failed to reach the platform in time, their fate was already sealed. On the platform, the expressions of the 28 surviving prodigies varied. Some breathed long sighs of relief at surviving this life or death ordeal, their faces radiating the gratitude of those who had narrowly escaped disaster. Others silently circulated their cultivation techniques, desperately seizing every moment to restore their nearly depleted vitality and stamina. But most cast complex glances filled with astonishment, envy, and deep apprehension toward the figure who had remained seated in the corner, calm and composed from start to finish. Yang Jian's astonishing performance in the first trial had become an unshakable thorn lodged deep within each of their hearts. Especially Li Hao. He glared at Yang Jian with such venom in his eyes it seemed almost tangible. He couldn't understand it, couldn't make sense of it, and certainly couldn't accept it. But he knew this man concealed some earth-shattering secret beyond his comprehension. 72 eliminated in the first trial. The gatekeeper's detached voice rang out once more, snapping everyone back to reality. Congratulations! You have survived. His tone held no trace of congratulations, only an eternal, unyielding coldness. But do not rejoice too soon. For the second trial that follows will be even more brutal than the first. No sooner had the words left his lips than he extended his withered finger and lightly tapped the white jade platform beneath their feet. Buzz! The entire colossal white jade platform shook violently. Then, before the stunned gazes of all present, a colossal, pure white staircase seemingly reaching up to the heavens slowly rose from the very center of the platform. Forged from some divine jade, the staircase was crystalline and translucent, radiating a soft, sacred glow. It stretched straight upward, piercing through the sea of clouds and disappearing into the azure sky, its end lost to the eye. It seemed that if one followed it, one could reach the dwelling place of the gods. An overwhelming pressure, more immense, more colossal, and more awe-inspiring than anything felt before at the southern heavenly gate, slowly emanated from the staircase. Under this pressure, every prodigy present, regardless of their robust vitality or unwavering resolve, felt their legs grow leaden, weighed down by an immense heaviness. Even breathing became difficult. This is the ascending divine staircase? Amidst the crowd, Li Hao gasped in shock the moment he laid eyes on the staircase, his face contorting with unprecedented horror and dread. Clearly, through ancient texts within his clan, he knew the origin and terror of this ascension stairway to the gods. The gatekeeper's indifferent gaze swept over him before speaking slowly. Correct. It seems there are those among you who recognize its significance. This is the testing ground for the second round of trials. The Divine Ascent Staircase. 9,999 steps in total. Upon each step is imprinted a fragment of the martial will left behind by the venerable ancestors of our martial god palace. What you must do is simple. The gatekeeper pointed toward the seemingly endless staircase, his voice cold as ice. Climb it. With each step upward, the martial path pressure you endure will multiply exponentially. This pressure will not only suppress your physical bodies and bind your vital energy, but it will also directly assault your Tao heart, testing your willpower. The moment your physical body, vital energy, or willpower fails to endure, you will be automatically expelled. Ultimately, I shall judge who among you is truly worthy to enter the gates of the martial god palace based on the final number of steps each of you ascends. The time limit remains 3 hours. Now, the second trial. The gatekeeper's gaze lingered meaningfully on Yang Jian for another moment. Begin. The moment the words left his lips, an invisible, gentle yet irresistible force instantly transported everyone on the platform to the very bottom of the colossal staircase. The Divine Ascent Staircase. I never expected it to appear in this year's trials. Li Hao's eyes flashed with excitement and determination. He glanced at Yang Jian nearby, a cold, confident smile curling his lips. The void ancient path tested raw power, those unconventional treasures and secret potions. But the Divine Ascent Staircase tested the purest, most fundamental aspect. Martial foundation. Willpower. Talent. Martial arts techniques. All three are indispensable. Any shortcut or trick will be exposed before the overwhelming martial path pressure that crushes all. Kid. I admit that one-time artifact of yours is indeed powerful. Li Hao transmitted his voice to Yang Jian, his tone brimming with unmasked provocation. But on this ascension stairway to divinity, all your cheating tricks will be useless. I'll make you witness the chasm-like gap between trash like you from a backwater town and true prodigies like us. With that, he ignored Yang Jian, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the first tier of the staircase. Hum. A crushing pressure descended instantly. Li Hao's body swayed slightly, but he steadied himself quickly. He let out a cold laugh and advanced without hesitation toward the second step, then the third. With him leading the charge, the other prodigies refused to be outdone, launching their own assault upon the sacred staircase. The battle-crazed warrior from Demon Martial University roared, unleashing a surge of vital energy that propelled him straight to the 10th step. The sword prodigy from Southern Martial Academy glided gracefully, shielded by sword intent, following closely behind with effortless ease. Every participant gave their utmost, displaying their strongest form, striving to prove themselves in this second trial. In an instant, the entire Divine Ascent Staircase shimmered with light and surged with energy, forming a spectacular scene of 100 boats racing. Yet Yang Jian remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. He merely lifted his head, observing the immense staircase with keen interest, a structure radiating sacredness and majesty. The pressure of martial will, huh? He could distinctly sense powerful, pure spiritual forces each imbued with the essence of different laws surging toward him like a tidal wave from the staircase. There is the unrivaled might of fist intent, the peerless sharpness of sword intent, the mountain-like weight of blade intent. For other candidates, these wills exerted a terrifying pressure capable of crushing their very resolve. But for Yang Jian, his sea of consciousness, freshly tempered by the void storm and shielded by the elephant heart unconscious body, stirred ever so slightly. Those formidable wills, powerful enough to drive ordinary geniuses mad, upon touching his sea of consciousness, melted like ice under the scorching sun. His spirit force, as hard as divine iron, effortlessly absorbed, dissolved, and crushed them. It even left him with a refreshingly invigorating sense of ease. This isn't some trial at all? A profoundly peculiar expression spread across Yang Jian's face. This is clearly another mental energy buffet. Chapter 73, Ascending the Stairs as Easily as Walking on Level Ground. Yang Jian finally moved. Unlike the others, he didn't unleash earth-shattering momentum nor activate any protective techniques. He simply walked up the first step with his hands in his pockets, taking leisurely, unhurried strides like an ordinary person strolling after a meal. A martial pressure as heavy as a mountain, brimming with domineering fist intent, crashed down. Yet, the pressure powerful enough to make even a first-rank martial artist tremble violently vanished without a trace the moment it touched Yang Jian, like a stone sinking into the sea. Yang Jian's body didn't even flinch. His expression remained as serene as ever, as if the pressure had been nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Li Hao, who had already charged to the 30th step and was gritting his teeth under immense pressure, caught this scene out of the corner of his eye. His brows furrowed slightly. Playing tricks. This is only the beginning. I'll see how long you can keep up this act. He snorted coldly, shifting his focus away and continuing to channel his chi and blood as he struggled upward toward the 31st step. Meanwhile, Yang Jian showed no sign of pausing after stepping onto the first stair. He maintained that leisurely, strolling pace, step by step, ascending upward. The second step. Third step. 10th step. The 20th step. His pace was not swift, yet it was utterly steady, utterly effortless. The martial pressure that would leave ordinary geniuses gasping for breath and drenched in sweat seemed utterly non-existent to him. He walked upon the sacred, supremely majestic ascension stairway as if strolling through the steps of his own backyard garden, effortless, carefree, and even carrying a hint of satisfaction that only comes after a hearty meal. For with each step upward, waves of increasingly potent and refined martial will surge toward him. Then, his terrifying, elephant heart unconscious body mercilessly devoured it all. His spiritual energy, within this peculiar feast of gluttony, was being tempered and nourished at a visible pace, growing increasingly dense and crystalline. Gradually, this abnormality finally caught the attention of others. What's going on with that guy? A candidate who had just reached the 50th step, already panting like a bull and drenched in sweat, was horrified to discover that the connected guy he had left far behind had already strolled leisurely to the 40th step. And judging by his relaxed demeanor, it seemed like this wasn't even a warm-up for him? Why does he seem completely unfazed? It's an illusion. This must be an illusion. How could the divine pressure of the ascension staircase not affect him? Could that disposable protective artifact he's wearing not only block physical attacks but also resist mental pressure? A chorus of shocked, disbelieving gasps erupted from the crowd. They'd rather believe Yang Jian had resorted to some god-defying, incomprehensible black technology than accept that anyone could ignore the divine pressure of the ascension stairway through sheer willpower alone. Li Hao, who had already charged to the 80th step, instinctively glanced back upon hearing the gasps behind him. The sight drained the color from his face instantly. There, the youth he had deemed reckless was still advancing step by step toward the 70th tier, maintaining that leisurely, almost infuriatingly casual pace. The distance between them was closing at a visible pace. But what shattered him most was this. His own veins were already bulging, every bone in his body creaking under the terrifying pressure, each step upward feeling like he was carrying a mountain on his back. But the other? His complexion was rosy, his breathing steady, and he was even taking an interested look at the surrounding scenery? This ing, who the hell was the trash from the backwater town? Who was the true prodigy? A flame unlike any he'd ever felt, a flame called humiliation, shot straight to Li Hao's crown, scorching every last shred of his reason to ashes. Charge! He let out a roar of frustration, burning a thread of his vital essence to gain a burst of explosive power. His figure shot upward, charging straight up 100 steps in one breath. But this was his absolute limit. The instant his foot touched the 101st step, a terrifying pressure tenfold more intense than before, saturated with supreme sword intent, crashed down upon him. Put! Li Hao was struck as if by lightning, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. His body could no longer hold on. Darkness engulfed his vision as a gentle force teleported him out of the arena. In the split second before his expulsion, the last image his peripheral vision captured was the white-robed youth, maintaining his leisurely demeanor, calmly strolled past the spot where Li Hao had fallen. Not even a glance was spared his way. No! A roar filled with endless venom and resentment exploded within Li Hao's consciousness. His Dao heart shattered completely in that instant. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the gatekeeper's eyes, as still as ancient wells, were fixed intently on the figure ascending the steps in the water mirror, moving as if treading on level ground. His withered hand trembled slightly, beyond his control. He had lived for countless millennia, welcoming innumerable generations of peerless prodigies. He had witnessed sword prodigies with peerless sword bodies defying the pressure, ascending 3,000 steps with a sword strike per stride. He had witnessed physical cultivators, with their indestructible bodies and flesh ascended sanctity, forcibly enduring the pressure to ascend 5,000 steps. He had witnessed the Taoist saint's son, whose crystalline Tao heart remained untouched by all laws, reaching the 7,000th step before his will was exhausted. But this one before him, treating the divine ascension staircase like his own backyard for a leisurely stroll. He had never seen the likes of this before. What is this brat's Tao heart made of? For the first time, the gatekeeper's voice carried a tremor, one born of fear. He could feel it clearly. The martial will emanating from the generations of sages of the martial god palace, a force potent enough to shatter the Tao heart of any prodigy. The moment it touched that youth, it was like ice meeting a divine furnace, easily, brutally, and unreasonably. Absorbed. Yes. Absorbed. He was actually treating the martial will of generations of sages as nourishment, feeding his own divine soul. How utterly blasphemous. And how utterly defiant of the heavens. Madman. This kid is absolutely, completely, utterly insane. On the long staircase, Yang Jian had completely ignored the celestial prodigies around him, each foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back, ultimately teleported out of the arena. His entire being was immersed in this spiritual feast. He could feel his soul growing more refined, more resilient, and more powerful at an unprecedented rate. Level 1000. Level 3000. 5000 levels. When he finally stepped lightly onto the 9998th step, he felt he hadn't even begun to enjoy himself. He lifted his head and gazed at the final step. Then he stepped forward. A force more colossal, more overwhelming, and infinitely more terrifying than the combined weight of all previous pressures the Imperial will crash down. It was a fragment of the will left behind by the founder of the martial god palace, the first martial god, long ascended to the divine realm and vanished without a trace. That will was domineering, majestic, filled with the supreme aura of a ruler who reigned over all, supreme and unrivaled. Yet, this dish tastes rather decent. Within Yang Jian's sea of consciousness, the ancient divine elephant formed by the elephant heart unconscious body casually raised its trunk and drew in a light sniff. That imperial will powerful enough to make even king-level experts kneel instantly was effortlessly drawn into its belly, transforming into the final wisp of pure nourishment. Then, Yang Jian looked up and realized there was no path left. He had reached the summit. He clicked his tongue with a hint of lingering regret. Then, under the gaze of the gatekeeper now completely petrified, as if his very soul had been drained, he turned around and looked down at the heavenly prodigies below, those still struggling to climb, and the many who had already fallen. A look of genuine bewilderment spread across his face. Is that it? This simple? How did you manage to make yourselves look so pathetic? Chapter 74, The Path of Self-Reflection. Yang Jian's Way. Is that all? The moment these two words slipped casually from Yang Jian's lips, every prodigy on the ascension staircase, whether still struggling upward or already eliminated, felt as if struck by a bolt of divine thunder from the heavens, searing their skulls. Put. Several candidates already teetering on the brink of collapse heard those words and instantly lost their resolve. Their chi and blood surged backward, causing them to violently spit out mouthfuls of blood before being teleported away. Those still clinging on felt an unprecedented, soul-shaking, dimensional blow. Simple? You call this simple? We're pushing ourselves to the absolute limit here, burning our essence and blood, even risking damage to our foundations just to barely advance a single step. Yet you reach the summit as effortlessly as if you were window shopping. Now you have the nerve to look at us like we're idiots and ask why we're so messed up. This ing. Is there any justice left? Any law? In that instant, countless eyes filled with venom, envy, and profound helplessness converged on Yang Jian. If looks could kill, Yang Jian would have been executed 1,000,000 times over. Outside the southern heavenly gate. The gatekeeper's Tao heart, untroubled for untold millennia, finally shattered completely upon hearing Yang Jian's words. Is that all? His ethereal, otherworldly demeanor vanished without a trace. Pointing at the innocent-looking youth reflected in the water mirror, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word for a long while. He had seen arrogance. But someone so arrogant that he not only killed but also sought to destroy the soul. This was a first. A demon spawn? No. This is beyond a demon spawn. The gatekeeper shook his head with a bitter smile, his face etched with an expression of unprecedented, profound complexity. This is an anomaly capable of overturning an entire era, even subverting the very laws of martial arts. He let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Then he slowly raised his hand. The hour has not yet come, but there is no need to wait any longer. His voice was heavy with exhaustion and resignation.
The second trial is concluded prematurely.
As his words fell, the colossal ascension staircase and all the struggling prodigies upon it instantly dissolved into a sky filled with scattered points of light, vanishing without a trace. In the next instant, all survivors who had passed the first trial including Yang Jian were teleported back to the empty jade platform. Only this time, their numbers had dwindled by nearly half. Fewer than 15 individuals remained standing here. And apart from Yang Jian, every single one of them was deathly pale, their aura depleted, clearly having suffered immense physical and mental trauma. As they gazed upon Yang Jian, who remained as calm and composed as ever, as if nothing had transpired, their eyes held no trace of envy or resentment. Only the purest, most reverent awe remained as if gazing upon a deity. The gap was too vast. So vast that they couldn't even muster the will to chase after him. Congratulations, you've made it to the end. The gatekeeper's figure reappeared on the platform. His indifferent gaze swept slowly over every person present, finally lingering on Yang Jian for a long moment. The final trial awaits. And the final gate that will determine whether you can ultimately enter the martial god palace. He made no grand, earth-shattering display. He merely gave a light wave of his sleeve toward the crowd. A strange, indescribable force, a law-like power that seemed to pierce straight to the deepest recesses of the soul, instantly enveloped everyone present. The third trial, the path of self-reflection. The gatekeeper's voice seemed to echo from the distant heavens, carrying a grandeur and authority that pierced the heart. On the path of martial arts, talent, innate physique, techniques, and resources are indeed crucial. But what truly determines how far you will go in the future is your Dao. What is this way? It is the original purpose behind your martial training, the relentless drive fueling your quest for strength, the ultimate goal for which you are willing to sacrifice everything, even your life. Now, close your eyes. Feel it. Confront the truest desire deep within your hearts. Tell me, what is your way? As his words fell, every prodigy's body trembled violently. Their eyes instantly grew vacant and unfocused, as if their souls had been dragged into another world forged from their own innermost thoughts. Li Hao of the Beijing elite circle saw scenes flash before his eyes. There was the image of him, from childhood onward, bearing the family's high expectations and enjoying the most elite resources, yet perpetually overshadowed by that mysterious top scholar. There were scenes of his disarray on the ancient path of void, his Dao heart shaken by Yang Jian's terrifying power. And most vividly, the scene of him giving his all on the ascension stairway, only to be mercilessly crushed by the other in a manner bordering on humiliation. Each scene seethed with resentment, jealousy, and rage. What is my path? He murmured to himself. My path is to grow stronger. Stronger than anyone else. I will trample every single person who looked down on me underfoot. I will make that Yang Jian pay the most painful price for his arrogance and ignorance. I will become the sole protagonist of this world. Before the eyes of that battle-crazed man from the Demon Martial University, mountains of corpses and seas of blood unfolded an endless cycle of combat. He reveled in the thrill of dancing on the edge of life and death, obliterating powerful foes one by one. My path is battle. Endless battle. Battle against heaven, battle against earth, battle against every strong opponent. Grow stronger through battle, ascend through battle, until I have fought across all heavens and worlds, leaving no foe standing. The sword genius of the Southern Martial House saw only one thing before his eyes. A sword supreme enough to sever sun, moon, and stars, to sever karma and reincarnation, to sever all bonds. My path lies within my sword. Man is sword, sword is man. My entire life is dedicated to wielding that ultimate, purest strike, a single sword that can cleave through all things. Guard. Revenge. Glory. Power. One by one, these grand narratives filled with fervor and passion emerged in the hearts of these favored sons of heaven, echoing like relentless cries. Yet in Yang Jian's path of self-reflection, a starkly different style emerges. No mountains of corpses or seas of blood. No earth-shattering battles. Only an ordinary little house, filled with a warm and cozy atmosphere. Inside, Father Yang Weigwa sipped his wine while watching television, a contented smile spreading across his face. Mother Lu Yu hums a tune in the kitchen, preparing a hearty dinner for the family. Younger sister Yang Xinran sits on the sofa clutching the latest game console, squealing with delight. Everything was so ordinary, so commonplace. Yet this was precisely what he had yearned for and sought to protect most in both his lifetimes. What is your way? A vast, emotionless voice slowly echoed within his consciousness. Yang Jian smiled. His answer was simple, direct, even somewhat mercenary. Yet it was utterly genuine. My way is simple. Making money. Use the money I make to do charity, then have the system give me rewards to make me stronger. Use that newfound strength to make even more money. Then use that greater wealth to protect this simple life before my eyes. So my parents can enjoy their golden years without ever worrying about making ends meet again. So my sister can live carefree, doing whatever she desires without a second thought. For this, I need endless wealth and power sufficient to crush any enemy. So ultimately, my path is make money, grow stronger, protect my family. This is his path. The path of a thoroughgoing, unapologetic, self-interested individual. A path utterly at odds with the grand narratives of all the prodigies, a path reeking of filthy lucre, the path of a common mortal. But this was the truest Yang Jian. The instant these words echoed in his heart's deepest recesses. Boom! The gatekeeper's eyes, once as still as ancient wells, suddenly widened. He stared at Yang Jian in utter horror, his gaze filled with unprecedented, extreme, shock and disbelief. For he saw clearly. While the Tao of other prodigies merely manifested as faint, fluctuating lights of conviction within their minds, Yang Jian's Tao had coalesced behind him into substance. It was a path forged from endless wealth, mountains of fierce beast materials, and the most heartwarming family scenes. A path that reached the heavens. This path was neither grand nor sacred. Yet it was incredibly solid, incredibly unwavering. As if nothing, no existence, could ever shake it in the slightest. With a mortal heart, to forge the path of the divine? The gatekeeper completely lost his composure. He pointed at Yang Jian, his voice trembling, his words incoherent. This. What the hell, what kind of monster is this? Chapter 75, the trial concludes. As Yang Jian's path to heaven, brass scented yet solid as steel, flashed behind him and vanished. The path of self-reflection concluded. Everyone snapped out of that dreamlike state. Most wore expressions of exhaustion and bewilderment, clearly drained from the intense inner dialogue. Only a few, like Li Hao and that battle-crazed warrior from the demon martial clan, bore eyes that had grown sharper and more resolute. Evidently, their Taoist insights had been further tempered through this heart inquiry. Yang Jian, however, remained unchanged, as if he had merely dozed off for a moment. The gatekeeper slowly snapped out of his profound shock. His gaze toward Yang Jian had completely changed. It was no longer the gaze directed at an anomaly, a monster. Instead, he was looking upon one he could neither comprehend nor fathom, a Tao ancestor. Yes, the Tao ancestor. He had forged the most steadfast and unshakable Tao from the most ordinary, most mundane desires. Such a feat had never been heard of or witnessed in the tens of thousands of years of the martial god palace's history. He drew a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within his heart, and resumed his detached demeanor. The 3 trials are now complete. His voice echoed across the entire platform. Now, the final rankings shall be announced. As his words fell, a massive golden scroll slowly unfolded in midair. Every heart in the crowd leapt to their throats at that moment. They looked up nervously. Martial God Palace New Recruit Trials, Final Overall Rankings. First place, Yang Jian. Overall evaluation? Exceeds evaluation threshold. Commentary: this youth is no ordinary talent, he should be treated as a divine being. The moment this result appeared, the entire platform fell deathly silent. Yet no one felt surprised. After 3 rounds of near-miraculous performances, Yang Jian's first-place finish had become a foregone conclusion. All that remained was numbness. The rankings continued to scroll downward. Second place, Xin Wushuan. Overall rating, upper tier divine grade. Commentary: a sword heart as clear as crystal, a natural sword physique. His future is promising, he should be admitted to the Heavenly Authority Holy Academy. Third place, Lei Dong. Overall rating, holy grade, middle tier. Commentary: overwhelming battle intent, grows stronger with each fight. A natural-born war god. Should enter that Heavenly Star Holy Academy. 10th place, Li Hao. Overall rating, high tier supreme. Commentary: solid foundation, though temperament, slightly flawed. Should be admitted to the Jade Balance Holy Academy for thorough refinement. One familiar name after another appeared on the list. Xin Wushuan, the sword prodigy from the Southern Martial Academy, overpowered all challengers in the final rounds with his pure sword spirit, securing the second-place throne. Lei Dong, the battle maniac from the Demon Martial University, followed closely behind in third place, propelled by his unmatched fighting spirit. As for Li Hao, who had been boasting incessantly, he barely squeezed into the top 10. When he saw his name crushed beneath the feet of that trash he despised most. When he saw the gatekeeper's evaluation of him was the 6 deeply ironic words, slight flaws in character. Put. He could no longer hold back. A mouthful of blood gushed forth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot from sheer rage. No one paid attention to this minor incident. All eyes were fixed on the figure who had stood above them like a god from the very beginning, the top-ranked student. That's enough. The gatekeeper swept his sleeve, tucking away the golden list. To those whose names appear on the list, congratulations. From this day forward, you are now probationary disciples of the Martial God Palace. As for why provisional? His indifferent gaze swept over every person present, a meaningful curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Once you survive the upcoming new recruit training camp, you will understand. With that, he did not wait for their reactions, waving his sleeve once more. A teleportation force, gentler than any before yet equally irresistible, instantly enveloped everyone present. The world spun, light and shadow shifting. When Yang Jian opened his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious, bright, single-occupancy dormitory brimming with futuristic technology. The room was enormous, spanning over 100 square meters, fully equipped with all necessary amenities. Beyond the windows lay mist-shrouded fairy mountains and jade pavilions, a breathtaking vista. By his bedside lay a brand new set of training attire crafted from an unknown silver material, alongside a peculiar black wristband resembling a mobile phone. What is this? Yang Jian picked up the bracelet, noticing it had no buttons, only a smooth, jet black screen. He tentatively channeled a thread of vital energy into it. The bracelet vibrated slightly, and the screen instantly lit up. Rows of data streams, brimming with technological sophistication and an air of mystery, flashed wildly across the display. Verifying identity. Beep. Verification successful. Yang Jian, welcome to the Martial God Palace. Activating the Sacred Academy app for you. Please wait. Activation successful. An app interface appeared before Yang Jian's eyes, simple in design yet imbued with profound wisdom. The entire app featured only 4 main modules. Quest Hub posts various quests issued by the Martial God Palace itself or privately by mentors and senior students. Completing quests earns corresponding academic credits. Exchange Center, a comprehensive marketplace offering everything from basic elixirs and cultivation techniques to top-tier divine weapons, materials, and even legendary true spirit blood. The sole currency is academic credits. Ladder Battlefield, a fully virtual platform simulating real combat with 100% accuracy. Disciples engage in unrestricted duels and compete for rankings. Higher rankings yield greater monthly credit rewards. Master's Guidance, book private sessions with mentors or watch martial arts recordings left by the strongest masters. Naturally, all this requires paying the corresponding academic credits. Interesting. Yang Jian examined the clean, intuitive app interface, a faint smile curling his lips. He understood now. In the Martial God Palace, there was no money, no power. Credits were everything here. The foundation of survival, the sole path to becoming stronger. To earn credits, one must undertake missions, battle in the ladder arena, compete fiercely, and fight tooth and nail. This place was a breeding ground for the ultimate survival of the fittest, where the law of the jungle was taken to its extreme. But I like it. Yang Jian's eyes blazed with fierce determination. For he had glimpsed a brand new path to wealth, one far more efficient and swift than anything he'd ever known before. Just then. Knock knock knock. A crisp knock sounded at the door. Yang Jian opened the door to find a senior classmate standing outside, dressed in the same silver training uniform. She was tall and slender, with a clear and beautiful appearance. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a sleek, short haircut and bright, spirited eyes. She radiated an aura of focused strength that far surpassed the so-called geniuses outside. Hello, are you Yang Jian? The senior smiled warmly and cheerfully upon seeing Yang Jian. I'm your direct senior, Lu Xin. I'm also one of the assistants assigned to guide your freshman class. Lu Xin? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. Hello, senior. He nodded calmly. No need to be so formal, Lu Xin waved her hand with a smile. I'm just here to see what kind of monster we've recruited this year. She scrutinized Yang Jian from head to toe, her bright eyes brimming with unabashed curiosity. First on all 3 rankings, rated, catastrophe level, directly ascending to the 9,999th tier ascension stairway. Junior brother Yang Jian, your name is now known throughout the entire Martial God Palace. Her tone carried a hint of teasing, but more than that, it was genuine awe. By the way. Lu Xian's smile faded slightly, her expression turning more serious. New students have no rights in the Martial God Palace. Especially, someone like you, a top-ranked newcomer who's already so outstanding before even enrolling that all the upperclassmen feel jealous and uneasy. So you'd better be careful during the upcoming new student training camp. Countless people will try to pull you down from that top spot and stomp on you mercilessly afterward. Chapter 76, When one ascends, all follow. When the Martial God Palace's admission list was officially released to the entire society, a storm 10 times more terrifying than the college entrance exam results announcement instantly swept across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. If the triple first place had merely made Yang Jian the focal point of both the education and martial arts worlds, then the moment the name Martial God Palace became inextricably linked to him, his status underwent an earth-shattering transformation. He was no longer merely a genius. He was now undeniably the future, the nation's most vital asset. One of the guardians of humanity's future civilization. His influence had long transcended mere educational circles, rising to the level of national strategy. On this day, the remote frontier town of Huangcheng plunged into an unprecedented frenzy of celebration. Countless citizens poured into the streets spontaneously, beating drums, striking gongs, and setting off fireworks to celebrate the birth of the greatest figure in the city's history. Yang Shun. The light of Huanggo. What an honor. I'm actually from the same hometown as the big shot from the Martial God Palace. From this day forward, Yang Jian is the idol and aspiration of every young person in Huangcheng. Slogans brimming with excitement and pride echoed throughout every corner of the city. Yang Jian's home was immediately designated a Level 1 protected site by the local government. A fully armed elite squad of second-rank martial artists from the city guard patrolled the perimeter of his residential compound around the clock, barring all unauthorized personnel. Yang Weigua and his wife Lu Yu received a level of high-level treatment they could never have dreamed of.
The municipal government directly rewarded them with a luxurious villa exceeding 300 square meters in prime downtown location, along with a substantial bonus sufficient to ensure their financial security for the rest of their lives. The director of Yang Weigua's factory personally visited his home, humbly promoting him to honorary deputy director. He was exempt from work duties yet retained his salary, with year-end bonuses included. Lu Yu was honored by the community as a distinguished mother, entitled to the highest level of welfare benefits. Even his younger sister, Yang Xinran, received early admission to the city's top middle school as a special talent student, with the school assigning her the most elite teachers for personalized tutoring. When one person rises to prominence, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. This ancient proverb was vividly brought to life in that moment. Yang Weigua and Lu Yu lived each day in a dreamlike, surreal state of happiness, grinning from ear to ear. Of course, where there was celebration, there was also resentment and jealousy. A heated debate about Yang Jian raged across the internal forums of China's top universities. How dare he? How dare he get into the martial god palace? I refuse to accept this. Exactly. Some guy from a backwater town, his college entrance exam scores are full of bugs, and his trial process is riddled with suspicious points. There's definitely foul play in the martial god palace's selection this time. I heard he wasn't affected by any pressure during the second trial, ascending the divine staircase. That's clearly abnormal. He must have used some forbidden artifact. Oomph. What kind of skill is that, relying on outside forces? Just wait and see. At the National Freshman College Tournament in 3 months, I'll personally drag him down from that pedestal. Let everyone see what he's really made of. Exactly. Our Jingwu prodigy will teach him a lesson then. We of magic martial arts refuse to accept this first. Countless self-proclaimed prodigies now regarded Yang Jian as a common enemy, one destined to be defeated. They refused to believe in legends, much less that an ordinary person with no background could rise above them all. They were all itching for a fight, gearing up with all their might, waiting for the day in a few months when they could finally face Yang Jian head-on at the College Liga tournament, gathering all the nation's top freshmen. Yang Jian had long ceased to care about the turmoil swirling around him. Under the guidance of senior Lu Xian, he formally began his studies and life at the Martial God Palace. There was no opening ceremony, no cumbersome rituals. Everything proceeded smoothly through the powerful Sacred Academy app. The teaching model at the Martial God Palace was entirely different from any university outside. There were no fixed courses, nor any mandatory requirements. Everything depended on self-discipline. Whatever you wish to learn or which abilities you seek to enhance, you can independently search for resources, book mentors, or enter specialized training grounds through the app. Of course, all of this hinges on one prerequisite. You possess sufficient academic credits. Over the past fortnight, Yang Jian had been like a parched sponge, frantically soaking up the vast ocean of knowledge within the Martial God Palace. Leveraging his terrifying mental prowess, within mere days he had memorized and assimilated every foundational resource accessible to first and second rank martial artists in the Holy Academy app's database: comprehensive martial theories, detailed cultivation techniques, bestiary guides, material encyclopedias, and more. His martial foundation was solidifying and deepening at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, he did not neglect his own cultivation. He treated the hundreds of high-purity blood luo crystals as daily snacks. When hunger struck, he'd crunch one between his teeth and swallow it whole. Then, he activated the Hell's Crucible to refine them into the purest essence of life. Part of it was used to break through the 250-calorie barrier of his vital energy, while the rest continued to awaken and illuminate those dormant divine elephant particles. His strength grew steadily each day. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Jian sat cross-legged in his dormitory and slowly opened his eyes. He could distinctly feel the qi and blood energy within his body had grown several times more potent than half a month ago. With a thought, his personal interface materialized before his eyes. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, first rank martial artist. Vital energy, 260 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Level 1 Awakened Particles, 1250 10800. Constitution, Celestial Walker's Physique. Bloodline, S-Rank Mountain Giant Ape SSS Rank Kuanping. Divine Abilities, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS Rank Unlocked, Arm-Reaching Ape Transformation, Kuanping Transformation. Lifebound Divine Abilities, Wings of Hell, Wings of Angels, Hell's Crucible, Elephant Heart Unconscious Body, Spear of the Nether God, Judgment Spear, Windfall. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boil, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Gaze, Momentary Soaring, Mountainous Physique. Overall assessment, a young primordial beast that has completed its initial armament. It has begun to develop a keen interest in this novel currency known as academic credits. Vitality, 260 points. A significant stride closer to the 500-point cap for a second-rank martial artist. Moreover, the divine elephant particles it awakened have surpassed the 1,200 particle threshold. His overall combat power has surged beyond a single tier since entering the trial. With my current strength, if I were to face those 4 skeleton dragon beasts again, I probably wouldn't even need to transform. Yang Jian's eyes flashed with overwhelming confidence. At that very moment. The The black bracelet on his wrist vibrated slightly.
A mandatory push notification from the Sacred Academy app popped up. Notice, all new students, please assemble at the White Jade Plaza in front of the task center 1 hour from now.
Mission type, mandatory group mission. Mission name, Kunlun Purification.
Mission description: due to the recent abnormal surge in ferocious beast activity around the Kunlun Mountains, the normal operations of the Martial God Palace have been severely disrupted. This mandatory mission requires all new students, led by senior students, to proceed to the Greenwood Valley region within the Kunlun Mountains and conduct a thorough purge of all ferocious beasts in the area. Reward: credits will be awarded based on individual contributions to the beast hunt. Special notice: this mission serves as the inaugural lesson of the new recruit training camp. Your performance will directly impact future resource allocation and mentor selection. Conduct yourselves accordingly. Finally, it's here. Yang Jian stared at the mission notice, his eyes blazing with intense fire. After bottling it up for half a month, I can finally earn money to donate. He'd been wanting to be a good guy for far too long. Chapter 77, New Recruit Assembly, Show of Force. 1 hour later, at the White Jade Plaza before the mission center. All 15 new recruits who had passed the 3 trials, including Yang Jian, arrived punctually. After half a month of recuperation and study, most of these prodigies had regained their vitality, reclaiming the pride and confidence that belonged to geniuses. They stood in small groups, whispering among themselves, their gazes brimming with unmasked scrutiny and competitive edge. Clearly, the impending first group mission was viewed by them as a new, decisive, covert battle to determine their status and rankings. Only Yang Jian remained alone in the corner of the group, his expression detached, seemingly utterly disinterested in the impending mission. His conspicuously detached demeanor naturally drew the attention of many. Especially Li Hao, whose resolve had shattered under Yang Jian's blows during the trial. His gaze toward Yang Jian remained filled with venom and resentment, but now it carried an added layer of deep apprehension, preventing him from openly provoking Yang Jian as he had before. Amidst the swirling thoughts of the crowd. Swish! 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 Several overwhelming auras descended from the sky without warning. 5 young men, also clad in silver training robes but radiating a presence several times more powerful than any of the freshmen present, appeared at the front of the group as if teleported. They were the upperclassmen assigned to lead the freshmen on this mission. Leading them was a tall, handsome youth whose eyes sparkled with playful mischief. His name was Zhao Wuji, a second-year student ranked among the top 5 elite practitioners. Rumor had it his true combat strength had reached the terrifying peak of the 3rd grade. His gaze swept over every freshman present like a scanner, his eyes brimming with the unabashed scrutiny and contempt of a superior toward inferiors. When his gaze landed on Yang Jian, a mocking curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Well, everyone's here, huh? Zhao Wuji crossed his arms, speaking in a lazy, sarcastic tone. Seems you greenhouse flowers are quite punctual, huh? His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every freshman's ears with crystal clarity. Greenhouse flowers? At this label, every privileged young elite present flinched slightly. Hadn't every one of them fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? When had they ever been treated with such contempt? What? Got a problem with that? Zhao Wuji seemed to read their thoughts, his smile growing even more amused. Let me tell you this, in my eyes, you lot who haven't even passed the new recruit training camp are nothing but a bunch of wet behind the ears, good-for-nothings. He emphasized the word useless with deliberate weight, delivering it as a raw, unadulterated insult. You, Lei Don, a graduate of Magic Martial Arts University, was the first to lose his temper. With his fiery temper, how could he ever tolerate such nonsense? He immediately lunged forward to confront him. What? You want to fight me? Zhao Wuji's gaze instantly turned icy. A terrifying, palpable pressure descended upon him, a force several times more dreadful than anything he had felt on the ascension stairway. That pressure crushed down upon Lei Don like a 10,000-foot divine mountain. Put! Before Lei Don could even react, he was struck as if by lightning. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to one knee with a thud. For the first time, his face, usually wild and untamed, twisted with horror and utter disbelief. His formidable physique, which he prided himself on and which could withstand even a 3rd-grade martial artist, offered not a shred of resistance against this overwhelming pressure. The entire square fell instantly silent. Every new recruit's face was etched with shock and fear. Was this the power of a senior student? Merely the pressure of his aura was enough to severely cripple a prodigy of Lei Don's caliber? Oomph, overconfident fool. Zhao Wuji snorted disdainfully and withdrew his imposing aura. Surveying the room, he took in the pale, frightened faces of the young people gathered there. A satisfied, wickedly amused smile spread across his own. This was precisely the effect he sought. In the Martial God Palace, power was everything. And what these seniors loved most was to crush the pride and self-esteem of these so-called Heaven's Chosen Ones on their very first day of enrollment using the most direct, brutal methods possible. Listen up! Zhao Wuji's voice turned cold and stern. From this moment on, I am your supreme commander for this mission. My words are orders. They are sacred decrees. Whoever dares to question or disobey will meet the same fate as Lei Dong. During this mission, you have no names, no identities, only one designation: rookies. Your sole duty is to follow our lead, clearing the battlefield and gathering materials. No one is to act without my explicit command. Got it? Dead silence. All the new recruits clenched their teeth, heads bowed low, their eyes brimming with humiliation and resentment. But no one dared to speak up in protest. Lei Dong, kneeling on the ground, served as a stark warning. Very good. Zhao Wuji nodded with satisfaction. His gaze swept over Yang Jian, who stood motionless in the corner, his expression unchanging as if the world around him held no significance. A fleeting, imperceptible coldness flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes. He knew full well this was the man who had made a name for himself across the land as the #1 on 3 rankings this year. But so what? In his eyes, the so-called catastrophic level talent was nothing but a joke. No matter how gifted or prodigious one might be, they were ultimately just a fledgling, a newcomer yet to mature. And what he enjoyed most was personally crushing these most dazzling geniuses underfoot. Let's go! Zhao Wuji wasted no more words. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. The other 4 seniors followed suit. The 15 newcomers trailed behind the group like prisoners, their humiliation palpable. Kunlun Mountains, Qingmu Valley. This outer region of the Kunlun Mountains possessed relatively dense spiritual energy, fostering a thriving population of ferocious beasts. As the group reached the valley entrance, a thick, savage aura saturated with bloodlust swept over them. Alright, rookies, watch closely. Zhao Wuji halted, turning to address the dejected freshman behind him with a mocking tone. Now, you greenhorns who've never seen the world will witness what real combat truly is. Before he could finish speaking, roar! 7 or 8 massive blue-eyed demon wolves, each at the peak of level 2 strength, burst out of the valley. Outside these walls, such beasts could give a fully armed city guard squad a headache. Yet Zhao Wuji didn't even lift an eyelid. He casually formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture and made a light slash forward. Whoosh! A golden sword chi, thin as a cicada's wing and stretching dozens of meters long, instantly materialized out of thin air. Its sharpness was extreme, leaving behind a faint black crack in the very fabric of space wherever it passed. The 7 or 8 ferocious blue-eyed demon wolves were severed cleanly at the waist by the golden blade energy before they could even utter a scream. Blood and entrails spilled across the ground. The entire sequence was clean and decisive, brimming with brutal beauty. See that, you useless trash? Zhao Wuji withdrew his finger, a sneer of utter contempt spreading across his face. This is the power of a 4th-rank martial artist. A height you may never reach in your entire lives. With that, he paid no further heed to the freshman behind him, who stood utterly stunned. He strolled into the perilous Aokigahara forest as if taking a leisurely walk. Meanwhile, the 4 upperclassmen behind him each unleashed their unique abilities. One summoned a torrential rain of fire, reducing entire packs of ferocious beasts to charcoal. Another coalesced colossal stone golems, crushing 3rd-tier beasts into pulp. The 5 of them charged through the valley teeming with beasts like 5 invincible war gods, slaughtering everything in their path. The 15 freshmen could only follow behind them in humiliation. Listening to their teaching filled with humiliation and mockery, they were tasked with cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the beast materials discarded like trash. Hurry up! Slowpoke! Didn't you eat breakfast? You over there! Yeah, you! Dig out that demon wolf's crystal core. Stop spacing out. Bunch of useless trash. Can't even clean up properly. Who knows why the martial god palace admitted such garbage like you? The barrage of insults and mockery never ceased. All the new recruits bowed their heads even lower. Their fists clenched so tightly, their fingernails dug deep into the flesh of their palms. Yet they endured. Because they knew that here, strength was the only currency that bought respect. Yang Jian, however, remained expressionless. Silently trailing at the rear of the group, he collected low-grade beast cores one's others disdained to pick up, storing them into his storage bracelet. His gaze was as still as stagnant water. Yet at the very depths of that still pool, a strand of icy, soul-freezing aura was gathering. Chapter 78. When endurance reaches its limit, there's no need to endure any longer. Within Qingmu Valley, the stench of blood mingled with the stench of humiliation. 5 seniors, like 5 tireless killing machines, vented their overwhelming, excessive power with reckless abandon throughout the valley. Sword chi crisscrossed the air, thunder and fire roared. Hordes of ferocious beasts fell like wheat being harvested. The 15 newcomers, treated like the lowest of slaves, trailed behind them. They silently endured taunts and insults sharper than blades, mechanically performing menial tasks like clearing the battlefield and gathering materials. Humiliation. Resentment. Rage. Negative emotions raged and fermented within each new recruit's heart. Their chests felt as though they would burst from the overwhelming rage. Lei Dong, hailing from the Demon Martial Academy, had eyes wild and bloodshot red. He clenched his fists tightly. Every time Zhao Wuji's contemptuous gaze swept over him, the blood in his veins surged uncontrollably, nearly driving him to charge forward once more. But he held back. Reason told him there was now an unbridgeable chasm between him and Zhao Wuji.
Charging forward would only bring further humiliation, nothing more.
Qin Wushuang, the sword prodigy from the southern martial house, silently placed his hand upon his sword hilt. His pure sword heart was emitting muffled cries of resentment at this humiliation. He told himself to endure. To transform this humiliation into the whetstone that would temper his sword spirit. One day, he would repay every ounce of shame he endured today 100-fold, 1,000-fold, with the sword in his hand. Yet the newfound restraint of the young did not bring about the restraint of the old. Instead, it only intensified the bullying. As the group advanced deep into the valley. Roar! A colossal giant rock bear, its power already reaching mid-tier level 3, roared as it burst out of a cave. Perfect timing. A gleam of excitement flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. He was just lamenting the lack of a more suitable punching bag to showcase his might. His form flickered, and in an instant he materialized before the colossal rock bear, a golden longsword now in his grasp. Today, you greenhorns will witness the might of our martial god palace's 36 heavenly swords. He let out a long, booming laugh as sword light flashed, transforming into a sky filled with golden sword shadows that completely enveloped the massive rock-bound berserker bear. That thick-skinned, tough-as-nails bear couldn't muster even a shred of proper resistance under Zhao Wuji's storm-like assault, torn apart piece by piece until it was nothing but a pile of shredded flesh. See that, you useless fools? Zhao Wuji sheathed his sword and stood, a smug, arrogant grin spreading across his face. This is the gap between you and me. With that, he casually pointed his sword tip at a freshman gathering materials nearby. You! Over here! Dig out this dumb bear's crystal core for me. Now! The freshman trembled slightly at the command, hastily dropping his tools and sprinting over. Perhaps it was nerves, or perhaps the earlier battle had been too bloody, but his movements were a split second slower than usual. Humph! Zhao Wuji's expression darkened instantly. Useless piece of trash. Do you want to die, dawdling like that? Without warning, he delivered a vicious kick straight to the freshman's chest. Thud! The new recruit let out a piercing scream as if struck by a heavy blow. His body flew backward like a crashing heavily into the rock wall several meters away. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath weakening to the extreme. This scene ignited a powder keg, instantly detonating the pent-up rage that had been simmering within every new recruit. You've gone too far. Lei Dong could endure no more. He roared, leaping to his feet, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhao Wuji. Too far? Zhao Wuji heard this as if it were the most laughable joke in the world. He turned around, looking at Lei Dong with an expression of utter contempt, as if he were staring at a complete fool. Let me tell you this, in the martial god palace, strength is everything. The strong have every right to bully the weak. That's the rule here. Got a problem with that? The smile on his face twisted into something cruel. If you don't like it, I'll beat it into you. Or crawl back to your mother's laps, crying your eyes out. You! Lei Dong trembled with rage. Qin Wushuang and several other hot-blooded geniuses beside him stepped forward, locking eyes with Zhao Wuji across the distance. Yet, at this tense moment when battle seemed imminent, Zhao Wuji's gaze suddenly swept past everyone, landing on the one who had remained silent throughout, the one who had been quietly cleaning up the battlefield. Yang Jian. A malicious, amused curve lifted the corners of his mouth. He knew that crushing a brute like Lei Dong wouldn't bring him much satisfaction. If he was going to play, he would play for the highest stakes. If he was going to trample someone, it had to be the one who drew the most attention. Hey! Zhao Wuji extended a finger, pointing distantly at Yang Jian, his tone flippant as he said. Hey, you! Yeah, you! The so-called catastrophe-level top scholar. Why are you moving like a woman, dawdling around? Did none of you from that godforsaken backwater of Huancheng ever get fed properly? He deliberately picked a fight, his voice dripping with undisguised contempt and humiliation. Yet Yang Jian still ignored him. As if he hadn't heard a word. He merely bent down, carefully wiped clean a level 2 crystal core he'd just retrieved from the beast's corpse, then slowly placed it into his storage bracelet. This utter disregard made Zhao Wuji's face turn an ugly shade of anger in an instant. He felt his authority challenged like never before. Kid! Are you deaf? Zhao Wuji's patience was completely exhausted. He roared furiously, his figure flickering as he instantly materialized before Yang Jian. A terrifying pressure of peak 4th rank power erupted like a mountain crushing down, bearing down on Yang Jian with overwhelming force. I'm talking to you. You dare ignore me? He extended his hand, fingers curled into a claw, and with a sharp gust of wind, lunged straight for Yang Jian's collar. He intended to publicly humiliate this so-called number 1 on the 3 lists by grabbing him like a chicken and dragging him through the mud. Yet, in the instant before his hand touched Yang Jian's collar, the youth who had kept his head bowed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, finally, slowly raised his head. For the first time, his eyes calm as stagnant water met Zhao Wuji's gaze. There was no anger in that gaze, no fear. Only a cold, detached, and utterly indifferent gaze as if observing an inanimate object. Then, he moved. His movements were not swift, in fact, they were quite deliberate. He simply raised his right hand. Then, against that handsome face mere inches away, brimming with arrogance and triumph, he delivered a backhand slap with not a trace of passion.
Chapter 79, this slap is called discipline. Smack!
The crisp, resounding slap echoed like thunder cracking through a deathly silent valley.
The entire world seemed to hit pause at that moment. Time froze. Space froze.
Everyone, newcomers and veterans alike, froze like statues under a petrifying spell, staring dumbly at the scene before them, filled with absurdity and upheaval.
They witnessed
that third-rank peak powerhouse, Zhao Wuji, who had seemed as invincible as a god in their eyes, was sent staggering backward by that single slap, his body reeling uncontrollably 3 full steps to the side and rear.
5 distinct crimson fingerprints swiftly appeared on his handsome face, swelling rapidly.
A trickle of blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth.
But this was even more shocking. Even more unbelievable.
Because it signified that the freshman they had always dismissed as a useless waste and a connection-based admission not only dared to resist, but his strength and speed were so overwhelming that even Zhao Wuji, a peak third-rank cultivator, had been unable to dodge.
After a brief, deathly silence. Whoa!
A wave of gasps erupted like crashing tides, echoing simultaneously through both the freshman and senior ranks. Lei Dong's crimson eyes widened instantly, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Qin Wushuang's hand gripped the sword hilt with sudden ferocity, his heart churning with overwhelming turmoil. The other freshmen stared as if they'd seen a ghost, gazing at the calm youth slowly withdrawing his hand with eyes that might have been fixed on a deity. The mockery and contempt on the faces of the other 4 seniors vanished without a trace. In their place was an unprecedented, utter shock and horror.
They knew Zhao Wuji's strength better than anyone. Peak 3rd grade.
Barely a step away from 4th grade grandmaster. Even if he hadn't exerted his full strength earlier due to underestimating his opponent, that was still far beyond the reach of a mere freshman.
Yet now, he had been slapped hard across the face by a freshman, right in front of everyone? This isn't just a slap in the face. It was trampling.
It was trampling the dignity of all the upperclassmen underfoot and rubbing it in with utter contempt.
You are asking for death.
Finally, Zhao Wuji snapped out of his brief daze in humiliation. He reached out and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he slowly raised his head. Those eyes, once filled with frivolity and amusement, were now utterly consumed by an endless, hellishly scorching murderous intent.
Boom!
A terrifying aura, tenfold more powerful than before and belonging to a peak third-rank martial artist, erupted from his body without restraint. The entire valley trembled violently under the force of this aura. Very good, very good. Zhao Wuji's voice was hoarse and low, dripping with a cruelty that sent shivers down the spine.
It's been many years since anyone dared treat me this way. Boy, I admit I underestimated you. But today, you shall pay for your foolishness and arrogance with your life. Before the words had even faded, his entire form blurred into a golden afterimage.
The long sword in his hand emitted a piercing, mournful wail, unleashing a terrifying sword strike powerful enough to cleave mountains.
Without mercy, it came crashing down toward Yang Jian's head. He was truly enraged. He intended to kill this freshman who had publicly humiliated him. Yet, facing this fatal strike that would have sent any freshman into despair, Yang Jian's face remained as calm as a still pond. He merely watched the deadly sword light closing in on him. Then he murmured 2 words. Noisy. As the words fell, a fleeting, icy gray light, unworldly, filled with destruction and chaos, flashed deep within his serene eyes. Buzz. No earth-shattering burst of energy erupted. No dazzling martial arts aura. Instead, the seemingly empty space around Yang Jian's body suddenly twisted and boiled violently, distorting in an utterly abnormal manner. A wholly new force, neither vital energy nor raw power, but a brutal, unyielding storm crashed down with overwhelming force. Zhao
Wuji's terrifying sword momentum, certain to sever mountains, plunged into the twisted space and instantly became trapped as if in the thickest quagmire. His peerlessly sharp sword chi was effortlessly torn apart, disintegrated, and devoured. His advancing form was held fast in place by an irresistible, terrifying force, unable to advance even an inch. What kind of power is this? For the first time, Zhao Wuji's face betrayed utter horror and fear. He could feel it clearly that warped space was like a primordial beast awakening, hunting its prey. It was frantically devouring his sword energy, consuming his power, even causing his soul to feel waves of stinging pain. This completely surpassed his understanding of the very concept of martial arts. But what truly made his heart freeze in terror was this. Behind the youth he had dismissed as an insignificant insect, a pair of enormous, monstrous wings had unfolded at some unknown moment. They seemed forged from endless darkness and hellish flames, like the wings of a demon. With a single casual flap of those wings, Yang Jian's figure retreated silently, as if teleported, several dozen meters backward, establishing an absolute safe distance between them. He hovered motionless in midair, his icy eyes gazing down like a predator observing an ant struggling desperately in a spider's web. You
Zhao Wuji realized with horror that he couldn't even touch the hem of the other's robe. I told you, you're noisy. Yang Jian's calm voice rang out once more. I don't want to kill anyone, especially during a mission. But if you insist on forcing my hand. His words trailed off. Yet the boiling, twisted storm swirling around his body grew even more violent, more dangerous. Zhao Wuji had no doubt. With a single thought from his opponent, he would be utterly torn to shreds by this bizarre and terrifying force. For the first time, the shadow of death loomed so tangibly over his heart. Zhao Wuji was afraid. His heart, once brimming with pride and arrogance, was now utterly submerged by the icy tide of terror. Gritting his teeth, his face alternating between pale and ashen, he reluctantly sheathed his sword. The other 4 seniors had long since been terrified out of their wits by this bizarre scene. The freshman, meanwhile, gazed up at the demonic figure suspended midair with eyes brimming with fervor and adoration, as if beholding a deity. Yang Jian paid no further attention to the fleeing seniors. He slowly descended to the ground, retracting the wings on his back. He glanced at the valley, still untouched by the purge. Then he turned and walked alone deeper into the valley. Chapter 80, Mountain Descent, Violent Purge. Watching Yang Jian's retreating figure, Zhao Wuji's face twisted by fear and humiliation suddenly turned the color of liver. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into the flesh of his palms, but he dared not utter another word. For he could distinctly sense that the faint yet terrifying aura emanating from the youth one that threatened his very existence had not entirely dissipated. He had no doubt that if he uttered another word of nonsense, the other would tear him and his laughable pride to shreds without hesitation. Oomph! Zhao Wuji ground out a cold snort, filled with endless venom. He no longer looked at Yang Jian. Instead, he pulled a healing pill emitting a potent medicinal scent from his storage bracelet and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he roared at the group of freshmen behind him, still frozen in shock and awe. What the hell are you all standing around for? Do you want those credits or not? Keep moving. His voice was harsh on the outside but weak on the inside, filled with impotent rage. The other 4 upperclassmen also snapped out of their profound shock. They exchanged glances, each seeing deep apprehension and a hint of relief in the other's eyes. Thankfully, it wasn't them who had charged forward to their deaths just now. Silently, they distanced themselves from Zhao Wuji before urging the freshmen under their charge to resume their tasks. This time, however, their demeanor was markedly more restrained, stripped of the arrogant, overbearing air they had carried before. The new recruits, meanwhile, cast incredibly complex glances at the solitary, proud figure who had already turned away without a backward look, striding deep into the valley. A few new recruits flashed hesitation in their eyes, seemingly tempted to follow Yang Jian's example and break away from the main group. But in the end, they lacked the courage. Because they were not Yang Jian. They lacked the audacity and strength to confront a peak third-rank powerhouse head-on. Ultimately, urged on by the seniors, they reluctantly averted their gazes, regrouped, and cautiously followed behind the seniors as they pressed forward. Yet the atmosphere throughout the entire group had grown eerily tense and oppressive. Meanwhile, once Yang Jian confirmed he had completely slipped beyond the perception range of that burden trailing behind him, a cold, savage grin finally spread across his previously impassive face, a grin brimming with boundless murderous intent. A bunch of ignorant ants. He muttered under his breath. Since you all enjoy watching performances so much, today I'll show you what true catastrophe. Before the words had even finished echoing, he held nothing back. The power of his bloodline erupted violently within him. Roar! A terrifying roar, filled with the primordial aura of ancient chaos, erupted from his mouth, a sound powerful enough to make the entire Greenwood Valley tremble violently. His body swelled and stretched madly, accompanied by bone-chilling cracks and the tearing of flesh. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, a primordial demon god descended over 15 meters tall, muscles bulging like mountains, its entire body encased in a layer of monstrous armor that seemed cast from ancient bronze and rock. Mountain Giant Ape. This is his strongest conventional combat form now. That terrifying stature, that body brimming with explosive power, those eyes blazing with golden flames, filled with savage and destructive intent. Merely standing there, a terrifying aura capable of crushing mountains and rivers, suppressing all existence, surged out like a tsunami, sweeping wildly in all directions. Within the valley, countless ferocious beasts that had been roaring and snarling fell utterly silent the instant they sensed this irresistible terror emanating from the deepest depths of their very existence, as if encountering a natural predator. For the first time, their eyes, usually filled with savagery and madness, revealed an emotion called fear. They trembled, cowering on the ground, having lost even the courage to flee. Yet Yang Jian offered them no chance to beg for mercy. He had come to purge. Begin the purge. His thunderous voice, filled with icy killing intent, echoed throughout the entire valley. The next second, his mountain-like, colossal frame moved. Boom! 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 With each step he took forward, the earth trembled violently and groaned in agony. He charged headlong toward the densest pack of ferocious beasts ahead, with the most brutal and utterly unreasonable force. Thud! He casually swung a fist. Before the fist even made contact, the sheer force of the wind alone blew several peak level 2 iron-backed grey wolves into the air, shattering them into a sky-filling mist of blood. Rip! He tore through the air with a backhand claw strike. 5 terrifying claw marks, each tens of meters long and forged from pure force, flashed into existence. A vast swarm of early tier level 3 venomous flower pythons, along with the ground beneath them, was brutally torn into countless fragments by that single claw strike. This battle had never been a contest from the start. It was a crushing, one-sided slaughter. It was the most brutal, most savage, violent culling of a swarm of ants by an ancient demon god. Yang Jian unleashed his full fury. The spear of the nether god transformed in his grasp into a colossal siege lance, dozens of meters long, ready to be hurled at will. Each strike effortlessly pierced through a small mountain, impaling and pinning every ferocious beast in its path. The judgment spear became an infinitely deployable, wide-area shell of devastating destruction. Each throw ignited a miniature golden sun filled with purifying divine thunder within the beast horde, instantly vaporizing hundreds upon hundreds of ferocious beasts. When facing elite beasts with formidable defenses, those reaching the peak of tier 3, he didn't even bother using divine abilities. Instead, he directly channeled the crushing might of his mountainous body, confronting them head-on with the purest, most savage brute force. A mystic crystal earth dragon, renowned for its defense, had barely emerged from the ground when Yang Jian stomped it head to toe into the earth before it could unleash its signature skill, turning it into a literal dragon meat patty. A shadow demon panther, swift and skilled in ambush, had just crept behind Yang Jian to deliver a fatal strike when Yang Jian, without even turning his head, backhanded it into a blurred mass of flesh so pulverized that not even its DNA could be detected. Violence. Bloody. Efficiency. Yang Jian advanced like the most efficient harvester, sweeping through the vast valley with frenzied momentum. Wherever he passed, corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood flowed. All the ferocious beasts, regardless of rank, type, or number, met only one fate: death. Meanwhile, he acted like a diligent scavenger, relentlessly slaughtering while meticulously collecting every valuable beast crystal core and rare material into his storage bracelet. Meanwhile, after swallowing the elixir, the swelling on Zhao Wuji's face finally began to subside slightly. He led the trembling new recruits cautiously deeper into the valley. But this time, he carried not a trace of his former arrogance or tyranny. A thick, cloud-like gloom perpetually shrouded his face. His eyes burned with resentment, but above all else, they held a fear that refused to be shaken off. Wake the hell up, all of you! Blackwind Ridge lies ahead. The beasts there are denser and more powerful. Anyone who dares to slow us down won't get any mercy from me. He bellowed at the group of newcomers behind him, his voice fierce but hollow, attempting to mask his own inner weakness and unease. Yet, when they cautiously crested a mountain peak and reached the so-called Blackwind Ridge, everyone froze. Once again, they froze in place like statues struck by a petrifying spell. The scene before them bore no resemblance to what they had imagined. There were no roaring beasts as they'd expected. No demonic aura piercing the heavens. Not even a single living beast could be seen. The entire Blackwind Ridge lay in deathly silence. Only corpses littered the ground. Bodies torn to shreds, bodies piled like mountains, bodies ripped apart, bodies charred to cinders. And flowing between the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, gathering into streams, scalding hot blood. What happened? An elder's voice trembled as he cried out in shock. The beasts? Where did all the beasts go? Zhao Wuji's pupils suddenly contracted, his body jerking violently. A bone-chilling coldness instantly shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. It can't be, it's him. He murmured dazedly, his voice filled with endless, ghostly terror. He did it. He did all of this. There was no other plausible explanation. How long had it been since then? From the moment that Monster broke ranks and went solo until now, it couldn't have been more than half an hour. Half an hour. And he's already slaughtered every single beast in the entire Blackwind Ridge? This ing, what kind of efficiency is this? Is this even human? Chapter 81, who's the real rookie here? The moment the words "he did it all" trembled from Zhao Wuji's lips, the entire squad, veterans and rookies alike, felt as if an invisible thunderbolt had struck their very souls. Him? No, it can't be, a rookie murmured in a tone thick with uncertainty, like a dream-like whisper. This is Blackwind Ridge. I checked the records, there are at least 20 level 3 ferocious beasts stationed here alone. There's even a level 3 peak beast king that's almost at the threshold of level 3. He alone, how could he possibly? He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood his meaning. This utterly shattered their very understanding of what power could be. This was a miracle. Something only a true deity could accomplish. Lei Dong of the Demon Martial Academy stared fixedly at the pitifully scattered corpses of the beasts littering the ground. His crimson eyes brimmed with unprecedented shock and a hint of fervor he hadn't even noticed himself. He had always believed himself to be the one who had taken combat and violence to their ultimate extreme among his peers. But today he realized that compared to that man, he was nothing more than a child still playing in the mud. Qin Wushuang of the Southern Martial House also approached silently. He extended a finger, gently tracing the body of a blue-eyed demon wolf severed cleanly at the waist.
He could distinctly sense, upon that smooth cleft, the lingering echoes of a power so utterly pure, so overwhelmingly domineering, that even his steadfast sword heart trembled in its presence. So terrifyingly powerful. He murmured, closing his eyes. This isn't a sword, nor a blade. It's pure, utterly ruthless, crushing force. Oomph. I doubt it was him. Just as everyone was immersed in this endless shock, an untimely cold snort suddenly rang out. It was Li Hao from the Jing Circle. His face darkening, he forced out a defense. Perhaps it was an internal clash among the beast hordes within Blackwind Ridge. Or maybe some passing martial god palace instructor casually cleaned up this place. In any case, there's no way that bastard could have done it alone. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a freshman. How could he possibly accomplish something like this in half an hour? Though his words were riddled with holes, they unexpectedly voiced the answer many were most willing to believe. Yeah. Admitting that an accident had occurred here was far easier to swallow than acknowledging the gap between herself and that man had grown as vast as that between mortal and deity. Zhao Wuji said nothing more. He merely cast a glance at the deluded runner-up, his eyes brimming with pity and sympathy. Meanwhile, deeper within the valley, Yang Jian, now transformed into the mountain giant ape, advanced like the most efficient demolition crew, rampaging across the vast land. Wherever he passed, rocks shattered and the earth groaned. All ferocious beasts, regardless of rank or species, were effortlessly torn to shreds by his unreasonable, absolute power. Amidst this frenzied slaughter, he carried out one utterly professional, even skilled habit to its extreme. Boom! He crushed a late-stage level 3 armadillo beast that had just emerged from underground, along with dozens of meters of rock beneath it, into dust with a single stomp. Then, with a gentle wave of his mountain-like palm, an invisible gust of wind instantly swept across the battlefield. It erased every trace of his unique fighting style, every mark that could reveal his identity, leaving the devastated battlefield utterly blank. Whether it was the colossal footprints or the lingering traces of his overwhelming suppression power, everything vanished without a trace under the gust's sweep. Only the mangled remains of beasts, as if ravaged by some natural disaster, were left scattered across the ground. Professional. Yang Jian nodded with satisfaction. Only after completing this did he leisurely step forward, extracting the valuable earth attribute crystal core from the pangolin beast's body and casually tossing it into his storage bracelet. Then he sprinted toward his next target. Time flew by in this bloody yet efficient clearance. 2 hours later, when Yang Jian flicked the last level 2 water arrow fish trembling behind a waterfall into a bloody mist with a single finger, he finally slowed his pace. Only after confirming not a single breathing beast remained did he nod in satisfaction. That's a wrap. He deactivated his transformation, reverting to his appearance as a handsome young man. Then, glancing at his storage bracelet stuffed to bursting, he wore a satisfied smile that only appeared during times of bountiful harvest. Ignoring Zhao Wuji and the others still frantically searching for any stragglers like headless flies behind him, he directly activated angel wings. A pair of enormous wings, radiating holiness and light as if formed from pure particles of light, slowly unfolded behind him. With a single flap of his wings, his entire form transformed into a white streak of light, soaring skyward in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he flew straight back toward the direction of the martial god palace. He was going to submit his quest. He was going to exchange for the star coins he had long anticipated. Half an hour later, when Zhao Wuji finally led the group of exhausted new recruits to the end of the valley, they were once again stunned by the sight before them. Completely empty. The entire rear section of the valley was equally barren. Nothing remained but scattered corpses and an overwhelming stench of blood, not a single living soul in sight. Gone, all gone? Really, every last one, gone? A new recruit murmured in a dreamlike voice. Not only had they not encountered a single level 3 ferocious beast along the way, they hadn't even seen a level 1 one. It was as if every beast in the entire Qingmu Valley had been packed up and carried away by some incomprehensible entity before they even arrived. He alone, really, took the entire mission for himself? This absurd and subversive thought once again surged uncontrollably through everyone's minds. This time, no one dared to voice any objection. Because the truth was staring them straight in the face. Zhao Wuji stood frozen in place, his face ashen, not uttering a word. His eyes, filled with venomous hatred, fixed intently on the direction of the martial god palace. Damn Yang Jian. Compared to him, I was nothing but a greenhorn. Chapter 82, Trading Credits for Star Coins? 1,000-fold critical hit, advancing to 2nd grade. Martial God Palace, Mission Center. This was one of the busiest and liveliest spots in the entire Martial God Palace. The vast circular hall bustled with activity as countless disciples in silver training robes hurried to and fro. Some had just returned from a perilous secret realm, narrowly escaping death, their clothes still stained with fresh blood. Others gathered in small groups before a massive light screen, passionately debating the feasibility of a high-reward mission. The air carried a distinct scent, a potent blend of tension, excitement, and the heavy aroma of academic credits. When Yang Jian entered the hall alone, his presence barely caused a ripple. Though his triple first place and cataclysm level ratings had long been the talk of the Martial God Palace, this was the Martial God Palace. It was the place with the highest concentration of geniuses in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Even the most prodigious newcomer remained just that, a newcomer. To the upperclassman, who had long since seen every kind of storm, he was hardly worth a second glance.
Yang Jian walked straight to the quest submission window at the center of the hall.
Attending the window was a middle-aged instructor sporting a handlebar mustache, who appeared somewhat lazy.
Mission credential, the instructor said lazily, not even lifting an eyelid.
Yang Jian placed his black wristband on the sensor pad.
Beep. A soft beep sounded. New recruit mandatory task, Kunlun purification, submitting. Calculating contribution points. Calculation complete. Level 1 Ferocious Beast Slain, 1785. Level 2 Ferocious Beast Slain, 432. Level 3 Monsters Slain, 58. Mission completion rate, 100%. Overall rating, S+, perfect clear. Final reward credits, 13,500 points.
When this staggering series of numbers appeared on the holographic display before his mentor, the man's lazy expression froze instantly. He snapped his head up, his sleepy eyes widening to saucers as he stared at Yang Jian as if he'd seen a ghost.
One person had single-handedly purged the entire Aokigahara forest? This ing, is this even something a freshman could pull off? Cough.
The instructor choked on his own saliva, coughing violently. He stared at Yang Jian as though looking at a monster in human form.
This, student, are you absolutely certain you killed all of them alone? He asked tentatively, his voice dripping with doubt. Isn't the mission only supposed to be submitted individually? Yang Jian countered indifferently. The question left the instructor speechless. Indeed.
The Martial God Palace's system was absolutely impartial. Task vouchers were bound to individual souls, making cheating utterly impossible.
Which meant, this freshman before us truly single-handedly slaughtered the entire Greenwood Valley in just a few short hours? All right. The instructor swallowed hard, his gaze toward Yang Jian having completely transformed. It was a look born of genuine awe.
He hurriedly processed the transfer, crediting 13,500 academic credits to Yang Jian's account. Yet Yang Jian's next words froze him in place once more.
Advisor, could you do me a favor?
Yang Jian pointed calmly at the credits that had just appeared on the light screen.
Convert all these credits into star coins for me. The entire window fell into an instant, deafening silence.
The middle-aged instructor scratched his ear, convinced he'd heard wrong.
What did you say?
I said, convert all my credits into star coins.
Yang Jian repeated patiently. Whoa.
This time, the instructor heard him clearly. He sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Yang Jian with the look reserved for fools, lunatics, or the mentally unstable.
Student. Do you realize what you're saying?
His voice had grown shrill with sheer astonishment.
In the Martial God Palace, credits are everything. They're life itself. They're the only way you can grow stronger. As for star coins, that junk?
Outside the palace, maybe you can buy some food or drinks with them, but inside the Martial God Palace, they're worthless as scrap paper.
You're actually going to exchange over 10,000 credits, an amount that would make any senior student green with envy for worthless paper? His exclamation instantly drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Countless eyes turned toward him in unison. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Someone's trading credits for star coins? Which department is this little cutie from? Did a ferocious beast kick them in the head? Over 13,000 credits.
That's enough to buy a top-tier B-grade cultivation technique at the exchange center.
And he's trading it for star coins? What a waste!
This is nothing short of squandering a treasure.
The entire hall erupted in an instant.
Everyone stared at Yang Jian with the same look reserved for the foolish son of a wealthy family, their whispers filled with bewilderment and mockery. But when they recognized Yang Jian's face, already infamous throughout the Martial God Palace's internal forums as the top freshman, that mockery instantly escalated into undisguised contempt and scorn.
So that's who it was. The so-called catastrophic level top scholar. Put. That's hilarious. This is the so-called legend? Looks like a complete bumpkin to me. Doesn't even know which is more important, academic credits or star coins? Hot topic 8, guys, can you believe it?
Ran into that top freshman in the mission hall today, and he actually wanted to exchange over 10,000 credits for star coins.
I'm seriously crying. Could carbon-based lifeforms even conceive of such logic?
I say, that catastrophic level rating was definitely a system glitch.
With that IQ, how could he possibly have scored that high? Exactly.
A country bumpkin from some backwater town, never seen the world, no wonder he's got money on the brain.
Hot B, dude, you're thinking too small. What if the big shot plans to take those star coins back home, buy a few hundred apartments, and become a landlord? Dog head emoji for safety. Ha ha ha. You hit the nail on the head. What's martial arts? What's getting stronger? Nothing beats being a rich old man. What a disgrace to our Martial God Palace. How did someone like this even pass the 3 trials? Were the gatekeepers asleep? Popular, see this move? This move is called Digital Miser. Case closed. Recommend slapping a label on him immediately. Stay far away from him in the future to avoid catching his penny-pinching vibe. In an instant, a tidal wave of scornful and mocking remarks crashed down upon Yang Jian. Miser, hick, penniless, connections getter. One by one, these malicious labels were mercilessly pinned onto Yang Jian. Yang Jian looked at the mentor behind the window, now completely frozen in shock, and calmly repeated his request once more. Advisor, exchange. Facing those eyes, serene and utterly devoid of emotion, the middle-aged instructor finally sighed in resignation. All right. He knew further persuasion was futile. He could only curse the wasteful brat under his breath while processing the exchange for Yang Jian at the official 100-to-1 ratio. Ding. Your account credits 13,500 points. Ding. Your personal account has received 1,350,000 star coins. Staring at the newly displayed string of zeros on his wristband, Yang Jian finally let out a genuine smile of satisfaction. Ignoring the crowd of privileged elites still pointing and whispering behind him, he turned and walked straight out of the mission hall under countless gazes that screamed "Look at the little cutie" before heading back to his dorm. Back in his room, he locked the door. Yang Jian could no longer contain the excitement and fervor surging within him. Donate. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured the entire 1.35 million star coins he'd just acquired into the system. Ding. Detected host donation of 1,350,000 yuan. Charity system activated. Donation successful. Processing charitable rewards? The familiar glow flared before his eyes once more. The wheel of fate began spinning wildly. This time, the light seemed brighter than ever before, more dazzling, more blinding. Finally, a golden pillar of light, as bright as the sun itself, erupted with a thunderous roar enough to illuminate the entire room. Charity reward triggered thousandfold critical hit. A line of gilded characters, larger and more resplendent than any before, abruptly materialized before his eyes. Boom! Yang Jian's mind went blank. An unprecedented, overwhelming surge of terrifying energy so immense it defied description, as if the entire cosmos had poured into him, exploded within his body. He didn't even have time to react. His vital energy, which had previously reached 260 units, still a distant stretch from the bottleneck of a second-grade martial artist, was now propelled by this terrifying force like a rocket blasting off. It began to surge upward at an unimaginable speed, exploding upward. 300 units. 350 units. 400 units. 450 units. The formidable barrier between the first and second ranks crumbled like fragile paper before this overwhelming, unyielding torrent of energy. Snap! A crisp sound that seemed to echo from the depths of one's soul. The bottleneck shattered with a thunderous crash. A brand new power surged through his limbs and bones, tenfold stronger than before, brimming with the characteristics of external projection and masterful control. Chi and blood radiated outward, wounding enemies from afar. This was the most distinctive hallmark of a second-rank martial artist. And his vital energy continued to surge upward relentlessly, showing no sign of stopping even after breaking through that bottleneck. Finally, under Yang Jian's gaze, filled with ecstatic disbelief, it settled upon a number capable of making the entire martial god palace tremble. Vitality points, 501. Second-grade martial artist. He made it. Chapter 83, Shocking the Martial God Palace. The blushing senior sister. When the torrent of colossal energy finally subsided, Yang Jian remained seated cross-legged, eyes tightly shut. Yet his entire aura had undergone a transformative shift. Before, he had been a dormant yet massive volcano, dangerous yet still bound by the Earth's constraints. Now he was a supernova, free from all gravitational constraints, poised to begin its expansion. He could distinctly feel every drop of blood within him burning, brimming with explosive power. With a single thought, the surging sea of vital energy could burst forth from his body, transforming into the sharpest blades and the most impenetrable armor capable of taking a life from dozens of meters away. This was the power of a second-rank martial artist. It was a higher level of mastery and utilization of one's own energy. With my current blood energy intensity, if I were to activate the mountain giant ape transformation again, Yang Jian silently calculated in his mind. With 501 points of vital energy amplified by both beast blood boiling and his S-grade bloodline, his base explosive power would likely rival that of an ordinary 4th-rank early-stage grandmaster. Add to that the suppression power of mountain body and his already mastered through-back fist. Zhao Wuji? A cold, utterly confident curve lifted at the corner of Yang Jian's mouth. Next time, it won't be as simple as a slap. With a flicker of thought, the familiar personal interface, once again distorted beyond recognition, slowly materialized before his eyes. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, second-rank martial artist. Vitality, 501 points. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, Level 1 Awakened Particles, 1250 10,800. Constitution, Celestial Walker's Physique. Bloodline, S-rank Mountain Giant Ape SSS rank Kuanping. Divine Abilities, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS rank unlocked, Arm Reaching Ape Transformation, Kuanping Transformation.
Lifebound divine abilities, wings of hell, wings of angels, hell's crucible, elephant heart unconscious body, spear of the nether god, judgment spear, storm. Bloodline talents, beast blood boil, wild instinct, abyssal gaze, momentary soaring, mountainous frame. Overall assessment, a primordial beast that has just completed its juvenile transformation, it has already mastered the basics of exploiting rules to maximize its own advantage. Just as it marveled at its lavishly adorned attribute panel. The black bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated faintly. An unfamiliar communication request popped up. Yang Jian glanced at it and discovered the initiator was none other than Zhuge Qing, whom he had briefly encountered during the Fireseed project selection. He casually accepted the call. A voice filled with lazy teasing came through the bracelet. "Hey there, Yang the top scholar, how's life treating you at the Martial God Palace lately?" The screen displayed Zhuge Qing's handsome face, framed by gold-rimmed glasses. He was reclining on a sofa that looked expensive, with a background that seemed to be a luxurious dorm room equally filled with futuristic technology. Clearly, with his formidable family background and innate talent, he was equally thriving at his own Jingwu University. Not bad. Barely scraping by, Yang Jian chuckled. TSK TSK TSK. If those folks outside the ones scrambling to get into the Martial God Palace heard you say that, they'd probably drop dead on the spot. Zhuge Qing chuckled, then straightened his tone with a hint of pride. Enough small talk. Let's get down to business. I called to inform you. I just broke through recently too. A powerful surge of vital energy rippled from his body. Vital energy value, 295 units. Zhuge Qing pushed his glasses up and a confident curve touched his lips. So you'd better step up your game. Don't let me leave you in the dust at the National Freshman College Tournament. I won't hold back when I crush you then, you know. His words carried both friendly banter and fierce competitive spirit. Is that so? Yang Jian nearly chuckled. I'll be waiting to see. After a few more casual exchanges, they ended the call. And in the mere minutes Yang Jian spent talking with Zhuge Qing, he had become famous once more within the Martial God Palace. When Zhao Wuji led the disheartened freshman back to the mission center and submitted that horrendous mission report, the entire mission hall erupted once more. Breaking news! Top freshman Yang Jian clashes with senior, reportedly snaps and goes berserk over a single disagreement. Hoarding the entire mission? But catastrophe-level top scholars single-handedly wiped out the entire Greenwood Valley? Is the slap mark on senior Zhao Wuji's face real? Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Post after post, brimming with gossip and sensationalism, sprouted like mushrooms after rain across the internal forums of the Sacred Academy app. Once again, the name Yang Jian became the center of everyone's attention in the most controversial way possible. The next day, early morning. Knock knock knock. A series of urgent knocks jolted Yang Jian from his cultivation. He opened the door to find none other than his senior classmate Lu Xian standing outside. But this time, Lu Xian's face was filled with anxiety and concern. Junior brother Yang Jian. Are you okay? The moment she stepped inside, she frantically scanned Yang Jian from head to toe. I heard you got into a fight with that lunatic Zhao Wuji yesterday? He didn't hurt you, did he? Zhao Wuji was notorious among the senior students at the Martial God Palace for his petty nature and vindictiveness. She was genuinely worried that Yang Jian, a freshman who had just enrolled, would suffer his insane retaliation. I'm fine. Seeing her concerned expression, Yang Jian felt a warm surge in his heart and shook his head with a smile. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Lu Xian exhaled a long sigh of relief, but her delicate brows immediately furrowed with worry as she cautioned. But you must be extremely careful from now on. That Zhao Wuji won't let this go. He might not dare to confront you openly, but he'll definitely use every underhanded trick to sabotage you behind the scenes. Senior, don't worry. A faint, enigmatic smile touched Yang Jian's lips. A mere Zhao Wuji? I don't even consider him a threat. With that, he ceased suppressing the power within him. A second-rank martial artist's aura surged from his body, more powerful, more concentrated, and more outwardly radiant than the one he had unleashed in the valley yesterday. The pressure wasn't directed at anyone in particular. But Lu Xian, standing directly before him, bore the brunt of it. She felt as though she had plunged from a fragile boat into raging, towering waves in an instant. An indescribable, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped her entire body. Her breath caught in her throat. Her bright eyes widened in shock, fixed intently on Yang Jian. Her delicate face was etched with an unprecedented, extreme horror and utter disbelief. Second rank? She screamed, her voice sharp and off-key from sheer shock. You actually broke through to second grade? Are you kidding me? How long has it even been since you enrolled? At most, barely over half a month. He'd already advanced from a freshman to the realm of a second-rank martial artist? This is beyond what genius can describe. It's a miracle. A complete and utter miracle, one that shouldn't exist in this world. Her hand shot out instinctively, grabbing Yang Jian's arm as if to confirm whether this man who had shattered her worldview was even real. When she felt the steel-like hardness beneath his arm and the warm, explosive power radiating from it, her delicate, fair face flushed crimson in an instant. Just then. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded again. Yang Jian opened the door to find Lei Dong, Qin Wushuang, and several other freshmen who had performed well in the trials standing outside. Yang Jian. Lei Dong, the fearless battle maniac who usually took on anything, now wore an awkward, bashful expression on his face as he faced Yang Jian. We came to thank you. He scratched his head and mumbled in a muffled voice, yesterday in the valley, if you hadn't stood up for us, who knows how badly we freshmen would have been bullied by those upperclassmen. That's right, Qin Wushuang chimed in, clasping his fists with a complex look in his eyes. That slap might have been rash, but it fought for the dignity of all us freshmen. Brother Yang Jian. From this day forward, you are the leader of our freshman class. We'll follow your every command, even if it costs us our lives. Several freshmen stared at Yang Jian with eyes brimming with admiration and fervor, their voices rising in unison. Clearly, Yang Jian's earth-shattering slap yesterday hadn't isolated him, instead, it had quietly established his absolute authority. He had become the undisputed leader of this entire freshman class. Chapter 84, Su Mucheng becomes mentor? Where did it go wrong? Faced with Lei Dong and the others' adoring, fervent gazes and their heartfelt cries of boss, Yang Jian was somewhat taken aback. His actions yesterday had been purely because that idiot Zhao Wuji had disrupted his trash-picking hobby, and he'd just given him a lesson on the side. Little did I expect that, without even realizing it, I'd ended up with a bunch of followers. Alright, come on in and take a seat. He stepped aside to let everyone into the dorm room. Seeing this, Luo Xian tactfully dropped her girlish demeanor still tinged with shock and a hint of inexplicable emotion and resumed her efficient, cheerful senior student persona, enthusiastically pouring tea for everyone. In an instant, Yang Jian's once quiet dorm room became bustling with activity. Big brother Yang Jian, how did you pull that off yesterday? That slap was so badass. You should have seen Zhao Wuji's face, he turned green as a turtle. Ha ha ha. Lei Dong, the naturally outgoing combat maniac, plopped down on the sofa and exclaimed with animated enthusiasm, as if he himself had delivered that slap yesterday. Yeah, Yang Jian, Qin Wushuang nodded, a genuine look of admiration flickering across his usually stern face. The power you unleashed in that instant, and that ability to lock down space, it was beyond belief. Just luck, Yang Jian replied with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. He certainly wouldn't tell them he hadn't even tapped into 1/10,000th of his true strength yesterday. Stop being so modest, boss, exclaimed a new student, his face aglow with admiration. The entire Martial God Palace Forum is buzzing about you right now. Everyone's speculating how much more power you're holding back. Right. Lei Dong suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly. The annual National Freshman College League is in 2 months. You'll definitely represent our Martial God Palace, won't you? Lei Dong asked with envious anticipation. It's the most crucial exchange tournament among all the top institutions in our great Xia Kingdom. It's also the ultimate stage for freshmen to make a name for themselves, gain massive resources, and capture everyone's attention. Every year, the top 5 freshmen from each university form a team to compete in the league. He looked at Yang Jian with an expression that said it was only natural. With your insane skills, boss, who else could possibly win this year's championship? Exactly. You absolutely have to crush those arrogant jerks from Jingwu and Mo. Show them who the true king of our class really is. The other freshmen chimed in enthusiastically, their voices brimming with anticipation and shared pride. Yang Jian merely smiled at their words, saying nothing. After chatting idly for a while longer, seeing that it was getting late, they all suggested heading to the Martial God Palace cafeteria for a meal to celebrate the unofficial formation of this freshman alliance. Yang Jian didn't refuse. The Martial God Palace cafeteria was less a cafeteria and more a magnificent aerial restaurant built atop the cloud sea. Not only did it serve top-tier delicacies crafted from the flesh of rare ferocious beasts and spiritual herbs, feasts that would satisfy even the most demanding martial artists, but it also offered an unparalleled panoramic view overlooking the entire Kunlun mountain range. As Yang Jian and his group entered the cafeteria, chatting and laughing, their party comprising the top freshmen and several other elite newcomers immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Countless gazes turned toward them in unison. Some gazes held curiosity, others scrutiny, and still others reverence. Naturally, there were also plenty of unfriendly stares from the upperclassmen. But at that very moment, Yang Ken's footsteps abruptly halted. His calm eyes narrowed sharply, locking onto a solitary figure seated by the window, quietly eating, a figure clad in white. That figure was so familiar. That face was so deeply etched in his memory. Su Mucheng? She? What was she doing here? A tidal wave of shock crashed through Yang Jian's mind. He was stunned. Completely stunned. Ever since that bitter parting outside Huangqing City, he hadn't laid eyes on this woman again. He had assumed that with her talent, she would at most gain admission to a top-tier academy like the Capital Martial Arts Academy or the Demon Martial Arts Academy. But he never dreamed he'd encounter her again in the cafeteria of the Martial God Palace. Could it be she had entered the Martial God Palace through some secret channel unknown to him? Just as Yang Jian's mind reeled in shock and confusion, the white figure, as if sensing his gaze, slowly lifted her head.
Their eyes met. Sumu Cheng's phoenix-like eyes, cold as an ancient frozen lake, flashed with an almost imperceptible ripple the moment she saw Yang Jian.
Then she set down her cutlery, rose to her feet, and strode toward Yang Jian with graceful steps.
What was she doing? A warning bell instantly rang in Yang Jian's mind.
Instinctively, he prepared to summon the power within him, ready to counter any sudden attack this woman might launch. In his eyes, this woman was nothing short of a complete lunatic and utterly irrational psychopath. Every encounter with her brought nothing but trouble. However, Suma Cheng had no intention of attacking. She simply walked up to Yang Jian and stopped. Then, in a tone he couldn't fathom, utterly flat and detached, as if announcing some trivial matter, she spoke slowly.
Starting today, I am your mentor. One-on-one. Boom! These words exploded in Yang Jian's mind like a billion thunderbolts from the creator. His Tao heart, which had remained utterly unruffled even when besieged by 4 skeleton dragon beasts, finally shattered completely at that moment. He stared blankly at the face before him, so breathtakingly beautiful yet so cold it seemed otherworldly just inches away. His mind went blank. Teacher? This woman who had been driven to the brink of death by his actions time and again. The woman who hated him with a passion. Had actually become his mentor? And it's ing one-on-one? This ing, what the hell went wrong? But Suma Cheng showed no intention of giving him any time to question or react.
After uttering those words, she brushed past him without a second glance and strode straight out of the cafeteria.
Yang Jian was left standing there like a wooden post struck by lightning, frozen dumbstruck. Completely flustered. After this fateful reunion, Yang Jian spent the next fortnight living in an utterly bizarre state of constant anxiety. But to his surprise, Suma Cheng, the woman who had called herself his mentor, vanished without a trace, never to reappear. She didn't come to teach him, didn't come to give him a hard time, and didn't even send a single message. It was as if everything that had happened in the cafeteria that day had been nothing more than an absurd nightmare he had dreamed. This left Yang Jian feeling both relieved and filled with an even greater sense of bewilderment. What exactly was this woman up to? Unable to figure it out, he stopped trying. He poured all his energy back into cultivation. The blood luo crystals in his possession, along with the materials he'd looted from Qingmu Valley, were quickly consumed or sold off, leaving little remaining. His strength steadily increased. But problems soon followed. He ran out of money. Without fresh resources flowing in, his progress hit another bottleneck. I have to take on quests. Yang Jian stared at his depleted credits and Starcoins accounts, his resolve set. No matter what, I need to pull off a few big wins before the National Freshman College League begins. Hopefully a few critical hits will push my strength to the peak of the 2nd rank. But before he could select a suitable, high-reward mission from the mission center, the black bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated again. A communication request that made his heart skip a beat popped up. Initiator. Mentor, Sumu Cheng. Yang Jian's heart sank instantly. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally answered the call. Come to my office. Sumu Cheng's icy, emotionless voice echoed through the wristband. There is a teaching assignment that needs to be carried out. Before Yang Jian could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. Yang Jian fell silent once more, clutching the wristband. Finally, he took a deep breath, stood up, and headed toward the faculty office area indicated on the app. He was determined to see what this woman was really up to. When he pushed open the door marked Suma Cheng, he found not only the woman in white sitting at the desk, head down over documents, as unyielding as an eternal iceberg, but also several other students clad in silver training uniforms. But these weren't freshmen, they were upperclassmen with overwhelmingly powerful auras and eyes sharp as blades. Chapter 85, Who Told You I'm a First Class? The moment Yang Jian stepped into the office, he felt several pairs of eyes, brimming with scrutiny and pressure, fixated on him. He looked up. In the spacious office, besides the Ice Queen-like figure seated at the head of the desk Suma Cheng, stood 4 upperclassmen, 2 men and 2 women. Each of them stood tall and straight, their aura deep and concentrated. Though they deliberately suppressed their vital energy fluctuations, Yang Jian could still discern from their agile, panther-like physiques and the occasional flash of sharpness in their eyes that, without exception, all 4 were second-rank martial artists. And by no means ordinary second rank. Their foundations were incredibly solid, clearly belonging to the elite ranks even within the martial god palace. Mentor. Yang Jian's gaze swept over the 4 seniors before settling on Suma Cheng. He addressed her in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Though his heart brimmed with caution and suspicion toward this woman, he would maintain superficial courtesy until their relationship was completely severed. Suma Cheng slowly lifted her head from the documents. Her icy phoenix eyes fixed calmly on Yang Jian as she introduced without a flicker of emotion. Let me introduce you. She gestured toward the 4 upperclassmen. They are among the top-tier students in the 2nd year and will be your teammates for this teaching assignment. This is Chu Feng, a high-tier 2nd-rank cultivator who commands wind elements. A handsome young man with an ethereal aura nodded kindly at Yang Jian. This is Han Shan, peak 2nd rank, specializing in physical cultivation, a strength-focused martial artist. A burly man over 2 meters tall, his muscles like steel castings, grinned at Yang Jian, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. This is Bai Wei, a high-tier 2nd rank mentalist specializing in perception and support. A quiet, intellectual-looking woman wearing glasses offered Yang Jian a polite smile. Finally, Sumu Cheng's gaze settled on the only one who had been observing Yang Jian with a scrutinizing and disapproving look since he entered, a fiery redhead with a stunning figure. This is Yan Lingji, a 2nd rank peak fire elemental martial artist. She has a rather temperamental disposition. Oomph. The red-haired woman named Yan Lingji snorted coldly at the introduction, her voice blunt and unapologetic. Her voice, like her presence, radiated fiery intensity and aggression. Mentor, if I may speak frankly. Her wild eyes fixed intently on Yang Jian, her tone dripping with unmasked skepticism. We all know the danger level of this mission. I simply don't understand why we're bringing along a liability who hasn't even finished the new recruit training camp? Her words were blunt and harsh. Yet her gaze was earnest. There was no mockery, no contempt. Only a pure concern for the team's overall strength and the mission's success rate. Clearly, in her view, despite Yang Jian's dazzling reputation as the top-ranked recruit across 3 lists, he remained nothing more than a rookie. A liability who might require their constant distraction to protect during the impending death mission, one that would prove challenging even for peak 2nd rank martial artists. Yan Lingji, watch your words. Xu Feng frowned slightly beside her, offering a quiet warning. I'm merely stating a fact, Yan Lingji retorted without backing down, turning to Su Mucheng with righteous indignation. Mentor, we're heading to the Meteor Ruins. Even 4th rank grandmasters wouldn't dare guarantee safe passage from that place. Bringing along a 1st rank freshman? Are you kidding me? Su Mucheng remained silent. Her icy phoenix eyes remained fixed on Yang Jian, calm and steady, as if waiting for his reaction. Her purpose in organizing this mission, just as Yan Lingji had stated, was to journey to a special secret realm from her past life's memories, a place brimming with immense opportunity yet equally fraught with grave danger, one that was about to open. And the reason she had called upon Xu Feng, Han Shan, Bai Wei, and Yan Lingji was because, in her past life's memories, these 4 possessed the greatest potential among their cohort and were destined for the highest achievements. Each possessed terrifying potential to break through to the 9th grade realm and beyond in the future. Her mission in this lifetime was to secure these future pillars of strength under her banner ahead of time. To lay the most solid foundation for her future God Squad, a force capable of confronting the ultimate catastrophe. As for why she brought along Yang Jian, that infuriating wildcard who made her teeth itch, her purpose was simple. First, she wanted to see with her own eyes just how many secrets this guy was hiding. Where exactly were his limits? Second, she intended to make him experience firsthand what a true death mission entailed. She would crush his arrogance. Make him understand this world is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. Make him put away that perpetually nonchalant, infuriating smug expression. Yet, faced with Yan Lingji's explosive skepticism and Su Mucheng's piercing scrutiny, Yang Jian's expression remained eerily calm. He even let out a soft chuckle. The sound was faint, yet it reached every ear in the room with crystal clarity. What are you laughing at? Yan Lingji's eyebrows shot up in fury as a wave of scorching energy erupted from her body. Did I say something wrong? No. Yang Jian shook his head. He looked at the seniors before him, those who might one day become his teammates, and spoke slowly. Senior, you make a valid point. Sending a 1st grade freshman on a mission of that level would indeed be a liability. He paused, the curve of his lips growing more amused. But, who told you I'm a grade 1? Before he could finish speaking, buzz. A martial pressure more powerful, more refined, and brimming with the characteristics of external projection and masterful control than any senior martial artist present erupted from his body without restraint. Burst forth from his body without restraint. That pressure swept through the entire office like an invisible storm. Xu Feng's graceful form jolted violently. Han Shan's burly frame swayed slightly. Bai Wei's intelligent face was etched with sheer terror. And Yan Lingji, bearing the brunt of it, felt as though an invisible sledgehammer had struck her chest with brutal force. The scorching wave of energy she had just unleashed was instantly crushed to dust by this even more powerful aura. Her entire body recoiled uncontrollably, thud. Thud. Thud, stumbling back 3 full steps before she could barely steady herself. Her wild eyes widened instantly, fixed intently on Yang Jian. Her delicate features were etched with an unprecedented, extreme, ghostly horror. Second rank? She screamed, her voice becoming even sharper and more unbelievable than before due to sheer shock. You're actually 2nd rank? What kind of international joke is this? A freshman who'd only been enrolled for a little over a month had already broken through to the 2nd rank martial artist realm? This ing, is this even humanly possible? Even if you dumped every single resource in the entire martial god palace onto him, it wouldn't be possible this fast, right? The entire office instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the still unflappable youth with eyes like they were witnessing a prehistoric monster.
Seated at the head of the table, Sumu Cheng's jade-like hand, which had been flipping through documents, froze abruptly. For the first time, a towering, tidal wave surged within the depths of her icy phoenix eyes, which had always been as still as an ancient well.
Chapter 86, Ruins of the Fallen Star. Impossible.
Sumu Cheng's mind screamed in disbelief. The indestructible Empress's Tao heart she had tempered over years now showed the faintest crack.
This absolutely cannot be.
She understood better than anyone present that ascending from peak first grade to second grade was a chasm as vast as the heavens. It demanded vast resources to replenish one's vital energy and blood, and even more crucially, exceptional insight to shatter that barrier between realms. Scanning the tens of thousands of years of martial history in her past life's memories, even the divine sons and sacred maidens, those blessed with the most exceptional bloodlines and showered with their entire clan's resources, could never achieve such a terrifying leap in just over a month.
This Yang Jian, what kind of monster is he? Countless possibilities raced through Su Moore's mind. Could he possess some primordial Tao physique never seen before, one that naturally bypasses bottlenecks and devours cosmic energy to accelerate cultivation? Or perhaps, before entering the martial god palace, he had obtained some earth-shattering encounter, one so profound it could defy heaven and alter fate that even her past life had never known? A thought so unsettling it made her own heart race surged uncontrollably to the surface. Could it be, this man, his very existence, was an era-altering variable designed to oppose me, the reborn one? Is he an anomaly, a singularity forged by the cosmic fortune of this era, destined solely to shatter all predetermined fates? The moment this thought took root, all the confusion, rage, and resentment within Su Moore found a perfect outlet. The shock in her eyes slowly receded, replaced once more by that familiar coldness and detachment. She looked at Yang Jian, her gaze fixed upon him as though he were a specimen brimming with unknown dangers yet stirring an endless desire within her to explore, a research subject. Very good. Sumu Cheng slowly set down the documents in her hand, her voice devoid of any emotion. Since you've attained second grade, you're now even more qualified to participate in this mission. She rose to her feet, her icy gaze sweeping across the entire room. All right. You two make the perfect teammates. At those words, Yan Lingji's fair face flushed crimson in an instant. She knew the instructor was chastising her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and gave Yang Jian a slightly stiff fist bump. Her voice still carried a hint of fire, but now it held an added note of acknowledgement. I underestimated you earlier. My name is Yan Lingji. I apologize for my earlier words. But I still stand by my opinion. If you hold us back during the mission, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. No problem. Yang Jian shrugged indifferently. The team was finally officially formed. 1 hour later. A sleek, futuristic Shen Yao-class shuttlecraft, crafted entirely from an unknown black metal, sliced silently through the clouds. Traveling at terrifying speeds exceeding several times the speed of sound, it raced toward the uninhabited restricted zone in the northwest of the Great Xia Kingdom. The interior of the ship was spacious. Chu Feng, Han Shan, and the others all rested their eyes, making final preparations for the impending fierce battle. Yang Jian sat by the window, watching the mountains and plains rush past below, his mind consumed by thoughts of Sumu Cheng's true purpose. What was this woman's motive for assembling such an elite squad at such great expense? We're here. After an unknown period, Sumu Cheng's icy voice suddenly rang out. The shuttlecraft began to slow gradually, eventually hovering above a barren, desolate expanse of Gobi Desert. Yang Jian peered through the porthole and his pupils suddenly contracted. The desert below was not a flat expanse, but an unimaginably vast, terrifyingly concave basin. At the basin's center lay a space utterly torn apart and warped. Countless minute spatial fissures spread like a spiderweb, occasionally flickering with a heart-stopping, pitch-black glow. Gravity, magnetic fields, and energy throughout the entire region were in a state of extreme chaos, forming a natural death zone powerful enough to render any modern detection equipment completely useless. This is the Meteor Ruins. Su Moore's voice carried a hint of solemnity. Legend has it that in ancient times, a star from beyond the cosmos crashed here. The terrifying power within it tore apart space, creating this desolate land. Within lies both immense opportunity and deadly peril. As the shuttle descended slowly, an aura mingled with savagery, chaos, and dense cosmic energy washed over them. Yet amidst that chaotic swirl, Yang Jian's extraordinary senses keenly detected a faint yet incredibly pure essence, one he recognized all too well. His usually unflappable heart began to race uncontrollably at that moment. This is... Unprecedented excitement and fervor erupted in Yang Jian's eyes. The primordial force of the void. Though incredibly faint, he would never mistake it. In an instant, all doubts in Yang Jian's mind were cast aside. Who cares what schemes she might have? With such an immense benefit at stake, forget the meteorite ruins, he'd charge into the lion's den itself. Let's go. Su Moore stepped off the shuttle first, a softly glowing compass appearing in her hand, clearly a specialized artifact for navigation and positioning. Chu Feng and the other four followed suit, each summoning their weapons as they remained on high alert. Yang Jian remained unobtrusively at the rear of the group, though deep within his calm eyes, a raging fire had already ignited. To him, this perilous ruin had transformed into a banquet table about to be laid out, a feast fit for a glutton.
The group cautiously navigated around several visible spatial fissures before finally halting before an entrance concealed by boulders, emitting faint energy fluctuations.
The entrance is right here.
Su Muqing glanced at the compass in her hand and confirmed. Without hesitation, she stepped first into the profound darkness. The others followed closely behind, officially stepping into this ancient, silent, meteorite ruin.
Chapter 87, The Monsters Battle. This is true violence.
The moment they crossed the threshold, light vanished abruptly. A stench mingled with millennia of decay and thick blood assaulted their senses, jolting everyone awake. The passageway inside was not as narrow as imagined, but rather an incredibly vast underground space. Everywhere were bizarrely shaped, twisted rock walls that looked as if gnawed by some colossal beast. Beneath their feet lay hard, cold black rock. The entire environment exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression and deathly stillness.
Bai Wei, activate your perception.
Su Mu'er's voice rang out in the darkness, cold and steady.
Yes, mentor. The quiet and composed Bai Wei nodded.
A faint blue glow suddenly illuminated the eyes hidden behind her lenses. Invisible psychic energy surged outward from her like a tide, silently sweeping in all directions.
300 meters to the left front, energy source detection. Number, at least 20. Moving fast. There, charging this way. Bai Wei's voice instantly grew urgent.
Before she could finish speaking, Yi! A series of shrill screeches, like metal scraping, erupted from the depths of the darkness. Immediately after, shadowy figures darted out like ghosts from the rock wall's shadows. Rock gray in color, with wings sprouting from their ribs and razor-sharp claws and fangs, they were the common beasts of the meteorite ruins Tier 3, early-stage shadow golems. Prepare for battle. Yan Lingji, the most fiery-tempered among them, was the first to move. She let out an excited growl, her striking red hair whipping wildly without a breeze, as a searing wave of heat erupted violently around her. Boom! A whip formed entirely of crimson flames materialized instantly in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, the fiery whip over 10 meters long lashed out like a living serpent of fire. Its scorching, frenzied aura made the air sizzle as it struck the leading gargoyles. Crack! Where the whip struck, a specter gargoyle exploded mid-air, its solid stone body shattering into fragments under the fury of the flames. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, with his ethereal demeanor, flickered and vanished from his spot like a ghostly apparition. The next instant, several razor-thin, nearly invisible wind blades sliced precisely through the necks and wings of the remaining gargoyles. Without any earth-shattering commotion, only a few muffled cracking sounds echoed as those stone gargoyles lost their balance during their high-speed dive, crashing heavily to the ground.
His combat style resembled an elegant yet deadly ballet. Roar!
Facing the horde charging head-on, the 2-meter-tall Han Shan unleashed a thunderous roar. An earthen glow flared from the giant axe in his grasp as he planted himself like a bronze wall at the very front of the formation. He chose not to evade, opting instead for the purest form of head-on confrontation. His axe swept through the air, each strike heavy and powerful, shattering the bones of the shadow gargoyles one by one, sending them flying backward.
3 on the left flank psychic bind.
Bai Wei's voice rang out with icy calm as invisible psychic chains instantly locked onto 3 specter golems attempting a flanking assault, halting their advance abruptly. This team, composed of elite seniors, instantly demonstrated exceptional combat proficiency and seamless coordination. Ranged, melee, control, defense, their roles were clearly defined and executed with orderly precision.
Yet Yang Jian remained detached from their coordinated efforts.
For while the ghostly gargoyles seemed ghostly swift to others, under his dynamic vision, their movements played out like slow-motion replays. Whoosh! One gargoyle sidestepped Han Shan's defense and lunged at Yang Jian at the rear of the team from an extremely angle. To it, this weakest-looking target was undoubtedly the best point of attack. Yan Lingji's eyebrows shot up at the sight, and she was about to whip her whip to rescue him. But in the next instant, her pupils contracted sharply, and all movement froze in place.
Yang Jian didn't even glance at the attacking beast.
In the split second before its claws touched him, he executed a simple sidestep and kick with a graceful, effortless fluidity that belied its extreme speed. Then, with a seemingly ordinary roundhouse kick, he delivered a strike that arrived before the beast's own attack. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, a deep, heart-stopping roar utterly distinct from the surrounding battle sounds.
No dazzling flashes of light. No rippling energy waves. Only the purest, most uncompromising violence. The Shadowstone Golem, renowned for its defensive prowess, its rock-hard body capable of withstanding a full power strike from an ordinary second-rank martial artist, shattered upon contact with Yang Jian's calf like glass struck head-on by a battering ram. From the point of contact, countless spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. Finally, with a thunderous boom, it shattered completely mid-air, scattering into a sky filled with stone fragments. One strike. Instant kill. The entire battlefield froze for an instant, transfixed by this scene of brutal beauty. This ing. Han Shan stared at the scattered debris, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Is this even humanly possible? Chu Feng and Yan Lingji wore equally stunned expressions. Their attacks relied either on the sharpness of energy or the explosive force of flames. But Yang Jian's single kick? It was pure, unadulterated physical force capable of crushing everything in its path. Gaia!
Just as shock rippled through the crowd, a roar higher pitched and more savage than any previous bellow shattered the darkness. A gargoyle king nearly twice the size of its kind, its entire body gleaming with a metallic dark gold luster, burst forth. Tier 3 peak dark gold gargoyle king. Its speed reached the absolute limit, targeting Yang Jian, who had just revealed his terrifying power. But this time, before Yang Jian could act, the white figure that had stood motionless throughout, seemingly an outsider, moved. Su Moore didn't even glance at the charging beast king. She simply raised her hand calmly, and an ancient, unpolished sword appeared in her grasp. Swish! A flash of sword light, so fast even Yang Jian couldn't track its trajectory, flickered and vanished. The blade's glow was neither dazzling nor imposing, yet it seemed to sever time and space entirely in that instant. Thud! A faint sound, like a blade slicing through rotten wood, echoed. The dark old stone demon king, charging with overwhelming ferocity, froze mid-air. Its massive head cleanly separated from its body, the cut smooth as a mirror. Even as the corpse fell to the ground, its eyes, filled with savage fury, still held the will to charge forward. The entire arena fell silent once more. If Yang Jian's brutality had shocked them, then Su Muqing's sword strike instilled in them nothing short of utter terror. Yang Jian's pupils contracted sharply as he stared fixedly at the long sword in Su Muqing's hand, his mind churning with overwhelming turmoil. What blinding speed! 10 times faster than outside the ruined city. And I couldn't decipher the mechanics of her strike at all. What extraordinary encounter had this woman experienced in just over a month? Ignoring the stunned stares, Su Muqing sheathed her sword, glanced at the compass in her hand, and broke the silence with an icy voice. Don't waste time. Eliminate the remnants and keep moving forward. As if she'd accomplished nothing more than a trivial task, she turned and strode deeper into the ruins. Only then did the others snap out of their daze. They swiftly disposed of the remaining gargoyles and hurried to catch up. On the journey ahead, Su Muqing moved like a prophet with omniscient foresight. She unerringly avoided the most treacherous spatial fissures and foresaw the locations of every beast pack. Under her guidance, the team sliced through this deathly wasteland like the sharpest blade, efficiently clearing and advancing. Yan Lingji's fiery whip grew wilder, Chu Feng's wind blades became deadlier, Han Shan's defenses remained impenetrable, and Bai Wei's perception covered the entire battlefield. As for Yang Jian, he had completely transformed into the most efficient killing machine. Any ferocious beast that dared to charge at him, regardless of species or rank, met only one fate: being blasted into a sky-filling shower of fragments by his simplest, most direct fists and kicks. 2 hours later, after the group joined forces once more to slaughter a wave of mid-tier level 3 cavern demon spiders, Su Moore finally halted her advance. She stood before a massive, half-collapsed circular valley, her gaze fixed intently on its center. Following her gaze, the group collectively sucked in a sharp breath. There, at the very heart of the valley, stood a colossal crystal nest towering dozens of meters high, constructed entirely from countless fist-sized, blood-red crystals that emitted an eerie crimson glow. Heart-stopping, incredibly pure fluctuations of life and energy emanated continuously from within the crystal nest. Perched atop the colossal crimson nest, a terrifying beast as massive as a small mountain lay in slumber. Covered in black scales and crowned with a single horn, it breathed rhythmically in sync with the nest's pulsing energy. Its terrifying aura had clearly surpassed the realm of a third-grade beast. 4th grade early-stage fiend beast black-armored unicorn earth dragon. Chapter 88, Solo Battle Against the Earth Dragon. This is a catastrophe-level beast? As the terrifying aura of the level 4 early-stage black-armored unicorn earth dragon swept over them like a tangible tidal wave, Chu Feng, Han Shan, and the others instantly grew deathly serious, their breath catching in their throats. A level 4 ferocious beast. This completely exceeded the limits of what they could currently handle. It was equivalent to a 4th-rank grandmaster among human martial artists, one who had founded their own school and cultivated the power of momentum. With every move, it could command the power of heaven and earth, its strength worlds apart from that of a 3rd-grade martial artist. Mentor. Han Shan's voice was hoarse as he tightened his grip on the massive axe. This beast is far stronger than anything described in the records. Su Moore's expression shifted for the first time. Her icy phoenix eyes fixed intently on the slumbering earth dragon, her heart stirred by the same turmoil. Something's wrong. She remembered clearly. In her previous life, when she and others had discovered this place, this earth dragon had also reached level 4, but it had only just broken through. Its aura was unstable and insubstantial. Yet the one before them now radiated a dense, solid aura, its foundation rock solid, clearly having settled deeply within the early stages of level 4 for a long time. Where exactly did things go wrong? Could my rebirth have triggered some unknown butterfly effect? Roar! Just as everyone's hearts trembled violently, the black-armored unicorn earth dragon seemed to sense the intruder's presence. Its massive body, as large as a small mountain, slowly shifted. A pair of enormous eyes, glowing with a molten lava-like light, suddenly snapped open. Boom! A far more violent and brutal aura than before crashed down upon them. Now! Su Moore acted decisively. She knew that once this earth dragon fully awoke, they would have no chance left. Yan Lingji and Chu Feng, lead the assault. Han Shan, focus on defense. Bai Wei, disrupt its senses. At her command, the 4 seniors instantly unleashed their full power. Heaven-burning whip. Yan Lingji's shrill cry echoed as the fiery whip in her hand instantly stretched to dozens of meters. Like a fiery dragon descending from the heavens, it lashed viciously at the earth dragon's head with an all-consuming fury. Wind God's blade. Shu Feng's form transformed into a streak of azure light. Countless visible, high-speed rotating wind blades gathered around him, coalescing into a terrifying tornado storm that struck directly at the earth dragon's relatively vulnerable abdomen. Akola! Han Shan roared, thrusting his giant axe before him. Earth-hued vital energy surged wildly, coalescing into a massive, several-meter-thick rock shield before him. Yet, faced with this combined assault capable of making any peak third-grade martial artist pale, the black-armored unicorn earth dragon merely let out a disdainful, low growl. It lashed out with its thick, black-scaled tail. Boom! A deafening roar. The moment Yan Lingji's ferocious burning heaven fire whip touched the tail, it snapped like fragile straw rope, shattering into fragments as flames scattered wildly. She herself grunted in pain, sent flying backward by the terrifying recoil force, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Shu Feng's wind blade tornado successfully struck the earth dragon's abdomen, yet it only left a series of shallow white marks on its hard scales, failing even to breach its defenses. Watch out! Bai Wei's psychic senses detected danger, and she cried out urgently. The earth dragon suddenly opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of earth-colored energy filled with a palpable aura of destruction. Innate divine ability Earth's roar. Boom! The massive rock shield Han Shan had conjured shattered in less than a second under the force of this energy torrent. The terrifying residual shockwave slammed into his body. Put! Struck as if by lightning, Han Shan was hurled backward along with the shield's shards, crashing violently into a distant mountain wall. The impact carved a massive, human-shaped dent into the rock face, knocking him unconscious instantly. In a single exchange. This elite squad, composed of top seniors from the Martial God Palace, had already suffered 1 death and 1 injury, their combat strength drastically reduced. Su Moore's expression darkened instantly. Her long sword emitted a faint hum as she prepared to intervene personally. At that very moment, a voice, calm to the point of laziness, suddenly sounded behind her. Mentor, step back. Leave it to me. Sumu Cheng whipped around to find Yang Jian had somehow positioned himself at the very front of the group. He flexed his wrists, gazing at the terrifying beast roaring before them. Far from showing fear, his face broke into a smile brimming with excitement and fervor. A decent punching bag. Are you insane? Yan Lingji screamed, stifling her injuries. That's a level 4 ferocious beast. You're going to your death. Yet Yang Jian paid her no heed whatsoever. He merely lifted his head slowly. Within his calm eyes, a flash of purple light as brilliant as a star, radiating authority and penetrating insight flared and vanished. Divine Eye of the Abyss, open. Under the gaze of the divine eyes, the seemingly impenetrable energy flow and defensive structure of the black-armored unicorn earth dragon instantly revealed countless vulnerabilities. He could clearly discern 3 core energy nodes within its massive frame, pulsing at a peculiar frequency. Simultaneously, his body's instincts sent waves of clear warning signals. Primordial instinct, activated. The instant he activated his divine power, the earth dragon seemed to sense some threat. Its massive head whipped around, locking onto this minuscule existence that appeared to it like an ant. Terrifying energy began gathering once more upon its horn. Now! Yang Jian's eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. Instead of retreating, he stomped his foot down hard. His entire body launched forward like a cannonball, charging head-on toward the terrifying colossus. What is he doing? Is he trying to die? Shu Feng gasped in horror. Yet in the next instant, a scene unfolded that nearly made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. A pair of enormous wings, radiating holiness and light, seemingly composed of pure light particles, abruptly unfolded behind Yang Jian with a thunderous roar. Angel wings. With a single casual flap of those wings, Yang Jian vanished from his original position. Traversing the sky along a trajectory that defied the laws of physics, he traced a perfect arc through the air, narrowly evading the devastating beam of light powerful enough to level mountains. What was that? Yan Lingji stared blankly at the sacred wings, her mind going completely blank. And this was merely the beginning. After evading the attack, the space around Yang Jian began to violently distort and boil in an extremely abnormal manner. A force of storm energy, brute and unyielding, coalesced around him. Without wielding any weapon, he simply raised his fist. Then, he unleashed a punch. Threw back fist ninefold force. Boom! 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 9 distinct, layered sonic booms reverberated through the air. His seemingly ordinary fist, empowered by the force of the storm, unleashed a visible gray fist aura that continuously compressed and spun. The fist aura struck with pinpoint accuracy below the earth dragon's neck, the weakest energy node exposed by the Guishu Divine Eye. Arg! The black-armored unicorn earth dragon let out its first agonized roar. Its scales, sturdy enough to withstand a wind blade tornado, were forcibly cracked by this punch, revealing a distinct fissure. It worked! His attack actually worked! Shu Feng's voice trembled with utter shock and disbelief.
The battle raged on.
Empowered by angel wings, Yang Jian's form transformed into a white lightning bolt, unleashing a storm of relentless attacks upon the enraged Earth Dragon. His fighting style held no trace of technique, yet it radiated the most primal, most extreme form of violent aesthetics. Every punch, every kick, carried the storm power capable of warping space, striking the Earth Dragon's vital points and vulnerabilities with pinpoint accuracy. The divine eye of the abyss allowed him to perceive every weakness. Wild instinct allowed him to anticipate every attack. Angelic wings granted him ghostly agility. And the fusion of storm and through-back fist grants him terrifying destructive power capable of shattering the defenses of level 4 ferocious beasts. Boom! 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 The dull, hammering sounds of impact echoed wildly throughout the valley. Everyone present, including the reborn Empress Su Chang, stood frozen like statues under a petrifying spell, staring dumbstruck at the utterly mind-blowing scene unfolding before them. They witnessed. The freshman they had merely regarded as talented had now transformed into an invincible war god. With nothing but his bare fists, he was relentlessly driving back a level 4 Earth Dragon, a beast formidable enough to give even Grandmasters headaches, forcing it to retreat in agony, its anguished roars echoing through the air. Could this truly be the work of a second-tier freshman who had enrolled less than 2 months ago? Was this the true meaning behind the legendary cataclysmic grade rating? Roar! Finally, after enduring dozens of consecutive punches, the black-armored unicorn Earth Dragon descended into utter fury. Ignoring all else, it channeled every ounce of its demonic power. An unprecedented, brilliant crimson glow erupted from its horn as it prepared to unleash its most devastating, mutually destructive strike. Now, Yang Jian had been waiting for this very moment. The light within his violet divine pupils flared intensely. He made no further attempt to evade. The angel wings on his back abruptly folded inward, transforming into a streak of light. With an unyielding, resolute stance, he charged head-on toward that world-shattering pillar of crimson light. What is he doing? Is he going to take that head-on? Yan Lingji screamed in disbelief. Yet, just as the two were about to collide, Yang Jian's calm voice echoed throughout the valley. It's over. Before the words had fully faded, his right fist, clenched tightly all along, suddenly opened wide, fingers curling into a claw. Rip! A gray spatial fissure more violent and denser than any before was forcibly torn from the void with his bare hands. Then, wielding his palm like a blade, he swung that spatial fissure like the sharpest, most legendary weapon, slashing viciously at the Earth Dragon's single horn. PSSSH. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a faint sound, like fabric being torn. The crimson pillar of light, containing all the Earth Dragon's demonic power, along with its indestructible horn, was silently consumed and obliterated by that tiny spatial fissure. The black-armored unicorn Earth Dragon was dead. Chapter 89, The Empress's Gift. As the colossal form of the black-armored unicorn Earth Dragon crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing skyward, the entire valley fell into a deathly silence. Xu Feng, Bai Wei, Yan Lingji, and Han Shan, who had just awakened, his face blank with confusion, all stared blankly, as if their souls had left their bodies, at the figure slowly descending from midair. Shock? Awe? No. Such words could no longer begin to describe the emotions surging within them at that moment. Their worldview, their understanding of the term martial arts, and their pride as elite warriors of the martial god palace all were utterly shattered in that devastating battle moments ago. That man had torn them apart in the most unreasonable way, then tossed them to the ground and crushed them into dust under his heel. A second-rank freshman, armed only with his bare fists, had single-handedly fought and slain a genuine fourth-rank ferocious beast. Such a feat, if not witnessed firsthand, would be dismissed as brainless fantasy even if written in a novel. That last, was spatial power? Xu Feng's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with utter bewilderment. He's actually a spatial martial artist? A monster. He's a complete and utter monster. Yan Lingji murmured, her mind blank. Her wild eyes held no trace of doubt now, only the purest reverence, like gazing upon a deity, and a hint of defeat she hadn't even noticed herself. Su Moore stood frozen in place, her icy phoenix eyes locked onto Yang Jian. The storm raging within her heart was more turbulent than anyone else's. He actually did it. The abyssal divine gaze, the sacred wings, the storm manipulation, and finally that bare-handed strike that tore through space. One unimaginable ability after another replayed relentlessly in Su Mucheng's mind. She suddenly realized that the standards she'd used to measure genius in her past life had completely failed when applied to this man. He was like an endless enigma. Just when you thought you understood him, he would reveal an even more astonishing, entirely new card. The variable, truly the greatest variable. Su Mucheng took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil churning within her. Her initial plan to dampen his spirit had completely failed, even becoming a laughingstock. With such an anomaly defying conventional logic, relentless suppression and probing had lost all meaning. Perhaps a different approach was the right choice. Clear the battlefield. Su Mucheng's voice broke the dead silence. She didn't glance at the Earth Dragon's corpse but turned toward the massive crimson crystal nest. This blood energy crystal nest is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The pure life energy within it is enough to elevate our strength to a new level. Move quickly, the blood sent here will soon attract other predators. Only then did the others snap out of their daze and begin moving. Though severely wounded, Han Shan struggled to dismantle the Earth Dragon's black armor, harder than black iron itself. Chu Feng and Yanlingji began carefully prying the blood energy crystals from the nest. Yang Jian, meanwhile, moved silently toward the Earth Dragon's corpse. He appeared to be inspecting the corpse, but in reality, the infernal furnace within him had become like an awakened black hole. It began frantically and silently absorbing the free-floating, invisible to the naked eye, primordial void energy permeating this space. Threads of energy, infinitely purer and more advanced than the primordial energies of heaven and earth, surged through his pores into his body, permeating every bone and muscle. His body, his power both underwent a fundamental metamorphosis at an excruciatingly slow yet utterly resolute pace. Awesome! Yang Jian's heart surged with ecstasy. This place truly was his treasure trove. The mere presence of this free-floating primordial void energy was enough to steadily enhance his strength, imperceptibly yet relentlessly. While frantically stealing the energy, he also deftly stowed the Earth Dragon's level 4 crystal core and the severed horn imbued with pure earth energy into his storage bracelet. A quarter of an hour later, the battlefield was cleared. Under Su Mu's guidance, everyone sat cross-legged and began refining the newly acquired blood energy crystals. Yang Jian pretended to join in, taking out a crystal of his own. While absorbing its energy, he continued to secretly siphon off the void essence. He could sense that new giant elephant cells could be activated at any moment. At that very moment, Yang Jian. Su Mucheng's icy voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. Yang Jian opened his eyes to find Su Mucheng had appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. She looked down at him, her icy phoenix eyes holding a complex expression he had never seen before. Your fighting style is formidable. She offered a rare compliment, yet her tone remained as flat as water. But it's also too crude. Su Mucheng spoke slowly. You possess immense divine power, yet you don't know how to unleash it most efficiently. Every punch, every kick you throw wastes at least 70% of your strength. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying her words. He knew she spoke the truth. His fighting style had always adhered to the principle of brute force over technique, simple, brutal, and lacking in finesse. I have a martial art technique here. Su Mucheng wasted no further words. She extended her slender jade-like finger and pointed directly at Yang Jian's forehead. Yang Jian instinctively tried to dodge, but for some reason, he sensed no hostility from her. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust his wild instinct. Buzz. A massive torrent of information, brimming with profound mystical energy, surged into his mind. It was a martial art technique called Divine Demon 9 Refinements. This was not an internal cultivation technique for refining chi and blood, but a pure combat martial art, one that pushed physical strength and fighting techniques to their absolute limits. From the most fundamental techniques of force generation, to how to permeate, layer, and unleash power, to utilizing every part of the body for combat, its subtlety and profundity far surpassed any martial art Yang Jian had encountered before. It was immeasurably more profound than even the through-back fist. This was undoubtedly a treasure capable of driving any physical cultivation martial artist mad with desire. Shock spread across Yang Jian's face as he looked up at Su Mu, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Why would this woman choose to impart such a precious martial art to him? Shouldn't she be seething with hatred toward him? As if reading his thoughts, Su Mucheng withdrew her finger and spoke in a cold tone. Don't misunderstand. I simply don't want members of my team to die in the upcoming mission because of their own foolishness. Consider this martial art an extra reward for slaying the Earth Dragon this time. With that, she turned away without another glance at Yang Jian, leaving him with only her cold, aloof back. Yang Jian watched her retreating figure, his brow furrowed. The confusion in his heart only deepened. What exactly does this woman want? Chapter 90, The Divine Demon Spike. This is the true monster. Yang Jian sat cross-legged in meditation, his mind immersed in the vast torrent of information surging within his consciousness. Divine Demon 9 Refinements. This combat martial art, rated S-class by the system, centered not on techniques, but on the ninefold refinement and application of one's own power. First refinement, penetration. Condense all bodily force into a single point, pursuing ultimate penetration and armor-piercing power. Its signature technique, Divine Demon Spike. Second refinement, shock. Transforms force into high-frequency vibrations, striking from afar to shatter an enemy's internal structure. Third refinement, explosion. Instantly detonate power to unleash devastating area of effect destruction. The ninefold refining methods advance layer by layer, each representing an ultimate understanding of physical power. Once mastered, every gesture radiates the might of gods and demons. Yang Jian's eyes remained tightly shut, yet the divine elephant prison sealing force surged through his body at an unprecedented speed. He did not refine the blood energy crystal, but instead frantically absorbed the void essence within this ruin, the very substance he craved. Threads of primordial void energy were drawn into his body, not to fortify his chi and blood, but to fuel the monumental task of awakening the dormant divine elephant particles. 1, 2, 3. He could distinctly feel the billions of dormant particles within his body being awakened one by one, slowly yet resolutely. His physical foundation underwent an essential, transcendent elevation one beyond the comprehension of others. After the team finished their rest, they pressed deeper into the ruins under Sumu's lead. The deeper they went, the more intense the chaotic and violent aura in the space became. Gaping claw marks, deep enough to expose bone, began appearing on the surrounding rock walls. Some traces still carried the lingering, heart-stopping echoes of energy. Suddenly, a bone-chilling insect-like chirp erupted from the shadowy passage ahead. Several emerald-green afterimages shot forth like lightning bolts, darting from the surrounding rock walls with complete disregard for the terrain. Their forms resembled enlarged mantises, yet their forelimbs were two gleaming scythe-sharp blades that seemed crystallized from the void itself. They're mid-tier level 3 void scythe mantis. Beware their spatial blades. Bai Wei's psychic senses instantly sounded the alarm. Yan Lingji's expression hardened as her crimson fire whip rose once more. Han Shan roared, assuming a defensive stance. Yet a figure moved faster than both of them. Yang Jian didn't even glance at the attacking beasts. With a mere shift of his feet, his form materialized like a ghostly apparition before one of the void scythe mantis. He didn't punch or kick. He merely extended his right index finger calmly, lightly touching the scythe mantis's forehead. No surging blood, no burst of energy. The movement was so gentle, it seemed like nothing more than playful banter between lovers. But the instant his fingertips touched the mantis side's carapace. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's first refinement, Divine Demon Spike. Hum. An invisible, intensely condensed spiral force erupted from his fingertips. Every movement of the void mantis froze instantly. Its razor-sharp scythe, capable of slicing through alloy, halted less than half a meter from Yang Jian's face, unable to advance another inch. Then, under the horrified stares of all present, a pinprick-sized void appeared on the mantis scythe's forehead. In the next instant, countless fine cracks spread like a spiderweb, radiating outward from that tiny hole. With a sharp crack, the incredibly hard head shattered instantly. But it wasn't over. That terrifying penetrating force had already completely destroyed its internal structure. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed as the entire body of the void scythe mantis imploded from within, scattering into a sky filled with dark green fragments and dust. One finger, instant annihilation. The entire passage plunged into an eerie, deathly silence. This. Han Shan stared blankly at the massive axe in his hands, then glanced at Yang Jian's slender, delicate finger. His worldview crumbled once more. His colossal strength, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, seemed like child's play compared to the other's effortless flick of a finger. This wasn't merely a difference in raw power, it was a chasm in mastery, a gulf as vast as the heavens. The flame whip in Yan Lingji's hand had long since extinguished. Her stunningly beautiful face was etched with utter disbelief. She pursued the grand, spectacular aesthetics of explosive force, yet this single strike had perfectly concentrated every ounce of power into a single point, without the slightest waste. That extreme efficiency and mastery of control left her feeling profoundly powerless. Xu Feng's eyes held the deepest shock. He saw it clearly. In that instant, the power erupting from Yang Jian's fingertip had formed an invisible, high-speed rotating cone, the true source that pierced through everything. What terrifying mastery! The Divine Demon Cone. Sumu Cheng's crimson lips parted slightly as she uttered these 4 words, her voice carrying a tremor even she hadn't noticed. This was the very essence of the first refinement, penetration within the 9 refinements of gods and demons. But how could this be possible? This S-rank martial art was notoriously difficult to master. Even the most prodigiously gifted physical cultivators in her past life required months or even years of grueling training just to grasp its basic forms. To comprehend the true meaning of penetration was an even greater challenge. And he, Yang Jian. From the moment he imparted the technique to him until now, it had been no more than 2 hours. He had already completely mastered the essence of this technique. In that moment, the notion of an anomaly of his era crystallized within Su Mu's mind, becoming crystal clear and utterly unwavering. This man wasn't a genius. He wasn't a prodigy. He was a complete and utter monster, defying all conventional understanding. Hiss! The remaining void scythe mantis seemed shaken by their comrade's gruesome demise. They let out terrified shrieks and turned to flee into the shadows. Thinking of leaving? A cold smile curled at the corner of Yang Jian's lips. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. What followed was a battlefield that became entirely his personal stage. He no longer wielded the Divine Demon Spike, instead infusing the true essence of penetration into every movement. A seemingly ordinary stray punch effortlessly pierced through the scythe mantis's pride, its void scythe blade. Or a casual elbow strike reduced a scythe mantis's chest armor and internal organs to powder. Or a simple sweeping kick, its spiraling force cleaving a scythe mantis clean in 2 at the waist. Violent. Efficient. Precise. Each strike was like the sharpest surgical blade, flawlessly dismantling his opponent's defenses and snuffing out their life force. Within mere seconds. When Yang Jian's figure reappeared in his original spot, the several void scythe mantises that had troubled Chu Feng and the others lay scattered behind him, now nothing but cold, lifeless debris. He stood amidst the devastation, his body not a speck of dust.
The entire team fell silent. Chapter 91, The Way of Technique, Starlight Feast.
The lingering shockwaves reverberated through the deathly quiet passageway, striking at the very core of everyone's Dao heart. Chu Feng, Han Shan, Yan Lingji, and by way these four elite warriors of the martial god palace stood frozen in place. Their minds felt detached, replaying the otherworldly battle over and over in their heads. It wasn't mere domination at least occurs within the same plane. It was a dimensional strike. What Yang Jian had displayed was a combat style they had never encountered, nor even imagined. Without relying on the outward projection of colossal vital energy, without depending on dazzling divine light effects, he had effortlessly slaughtered a group of ferocious beasts that would have posed a serious challenge to any of them, as if butchering pigs and dogs, all through the purest, most extreme utilization of his own power. If their previous battles were like violently splashing a bucket of water, seeking only overwhelming spectacle, Yang Jian's combat was like taking that same bucket of water, pressurizing it through precision instruments, and transforming it into a high-pressure water jet capable of slicing through steel plates. While the total energy expended might be comparable, the difference in efficiency and quality was as vast as heaven and earth.
The team pressed forward in an eerie silence. No one dared to underestimate Yang Jian anymore.
Their reverence now carried a thick layer of fear toward the unknown entity.
Yet at the very center of this storm, Yang Jian was utterly immersed in an unprecedented, profound realization.
As he followed the group, he mentally savored the transformations brought by the divine demon 9 refinements. The instant he extended his finger to unleash the divine demon spike, he sensed his entire body's power no longer surging brutally toward his arm. Instead, it followed an arcane trajectory like 100 rivers converging into the sea, or planets orbiting a star ultimately condensing at that tiny fingertip into an infinitely spinning, infinitely compressed singularity. In that instant, his finger seemed no longer flesh and blood, but rather the embodiment of a principle, a manifestation of the way. This was a wholly new, utterly unique path. It sought neither the surging vigor of qi and blood nor the might of supernatural abilities. It pursued only the absolute mastery and ultimate utilization of every ounce of one's own power. If making money, donating, and growing stronger were the techniques I used to pursue power.
Yang Jian's eyes flickered with contemplation.
Then this ultimate application of power is my way to a higher realm. This can be called the way of technique. The instant this notion solidified within him, it felt as though a new door had been flung open in his understanding of martial arts. He began to scrutinize his combat style. Up until now, he had relied too heavily on the terrifying physical prowess granted by the divine elephant prison sealing force and the god-defying supernatural abilities bestowed by the system. His combat style was broad and sweeping, brimming with brutality and violence. But now, he had a new choice. The 9 refinements of divine demons pointed him in a new direction. If only I could possess a weapon to serve as an extension of this way of technique. The thought took root in his mind, impossible to suppress. He had considered forging weapons before, but his own strength had risen too rapidly. Often, by the time he acquired a weapon, his power had already surpassed it, forcing him to set the idea aside. But now it was different. What he needed was no longer a mere tool to amplify his strength, but a partner capable of perfectly embodying and channeling his way of technique. A sword? Too overbearing, slightly at odds with the true essence of penetration. A sword? Too ethereal, mismatched with his foundation of strength as solid as a divine elephant. Countless weapon forms flashed through his mind, until finally, one shape crystallized. The spear. The king of all weapons, the spear. The spear excels in thrusting and lancing. Its essence lies in concentrating the entire body's power into a single point at the spear tip. This aligns naturally and perfectly with the profound meaning of the divine demon spike and his way of technique. A thrust with the spear was an extension of the divine demon spike. A sweeping thrust embodied both shock and explosion. Yes, it is the spear. Yang Jian's heart settled. Once this mission concludes, I must begin crafting a divine spear truly my own. As these thoughts swirled, the squad's advance continued unabated. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of ferocious beast attacks. Without exception, before Chu Feng and the others could even react, Yang Jian would dispatch them cleanly and decisively with a variety of astonishing martial arts techniques rooted in the divine demon 9 refinements. The entire sequence scarcely qualified as combat, it was a one-sided, artfully executed slaughter. Chu Feng and the others had transitioned from initial shock to complete numbness. They silently followed behind Yang Jianshan, tasked with cleaning up the battlefield and gathering materials. Their demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to the freshman who had been bullied by Zhao Wuji and his crew during the Kunlun purification mission. Amidst the ruins, Su Mucheng moved like a guide intimately familiar with her own backyard. She led the group to several extremely hidden corners with precision, extracting rare spiritual herbs from them, plants long extinct elsewhere, each over 1,000 years old. With each harvest, her sense of control over the future grew steadier, and the look in her eyes when she glanced at Yang Jian became increasingly complex. Finally, after traversing a narrow, twisted gorge, the scene before them opened up dramatically. The group had reached the deepest recesses of the meteorite ruins. Here lay an immense subterranean cavern, vast beyond sight. Above the cavern's dome lay not rock, but a chaotic, ever-shifting flow of starlight, a ceaseless dance of birth and death. Countless brilliant stars spun and collided within it, trailing dazzling light trails. Occasionally, a star would fade away, scattering a sky full of diamond-like brilliance. The spectacle was magnificent and dreamlike, yet brimming with deadly peril. Everyone was stunned by this miraculous spectacle before them. Only Su Mu Cheng's eyes revealed endless solemnity and a trace of deep recollection. The meteor core. We've finally arrived. She remembered it clearly. In her previous life, it had taken years for human warriors to discover this place. Though it held top-tier resources capable of driving any faction mad, it was also every explorer's nightmare. The lowest-tier beasts here started at level 4. And within the core region where starlight shone most brilliantly, several terrifying level 5 beast emperors lurked. 5th-tier beasts were comparable to human 4th-grade grandmasters. With her current strength, even if she played every last card in her hand, victory was utterly impossible. More deadly still, the starlight scattered throughout this space possesses an extremely corrosive effect on a martial artist's physical body. Prolonged exposure subjected the body to immense strain, causing vital energy and blood to wither, and even damaging one's foundational cultivation. Yet, throughout her journey, she had witnessed Yang Jian's terrifyingly inhuman physical prowess firsthand. A daring secret technique, one that existed only in legends of her past life, surged into her mind. What if she had him perform that secret technique? Perhaps then, there might truly be a glimmer of hope. Success would allow them to enter that starlight realm within the limited time and seize those precious treasures. At this thought, Su Mu hesitated no longer. She turned around, her gaze settling on Yang Jian with an unprecedented formality. Yang Jian, this place is incredibly dangerous. Her voice was cold, yet carried an unprecedented gravity. That starlight exerts immense pressure on the body. Even with Chu Feng and the others' physiques, they likely couldn't endure it for even 15 minutes. I possess a secret technique called Starlight Cloak. The caster can burn their own chi, blood, and vitality to condense the surrounding starlight into an energy cloak that shields them, drastically reducing the corrosive pressure of the starlight. But... She paused, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Yang Jian. This technique demands near monstrous physical resilience from the caster. In this entire group, only your body might be able to endure it. I ask you, do you dare take that gamble? Her question crashed like a boulder into a lake, sending hearts racing in Chu Feng and the others. Pulling chestnuts from the fire always meant high risk and high reward. Yet Yang Jian's response once again defied everyone's expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, not even a flicker of his eyebrows, he calmly nodded. I'm in. His decisive acceptance stunned Su Mucheng, who had prepared a whole speech. But what she couldn't see was the flame burning fiercer and wilder than anyone else's, already ignited deep within Yang Jian's serene eyes. For the instant they stepped into this space, the divine elephant prison sealing force within him had unleashed an unprecedented hunger like a beast starved for billions of years, a roaring desire. That sky filled with starlight. That so-called stellar essence. His cultivation technique could absorb them too. Moreover, its quality seemed even higher than that of the void essence. Danger? Pressure? No. In his eyes, this so-called death's abyss was clearly an endless treasure trove opening its arms to him. Chapter 92, Venturing alone into the Starsea, the mountain descends. Hearing Yang Jian's crisp and decisive reply, even Su Mu's heart, long as still as an ancient well, couldn't help but ripple with emotion. She studied Yang Jian intently, searching his serene face for even the slightest trace of bravado or hesitation. But she failed. That handsome face held only an inexplicable calm, and beneath that calm, a fleeting glimpse of something that made even her heart skip a beat: fanaticism. Fine. Su Mucheng wasted no further words. She had always been decisive in her actions. She retrieved a blank jade slip from her storage bracelet, engraved the entire secret technique named Starlight Cloak onto it, and handed it to Yang Jian. This technique doesn't just burn chi and blood, it's an extreme extraction of your flesh's cellular potential. If you can't handle it, withdraw immediately. Don't push yourself. Her tone remained icy, yet Chu Feng and the others keenly detected a hint of something they'd never heard before: concern? Next, Su Mucheng swiftly traced a simple map onto the ground with her finger. Upon entering, you'll appear at the edge of the Starlight Realm. Following this route, you'll pass through 4 areas in sequence, each with the strongest energy reactions. Pointing to the 4 marked locations on the map, she said solemnly, these 4 places concealed a 9-hole Linglong heart, stellar iron essence, Tai greenwood vine, and a pool of earth vein spirit milk. Each is a treasure that would drive the outside world mad. Of course, the beasts guarding these treasures will only grow stronger. Remember, you have little time. Once you obtain the items, leave immediately. Do not linger in battle. After relaying all instructions, she stepped aside and fell silent. Chu Feng, Han Shan, and the others gathered around, their faces etched with tension and anticipation.
Brother Yang Jian, be extremely careful.
Han Shan said in a deep, resonant voice, his eyes brimming with admiration.
I'm counting on you, Xu Feng said solemnly, clasping his fists in a respectful salute toward Yang Jian.
They all understood this wasn't just Yang Jian's personal venture, it carried the hopes of their entire team.
Yang Jian said nothing, merely accepting the jade slip and sitting cross-legged.
His mind plunged into it, and the cultivation method for the starlight cloak instantly flowed through his thoughts. The principle of this secret technique was indeed, as Su Moore had described, utterly ruthless. Through a unique breathing pattern and qi circulation method, it forcibly activated the vitality of human cells. This allowed the physical body to resonate with the violent starlight energy within a short time, enabling it to cloak the body and form a layer of defense. For others, this practice was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. But for Yang Jian, who possessed the divine elephant prison sealing force, it felt tailor-made for him. A mere 10 minutes later, Yang Jian abruptly opened his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose to his feet and began walking step by step toward the dazzling yet deadly world of starlight.
Hum!
The instant his body touched the first strand of starlight, a terrifying corrosive force swept over him, threatening to crush and disintegrate him at the atomic level.
Xu Feng and the others' hearts leapt into their throats. Yet, the anticipated scene of Yang Jian's body collapsing never materialized. Instead, Yang Jian's body merely trembled slightly.
Then, the qi and blood within him surged violently, circulating according to the principles of the starlight cloak technique. A faint, dazzling membrane composed of countless microscopic starlight particles instantly enveloped his entire body.
He succeeded.
Under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone present, Yang Jian's figure stepped step by step into the flowing starry river, eventually disappearing into the endless brilliance. The instant Yang Jian's body fully submerged into the starlight realm, he felt as though he had plunged headfirst from a tranquil lake into a boiling sea of molten lava. Endless, violent, primal stellar essence imbued with both destruction and creation rushed from all directions, violently compressing and permeating his body. The so-called starlight cloak was but a flimsy raincoat in this ocean of energy, merely slowing the pace at which he was soaked.
Any second-rank martial artist, even a physical powerhouse like Han Shan, would likely be torn apart by this terrifying torrent of energy the instant they entered.
Yet Yang Jian let out a soul-deep, utterly blissful moan.
Bring it on!
Far from feeling pain, he sensed every cell within him responding to this energy stimulation with a greedy, hungry cheer.
All restraint vanished. The divine elephant prison sealing force erupted with a thunderous roar. Hell's crucible, open! If absorbing the void essence before had been like secretly sipping soup through a straw, now he was flinging open the lid and plunging headfirst into the scalding broth, gaping his blood-red maw to devour it voraciously. Vast stellar essence surged into his body like a bursting river. Then, the Hell's Crucible brutally and relentlessly refined and purified it, transforming it into the purest essence of life, all to awaken those dormant divine elephant particles. 5, 10, 50. He could distinctly feel his physical strength surging at an unimaginable rate. He glanced back, only to find the path he had come by had vanished, replaced by an endless swirling expanse of dazzling nebulae. This place was utterly distinct from the outside world. Very good. Yang Jian felt completely at ease. With that settled, there was no need for further hesitation. Following the rough map in his mind, he quickly determined his direction and strode purposefully toward the first treasure point. With each step he took, the starlight beneath his feet rippled outward in concentric circles. Vast quantities of stellar essence were drawn into his body like a whale gulping water. However, he didn't get very far. Roar! A roar filled with savagery and territorial instinct erupted from behind a small star not far ahead. Immediately, a colossal ape over 5 meters tall burst forth. Its entire body was covered in silver fur that seemed to be condensed from starlight, and its arms were exceptionally thick. Its body was covered in mystical stellar patterns, and its eyes shimmered not with wisdom, but with pure, chaotic starlight. Level 4 beginner tier ferocious beast star patterned ape beast. A primate-type beast? Yang Jian grinned, his smile brimming with bloodthirsty, frenzied battle intent. Perfect. I'll use you to test this brand new body of mine. Battle intent erupted from his eyes. Bloodline talent beast blood boil activate. Roar. A terrifying roar, even more piercing, more primal, and more filled with the aura of ancient chaos than that of the star-patterned ape beast, erupted from Yang Jian's mouth. His body swelled and stretched madly amidst bone-crunching pops and muscle-tearing rips that made teeth ache. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. In an instant, a figure even taller and more ferocious than the star-patterned ape descended upon this starlit world, a primordial demon god whose muscles bulged like mountains, its entire body encased in terrifying heavy armor that seemed cast from ancient bronze and rock. S-class bloodline mountain giant ape. In this moment, he was no longer the delicate youth. He was the embodiment of raw power. The personification of unbridled violence. A towering mountain walking amidst the starry seas. The star-patterned ape, which had been advancing with fierce momentum, instinctively halted the instant it sensed this irresistible, terrifying pressure emanating from the deepest depths of bloodline rank. For the first time, its eyes, filled with chaotic starlight, revealed an emotion called fear. But it was too late. Die.
Yang Jian, transformed into the mountain giant ape, spat out a single icy word. His mountain-like colossal form stomped forward with a thunderous crash. Boom! The entire starlight land shook violently. He charged at the star-patterned ape with the most brutal, most unreasonable force imaginable. He didn't even bother using any divine abilities. He simply raised his fist, larger than a clay pot, and slammed it toward the level 4 beast that was already retreating in fear. No flashy light effects. No world-shattering aura. Only the purest, most condensed, utterly crushing, absolute power. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion. That star-patterned ape, formidable enough to give even grandmasters headaches in the outside world, possessed a body solidified from starlight its pride and joy. Yet before Yang Jian's plain, unadorned fist, it crumbled as easily as tofu. Starting from the point of impact, its entire body along with its intricate celestial patterns was forcibly shattered inch by this irresistible, terrifying force, exploding into a sky filled with dazzling fragments of starlight. One punch. A level 4 ferocious beast, obliterated on the spot. Chapter 93, The Frenzied War Beast Emperor. The Divine Mountain suppresses. After obliterating the star-patterned ape with a single punch, Yang Jian's massive form did not halt. Instead, it charged forward with even greater ferocity toward the first treasure point marked on the map. Boom! 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 With each step he took, the earth beneath his feet groaned in agony, and dazzling starlight scattered in all directions beneath his trampling feet. This starlit realm seemed to transform into his personal hunting ground. Roar! Soon, more unsuspecting beasts were drawn to the commotion. A level 4 mid-tier starlight falcon streamlined like a fighter jet, its entire body composed of pure starlight energy let out a piercing shriek. Flapping its wings, it transformed into a silver lightning bolt, diving from the sky with its target locked on Yang Jian's head. Bring it on! Yang Jian's fighting spirit surged skyward. Instead of retreating, his mountain-like ape-like body advanced. Facing the lightning-fast dive, he executed a move that would baffle any physical cultivation martial artist. He lowered his center of gravity, drew his right arm back, and tensed his massive frame like a fully drawn divine bow. All his power channeled through his spine, concentrating into his right fist. Without flinching or dodging, he unleashed a brutal strike against the silver lightning streaking toward him. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's first refinement, Divine Demon Spike. Only this time, the technique was unleashed not by a slender finger but by a terrifying fist as large as a millstone, capable of crushing mountains. Buzz! Performing the Divine Demon 9 refinements with the physique of a mountain gorilla. The effect far exceeded Yang Jian's expectations. A visible gray spiral of energy, collapsing inward, erupted from the tip of his fist. Wherever that energy passed, even this stable space rippled with faint undulations. Rip! The Starlight Falcon's pried its energy body, comparable to a divine weapon, collapsed like paper the instant it touched that spiraling fist aura. Starting from its head, the terrifying penetrating force tore through it like rotten wood, violently piercing, ripping apart, and shattering its entire body. Boom! Another muffled explosion echoed as the formidable mid-tier level 4 beast, without even touching Yang Jian's body, disintegrated mid-air into a dazzling shower of stardust, like a magnificent meteor storm descending from the heavens. So that's how it is. Yang Jian felt the seamless, unimpeded power coursing through his body, his eyes blazing with astonished delight. The essence of the Divine Demon 9 refinements lay in the ultimate utilization of power. And his mountain giant ape physique provided an unending supply of the purest, most colossal might. The two combined complemented each other perfectly. It was a match made in heaven. Without further hesitation, he devoured the starlight raining down while charging forward toward his target with unrivaled ferocity. Along the way, any level 4 ferocious beast daring to block his path, be it the Starfall Demon, manipulating stellar fragments, or the illusionary light jellyfish, skilled in psychic assaults, was obliterated by his most savage, most direct punch. This deathly wasteland, where every step held mortal peril for outsiders, now seemed transformed into Yang Jian's personal backyard, where he roamed with utter abandon. Finally, after obliterating countless 4th-tier beasts, he reached the first treasure point marked on the map. It was a relatively flat basin, and at its very center floated a heart roughly the size of a human head. Crystal clear throughout, it seemed to be formed from the purest essence of life energy. The heart pulsed rhythmically, each beat radiating outward in concentric circles of visible green light, brimming with colossal vitality. 9-orifice exquisite heart. Yang Jian's eyes instantly blazed with intense light. Such a treasure of soul to raise funds, who knew what terrifying critical hit returns it could trigger? Yet his gaze froze solid. For beneath that 9-orifice exquisite heart, lurked a presence far more terrifying than any of the ferocious beasts encountered before. It was a colossal beast over 50 meters in size, resembling a lion yet covered in silver armor that seemed forged from shattered stars. Upon its forehead, 3 vertical pupils glared menacingly. It lay there motionless, yet the aura it emitted alone was enough to warp and tremble the very fabric of space. Level 5 Early Stage Beast Emperor 3-eyed Star-Armored Lion. Roar! As if sensing Yang Jian's approach, the Star-Armor Lion slowly raised its head. All 3 vertical pupils opened simultaneously, their cold, emotionless gaze instantly locking onto Yang Jian. Boom! A terrifying pressure, akin to divine might, descended with a thunderous crash sufficient to suffocate even a fourth-rank grandmaster.
Finally, someone worthy. Far from feeling fear, Yang Jian roared with boundless fighting spirit. He knew that relying solely on his physical strength would be insufficient to defeat the enemy before him. He unleashed everything he had, holding nothing back. Hum. Hum. Wings of hell and wings of angel simultaneously unfurled behind him with a thunderous roar.
On one side, the endless darkness that devours all light; on the other, the holy radiance that purifies all things.
The intertwining black and white wings transformed his entire aura into something eerily sacred.
Kill! With a flap of his wings, his massive form transformed into a streaking black and white light, charging headlong toward the level 5 beast emperor.
Roar! The star armor lion let out a contemptuous roar.
It casually raised its massive claw, covered in star-studded armor, and brought it down toward the charging Yang Jian. That single swipe seemed to tear down the entire starry sky, carrying an unmatched, crushing force.
Yang Jian neither dodged nor retreated.
From his left hand, a golden spear condensed from boundless divine light and radiating an aura of judgment materialized with a thunderous roar.
Judgment Spear.
In his right hand, a black war spear formed, composed of hellish aura, seemingly capable of piercing through reincarnation itself.
Spear of the Nether God. Go!
With both hands thrust forward, the golden and black beams of divine light, like comets tearing through the heavens, collided fiercely with the descending giant claw.
Boom! A terrifying energy storm erupted instantly. The entire basin shook violently.
Yang Jian's figure was sent flying backward by the terrifying force, while the star armor lion's massive claw bore 2 deep scorch marks from the golden and black divine light.
Again!
Yang Jian steadied himself, his fighting spirit not diminished but amplified.
The boiling, twisted storm power surged around him, condensing into countless razor-sharp spatial blades that swept toward the star armor lion like a violent storm. The star armor lion's third vertical pupil flared brightly. A silver psychic shockwave erupted, shattering every spatial blade in the sky. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Yang Jian transformed into a demon god, his black and white wings flapping. At times he hurled the judgment spear, capable of purifying all things, and at others he wielded the spear of the Nether God, powerful enough to pierce divine souls. His figure darted around the colossal beast emperor at breakneck speed, each strike precise and deadly. Meanwhile, the star armor lion stood like an immovable divine mountain. Each swipe of its claws, each roar, contained terrifying power capable of shattering stars. Its 3 vertical pupils continuously emitted bizarre divine beams, some imprisoning space, others assaulting divine souls, leaving Yang Jian struggling to respond. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Man and beast engaged in the most primal, bloodiest, and most frenzied battle within this starlit realm. After dozens of exchanges, though Yang Jian temporarily gained the upper hand through his divine abilities, he knew he still fell short of completely slaying this beast emperor whose defenses were nearly impenetrable.
In that case, a ruthless gleam flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. Then I'll show you my ultimate power.
He abruptly retreated, creating distance from the star armor lion, then reached out and clenched his fist toward the void.
Come forth, my treasure.
With his furious roar, a supreme divine mountain radiant with 5-colored divine light, seemingly formed by 5 colossal peaks, crashed down from the void.
SSS grade heaven-piercing divine treasure Yuanhe Wuji Mountain.
The moment the divine mountain appeared, it surged in size. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal peak 10,000 zheng tall, capable of obscuring the sun and moon. 5-colored divine light swirled upon its surface, and a terrifying aura capable of suppressing all things and crushing everything instantly locked onto the star armor lion below.
Seal!
Yang Jian spat out a single, icy word. That 5-colored divine mountain, enveloped in power as heavy as stars, descended with overwhelming might upon the level 5 beast emperor, whose eyes now betrayed sheer terror, crushing down upon it.
Chapter 94, The Seal of Gods and Demons. Entrance to the Meteor Ruins. Rumble.
The entire vast subterranean cavern suddenly trembled violently without warning. Above the dome, the once serene, flowing celestial river now churned and roared like boiling water. Visible ripples of energy continuously radiated outward from the depths of that starlit realm, colliding with the spatial barriers of the real world. They emitted a teeth-grinding crackling sound, as if the barriers might shatter completely at any moment.
What's happening?
Yan Lingji was the first to cry out in alarm. She forced herself to steady her stance, her stunning face etched with terror and unease.
So terrifying energy fluctuations.
Bai Wei's face turned deathly pale. Her psychic senses had been utterly overwhelmed by the chaotic torrent of energy the moment it struck.
What on earth is happening in there? It's Yang Jian.
Xu Feng stared intently at the churning starry sea, his voice thick with shock and disbelief.
An energy collision of this magnitude. He must be fighting one of the terrifying beings inside.
Though they couldn't see the inner workings of the starlight world, the sheer energy ripples radiating out enough to shake the entire ruin were enough to imagine the earth-shattering battle unfolding within. Han Shan struggled to his feet, gazing at the raging starry sea. For the first time, a light called faith shone in his usually earnest face.
He can do it.
Sue Moore stood silently at the very front of the crowd. Her white gown fluttered wildly in the raging currents, yet her form remained as immovable as a rock. Her icy phoenix eyes pierced through layer upon layer of starlight, as if trying to see into the very heart of the battle. Though she too was stunned by the commotion Yang Jian had unleashed, what filled her heart more profoundly was an expectation she hadn't even recognized herself.
Yang Jian, you unpredictable variable. Let me see just how far you can push yourself.
At the heart of the basin in the Starlight Realm, facing the five-colored divine mountain that had descended from the heavens, a colossus capable of crushing the ancient blue sky itself, the once arrogant, grade 5 beast emperor three-eyed star armor lion, finally let out a wail of despair. It frantically channeled its demonic power, its three vertical pupils simultaneously blasting out world-shattering divine light, attempting to withstand the crushing mountain.
Yet before the Manhwa mountain and SSS tier heaven-piercing divine treasure, all resistance proved utterly futile. Boom! The five-colored divine mountain crashed down.
No earth-shattering explosion, only a thunderous roar so profoundly muffled it felt as if the very fabric of heaven and earth had been compressed. The level 5 beast emperor, along with the solid starlight ground beneath its feet, was brutally, mercilessly, crushed deep into the earth by this divine mountain. Terrifying sealing power and the five elements divine light erupted instantly, completely obliterating all its vitality and divine soul.
Yang Jian's massive frame descended slowly.
He gazed at the five-colored divine mountain, now shrunk to the size of a palm and flying back into his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He strode to the edge of the colossal crater and effortlessly retrieved the 9-orifice Linglong heart, radiating a colossal aura of life, into his pouch. Without a moment's pause, he assessed his bearings and sprinted once more toward the location of the second treasure. The journey ahead transformed into a feast of conquest and plunder. This starlit world seemed to exist solely for him. Roar! Amidst a meteor belt formed by countless stellar fragments, a spider-like creature, the high-tier level 4 light spear spider demon, armed with 8 razor-sharp spears forged from pure light energy, suddenly burst forth from behind a meteorite. 8 light spears fired simultaneously, sealing off all of Yang Jian's escape routes. Trivial tricks.
Yang Jian didn't even bother changing his stance.
His mountain ape body trembled violently as the second refinement of the divine demon 9 refinements, the shock technique, roared into action.
Hum! An invisible, high-frequency shockwave radiated outward from him.
The 8 seemingly indestructible light spears, upon contact with this shockwave, began to shatter and crumble from within, inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, Yang Jian materialized before the light spear spider demon. A heavy punch, imbued with the true essence of the shock technique, slammed viciously into its chest. Boom! The light spear spider demon's sturdy outer shell remained intact, but all its internal organs and energy core had been utterly shattered into a pulp by that terrifying vibrational force.
Instant kill. Press onward.
Amidst a nebula burning with pale blue flames, he encountered a level 4 peak azure flame soul, composed entirely of fire. This time, Yang Jian retracted his fist. He spread his mountain-like palm and clenched it fiercely toward the fiery mass.
Divine Demon 9 refinements, 3rd refinement explosion.
He had actually seized the fiery mass in his hand, then activated the explosion technique, triggering a complete detonation of its internal energy structure.
Boom! A dazzling fireworks display erupted within his palm. Obtained the second treasure, Stellar Iron Essence. Continue.
The third treasure point, the Guardian, is a genuine level 5 ferocious beast.
Level 5 beginner Void Shift Beast.
This beast itself isn't particularly powerful in attack, but it possesses an extremely bizarre spatial teleportation ability. Slippery as an eel, it's impossible to guard against.
Yet, before Yang Jian, it encountered its true nemesis.
Yang Jian immediately summoned the Yuanhewuji mountain, whose 5 elements divine light spun, completely sealing and imprisoning the space within a radius of several kilometers. No matter how the Void Shift Beast twisted and turned, it couldn't escape the divine mountain's suppression. Finally cornered by Yang Jian, it was brutally pounded to pieces in the most savage manner. Yang Jian claimed the third treasure, the Tai Greenwood Vine. The slaughter continued. At the fourth treasure point, the guardian of the pool of Earth Vein Spirit Milk was a abyssal mole whose power had reached mid-tier level 5. This battle shook the heavens and earth. Yang Jian unleashed his full fury, the Hell's Wings and Angel's Wings flapped in unison, the Judgment Spear and God of the Underworld Spear rained down relentless bombardment, and the power of the storm swept across the entire battlefield. Finally, he once again summoned the Yuanhewuji mountain. After a half-hour of frenzied, mutual bombardment, he finally crushed this thick-skinned, tough-as-nails worm. As Yang Jian absorbed the last pool of Earth Vein Spirit Milk, he frantically ingested the surrounding stellar essence so dense it bordered on liquid while feeling the power within him surge to the brink of overflow.
At that very moment, buzz! His body jolted violently. He could distinctly feel that under the frenzied operation of the Divine Elephant Prison sealing force, the awakened Divine Elephant particles within his body had finally broken through to a brand new, milestone-like quantity. 2,000. As these 2,000 particles ignited simultaneously, a profound and mysterious enlightenment surged into his consciousness like the first light of creation.
A brand new, profoundly mystical divine ability, one that felt as innate as breathing, formed naturally within his mind. Divine ability seal of gods and demons. This was a perfect sealing technique. With a single thought, the true chi within his body transformed into countless invisible runes, like black gold snowflakes, instantly coursing through every limb and bone. They sealed every acupoint within his body, suppressing and restraining his surging blood and chi, as well as his colossal power. Finally converging within his Dantian sea of chi, it coalesced into an inconspicuous sphere of energy, vanishing completely from view. From that day forward, unless he chose to reveal it, no one would ever again be able to discern his true cultivation level or the strength of his vital energy. This divine technique was practically tailor-made for a sly old fox like him who loved to feign weakness. Chapter 95, Frenetic Devouring. Explosive Power Surge. After comprehending the divine technique known as Divine Demon Seal, Yang Jian's heart brimmed with overwhelming joy. This was the ultimate disguise, tailor-made for him. With a single thought, the profound black gold runes instantly surged through his body. In a mere instant, his terrifying vital energy far exceeding the second-grade realm and still surging from consecutive battles quietly retracted like a tamed primordial beast, finally settling into stillness. To the outside eye, he had reverted to an ordinary martial artist who had just crossed the threshold into the second rank. Perfect. Yang Jian nodded with satisfaction. All 4 treasures marked on the map had been secured. According to Su Moore's plan, he should return immediately. But Yang Jian had no such intention. Return? Are you kidding me? This starlight world, a death trap for others, was clearly an endless gold mine yet to be fully mined in his eyes. While those 4 treasures were undoubtedly precious for Yang Jian, the true priceless treasures lay in the vast expanse of celestial essence scattered across the sky, essence that could be directly absorbed and refined by the divine elephant prison sealing force and the walking, priceless beast material packs that roamed freely. To leave now would be like abandoning a gold mine after digging up just 2 bricks, utterly wasteful. His gaze swept across the still sparkling starry river, and the bloodthirsty, frenzied fighting spirit in his eyes was reignited once more. He no longer sought specific targets, instead fixing his gaze on a region where starlight was most concentrated, nearly solidifying into tangible form. His colossal mountain ape frame surged forward once more, charging madly toward it. Half an hour later, Yang Jian arrived at a colossal vortex of energy, swirling like a cosmic nebula. The concentration of stellar essence here was at least 10 times denser than in the outer regions. Simply standing here, each breath felt like inhaling liquefied energy. The divine elephant particles within his body hummed with joyous excitement. This is the place. Yang Jian hesitated no longer. His mountain-like frame settled directly into a cross-legged position at the very center of the nebula vortex. He held nothing back. Roar! A roar filled with the primordial aura of ancient chaos erupted from his mouth. The divine elephant prison sealing force surged into motion with unprecedented, frenzied intensity. Hum! A colossal, terrifying furnace apparition as if cast from infernal divine iron and covered in arcane demonic patterns materialized once more, centered upon him. Hell's Crucible. This time, it was no longer illusory. Infused with the colossal power of the stellar origin, it solidified into an incredibly tangible form, resembling a genuine artifact from the 9 hells. The furnace's mouth transformed into a deep, colossal vortex that seemed capable of devouring everything. Devour! 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 Yang Jian's mind screamed frantically. As if responding to his call, the colossal Hell's Crucible began devouring everything around it with terrifying, indiscriminate ferocity. It sucked in the surrounding molten stellar essence and the tiny fragments of stars without mercy. Rumble! The entire nebular vortex erupted violently in response to this brutal devouring. A colossal energy tornado, centered on Yang Jian, roared into existence. Vast quantities of stellar essence were sucked into the furnace, then brutally and efficiently refined, purified, and tempered by the raging infernal flames. Ultimately, it transformed into torrents of the purest, dazzling golden primordial energy. Like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, it surged madly into Yang Jian's limbs and bones, rushing toward the countless dormant particles within his body. Awaken! 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 In this moment, Yang Jian could clearly see the divine elephant particles within his body being illuminated and awakened in vast clusters at a terrifying speed. 2050. 2100. 2300. The strength of his physical form, the foundation of his power, and the very essence of his life were all surging upward at an unimaginable pace. The sensation was like a desert parched for billions of years finally receiving an unending downpour of life-giving rain. Blissful. An unprecedented sense of relief. The sheer ecstasy of this raw power surge felt even more direct and intoxicating than the system's thousand-fold critical hits. Such earth-shattering cultivation activity naturally roused the original master of this region. Roar! Gaia! Rages filled with fury and savagery echoed from all directions within the nebula vortex. Dozens of level 4 beasts, roused by the energy disturbance, along with 3 level 5 beast emperors whose auras were distinctly more terrifying, burst forth simultaneously from their respective lairs.
Their blood-red eyes locked onto the intruder, frantically plundering their energy source, launching the most savage attacks without hesitation.
In an instant, countless beams capable of tearing space apart, energy spheres powerful enough to shatter stars, and mental storms potent enough to shatter souls descended like apocalyptic calamities.
From every direction, they pounded down upon Yang Jian, the center of the storm.
Yet, facing this assault that would have driven any fourth-rank grandmaster to despair,
Yang Jian, seated cross-legged, didn't even lift an eyelid.
He merely extended his hand calmly. The Yuanhewuji mountain, now transformed into a towering peak suspended silently above his head, burst into brilliant radiance at that very moment. Five-colored divine light swirled, coalescing into an immense, translucent, five-colored light barrier. It enveloped both him and the Hell's Crucible, which was now operating at its most frenzied pace.
5 elements divine light absolute defense. Boom. 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 Boom.
Countless world-shattering attacks slammed into the multicolored light barrier. Yet, that seemingly thin layer of light proved to be incredibly sturdy. No matter how violently the chaotic energies crashed and raged against it, it merely rippled with faint, concentric waves, standing as steady as a mountain, not budging an inch. In this moment, Yang Jian truly embodied the phrase auto-farming monsters to its absolute extreme.
Yuanhewuji Mountainies responsible for invincible defense. Hell's Crucible responsible for voracious consumption.
As for himself, he need only sit securely at the center, reveling in his power surging upward like a rocket.
Chapter 96, Divine Elephant Perfection. A leap in life's hierarchy.
Time lost all meaning within this dazzling, turbulent world of starlight.
Yang Jian was utterly immersed in the unparalleled, ecstatic bliss of power erupting like a raging torrent.
The Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, this supreme technique originating from the Divine Prison of the Gods, finally revealed its true, terrifying and monstrous visage at this moment. It was like a primordial colossus awakening after billions of years of hunger, and this world brimming with the colossal essence of the stars was its most perfect, inexhaustible sustenance. The phantom of the Hell's Crucible had swollen to terrifying proportions, nearly enveloping the entire nebular vortex and transforming into a colossal energy tornado piercing through heaven and earth.
This was no longer absorption, it was outright plunder.
In the most tyrannical, most brutal manner, it forcibly seized the most primordial energies of this world as its own.
The entire starlight world trembled violently in response. Countless stars were torn from their orbits by that terrifying suction, transforming into dazzling streams of light. Like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they plunged into the bottomless vortex of the furnace. This secret realm was visibly fading and thinning at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, within Yang Jian's body, the awakening speed of the divine elephant particles reached an unprecedented, miraculous peak. 3,000. 4,000. 6,000. 8,000. He felt every inch of his flesh, every cell, undergoing a life-altering, earth-shattering transformation. His bones were growing more radiant than the hardest divine metal. His blood was growing hotter than the most scorching magma. His internal organs seemed to be evolving into something immortal and divine. If before he had merely been a ferocious beast cloaked in human skin, now he strode boldly toward a true divine demonic form. The ferocious beasts surrounding him had long since shed their initial fury and savagery, replaced by pure, soul-shaking terror. They attacked the five-colored light barrier with frenzied ferocity, yet could not shake it in the slightest. They watched helplessly as their very homeland, the source of their existence, was slowly devoured and consumed by the terrifying demon god entrenched at the storm's center. Some lower-tier level 4 beasts, drained of energy, began to fade and dim. Finally, with a last, unwilling wail, they vanished completely from the world. Finally. After an unknown span of time. The moment the last dormant divine elephant particle within Yang Jian was fully ignited by that colossal, golden torrent of primordial essence forged and tempered 1,000 times through the Hell's Crucible. 10,008. The instant this number representing the grand perfection of the first tier of divine elephant prison sealing force flashed through his mind, the entire world seemed to freeze. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no world-ending momentum. What existed was only a profound transformation and leap originating from the deepest, most primordial core of life itself. Boom! Within Yang Jian's sea of consciousness, it felt as though the primordial god had sounded the first gong of creation. The 10,008 divine particles that had been ignited were no longer isolated entities at this moment. Guided by some supreme law, they began to circulate within his body along profoundly mysterious trajectories. Ultimately, like countless stars forming a vast celestial map, they connected into an incredibly sacred, boundlessly vast, ancient divine image diagram. The moment the divine image map appeared, it instantly replaced all the meridians and chi blood circulation pathways within his body, becoming the sole foundation for the circulation of his power. A terrifying power unlike any he had ever felt before, as if awakened from the depths of primordial deities, exploded from the very center of the divine image. This force was no longer merely colossal, it carried an aura of divinity that suppressed the ages, immortal and indestructible. Yang Jian's already mountain-like ape form, swollen to its absolute limit, emitted a series of bone-chilling crackling sounds under the impact of this higher-tier force.
His bones, muscles, and fascia underwent a new, more thorough reshaping and reinforcement. Every inch of flesh and blood seemed to be striding toward a true divine demonic form. Meanwhile, his innate divine abilities long fused with his very being gained unprecedented, immense enhancement within this leap of life-level transformation. The hell wings and angel wings grew more solid, their surfaces now faintly etched with blurred, sacred corrupted runes radiating the essence of the Tao. Each flap seemed capable of tearing through space itself, traversing the dimensions of light and darkness. The phantom form of the Hell's Forge slowly began to solidify, its energy refinement efficiency increasing tenfold. The primordial energies of hell and heaven emanating from the spear of the netherworld and the judgment lance grow more potent, their might now capable of posing a tangible threat to the divine souls of peak third-rank martial artists. Yet the greatest transformation did not stem from these. The instant the divine elephant diagram fully materialized, an indescribably profound enlightenment like shards of a shattered Tao slammed violently into his spiritual sea. It was boundless tolerance, boundless endurance, boundless resolve. As if it were the supreme state of mind distilled by that primordial divine elephant, which had suppressed the heavenly god's prison, after enduring eons of solitude and tribulation. Divine ability, Tao of endurance. A wholly new method of spiritual evolution, utterly distinct from all combat divine abilities, naturally took shape within his mind. In that instant, Yang Jian felt his spirit soar to infinite heights, as if he had transformed into that eternal, primordial divine elephant. With absolute calmness and utter detachment, he gazed down upon the surging, roaring torrent of power within his body. His state of mind became unbreakable, reaching the terrifying realm of immovable as a mountain, capable of containing all things. Simultaneously, his vital energy, which had just reached 501 units upon breaking through to the second rank, was propelled by this leap in life force. Like a dragon breaking free from all chains, it began an unfathomable surge once more. 600 units. 650 units. This power was so colossal it even gave him the illusion that he could punch through the chasm separating the second grade from the third grade. Yet, the absolute composure granted by the great way of resolve allowed him to perceive clearly that the barrier of the realm, looming above the 2,000-point threshold, remained as solid as ever. Only now, in the face of his current colossal power, it no longer seemed so utterly unattainable. Finally, as the energy of the starlight realm was completely drained by him, that surging momentum slowly subsided. His vitality value settled at a number that would drive all second-rank martial artists outside to despair. Vitality, 701 units. Second grade, initial stage. Just one seclusion, one devouring. Though his cultivation realm hadn't made a great leap, his strength, his foundation, and the very essence of his life had undergone earth-shattering changes. Huff. Yang Jian slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, within which glimmered specks of brilliant starlight. He slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, two beams of golden divine light, solid as substance and seemingly capable of piercing the void, erupted from his enormous eyes. They directly pierced and shattered a small star thousands of meters ahead. He could feel it clearly. He was now stronger than ever before. A terrifying sense of power capable of shattering a star with a single punch or cracking a continent with a single kick filled every inch of his being. With a thought, the familiar yet utterly transformed personal interface slowly materialized before his eyes. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, second grade martial artist. Vitality, 701 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, First Tier Grand Perfection Awakened Particles, 10,800 10,800. Constitution, Celestial Walker's Physique. Bloodline, S-Rank Mountain Giant Ape SSS Rank Kuanping. Divine Abilities, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS Rank Unlocked, Arm-Reaching Ape Transformation, Kuanping Transformation. Lifebound Divine Abilities Enhanced, Wings of Hell, Wings of Angels, Hell's Crucible, Unconscious Elephant Heart, Spear of the Nether God, Judgment Spear, Storm, Seal of Gods and Demons, Great Way of Endurance. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boiling, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye, Momentary Soaring, Mountainous Physique. Martial Arts, Divine Demon 9 Refinements S-Rank Mastered, First Refinement Penetration, Tongbei Fist, Star Plucking Hand. Divine Artifact, Yuanhao Wuji Mountain SSS Rank Heaven Piercing Divine Treasure. Overall Assessment, a primordial divine elephant calf that has completed its first full metamorphosis. It has begun to grasp the fundamental concept of rules. Friendly reminder, you're nearly draining this world's energy pool dry. The Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, first tier, finally, perfected. Yang Jian felt the terrifying power within him smooth, unobstructed, as if fused with the heavens and earth, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Chapter 97, Inside This Egg. Is a panda? The national treasure that scams food and drink. Feeling the unprecedented, colossal power within him, Yang Jian slowly released the transformation of the mountain giant ape, reverting to his original, delicate youth. With a thought, he activated the newly mastered, Divine Demon Seal. In an instant, his staggering chi blood power of 701 points, enough to strike terror into any second-rank martial artist, faded away like receding tides, ultimately sealed perfectly within his Dantian Sea of Chi. His outward aura returned to the unremarkable 501 points characteristic of a lowly second-rank beginner. Only after completing this did he nod with satisfaction, beginning to take stock of the immense gains from this journey to the Starlight World. First, there was the mountain of ferocious beast materials. From the level 4 early stage, star-patterned ape, to the level 5 mid-stage, abyssal mawworm, he had slaughtered at least dozens of high-tier ferocious beasts along the way. Their crystal cores, scales, and bones each was a top-tier material priceless in the outside world. Selling them all would yield a fortune so vast it would make even his heart race. But even more crucial were the 4 supreme treasures. 9 orifice linglong heart, containing the purest life energy, it was an unparalleled sacred treasure for healing wounds and breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Earth vein spirit milk, an exceptional elixir for purifying the flesh and tempering the body's foundation. These 2 treasures, Yang Jian intended to hand over to Su Muching as promised. After all, without her map and secret techniques, he never would have found this place. As for the other 2, Yang Jian's gaze settled upon the stellar iron essence shimmering with metallic luster throughout, and the Tai greenwood vine coiled with dense inwood energy. A flicker of intense desire passed through his eyes. Star iron essence was one of the hardest divine metals known to man. Imbued with the power of the stars, it was indestructible, perfect for forging the tip of a divine spear. The Tai greenwood vine, meanwhile, possessed extreme flexibility yet remained utterly unbreakable, the supreme choice for forging spear shafts. These 2 treasures were tailor-made, perfect materials for his newly awakened path of spearmanship. Looks like my first divine spear is sorted, Yang Jian grinned, promptly stowing both treasures into his storage bracelet. He looked up at his surroundings. The once dazzling starlit world had grown significantly dimmer, and the vast primordial starlight energy in the air had become incredibly thin. Clearly, after his earlier earth-shattering, frenzied absorption, the energy here had been drained to the last drop. Staying any longer would likely yield no further gains in his strength. It's time to head back. Yang Jian made up his mind. Yet, just as he prepared to turn and leave, a faint purple divine light flickered uncontrollably deep within his calm eyes. Divine eye of the abyssal void. Through his vision that penetrated the very essence of all things, he keenly detected something within the deepest core of this nebular vortex, in that chaotic energy zone shrouded by countless spatial turbulence. A faint, flickering speck of light seemed to be barely visible. Yang Jian's eyebrows arched slightly. This light was exceedingly faint, nearly obscured by the chaotic spatial turbulence. Had he not just perfected the first level of divine elephant prison sealing force, greatly enhancing his spiritual power and perception, he likely would never have detected it. Not even Su Moore, the reincarnated Empress, had marked it on her map. Something was definitely amiss here. Guided by the principle that thieves never leave empty-handed, Yang Jian's curiosity was instantly piqued. Without a moment's hesitation, his form flickered as the angel wings unfurled behind him. Transforming into a streak of light, he carefully navigated around the visible spatial turbulence, heading toward the core area. The closer he got, the more terrifying the tearing force of space became. Yet for Yang Jian, possessing the Skywalker's body and commanding the power of the storm, these spatial disturbances not only failed to hinder him but instead felt as familiar and comfortable as swimming through water. Soon, he pierced through the chaotic zone and reached the location of the light point. The sight before him caused him to pause in surprise. Here, there was no earth-shattering treasure as imagined, nor terrifying beasts guarding it. Instead, there lay a giant egg roughly the size of a basketball. Its entire surface was a striking blend of black and white, as if woven from the purest essence of light and darkness. The giant egg was covered in intricate, ancient patterns, as if illustrating some supreme truth about the cyclical nature of yin and yang, life and death. The faint light emanated from within this very egg. What is this egg? Yang Jian's face was etched with astonishment. He could distinctly sense an immense yet profoundly serene life force emanating from within. Just as he prepared to reach out and touch the strange giant egg. Crack! A faint, shattering sound, like the crackling of glass, suddenly emanated from the eggshell. Yang Jian's movement froze abruptly. His eyes widened as he saw a tiny crack silently appear on the black and white shell. Crack, crack, crack. Then, as if triggered by a chain reaction, more and more cracks, growing denser by the second, spread like a spiderweb across the entire shell. The life force within the shell grew stronger and more vibrant with each passing moment. It's hatching? Yang Jian was utterly dumbfounded. He instinctively took 2 steps back, watching the unpredictable scene before him with a look of caution. Within mere minutes, under Yang Jian's stunned and incredulous gaze, boom! The cracked eggshell finally shattered completely. Countless black and white fragments scattered in all directions. Immediately after, a fluffy little creature, entirely black and white in color and looking adorably clumsy, wobbled its way out of the shattered eggshell. The creature was about the size of a palm, with black eye rings, black ears, black limbs, and a round, white body. It seemed newly born, brimming with curiosity about the world. It shook its head, its pure, unblemished eyes like black beans glancing around in bewilderment. Finally, its gaze settled on the enormous humanoid creature not far away. Yang Jian. Yang Jian froze. His Dao heart, which had remained utterly unruffled even when facing a 5th-rank beast emperor, finally cracked at that moment. He stared blankly at the harmless little black and white creature, which stared back at him just as blankly. His mind went blank. In a dreamlike, uncertain whisper, he uttered 2 words. Bear, cat? Eek?
The newly hatched black and white creature seemed to hear Yang Jian's murmuring voice. It tilted its fluffy head, its large, shiny eyes brimming with pure, unadulterated curiosity.
Far from being intimidated by Yang Jian's massive frame, it wobbled toward him with unsteady, clumsy steps. As it crawled, it extended its pink little tongue, licking the crystalline egg yolk clinging to its mouth with a satisfied, soft smacking sound.
Yang Jian.
His powerful heart, which had just undergone the divine elephant perfection and a leap in vitality, was now unexpectedly struck by this scene filled with adorable contrast. Was this really a ferocious beast? Why did it feel cuter than the ragdoll cat his little sister kept? More harmless? Yang Jian slowly crouched down. His mountain-like frame created a stark, visually striking contrast against the palm-sized panda. He tentatively extended a finger, offering it toward the tiny creature.
The black and white creature seemed fascinated by his enormous finger.
Instead of retreating, it reached out with two fluffy little paws, wrapped them around Yang Jian's finger, and then opened its tiny mouth.
With its pink, not yet fully grown gums, it began to gently nibble.
There was no pain, only a warm, damp sensation. Yang Jian could distinctly sense a pure, harmless curiosity and affection conveyed through this contact, reaching deep into his soul.
This little thing. Yang Jian felt both amused and exasperated.
His heart, long hardened by countless acts of killing, inexplicably softened in that moment. He gently cradled the tiny creature in the palm of his hand.
Its touch was smooth and warm, like holding a piece of fine jade.
He could distinctly sense an immense yet profoundly peaceful energy within its tiny body, a strange force that seemed capable of harmonizing everything. This energy was neither vital essence nor demonic power, but something more primordial, as if born from the very beginning of the Tao, the yin-yang force.
Eek! Ya!
The little beast cradled in his palm seemed quite content.
It rolled over with a satisfied sigh, lying on its back with all four paws in the air, exposing its round, snow-white belly while emitting a series of calls brimming with dependence and joy. Yang Jian's gaze fell upon the shattered, black and white eggshell fragments beneath it. He casually picked up a fragment, and the Guishu Divine Eye silently activated. In an instant, he saw the most fundamental composition of that fragment. Countless minuscule runes symbolizing light and darkness, life and death, creation and destruction intertwined and cycled within it, ultimately forming a perfect, self-consistent equilibrium. Whoa! Yang Jian sucked in a sharp breath. This was no mere eggshell. It was clearly a divine artifact forged from the purest fragments of the Tao's laws, the very essence of yin and yang. The sheer essence of the laws contained within this tiny fragment alone. Were the masters and grandmasters of the outside world to witness it, they would likely fall into enlightenment on the spot, driven mad by its power. And this little thing before him was actually treating a divine artifact of this caliber as its sustenance? When Yang Jian looked again at the black and white beast in his palm, still rolling around playfully with an innocent expression, his gaze shifted completely. This was no harmless national treasure. This was clearly a super divine beast cub of unimaginably noble lineage, whose bloodline grade likely far surpassed even SSS rank. Just then, the black and white creature seemed to tire of playing, or perhaps hunger-struck. It abruptly stopped rolling, its large, glossy eyes gazing pitifully at Yang Jian as its tiny belly emitted a series of growling sounds. Then, it stretched out its furry little paw, pointing toward the nearby pool where Yang Jian had drained most of the essence, yet a trace of the pool's bottom spiritual liquid still lingered, the earth vein spiritual milk. Its meaning was unmistakable. Seeing this, Yang Jian's heart stirred. He manipulated a small globule of earth vein spirit milk, suspending it before the little beast. The black and white creature's eyes lit up instantly. It eagerly extended its pink little tongue and gave the cluster of essence a gentle lick. Smack! A loud smacking sound filled with boundless satisfaction and bliss echoed. Then, like a ravenous beast starved for days, it opened its tiny mouth and gulped down the entire cluster of earth vein spirit milk, a substance so precious it could purify a human martial artist's body as if drinking water, swallowing it all with a series of gulp sounds. After finishing, it licked its lips with lingering satisfaction, its large, watery eyes once again fixed on Yang Jian, filled with longing. Yang Jian. He felt like this little creature had latched onto him. And what's more, it was a voracious eater, a super glutton who scammed food and drinks. Staring at the mysterious, extraordinary, yet undeniably adorable creature in his palm, Yang Jian found himself caught between laughter and tears. Kill it? He definitely couldn't bring himself to do that. But abandoning it? That seemed impossible too. After much deliberation, it seemed there was only one choice left. All right. Yang Jian sighed helplessly, yet a faint smile, one he himself hadn't even noticed, played across his face. From now on, you'll be staying with me. He looked at the little black and white creature, whose only activities seemed to be eating and sleeping, and a sudden thought struck him. He casually gave it a name. From today onward, you shall be called Gung. Chapter 98. This divine beast is called an Iron Eater? Eek. As if understanding Yang Jian's words, the black and white creature named Gung rolled happily in his palm, emitting a series of soft, joyful squeaks, seemingly quite pleased with its new name. Yang Jian chuckled helplessly and gently placed the clingy little creature onto his shoulder. Gung seemed to love this new spot. It adjusted its posture with its stubby little legs, finally settling into the most comfortable position. Its two fluffy little paws clung tightly to Yang Jian's collar, as if afraid of falling. Only after all this did Yang Jian slowly rise to his feet. He glanced at the starlight world, now dimmed beyond recognition and teetering on the brink of collapse. He knew this was no place to linger. With a thought, the divine demon seal within him activated once more. The colossal vitality of 701 calories was entirely contained and suppressed by the profound black gold runes, finally stabilizing at the level it had been before. It was time to leave. Without a trace of lingering attachment, the angel wings unfurled behind him. His entire form transformed into a streak of light, racing along the path he had come, hurtling toward the boundary where reality and illusion converged. Entrance to the meteorite ruins. Nearly 6 hours had passed. The once turbulent starry river had gradually calmed, though its radiance had dimmed significantly like a star nearing its end, radiating a melancholy sorrow reminiscent of a hero's twilight years. The expressions on the faces of Chu Feng, Han Shan, Yan Lingji, and Bai Wei had shifted from initial shock and tension to deep worry and impatience. What's going on? Why is there no movement at all? Yan Lingji paced restlessly, her fiery red hair seemingly stripped of its usual luster. It's been so long. He couldn't have met with an accident, could he? Bai Wei's eyes brimmed with worry. Only Su Mucheng remained standing quietly, though her jade-like hands, clenched so tightly her knuckles had turned slightly white, betrayed the turmoil within. Just as everyone's eyes grew weary from waiting, hope nearly fading. The dim starlit world finally rippled once more. A familiar figure, bathed in the last vestiges of starlight, stepped out from within, reappearing before everyone. It was Yang Jian. Yang Jian. You're finally out. Chu Feng and the others, witnessing this, instantly erupted in ecstatic cheers and rushed forward to greet him. Are you okay? Yan Lingji was the first to reach Yang Jian. Her wild eyes scanned him anxiously, fearing he might be missing limbs. I'm fine. Yang Jian felt a wave of warmth wash over him at the genuine concern in everyone's eyes. He shook his head calmly. However, the instant he spoke, every pair of eyes in the room swept past his face and froze solidly on the curious, fluffy little creature peeking out from his shoulder, a black and white creature. The entire scene once again fell into an eerie, deathly silence. This is. Chu Feng's eyes widened to the size of saucers, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. So adorable. Bai Wei's eyes instantly sparkled with countless little stars. Her intellectual demeanor vanished in that moment, replaced by pure, uncontrollable maternal radiance. Even Yan Lingji, the fiercest tempered of them all, was instantly melted by its cuteness. Her defenses crumbled, and she instinctively reached out to stroke the little creature's head. But before her hand could reach halfway, it was abruptly halted by a cold, chilling cry filled with utter shock and disbelief. An Iron Eater? The voice belonged to none other than the one who had maintained her icy composure throughout the Reborn Empress, Su Mucheng. At this moment, her eternally unchanging, icy cold face was etched with utter horror. Her icy phoenix eyes were fixed intently on Gaol on Yang Jian's shoulder. That gaze seemed to have encountered something that only existed in myths and legends, something that shouldn't have appeared in this era, a forbidden existence. Iron-eating beast? Yang Jian froze at the words. He glanced down at the innocent-looking creature clinging to his collar, munching away with relish. This national treasure filled him with confusion. Wasn't this thing called a panda? Su Mucheng ignored Yang Jian's confusion. She took a sudden step forward, and within her icy phoenix eyes, two blazing flames ignited. Where did you find it? Her voice trembled slightly from sheer agitation. An Iron Eater. That was a supreme divine beast that only existed in ancient myths. Legend says it was among the first beings born when heaven and earth first opened, born from the harmonious union of yin and yang energies. It was born with the innate ability to command the Tao of yin and yang. Upon reaching maturity, it possessed terrifying power comparable to that of a god, capable of devouring the sun, moon, and stars. In her past life, divine beasts of this caliber had been extinct for untold tens of thousands of years. Even as the immortal Empress, she had only encountered fleeting mentions of it in the most ancient texts. Yet now, a living, breathing Iron Eater beast, still in its juvenile stage, appeared before her without warning. This was beyond mere fortune. This was a miracle capable of reshaping the entire era's landscape. Seeing Su Mucheng's flustered state, Yang Jian grew even more certain that the little creature perched on his shoulder was absolutely extraordinary. Without a flicker of emotion, he retrieved the 9-hole Linglong heart and the pool of earth vein spirit milk, handing them to Su Mucheng. I've fulfilled my mission. Su Mucheng took a deep breath, forcing her gaze away from Gungun. She accepted the two treasures, feeling the immense energy within them, and the shock in her heart deepened once more. Her gaze toward Yang Jian had become incredibly complex. This man, not only was he an unfathomable monster himself, but the fortune surrounding him had grown so thick that even legendary divine beasts would willingly acknowledge him as their master? Well done. In the end, 1,000 words boiled down to just these 4. Su Mucheng stowed away the treasure, glancing at the meteorite ruins that were already showing signs of instability.
This place is no longer safe for us to linger. We should return to the martial god palace. With that, she turned first and headed back along the path they had come, though her footsteps seemed to carry a barely perceptible urgency compared to before. The others hurried to follow. On the return journey, the little creature Gungun undoubtedly became the center of attention for the entire group. Even Chufeng, who was usually serious and reserved, couldn't help but glance at it a few extra times. Bai Wei and Yanlingji, meanwhile, had completely transformed into obsessed admirers, constantly pulling out various spirit fruits and dried meats along the way, desperately trying to feed this adorably irresistible little creature. Unfortunately, apart from Yang Jian, Gungun maintained an aloof demeanor toward everyone else, showcasing the majesty of a divine beast to the fullest. The group safely navigated their way out of the meteorite ruins and boarded the Suanio-class shuttle. They set off at full speed, heading back toward the martial god palace.
Chapter 99, Insane Wealth. The Divine Rifle Dragon Spine.
The journey back to the martial god palace was unusually calm.
Upon returning to their respective quarters, Yang Jian immediately entered seclusion.
He meticulously sorted the vast haul of ferocious beast materials plundered from the meteorite ruins. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention by selling too many top-tier materials at once, he chose the most prudent approach, breaking them down into smaller batches for gradual sale. The next day, he arrived at the Martial God Palace's 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. This was the largest official material acquisition and trading venue within the palace. He selected a small portion of relatively ordinary Grade 4 ferocious beast materials, including the claws and wings of a starlight falcon and the exoskeleton of a light spear spider demon.
Master, could you appraise these for me?
The appraiser was a white-haired elder who initially paid little attention, assuming it was just another student handling ordinary goods. But when his gaze fell upon the pure starlight energy lingering on the materials, his cloudy old eyes instantly brightened.
Whoa! Such pure starlight energy. These, all retrieved from the meteorite ruins? The elder stared at Yang Jian in astonishment. Young man, impressive. To survive that death trap and bring back materials in such pristine condition. After a professional appraisal, the materials ultimately fetched Yang Jian a staggering sum of 300,000 star coins. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant he stepped out of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Yang Jian donated the entire sum to the system. Ding!
Detected host donation of 300,000 credits.
Charity system activated. Donation successful. Initiating charitable rewards.
The familiar glow illuminated his vision as the roulette wheel spun wildly.
Charity reward triggered tenfold return.
Though it didn't trigger a 1,000-fold critical hit, the tenfold return still sent a colossal surge of energy flooding into his body. Yang Jian immediately channeled this energy, directing it to surge through his vital energy.
Vitality, 753 points. Not bad.
Yang Jian felt the renewed, robust power within him and nodded with satisfaction. Over the next few days, he repeated the process. On the third day, he made his move. The pair of scythe blades formed from void crystals from the void scythe mantis, along with portions of flesh from the abyssal maulworm, netted him another 400,000 star coins.
Donation. Ding. Charity reward triggered 5-fold return. Vitality points, 815 points. On the fifth day, he anonymously listed the pelt and crystal core of that early stage level 5 void teleport beast on the Wanbao Pavilion's consignment platform. It was quickly snapped up by a mentor specializing in spatial arts for a hefty 70,000 star coins. Keep donating. Ding. Charity reward triggered 8-fold return. Vitality points, 921.
Each donation felt like a shot of adrenaline, propelling his strength upward in leaps and bounds. His second-rank martial artist cultivation was advancing toward the peak at a pace that left all geniuses in the outside world in the dust. After processing most of the ferocious beast materials, exchanging them for vast sums of money, and donating it all, his vitality points finally stabilized at vitality points, 1,300. He had already surpassed half the 2,000 points needed to reach the peak of the second rank. It's time to forge my weapon. With his funding secured, Yang Jian entrusted the Stellar Iron Essence and Tai Greenwood Vine, along with his entire savings, to the most renowned king-tier forging master within the Martial God Palace Oyeji. After paying an astronomical forging fee and enduring a grueling 10-day wait. On this day, he finally received word from Master Oyeji.
The Divine Spear is complete. With a tinge of excitement, Yang Jian arrived at Master Oyeji's forge workshop, built atop a volcanic crater. Young man, you've arrived.
Master Oyeji, short in stature yet muscular and radiating intense heat, greeted Yang Jian with an approving smile.
Come see for yourself. This spear is one of the most satisfying pieces I've crafted in nearly a century.
With that, he lifted a massive red cloth draped over the forging bench. In an instant, an aura of unparalleled sharpness as if it could pierce the heavens filled the entire workshop. There lay a slender spear, its shaft crafted from a section of the Tai Greenwood Vine. Its shaft, forged from the Tai Greenwood Vine, radiated a warm, lustrous dark green. The natural wood grain along its length resembled a coiling azure dragon, pulsing with the resilience and power of living essence. Its spearhead, forged from the stellar iron essence through relentless hammering, radiated a profound silver-gray hue, as if containing the entire starry sky within it. The spear had abandoned the traditional rhombic shape, instead adopting an eerie, spiraling form that seemed to compress inward endlessly. It resembled a miniature, ceaselessly drilling bit, radiating an extreme, all-piercing intent. Most marvelous of all, at the junction where spearhead meets shaft, Master Oyeji ingeniously fused the spine of the Grade 5 Beast Emperor, the three-eyed star armor lion. This seamless integration made the entire spear appear as if forged by the heavens themselves. What a spear! Yang Jian's eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. He reached out and grasped the shaft. The moment the spear touched his hand, an extraordinary sensation of kinship surged through him. He could distinctly feel that this spear was like an extension of his own arm, the perfect embodiment of his way of skill. This spear measures 13 feet, 7 inches in length and weighs 813 catties, Master Oyeji declared proudly, stroking his beard. Its shaft is supple enough to absorb 10,000 joule of force. Its tip is sharp enough to pierce 10,000 types of armor. I fashioned its spine from the dragon bone of that 5th grade beast emperor. Therefore, I name it Dragon Spine. Gripping the divine spear Dragon Spine, Yang Jian felt the power within him surge with exhilaration. He knew that from this day forward, his combat prowess would ascend to an entirely new tier. With a divine weapon in hand, he now needed potent techniques. Yang Jian spared no expense with his credits, splurging at the exchange center to purchase several A-grade spear combat techniques. Back in his dorm, he pored over every single martial art manual. Under the terrifying, godlike insight granted by the Great Way of the Resolute Heart, these intricate gun techniques which would occupy countless martial artists for lifetimes outside became utterly simple and transparent to him. He didn't even need to deliberately practice. Merely silently simulating them in his mind, the essence and profound principles of those spear techniques flowed like a trickling stream, naturally integrating into his martial understanding. The swiftness, precision, and ruthlessness of the 13 star-chasing spears. The overwhelming power and dominance of the sea-covering spear technique. The cunning and elusive nature of the 7 serpent probes. All these techniques ultimately became nourishment for his way of technique, fused into a single forge within him, ready to be drawn upon at will. Time flew by in the relentless cycle of daily training and strategic analysis. Half a month later. On this day, the entire martial god palace, indeed, all the top academies across the Great Xia Kingdom erupted in uproar over a single piece of news. The annual ultimate feast gathering the nation's finest talents. The National Freshman College League. Chapter 100, the qualifiers begin. The might of a single shot. The National Freshman College League. This was not an independent event, but rather a specialized track within the vast National College League system, specifically created for freshmen who had been enrolled for less than a year. Its purpose is to provide these prodigies who have just entered higher education and are in a period of rapid growth with the ultimate stage to showcase their talents, compete fairly, and gain access to vast resources. The league's rules are clear and ruthless. First, each top-tier institution must select its 5 strongest freshmen through internal trials before the league officially begins, forming their representative team. These 5 individuals will represent their school's highest honor, facing challenges from all other top institutions. When this announcement spread throughout the Martial God Palace via the Sacred Academy app, the palace's forums quiet for half a month erupted instantly, like oil boiling over after a depth charge was dropped. Top hot post, the battle reignites. National Freshman College League Team Selection Tournament begins in 3 days. Who will represent our Martial God Palace to conquer the world? Below the post, countless comments surged forth like a tidal wave. It's finally here. I've been waiting for this day so long, the flowers have wilted. This year's got so much to look forward to. The strongest freshman class ever. 15 of them, each one could have easily been the top pick in any previous draft. No contest, Yangshan will definitely secure a spot. I'm putting my money on it. Who's with me? Who's against? Opposed? While Yang Jian is powerful, his mindset of trading credits for cash is utterly repugnant. Can such a miser represent the honor of our Martial God Palace? Exactly. In my opinion, Qin Wushuan, with his sword heart enlightenment, is the true role model for our generation. His lightning-fast swordplay is unmatched among peers. Bull. My classmate Lei Dong is a born warrior god. He only gets stronger in battle. That's the true path of the king. Those sissies from Jingwu and Mo deserve a fist to knock some sense into them. Don't forget Senior Li Hao. Word is he got his hands on a grade A, heaven-shifting palm from his clan, boosting his power big time. He's been itching to take revenge on Yang Jian. Dark horse. There's definitely a dark horse. I'll bet my money on that low-key poison master from the south, Tang San. He'll blow everyone away. In an instant, the entire forum erupted with fervor. A fiercely heated debate raged over who would claim these 5 coveted spots. Talents like Qin Wushuan, Lei Dong, and Li Hao, who had excelled in the trials, each had their own supporters. Of course, the most controversial name remained the one that had been at the center of attention since enrollment, Yang Jian. Some revered him as a god, convinced he would lead the Martial God Palace to sweep all before them. Others dismissed him as a country bumpkin or a connection seeker, sneering at his bizarre abilities and eccentric behavior, convinced he was undeserving of his position. Yang Jian paid no heed to the external clamor. For these 3 days, he had immersed himself entirely in the cultivation and comprehension of his gun techniques. 3 days later, Martial God Palace, Central Training Ground. This was the largest open-air training ground within the Martial God Palace, dominated by a colossal platform carved from a single block of polished obsidian. Beneath the platform, a sea of people had already gathered. Countless upperclassmen, instructors, and even some high-ranking elders who had been in seclusion for a long time had come upon hearing the news, eager to witness the prowess of this strongest cohort of new recruits in history. The 15 new students who had ultimately passed the 3 trials now stood quietly below the platform, awaiting the commencement of the selection. Their faces were mostly etched with excitement, tension, and an unabashed hunger for victory. Yang Jian. A voice filled with venom and provocation shattered the calm. Li Hao, hailing from the Beijing elite circle, glared at Yang Jian with a savage grin. 2 other freshmen, equally formidable, stood beside him, clearly an alliance forged long ago. During the trial, you disgraced me with underhanded tricks. Li Hao's voice brimmed with confidence. He extended his right hand, its palm swirling with faint wisps of mist. But today, on this stage before all witnesses, I'll make you understand what true strength really is. My agreed martial art, the cloud-turning rain-sweeping palm, has reached perfection. Today, I will crush this so-called myth of yours beneath my feet. Facing his clownish ranting, Yang Jian didn't even lift an eyelid. It was Lei Dong beside him who lost his temper first. You, a defeated loser, dare bark like a dog? Lei Dong sneered in a deep, resonant voice. Want me to warm up with you first? Let me turn your worthless palm technique into a turning the river upside down? Qin Wuxuang silently stepped forward half a pace. Though silent, his hand resting on his sword hilt and his icy gaze made his stance clear. Ever since the Kunlun purification mission, the 2 of them had fully embraced Yang Jian as the leader worthy of their allegiance. Just then, the mentor overseeing the selection tournament stepped onto the stage. Silence. His voice, resonating with the authority of a peak 3rd-rank cultivator, echoed throughout the arena. The rules for this selection tournament are simple, he declared, pointing to the massive arena behind him. 15 candidates will enter the stage simultaneously. There are no rules, no restrictions. Any means are permitted. Ultimately, the last 5 standing on this stage will earn the right to represent the Martial God Palace in the National Freshman College Tournament. Now, ascend the stage. As his words fell, 15 figures instantly transformed into streaks of light, landing in unison upon the massive obsidian arena. The battle was about to begin. Yang Jian. Come and get it. Li Hao could no longer contain himself. Roaring with fury, he charged toward Yang Jian first. His 2 companions flanked him, closing in from both sides to form an encircling attack. Their objective was clear: to team up and eliminate the most conspicuous and most hated number 1 from the competition. Boss Yang Jian. We're here to help. Lei Dong and Qin Wuxuang rushed forward to support him. No need. Yet, a calm voice halted them. Yang Jian slowly raised his head, his calm gaze settling for the first time upon the 3 charging men. That gaze was as if he were observing 3 clueless ants. He extended his hand and made a slight fist in the air. Hum. A clear, piercing dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. The peerless weapon dragon's spine, a pitch-black spear whose tip flashed with starlight cold brilliance, materialized in his hand. With spear in hand, Yang Jian's entire aura transformed in an instant. If he had been a dormant yet profound volcano before, now he was a peerless divine spear capable of piercing the heavens themselves. Facing the 3-pronged encirclement, he didn't even shift his stance an inch. With simple, fluid grace, he swept the dragon's spine spear forward in a slow, sweeping arc. No fancy names, no dazzling effects. This was merely the most fundamental, simplest action in spear technique, sweeping 1,000 armies. Yet in Yang Jian's hands, this simple technique unleashed terrifying, world-shattering power. Whoosh! A visible, crescent-shaped gray spear beam, condensed from the sharpest of sharp energies, flashed from the spear tip. That spear beam seemed to defy the very limits of space. That spear beam seemed to sever the very flow of time. Li Hao and his 2 companions, their savage grins, the venom in their eyes, the palm techniques and fist winds they had just unleashed, powerful enough to shatter stone and split boulders. All were cleaved in 2 the instant they touched that gray spear beam, like butter sliced by a hot knife, silently, without a sound. Bang! 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 3 dull thuds. 3 figures, unable even to utter a scream, flew backward like one move. A single, most basic spear technique. 3 freshmen who would be hailed as heaven's chosen anywhere else, utterly defeated. The entire martial arts arena fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 101, The Might of Second Rank. Marching to Chuan capital. Dead silence. A graveyard-like stillness enveloped the entire central martial arts arena. Below the stage, thousands of senior students and instructors who had come to watch the match now stood frozen like statues, mouths slightly agape, eyes vacant, minds completely shut down. What had they witnessed? A spear. A single, most basic sweeping strike.
And then, 3 prodigious freshmen whose prowess would have placed them among the elite at any top academy simply flew away?
The entire sequence was clean and decisive, devoid of any flashiness, yet radiating an utterly suffocating, absolute dominance.
Did I see that correctly? Li Hao just lost like that. An upperclassman murmured in a dreamlike voice, his grade, cloud-turning rain-sweeping poem. He didn't even complete the opening stance? Then, what kind of gun technique was that?
Another elite second-year student specializing in the gun path stared fixedly at the dragon spine in Yang Jian's hands, his voice brimming with boundless shock and bewilderment.
Sweeping 1,000 armies. I've practiced it tens of thousands of times. Why does it feel like we're not practicing the same technique at all?
After a brief, deathly silence, the crowd erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited.
Monster! This guy is a complete freak of nature. That strike. Did you feel it? That razor-sharp aura is far beyond what a first-rank martial artist should possess.
That power has already begun to exhibit the characteristics of external projection.
External projection? You mean?
A spine-chilling thought surged uncontrollably through everyone's minds.
Second rank. Definitely second rank.
Only a second-rank martial artist could condense their vital energy to such an extent, transforming it into a tangible spear beam. A third-year senior with a keen eye cut straight to the heart of the matter, his voice sharpening with sheer astonishment.
Boom!
If Yang Jian's spear strike had merely stunned them before, the word second grade detonated like a nuclear bomb in everyone's minds.
Second grade? A freshman who'd only been enrolled for 2 months? This ing. Is there any justice left? Any law?
Countless gazes, filled with horror, jealousy, and profound helplessness, converged on the indifferent youth standing atop a stage, gun in hand. In that instant, all the debates and doubts about him on the forums seemed utterly ridiculous, utterly feeble. In the face of absolute, overwhelming power, words lost all meaning. On the stage, the remaining 11 freshmen had long since been terrified out of their wits by that earth-shattering shot. Gazing upon that demonic figure, they had lost even the courage to oppose him. Lei Dong and Qin Wushuang exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes a deep, bitter smile and a hint of unquestioning fervor. Their leader, as always, defied all conventional understanding. The rest of the competition became almost entirely predictable. Yang Jian stood silently in one corner of the ring, rifle in hand, and no one dared approach him.
His area seemed to automatically form a vacuum zone.
The remaining freshmen, however, engaged in a fierce battle for the last 4 spots.
Finally, after a chaotic melee,
Lei Dong, fueled by unmatched fighting spirit and formidable physical strength, violently knocked an opponent off the stage, securing his spot. Qin Wushuang, with his elusive and swift swordplay, defeated 2 formidable opponents in succession. His sword intent shone brightly, his sharpness fully revealed, securing him a spot as well. The final 2 spots, however, were claimed by 2 unexpected dark horses. One was a petite young woman from the southern frontier, her face perpetually graced with a sweet smile.
Her name was Aziz.
Her elusive poison techniques rendered opponents paralyzed and incapacitated before they even realized it, her methods so devious they were impossible to guard against. The other was a cold-hearted, taciturn girl named Longyu, whose presence was as elusive as a shadow. Her weapons were 2 short, crescent-shaped blades. Her movements were lightning fast, each strike as precise as an assassin under the moonlight, targeting vital points for instant lethality. Thus, the 5-member team representing the Martial God Palace in this year's National Freshman High School Tournament was officially confirmed. They are Yang Jian, Qin Wushuang, Lei Dong, Aziz, and Longyu.
Alright, now that the team is set, we depart immediately.
The mentor in charge of leading the team slowly stepped forward from the crowd. He was a middle-aged man clad in the Wushan Palace instructor's uniform, his face stern and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. But what drew the most attention was the empty sleeve of his right arm. His name was Pang Ziyuan, a formidable instructor whose strength had reached the 6th rank king level.
Pang Wang? Recognizing the figure, a gasp rippled through the crowd. King Pang is personally leading the team?
This year's freshmen are getting some serious star power.
Pang Ziyuan was a legend within the Martial God Palace.
Not only was he immensely powerful, but he was also a battle-hardened hero who had returned covered in blood from the brutal Void Tide at the eastern sea border several years prior. His right arm had been torn off by a level 7 Beast King during that bloody battle to defend the eastern frontier of the Great Xia Empire against endless hordes of void beasts. Every scar on his body bore witness to his glorious military achievements, and also revealed that this world was far from the peaceful facade it presented. Beyond the high walls, along the unseen frontiers, countless warriors like him sacrificed their lives and shed their blood every moment to protect the embers of human civilization.
Pang Ziyuan's gaze swept slowly across the 5 figures on the stage, finally lingering briefly on Yang Jian.
A fleeting, barely perceptible hint of approval flickered in his piercing eyes.
Everyone, follow me.
Without further ado, he turned and strode toward the aeroport of the Martial God Palace.
The venue for this year's National Freshman College Tournament was set in the Sichuan Shu province, renowned as the Land of Abundance, specifically in its capital city Chengdu.
When Yang Jian and his 4 companions arrived in this super city built within a basin aboard the Martial God Palace's exclusive shuttle, they were immediately stunned by the sight before them. The entire city of Chuando was enveloped by an immense, ring-shaped energy shield. Beyond the shield lay rugged mountain ranges covered in dense, primeval forests, from which the heart-stopping roars of ferocious beasts could be heard intermittently. Within the shield, however, a completely different scene unfolded. Countless futuristic skyscrapers rose skyward, crisscrossed by aerial bridges, while countless flying vehicles shuttled ceaselessly through the air, forming an incredibly prosperous and thriving steel tableau. At this moment, the entire city seemed immersed in a grand carnival. Gigantic holographic projections continuously broadcast promotional videos of star athletes from major universities across the city sky. Flags of various institutions lined the streets, while countless martial arts enthusiasts and citizens flooded the streets, cheering for their favorite schools. Jingwu University. Number 1 under heaven. Magic martial arts. Magic martial arts. Awe-inspiring throughout the ages. We're the home team at West Shu Martial Arts University. The championship will stay right here. The atmosphere was intense, boisterous, and thick with competitive spirit. As soon as Yang Jian and his team stepped out of the airport, they were immediately surrounded by dozens of media cameras. Excuse me, are you the representative team from the Martial God Palace? I'm a reporter from Martial Arts Frontier. What are your goals for this league? Yang Jian. I'm a streamer from God of War Live. As the most anticipated freshman this season, do you have the confidence to claim the Freshman King title? Faced with this media frenzy rivaling that of a top superstar, all 4 members except Yang Jian showed varying degrees of discomfort. Peng Ziyuan furrowed his brow, and an invisible aura of dominance erupted, pushing all the reporters back several meters. No comment. Leaving behind those 4 icy words, he led the 5 of them toward the athletes' village arranged by the organizers. Chapter 102, The Super Dark Horse. Zhuge Chang's Hot Pot Gathering. Chengdu City Athletes Village, Wuxing Palace exclusive rest area. This was an independent courtyard brimming with ancient charm and distinctive Ba Shu characteristics. Its tranquil environment stood in stark contrast to the clamor outside. In the living room, Peng Ziyuan observed the 5 fresh-faced newcomers before him, each radiating youthful energy yet wearing distinct expressions. A hint of solemnity crossed his usually stern face. Please, sit down. Once they were seated, he spoke slowly, his voice deep and authoritative. Regarding this year's National Freshman College League, I need to share some updated information with you. According to the official data we just received, a total of 211 universities will participate in this freshman league. This means you will be facing over 1,000 top-tier freshmen from all across the country. Hearing this number, both Zi and Leng Yu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on their faces. Of course, numbers alone mean little. Peng Ziyuan shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. In past tournaments, the top 3, even the top 5, were almost always dominated by our Martial God Palace. But this year... He paused, as if gathering his thoughts. This year, the situation has changed. According to intelligence I've obtained, among your cohort of freshmen, there are 2 absolute dark horses, ones that absolutely cannot be underestimated. Dark horses? Lei Dong asked casually, Coach Pang, how dark? Peng Ziyuan's gaze swept slowly across everyone present before he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. When they enrolled, their college entrance exam scores didn't even rank in the top 100 nationally. Yet in less than 2 short months, both of them have already broken through to the second-rank martial artist realm. What? At this revelation, shock spread across the faces of Qin Wushuan, Lei Dong, Zi, and Leng Yu, all except Yang Jian. In less than 2 months, they'd skyrocketed from quasi-martial artists or early first rank to second rank. While not quite as monstrously fast as Yang Jian's progress, this rate of advancement was still nothing short of astonishing. After all, the 4 of them were still stuck at the peak of the first rank, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through the threshold. Who are these 2? A fierce fighting spirit flashed in Qin Wushuan's eyes. By Linger, Jingwu University, Peng Ziyuan stated the first name. Rumor has it she possesses an extremely rare ancient spirit physique, granting her an almost unbelievable affinity with the energies of heaven and earth. Her cultivation progress is nothing short of meteoric. Hu Aiyu, from Demon City Martial Arts University, he continued with the second name. His origins are even more mysterious. No one knows his background, only that he practices an extremely domineering and bizarre body forging technique. His combat style is savage and bloody. Rumor even has it that he once tore apart a peak 3rd-tier ferocious beast with his bare hands during a mission. By Linger. Hu Aiyu. Qin Wushuang and Lei Dong murmured these names silently, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Both were proud and ambitious individuals. They had assumed their greatest rivals in this tournament would be each other in Yang Jian, never expecting hidden dragons and crouching tigers lurking outside their circle. Therefore, Peng Ziyuan's voice grew stern, set aside your arrogance. The honor of the Martial God Palace must not be tarnished. But I'd rather see none of you fall into ruin through carelessness. The competition officially begins in 2 days. You have these 2 days to relax and adjust your condition. Dismissed. After giving all the instructions, Peng Ziyuan turned and left, giving the 5 young people some space. Everyone dispersed, returning to their respective rooms. Just as Yang Jian was about to begin his meditation practice, his long dormant black bracelet suddenly vibrated. A familiar name popped up. Zhuge Qing. Yang Jian casually answered the call. Zhuge Qing's handsome face, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, appeared on the screen. "Hey, Master Yang, you in Sichuan yet?" Zhuge Qing's voice carried a hint of lazy teasing. "Just arrived," Yang Jian replied with a laugh. "Wow, wow, wow. Sweeping 3 opponents with a single shot to secure your representative spot and exposing your second rank strength in the process. Nice work, man. That move was pure badassery." Zhuge Qing clearly had even better intel than Peng Ziyuan. "So, how about it? To celebrate your winning start, wanna grab a bite?" "You pick the spot," Yang Jian agreed without hesitation. "Then it has to be Chengdu's most famous 9-grit old-school hotpot." Zhuge Qing chuckled. "I'll send you the address. See you there in half an hour. I'm dying to see just how strong this monster has become." After ending the call, Yang Jian rose and prepared to leave. But the moment he opened the door, he found Lei Dong and Qin Wuxuang standing there coincidentally, it seemed waiting for him. "Boss Yang Jian, heading out?" Lei Dong scratched his head and asked in a muffled voice. "Yeah, a friend invited me out for dinner." "Dinner?" Lei Dong's eyes lit up. "Perfect timing. I'm starving too. Take me with you?" "It's on me." Qin Wuxuang silently clasped his fists beside him. Though he didn't speak, the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. Yang Jian looked at the two of them and smiled helplessly. "All right, you can come along." Half an hour later, outside a bustling old-school hotpot restaurant in downtown Chengdu. The place, decorated in an antique style, was so popular it required a queue. When Yang Jian arrived with his 2 bodyguards, Zhuge Qing, who had been waiting at the entrance, couldn't help but whistle at the sight. "Not bad, Yang Jian. Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you're bringing bodyguards?" He eyed Lei Dong, whose imposing presence radiated like a mountain, and Qin Wuxuang, whose sharpness cut like a sword, marveling at the sight. "Can't help it, my guys are just too enthusiastic," Yang Jian shrugged. They sat down and ordered the most authentic 9-section hotpot base, bubbling with red oil. "Seriously," Zhuge Qing remarked, skillfully dipping tripe while watching Yang Jian, "you're the most unconventional person I've ever met. I thought breaking through to the peak of the first rank with my family's resources was fast enough, but you just quietly leaped straight to the second rank." "Just got lucky," Yang Jian replied with a faint smile. "Luck?" Zhuge Qing rolled his eyes. "If that's luck, then what are we? Children cursed by the heavens?" As they chatted and laughed, the conversation naturally turned to those 2 super dark horses. Bai Linger and Huayu. At the mention of these names, even Zhuge Qing's usual carefree expression grew slightly subdued. "Those 2 are truly extraordinary." He pushed his glasses up, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "I pulled some strings through family connections." After her college entrance exams, Bai Linger was personally taken away by a king-level elder from Jingwu University for a mysterious spirit awakening ritual. As for Huayu, he's more like a rock that appeared out of thin air, no background whatsoever. Yet every time he steps up, he's stronger than before. His growth defies all logic. Dark horse or white horse, who cares?" Lei Dong mumbled, stuffing a large chunk of beef into his mouth. "We'll find out once we step onto the stage. I'll see whose fists are harder, his or mine." Qin Wuxuang said nothing, silently polishing the blade that never left his side. Its ringing was clear and piercing, its battle intent fierce and unyielding. Chapter 103, Paths Cross. The feud is set. Steam rose from the hotpot within the private room. Red oil bubbled, filling the air with rich aroma. Lei Dong wielded his chopsticks like a general on the battlefield, engaged in a fierce battle with the plump slices of snowflake beef in the pot. Qin Wuxuang maintained his usual cold composure, yet his speed in scooping food was no slower than Lei Dong's. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, a small bulge suddenly appeared at the collar of Yang Jian's shirt. Next, a fluffy, black and white little head poked out from within. It was none other than the still snoring Gangang. Seemingly awakened by the irresistible aroma of the hotpot, it first shook its head sleepily. Then, its big, shiny black eyes were instantly drawn to the red pool in the center of the table, bubbling with endless delicacies. Eek! A soft, delighted cry filled with anticipation instantly shattered the quiet at the table. Holy crap! Zhuge Qing's chopsticks trembled, sending a piece of freshly cooked tripe plopping back into the pot. His eyes widened as he stared at the tiny creature suddenly perched on Yang Jian's shoulder, utterly incredulous. What is that? When did you start keeping a pet? Lei Dong and Qin Wuxuang also turned to look, their faces equally astonished. Gulong completely ignored the stares. Its black bean-like eyes were fixed solely on the hotpot, radiating a deadly allure. It stretched out its furry little paw, pawing at Yang Jian's face while emitting soft mew-mew sounds. As it called out, its tiny paw kept pointing toward the large pot, its little belly once again betraying its hunger with an uncontrollable growl. The message couldn't be clearer. I want to eat too. You little rascal. Yang Jian couldn't help but laugh and sigh. He pinched Gulu's soft, seemingly boneless little ears.
It's spicy. You can't eat it. Yeah. Yeah. Gung seemed thoroughly dissatisfied with Yang Jian's response.
He scrambled up Yang Jian's arm onto the table, took a step with his stubby little legs, and prepared to launch a suicide charge toward the big pot.
Alright, you've got me. Yang Jian swiftly scooped it up and said helplessly to the waiter, "Excuse me, could you please bring us another pot of clear soup?" "Thank you."
Soon, a new pot base was brought over. Yang Jian picked up a slice of the freshest, unmarinated tender beef, swished it briefly in the clear broth, then carefully blew on it to cool it before offering it to Gung's mouth.
Gung's eyes lit up with an unprecedented brilliance.
It opened its little mouth, swallowed the beef slice larger than its own head in one gulp, then closed its eyes and chewed blissfully, as if savoring the world's most exquisite delicacy. Watching this scene, Zhuge Chang, Lei Dong, and Qin Wuxuan were utterly petrified. They felt their worldviews had been utterly shattered by Yang Jian once again. Keeping a pet wasn't unusual, but who the hell brought their pet to a hot pot restaurant? And this pet was eating more delicately than humans? Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. An aura of arrogance and tyranny instantly flooded the room. "So that's who it is. The cheating rookie of the year." A voice dripping with venom and scorn rang out. Yang Jian and the others frowned, lifting their heads to look. Standing at the doorway was none other than Li Hao, the very man Yang Jian had eliminated with a single shot during the selection tournament. The defeated look had vanished from Li Hao's face, replaced by a near-sickening smugness. Beside him, nestled like a little bird, was a tall, exquisitely beautiful young woman. Dressed in a white gown, she exuded an icy, otherworldly aura, like a celestial maiden untouched by earthly concerns. Yet the instant Yang Jian's gaze fell upon her, his pupils contracted slightly. For from this girl, he sensed an incredibly pure, incredibly vibrant, second-rank martial artist's energy fluctuation. Bai Linger? The name instantly surfaced in Yang Jian's mind. Well, isn't this our martial god palace's #1 genius, Yang Jian? Li Hao seemed oblivious to Yang Jian's icy glare. He dramatically wrapped his arm tighter around Bai Linger and declared in a tone dripping with arrogance, "What's the matter? Can't even afford a meal? Should I show some mercy and throw you a few coins?" His words dripped with venomous sarcasm and vicious humiliation. Li Hao. Lei Dong's explosive temper flared instantly. Slamming his fist on the table, he leapt to his feet and roared, "You want to die? What? Want to fight?" Li Hao sneered coldly, utterly fearless. "Lei Dong, I advise you to think carefully. This is Chuan City, not the martial god palace. Besides..." He turned to Bai Linger beside him with a look of indulgent affection, his voice softening to a gentle murmur. "Sweetheart, someone's picking on me. What do you think I should do?" The girl named Bai Linger slowly lifted her head. Her clear, cold eyes, like autumn water, swept indifferently over Lei Dong and Qin Wuxuan before finally settling on Yang Jian. Her gaze carried an innate pride and disdain, born of a higher order. "How, don't stoop to the level of these losers." Her voice, like her demeanor, was cool and distant. "Nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings who haven't even broken through to the second rank." She looked at Yang Jian, a cold curve forming at the corner of her mouth. "You're Yang Jian? I hear you're quite formidable at the martial god palace? But none of that matters now. Because on the stage 2 days from now," she extended a slender jade-like finger, lightly tapping Li Hao's chest. Her tone was calm, yet brimming with an unquestionable dominance. "Anyone who displeases him, I will personally beat each and every one of you until you beg for mercy on your knees. You included." Those calm words carried the most profound humiliation. She didn't even consider Yang Jian and the others worthy opponents. As for Li Hao, upon hearing his girlfriend's domineering declaration, the smugness on his face only deepened. He looked at Yang Jian with eyes that seemed to regard him as a pitiful worm about to be crushed by his beloved toy. The atmosphere in the private room instantly plummeted to freezing point. Lei Dong trembled with rage, while Qin Wuxuang's hand gripping the sword hilt bulged with veins. Yet, at this tense, hair-trigger moment, a soft chuckle suddenly broke the silence. "Put." Zhuge Ching, who had been sitting there as if an outsider, suddenly couldn't hold back his laughter. He leisurely picked up his napkin, dabbed his lips, then waved the latest smart bracelet in his hand. Turning to Li Hao with a cheerful smile, he said, "Hey, Mr. Li, haven't you forgotten something? Aren't you still a student of the martial god palace? Even if you're just a non-competitor who got eliminated in one move. Now, imagine if I recorded your splendid performance just now, this betraying your own kind, colluding with outsiders to humiliate fellow disciples, and posted it on the Holy Academy app forum with a sensational headline like shocking. Martial God Palace prodigy betrays his own school for personal vengeance." A devilish grin spread across Zhuge Qing's face. "Guess how the discipline hall back at the palace will welcome you once you return after your match. You." The smug look on Li Hao's face froze instantly. His complexion shifted wildly, turning from green to white in an instant, like a dye shop gone haywire. Only then did he realize what a foolish mistake he had made in his momentary arrogance. "Let's go." Li Hao shot Zhuge Qing a furious glare, knowing this battle was lost. He dared not utter another word of nonsense.
Grabbing Bai Linger's hand, he prepared to turn and leave. But just as he turned, Yang Jian, who had remained silent the entire time, finally spoke.
His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every ear present.
Wait.
Li Hao's body froze abruptly. Yang Jian slowly raised his head, his calm, utterly still eyes fixed on the girl named Bai Linger. Then, in a tone as matter-of-factly flat as stating a simple fact, he spoke slowly.
Originally, I had no interest in you. But now, you have successfully caught my attention.
I hope that in 2 days, on the stage, your strength will be as hard as your current words.
Chapter 104, The League begins. The hunt in the eye of the storm. Bai Linger's retreating figure stiffened slightly.
She slowly turned her head, and for the first time, a genuine flash of anger flickered in her cold, phoenix-like eyes.
You will pay for your arrogance.
Leaving behind these icy words, she lingered no longer. Together with Li Hao, his face ashen, she vanished from the private room's doorway. An unexpected confrontation thus came to an end. But everyone knew the feud had been sealed.
Tisk, tsk. How interesting. Zhuge Qing shook his head as he watched the two depart, a look of amusement playing on his face.
One's a fool blinded by jealousy, the other a spoiled brat whose talent has made her utterly clueless about her place in the world.
Yang Jian, it seems your path to becoming the new king won't be a peaceful one.
Yang Jian said nothing, silently picking up a slice of beef and dropping it into the small clear brothpot before Gun Gun. To him, the earlier clash was nothing more than a trivial interlude.
But that girl named Bai Linger had been firmly etched onto his mental hunting list. 2 days later. Xuancheng City Olympic Sports Center.
This was the largest and most technologically advanced multi-purpose sports complex in the entire Bashu province, with its central main stadium capable of accommodating over 300,000 spectators. Today, it was packed to capacity, roaring with noise, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Countless spectators waved flags supporting their schools, shouting themselves hoarse. Their combined roar threatened to lift the dome of the stadium. Suspended at the very center of the stadium was an enormous holographic projection platform. Upon it, a host dressed in a sharp suit, his voice brimming with passion and infectious energy, delivered an impassioned opening speech. Beside him sat 3 distinguished guest judges. One was the deputy leader of the Great Xia Empire's official martial arts alliance, a 7th-rank king-level powerhouse whose strength was unfathomable. Another was the most sought-after business tycoon and present-day Great Xia, the league's largest sponsor whose wealth rivaled that of a nation. The final guest was a legendary female warrior, retired for many years. She had been a combat hero in the previous East Sea Void Tide tournament. Though only a 6th-rank powerhouse, her prestige commanded the respect of countless king-level warriors. I'm sure everyone is eager to get started. The announcer's voice boomed through the PA system, filling every corner of the arena. And now, I declare. The highly anticipated National Freshman College League officially begins. Whoa! The arena erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Next, I will announce the schedule and rules for this tournament. The host pointed to the massive holographic display behind him, where clear graphics and text appeared. This league consists of 3 distinct phases. The first stage is called Secret Realm Plunder. We will activate a brand new, unexplored secret realm designated S13. All 1,055 participating freshmen will enter simultaneously. Within the secret realm, you have only one task: hunt ferocious beasts and seize the energy crystals within their bodies. Crystal cores from beasts of different tiers yield varying points. Tier 1 beasts, 1 point. Tier 2 beasts, 10 points. Tier 3 beasts, 100 points. And so on. The realm will remain open for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the 64 contestants ranked highest on the scoreboard will advance to the second stage of the elimination tournament. All others will be eliminated. This is a true race against the odds. It tests not only your individual strength, but also your survival instincts, combat awareness, and luck. Now, all contestants proceed to the preparation zone. At the host's command, the stadium floor slowly cracked open, revealing futuristic teleportation platforms rising steadily from within. Over 1,000 elite students from 211 universities, already assembled in the contestant passageway, strode resolutely onto their respective schools' teleportation platform. Yang Jian and his 4 companions, led by Peng Ziyuan, arrived at the platform belonging to the Martial God Palace. Remember what I said yesterday? Peng Ziyuan reminded the 5 before them. Survival is paramount. Yes, mentor, they replied in unison. Then, on the platform, the host glanced at the time. Taking a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of strength to bellow. I declare. Phase 1, Secret Realm Plunder, Teleportation, commencing. Buzz. The next second. Blindingly bright white light erupted simultaneously from every teleportation platform. An irresistible spatial force instantly enveloped every participant present. The world spun, light and shadow shifting in an instant. When Yang Jian opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast jungle filled with a primal, untamed atmosphere. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, and the humid air carried the earthy scent of soil and a faint, almost imperceptible whiff of blood. On his wrist, the black whooshing palace bracelet had automatically switched to League mode, clearly displaying his current personal information.
Contestant Yang Jian. Affiliation Martial God Palace. Current points 0. Current rank 1055. Interesting. A cold, predatory curve lifted at the corners of Yang Jian's mouth.
He made no rush to seek out his teammates, for in such a vast, randomly teleported secret realm, attempting to reunite immediately was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack.
He had only one thing to do now.
To turn this vast jungle, teeming with movement points, into his own, a feast fit for a glutton. A violet divine light flashed deep within his calm eyes.
Divine Eye of the Abyss, open.
In an instant, the entire world transformed before his eyes. The energy flowing through the air, the vitality contained within the trees, and the energy signatures representing beasts of prey, some strong, some weak, hidden deep within the jungle, all became crystal clear within his field of vision.
800 meters to the left front, energy reaction.
Level 2, early stage.
1200 meters to the rear right, energy reaction, peak tier 1, quantity exceeding 10. 3000 meters directly ahead.
Yang Jian's gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw a particularly dazzling energy orb in that direction, like a miniature sun, the signature of a level 3 ferocious beast.
Very well. Starting with you.
Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon spine spear materialized in his hand. Like an arrow released from its string, he silently merged into the primordial jungle, a place brimming with endless killing intent.
Chapter 105, Reaching the Summit from the Start.
His name was Yang Jian. Deep within the dense forest, a Tier 3 beginner azure-armored unicorn rhino, as massive as a heavy truck, covered in azure scales, and sporting a single horn, slept soundly beneath a colossal ancient tree. With each breath, it expelled 2 visible white gusts of air, kicking up a layer of dust from the surrounding ground, a testament to its immense power. As the undisputed ruler of this domain, it had long been untouched by any sense of threat.
Yet, at the very moment its slumber was deepest,
a shadowy figure materialized silently beside it like a ghostly apparition.
That figure was none other than Yang Jian.
He emitted no aura whatsoever, standing utterly still as the cold gleam of his dragon spine spear reflected faintly in the dim forest light. His eyes, empowered by the Guishu divine gaze, had already scanned every vulnerable point in the colossal beast's energy flow.
Right here,
he murmured, the dragon spine spear in his hand seeming to fuse completely with his arm at that moment.
No earth-shattering aura.
He simply aimed the spear tip at the spot behind the blue-armored unicorn rhinoceros's ear, the most vulnerable nerve center beneath its scales, and then, gently thrust forward.
Divine Demon 9 refinements. First refinement, Divine Demon Spike.
Thud. A faint sound, like a blade slicing through rotten wood, echoed. The spiral spearhead, gleaming with starlight and icy coldness, encountered no resistance whatsoever. It effortlessly pierced through the massive beast's prideful scale armor, precisely shredding its entire brain into a pulpy mess from within. The Tier 3, early-stage azure-armored unicorn rhino, didn't even manage a cry of agony. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, the spark of life vanishing from its eyes as it slipped into eternal death while still asleep.
Yang Jian expressionlessly withdrew dragon spine.
With a flick of the spear tip, a fist-sized crystal core, glowing with a faint azure light, flew precisely into his hand.
The league bracelet on his wrist vibrated faintly. Ding!
Acquired 1 Tier 3 crystal core.
Points plus 100. Player, Yang Jian. Affiliated institution, Martial God Palace. Current points, 100. Current rank, 37 tied.
After completing all this, Yang Jian's figure once again blended into the shadows, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never been there at all. For other freshmen, this might have been a heart-pounding survival challenge. But for Yang Jian at this moment, it was merely a one-sided, supremely efficient points harvest. Divine Eye of the Abyss granted him full map vision, allowing him to pinpoint the location and level of every ferocious beast. The perfect synergy between the Divine Demon Ninefold body tempering and the Dragon Spine Divine Spear granted him terrifying destructive power enough to deliver a one-hit kill to any level 3 ferocious beast.
His hunt commenced. 10 minutes later.
Beside a swamp, a swarm of over 20 high-tier level 2 venomous leeches had just surrounded and killed an unfortunate wild bull that had fallen into their trap. Just as they prepared to feast. Whoosh! 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 Gray streaks of light, fast as death's scythe, erupted from the shadows of the forest. Each bullet pierced the skull of a venomous leech with pinpoint accuracy. The spiraling force imbued with the true essence of penetration erupted instantly, obliterating their brains and nervous systems entirely. In mere seconds, the entire leech swarm was slaughtered to the last. Yang Jian's figure slowly emerged. With a light flick of his spear tip, he flicked up each level 2 crystal core, tucking them into his pouch. Ding! Acquired 23 level 2 crystal cores, points plus 230. Current points, 330. Current rank, 12 tied. Half an hour later. Perched atop a sheer cliff, a level 3 mid-stage flame eagle, its wingspan exceeding 10 meters, its entire body engulfed in raging flames, cautiously preened its feathers beside its nest. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it snapped its head up and let out a piercing eagle cry. But it was too late. A figure had materialized above it like a ghostly apparition.
Yang Jian, empowered by the angel's wings, defied gravity like a god. His dragon's spine spear traced a cold, deadly arc through the air. The fiery eagle barely had time to utter a final, defiant cry before Yang Jian, descending like a thunderbolt, impaled it head to toe onto the cliff face with a single, brutal thrust. Ding! Acquired 1 level 3 crystal core. Points plus 100. Current points 875. Current rank 3.
Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, within the colossal arena capable of holding 300,000 spectators, all eyes were fixed on the enormous, ranking board suspended at the stadium's center. At this moment, the rankings on the scoreboard were fluctuating wildly and changing at an incredibly intense pace. Look! Huayu from Magic Martial Arts has surged to first place. Holy cow! He's already secured a Tier 3 Crystal Core. And the competition has barely begun. Bai Linger from Jingwu Academy isn't backing down either. She's right on her tail. She's also obtained a Tier 3 Crystal Core. These two are absolute monsters. Our Wusheng Palace's Qin Wushuang and Lei Dong aren't far behind. They've already broken into the top 10. The spectator stands erupted in a cacophony of gasps and cheers. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point as the rankings flashed relentlessly. Yet, just as everyone's attention was focused on those star competitors, a name that had been utterly unremarkable suddenly began to surge upward on the leaderboard in an utterly abrupt and inexplicable manner. 875th place. 321st place. 156th place. 72nd place. 23rd place. 9th place. 4th place. Holy crap! That guy named Yang Jian. Who is he? How did his points skyrocket so fast? Finally, someone noticed this name shooting up the rankings like a rocket. Yang Jian? The one from the Martial God Palace. That monster who took out 3 opponents with a single shot in the qualifiers. Holy crap! His points, they're still climbing. Climbing like crazy. He's past Qin Wushuang. He's past Lei Dong. He's broken into the top 3. Second. He's in second. Less than 100 points behind Huayu. First. He's overtaken them. He's taken the lead. The moment Yang Jian's name surged to the top of the leaderboard, the entire arena erupted in a thunderous roar of astonishment. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the moments that followed, everyone witnessed what terror truly meant. Huayu's score increased by 50 points. Yang Jian's points surged by 150. Bai Linger's points increased by 80. Yang Jian's points increased by 210. His name seemed welded to the top spot. Not only was he untouchable, but he was widening the gap to second place at a devastating pace. 1 hour later, while all other contestants were still strategizing and fighting fiercely over a single level 2 ferocious beast, still risking everything for mere dozens of points, the chasm-like gap in the rankings plunged everyone into profound disbelief and dread. First place, Yang Jian Martial God Palace points, 3560. Second place, Huayu Magic Capital Martial Arts University points, 1250. Third place, Bai Linger Jingwu University points, 1190. A gap. A staggering, suffocatingly vast gap. His points even surpassed the combined total of the second and third place finishers. At that moment, the entire arena fell deathly silent. All the spectators who had been cheering for Huayu and Bai Linger were now frozen like ducks with their throats clamped shut, staring dumbly at the light screen, utterly speechless. The name Yang Jian loomed like an insurmountable, towering mountain, weighing heavily upon everyone's hearts. Chapter 106, The True Essence of the Gun Path. A self-forged killing move. Within the secret realm, the slaughter continued unabated. But for Yang Jian, this hunt had gradually shifted from mere point farming toward a higher level objective. Once his points surged ahead of second place by a chasm-like margin, he no longer pursued quantity with relentless focus. His mindset relaxed. He began to view this perilous secret realm hunt as the ultimate testing ground for honing his marksmanship. In a rugged valley strewn with jagged boulders, a level 3 high-tier rock-spiked beast, resembling an armadillo and covered in thick rock armor, trudged heavily, vigilantly patrolling its territory. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged slowly from the valley entrance, spear in hand, without the slightest concealment. It was Yang Jian. Roar! The rockburst beast instantly detected the intruder, letting out a deep roar as its massive limbs slammed into the ground. Crash! Sharp rock spikes erupted like bamboo shoots after rain from beneath Yang Jian's feet, attempting to pierce him on the spot. Facing this sudden assault, Yang Jian's face remained as calm as a still pond. He didn't even glance at the commotion beneath his feet. With a flick of his wrist, the dragon spine spear in his hands moved like a living serpent, tracing a series of seamless, flawless circles around him. Sea-covering spear technique, surging waves. Clang! 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 A series of crisp, rapid sounds echoed like rain pelting banana leaves. Those rock spikes sharp enough to pierce steel plates were, without exception, precisely parried and deflected the moment they touched the layered, overlapping shadows of the spear. Yang Jian's feet hadn't even shifted an inch. This is interesting. A flash of realization crossed Yang Jian's eyes. He realized that when he stopped deliberately pursuing the extreme, one-point penetration power of the divine demon spike and instead infused the true essence of penetration into this defensive gun technique, it could yield equally unexpected results. Each parry now carried a faint spiral force at the tip of his spear. This force effortlessly neutralized the impact energy carried by the rock spikes, redirecting it harmlessly to the side. This was the true charm of the way of technique. Roar! Failing to land a decisive blow, the rock spike beast erupted in fury. Its massive body transformed into an out-of-control heavy tank, charging toward Yang Jian with overwhelming force. Facing this terrifying collision powerful enough to shatter mountain walls, Yang Jian's eyes flashed not with fear but with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. Bring it on! He abandoned passive defense. In that instant, the dragon spine spear in his hands seemed to come alive. He unleashed meteor chasing the moon from the 13-star chasing spears, thrusting his spear like a dragon. It left streaks of fleeting sparks upon the rockburst beast's hardened carapace. At other times, he unleashed the venomous snake emerges from its burrow from the 7 serpent probes, thrusting the spear tip at an impossibly and bizarre angle into the joints of the rockburst beast, sending bursts of blood flying. His figure darted and weaved around the enraged colossus. With every thrust of his spear, he attempted a new variation. He no longer confined himself to any fixed technique, no longer bound by any established spear style. He began to boldly, wildly, fuse and experiment with the 3 forces of penetration, shock, and explosion from the Divine Demon 9 refinements, blending them with his spear techniques. One thrust forward, the spear tip embodying the ultimate penetration of the Divine Demon spike. A sweeping thrust unleashed the high-frequency vibrations of the shock technique along the shaft. A fierce downward strike unleashed the explosive energy of the explosion technique at the pommel. This battle had completely transformed from a simple hunt into Yang Jian's personal martial arts showcase. That pitiful rockburst beast, like the most dedicated training partner, sacrificed its life to help Yang Jian perfect his brand new, one-of-a-kind spear technique. Still not enough. Something's still missing. With each thrust of his spear and moment of insight, Yang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. He felt as though he had touched the edge of an invisible, higher realm, yet he could never quite pierce through it. These shooting techniques were ultimately created by predecessors. He could imitate them, he could fuse them together, but he could never strike that one shot that truly belonged to him. What is my path? Yang Jian's figure abruptly halted. He closed his eyes, letting the rampaging rockburst beast's charge draw ever closer. Scenes from his life since obtaining the system flashed through his mind. From the initial make money, donate, grow stronger, to the later protect my family. From the domineering brutality of the Divine Elephant Prison sealing force to the ultimate refinement of the Divine Demon 9 refinement's body. From the majestic grandeur and world-subduing might of the Yuanhao Mountain to the peerless sharpness and piercing precision of the Dragon Spine Divine Spear. Countless insights, countless images, countless truths and principles all intertwined, collided, and merged within his heart. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. In that instant, his once serene eyes seemed to contain the birth and death of countless stars, the endless cycles of the Tao itself. He had attained enlightenment. His path was neither pure dominance nor pure technique. Rather, it was mastering the most tyrannical power through the most refined technique. It was about inflicting the most terrifying destruction at the smallest cost. It was pierce the surface with a single point. Roar! The instant he grasped the true meaning, the colossal head of the rockburst beast crashed toward him with earth-shattering force. Facing this fatal blow capable of crushing him into pulp, Yang Jian's face revealed a faint, detached smile. The dragon spine spear in his grasp extended forward slowly, yet with unwavering resolve. This thrust bore no name. This thrust belonged to no spear technique he had ever learned. This thrust was forged by melting together all his martial insights, the way of technique, and the profound essence of the Divine Demon Spike. His very own, burst spear thrust. There was no earth-shattering roar. Upon the spiraling tip of the dragon's spine, a minuscule, collapsing black singularity so tiny it seemed capable of swallowing all light flashed and vanished. The next instant, that black singularity gently touched the massive, indestructible skull of the rockburst beast. Time itself seemed to pause at that instant. Then, under the utterly stunned gazes of the 300,000 spectators outside, the countless guest judges, and all the contestants, the massive, mountain-like, rock-hard body of the rock spike beast, starting from its head, emitted not a single sound. Just like that, inch by inch, silently, it turned into the tiniest, sky-filling dust. One shot. Obliteration. Chapter 107, The Birth of a Myth. The Gaze of the Heavens. When that, high-tier level 3 rockburst beast, vanished into dust across the sky in a manner that defied the laws of energy conservation, bordering on law erasure, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Chengdu's city, Olympic Sports Center. The colossal stadium, capable of holding 300,000 people, was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the spectators who had been cheering for their respective schools, all the seasoned martial arts enthusiasts who had been passionately discussing and analyzing the battle, now they all stood frozen, mouths agape, eyes wide, staring blankly at the enormous holographic screen at the center. Their minds were a complete blank. Frozen on the screen was the final moment of that shot. The youth stood holding his gun, his expression impassive. Before him, the massive, ferocious beast was disintegrating into countless specks of dust, carried away by the wind. The scene was filled with contradiction, yet harmonized to the utmost degree. It was a heart-stopping, death aesthetic born from the perfect fusion of violence and art. What just happened? After an unknown span of time, an audience member finally managed to utter a few words in a dreamlike, uncertain tone. His voice shattered the deathly silence. Then, like a mountain torrent bursting forth, like a tsunami crashing ashore. Uncontrollable, hysterical waves of shock and disbelief, filled with endless awe and disbelief, instantly swept through the entire arena. Annihilation. That high-tier level 3 rockburst beast was annihilated with a single shot? What the hell did I just see? Is that even shooting? That's goddamn divine intervention? Fake. This has to be fake. The organizer's holographic projection glitched. Yeah. That must be it. Glitch? What kind of glitch creates particle effects this realistic? Tell me, what level of special effects is this? This happened for real. The entire audience erupted into utter madness. Countless people leapt to their feet, screaming incoherently. They pointed at the detached figure on the light screen, their eyes fixed on him as if witnessing a true god walking among mortals. Meanwhile, at the table of the 3 heavyweight guest judges, the atmosphere was equally tense to the extreme. The 7th-rank King-class Deputy Alliance leader from the Martial Arts Alliance, his eyes, usually as still as a well, now churned with turbulent waves. His gaze locked onto the dragon spine spear in Yang Jian's hands on the screen as he rasped, that spear thrust transcends mere technique. It has touched the threshold of Dao. To touch the threshold of Dao at the 2nd-rank realm. The business tycoon, whose wealth rivaled nations, shook his head with a bitter smile. In all my years, I've invested in countless so-called geniuses, but something like this today. I've never heard of it, never seen it. Yet upon the weathered face of the legendary female warrior, hardened by years of battle and unprecedented, dazzling radiance suddenly blossomed. Good, she exclaimed 3 times, her piercing eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and excitement. This is humanity's hope. This is the true light that can lead us through the darkness. At the same time, Great Xia Kingdom, capital city. Atop a futuristic skyscraper stood the headquarters of one of the 4 great families, the Zhuge clan. An elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the holographic display before him. The screen played a slow-motion replay of Yang Jian's single shot. Head of the family, a middle-aged man stood respectfully behind him, his voice solemn. Intelligence has been confirmed. This youth, Yang Jian, hails from the desolate ancient city. Both his parents are commoners with no notable background. He awakened his abilities several months ago and has since risen to prominence at an astonishing pace. His trajectory of growth defies all conventional explanation. The elder addressed as master slowly lifted the teacup from the table and gently blew on it to cool the steam. If it cannot be explained, then there is no need to explain. His voice was aged yet brimming with wisdom. This era is inherently one that defies logic. Since a mysterious figure exists, one who disrupts the causal order of time and space, then the emergence of a chosen one powerful enough to counter him is hardly surprising. He set down the cup, a deep, piercing gleam flashing in his eyes. Transmit my orders. Effective immediately, elevate Yang Jian's threat level to the highest classification, Divine Sun. Also, inform that youngster Qinger, at all costs, cultivate a relationship with this boy. Yes, sir. Within a shadowy underground base in the Demon City. This was a branch of the top-tier dark organization specializing in assassination and intelligence, the Mystic Sound Sect. A woman draped in black gauze, her figure gracefully slumped, reclined lazily upon a throne, perusing intelligence reports presented by her subordinates. Oh, an interesting little talent emerged in the Martial God Palace's newcomer tournament? Her voice dripped with allure and seduction. Yes, sect leader, a black-clad figure kneeling on the floor replied respectfully. Target codenamed Gun God. Suspected to be at the 2nd-rank realm, but true combat strength, incalculable. Just now within the secret realm, with a single shot, he physically, completely obliterated a high-tier level 3 ferocious beast. Eradicated? The veiled woman finally perked up at this, sitting up straighter. A hint of amusement flickered in the beautiful eyes hidden behind her veil. Interesting. Go. Retrieve all his records for me. I'll see for myself what kind of background this man has, the one who even caught the attention of that little girl, Sumu Chang. At this moment. Not only in the Great Xia Kingdom. Through every clandestine intelligence channel, through the all-pervasive web. Countless gazes from major conglomerates, shadowy guilds, ancient forces lurking in the world's shadows, and even from the distant, profound reaches of the cosmos beyond all converged simultaneously upon the youth named Yang Jian. There was greed, apprehension, curiosity, and murderous intent. A colossal storm swirling around him, poised to engulf the entire world, was quietly brewing. Yet Yang Jian, standing at the very eye of this storm, remained utterly unaware. He simply sheathed the dragon spine in silence, gazing at the rock spike beast now reduced to dust across the sky and the gleaming tier 3 crystal core suspended motionless in the air.
A satisfied smile touched his lips. This new gun technique he'd created was quite effective. It suited his temperament perfectly. Chapter 108, Dominance Tier First. Tomorrow, you'll all shut up. After Yang Jian's earth-shattering shot was broadcast live across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, the outcome of the subsequent matches became almost entirely predictable. His name stood like an unshakable monument, firmly anchored at the top of the leaderboard. He himself treated this entire secret realm plunder as the perfect stage to hone his newly created shooting technique. He no longer pursued points aggressively, instead roaming the vast secret realm seeking powerful, unique Tier 3 beasts to serve as his sparring partners. He raced against the Wind Scythe Mantis, master of wind blades, piercing its core with exquisite gunplay amidst a storm of whirling blades. He clashed head-on with the colossal, earth-shaking demon bear, using the colossal force of his sea-shattering spear technique to counter its immense power, feeling the pure collision and transmission of raw strength. He played hide-and-seek with the elusive shadow panther in the jungle, using the devious 7 serpent probes to thwart all its stealth and ambushes. His marksmanship grew increasingly polished, refined, and unfathomable with each real-world encounter, at a pace visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the outside spectators were utterly captivated by a one-man show called Yang Jian. They witnessed the birth of a legend with their own eyes. They watched as the youth transformed the most fundamental gun techniques into miraculous feats. They watched him, with the ease of a man strolling through a garden, toy with formidable beasts that would have troubled any other prodigy. Gradually, the arena's once boisterous cheers for rival schools faded away, replaced instead by a near pilgrimage-like, fervent silence. Everyone simply watched in silence, quietly absorbing the profound awe that transcended words. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The moment the countdown to the secret realm's closure finally reached 0. Buzz. Blinding white light once again engulfed all survivors within the secret realm. The next second, every contestant still within the secret realm was instantly teleported back to the massive arena at the Olympic Sports Center. The final leaderboard froze permanently, displayed before everyone's eyes. Without a hint of suspense. First place, Yang Jian Martial God Palace points, 9860. That staggering gap in the data remained as glaring as ever, as utterly despair-inducing. Following closely behind were the 2 dark horses. Second place, Huayu Magic City Martial Arts University points, 4530. Third place, Linger Beijing Martial Arts University points, 4310. Both demonstrated overwhelming dominance in the latter stages of the competition, mounting a furious chase. Yet in the end, they could only helplessly gaze up at that distant, unreachable figure. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the Martial God Palace lived up to expectations with their formidable strength, all successfully advancing. Qin Wushuang placed 5th. Lei Dong came in 6th. Azzi and Lang Yu also secured 11th and 15th places respectively through their peculiar tactics. As for Yang Jian's old friend, Zhu Geching from Jingwu University, he quietly secured the 20th spot in an extremely economically efficient manner, advancing with equal ease. Finally, the list of 64 advancing contestants was settled. Congratulations to all the advancing contestants. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the venue once more. You will be granted 1 night of rest. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, the second phase of this league, the Throne Battle, will officially commence right here. As the list of qualifiers was announced, the atmosphere in the entire arena surged to a new peak. The contestants began descending from the stage, preparing to return to their respective rest areas. However, just as Yang Jian and the others were about to leave, halt! A cold, sharp voice filled with undisguised hostility suddenly rang out behind them. Turning around, they saw Bai Linger from Jingwu University approaching with several fellow Jingwu students who had also advanced, their faces as cold as ice. Li Hao still followed at her side. Yang Jian. Bai Linger's cold, phoenix-like eyes fixed on Yang Jian, her gaze seeming to devour him whole. I don't know what underhanded methods you used, or what forbidden artifacts you resorted to achieve such laughable scores in the secret realm. Her voice dripped with contempt and skepticism. But let me tell you this. On this stage where real combat is required, any schemes or tricks will be exposed. Tomorrow, I will personally tear that false mask from your face. Let everyone see what this so-called myth of yours truly is. Her words were delivered with unwavering certainty, radiating overwhelming confidence. Clearly, in her eyes, Yang Jian's terrifying score could never have been earned through genuine skill, it had to be cheating. Faced with this sudden provocation, Yang Jian didn't even bother to respond. Instead, Lei Dong beside him rolled his eyes first. Hey, little missy from Jingwu Academy, are you just a sore loser? He mocked casually. Think everyone else is cheating just because you suck? What kind of twisted logic is that? You! Bai Linger's face turned icy at his words, and a powerful second-grade aura instantly surged toward Lei Dong. However, before her pressure could fully manifest, an even more colossal, more overbearing aura erupted from the opposite side, effortlessly shattering her momentum. It was Huayu from Magic City Martial Arts University. This mysterious youth, not particularly tall but radiating a savage, bloodthirsty aura, walked slowly forward. He didn't glance at Bai Linger, instead fixing his eyes, filled with frenzied fighting intent, firmly on Yang Jian. I don't care if you're cheating or not.
His voice was hoarse and low, like two pieces of sandpaper grinding together.
All I know is your gun is fast. Tomorrow, I look forward to personally snapping it in two. With that, he grinned, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth.
The smile radiated a chilling cruelty and madness. Then he turned and walked away without another word. A minor incident had once again escalated into a tense standoff due to the intervention of 2 formidable dark horses.
Seems you've become a thorn in everyone's side.
On the way back to the rest area, Zhuge Qing had somehow appeared beside him again. Shaking his head, he wore a look of schadenfreude. A self-important princess of heaven and a madman obsessed with battle.
Yang Jian, your treatment here surpasses even that of the great Xia Emperor back in the day. It doesn't matter. Yang Jian's face remained as calm and unruffled as ever.
Anyway, tomorrow, they'll all shut up. His voice was quiet, yet it carried an absolute confidence that brooked no doubt.
Chapter 109, The Throne Battle. The Final Showdown Preview.
Night fell, and the city lights began to glow. The bustling city of Chuancheng glowed with an even more enchanting charm against the night sky. Within the exclusive courtyard of the martial god palace, Yang Jian, Qin Wushuan, Lei Dong, and the rare sight of a Zi and Leng Yu who hadn't immediately returned to their rooms for cultivation were gathered around a table, enjoying the lavish Bashu-style celebratory banquet specially prepared by mentor Peng Ziyuan. Of course, there was also an uninvited guest at the table, Zhuge Qing, who was now shamelessly fighting Lei Dong for the last piece of husband and wife lung slices. I gotta say, your food here at the martial god palace is top-notch. Zhuge Qing mumbled between chews, his words muffled. Way tastier than those nutritional meals back at the Capital Martial Academy. You bet. Lei Dong patted his chest with pride. Here at the Martial God Palace, we live by the motto, do as you please, settle scores with gusto. Not like you guys at the Capital Martial Academy, all rules and regulations, acting like old pedants. Just as the group laughed and joked, the atmosphere peaceful and harmonious. Holy crap! Zhuge Qing, who had been leisurely swiping his wristband, suddenly let out a startled cry and sat bolt upright in his chair. What's the big deal? You're such a drama queen. Lei Dong shot him a disapproving look. You guys, look at the trending topics. Zhuge Qing's face wore an expression that was both gleeful and exasperated. He enlarged the display on his wristband and projected it into the air. On the trending topics list of Great Xia's hottest social platform, Martial Pulse, over half of the top 10 entries were tied to one name. Hashtag Yang Jian points glitch, hashtag explosive. Hashtag catastrophic level evaluation, undeserved, hashtag trending. Hashtag revealed. Does a mysterious power back Yang Jian, hashtag trending. Hashtag how a country bumpkin cheated his way to the top, hashtag trending. Hashtag heartbroken for our magic martial arts god. Standing alone against capital, hashtag. Hashtag Fairy by Linger speaks out for justice. We owe her an apology, hashtag. Hashtag 10,000 signatures. Demand official investigation into Yang Jian, restore fairness for all competitors, hashtag. Hashtag if Yang Jian is crowned rookie king, it'll be this season's biggest joke, hashtag. Headlines brimming with malice and speculation stood out in stark contrast. Each topic is followed by a bright red explosive or trending tag, indicating discussion levels have reached a phenomenal scale. Clicking into the topics reveals a veritable online frenzy. Countless keyboard warriors and self-proclaimed analysts scrutinize every frame of Yang Jian's actions in the secret realm with magnifying glasses. Look! That shot showed absolutely no energy fluctuations. That defies the law of conservation of energy. He must have used some kind of one-time forbidden artifact that erases energy traces. You're absolutely right. And did you notice? He hasn't gotten a single speck of dust on him the entire time. How is that even possible? This is an S-rank secret realm. I suspect he's wearing some kind of top-tier defensive artifact that shields him from all damage. I have a bold theory. Could Yang Jian not even be a student of the Martial God Palace? Maybe some powerful clan bribed the palace's higher-ups to get him in, just to promote him? After all, that shady move of trading credits for star coins is way too unusual. The truth above is spot on. There's definitely some dirty backroom dealings behind this. My heart aches for my divine Linger. She earned her achievements through sheer skill, only to be crushed by this monster of privilege. This world is so unfair. In an instant, the entire internet erupted in outrage. Under deliberate manipulation by certain parties, Yang Jian was swiftly painted as a resource-dependent climber and cheater who rose through underhanded means. Meanwhile, Bai Linger and Huayu were cast as tragic heroes representing grassroots justice, standing against him. What, are these people blind? Lei Dong slammed his fist on the table in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. We saw Yang Jian's strength with our own eyes. How dare they slander him like this? Qin Wushuan's expression turned icy cold, his hand resting on his sword hilt radiating a bone-chilling chill. Even the usually cheerful AZ now had a taut expression, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Exactly as expected. Yang Jian, however, remained as calm as ever. He leisurely fed a piece of tender bamboo shoot to the rolling ball on his shoulder, as if the torrent of online abuse and skepticism had nothing to do with him. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind, Zhuge Qing shook his head and sighed. Your achievements have surpassed what most people can comprehend. When they can't understand something, doubt and disparagement become their only recourse. And let's not forget, the Beijing Martial Arts Academy and the Demon Martial Arts Academy are likely stirring the pot behind the scenes.
It doesn't matter. Yang Jian uttered the 3 words indifferently. Tomorrow, I'll make them all shut up. The next day, early morning.
The Olympic Sports Center was packed to the rafters, its fervor several times more intense than the day before. Countless spectators had been drawn by yesterday's massive online uproar, all eager to see for themselves what kind of person this youth at the center of the storm truly was. Representatives from major corporations and guilds were all present, their eyes scanning every contestant on stage like the most discerning headhunters. Now, please welcome our 64 advancing contestants to the stage.
The announcer's voice boomed with infectious energy.
Amidst the cheers and gazes of hundreds of thousands of spectators, 64 figures once again ascended the colossal arena. Today, we commence the second phase of this league, the first round of the throne battle.
The rules are simple. One-on-one, single elimination matches. Winners advance to the top 32. Losers are eliminated immediately.
Now, we begin the first round, random draw. The moment the host finished speaking, 64 names and avatars began scrolling frantically across the holographic screen at the center of the stage like a ticker tape. Every heart in the arena leapt to their throats at that moment.
Stop.
At the host's command, all the avatars froze instantly. One by one, the fated matchups appeared before everyone's eyes. Qin Wushuang's opponent was a swordsman from Westshu Martial Arts Academy. Lei Dong's opponent was a burly warrior from the Northern Military Academy, equally renowned for his formidable physical prowess. And when everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward the most anticipated name, the entire arena erupted in a deafening, incredulous uproar. Amidst the lengthy list of matchups, one pairing stood out, highlighted in the system's most striking crimson font.
Yang Jian Martial God Palace vs Huayu Magic Capital Martial Arts University.
A clash of titans. The ultimate clash of spear and shield. One was the cheater with a points gap so wide it sparked widespread online skepticism. The other a wild, domineering, super dark horse hailed as a grassroots hero. Who could have imagined that this showdown, predestined by countless fans as a preview of the finals, would erupt prematurely in the round of 32?
Chapter 110, The Genius Arena. The Battle of All Eyes.
The moment the fated matchup appeared on the projection screen, the entire Olympic Sports Center erupted into unprecedented frenzy.
Holy crap! Holy crap! What am I seeing? Yang Jian vs Huayu? A showdown of titans in the first round? The organizers know how to generate buzz. This is basically bringing the finals forward. Ha 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 ha.
Serves him right. That cheating bastard Yang is finally going to show his true colors.
Oh God! Tear him apart. Let everyone see who the real champion is. Don't get too excited yet, upstairs. Just what if Yang Jian actually has the skills? That'd be even more thrilling. Across the internet and live streams, countless comments flooded in like a tidal wave.
Discussions about this peak showdown instantly shot to the top of every platform's trending charts. Huayu's eyes, brimming with savagery and bloodlust, locked onto Yang Jian in an instant. He licked his parched lips with his tongue, a cruel and excited grin spreading across his face like a starving beast that had spotted its perfect prey.
Yang Jian's face remained as calm and unruffled as ever. He merely met the taunting gaze mid-air with a faint, steady stare. The silent battle had already ignited. All right. Since the draw is complete,
I now declare the first round of the throne battle officially begins. At the host's command, the arena flashed with light, instantly dividing into 8 separate miniature battlefields, each enclosed by energy shields.
The first 16 contestants stepped into their respective arenas. The most eye-catching among them was undoubtedly Jingwu University's representative Zhuge Qing.
His opponent was a speed-specialized offensive genius from a prestigious southern academy.
The match begins.
The moment the referee's voice faded, the agile attacker vanished from his spot, transforming into a series of blurred afterimages too fast for the naked eye to follow. He began darting around Zhuge Qing at breakneck speed, searching for an opening. Yet, faced with this dazzling barrage of attacks, Zhuge Qing didn't even shift his stance an inch. He stood there calmly, adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, a confident, elegant smile curling at the corners of his lips. Your speed is indeed impressive. His lazy voice carried clearly to every ear present.
Unfortunately, still too slow in my eyes.
Before he finished speaking, he extended his right hand and casually snapped his fingers at the seemingly empty air before him.
Snap. A crisp snap. The next second. Thud. A dull thud as a blade pierced flesh.
The blur moving at breakneck speed froze abruptly, then staggered into existence from the void. A terrifying wound, deep enough to see bone and smooth as glass, had appeared on his chest at some unknown moment. Blood gushed out wildly from it. His eyes widened as he stared down at the wound, then shifted his gaze to Zhuge Qing, who had remained standing in the same spot the entire time, not even a flicker of his robe having moved. His eyes brimmed with endless horror and incomprehension. He didn't even know how he had lost. What kind of power is this?
A wave of gasps erupted from the audience. Even the seasoned guest judges wore solemn expressions. Wind? The legendary female warrior furrowed her brow.
No, wind doesn't manifest in such bizarre forms.
It's some form of extreme energy manipulation we've never witnessed before.
The Zhuge family's young master truly lives up to his reputation, the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance remarked slowly.
On the stage, Zhuge Qing seemed to have accomplished nothing more than a trivial task.
He adjusted his collar and bowed elegantly to his defeated opponent. Then he turned and descended the platform. From start to finish, he remained as calm as a breeze, his aura radiating supreme confidence.
The second batch of contestants took the stage.
This time, it was the turn of another ace from the martial god palace Qin Wushuang. His opponent was a swordsman from West Shu Martial University, whose whirlwind sword technique cut through the air with fierce, overwhelming power.
The match begins.
Without a moment's hesitation, the swordsman roared, unleashing his blade into a torrent of razor-sharp streaks that swept toward Qin Wushuang like a raging storm. Facing this frenzied onslaught, Qin Wushuang's face remained as cold and unyielding as ever. He did not even draw his sword. He simply stood there, motionless, allowing the blade's light powerful enough to shatter stone to envelop him completely. Just as everyone thought he was about to be overwhelmed by the frenzied blade work,
he finally moved. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. With that single step, his entire aura shifted in an instant.
An intangible, razor-sharp sword intent sharp enough to pierce anything shot skyward.
Clang!
A clear, piercing sword cry, as if originating from the heavens themselves, reverberated throughout the entire arena. Qin Wushuang pointed his fingers like blades, casually gesturing forward toward the swirling blades filling the sky.
No sword light. No sword energy.
Only the purest, most tangible, sword intent.
SSSSHH.
The overwhelming, domineering blade light that filled the sky, upon contact with that thread of intangible sword intent, melted and disintegrated silently, as if encountering its natural enemy. Without pausing, that thread of sword intent carried its momentum forward, striking the blade-wielding warrior squarely in the chest.
Put! Struck as if by lightning, the swordsman spat a mouthful of blood and flew backward, his long blade clattering to the ground.
No wound marred his chest. Yet his eyes had become utterly hollow and unfocused. For the sword heart he had once prided himself on, that fierce, untamed spirit had been utterly shattered by Qin Wushuang's pure, razor-sharp sword intent.
Sword! Sword heart illumination!
In the VIP section, the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance abruptly rose to his feet, his face etched with unprecedented shock and excitement.
What a sword heart illumination! What a natural sword physique! This youth's future achievements are boundless. One breathtaking duel after another unfolded. Lei Dong's domineering might, Aziz's enigmatic cunning, Long Yu's lightning speed.
One by one, prodigies from the most prestigious academies showcased their prowess on this stage, the focus of all eyes.
Finally, after hours of fierce competition, the moment everyone had been anticipating since the draw began, the ultimate showdown. All right, ladies and gentlemen, friends. The host's voice surged with unbridled excitement and fervor. Next up is the most anticipated matchup of this round. He is the undisputed leader, dominating the rankings yet shrouded in controversy, the king of controversy. He is Yang Jian from the Martial God Palace. And his opponent, the wild and dominant super dark horse hailed as the underdog hero by countless fans. He is Hu Yu from Magic City Martial Arts University. Will the legend continue, or will the bubble burst? Now, let's welcome both fighters with the loudest cheers. Woohoo! Hu Xin! Go! Tear him apart! Yang Jian! Prove yourself! Shut them all up! Amidst the deafening, sharply divided cheers and shouts from the entire arena, two figures slowly emerged from opposite sides of the ring. One wore an expression of detached calm, a dark blue spear held in hand, standing as still as a mountain. The other grinned widely, radiating a beastly aura, his fighting spirit soaring skyward. Two utterly contrasting yet equally suffocating auras collided with a thunderous crash in midair. Chapter 111, One Spear, Enough. The moment Yang Jian and Hu Yu stepped onto the obsidian stage, the entire Olympic Sports Center seemed enveloped by an invisible, mountain-like gravity. The clamoring cheers from all previous matches faded into silence at that instant. Only two distinct yet equally frenzied waves of energy remained, violently colliding and intertwining within the arena. See that? Hu Xin's aura. That savage ferocity forged in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. That's what a true powerhouse looks like. Bull. Yang Jian's aura is composure. That's confidence. That's the true, all-encompassing presence of invincibility. You mortals don't understand a thing. In the online livestream chat, the overwhelming flood of comments had already broken through the sky, causing the server to lag multiple times. It's finally happening. I've been waiting all day for this moment. Fight. Fight now. Gamblers, place your bets. I'm betting on Hu Yu. 1.5 to 1 odds. Anyone taking it? I'm betting on Yang Jian. Even though he looks like a cheater, for some reason I feel he'll win. 3 to 1. All in. On the stage, Huaya's bloodshot eyes locked onto Yang Jian, his raspy voice tinged with sick excitement. I can feel it. You're different from the rest of them. He licked his crimson lips with his tongue. Inside you lurks a beast hungrier, wilder than mine. Release it. Then fight me to the death. His words were baffling, yet everyone present could feel the pure, almost palpable fighting spirit radiating from him, threatening to burst through the screen. Facing his almost provocative declaration, Yang Jian's face remained as calm as ever. He merely raised the dragon spine spear in his hand, its deep, star-filled tip pointing distantly toward Huayu. No words were spoken. Yet the icy, razor-sharp intent radiating from the spear as if it could pierce through anything spoke volumes. Very well, very well. The smile on Huayu's face grew increasingly cruel and savage. Boom! A second-rank aura far more colossal and overbearing than Bai Lingers erupted violently from his unremarkably sized frame. The obsidian platform beneath his feet groaned under the crushing weight of this overwhelming force. The match begins. With the referee's shout, straining every ounce of his strength. Roar! Huayu wasted no time testing his opponent. He unleashed a bestial roar unlike any human voice. His entire body contorted into a posture defying human anatomy. On all fours, like a primordial beast awakening, he lunged madly toward Yang Jian. His speed reached an extreme. Wherever he passed, he left behind deep, bone-piercing claw marks on the hard obsidian platform. Here it comes. Hu Shen's signature move, Beast King transformation. He's unleashing his full power right from the start. Unbelievable speed. Intense pressure. Can Yang Jian even block that? Shouts of astonishment erupted from the spectator stands. Yet, facing this ferocious, suffocating assault that would crush any opponent of equal rank, Yang Jian's gaze remained as calm as still water. He didn't even assume a defensive stance. He simply stood there, watching the figure approaching him, filled with the scent of blood and madness. Then he moved. His movement was not swift, in fact, it was quite deliberate. He simply extended the dragon spine spear in his hand forward, inch by inch. Exactly as he had done that day in the secret realm when facing the high-tier level 3 rockburst beast. Unassuming, casual as if he weren't engaged in a world-renowned showdown, but merely shaking morning dew from a flower in his own backyard. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Facing a charge from someone of Hu Shen's caliber, he's not dodging or evading? He intends to take it head-on? It's over. He's pushed his arrogance too far. He's dead meat. Witnessing this scene, every supporter of Yang Jian felt their hearts plummet to the depths. Meanwhile, those who had always doubted him wore cruel, gloating smiles on their faces. Yet, just as everyone thought Yang Jian would be torn to shreds by that human-shaped beast in the next instant, that seemingly ordinary dragon spine spear slowly thrust forward. At its tip, that minuscule, ever-collapsing black singularity seemingly capable of swallowing all light flashed once more. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that instant. Space seemed to freeze completely in this instant. Huayu's face, twisted with savage fury and madness, his eyes blazing with a bloodthirsty light, his claws sharp enough to tear through alloy. All halted abruptly less than a centimeter from that black singularity. The savage expression on his face froze instantly, replaced by an unprecedented, utter bewilderment and disbelief. He slowly lowered his head. There, upon his chest, appeared a minute, inconspicuous blood hole. There was no intense pain. No gushing blood. He only felt the strength coursing through his entire body, that wild, domineering force he had always prided himself on, the kind that seemed capable of tearing anything apart, now rushing out through that tiny hole like a floodgate had opened, draining away frantically. Then, an irresistible force of annihilation, erupting from the deepest recesses of his soul, exploded from that very wound. Huayu opened his mouth, as if to speak. But in the end, not a single word escaped his lips. His body, starting from the gash in his chest, disintegrated inch by inch, silently and without a sound, just like that rockburst beast that day, turning into the tiniest, most countless specks of dust filling the sky. One shot. Just one shot. Huayu, the most promising freshman at Magic City Martial Arts Academy, hailed by countless as the grassroots hero and super dark horse. His soul scattered on the spot, leaving no trace of his body behind. Silence. The entire world plunged into absolute, deathly silence at that moment. Below the stage, Bai Linger's cold, proud face instantly turned as white as paper, drained of all color. In the VIP section, the 3 seasoned king-level powerhouses abruptly leapt from their seats, their faces etched with unprecedented, ghostly horror. And that colossal arena, capable of holding 300,000 people, after enduring tens of seconds of suffocating silence, was finally engulfed by a deafening roar of hysteria, a wave of endless terror and fervor powerful enough to shake the entire city of Chuancheng to its foundations. The live stream chat, which had been flooding the screen moments before, now fell eerily silent. Only a single line remained, a bright red warning automatically recognized and pinned by the system. Warning, due to the overwhelming nature of the current broadcast content, it has exceeded the system's analytical capacity. For your mental well-being, it is recommended that you close this stream. Chapter 112, Taboo, Yang Jian. As Huayu's body disintegrated into dust before billions of viewers, carried away by the wind,
The shockwaves it created had long since spread beyond the confines of the small Olympic Sports Center. Centered on the capital, it spread like wildfire across the entire Great Xia Empire and the world at large, faster than light, almost like conceptual transmission. Great Xia Nation, Capital City, Martial Arts Alliance Headquarters. In the solemn and imposing Supreme Council chamber, over a dozen ninth-rank saint-level powerhouses representing the nation's ultimate combat might with aura depths unfathomable watch the match silently through a massive holographic screen. When the image of that gun being obliterated appeared, the entire chamber fell into a prolonged, oppressive silence. This youth must not be spared. After an unknown interval, an elder with snow-white hair and beard, whose eyes seemed to contain thunder, spoke slowly. His voice carried an undisguised, icy killing intent. Precisely, echoed a middle-aged man clad in military attire, his entire being radiating an iron-blooded aura of lethality. Such uncontrollable power, transcending all reason, is not a blessing to us, it is the very root of chaos and calamity. Yet the figure seated at the head of the table, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, an elegant man whose presence seemed to blend with the very essence of heaven and earth, shook his head slowly. Chaos? He chuckled softly, his eyes that seemed to pierce through all the illusions of the world sweeping over every person present. I rather think this might be our only hope to break the eternal chessboard that has remained unchanged for ages. Wudou Martial Arts University, President's Office. Boom! A thunderous crash. A massive desk crafted from thousand-year-old agarwood was shattered into pieces by a fist clenched with fury. The Martial God Palace. This is outrageous. The fiery-tempered 8th-rank Grandmaster, President of Magic City Martial Arts University, now stood with bloodshot eyes and trembling body, resembling a lion on the verge of unleashing its fury. Thorough investigation. I demand a thorough investigation, he roared frantically at the holographic screen before him. That little bastard Yang Jian absolutely used some kind of rule-based lethal artifact we know nothing about, one explicitly banned by the Alliance. I will file the highest-level complaint with the Alliance. I will make the Martial God Palace answer for this. Give us answers for our fallen Huayu. Behind him, several instructors from the Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy stood, their faces twisted with grief and resentment. Huayu was the most brilliant raw talent to emerge from their Demon Martial University in nearly a century. They had even seen in him the hope of one day breaking through to the legendary realm. Yet now, this raw gem had been crushed before their very eyes, easily shattered by another diamond, more dazzling and utterly unreasonable. Jingwu University, Contestant Rest Area. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Linger slumped lifelessly into a chair. Her usually cold and aloof face was now drained of color, replaced only by fear. She replayed the image of that shot over and over in her mind. That shot possessed neither earth-shattering momentum nor world-ending power. But it was precisely this ordinariness, this sense of "it should be so," that felt most utterly despairing. It was a power from a higher dimension, utterly beyond their level. Her prideful second-rank strength, her so-called ancient spirit body, before that shot, they were as fragile as a joke. Linger! Don't be afraid. Li Hao, trembling with fear beside her, forced himself to speak with feigned bravado. He must be cheating. Yes. Definitely. Huayu is so powerful, how could he possibly be taken down by a single shot? His words carried no conviction, failing even to convince himself. Cheating? At those words, Bai Linger suddenly clung to them like a lifeline. Her unfocused gaze sharpened. Yes. He must have cheated. Her voice grew shrill and hysterical. No normal person could possess that kind of power. He must have used some forbidden weapon we don't know about, something that can instantly annihilate an opponent. He's a shameless coward who relies on external forces. As if she had convinced herself, the fear on her face gradually gave way to a twisted rage, filled with jealousy and venom. She lifted her head, glaring intently at the indifferent figure who had already descended from the stage, raging wildly within her heart. Just you wait, Yang Jian. I'll expose you. I'll make sure everyone sees the ugly face beneath your hypocritical mask. Below the stage, in the Martial God Palace's resting area, the atmosphere was equally thick with tension. Lei Dong, Qin Wushuan, Azi, and Lang Yu all stared at Yang Jian, who had just stepped down from the stage, as if he were some prehistoric monster. Their minds were still blank and buzzing. Leader Yang. Yang Jian. Lei Dong stammered for a long moment before finally managing to get the words out. That shot you just fired. What was it called? Yang Jian pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Then, gazing at the dragon spine spear in his hands, which seemed to still carry a faint trace of annihilation, a faint smile spread across his face. Name? Haven't thought of one yet. But if I absolutely had to give it one, maybe I'd call it One More Shot, and I'll charge you. Yang Jian's half-joking, half-serious reply felt like ice water splashed into boiling oil, instantly easing the extremely tense atmosphere in the Martial God Palace's rest area. Put. Azzy was the first to burst out laughing, her crescent-shaped eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and a hint of girlish infatuation. Lei Dong, meanwhile, plopped down onto the ground, dramatically pounding his chest as he gasped for breath. Holy crap, boss, you scared the hell out of me, he said, still visibly shaken. I thought you were really going to beat the crap out of that lunatic.
And that's all it took, just one shot?
Qin Wushuang said nothing. He simply walked forward silently, extending his hand to gently touch the barrel of the dragon spine rifle in Yang Jian's grasp. The moment his fingers touched the cold metal, which still seemed to carry a faint trace of the annihilation aura, his resolute sword heart instinctively trembled a subtle, almost instinctive shudder, as if encountering a natural enemy. He lifted his head and fixed Yang Jian with a deep, lingering gaze. The look held no trace of rivalry, only the purest yearning in quest for a higher realm of martial arts. Meanwhile, Peng Ziyuan, the 6th-rank king-tier powerhouse who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, stood with his back to the crowd. His sole remaining left hand clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. He did not turn around, unwilling to let these youngsters witness the uncontrollable, almost unhinged expression of excitement now etched across his face. His heart, long hardened like iron through countless baptisms of blood and fire, had been utterly ignited by that single spear thrust. He could already envision it, in the near future, a peerless divine spear, gleaming with the icy radiance of stars, would erupt upon that border battlefield, a realm of endless darkness and despair blazing with a brilliance that would make every void beast tremble. With the conclusion of Yang Jian and Hueyu's battle of the century, the subsequent matches, though still thrilling, seemed somewhat lackluster in the eyes of all spectators. After all, when the finest pearls have been displayed, even the finest stones pale in comparison. After witnessing that near miraculous, annihilating shot, the ordinary back-and-forth energy exchanges now seemed somewhat lacking. Finally, after hours of fierce competition, the list of the top 32 contenders was freshly unveiled. The other 4 members of the Martial God Palace all narrowly defeated their opponents and advanced successfully. Bai Linger of Jingwu University also crushed her opponent with overwhelming force, displaying immense power as if declaring her presence to someone. Zhuge Qing, however, maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Using an extremely economical method that no one could quite decipher, he narrowly defeated his opponent and also secured a spot in the top 32. Alright. All 32 competitors have now been determined. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena once more, abruptly snapping the audience out of their awestruck reverie. Now, we will immediately proceed with the random draw for the round of 16. On the holographic screen at the center of the stage, 32 names and avatars began scrolling frantically once more. This time, however, the tension in the crowd had eased considerably. For in their eyes, whoever drew the man named Yang Jian, the outcome was already predetermined. This was no longer a contest, but a one-sided decision on how gracefully the opponent would exit the stage. Stop. The light froze. A brand new list of matchups appeared before everyone's eyes. Qin Wushuang's opponent was a staff-wielding master from Jingwu University. Lei Dong's opponent was drawn as the poison-using girl from the southern frontier Azzi who had performed impressively in the previous round. This was a civil war within the Martial God Palace. And when everyone's gaze fell once more upon that familiar name, they couldn't help but silently mourn his opponent for 3 seconds. Yang Jian Martial God Palace vs Sun Meng East Sea Women's Martial Arts Academy. Sun Meng? An obscure young female competitor who barely scraped by in the previous round, relying solely on her masterful defensive martial arts to drain her opponent's energy. Everyone knew this match held no suspense whatsoever. Alright. The matchups for the round of 16 have been finalized. The announcer declared loudly, our competitors will now have a full day to rest and prepare. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, we will officially kick off the round of 16 showdown right here. Stay tuned. As the first day of competition drew to a close, the terrifying storm unleashed by Yang Jian not only failed to subside but swept across the entire internet with even greater ferocity. Countless experts, scholars, and retired legends rushed to dissect it from every angle, analyzing and deconstructing that earth-shattering annihilation shot. Yet the deeper their analysis delved, the greater their dread grew. For they discovered that the way and principle contained within that single shot had completely transcended their existing martial arts theoretical frameworks. It was a form of dimensional strike they could neither comprehend nor replicate, much less defend against. Ultimately, the Martial Arts Alliance was compelled to intervene directly, citing protection of core competitor confidentiality to forcibly delete and block all related analysis videos and posts. But this only added fuel to the fire. The more they tried to cover it up, the more it proved the man's unfathomable depth. For a time, the name Yang Jian became a taboo, a symbol, a living legend. Chapter 113, The Strongest Shield? Still, one shot. The next day, at 9 in the morning. The colossal obsidian arena at the Olympic Sports Center once again became the focal point of the entire Great Xiao Nation. After a night of fermenting, the shockwaves from Yang Jian's annihilation strike not only failed to subside but intensified. Countless martial arts masters and high-level cultivators who had previously shown no interest in the newcomer league had set aside their affairs, turning their gaze toward this match. They all wanted to witness firsthand what terrifying power this youth, hailed as a myth, still concealed. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the National Freshman College League. The announcer's voice remained as passionate as ever. Today, we're diving into the even more brutal and intense round of 16. Every match will be a clash of titans. Every encounter will be like a collision of titans. Now, please welcome the first pair of competitors to take the stage. As his words faded, 8 separate battlefields slowly rose once more upon the arena.
First to step forward was once again the ace of Jingwu University Zhuge Qing.
His opponent was a tough-as-nails fighter from a military academy, renowned for his signature, military fatal fist. His style was bold and sweeping, brimming with iron-blooded ferocity and raw power. The match begins. Without a moment's hesitation, the military academy fighter roared and charged forward like a cannonball, bearing down on Zhuge Qing with an unstoppable, brutal momentum.
Yet, facing this ferocious onslaught,
Zhuge Qing's face remained adorned with that same elegant smile of complete mastery. He didn't even alter his stance, merely raising his right hand lightly. With fingers splayed, he grasped at the charging figure mid-air. Buzz. A strange sound, as if space itself were wailing. The charging military academy tough guy froze abruptly. He realized with horror that the air around him had instantly thickened into an unbearable viscosity, like solidified cement trapping him rigidly in place, unable to advance even an inch. Immediately, an invisible, terrifying crushing force surged from all directions, converging violently upon his body. Crack! 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 His formidable physique, capable of withstanding the charge of a third-tier beast, now emitted agonized cracking sounds under this invisible pressure, unable to bear the strain. I surrender. For the first time, fear twisted the face of the military academy tough guy as he screamed out those 3 words with every ounce of strength left in him. Zhuge Qing merely smiled faintly at the words, slowly releasing his clenched fingers. The terrifying restraining and crushing force vanished instantly. The military academy tough guy collapsed to the ground as if drained of all strength, gasping for breath. His eyes fixed on Zhuge Qing were filled with terror, as if he had narrowly escaped death. You win. Zhuge Qing adjusted his collar once more and descended from the stage with the calmness of a summer breeze. Spatial manipulation? The deputy leader of the martial arts alliance in the VIP section gasped in shock. This Zhuge brat actually had such a trump card hidden up his sleeve? Next, it was time for the internal battle of the martial god palace. Berserker Lei Dong faced off against Poison Fairy Az. This was an extreme clash of spear and shield. Apologies, Sister Az. Lei Dong offered a simple, earnest smile, yet his eyes held a deep, solemn intensity.
Against an opponent like Az, there could be no room for complacency.
Roar! He roared, instantly activating a secret technique.
His muscles swelled, a faint golden glow emanating from his skin, transforming him into a golden arhat.
Across from him, Az still wore that sweet, charming smile. She merely extended her delicate jade-like hand and waved it lightly toward Lei Dong.
No gust of wind. No energy fluctuations.
Only a faint, colorless, odorless fragrance quietly filled the air.
Lei Dong dared not show the slightest negligence.
He held his breath as his qi and blood surged violently, erupting into a protective aura that shielded him completely.
Yet the fragrance seemed to seep through every pore, effortlessly penetrating his protective aura. Thread by thread, it seeped into his skin. At first, Lei Dong felt nothing amiss.
But as time passed, he gradually sensed that his blood and qi, once surging like a raging sea, had begun to slow. His strength, once capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, now felt as though it had sunk into quicksand, growing heavier and heavier.
This is soft muscle powder? Lei Dong's face turned pale.
Hee, Senior Lei Dong, you're quick to catch on, Z chuckled. But this isn't your ordinary, soft muscle powder. This is my specially concocted Super Deluxe Edition, a blend of 77 toxic herbs mixed with the pollen of the bone-eating flower, made just for you. Finally, after 10 minutes of fierce combat, Lei Dong, the berserker renowned for his strength, found himself unable to continue. Though unscathed, his entire body was drained of strength. He raised his hands in defeat, conceding the match with a helpless sigh. One spectacular duel after another unfolded. Qin Wushuang's sword remained as swift and deadly as ever. His opponents failed to even graze the hem of his robe before being shattered by an invisible sword intent that crushed their fighting spirit, leaving them defeated and disheartened.
But the most surprising performance came from Bai Linger of Jingwu University.
After yesterday's media storm, she seemed to have shed all pretense. Her fighting showed no trace of restraint. Her opponent was a prodigy from the Northern Military Academy, equally formidable in strength. Yet under her relentless, torrential barrage of spiritual energy attacks, the prodigy barely lasted 3 minutes before being pounded into a battered mess, tumbling off the stage in utter disarray.
Bai Linger advanced with a near-dominant, queen-like presence.
Standing atop the stage, her gaze pierced the distance, coldly fixing upon Yang Jian in the contestants' seats.
The defiance and battle intent in that gaze spoke volumes. Finally, amid the crowd's eager anticipation,
the final match of the round commenced.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. The announcer's voice grew passionate once more.
Next up, stepping into the arena is the legendary young gun who shattered everyone's worldview with a single shot yesterday.
Yang Jian.
And his opponent this round, the defensive master from Donghai Women's Martial Arts Academy contestant Sun Meng.
Will the unstoppable, peerless divine rifle pierce through everything? Or will the impregnable, flawless defense withstand the miracle? Let's find out.
Amidst the deafening roar of the crowd, Yang Jian slowly rose from his seat, gripping the dragon's spine as he stepped toward the ring that had become his personal stage of legend.
As Yang Jian's unassuming figure stepped onto the obsidian ring once more, the entire world seemed to fall silent.
The roars and cheers of hundreds of thousands of spectators strangely ceased in unison at that moment. Every gaze, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, converged relentlessly upon the youth standing there, gun in hand. Their eyes no longer held yesterday's skepticism and clamor, but only the purest, almost pilgrim-like anticipation and reverence. They all waited, waiting to see how that myth would unfold once more. On the other side of the ring, a petite girl in a blue martial arts uniform, with short hair cut just above her ears and a timid expression, stared nervously at Yang Jian across from her. She was Sun Meng. Hailing from Donghai Women's Martial Arts Academy, she was renowned as a defensive master who, in the previous round, had famously worn down her opponent to exhaustion using her masterful defensive technique, the Mystic Water Turtle Shell Formation. At this moment, her palms were already drenched in sweat. Her heart pounded wildly, as if it might leap out of her throat at any moment. Pressure.
An unprecedented, mountain-crushing weight bore down on her.
Though she had witnessed that earth-shattering annihilation spear through yesterday's livestream. But the awe felt through a screen could never compare to the soul-shaking dread she now experienced, standing face to face with that legend. She could clearly sense that the youth across from her stood there quietly, emitting not even a trace of powerful chi fluctuations. Yet he and the rifle in his hand seemed to have fused with the entire heavens and earth. He was the sky. He was the earth. He was the sole law governing this battlefield.
The match begins.
The referee's voice trembled slightly as the words rang out. Sun Meng bit down hard on her tongue. The sharp pain wrenched her free from the suffocating pressure that had nearly crushed her. She knew that against an opponent of this caliber, any hesitation would be fatal.
Mystic water returned to origin.
She shouted the incantation, holding nothing back as she unleashed her most powerful defensive technique.
Hum.
A surge of pure, water-attributed vital energy imbued with unparalleled resilience and exploded from her body. Rather than transforming into a frenzied assault, the blue vital energy rapidly coalesced and interwove before her, ultimately crystallizing into layer upon layer of mystical tortoise shells, each shimmering with an eerie blue glow, composed entirely of pure energy. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. In an instant, 9 layers of translucent tortoise shell shields stacked upon each other, securely enveloping her petite form within their protection. This was her ultimate defense, the ninefold Mystic Water Turtle Shell Formation. Each layer embodied the martial arts principles of yielding to overcome force and redirecting power to neutralize momentum. 9 layers stacked together created a defense powerful enough to make any similarly ranked offensive martial artist despair. In the previous round, her opponent had exhausted every ounce of strength yet failed to breach this absolute defense, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion and defeat. Only after completing this did Sun Meng breathe a slight sigh of relief. Gazing at the youth across from her who hadn't moved an inch throughout the entire exchange, she summoned her courage and called out loudly, "Senior Yang Jian. Please teach me." She hoped her strongest shield might momentarily deflect the edge of that strongest spear.
Even if only for an instant. Yet, facing her impregnable defense, Yang Jian's face remained as calm and unruffled as ever.
He even gave the nervous girl a kind nod. Then, he moved. It was the same simple, almost overly straightforward movement everyone had seen countless times before. He slowly extended the dragon spine spear in his hand forward. The motion was so gentle, so effortless. As if what he sought to pierce was not the ninefold turtle shell capable of withstanding 1,000 armies, but merely the thin layer of air before him, ready to burst at the slightest touch.
Again, that move again. Here it comes. Here it comes. Annihilation spear. Again. Good heavens. Facing Sun Meng's absolute defense at this level, he still relies solely on this one move? How confident is he? A collective gasp erupted from the spectator stands. Every pair of eyes widened, staring fixedly and unblinkingly at the unremarkable tip of the gun slowly extending forward. Meanwhile, atop the stage, Sun Meng's heart sank to its lowest point in that very instant. She could see it clearly. Upon that seemingly ordinary spear tip, that minuscule black singularity, collapsing inward as if to swallow all light and hope, silently reappeared once more. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Space seemed to freeze. Before that black singularity. Her pride and joy, the impregnable ninefold Mystic Water Turtle Shell Formation, that martial art embodying the true essence of yielding to overcome force and deflecting power to redirect momentum, became laughably fragile. Hiss. A sound as faint as a bubble bursting echoed. The first layer of the tortoise shell shield vanished without a trace. Then the second, third, and fourth layers followed suit. There was no violent explosion, no clash of energies. That 9-layered energy shield, formidable enough to strike despair into any opponent, crumbled before the slowly advancing bayonet like 9 sheets of thin paper easily pierced with a single thrust. Finally, under Sun Meng's gaze filled with horror and relief, the cold, starlight glinting tip of the spear pierced through the final layer of shielding, coming to a gentle halt just before her brow. Less than a millimeter away.
The terrifying aura emanating from the tip capable of annihilating everything made every hair on her body stand on end in an instant. She had no doubt that if the opponent's intent advanced even a fraction further, she would be utterly erased from this world, just like Hu Ayu yesterday. The outcome was decided. Yang Jian slowly withdrew the dragon spine. He looked at the girl, her body limp and pale, yet still struggling to stay upright. He nodded kindly once more. Then, he turned and descended the platform. Unfazed from start to finish. He left behind only an invincible silhouette that left the entire world speechless. Chapter 114, The Clash of Heavenly Prodigies. Their own paths. The moment Yang Jian's serene figure vanished into the athlete's tunnel, the entire Olympic Sports Center slowly snapped out of its utterly breathless, stunned silence. Immediately, a tidal wave of cheers erupted more frenzied than any previous roar. God! This is ING God! I take back every piece of bull I said online yesterday. From today onward, I am Yang God's most devoted believer. Too strong. Too elegant. Was that even a fight? It was pure art. The art of death. Mom asked why I was kneeling while watching the match. I told her I witnessed a miracle. Online, the keyboard warriors who had been screaming about cheating and corruption fell collectively silent. All the doubts, all the insults, seemed so pale and laughable in the face of that undeniable, overwhelming mastery. They could only silently delete their foolish comments and join the surging wave of fervor known as Yang Jian. As Yang Jian's matches concluded, the round of 16 knockout stage drew to a close. Finally, when the referee sounded the closing bell for the last match, the roster of the top 16 for this year's National Freshman College League was officially set. The Martial God Palace claimed 4 spots. Led by Bai Linger and Zhu Geqing, Jingwu University also secured 4 spots, emerging as the Wuxing Palace's fiercest rival. After losing their ace, Huayu, Magic City Martial Arts University advanced only 2 players. The remaining 6 spots were claimed by prodigies from top institutions like Western Shu Martial Arts University, Northern Military Academy, and Southern Martial Arts Academy. Every competitor standing here today is, without exception, an elite among elites, a monster among monsters. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. Friends. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena once more after a brief intermission. His face glowed with an almost frenzied radiance. He knew he was hosting the most spectacular and legendary freshman league in nearly a century. Our 16 finalists have all been determined. They represent the pinnacle of martial arts prowess in our great Xia Kingdom. But the battle is far from over. The path to the throne remains strewn with thorns and trials. Now, we will give the contestants no time to catch their breath. We proceed immediately to the next round, the random draw for the quarterfinals. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the arena ignited once more. Every pair of eyes fixed intently on the massive holographic screen at the center of the arena. 16 names and avatars, shimmering with light, began frantically scrolling and jumping across the screen. This time, everyone's hearts were in their throats. For those who had reached this stage were no longer weaklings. Every single matchup would be a clash of titans. A collision of titans. Especially, who would be the next lucky one to stand opposite Myth? Stop! With the host's passionate shout. All the avatars on the light screen froze instantly. 8 sets of fated, explosive showdowns were laid bare before everyone's eyes. Group 1, Bai Linger Jingwu University vs Lu Qing West Shu Martial Arts University. Group 2, Zhu Geqing Jingwu University vs Wang Haoren Northern Military Academy. Group 3, Qin Wushuang Martial God Palace vs Zhou Lin Southern Martial House. 4th match, A Z Martial God Palace vs Zhao Xian Beijing Martial Arts University. 5th match, Li Kuei Northern Military Academy vs Chen Fansong Central Academy. Group 6, Zhongwei Magic City Martial Arts University vs Sun Xiaoran East Sea Women's Martial Arts Academy. Group 7, Zhen Duo Dasha Business School vs Lu Mang Jingwu University. Group 8, Yang Jian Martial God Palace vs Langyu Martial God Palace. As the audience took in the matchups for the first 8 groups, the arena erupted in waves of gasps and heated discussion. Every matchup was a clash of titans. Every match promised thrilling action. Yet, when everyone's gaze instinctively converged on the final and most anticipated matchup, the entire Wuxing Palace rest area fell instantly silent. At the very bottom of the light screen, a row of matchups, highlighted in equally vivid crimson text, stood out starkly. Group 8, Yang Jian Martial God Palace vs Cold Moon Martial God Palace. An internal battle. Following Lei Dong's match against A Z in the previous round, the Martial God Palace once again faced the brutal reality of a battle between fellow disciples. And it pitted Yang Jian, who had dominated the entire arena like a god from start to finish. He was about to face Langyu, a phantom like Shadow renowned for extreme speed and assassination skills. One embodies supreme yang energy, a mythical force capable of obliterating all with a single spear thrust. The other, the moonlit assassin, ultimate Yin and softness, taking lives in utter silence. The stark contrast in their styles and the suspense within this clash instantly ignited the gossip-hungry flames in everyone's hearts. Holy crap! Another internal battle at the Martial God Palace? And it's Yang God versus the female assassin who moves so fast you can't even see her shadow?
This is going to be epic. That girl called Cold Moon, her speed is so fast even our motion capture cameras struggle to keep up. Exactly. Yangshin is powerful, but his attacks seem to be all sweeping, frontal assaults. Against an extreme agility-focused assassin like Cold Moon, will his terrifying spear strike even land? The suspense. This is absolutely the biggest cliffhanger Yangshin has faced since the tournament began. Suddenly, buzz surrounding this god vs assassin showdown was quietly surpassing the hype from the earlier Yang Jin vs Huayu matchup. Meanwhile, at the players' seats, the cold, silent girl who seemed out of place with the entire world Long Yu slowly lifted her head. For the first time, her utterly still eyes fixed intently on the indifferent youth not far away. A night of rest did nothing to quell yesterday's frenzy. Instead, it poured a spoonful of boiling oil onto the raging flames. The National Freshman High School League quarterfinals officially commenced. The atmosphere at the Olympic Sports Center was more frenzied than ever before. Countless spectators waved flags, cheering hoarsely for their favored prodigies and schools. The roar of the crowd seemed poised to shatter the very heavens. Here it comes. Here it comes. The quarterfinals. Every match is a clash of titans. I can't wait to see Fairy by Linger in action. Let her show those mortals what true talent looks like. I'm even more excited for Zhuge Qing. That man is too mysterious. His battles are pure art. Martial God Palace. Martial God Palace. Qin Wushuang's sword is peerless under heaven. Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, the first pair of contestants slowly took the stage. Group 1, by Linger Jingwu University vs Lu Qing Shishu Martial Arts University. Bai Linger remained clad in her signature white gown, her expression cool and distant, like an ice queen enthroned upon a throne. Her eyes held an innate pride. Her opponent, Lu Qing from West Shu Martial Arts University, was a young woman wielding a jade-green flexible sword. Her demeanor was as gentle and ethereal as the misty rain of Jiangnan. The match begins. Lu Qing launched the first attack. The azure soft sword in her grasp, infused with her pure vital energy, transformed into countless ethereal threads of blue like the night rain of Beishan, enveloping the entire arena in a steady drizzle. Each thread carried a razor-sharp edge, poised to slice through anything in its path. Yet, facing this torrential downpour of blades, Bai Linger did not even shift her stance. She merely raised her jade-like right hand slowly. Does the light of fireflies dare to rival the brilliance of the full moon? Her cold voice carried not a trace of emotion. Before the words had even faded, a terrifying chill, potent enough to freeze the soul, erupted violently from her body. Crack! 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 The temperature on the entire stage plummeted in an instant. Crystal-clear ice crystals formed in the air. The countless green sword threads in the sky froze solid the moment they touched this frigid air, then shattered like fragile glass, shattering into countless pieces. What? Lu Qing's face paled. But it was too late. With a swift, airborne clenching of her fingers, Bai Linger commanded. A colossal, crystalline snow lotus formed entirely of pure mystical ice blossomed explosively above Lu Qing's head. Each petal radiated a terrifying chill potent enough to freeze everything, sealing off every possible escape route for Lu Qing. Beneath that colossal ice lotus, Lu Qing's petite frame appeared utterly insignificant and helpless. Feeling the bone-chilling cold that threatened to freeze her very soul into an ice sculpture, a bitter and despairing expression finally crept onto her face. I surrender. As her words fell, the colossal ice lotus suspended in midair slowly dissolved into nothingness. Bai Linger withdrew her hand, her expression unchanged throughout. She merely shot a cold glance toward the Wushan Palace's resting area, the challenge in her gaze unmistakable. Group 2, Zhuge Qing Jingwu University vs Wang Haoren Northern Military Academy. This was an extreme clash of intellect and brute force. True to his name, Wang Haoren radiated righteous vigor. He cultivated the Northern Military Academy's signature technique, the dragon elephant suppressing army fist. Every punch and kick radiated an overwhelming, terrifying force that crushed all opposition. Kill. The moment the match began, Wang Haoren charged forward like a tiger descending the mountain, sweeping toward Zhuge Qing with overwhelming momentum. Facing this ferocious onslaught, Zhuge Qing maintained his usual calm and composed demeanor. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and let a graceful smile curve his lips. Only at the very instant Wang Haoren's fist powerful enough to shatter a tank was about to strike his face. Slowly extended a single finger. He lightly tapped the massive fist. No earth-shattering explosion. No clash of energies. A bizarre scene unfolded. Wang Haoren's ferocious, unstoppable forward momentum was abruptly reversed in that instant. His entire body felt as though struck by an invisible giant hand, propelling him backward at an even greater speed than his initial charge, completely beyond his control. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the edge of the ring, his face frozen in utter bewilderment and disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. There's a concept in physics called vector dot. Zhuge Qing's lazy voice echoed slowly. It possesses both magnitude and direction. I merely altered its direction ever so slightly at the very peak of your power. He adjusted his glasses and shrugged helplessly at his opponent, who had completely lost the will to fight. You see, sometimes, combat is just that simple.
Group 3, Qin Wushuang Martial God Palace vs Zhou Lin Southern Martial Academy. This was a true duel between swordsmen. Zhou Lin of the Southern Martial House wielded his 7 stars chasing the moon sword technique with divine mastery. As the sword light flashed, it seemed as though 7 stars revolved in tandem, an utterly profound display. Yet before Qin Wushuang, it all seemed childishly naive. He stood there silently, watching Zhou Lin unleash every exquisite technique of his mastery. Until the tip of Zhou Lin's sword came within 3 inches of his brow. Only then did he draw a slow, measured breath. "Your swordplay is too flashy." He extended 2 fingers, moving with astonishing speed and angle to intercept the blade. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed through the air. He had actually used 2 fingers to steady and clamp the tip of the rapidly thrusting blade. Zhou Lin's face paled. He frantically channeled his chi and blood to pull his sword back, only to find it held fast as if pinned between 2 divine mountains. The sword is a weapon of death. Qin Wushuang's calm voice echoed in Zhou Lin's ears like the solemn toll of evening drums and morning bells. Its purpose lies in killing, not dancing. Before the words had fully faded, the 2 fingers pinching the sword tip trembled slightly. A surge of pure, razor-sharp sword intent thundered upward along the blade. Snap! Zhou Lin's steel-hard long sword began cracking from the tip, inch by inch, until it shattered completely into a pile of iron fragments on the ground. Zhou Lin stared blankly at the bare hilt in his hand, then glanced at the indifferent youth across from him. A grimace twisted his face, a smile uglier than tears. "I lost." Group 4, a Z Martial Arts Shinko vs Zhao Xian Kyobu University. This match ended the fastest and the most bizarrely. Zhao Xian of Jingwu University was another formidable prodigy, wielding a silver halberd with imposing presence. From the moment the match began, he remained hyper-vigilant, shielding himself tightly with protective chi, fearful of falling victim to Aziz's elusive poison techniques. Yet across the field, Aziz stood smiling cheerfully from start to finish, merely waving at him. 1 minute later. Without any apparent attack, Zhao Xian's eyes rolled back suddenly. He fell straight to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently. "Oh dear," Aziz stuck out her tongue, looking utterly innocent. "Senior Zhao Xian, how could you fall asleep? I haven't even started yet." The first 4 matchups concluded. The Martial God Palace and Jingwu University each secured 2 victories, demonstrating terrifying dominance far surpassing the other academies. The atmosphere in the entire arena had reached a fever pitch. "All right. Ladies and gentlemen." The announcer's voice surged with unbridled excitement. "Next up, we welcome the 2 most enigmatic competitors of this tournament. One is the mythmaker, Yang Jian, a single shot capable of obliterating all. And the other is the Queen of the Night, a phantom under the moonlight, renowned for her extreme speed and assassination skills. Cold Moon. This will be a battle between 2 warriors of the Martial God Palace. This will be the ultimate clash between the mightiest spear and the swiftest shadow. Now, let us welcome both contestants with the loudest cheers." Amidst the deafening roar of anticipation and curiosity filling the arena, 2 figures slowly emerged from opposite sides of the arena. Chapter 115, Don't Knock Their Dao Heart to Pieces. As Yang Jian and Leng Yu, 2 geniuses of the Martial God Palace with utterly contrasting styles, simultaneously stepped onto the massive obsidian arena, the entire arena fell eerily silent in an instant. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. Their gazes darted back and forth between the youth standing tall and serene with his gun, and the girl holding twin blades, silent as a shadow. A single question filled every mind. Could that man's legendary shot still connect against an opponent like Cold Moon, one whose speed bordered on the supernatural, whose movements were like a phantom? On the stage, Cold Moon's face, as icy as a millennia-old glacier, bore no trace of emotion. Yet her pale hands, clenched tightly around the crescent blade, betrayed the turmoil within. As an assassin, her greatest pride lay in her speed and stealth. Yet she knew that before Yang Jian's terrifying, almost omniscient perception, any attempt at stealth would be futile. Her only chance lay in closing the distance to his side faster than he could draw his gun and delivering the most lethal strike. This was her only chance. And a gamble of the highest stakes. The match begins. With the referee's piercing voice ringing out, Cold Moon moved. Without a moment's hesitation, without a hint of testing. The instant the words fell, her figure vanished from her original spot in an instant. Not a blur caused by high-speed movement, but a genuine vanishing act, as if she had merged with the very fabric of space and light itself. What? Where is she? Where did that girl named Lun Yu go? My god. What kind of movement technique is that? It's too bizarre. A wave of gasps erupted instantly from the audience seats. Even the guest judges wore solemn expressions. Their formidable psychic senses could only barely detect a faint energy trail approaching Yang Jian at an unimaginable speed. Yet, facing this ghostly assassination attempt that would send chills down any opponent's spine, Yang Jian, standing at the center of the ring, remained utterly unruffled. He hadn't even activated the Guishu Divine Eye, because it was utterly unnecessary. Within his perception, now perfectly attuned and unified with heaven and earth, every movement of Cold Moon, every ripple in the air, was as clear as fireflies in the night. He stood motionless, the dragon spine spear in his hand angled toward the ground, as if waiting for the moment the deadly serpent bared its fangs. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, frantically searching for Long Yu's vanished figure. Just as everyone's patience was about to snap. Rip! A faint, almost inaudible sound like fabric being torn suddenly echoed from behind and to the left of Yang Jian. A cold, crescent-shaped blade of light, like a fong protruding from another dimension, sliced silently toward Yang Jian's neck. Fast. Too fast. Fast beyond measure. So fast that even the high-speed camera broadcasting the event could only capture a fleeting silver streak. Now. Got it. Witnessing this, every spectator rooting for Cold Moon erupted in a frenzy of ecstatic cheers. Yet, in the very instant before that crescent blade capable of effortlessly slicing through the scales of a third-tier beast was about to touch Yang Jian's skin, the youth who had remained utterly motionless throughout finally moved. His movements remained as simple and effortless as ever. He didn't even turn his head. He merely pivoted on his left foot, turning his body to the right by a mere inch. Then, with an even more effortless, more casual grace, he extended the dragon spine spear in his hand toward the seemingly empty air behind him. As if a stroller casually brushed aside a fallen leaf with a stick in hand. Time seemed to freeze once more in that instant. The icy blade light, which had been moving at an extreme speed, suddenly froze. Immediately after, a slender figure stumbled out of the void. It was Cold Moon. For the first time, her eternally icy, beautiful face was etched with an unprecedented, extreme horror and disbelief. She slowly lowered her head. There, on her chest, where the black armor made of special materials capable of withstanding most physical impacts had been, a minute, inconspicuous, hole had appeared at some unknown moment. And the tip of that pitch-black spear, seemingly imbued with the entire starry sky, rested firmly at the very end of that tiny hole. Less than a millimeter from her heart. She could even feel the utterly terrifying aura emanating from that spear tip, a coldness so extreme it threatened to annihilate everything. She had lost. Her defeat was even more complete than Hu Euyu's yesterday, even more decisive. Her opponent hadn't even deigned to look her in the eye. It felt like a deity walking the heavens casually crushing an ant that dared challenge its majesty. All light within Long Yu's icy eyes faded completely in that instant. Slowly, she released her grip on the twin crescent blades she cherished as her life. Clang. 2 crisp clangs. She abandoned her resistance. Yang Jian slowly withdrew the dragon's spine. His expression remained as calm as ever. He couldn't even be bothered to utter a polite phrase like "you're welcome." The speed you pride yourself on is but a child's chase in his eyes. The stealth you rely on for survival is nothing but the Emperor's new clothes before him. The fatal strike you gambled everything on, he wouldn't even bother to glance at it. Is it over? After an unknown span of time, the host finally broke the suffocating silence with a dry, dreamlike voice. The match is over. The winner of this contest is Wuxing Palace, Yang Jian. His voice boomed through the PA system, echoing throughout the arena. But this time, no cheers or shouts erupted within the arena. Everyone, spectators and guests alike, supporters and detractors of Yang Jian, stared silently and blankly at the figure slowly descending from the ring. Their hearts had long been utterly filled with an emotion called numbness. Myth? No. When miracles repeatedly present themselves before you with an air of inevitability, it ceases to be a myth. It is reality. A cruel reality that fills every genius sharing his era with sorrow and despair. With the conclusion of Yang Jian's exhibition match, the round of 16 knockout stage drew to a close. The final list of the top 8 contenders was officially determined. The Martial God Palace claimed 3 spots. Yang Jian, Xin Wushuang, A.Z. Jingwu University also secured 3 spots. By Linger, Zhu Gacheng, Zhao Xian. The remaining 2 spots were secured by Wang Haoran from the Northern Military Academy and Zhang Wei, the last surviving candidate from the Martial Arts University of the Demon City. These 8 individuals undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of combat prowess among this year's freshmen. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. The final 8 contenders for this season's league have all been determined. The announcer's voice rang out once more, though this time, it carried a hint of unmistakable awe. Our 8 prodigies will now enjoy another full day of rest. Tomorrow. Same time. Same place. We will witness an even more brutal, even more intense, battle for the final 4. Who will ultimately break through the ranks and make the final charge toward the supreme throne of the freshmen? And who will halt the mythical youth's legendary run? Let us all await it together. That evening, at the Wuxing Palace's exclusive quarters within the Chuancheng City Athletes Village, the atmosphere felt oddly tense. Lei Dong, the fearless berserker who never backed down from anything, now sat in a corner like a wronged little wife, silently drawing circles while muttering to himself, "Poison, such a poisonous woman." Clearly, being defeated by a Z that day in such a bloodless manner had dealt a significant blow to his pure warrior's heart. Xin Wushuang sat alone on a stone bench in the courtyard. He no longer polished his sword, instead staring blankly at the bright moon in the sky, lost in thought. Z cradled Gung Gung, feeding the perpetually insatiable little one tiny bites of 1,000-year-old ginseng root, her face radiating maternal warmth. As for Yang Jian, he maintained his usual carefree demeanor, as if the world-shaking match that had taken place that very day had nothing to do with him.
Ahem. Finally, Pang Ziyuan, the armless king-level mentor, cleared his throat twice, breaking the eerie silence.
He looked at the group of young people before him, each wearing a different expression, and a faint smile of satisfaction spread across his face.
Shake yourselves awake.
His voice was steady and commanding.
Though some among us have been eliminated, each of you can be proud to have made it this far. And the real battle has only just begun. His gaze swept over Yang Jian, Qin Wushuang, and Az. Tomorrow, you will face a real test.
Qin Wushuang, your opponent is Zhuge Cheng from Jingwu Academy.
That kid is slippery and cunning.
Your pure sword intent might not work against him.
Remember, never underestimate your enemy.
Az, your opponent is Wang Haoran from the Northern Military Academy.
He's a true iron-blooded warrior.
Penetrating his protective aura, as solid as a dragon elephant, with your poison won't be easy. At this point, he paused, finally fixing his gaze on Yang Jian. He opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words.
Advice?
What a joke. The way that man had demonstrated had long since transcended the realm of his own comprehension. In the end, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile.
As for you, Yang Jian, do your best. Just don't crush them too badly.
If their true Dao heart collapses, they'll need their mentor to comfort them.
Chapter 116, Clash of Wisdom and Blade. Venomous Domain. The next day, at dawn.
As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing this city brimming with heat and passion, the entire city of Chuan had already entered a state of feverish excitement.
Countless citizens poured in from all directions toward the Olympic Sports Center, a colossal steel beast.
Their faces radiated fervor and anticipation, as if they weren't heading to watch a match, but to pay homage at a grand divine celebration.
Online, discussions about the quarterfinals had already shattered all historical records. Yang God vs. Who?
This bluntly direct topic had forcefully climbed to the top of the trending charts, its discussion volume even surpassing yesterday's earth-shattering annihilation shot.
People no longer debated whether Yang Jian would win. Instead, they debated who would be the lucky one worthy of standing opposite him.
Amidst this near-national frenzy, the National Freshman College League semi-final showdown officially commences.
Here it comes. Here it comes. It's finally starting. The first match today is an internal battle at Jingwu.
Zhuge Cheng versus the Lu Mang with the twin halberds.
This is going to be good.
I'm more excited for Qin Wushuang versus Wang Haoran. Will the sword speed of the martial god palace prevail, or will the fist of the Northern Military Academy prove stronger? Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, the first batch of competitors slowly took the stage.
Group 1, Zhuge Cheng Jingwu University versus Lu Mang Jingwu University. Both prodigies from Jingwu University, these two clearly knew each other inside out. The moment the match began, Lu Mang, wielding his twin halberds, showed no hesitation whatsoever.
He immediately unleashed the most ferocious, storm-like barrage of attacks. He knew that against an opponent like Zhuge Cheng, if he allowed him to create distance and calmly set up his strategy, he would have no chance left.
Yet, confronting this ferocious onslaught, Zhuge Cheng remained as calm as ever. He didn't retreat, nor did he attempt to block the furious double spears head-on. Instead, his figure darted within the narrowest of spaces, executing minuscule yet exquisitely precise footwork to evade and maneuver. Each evasion was perfectly timed. Every sidestep was executed with consummate skill.
Lu Mang's ferocious attacks, powerful enough to shatter stone, failed to graze even the hem of his robe. It felt as though a burly man, exerting every ounce of strength, was futilely striking at a mass of air that could neither be grasped nor touched.
Anticipation?
In the VIP section, a flicker of astonishment crossed the legendary female warrior's eyes.
No, it's not just anticipation, it's the ultimate calculation of human biomechanics, muscle power, and even the opponent's psychological state. He's not fighting. He's solving a problem. Finally, after dozens of relentless strikes, Lu Mang's breathing began to falter. And this was precisely the opening Zhuge Cheng had been waiting for. It's over.
His lazy voice echoed slowly.
He finally made his first proactive move.
Still eschewing flashy techniques, he extended his right index finger. With a motion that appeared slow yet was in fact blindingly fast, he struck with pinpoint accuracy at a highly concealed nerve point on Lu Mang's right wrist, a critical junction controlling muscle tension. Buzz! Lu Mang felt his entire right arm go completely numb in an instant. The 100-pound halberd slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground.
The outcome was decided.
Zhuge Cheng advanced effortlessly once more, his victory brimming with wisdom and swagger. Group 2, Qin Wushuang Martial God Palace vs Wang Haoran Northern Military Academy.
This was a true clash of titans.
The razor-sharp edge of the sword met the fierce power of the fist. Kill!
The moment the match commenced, Wang Haoran unleashed a thunderous roar.
Upon his bronze-toned skin, a vivid phantom of a dragon elephant formed from the power of chi and blood materialized.
Dragon elephant suppressing army fist, dragon elephant possession.
In that instant, he seemed to transform into a true primordial dragon elephant, unleashing a terrifying, all-crushing might as he slammed his fist toward Qin Wuxuang. Facing this overwhelmingly domineering strike, a hint of gravity flickered across Qin Wuxuang's face for the first time. He knew that against such pure, unadulterated force, any technique would prove futile. The only way was to pierce through brute force with sharpness. Clang! A piercing sword cry, resounding through the heavens and filled with boundless sharpness, echoed throughout the entire arena. This time, Qin Wuxuang finally drew the blade that never left his side. A flash of sword light. No earth-shattering aura, no dazzling, brilliant light and shadow. Only a pure, white sword trail so utterly refined it seemed capable of severing all existence sliced through the air. The streak vanished in an instant, striking first despite being launched later. It met the colossal iron fist enveloped in the dragon elephant phantom with pinpoint precision. Boom! An ear-splitting, terrifying explosion unlike any heard before. Sword and fist collided with a thunderous crash at the center of the arena. A violent shockwave, like a Category 12 hurricane, swept madly outward in all directions. Even the energy shield trembled violently under the terrifying impact. Dust and debris filled the entire battlefield. Everyone's heart leapt to their throats at that moment. Was it the sword that shattered the fist? Or did the fist crush the sword? Finally, as the dust slowly settled, two figures reappeared before everyone's eyes. Qin Wuxuang stood motionless where he had been, his sword already sheathed. Only his right hand, which had gripped the blade, trembled faintly. Opposite him, Wang Haoren remained frozen in his punching stance. The once overwhelming aura of his dragon elephant illusion had faded to near obscurity. A faint, bone-deep gash appeared on the knuckles of his fist. Instantly, the gash spread rapidly up his entire arm. Put! Wang Haoren suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His massive frame, as sturdy as a mountain, could no longer bear his weight and he collapsed heavily to one knee. He was defeated. Defeated, and he accepted it wholeheartedly. What a blazingly fast sword. He raised his head, gazing at the indifferent youth across from him, his eyes brimming with genuine admiration. Your swordsmanship surpasses mine. Qin Wuxuang, with the sharpest edge, secured another victory for the Martial God Palace. Forcing their way into the top four. The entire Olympic Sports Center erupted into a new wave of frenzy. Absolutely incredible. Whether it's Qin Wuxuang's sword or Wang Haoren's fists, this is what a true clash of prodigies looks like. Exactly. This feels far more thrilling than Yangshan's pure dominance. The Martial God Palace. Another banner year for them. They've already secured their spot in the semi-finals. Amidst the roaring discussions, the third matchup's combatants stepped onto the stage. Group 3, AZ Martial God Palace vs Zhongwei Magic City Martial Arts University. This matchup had been shrouded in suspense and intrigue since the moment the names were announced. Azzy, the mysterious poison fairy of the Martial God Palace, wielded tactics as elusive as the wind, striking down her foes invisibly and leaving them utterly defenseless. Zhang Wei, meanwhile, represents Demon City Martial University's last remaining hope after the loss of Huayu. Having fought his way through the ranks to reach the quarterfinals, his strength was equally formidable. He cultivates one of the university's 3 legendary arts, the Great Sun Demon Flame technique. This technique is supremely domineering, and the Great Sun Demon Flame cultivated through it is said to burn all things, shattering all illusions and evil spirits. This would be the ultimate clash between deadly poison and demonic flame. The match begins. The referee's voice had barely faded. Oomph. You poisonous witch playing tricks. Zhang Wei's face brimmed with undisguised contempt and disgust. He clearly scorned Aziz's unethical fighting style. Before my Great Sun Demon Flame, your cheap tricks will be exposed. Boom. A terrifying flame, black as ink yet radiating extreme heat, erupted violently from his body. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air sizzled and warped, scorched beyond recognition. Immediately, Zhang Wei thrust both hands forward with tremendous force. The towering demonic flames instantly coalesced into a ferocious black fire dragon. With claws extended and fangs bared, it swept toward Azzi across the battlefield, carrying a terrifying momentum capable of scorching the entire world. He intended to use this most ruthless and direct method to incinerate Azzi to ashes before she could unleash her poisonous arts. Yet, facing this overwhelming demonic flame that would make any opponent of equal rank pale with fear, Azzi's sweet and lovely face on the stage still bore that innocent, carefree smile. She didn't even glance at the ferocious black fire dragon. She merely extended her delicate jade-like fingers and drew a gentle circle before her. Hee, Zhang Wei, your fire is so scary. Her voice was soft and sweet, as if she were pouting. But I'm actually afraid of the heat too. Before she could finish, buzz. An invisible aura, filled with eerie and ominous energy, manifested as a demonic purple domain. Centered around her petite form, it silently yet explosively unfolded. Innate divine ability realm of 10,000 poisons. The purple domain spread rapidly in all directions the moment it appeared. Wherever it touched, even the hard obsidian arena began to emit a sizzling sound of corrosion, releasing wisps of blue smoke. The ferocious black fire dragon, the moment it charged into this purple domain, saw its towering demonic flames visibly begin to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. It felt as though a burning flame had been plunged into the most concentrated, potent acid. Within the flames, the pure fire elemental energy was being viciously eroded, neutralized, and decomposed by the countless invisible poisons within the domain.
What? The scorn frozen on Zhang Wei's face instantly solidified, replaced by unprecedented horror and utter disbelief. His pride and joy, the all-consuming, great sun demon flame, was actually being suppressed by the opponent's poison? How could this be?
Hee, Zhang Wei, your flames seem to be rather ineffective. A sweet voice rang out once more, but to Zhang Wei's ears, it now sounded like the devilish whisper of a demon from the depths of hell. She blew a gentle breath toward him. Hoo! A seemingly gentle pink mist drifted slowly from her mouth. The smoke looked so beautiful, so dreamlike. But the instant Zhang Wei saw it, every hair on his body stood on end. From within that ethereal mist, he sensed a deadly threat potent enough to shatter his very soul. He dared not hesitate for a moment, frantically summoning every ounce of demonic flame within him, desperate to incinerate that pink mist completely. Yet it was already too late. The pink mist seemed to possess a life of its own, effortlessly evading his fiery defenses and seeping thread by thread into his nostrils and mouth.
The next second,
Zhang Wei felt as though a billion illusions exploded simultaneously within his mind. He sought his most terrifying childhood fears, glimpsed the supreme power he craved above all else, and beheld the face of his first love, the one he cherished most deeply.
Countless illusions violently intertwined and overlapped within his consciousness. His eyes instantly became utterly vacant and unfocused. A foolishly blissful smile even crept onto the corners of his mouth. Illusion poison technique. From the guest seats, the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance abruptly stood, his face etched with grave concern. This young girl possesses terrifying poison mastery. To fuse illusions with deadly venom to such an extent. Zhang Wei's Dao heart, it's likely been shattered. On the stage, Z watched Zhang Wei, now completely lost in the illusion, standing there with a foolish grin. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. Oh dear, I guess I overdid it. She skipped over to Zhang Wei, reached out a small hand, and gave his forehead a light flick. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Zhang Wei's towering frame collapsed backward like a sack of bones, falling straight backward and passing out cold. Whooshing Palace, a Z, advanced. With this, the Martial God Palace now held 2 of the 4 semi-final spots. Chapter 117, Pounding by Linger. The final showdown. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. The announcer's voice rang out again after a brief silence, though this time, it carried an unmistakable reverence for the formidable power displayed. 3 of our semi-finalists have been determined. They are Qin Wushuang and Azi from the Martial God Palace. And Zhuge Cheng from Jingwu University. Now, the final match of the quarterfinals is about to commence. And this match promises to be just as thrilling and controversial as any that came before. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs with every ounce of strength. And now, the myth maker himself, Yang Jian, undefeated since the tournament began, having never even fired a second shot. And now, the final ace of Jingwu University, a noble, icy beauty who has swept through the competition with absolute strength and a queenly presence. Bai Linger. Wah! God Yang. God Yang. The eternal god. Fairy Linger. Go! You are Jingwu's last hope. The moment both names were uttered simultaneously, the entire arena erupted in a frenzy. Countless spectators wildly waved their flags, cheering hoarsely for their favored fighters. Under the spotlight, 2 figures emerged from opposite sides of the ring. Yang Jian remained his usual unflappable self, his dragon spine spear angled toward the ground. He stood like a towering mountain, seemingly fused with the heavens and earth. On the other side, Bai Linger wore a white gown, her expression icy cold, like a distant ice queen. Yet, upon closer inspection, the trembling of her jade-like hands clenched so tightly her knuckles had turned pale betrayed the turmoil within. Her gaze was fixed intently on Yang Jian, brimming with complex emotions. There was venom, jealousy, and resentment, but above all, a fear she herself had yet to recognize. The image of Huayu obliterated by a single bullet, the despair of Lang Yu who hadn't even touched the hem of his robe, these scenes were etched into her mind like a nightmare. But she could not retreat. She was the ace of Jingwu University. The pride and joy of the Bai family. Her innate pride forbade her from retreating without a fight. The match begins. The referee's command rang out in a piercing voice. Bai Linger hesitated not a moment. She knew that against an opponent like Yang Jian, any hesitation would be foolish. She must unleash her full power from the very first moment to seize even the slightest chance of victory. Xianbing Forbidden Realm. She roared, unleashing the full potential of her ancient spirit body. Boom! An even more terrifying and purer surge of frigid energy erupted from her body than during her previous battle with Lu Qing. The temperature on the entire stage plummeted to absolute zero in that instant. Vast swaths of ice crystals, glowing with a ghostly blue light, crystallized in the air. A vast domain, constructed entirely of pure mystic ice and bristling with countless icicles and ice spikes, coalesced explosively around her, engulfing Yang Jian. She intended to use this method to restrict Yang Jian's footwork and freeze his indestructible divine spear.
Yet, facing this terrifying domain capable of turning any third-grade martial artist into an ice sculpture, Yang Jian's face remained as serene as ever.
He didn't even glance at the encroaching frigid domain.
He merely raised the dragon spine spear in his hand. Then, facing the imposing Xian ice domain before him, one that seemed capable of freezing everything, he casually thrust his spear forward.
It was still that same, utterly simple motion. Still that demeanor as unassuming as taking a stroll.
Still that black singularity that made the entire world fall silent. That minuscule black singularity, collapsing inward endlessly, as if it could devour all light, once again appeared silently upon the tip of the dragon spine spear. It did not target Bai Linger herself. Its target was her pride and lifeline, her domain.
Rip! A faint sound, like fabric being torn, echoed.
The colossal, mystic ice barrier, powerful enough to freeze everything in its path, burst like a punctured balloon the instant it touched that black singularity. From the point of contact, terrifying black fissures, like rifts in the void, spread wildly outward.
No violent explosion. No clash of energies. That domain, built from pure Xian ice and representing Bai Linger's greatest achievement, collapsed, disintegrated, and vanished inch by inch silently before the eyes of billions of spectators. Pop!
With the domain shattered, their minds connected.
Struck as if by lightning, Bai Linger violently spat out a mouthful of blood.
The innate pride of being the heaven's chosen daughter shattered completely along with the realm's collapse. Staggering backward several steps, her exquisitely beautiful face instantly turned as pale as paper.
I.
Her mouth opened, as if she were about to utter the words, "I surrender." Yet Yang Jian gave her no such chance. From the moment she publicly humiliated his teammates at the hot pot restaurant, from the moment she repeatedly challenged his authority with that haughty, contemptuous gaze, the outcome of this battle had been sealed long ago.
This was no longer a match. This was payback. Whoosh!
Yang Jian's figure vanished from his spot in an instant.
The next second, he materialized before the already staggering Bai Linger as if teleported. He didn't use his gun again. He felt using the dragon spine on such scum was an insult to his legendary rifle.
He simply raised his right hand. Then, under the gaze of countless horrified and disbelieving eyes, amidst the venomous, frenzied shrieks of the Jingwu students in Li Hao, a slap filled with the most primal, most pure violence cracked through the air.
Smack!
A thunderous, crystal-clear slap loud to the extreme echoed through the amplification system, piercing the ears of every single person present. Bai Linger's delicate frame flew through the air like a scent soaring by the blow. She spun 720 degrees mid-air before crashing heavily onto the stage dozens of meters away. Her once exquisitely beautiful face instantly swelled high, bearing a vivid, crimson handprint.
Wah!
Another mouthful of blood, mixed with several shattered teeth, gushed violently from her mouth. Yet this was merely the beginning.
Yang Jian vanished once more.
Like a flesh-eating ulcer, he materialized beside Bai Linger the moment she hit the ground.
Thud!
A swift and decisive roundhouse kick struck her midsection with brutal force.
Thud! 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 A relentless storm of punches and kicks followed without mercy. No supernatural powers, no techniques. Only the purest, emotionless, relentless barrage of physical blows. He treated her like a punching bag, a rag doll. The entire Olympic Sports Center fell deathly silent at that moment.
Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene of extreme violence and humiliation unfolding on the stage. The once lofty, ice queen-like darling of heaven now lay like the lowliest insect, trampled and ravaged at will by that indifferent youth. Her pride, her dignity, her beauty, everything she was utterly crushed beneath each punch and kick.
Stop! Stop! We surrender! We surrender! Finally, the teen mentor from Jingwu University could bear no more.
His eyes bulged as he frantically shouted at the referee atop the stage. If this continued, even if Bai Linger survived, her martial spirit would be utterly destroyed, leaving her a broken shell. Only then did Yang Jian's frenzied assault cease. He looked down with utter indifference at Bai Linger, who lay curled on the ground, covered in blood, struggling to move even an inch like a dead dog.
As if he had merely crushed a particularly noisy cockroach underfoot.
Then, he turned and descended the platform. What remained for the world was the demonic silhouette of a god of war, one that sent shivers of terror through the very souls of all who witnessed it. With Yang Jian crushing Jingwu University's last hope in the most brutal and humiliating manner, the final four of this league season were officially decided. 3 spots were claimed by the martial god palace.
Yang Jian, Qin Wushuan, a Z.
Jingwu University, with only one survivor left.
Zhuge Cheng.
This outcome left the entire Great Xia Kingdom speechless. With near monopolistic dominance, the martial god palace once again proclaimed its unshakable supremacy in the realm of the new generation.
Following a brief respite, the semi-final draw commenced immediately. This time, everyone's hearts were in their throats.
For this would determine who would become the brave warrior worthy of challenging the demon god in the final battle. The light screen flickered and finally settled.
Group 1, Zhuge Cheng Jingwu University vs Z Wuxing Palace. Group 2, Yang Jian Wuxing Palace vs Qin Wushuan Wuxing Palace. Another internal battle. And it pits the 2 strongest aces of the martial god palace against each other.
The moment this outcome appeared, the entire arena erupted in a wave of sighs filled with regret and disappointment.
To them, this should have been the ultimate final match. Please welcome the competitors for the first semi-final match. The first match pitted Zhuge Qing against Az. One was a strategist whose intellect bordered on demonic, orchestrating everything with masterful precision. The other, a deadly and elusive poisonous fairy. From the very start, the duel was shrouded in an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. Az's poison was colorless, odorless, and penetrated every pore. Yet Zhuge Qing moved with the precision of an omniscient prophet, each step and breath perfectly timed to evade the deadliest poisonous mists. Finally, after 10 minutes of fierce combat, Zhuge Qing seized upon an imperceptibly small opening in Az's spellcasting. In a manner incomprehensible to all, he reversed the air currents around her, causing her to fall victim to her own poison, the heart-rending crimson of longing. Az, the poison fairy who struck fear into countless opponents, ended up blushing as she walked off the stage herself. Zhuge Qing, through a display of sheer ingenuity, had painstakingly preserved the last flickering spark of hope for Jingwu University. Then, under the gaze of the entire crowd, Yang Jian and Qin Wushuang stepped onto the stage. One stood gun in hand, towering like a mountain, as if a demon god had descended. The other, clad in snow-white robes, wore an air of solitary pride, like an peerless sword immortal. Two equally overwhelming auras collided silently midair. The entire world held its breath, anticipating this clash of titans. Yet, just as the referee was about to declare the match open, Qin Wushuang suddenly bowed deeply to Yang Jian. Then, he raised his head, his clear eyes filled with serenity and acceptance. "I am no match for you," he said calmly. "I've waited a long time for this fight. But not now. When I can truly draw my sword and strike a blow that will make you take notice. I will challenge you again." With that, he turned and walked away without a single glance back. Under the stunned and bewildered gazes of the entire crowd, he turned and walked straight off the stage. He conceded defeat. In that moment, everyone understood. Qin Wushuang was not afraid of battle. He was merely preserving the last shred of dignity he had as a swordsman. For he knew that before that man, drawing his sword was itself an unattainable luxury. With Qin Wushuang's departure, the bell for the final match finally rang. Wuxing Palace, Yang Jian versus Jingwu University, Zhuge Qing. One embodies the ultimate expression of raw power and brute force. The other, the ultimate embodiment of wisdom and skill. This will be a truly distinct, ultimate showdown. Chapter 118, The Champion, Earth-Shattering. Finally, the roster for the National Freshman College League Finals was set in stone. Yang Jian versus Zhuge Qing. This outcome was unexpected to all, yet somehow felt inevitable. One embodies raw, unbridled power pushed to its absolute limit. The other represents cunning and strategy refined to perfection. These two utterly contrasting yet equally dominant paths to the pinnacle of the new generation were about to collide in the most spectacular, ultimate showdown on that stage, watched by millions, in just 3 days. The news sent the entire Great Xia Kingdom into an uproar. This was not merely a match countless media outlets and experts hyped it as a showdown that would determine the future direction of martial arts. Will absolute power crush all cunning schemes? Or can absolute wisdom toy with that savage brute force at will? Countless betting pools opened like wildfire, and countless topics exploded across the internet to unprecedented levels of heat. All eyes converged on Chuan City, the metropolis poised to witness history. Amidst this storm, Yang Jian's residence was flooded with a relentless stream of visitors. "Young Master Yang Jian, this is a token of our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's esteem," declared a portly, affable man with a broad smile, presenting an anonymous black gold card. "Should you agree to become our chamber's honorary elder, the 10 billion star coins within this card and all our nationwide resources shall be at your command." "Mr. Yang Jian, I am the Chief Talent Officer of the Sky Supporting Group," declared a poised, professional woman in a tailored skirt suit, adjusting her glasses as she offered an even more enticing proposition. "We are prepared to assemble a bespoke research team for you, provide the most advanced S-grade cultivation techniques and martial arts, and even petition the Alliance to grant you your own private territory." "Young Mr. Yang, we are." Representatives from major conglomerates, aristocratic families, and dark guilds swarmed like sharks sensing blood, each offering olive branches maddeningly tempting to any individual. Yet, in the face of all this, Yang Jian's response remained unchanged throughout. "No time." He ruthlessly shut everyone out, then closed the door and continued leisurely feeding the 1,000-year-old purple jade bamboo shoot he just extorted from Zhuge Qing to the rolling creature on his shoulder. TSK, you're something else." Zhuge Qing sat nearby with his legs crossed, a look of schadenfreude on his face. "You're the hottest commodity around now. So, has any offer tempted you? Why not join our Zhuge family right now? I guarantee my grandfather would treat you like his own grandson. Get lost." Yang Jian's reply was succinct. "Don't be so heartless," Zhuge Qing chuckled, adjusting his glasses with a rare hint of seriousness in his eyes. "Seriously, go easy on me in 3 days. My little frame can't take your shot. If you make me cry, our Jingwu University's reputation will be utterly ruined. Depends on my mood." Yang Jian shrugged. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Chuandu City, a white figure moved through a remote, mist-shrouded primeval forest. It was Su Mucheng. She paid no attention to the match, now reaching its fever pitch, for everything had unfolded exactly as she anticipated. Yet now, an unprecedented gravity weighed upon her face. Her icy phoenix eyes, which seemed to pierce through all worldly illusions, now flickered with a strange, dazzling light filled with Dao runes. This was the supreme eye technique she had mastered as the immortal Empress, the Eye of Reincarnation. Though her current strength was far from unleashing its true power, it was sufficient to reveal things beyond the perception of ordinary beings. Beneath her gaze, the seemingly tranquil mountain forest concealed an abnormally distorted and torn space beneath, densely woven like a spider's web. Void fissures finer than hairs, filled with ominous and chaotic energies, were silently breeding and spreading deep within the earth of this region. At the convergence of these countless fissures, she could faintly see an immense shadow, filled with utter terror and madness. That shadow resembled a slumbering, terrifying demon god from the endless void. Each of its breaths caused the surrounding space to pulsate violently, like the thumping of a heartbeat. Something's wrong. Su Mucheng's expression turned deathly pale. In my past life, this area showed no abnormalities whatsoever. Why is such terrifying void energy reacting here in this lifetime? Could it be the butterfly effect triggered by that man again? A thought so unsettling it made her heart race surged uncontrollably. She dared not hesitate a moment longer. Instantly, she retrieved her communication bracelet and dialed the emergency line for the 7th-rank King-class Deputy Alliance Leader from the Martial Arts Alliance overseeing this tournament. "It's me, Su Mucheng." Her voice was cold and urgent. "Immediately. Centered on Chuandu City, activate the highest-level spatial energy alert. Something utterly terrifying is about to be born here." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Great Xia Nation remained immersed in the feverish atmosphere surrounding the impending, ultimate showdown. On this day, at the Olympic Sports Center in Chuanqing City, the scene was more magnificent and grand than ever before. Countless media broadcast airships circled like vultures, swarming the entire venue so densely that not a single gap remained. Nearly every high-ranking official and representative of every major faction in the Great Xia Kingdom was present. Even those elusive 9th-rank saint-level elders, who had long secluded themselves from the world, projected their wills to silently witness this ultimate battle, one that might determine the course of martial arts for centuries to come. Amidst the deafening roar of the crowd, a thunderous cheer capable of shaking the heavens, and under the gaze of billions across the world, the announcer bellowed with a voice brimming with boundless passion. "Now, let us welcome with the most thunderous applause and cheers the final 2 contenders of this year's National Freshman College Tournament. Wuxing Palace, Yang Jian versus Jingwu University, Zhu Guqing. Take the stage." As both figures simultaneously stepped onto the final championship stage, a place steeped in glory and legend, the entire world seemed to fall silent. On one side stood Yang Jian. He remained as serene as ever, his dragon spine spear angled toward the ground. Standing like a towering mountain, he seemed to merge with the heavens and earth. His very presence formed a world unto itself, as if any law or calculation would become meaningless before his absolute power. On the other side stood Zhu Guqing. He radiated the same effortless elegance, his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose reflecting the gleam of intellect. Standing there, he seemed the master strategist of this realm, every move radiating the composed confidence of one who plans from afar and wins from 1,000 miles. Power and intellect. Dominance and skill. 2 utterly distinct yet equally perfected ways of the new generation stood in starkest contrast upon this stage, the center of all eyes. Finally, this day has come. Zhu Guqing looked at Yang Jian across from him. For the first time, the carefree, lazy expression faded from his face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and excitement. Behind his glasses, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light, like a supercomputer running simulations at full speed. "Truthfully, Yang Jian," he spoke, his voice quiet yet clear enough for every ear to catch, "from the moment I first saw you in the Seed Project selection, I knew you and I were cut from the same cloth. Except you chose the most direct, most ruthless path. Whereas I prefer a more intelligent approach to solving problems. Today, let's see." A confident curve lifted the corners of his mouth. "Will your unstoppable spear pierce through everything I am? Or whether my net, woven with calculations for all living beings, can completely restrain this divine elephant that has broken free from its bonds?" Faced with this philosophical pre-battle declaration, Yang Jian's response remained as simple and direct as ever. He raised the dragon's spine in his hand. Its deep, star-filled tip pointed distantly at Zhu Guqing. A single glance, a single gesture more eloquent than 1,000 words. "Bring it on." "Very well." Zhu Guqing smiled. "The match begins." With the referee's roar, straining every fiber of his being, the final showdown that had the entire world on edge officially commenced. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the moment the match began, Zhu Guqing did not choose to create distance or adopt a defensive stance like any of his predecessors. Instead, he stepped forward. He extended his right hand and drew a light arc through the air before him. Hum. A peculiar sound, like plucked. Rows of mystical runes, composed of pure energy invisible to the naked eye, flickering with a faint blue glow, materialized out of thin air. Those runes rapidly intertwined and combined in an extremely complex pattern filled with mathematical and geometric beauty.
Ultimately, they constructed layer upon layer of energy arrays before him, thin as cicada wings yet seemingly indestructible.
An array master?
Witnessing this spectacle, the seasoned king tier experts in the VIP seats gasped in astonishment once more. No one could have imagined that Zhuge Qing, the prodigy renowned for his wisdom, would reveal his true trump card, an ancient array technique, long lost for millennia and hailed as the ultimate support art. Using my body as the array, my chi as the catalyst, the 3 talents as the foundation, and the 4 symbols as the support, Linglong chessboard array, activate. Zhuge Qing murmured, his hands moving like phantoms as he continuously formed intricate, esoteric seals.
Hum. Hum. Hum.
The energy arrays before him multiplied, growing denser and denser. In the blink of an eye, a total of 81 discs of varying sizes unfolded in concentric layers around him, ultimately coalescing into a colossal, 3-dimensional, endlessly shifting Linglong chessboard. He stood at the heavenly center position of this chessboard, like a god commanding all.
Yang Jian.
His voice echoed slowly from within the chessboard formation, radiating absolute confidence and composure. I admit, your spear strike was formidable, powerful enough to pierce any defense.
But what if you can't even touch me?
Before the words had fully left his mouth, the array disc beneath his feet flashed with light.
His figure vanished instantly from his original position, only to materialize ghost-like in another corner of the chessboard formation the very next second.
Immediately, he activated the formation once more.
Boom!
A laser cannon, composed of pure energy and radiating a destructive aura, erupted from the array disc before him, hurtling straight toward Yang Jian. He intended to wear Yang Jian down to death using this method. Yet, facing this seemingly unbeatable tactic, brimming with cunning and calculation, the youth who had stood motionless from the start, not even lifting an eyelid, finally raised his head.
For the first time, a flicker of interest flickered across his otherwise calm, unruffled eyes. This is interesting, he murmured softly.
Then, he moved. He did not pursue Zhuge Qing's ghostly figure. Nor did he attempt to block the energy laser cannon powerful enough to blast through mountains. Instead, he used the simplest, most direct, and most unreasonable method possible. He raised the dragon spine spear in his hand and slammed it down with all his might onto the hard, obsidian-built platform beneath his feet.
Boom! An unprecedented, terrifying explosion echoed as if it could pierce the entire planet.
No divine arts.
No techniques.
Only the purest, most primal, absolute power erupting from 10,800 divine elephant particles exploding simultaneously.
Crack!
The obsidian arena, hardened over millennia and bearing countless glories and battles, crumbled before this absolute force as easily as a cookie. From the point where the spear tip struck, hideous, abyssal-like fissures spread like a plague of destruction, tearing wildly in all directions.
In a mere instant,
the intricate Linglong chessboard formation, meticulously constructed by Zhuge Qing with its endless transformations, along with the colossal obsidian arena that served as its foundation, collapsed completely under this terrifying, utterly unreasonable force.
Collapsed, shattered, and disintegrated.
Put! The formation shattered.
Zhuge Qing reeled as if struck by lightning, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood.
His once elegant and composed figure plummeted like a, tumbling pitifully through the swirling dust and debris.
He was defeated.
Defeated, and he accepted it wholeheartedly.
For he finally understood a truth.
Before absolute power capable of crushing all rules, any wisdom, any calculation, seemed utterly laughable.
Yang Jian withdrew the dragon spine.
He glanced at the stage, now reduced to complete ruins, then at Zhuge Qing, who sat slumped on the ground with a bitter smile.
Finally, he extended his hand. All right, stop pretending.
Zhuge Qing chuckled at this, the bitterness and pain vanishing from his face, replaced by an expression that seemed to say, "You're the only one who gets me." The moment Yang Jian reached out and pulled Zhuge Qing from the rubble, the entire Olympic Sports Center erupted. After a brief, deathly silence, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted, a deafening, earth-shattering roar of fervent celebration.
Champion! Champion! Yang Jian! Yang Jian! A legend! He is the only living legend of our era.
Countless spectators leapt from their seats in ecstasy, waving whatever they could find in their hands as they shouted hoarsely the name of the man who had made history.
The announcer prepared to declare the final results of this league with his passionate voice.
The King Tier and Saint Tier powerhouses in the VIP section were also preparing to rise, ready to offer the most enthusiastic applause and congratulations to this unprecedented champion.
Yet, just as glory and acclaim were about to reach their zenith, boom!
A terrifying, unprecedented roar as if erupting from the Earth's core exploded without warning. The entire city of Chuan, nestled amidst the surrounding mountains, along with the seemingly impregnable Olympic Sports Center, began to shake violently like a sieve in that instant.
What's happening? An earthquake? My God! Look outside.
A wave of terrified screams erupted from the stands.
Countless people looked up in horror.
The immense energy shield that had enveloped the entire city shattered like broken glass amidst the violent tremors. With a loud crack, it became covered in vicious cracks before finally collapsing completely.
Then, an even more terrifying scene unfolded.
The undulating, primeval mountain ranges encircling the city of Chuancheng groaned under the unbearable strain of the violent earthshaking. Mighty peaks, as if gripped by an invisible giant's fist, began to fracture inch by inch from within their very cores. Crack! 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 Gigantic, pitch-black, abyssal rifts like the gaping eyes of demons burst open without warning. They tore wildly and densely across the collapsing mountains, above the Olympic Sports Center, and in every corner of the city. Hundreds. Thousands. In an instant, the entire world seemed to transform into a shattered canvas, covered in countless hideous wounds. Then. Roar. Yee. Hiss. A torrent of savage, frenzied howls filled with a bloodthirsty hunger that made even souls tremble gushed forth like a burst dam from hundreds upon hundreds of void fissures. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. All manner of grotesque, hideous, and terrifying void monsters surged forth like a black tide. Their crimson eyes locked onto the city, where tens of millions of humans appeared to them as the most delicious blood feast. The Void Tide. A void tide of unprecedented scale, even more terrifying and hopeless than the Battle of the Eastern Sea frontier years ago, descended without warning. Damn it! The expressions of the 9-ranked saint-level powerhouses seated in the VIP section, who had remained calm and composed until now, changed instantly. They leapt to their feet, their figures flickering as they soared into the air. Ignoring the tidal wave of low-tier beasts, they fixed their weighty gazes upon the largest, deepest rifts in the distance, those that radiated the most terrifying aura. They could distinctly sense that within the depths of those rifts, several auras of kingship enough to make even them feel their hearts tremble were slowly awakening. Go! Without a moment's hesitation, the figures of those saint-level powerhouses instantly transformed into streaks of light, like comets slicing through the night as they charged headlong toward the most perilous battlefields. Should even one of those 7th grade or higher Beast Kings descend, it would spell utter annihilation for the entire city of Chuancheng, indeed, for the very heartland of the Great Xia Kingdom. Deprived of their highest-tier defenders, the Olympic Sports Center descended into utter chaos. Ah! Help! Run! Run for your lives! Don't push me! Don't push me! Countless spectators screamed and wailed, swarming toward the emergency exits like headless flies. Trampling and jostling, the ugliness of human nature was laid bare in that moment. Hurry up! Yang Jian! Amidst the ruins of the stage, Zhuge Qing's face turned deathly pale. He grabbed Yang Jian's arm, preparing to activate a secret technique to force a breakout. He could distinctly sense that amidst the endless tide of beasts, there were mixed in large numbers of level 3, level 4, and even terrifying level 5 auras. This was no match for them, mere newcomers. Staying here meant certain death. Yet, he found himself unable to pull Yang Jian. He turned to look back. The youth who had remained impassive throughout now wore not a trace of fear or panic on his face. Instead, an unprecedented, almost greedy fervor and excitement burned in his eyes. Within his calm eyes, 2 brilliant golden flames had ignited at some unknown moment. He felt the blood within his body boiling wildly at that very moment. Void rifts. Hundreds upon hundreds of pure, raw void essence, pure enough for him to absorb directly. This is a disaster? No. To him, this was clearly a feast even more abundant and extravagant than the Starlight World. Leave? A cold, exhilarated curve lifted at the corner of Yang Jian's mouth. He slapped Zhuge Qing's shoulder with his free hand. No rush. The meal has only just been served. Chapter 119, The Tragedy of Tianfu. Kuimping soars through the skies. Disaster often strikes in an instant. When the first void fissure split open like a demon's maniacal grin across the sky above Sichuan's capital, this bustling metropolis immersed in peace and revelry was brutally dragged into the deepest abyss of war, the most brutal and bloodiest. This was no drill, nor was it a movie. This was hell itself. Roar! A level 4 void terror, its armored vehicle-sized frame covered in bone spines, crashed through a fissure. Its colossal body smashed the rooftop of a commercial building to smithereens. Its blood-red eyes swept over the panicked crowd below, unleashing a ravenous roar. It opened its gaping maw, swallowing several civilians along with their vehicles who hadn't had time to dodge. Whoosh! In the sky, dozens of level 3 void ghost bats with wingspans exceeding 10 meters dove down like a black cloud. Their razor-sharp wing claws effortlessly ripped through the fragile hulls of civilian aircraft. The piercing screeches of the beasts mingled with the desperate screams of humans, composing a dirge of apocalyptic despair. Within mere minutes, the entire city transformed from a paradise on earth into a hellish slaughterhouse. Flames, thick smoke, explosions, wails. The former prosperity crumbled before this sudden void onslaught, proving utterly helpless. All city guard members. Proceed immediately to your assigned defense zones. Cover civilian evacuation at all costs. Medical units. Activate emergency protocols at all shelters immediately. Non-combatants must enter underground bunkers now. All universities. Every student and faculty member. Organize effective resistance immediately. Repeat. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The hoarse, urgent roar of the city's supreme commander echoed through the emergency communication channels. Countless city guard members in black uniforms, countless martial artists from major martial arts academies and mercenary groups all suppressed their inner fear and charged fearlessly against the chaotic tide of people toward the most dangerous combat zones. Battles erupted with brutal ferocity in every corner of the city. A second-rank martial artist had just cleaved a void ghost bat in two with his battle blade, only to be torn to shreds the next second by several of its kind that descended from the sky. An elite squad led by a third-rank martial artist had just repelled a wave of low-tier beasts, but before they could catch their breath, a fourth-rank void terror lurking in the shadows crushed them along with their defensive works into pulp. The vast disparity in strength rendered these martial artists, revered in ordinary times, tragically helpless and powerless in this moment. Their resistance, though valiant, was like pebbles tossed into the ocean against the endless, black tide of beasts stirring only insignificant ripples before being utterly swallowed. Meanwhile, at a secret military base closest to the city of Chuan, Su Muqing's cold, urgent voice echoed through the entire battle command center over the encrypted communication channel. I've already sent you the coordinates with the most intense void energy reactions. Her speech was rapid yet coherent. Based on my calculations, this is no ordinary void surge. It's highly likely that a higher-level intelligent void entity is orchestrating unified command and coordination behind the scenes. Contact Eastern Command immediately. Request King Tier or higher experts to implement spatial lockdown and provide long-range fire support. We absolutely cannot allow the beast tide to expand further. Additionally, immediately initiate strategic evacuation of all civilians from cities surrounding Chuanqing toward inland areas. Hurry! Inside the command center, the general in charge of the Western Theater was already drenched in cold sweat after hearing Su Moore's terrifyingly precise series of orders. He couldn't comprehend how this young woman, nominally just his special advisor to the Martial God Palace, could make such clear and correct judgments about the entire battle situation within just a few minutes. She seemed like a true, battle-hardened goddess of war. But he knew now was not the time for such questions. He slammed his fist on the table and bellowed at the top of his lungs at the communications officer beside him. Do as she says. Now. Immediately. Olympic Sports Center, atop the ruins. Mass panic and chaos still spread relentlessly. Pang Ziyuan, the armless King Tier instructor, now wielded a battle blade with his sole remaining left hand, slicing low-tier beasts attempting to charge the students into shreds. His resolute face was etched with urgency and gravity. All Martial God Palace students, form a defensive formation around me. Pang Ziyuan's thunderous roar, like the clang of a great bell, reverberated across the ruins of the Olympic Sports Center. His sole left arm swung the battle blade, each strike unleashing a razor-sharp blade aura that sliced the charging level 2 and level 3 void beasts into a sky-filling rain of blood. His towering form stood like an immovable mountain, resolutely blocking the front line for all the students. Behind him, Qin Wushuang, Azi, Lengyu, Lei Dong, and the prodigies from various universities who moments ago had been competing fiercely on the arena had now cast aside all rivalries. They spontaneously formed a fragile yet resolute defensive line. Qin Wushuang's sword flashed like lightning, each strike claiming the life of a beast. Azi's venom struck silently. The area she stood in seemed to transform into a forbidden zone of life. Any beast that dared to step within would quietly dissolve into a pool of pus. Lei Dong's iron fists were fierce and overpowering, engaging in the most primal, bloodiest melee with a level 4 Void Savage Bull. Zhuge Cheng stood at the center of the defensive line. His eyes, gleaming with intelligence, calmly surveyed the entire battlefield as clear commands flowed continuously from his mouth. Left flank. Watch the left flank. Too many Void Rippers over there. Lei Dong. Push forward. Azi. Expand your miasma range. Cover the area at 3 o'clock. High-tier beasts are lurking there. Everyone, conserve your strength. Don't get bogged down in combat. Our mission isn't to slaughter them all, it's to buy time. Wait for reinforcements. Under the precise command of Zhuge Cheng, this human supercomputer, the defensive line, composed of freshmen averaging under 20 years old, miraculously withstood wave after wave of beast attacks, each surged several times their own numbers. With shoulders still too young and tender, they shouldered responsibilities and burdens never meant for them. Meanwhile, deep within the collapsed mountain range outside Chuan capital, a landscape now utterly transformed into a living hell. Damn it! Crawl back into your filthy ditches. The deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, that white-haired elder of the 9th rank Saint Tier, roared with a thunderous fury. The whisk in his hand, infused with his colossal saintly power, transformed into millions of indestructible silver threads. Like an inescapable net, it tightly bound a colossal creature, a mountain-sized, black crystal-covered, void crystal demon of 7th rank king-level power. Go! Without a moment's hesitation, he forcibly dragged the wildly struggling Beast King toward the largest, deepest void fissure behind them. Meanwhile, the iron-blooded saint clad in military armor engaged in a fierce battle with another 7th rank sovereign-level creature, a void twister resembling an octopus, yet sprouting countless spatial tentacles. Each punch and kick carried power capable of shattering stars. Yet he avoided direct confrontation with the monstrous beast, instead fighting while retreating, guiding it toward the endless void as well. Both understood that if a battle of this caliber erupted fully in the real world, the resulting energy shockwaves would be sufficient to erase the entire city of Chuan from the map. The only solution was to drag these ultimate threats back to their own home turf, the chaotic, perilous void, to wage a life or death battle of exile. This was the resolve of heroes and the destiny of the strong. With the departure of the ultimate combatants, the entire battlefield surrounding Chuan City plunged into the most frenzied, most brutal melee imaginable. Endless hordes of monstrous beasts spread like a black plague, rampaging and expanding with unstoppable fury. Satellite cities fell one after another within mere minutes, transformed into hell on earth. Defenses crumbled inch by inch, collapsing into ruin. The wails of humanity mingled with the roars of beasts, composing a tragic and despairing apocalyptic symphony. And at the very heart of this chaos and despair, behind the ruins of the Olympic Sports Center, within an unnoticed, dense forest shattered by the battle's aftermath, Yang Jian's eyes, burning with golden flames, stared impassively at the sky, where hundreds upon hundreds of void rifts scarred the earth like wounds. The blood within him boiled to an unprecedented peak. Then, a cold, murderous curve slowly formed at the corners of his mouth. Then, his gaze instantly locked onto the void fissure on the eastern horizon, the one closest to the city and the one spewing forth the greatest number of ferocious beasts. His body underwent a cataclysmic transformation in an instant. Divine ability, 12 transformations of awakening. Kuanping transformation, activate. Screech. A piercing cry, as if echoing from the primordial chaos, rent the skies. In that instant, he was no longer the delicate youth. Amidst a dazzling burst of light, his form transformed into a peerless divine bird, its wingspan exceeding 100 meters, its entire body covered in azure feathers, and golden patterns etched beneath its belly. Its form resembled clouds hanging from the heavens. Its speed could soar to the ninth heaven. It was none other than the legendary supreme divine beast that ruled over space and speed, the Kuanping. Whoosh! With a single flap of its wings, it stirred not a single ripple of air. His figure vanished instantly from his original position, hurtling toward the void fissure dozens of kilometers away in a manner that defied the laws of space, almost like a warp jump. To catch the thief, first catch the king. To shoot the man, shoot his horse. Destroy these void rifts, serving as arsenals and portals one by one. As long as the most primordial void power contained within them is completely devoured, then this so-called world-shattering void tempest will collapse of its own accord. And he, Yang Jian, will undergo an unprecedented ultimate transformation within this banquet of gluttony, reserved solely for him. Chapter 120, All Divine Powers Unleashed. Burning the heavens, boiling the seas. The Kuanping's speed had long surpassed that of light. It was the most extreme application of the laws of space. 1 second ago, he was still amidst the ruined forests of Chuan City. The next, his colossal form, darkening the heavens, appeared before the vast void rift, a scar upon the sky tens of kilometers away. Roar! Ki! Countless void beasts surging madly from the fissure instinctively let out waves of terrified, uneasy howls upon seeing this suddenly appearing, colossal creature radiating supreme divine might. It was an innate suppression irresistible to lower lifeforms from the deepest recesses of their bloodlines imposed by higher lifeforms. Yet Yang Jian gave them no chance to react. His colossal form, transformed into a Kuanping, showed no hesitation. With a single spread of its wings, it plunged like a jade gold lightning bolt into the void fissure, a realm of chaos, distortion, and endless darkness. The instant he pierced that spatial barrier, the scene before him suddenly cleared. This was no longer the real world. Instead, it was a bizarre, otherworldly dimension teeming with endless peril. Countless spatial fragments, varying in size, drifted like suspended islands within this boundless darkness. Deep within these fragments, an energy channel composed of pure, raging void energy continuously transported countless ferocious void beasts from a more distant, more terrifying world. They were then hurled through that rift into the real world. This is the very source of this. Frontline. Very good. Yang Jian's icy voice echoed through the deathly silent, otherworldly void. Then, the game ends here. He no longer maintained the form of the Kuanping. He knew that within this cramped and chaotic space, combat was the only theme. Roar! A roar more frenzied than any before, more primal and ancient than any primordial chaos, thundered forth. His body underwent another earth-shattering transformation within the dazzling light. S-class bloodline mountain giant ape descended. Boom! A colossal figure over 50 meters tall, clad in terrifying armor that seemed cast from ancient bronze and rock, its muscles bulging like mountain ranges, a primordial demon god stood towering within this alternate dimension. His colossal form stood like an insurmountable divine mountain, blocking the exit of the void passageway. He would guard this shattered gateway to the realm with his own might. Roar! Kill! 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 The void beasts poised to descend into the real world through the passage descended into utter frenzy upon beholding this terrifying demon god suddenly blocking their path. Their blood-red eyes burned with nothing but the most primal lust for slaughter. Hundreds of void beasts, each at least third tier, surged toward Yang Jian like a black tidal wave in a suicidal charge. Bring it on! A bloodthirsty, frenzied grin spread across Yang Jian's face, now transformed into a mountain-sized ape.
The divine elephant prison sealing force surged within him with unprecedented ferocity. Hell's crucible, open. He opened his gaping maw, large enough to swallow mountains, and sucked in the endless tide of beasts with a mighty gulp. An irresistible, terrifying suction force erupted, seemingly capable of devouring everything. The dozens of void beasts charging at the forefront were sucked into his maw without even a chance to scream. Then, within an instant, they were refined by the blazing inferno of the Hell's crucible into the purest essence, the primordial source of life and void energy. Awesome! Unparalleled exhilaration. Yang Jian could distinctly feel the 10,800 divine elephant particles within him, having just reached that threshold, now surging forward once more under this colossal infusion of energy. Slowly yet with unwavering resolve, they began assaulting the barrier of the second realm. Roar! The distant tide of beasts seemed utterly enraged by this bloody and bizarre spectacle. A colossal void leviathan, its power reaching the initial stage of level 5, let out a deafening roar. Hundreds of ghastly eyes opened across its whale-like colossal body, unleashing a torrent of death rays brimming with destructive energy that rained down upon Yang Jian like a storm. Trivial tricks. Yang Jian neither dodged nor retreated. His massive frame trembled violently. Innate divine ability, mountainous body. A layer of rock armor, thick to the extreme and gleaming with a metallic sheen, instantly covered his entire body. Clang! 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 The deadly beam, powerful enough to level an entire mountain peak, struck the rock armor only to spatter a series of insignificant sparks. It failed to leave even a single white mark upon it. Absolute defense. My turn. Yang Jian let out a savage laugh as his mountain-like palm clenched fiercely at the void. Emerge! Yuanhe Wuji Mountain. The multicolored divine mountain that had crushed countless foes descended once more. The moment it appeared, it surged in size, transforming into a towering peak tens of thousands of feet high. Then, under the gaze of the void leviathan, filled with fear and despair, it crashed down with the most brutal, most unreasonable force imaginable. Boom! A thunderous roar, muffled to the extreme. The arrogant level 5 beast emperor, along with the vast spatial fragment beneath its feet, was utterly crushed by the divine mountain into the tiniest, cosmic dust. One man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. As the level 5 void leviathan was obliterated into nothingness by the Yuanhe Wuji Mountain's single strike, the entrance to the interdimensional passage fell into a brief, deathly silence. The low-tier void beasts, once fearless and charging madly forward, witnessed this godlike spectacle. Their simple minds, filled with chaos and bloodlust, now registered an emotion called fear. They halted in their tracks, letting out uneasy, apprehensive growls, not daring to take another step forward. Yet Yang Jian gave them no respite. He had not come here to defend. He had come to feed. Roar! A savage grin, brimming with endless greed and bloodlust, spread across Yang Jian's face as he transformed into a mountain-like giant ape. His mountainous, colossal form launched a countercharge against the endless, black tide of beasts. Boom! 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 With every step he took, the fragments of space beneath his feet trembled violently and wailed in agony. Come on! All of you become my nourishment. He opened his gaping maw, large enough to swallow mountains, driving the suction of the Hell's Forge to its absolute limit. Whoosh! A force of devouring power erupted more terrifying, more brutal than any before. It could no longer be called sucking, it forcibly created a black hole within this space that devoured everything. Countless third and fourth tier void beasts were sucked in before they could even utter a proper cry, helplessly pulled into that terrifying, irresistible gravitational pull. Then, within the blazing inferno that seemed capable of refining all things, they were transformed into the purest, most colossal essence of life and void energy, continuously merging into every fiber of Yang Jian's being. His power surged again at an unimaginable rate. The divine elephant diagram formed by the 10,008 divine elephant particles within his body grew increasingly solid and resplendent under this colossal infusion of energy. The impenetrable barrier to the second tier of divine elephant prison sealing force began to creak and groan under the brutal assault, straining under the overwhelming pressure. Roar! As they watched their comrades being mowed down like wheat in vast swaths, furious roars finally erupted once more from the rear of the beast tide. Three colossal fifth-rank beast emperors, each radiating an aura no less formidable than the previous, void leviathan, burst forth simultaneously from the depths of the pitch-black energy passage. One was the nine-headed void serpent, serpentine in form yet bearing 9 ferocious heads. Another was the void nightmare, its form constantly shifting as it was composed entirely of countless vengeful spirits and negative energy. The final beast resembled a hornet magnified a billionfold, its tail bearing a dimension-piercing stinger capable of piercing mountains, shimmering with an eerie blue glow, the dimensional piercer. The three level 5 beast emperors formed a triangular formation, completely encircling Yang Jian's massive frame. They intended to tear this native creature daring to challenge the Void Clan's authority to shreds with their mightiest power. Very well, very well. Facing this encirclement capable of instilling despair in any 6th-rank king-level powerhouse, Yang Jian's eyes held not a trace of fear, but instead burned with an unprecedented, blazing fighting spirit. Let me show you my brand new power. He no longer relied solely on his physical body in the Hell's Forge. Upon his broad, mountain-like, thick back. The Hell Wings and Angel Wings simultaneously unfurled with a thunderous roar. This time, the starkly contrasting black and white wings were no longer mere illusory light and shadow. Instead, infused with colossal energy forged through a leap of life, they solidified into tangible forms as if sculpted from the purest substances of holy light and shadow. Upon them, blurred, profound runes imbued with the essence of the Tao began to emerge. Kill! Yang Jian flapped his wings. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he materialized like a ghost above the head of the nine-headed void serpent. Die! A golden spear, forged from boundless divine light and engraved with sacred judgment runes, erupted from his left hand. Judgment Spear Divine Verdict. A black spear formed in his right hand, composed of hellish aura and entwined with countless wailing, vengeful souls. Spear of the Nether God's Cyclic Ruin. Go! Both hands thrust forward simultaneously. The golden and black divine beams were no longer mere energy projectiles. Instead, they swiftly intertwined and spiraled through the air along profoundly mystical trajectories, ultimately coalescing into a Taiji diagram of light and darkness, the very symbol of life and death. The moment it appeared, the diagram surged with overwhelming power, bearing the might to judge all things and shatter the cycle of reincarnation. It crashed down upon the 9 ferocious serpent heads below. Hiss! The 9-headed void serpent let out a terrified hiss. All 9 heads opened simultaneously, spewing 9 torrential streams of energy brimming with venom and corrosive force, attempting to withstand the descending Tai Chi diagram. Yet all was futile. Boom! The starkly contrasting black and white Tai Chi diagram crushed the 9 energy torrents with overwhelming, unyielding force. It then slammed heavily onto the colossal body of the 9-headed void serpent. There was no violent explosion. Only silent annihilation. The once arrogant level 5 Beast Emperor, whose indestructible form had been shattered the instant it touched the Tai Chi diagram, was like ice thrown into blazing fire. Starting from its center, one half was purified into nothingness by the ultimate holy light, the other half was dragged into eternal ruin by boundless darkness. With a single strike, a level 5 Beast Emperor fell instantly. Key. At that very moment, the attack of the Yi Void Nightmare had already silently descended. Its phantom body, composed of countless vengeful spirits, erupted violently. Formless shockwaves brimming with negative emotions bypassed Yang Jian's formidable physical defenses entirely, slamming directly into his sea of consciousness. It sought to destroy this monster's soul through the most direct means possible. Yet its attack vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, stirring not a ripple. For within Yang Jian's sea of consciousness, an ancient, timeless shadow, a primordial divine elephant that seemed capable of embracing all things, sat quietly enthroned. Divine ability, great way of endurance. No matter how violently the mental storm raged, no matter how relentlessly the torrent of negative emotions crashed against it, that divine elephant's shadow merely watched in silence. Its gaze radiated absolute calmness, absolute indifference. As if the mental assault capable of shattering any powerful being's resolve was, in its eyes, nothing more than a trivial breeze brushing against its face. How is this possible? Void Nightmare let out a shrill, incredulous roar. Its most powerful attack had actually failed? Yang Jian had already turned around, his eyes burning with golden flames, coldly locking onto this formless monstrosity. My turn. His mountain-like giant palm reached out and clenched toward the ever-shifting black mist in midair. Hum. The space around him began to warp and boil violently in an utterly abnormal manner. Divine ability, Storm, activated. Countless minute, gray spatial fissures rapidly coalesced and compressed within his palm, ultimately condensing into a high-speed, spinning gray energy sphere radiating an aura of utter destruction. Go! With a casual flick of his wrist, the gray energy sphere appeared in the center of the black mist as if teleported. The next instant, it detonated with a thunderous roar. Boom! There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a heart-stopping, spatial collapse. Everything within that area, whether the Yi Void Nightmare, the surrounding spatial fragments, or the endless horde of low-tier beasts, was brutally torn apart by the terrifying spatial collapse into the smallest, invisible, fundamental particles. Another strike. The second level 5 Beast Emperor was utterly annihilated, body and soul destroyed. SSSSHH. Witnessing both its companions fall within mere seconds, the lone surviving, dimensional piercer finally felt fear. It let out a piercing shriek filled with terror. Its wings, thin as cicada wings, flapped violently. Its entire body began to grow ethereal and transparent, as if it were about to merge into the space and perform a dimensional leap to escape. Trying to leave? A cold smile curled at the corner of Yang Jian's mouth. Did you get my permission? He didn't even bother to pursue it. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Then, he gently clenched his fist toward the void that was about to vanish completely. Buzz. The very same Yuan Wuji mountain that had just crushed the void leviathan into dust descended from the heavens once more. But this time, it did not transform into towering peaks. Instead, under Yang Jian's mental command, the 5 peaks of varying colors violently disintegrated. The azure easterny divine mountain transformed into countless resilient greenwood vines, completely entwining and sealing off that space. The yellow central Wu divine mountain manifested as an endless, heavy gravitational force, crushing the area solid as iron. The crimson, southerly divine mountain spewed forth a torrent of flames capable of scorching the 8 corners of the world. The white western Gung sacred mountain unleashed billions of razor-sharp Gung metal sword energies. The black North Yuan sacred mountain poured down the profoundly cold heavy water capable of freezing everything. The 5 elements converged as one, interdependent and mutually restraining. In that instant, the entire region transformed into a hellish prison forged by the laws of the 5 elements, a place utterly devoid of any escape. The dimensional piercer couldn't even utter a proper scream before being utterly ground down into the purest, primordial energy by the frenzied slaughter of the 5 ultimate forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, all 3 of the once unrivaled level 5 beast emperors fell. Meanwhile, on the eastern defensive line of Chuanqing City. Hold on. Everyone, hold the line. Pang Ziyuan, the armless king tier instructor, was covered in blood. His sole remaining left arm trembled slightly out of control from overexertion. Beside him, his once spirited students now lay wounded and gasping for breath. The tide of beasts seemed endless. Their defensive line was teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as despair began to creep into everyone's hearts. Ha! A city guard soldier, firing wildly, suddenly uttered a surprised, uncertain sound. Look! Up there! Everyone instinctively looked up. Above the eastern sky, the enormous rift that had been pouring out void beasts like a ceaseless black waterfall. Its flow had, unnoticed, become significantly sparser. Occasionally, mangled corpses of beasts as if torn apart by some even more terrifying entity plummeted from the fissure. Faintly, they could even hear a series of roars echoing from the depths of the fissure, roars more frenzied and filled with supreme divine might than those of the void beasts themselves, terrifying roars. What is happening? A young student asked in bewilderment. Chapter 121, Forge Evolution. Heaven and Earth Furnace. Yang Jian remained utterly oblivious to the astonishment and confusion outside. At this moment, he was utterly immersed in an unprecedented, solitary feast of gluttony. After he had obliterated all 3 5th-grade beast emperors with thunderous force. Within this void passage, there remained no threat capable of endangering him. All that remained were endless mobile energy packs, helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Roar! Yang Jian's form, transformed into a colossal mountain ape, stood proudly within this twisted, chaotic alternate dimension. He was the sole ruler of this dark realm. The only god. He held nothing back, pushing the devouring power of the divine elephant prison sealing force to its absolute limit. Behind him, the Hell's Crucible transformed into a colossal, bottomless black vortex piercing through heaven and earth. And he himself charged like an unstoppable war machine into the endless tide of beasts. Boom! He unleashed a single punch. Without resorting to any divine abilities, he relied solely on the terrifying physical strength gained from reaching the pinnacle of the first tier of power capable of crushing everything in its path. Dozens of 3rd and 4th tier void beasts exploded mid-air like watermelons struck head-on by a speeding train, scattering into a sky-filling rain of blood and flesh. Immediately, he opened his gaping maw and sucked in with a mighty gulp. The exploding flesh, along with the life essence and void energy it contained, was swallowed whole into his belly, becoming the most perfect fuel for the Hell's Forge. Boom! 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 He charged wildly through the narrow spatial passage. Each punch, each sweeping kick, each collision unleashed waves of death. Those formidable beasts, powerful enough to give an elite martial squad a headache in the outside world, were as fragile as paper dolls before him. Slaughter. Devour. Refine. This became the most primal, most efficient form of energy conversion. The divine elephant particles within his body had long since reached the perfect number of 10,800. Yet under the frenzied infusion of this nearly boundless, colossal energy, the already illuminated particles began undergoing a deeper, more profound transformation. They grew denser and more resplendent. The divine elephant diagram formed upon them began to radiate a sacred glow even more profound and imbued with an aura of immortality than before. And that impenetrable barrier to the 2nd level of the divine elephant prison sealing force, under the impact of this brutally unreasonable energy, began to show the faintest cracks. Not enough! Not enough! Not enough! Yang Jian's mind screamed frantically. His eyes were already filled with a bloodthirsty, pure gold. He was utterly immersed in the extreme ecstasy of this boundless surge of power. He couldn't even be bothered to attack proactively anymore. He simply stood motionless at the exit of that void energy channel, transforming his mountainous, colossal frame into a veritable flesh and blood millstone. He spread his arms wide, letting the endless tide of beasts crash into his body like moths drawn to a flame. Clang! Clang! Countless claws, countless fangs, countless energy attacks pelted his body like a raging storm, striking the rock armor of his mountainous body. Yet they only sparked a series of insignificant sparks, failing to leave even a single white mark on his skin.
The void beasts that collided with him were instantly crushed into pulp by the terrifying recoil force emanating from the divine elephant's prison sealing might. Then, they were all swallowed and refined by the Hell's Crucible behind him. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided idle experience grinding. Time itself lost all meaning in that moment. Who knows how long it lasted? An hour? 2 hours? Or even longer? When Yang Jian finally sees the last void beast attempting to flee through that void energy passageway, shoving it into his mouth, crunching it like popcorn kernels before swallowing it whole, the entire alternate dimension finally fell completely silent. Only the channel, still slowly flowing with pure void energy, remained. Yang Jian slowly exhaled a breath thick with residual energy residue. He could distinctly feel his current state was better than ever before. After this frenzied gluttonous feast, the energy within his body had accumulated to a critical point, teetering on the brink of explosion. With a single thought, he began to look inward at his own body. Within him, the first divine elephant diagram, a dazzling array constructed from 10,008 divine elephant particles, was slowly circulating in an extremely profound manner. Beside this divine elephant diagram, 1, 2, 10, 100. One by one, brand new divine elephant particles, brimming with limitless potential, were quietly ignited by the surging infusion of colossal energy. Though the number of newly illuminated particles was still small, merely a few hundred, and they had yet to connect into a complete, new divine image diagram. This was undoubtedly an earth-shattering beginning. It signified that Yang Jian, relying solely on his brutally unreasonable devouring ability, had forcefully shattered the gate to the supreme second level of the divine elephant prison sealing force. Once he cultivated this second divine elephant diagram to the perfect state of 10,800 particles. What terrifying, earth-shattering transformation would his power undergo then? At this thought, even Yang Jian's heart, long tempered into an ancient well of stillness by the Tao of Resolve, could not help but surge with excitement. His mouth, transformed into that of a mountain-sized ape, functioned like a super-powered pump operating at full capacity, voraciously devouring the energy channel. Vast, visible strands of primordial void energy poured into his body like a galaxy being sucked in, then rapidly refined and purified by the Hell's Crucible in a near-barbaric manner. Ultimately, every last bit was used to ignite those dormant divine particles belonging to the second heaven. 300. 500. 800. As time passed, the energy deep within this void fissure began to thin and dim at a visible pace. Finally, when Yang Jian swallowed the last shred of void essence into his belly, the number of newly illuminated divine elephant particles within him, belonging to the second tier of the divine elephant prison sealing force, barely reached 999. Just one step away from reaching that 1,000. Just a little more. A hint of regret flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. He could distinctly sense his body had reached a critical threshold on the verge of transformation. Just one more thread, even the slightest thread of pure energy, would be enough to complete this breakthrough to the next minor realm. He slowly rose to his feet, glancing at the now lifeless, energy-depleted alternate dimension without a trace of lingering attachment. There were hundreds more such cafeterias scattered across the heavens. Kuenping transformation. His form once again transformed into that peerless divine bird with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. His piercing eyes, seemingly capable of seeing through spatial barriers, instantly locked onto the nearest void fissure, one that still relentlessly spewed forth ferocious beasts. Whoosh! With a flap of his wings, his form instantly merged into the void. In a teleportation that completely disregarded spatial distance, he materialized directly before the new void fissure. Repeating the same tactic, he plunged headfirst into it once more, transforming into a mountain-sized ape. With the most savage, most brutal ferocity, he slaughtered and devoured every void beast within that passage. Then he turned his monstrous maw toward the new, still mighty river of void essence. Suck! As the first thread of pure void essence surged into his body, the barrier between the 999th divine elephant particle and the 1,000th particle, poised to be illuminated, shattered instantly. The instant the 1,000th divine elephant particle of the second heaven was fully illuminated. Yang Jian's body convulsed violently. He sensed that the infernal furnace within him, which had been burning fiercely all along, seemed to be responding to some primal, ancient law emanating from the deepest recesses of his bloodline. It began to undergo a cataclysmic ultimate evolution. The vast, ink-black phantom of the furnace began to shed its intricate, mystical runes at an astonishing pace. Replacing them was a copper-red hue, as if cast from the very first molten copper of primordial chaos, the most fundamental essence of heaven and earth. The entire furnace was no longer illusory, but had become incredibly solid and profoundly weighty. The flames roaring upon it were no longer the pitch-black hellfire. Instead, it seemed to be the divine fire of creation, forged from the opposing primal forces of yin and yang, capable of refining all things. Upon the vermilion copper body, the yin and yang energies swirled ceaselessly, like two intertwined Tai Chi fish tracing a cosmic painting brimming with supreme Taoist essence. Divine power evolution, heaven and earth furnace. Heaven and earth are the furnace, creation is the craftsman. Yin and yang are the fuel, all things are the metal. A profound message, brimming with supreme dominance and majesty, surged into Yang Jian's consciousness. In that instant, Yang Jian finally understood. This was the true path of devouring and refining within the Divine Elephant Prison's sealing force. The previous, Hell's Crucible, ultimately had its capacity limits, requiring him to actively refine it. But the present Heaven and Earth Furnace transcended all such limitations. It could transform this entire world into its furnace body. It could transform the very creation lurking in the unseen into its craftsman. It can transform the opposing forces of yin and yang into its very coal fire. It would refine all things in this world into the most primordial copper. No more limits on capacity. Open. Yang Jian's heart roared with frenzied cries. With a flicker of his intent, the crimson copper-colored heaven and earth furnace roared into motion. It no longer merely devoured. Instead, it transformed into billions of invisible crimson copper currents, instantly permeating every corner of this alternate dimension. The next second, the once raging, colossal river of void primordial essence, along with every ounce of matter and energy within this space, was instantly refined within the embrace of that omnipresent crimson copper torrent, in a manner utterly defying all laws, brutal to the extreme. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. No earth-shattering roar, only the heart-stopping sound of everything dissolving. In the blink of an eye, every last bit of primordial void essence within the depths of this spatial fissure was drained dry, refined to nothingness. Immediately after, the billions of copper-red currents coalesced once more within the void, reshaping into that ancient yet majestic heaven and earth furnace. Within Yang Jian's body, the divine elephant particles belonging to the second heaven surged from just over 1,000 to 3,000 in that instant. Awesome! Yang Jian roared with boundless exhilaration as he felt the terrifying power within him, now several times stronger than before. From this day forward, his leveling efficiency would ascend to a terrifying new tier 1 that would make even the gods themselves green with envy. Without a moment's pause, after harvesting all the materials from the high-tier ferocious beasts within this passageway, he transformed into the Kuanpeng once more. He raced toward the third, fourth, and fifth void rifts, each brimming with boundless nourishment. Chapter 122, The Extinguished Fissure. The Empress stunned. The gluttonous feast continued unabated. Yang Jian was like an insatiable, tireless locust, frantically darting and plundering through this shattered expanse of sky. The third void fissure. The fifth void fissure. The 10th void fissure. As the number of particles belonging to the second tier of Divine Elephant Prison sealing force within him grew, he gradually discovered that the appetite of subsequent particles was increasing at a geometric rate. Initially, a single intact void fissure could activate thousands of particles. But now, after surpassing the 5,000 particle threshold, even devouring and refining all the primordial energy within an entire fissure channel could only activate a mere 100 or so particles. Yet Yang Jian paid it no mind whatsoever. Not enough quality? Then he would compensate with quantity. He glanced up at the dense cluster of void rifts scattered across the entire sky like stars, a cold smile curling his lips. This granary held enough to feed him until he burst. He transformed once more into the Kuanpeng and sped toward his next target. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void beyond the capital, where destruction reigned supreme. Damn it! Come to your death! The white-haired deputy leader of the Martial Alliance, his hair and beard standing on end, wielded a whisk that had transformed into a colossal sword forged from boundless holy light, stretching 1,000 zhang in length. With a single strike, he severed one arm of the 7th-rank Beast King, the Void Crystal Demon. Yet the Beast King roared as if impervious to pain. Countless black crystals writhed frantically at the severed stump, instantly regenerating an identical arm. Damn it! These damn things have far too strong regenerative abilities in this void. The white-haired deputy leader's face darkened, his heart filled with anxiety. Though they had managed to lure these ultimate threats into this void of dimensional nothingness, completely eliminating them in a short time was no easy feat. And the longer it dragged on, the more chaotic the battle situation in Chengdu below would become. Just as his anxiety reached its peak, he and the other 9th-rank saints locked in fierce combat with their respective opponents all sensed something amiss at nearly the same instant. They could distinctly sense that the chaotic, violent energy fluctuations of the void surge emanating from the real world had, unnoticed, significantly weakened. The iron-blooded saint clad in military armor sent the void twister flying with a single punch. He glanced down at the war-torn land below with a look of surprise and uncertainty. What's happening? The pressure down there has lessened? Could reinforcements from the Eastern Front have arrived already? The white-haired deputy alliance leader speculated while fending off the Void Crystal Fiend's frenzied counterattack. Impossible, another saint retorted immediately. Even at their fastest, they couldn't have erected effective defenses in such a short time. And haven't you noticed? The energy readings from those source void rifts are decaying at an extremely abnormal rate. This discovery plunged all the present saint-level powerhouses into profound confusion and a hint of surprise. Though they remained unaware of the exact events unfolding below. It was undoubtedly tremendous good news. Ha 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 ha. Who cares what happened? The iron-blooded saint cast aside his earlier solemnity, erupting in a roar filled with boldness and battle intent. Since the youngsters below are proving so formidable, we old bones mustn't disgrace them either. Everyone, follow me into battle. Kill.
Morale soared instantly.
These guardians of humanity simultaneously abandoned hit-and-run tactics, launching the most ferocious, injury-for-injury lethal assaults against their respective opponents.
Chuancheng City, Temporary War Command Center.
Su Muqing's icy phoenix eyes were fixed intently on the massive holographic screen before her, a mosaic of countless surveillance feeds. Her expression mirrored the same profound shock and disbelief. Just moments ago, through the satellite's energy radar, she had clearly observed one of the hundreds of void fissures in the eastern sky above Chuan City. The energy readings emanating from it had plummeted from an extremely dangerous red peak to zero within mere minutes. It felt as though a blazing candle had been extinguished in one swift breath by an invisible giant hand. This can't be possible, a monitoring technician screamed in disbelief.
An S-class void fissure just closed on its own? No. It's not closing.
Su Moore's eyes flashed with the brilliant light of the Eye of Reincarnation. She lunged forward, zooming in to the absolute limit on the extremely blurry footage captured by one of the surveillance cameras.
Immediately.
Perform ultra-high-definition analysis on this footage.
Now.
At her command, the supercomputer began processing the footage at breakneck speed, frame by frame, until it became crystal clear.
Finally, an image that made even Su Muqing's immortal Empress's heart tremble violently froze on the light screen.
Against the backdrop of a void fissure on the verge of closing completely. A peerless divine bird with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, its entire body covered in azure gold plumage, flashed through the rift. That divine bird's silhouette was so familiar. That supreme aura commanding space and speed was utterly unforgettable. It's him. Su Muqing's crimson lips trembled slightly as she murmured two words in a dreamlike whisper.
Kuenpeng.
It was that very Kuenpeng, the mysterious bird that had snatched the divine demon heart right before her eyes on Blood Lotus Sky Island.
Why was it here? Could that extinction of the void rift just now have been its doing? An utterly absurd yet uniquely plausible thought surged uncontrollably through her mind. Eastern Front.
The battle raged on. Yet every warrior fighting on the front lines distinctly felt the pressure ease.
Something's wrong, something's seriously wrong. Pang Ziyuan cleaved a void hound in two with a single stroke.
He glanced up at the eastern sky, his face etched with bewilderment.
The beast tide over there seems to have truly stopped?
Yes. Director Pang, a student gasped, panting heavily. I counted, it's been nearly 10 minutes since a single new beast fell from that direction. This discovery lifted the spirits of everyone present. Only Zhuge Cheng remained unfazed. His gaze didn't linger on the sky, instead, his brows furrowed as his eyes, gleaming with intelligence, frantically scanned the chaotic battlefield. He was searching for the figure who had vanished since the disaster began.
Yang Jian.
Where the hell did you go? That terrifying battle just now and this bizarre turn of events.
Could all this truly be mere coincidence?
A vague, heart-stopping suspicion slowly took shape in his mind.
He kept it to himself.
The notion was simply too maddening. Chapter 123, New Divine Technique, Heavenly Fist.
Zhuge Cheng's intuition.
The nature of this so-called apocalyptic void surge had undergone a complete transformation.
It was no longer a void invading reality.
Instead, it was a terrifying entity named Yang Jian conducting a reverse plunder of the entire void plane.
Each transition signaled the opening of a new canteen.
Each transformation signified a bloody, one-sided slaughter and harvest. As the number of divine elephant particles belonging to the second tier of the divine elephant prison sealing force grew within him, the terrifying efficiency of the copper-red heaven and earth furnace in refining all things was increasing at a geometric rate. Initially, he had to first transform into the mountain giant ape to clear the passage of high-tier ferocious beasts before he could safely devour the most primordial void energy. But now, after the second-tier particles within his body had surpassed the 7,000 mark,
he no longer bothered to transform.
He simply plunged his Kuenpeng form, with its extreme speed, headfirst into the void fissure. Then, he directly unleashed the solidified heaven and earth furnace with a thunderous blast. Boom! The ancient, majestic copper-red furnace instantly transformed into countless invisible crimson currents pulsing with the intent of refining, instantly engulfing the entire interdimensional passage. Whether it was the snarling void beasts, each at least third tier in power, or the surging, colossal river of void primordial essence, or the fragments of all sizes drifting within this space. Everything tangible or intangible, material or energetic was enveloped by that omnipresent, brutally relentless crimson copper torrent. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it was refined into the most primordial copper. Then transformed into the purest energy, like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, surging entirely into Yang Jian's body. This process was so overbearing, so efficient. It took less than 10 seconds. The S-class void fissure, which had been violently spewing calamity and death, was now completely drained of energy. It slowly closed and vanished under the unstable spatial laws of the real world. Within Yang Jian's body, the number of second-tier divine elephant particles surged by dozens more within those mere 10 seconds.
Slaughter. Devour. Refine. Kill again. Devour again. Refine again.
Yang Jian functioned like an inexhaustible, supremely efficient void purifier. With a method resembling an assembly line, he systematically cleaned one after another of the hundreds of void fissures above Chuan City fissures that resembled wounds in the heavens. His power surged wildly through this almost cheat-like leveling method. He could distinctly feel each breath resonating with the very fabric of the cosmos. He could distinctly feel the potential of his S-rank, mountain giant ape, bloodline being endlessly unleashed, faintly showing signs of charging toward the higher tier of SS rank. His piercing Kuanping eyes seemed to truly pierce through the barriers of space, gazing into the river of time. The Taoan principles contained within his self-created technique, the Annihilation Spear, grew increasingly clear and perfected through this ceaseless devouring and comprehension. Finally, after nearly 2 hours had passed, when Yang Jian used the heaven and earth furnace to refine the last and largest void fissure, one that even harbored a level 6 beast emperor along with everything within it, into nothingness, the number of divine elephant particles within his body, belonging to the second tier of the divine elephant prison sealing force, finally broke through a new, milestone-like terrifying threshold. 10,000. The instant the 10,000th divine elephant particle of the second tier was fully ignited. Yang Jian's colossal form, transformed into a Kuanping, trembled violently. He sensed that the two divine elephant diagrams within him, containing over 20,000 particles in total, seemed to be summoned by some ancient law originating from the deepest depths of his bloodline. They began to resonate in a strange and profound way. A revelation more profound and sacred than any before crashed into his spiritual sea like shards of holy light from a distant divine realm. He seemed to see, within that boundless, distant paradise filled with light and order, battle angels bathed in holy radiance. They swung their fists, chanting sacred battle hymns, extinguishing all chaos and demonic forces with the purest fist techniques imbued with the will of order and guardian. New divine ability, Heavenly Fist. A brand new, supreme fist technique utterly distinct from all other divine abilities, radiating sacredness and order formed naturally within his mind. This fist technique was not merely a physical assault. Rather, it channels his own will to sense the legendary ancient heaven that exists only in the depths of the unknown, then borrows its boundless heavenly might to purify the mortal world and strike terror into demons. Though his current strength was far from unleashing this fist technique's true power, its sheer destructive force was even inferior to his self-created Annihilation Spear. Yet Yang Jian knew this divine technique held limitless potential. Once he cultivated the divine elephant prison sealing force to a higher realm, perhaps he could truly achieve what the divine technique's description promised with every gesture: annihilate worlds, create and destroy universes. With a flicker of thought, the familiar personal interface slowly materialized before his eyes. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, 2nd grade martial artist. Vitality, 801 points. Technique, divine elephant prison sealing force, 2nd tier awakened particles, 10,800. Constitution, celestial walker's physique. Bloodline, S rank mountain giant ape SSS rank Kuanping. Divine abilities, 12 transformations of awakening SSS rank unlocked, arm reaching ape transformation, Kuanping transformation. Lifebound divine abilities enhanced: Wings of Hell, Wings of Angels, Heaven Earth Furnace, Unconscious Elephant Heart, Spear of the Nether God, Judgment Spear, Storm, Seal of Gods and Demons, Tao of Endurance, Heavenly Fist. Bloodline talents, Beast Blood Boiling, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye, Momentary Soaring, Mountainous Physique. Martial Arts, Divine Demon 9 Refinements S rank mastered, First Refinement Penetration, Through-Back Fist, Star Plucking Hand. Divine Artifact, Yuanhao Wuji Mountain SSS rank Heaven Piercing Divine Treasure. Overall assessment, a colossal ancient divine elephant calf with an astonishing appetite. He has mastered the rudiments of turning tables. Friendly reminder, watch out for overreading. Strong, pure, unadulterated power. Yang Jian immediately activated the divine demon seal, suppressing his vital energy to just over 500 points. Beyond the power boost, there are also numerous high-grade materials. Surveying the storage space packed to the brim with materials, Yang Jian estimated they could fetch at least 10 million. How much charitable feedback would donating it all trigger? Meanwhile, on the eastern front lines of Chuan City, the battle had long since ceased, unnoticed. All the surviving martial artists stared blankly upward like sleepwalkers, gazing at the sky that had become utterly clean. The initial torrential downpour of hundreds upon hundreds of void fissures had now dwindled to just a few scattered remnants. Moreover, those final cracks were visibly shrinking and growing increasingly unstable, as if poised to close completely at any moment. From the moment that world-shattering void surge descended to the present moment, the endless tide of beasts had ceased entirely. The entire ordeal had lasted no more than 2 hours. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. It stopped? A young student stared blankly at the blood-stained battle blade in his hands, murmuring to himself, it just ended like that? Did those saint-level elders win? Another instructor speculated uncertainly. Something beyond their comprehension, something colossal and unfathomable, must have transpired. But Zhuge Qing had long since lost interest in such matters. His eyes, gleaming with intelligence, scanned the chaotic ruins with desperate urgency. The figure that had vanished from the very start of the battle remained a profound enigma weighing heavily on his heart. He possessed an overwhelmingly strong intuition. All these strange occurrences were inextricably linked to that man.
Just as he prepared to employ his family's secret methods to further investigate and verify,
a slightly dazed voice, as if just awakening from sleep, suddenly sounded behind him.
What's going on? Where did the Void Fisher go? Did something just happen? Why does it feel like I missed something incredibly important? Zhuge Qing's body stiffened abruptly.
He slowly turned around.
Not far away, amidst the ruins of a completely collapsed villa that had once belonged to the athlete's village, the figure that had haunted his thoughts for the past 2 hours, Yang Jian, emerged from behind it, wearing an utterly innocent expression. Dust-covered and disheveled, his expression carried just the right amount of confusion and bewilderment.
He looked like an ordinary lost traveler who had luckily escaped a massive disaster.
Chapter 124, Perfect Disguise. The Legend of the Mysterious Guardian.
The moment Yang Jian's face filled with that perfectly measured confusion and bewilderment came into Zhuge Qing's view, even Zhuge Qing's supercomputer-like mind, usually in complete control, experienced a brief shutdown.
Missing for 2 hours.
After the entire city of Chuan had endured an apocalyptic, world-shattering void surge.
This guy just walked out from behind a pile of rubble, completely unscathed? Then asked her with a tone as if he'd just finished an all-nighter at the internet cafe and stepped outside to find dawn breaking. What happened? Is this even possible? Zhuge Qing's brow furrowed deeply.
The eyes hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses, usually sparkling with intelligence, now grew profoundly intense.
He didn't immediately answer Yang Jian's question.
Instead, he silently activated his unique, family-inherited special ability, Insightful Eye. Under his vision, the entire world instantly transformed into its most primordial form, composed of countless fundamental energy particles and lines of law.
He could clearly perceive the blazing, furnace-like vital energy radiating from Mentor Peng Ziyuan, the overwhelming aura of a 6th-rank sovereign.
He could clearly see the sharp sword intent emanating from Qin Wushuang, slightly weary yet still unmatched in its sharpness, as if it could pierce through anything. He could clearly see the multicolored, deadly poisonous energy swirling around the fingertips of Az, brimming with lethal danger. Yet when his gaze finally settled upon Yang Jian, who was staring back at him with an expression of utter innocence,
his pupils suddenly contracted. Under his inside eye, Yang Jian's body appeared so normal.
He could clearly see that the qi and blood within Yang Jian's body remained at the level of a second-grade martial artist, exactly as he had displayed on the arena stage last time. In fact, due to the earth-shattering calamity that had just occurred, the circulation of his qi and blood seemed somewhat unstable and chaotic. He looked like an ordinary survivor whose qi and blood flow had been disrupted by immense terror. Beyond that, there was nothing unusual. No trace of that world-shattering terror. No trace of that supreme spear intent bordering on the Tao. Not even the slightest trace of energy residue connected to the disappearance of those countless rifts in the void. He was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. So clean, it bordered on the eerie. How is this possible? A storm of shock surged through Zhuge Qing's mind. He trusted his own judgment, but he trusted his near bug-like inside eye even more. Could it be? Could all this truly be mere coincidence? Could it be that he had merely been knocked unconscious by the battle's aftershocks at the start due to sheer luck, only to wake up coincidentally after the disaster had ended? The thought flashed through his mind. But he quickly dismissed it himself. No. Impossible. Coincidences might exist in this world. But there's absolutely no such thing as a coincidence this convenient. Those missing 2 hours. That abrupt appearance in the guise of a lost soul. And his current physical state, so clean it borders on the abnormal. All of this seemed to point toward an even more absurd, even more unbelievable possibility. He was disguising himself. He was using a more sophisticated method, one even his own inside eye couldn't penetrate, to conceal himself perfectly. The moment this thought struck, Zhuge Qing felt every hair on his body stand on end in an instant. Staring at the youth before him, still wearing that same expression of bewilderment, he felt a chill rise from the depths of his soul for the very first time. What was this man hiding? Brother Zhuge? Yang Jian looked at Zhuge Qing, who was staring intently at him without uttering a word, his expression growing even more confused. Are you okay? Why are you staring at me like that? Zhuge Qing took a deep breath, forcing down the turbulent storm churning within him. He slowly pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, reining in that piercing gaze that seemed to see through everything. When a man didn't want you to know, any attempt to probe would be futile. Nothing. His face once again broke into that devil-may-care grin. It's just that your luck is so absurdly good. He slapped Yang Jian on the shoulder, half joking, half serious. You have no idea what nearly happened while you were sleeping off the night. We almost said goodbye to this beautiful world. Yang Jian eventually joined the cleanup operation at the end of the battle. His just right early second-rank strength proved remarkably effortless yet utterly unremarkable when clearing out the remaining, insignificant first and second-rank beasts. He blended in perfectly. Like a drop of water merging into the ocean. And that sudden, near-catastrophic S-rank void surge that had threatened to utterly destroy the entire city of Chuan finally drew to a close in a bizarre manner that defied everyone's comprehension, almost like a story that started strong but ended weakly.
The city lay in ruins. It had ultimately held its ground. Countless heroes sacrificed their precious lives in this catastrophe. Yet more survived.
When those few 9th-rank saints, who had fought the 7th-rank Beast King deep within the void for hours, returned, their bodies exhausted. When they beheld the sky, now eerily clear, and the city of Chuan, its structures still standing despite devastating losses,
they too fell into the same prolonged silence and profound bewilderment as Zhuge Cheng. The catastrophe had ended.
The storm it unleashed had only just begun.
That very night, the entire network of the Great Xia Kingdom, indeed, the entire world, was utterly set ablaze by the enigmatic battle for the capital. Trending topics brimming with speculation and wild theories sprouted like mushrooms after rain, dominating every platform and media outlets. Front-page headlines. Hashtag Chuandu Miracle.
Mysterious Guardian comes S-class void surge in 2 hours. Hashtag God.
Hashtag Mystery of the Century.
Where did those thousands of vanishing void fissures go? Hashtag trending.
Hashtag In-depth analysis.
The collective self-healing phenomenon of the scar of heaven. Hashtag hot.
Hashtag official silence. What earth-shattering secrets lie behind the Chuan City incident? Hashtag hot.
Countless military experts, spatial science PhDs, and retired war gods launched special lectures across major streaming platforms, attempting to analyze and deconstruct this war riddled with irrationalities from professional perspectives. Based on my assessment, declared a white-haired retired general with unwavering conviction in his livestream.
This was undoubtedly orchestrated by an emperor-tier powerhouse, someone beyond the 9th-grade saint rank operating covertly within our human society.
No, I disagree, countered a middle-aged scholar bearing the title Deputy Director of the Great Xia Spatial Physics Research Institute. From the perspective of energy conservation, no force could simultaneously annihilate thousands of S-grade void rifts in such a short span.
This defies the most fundamental laws of physics.
I lean toward the theory that this region's space underwent some form of unknown self-repair.
You're all wrong.
An anonymous account claiming to be a time traveler from the future suddenly posted a mystical-sounding message on the largest social platform, Martial Arts Pulse.
There is only one truth.
It is that amidst that catastrophe, a guardian divine beast from the primordial chaos slumbering for billions of years awoke.
It was this divine beast. With its supreme divine might, vast enough to devour heaven and earth, it swallowed and purified those void rifts along with all the demons within.
It is our world's final guardian.
Though this post seemed utterly preposterous,
it garnered hundreds of millions of likes and shares within mere hours.
For compared to those complex, jargon-filled scientific analyses,
people seemed far more inclined to embrace a tale brimming with romance and heroism, a mythical legend. The legend of the mysterious guardian soon took the internet by storm. Countless artists began creating based on the sparse descriptions in that post. Some depicted it as a battle angel clad in golden armor and wielding a divine sword. Others depicted it as an eastern dragon, its body coiled with thunder and storm. Yet the most widely circulated and widely accepted depiction was a magnificent painting, a cooing divine bird with a wingspan that obscured the sky, its entire body covered in azure gold feathers, its massive beak wide open as it devoured the countless rifts in the void.
No one knows the truth. Nor can anyone approach it.
They could only use their most barren imaginations to depict and praise the nameless hero who saved them all in the darkest hour. Meanwhile, the true hero sat in the exclusive resting quarters of the martial god palace, staring painfully at his now empty storage bracelet. Then, he shot a malicious glance at the leisurely tea-sipping
rich friend.
Hey, brother Zhuge.
Need to talk about something? I'm a bit strapped for cash lately, so I was wondering. Chapter 125, Awards, Glory. Donation tenfold critical hit. Zhuge Cheng's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. An extremely ominous premonition instantly surged through his heart.
Staring into Yang Jian's clear, unclouded eyes, he couldn't shake the feeling his wallet was about to endure a brutal catastrophe.
Ahem. Zhuge Cheng cleared his throat in a last-ditch attempt to resist.
Brother Yang Jian,
he said with feigned anguish, you're the champion of this freshman league, aren't you? The official league prize alone must be 1,000,000 star coins, right?
Not to mention the generous gift specially prepared by our Jingwu University to thank you for going easy on me in the finals.
How could you be short on cash? Sigh.
Yang Jian sighed heavily at this, his handsome face now bearing just the right touch of melancholy and world weariness.
Brother Zhuge, you just don't understand.
He said slowly, his voice thick with untold stories. For ordinary people like us, born into humble origins without power or influence, climbing up in this brutal martial arts world demands 100-fold, 1,000-fold more effort and resources than you privileged darlings ever need. That $1,000,000 prize sounds like a fortune. But buying a few bottles of high-grade chi blood pills, procuring some rare cultivation treasures, and getting my good-for-nothing sister some decent defensive gear. He calculated with his fingers, a look of anguish on his face.
See? It'd be gone in an instant. Zhuge Cheng was utterly speechless.
He stared at the man before him, a being whose power was so monstrous it defied human comprehension, yet who was desperately playing the victim in front of him. For the first time, he felt profound doubt about his own intelligence, which he had always prided himself on. He even briefly wondered if this guy had somehow PUA'd him? Finally, under Yang Jian's gaze, one that was sincere, pitiful, and full of expectation, Zhuge Qing sighed helplessly. He retrieved an anonymous, top-tier crystal card shimmering with purple light from his storage bracelet and handed it to Yang Jian. Fine. You win. There's 5 million star coins in this card. No password. Consider it an advance investment in you. He looked at Yang Jian with a serious expression. But I'm warning you. Money from the Zhuge family doesn't come easy. If anyone ever messes with me out there, don't worry. Yang Jian snatched the crystal card, the melancholy expression on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by a radiant smile as bright as sunshine. From today on, you're under my protection, Yang Jian. Walk tall wherever you go. If anyone so much as touches a hair on your head, just drop my name. Zhuge Qing. He felt like he struck a deal that was a surefire win, but one that left him feeling like he lost everything. Just as the two sealed this deal brimming with brotherly camaraderie. Buzz. Their wristbands began to vibrate almost simultaneously. An encrypted message from the Seed Project headquarters popped up. Seed Project members, Yang Jian, Zhuge Qing, please take note. In recognition of your outstanding performance during the recent Chuan City incident, the Seed Project Supreme Council has resolved to elevate your internal access level to B class. A new mission has been dispatched to your personal terminals. Please acknowledge receipt within 72 hours. Mission code, Abyss. Location, Eastern Sea Coast, Restricted Zone Guishu. Upon seeing this message, both men's expressions shifted slightly. They exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. After several days of recuperation, Chuan City slowly began to recover from the immense catastrophe. Though the city's reconstruction would take a long time, the survivors' eyes now burned with renewed hope. Amidst the eager anticipation of the masses, a long-delayed yet profoundly significant award ceremony was finally held with great pomp at the fully restored Olympic Sports Center. This ceremony surpassed any previous event in grandeur and solemnity. Those elusive ninth-rank saints, who had remained elusive until now, projected their true domains for the first time, a gesture of the highest reverence for these young heroes who had safeguarded humanity's hope amidst catastrophe. As Yang Jian, the ultimate champion of this tournament, slowly ascended the podium symbolizing the highest honor, the entire world erupted in fervor. Yang God, the eternal God, the uncrowned king. He is the brightest light of our era. Countless spectators were moved to tears, wildly chanting the name that had already become legend. Yet amidst all this glory and acclaim, Yang Jian's face remained as calm and composed as ever. He silently accepted the heavy, solid gold championship trophy. Then, facing the sea of fervent gazes below the stage, he calmly delivered his acceptance speech. Excuse me. This trophy is solid gold, right? How much could it sell for? The entire venue fell instantly silent. The award ceremony finally drew to a close amidst an eerie atmosphere filled with harmony and joy. Representatives from various universities began their journeys back to their respective campuses. Upon returning to the martial god palace, Yang Jian once again entered a state of seclusion. He began quietly processing the mountainous haul of high-grade ferocious beast materials he had picked up from those hundreds of void rifts, a treasure trove that would make any top-tier power envious. To avoid drawing any attention, he bypassed the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and instead utilized Zhuge Qing's well-connected insider to contact the Zhuge family's secret sales channels within the dark web. The process proved exceedingly cumbersome and protracted. It took him a full 7 days and nights to finally sell off the entire stockpile, enough terrifying resources to arm an entire reinforced regiment. Ultimately, his personal account swelled with a staggering sum, an astronomical figure that would have left even that business tycoon judge speechless. 23,500,000 star coins. Gazing at the figure, Yang Jian's face broke into a blissfully satisfied smile. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Not even a flicker of regret crossed his mind. He poured the entire sum, enough to buy several small cities, straight into the hands of his most loyal partner. Ding! Detected host donation of 23,500,000 credits. Charity system activated. Donation successful. Processing charitable rewards? As this donation amount has exceeded the system's single donation limit, triggering a special reward mechanism. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully triggered. 10,000-fold critical hit. Chapter 126, Double Perfection. The Yin-Yang Divine Elephant Taiji Diagram. 10,000 times critical hit. Yang Jian's heart, long tempered by the Tao of resilience into a still pond, now surged with uncontrollable, frenzied beats. 10,000 times. Last time, 10,000 times unleashed the divine elephant's prison sealing might. What about this time? Boom! The very next second, a torrent of golden energy surged forth from the void without warning, more colossal, more refined, and more boundless than any previous surge.
That energy was so pure, so terrifying. It had transcended mere energy. Instead, it transformed into countless fragments of law visible to the naked eye, shimmering with dazzling divine light, and brimming with the essence of the Tao. As if guided by some supreme being, those fragments of law surged madly into Yang Jian's body. Under the onslaught of this unimaginably colossal torrent of energy, Yang Jian's body was instantly enveloped by an intensely dense, almost tangible golden divine cocoon. He could distinctly feel every inch of his flesh and every cell undergoing a life-altering transformation under this higher-level energy baptism. His already supremely formidable physical form was now striding toward becoming a true divine demon body. His vital energy surged upward like a primordial dragon breaking free from all chains, exploding upward at an unimaginable speed. 801 points. 850 cards. 900 cards. 950 units. Vitality 1001 points. The very first wave of energy surged through him, causing his vitality to skyrocket by 200 points. And this was merely the beginning. Immediately following, a second wave of even more colossal and purer energy surged forth. This time, the energy did not reinforce his vitality. Instead, it surged entirely toward the second divine elephant diagram within his body, the one that had just ignited 10,000 particles. Boom! Yang Jian could distinctly hear the indestructible barrier within him, the barrier blocking his path to the second level of perfection in the divine elephant prison ceiling force crumble without even a hint of resistance under the impact of this brutally relentless energy torrent. All barriers and divisions within those 10,000 divine elephant particles of the second heaven were shattered in that instant. The remaining 800 dormant particles were simultaneously ignited in that instant. As the second divine elephant diagram composed of 10,800 particles, even more resplendent and sacred than the first. The moment it fully materialized within him, the two divine elephant diagrams, one above, one below, one yin, one yang, began to resonate with each other in an extremely profound trajectory, slowly rotating. Ultimately, they coalesced into a more perfect form, a yin-yang divine elephant taiji diagram brimming with the opposing energies of suppression and creation. The second level of divine elephant prison suppression force, great perfection. A terrifying force, tenfold more powerful than before, erupted from the center of the diagram, instantly surging through every fiber of his being. In that moment, Yang Jian felt as though he had truly transformed into a primordial divine elephant capable of suppressing the divine prisons of all gods. An overwhelming confidence surged within him. Now, even without any divine abilities or magical treasures, his physical strength alone was sufficient to shatter a 6th rank sovereign-level powerhouse with a single punch. And this was not the end. With the second layer of the Great Circle technique, two entirely new, even more terrifying innate divine abilities naturally awakened within his mind. New divine ability Ragnarok. New divine ability Genesis. One embodies ultimate destruction. The other embodies supreme creation. The emergence of these two divine abilities propelled Yang Jian's power to a new, qualitative leap. Huff. Yang Jian slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He felt he had grown so powerful that even he found it unfamiliar, terrifying. Yet the system's rewards continued. A third flash of light erupted. A mysterious pill materialized out of thin air, perfectly spherical, radiating a multicolored aura, and shrouded in countless illusory forms of ancient divine beasts. Rare Beast Pet Pill significantly shortens the growth cycle of any beast pet and has a chance to awaken the most primal, hidden ancient power deep within its bloodline. Yang Jian stared at the pill, then without a second thought, shoved it directly into the mouth of Gungung, who was snoring loudly on his shoulder. Munch! Gungung smacked its lips, seemingly savoring something delicious, then rolled over and continued its deep slumber. Yet Yang Jian could distinctly sense a colossal energy, brimming with the essence of life and creation, rapidly spreading and permeating its tiny body. When this little fellow awoke next, it would likely deliver him a tremendous surprise. Immediately after, the fourth and final beam of light ignited. This time, it was neither energy nor a pill. Instead, it was a palm-sized, ancient armor plate. Its entire surface radiated a profound, mystical blackness, covered in natural, rippling patterns that resembled undulating waves patterns of the Tao. True Spirit Black Tortoise Armor Plate, imbued with a trace of primordial essence from the ancient four divine beasts, the True Spirit Black Tortoise. Wearing it substantially enhances defense and affinity with water-based abilities. Simultaneously, it will guide you to seek out the other fragments left behind by the long-vanished True Spirit Black Tortoise. A guidance-type item? A gleam of excitement flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. The value of this item was likely greater than all previous rewards combined, priceless. And if he could locate the true spirit Xuanwu and refine its essence into the 12 transformations of Jingzhe, he would gain an entirely new power. He carefully tucked the armor fragment close to his body. Only then did he open his personal interface, which had undergone earth-shattering changes, with utter satisfaction. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, 2nd grade martial artist. Vitality, 1001 units. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, 2nd tier Grand Perfection Awakened Particles, 21,600. Constitution, Celestial Walker's Physique. Bloodline, S-rank Mountain Giant Ape SSS rank Kuanping. Divine abilities, 12 transformations of Awakening SSS rank unlocked, arm-reaching ape transformation, Kuanping transformation.
Lifebound divine abilities enhanced, Wings of Hell, Wings of Angels, Heaven Earth Furnace, Unconscious Elephant Heartbody, Spear of the Nether God, Judgment Spear, Storm, Seal of Gods and Demons, Tao of Endurance, Heavenly Fist, Twilight of the Gods, Genesis. Bloodline talents, Beast Blood Boiling, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye, Momentary Soaring, Mountainous Physique. Martial Arts, Divine Demon 9 Refinements S rank Mastered, First Refinement Penetration, Tongbei Fist, Star Plucking Hand. Divine Treasures, Yuanhao Wuji Mountain SSS rank Heaven Piercing Divine Treasure, True Spirit Black Tortoise Armor Plates. Overall assessment, a primordial divine elephant calf that has already learned to hunt for itself. Its very existence has begun to unsettle the very rules of this world. Gazing at this panel of stats, which could only be described as luxuriously extreme, Yang Jian's lips slowly curved into a smile brimming with boundless confidence.
At that very moment. Buzz. His wristband vibrated once more. An encrypted message from the Seed Project headquarters popped up. B-Class member Yang Jian, please take note. Congratulations on successfully passing the screening phase. You are now assigned the ultimate assessment mission for Phase 2 of the Spark Project. Report to the restricted zone Guishu entrance on the East Seacoast within 48 hours to rendezvous with other qualified members. This mission has no rules, no restrictions, and no backup support. The 10 individuals who ultimately emerge alive from Guishu shall qualify for promotion to grade a membership and gain access to the deepest truths of this world. Good luck. Chapter 127, Charity President in Tears, Who on earth is this living bodhisattva? A cold, cruel message flashed across Yang Jian's wristband, a fleeting look of contemplation crossing his eyes. Project Spark. This mysterious organization, which he had first encountered through Lang Feng of the City Guard Bureau before his college entrance exams, still felt like a fog shrouding his heart. At first, he assumed it was merely a special channel established by the Great Xia government to recruit top-tier geniuses. He joined casually, thinking why pass up a free ride, and collected that monthly welfare stipend and astronomical sum for ordinary people. He had assumed that once he entered the Martial God Palace after the college entrance exams, the program would immediately initiate its next phase of selection. Yet, to his surprise, it had remained remarkably patient, waiting until now. And now, its first move was this brutal, ultimate assessment. The Forbidden Zone Guishu. No rules, no backup support. In the end, only 10 will walk out alive? A playful curve lifted at the corner of Yang Jian's mouth. From these few brief sentences, he could detect an intensely potent, exhilarating scent of blood. Interesting. He glanced at the assemble in 48 hours deadline in the message, showing no sign of urgency. Having just experienced an epic surge in power, what he needed most now wasn't to rush into another battle. Instead, he needed to calm his mind, adapt, and master the terrifying force within him, a power so immense it felt almost alien to him. Over the next 2 days, Yang Jian's dormitory at the Martial God Palace once again became a bustling hub. This time, however, it wasn't representatives from various factions with ulterior motives, but his true friends and admirers. Boss, just how strong are you now? Lei Dong, the fearless berserker who usually knew no bounds, now circled Yang Jian like an inquisitive child, his wide eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and awe. No idea, Yang Jian shrugged casually. Probably enough to take out 2 of your old selves with one punch. Lei Dong. Beside them, Qin Wushuang silently sheathed his newly repaired sword. He looked at Yang Jian, a resigned, bitter smile spreading across his face. I thought that if I trained relentlessly for another year or 2 after the finals, I might just catch a glimpse of your back. He shook his head, his voice tinged with regret. But now I see how naive I was. You and us are no longer on the same plane. As for Z and Lengyu, these 2 girls with starkly different styles, they simply sat quietly by. One giggled as she teased the still snoring Gung, her crescent-shaped eyes nevertheless drifting involuntarily toward Yang Jian. The other maintained her usual iceberg-like demeanor, yet her icy eyes now held a hint of something called warmth. They chatted about amusing incidents from the tournament, reminiscing about that terrifying void surge that still sent shivers down their spines. But more than anything, they expressed heartfelt admiration for Yang Jian's godlike performance. Beyond them, Senior Lu Xian, who had once joined Yang Jian on the Kunlun purification mission along with Zhao Wuji's companions, stunned into silence by his single palm strike, also came to visit. All traces of arrogance and contempt had vanished from their faces, replaced by an almost fawning respect and flattery. Brother Yang. I made these pastries myself. Would you care to try some? Senior Lu Xian blushed as she presented an exquisitely crafted food box, her demeanor a stark contrast to the aloof guide she had once been. Brother Yang Jian. We were blind not to recognize your greatness. Please forgive us petty folk for our earlier ignorance. The senior students bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, apologizing profusely. Yang Jian did not press the matter. This was the truest law of this world. When you're weak, contempt and humiliation come pouring in. But when you grow strong enough to command everyone's admiration, then all kindness and respect will follow. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance,
Zhao Wuqi, president of the charity guild, rubbed his temples wearily. The aftermath of the Chuan capital incident had left him with a mountain of tasks to handle, forcing him to work nonstop for days without a moment's rest. Just then, his secretary entered with a peculiar look on his face, handing over a freshly compiled donation report.
President, take a look at this. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy?
Zhao Wuqi replied impatiently. No, President, you really should take a look, the secretary insisted. Zhao Wuqi took the report with a puzzled look. When his gaze landed on the top line of the reported donation record highlighted in bold red font, his weary gaze instantly gave way to utter shock. Clearly written there was. Donor, Monkey Mountains but is reddest. Donation amount, 23,500,000 star coins. Donation date, 2 days ago. T23, 5 million? Zhao Wuqi's hand jerked violently, nearly dropping the report he held. He stared fixedly at that username, both familiar and utterly alien to him, his mind going blank. It was him again. It was that Monkey Kings but is reddest again. Last time, his donation of millions had already sent shockwaves through the entire guild. And this time, at the most critical moment of the Chuandu incident when national finances were at their tightest, he once again splurged lavishly. And it was over 20 million. This goes far beyond mere devotion to the nation. This was clearly using his entire fortune to transfuse blood into this ravaged nation. Who is this living bodhisattva who refuses to be named? Zhao Wuqi's eyes were slightly moist. Chuan City, a secret temporary base. Sima Qing did not return to the academy with the main force of the martial god palace. That sudden surge of void energy had amplified the sense of impending doom from her past life to an unprecedented level. The world had already veered off the familiar track she knew due to her presence as an unknown variable, hurtling toward a brand new direction filled with unknowns and dangers. She must prepare as quickly as possible. She must consolidate sufficient power before the next, even more terrifying catastrophe struck. Transmit my orders, she said coldly to the air before her. In my name, issue the highest level bounty to the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. I want every scrap of intelligence on that mysterious Kunpeng. Within the martial god palace dormitory. After politely declining all visits, Yang Jian finally found a moment of peace. He opened the Sacred Academy app and casually browsed through the mission center. Soon, he found a target conveniently located along the route to the Guishu restricted zone. Mission level, a class. Mission name, Hunt the Deep Sea Demon Whale. Location, Eastern Seacoast, Boundless Waters. Reward, 5,000 credits and the demon whale's full set of materials. This one it is. A faint smile curved the corners of Yang Jian's mouth. This trip to the East Sea would likely keep him occupied for quite some time. Picking up a side quest for some extra cash couldn't hurt. He accepted the quest with practiced ease. Then he submitted his leave request. He didn't say goodbye to anyone. The next morning, he slipped away from the martial god palace alone and silently. Chapter 128, The Sea of Ruin, the Boat of Rebirth, Blood-Stained Sky. The Eastern Sea Coast. Upon a desolate black beach perpetually shrouded in gray mist, Yang Jian arrived at the rendezvous point specified in the Sea Project message. The sight before him made him frown slightly. No secret base as imagined, no fully armed escort personnel. Only hundreds of pitch-black, antiquated-looking boats with black sails floated silently on the nearshore waters, gently swaying with the gray waves. Each boat bore a vivid red numerical code carved in cinnabar across its prow. The entire beach was deathly quiet, the atmosphere eerie to the extreme. Yang Jian located the boat marked with his number, 77. Crafted from an unknown black wood, its hull felt icy to the touch and emitted a faint, peculiar aura that seemed to block all perception. The interior was cramped, containing only a straw mat and an unlit bronze lamp, nothing else. Yang Jian boarded the boat and sat cross-legged. He sensed that this seemingly ordinary black-roofed boat was itself an extraordinarily special magical artifact. Just then, a creak sounded as the canopy of the adjacent boat, numbered 76, was pushed open from within. A familiar, handsome face wearing gold-rimmed glasses peered out. Brother Yang Jian, what a coincidence. Zhuge Cheng offered Yang Jian a faint, resigned smile. I knew you'd be drawn to this kind of fun. You too? Yang Jian was somewhat surprised. What can you do? We're both chosen sparks, after all. Zhuge Cheng shrugged, hopping onto Yang Jian's boat and scanning the surroundings. This place feels off. Not a soul in sight so far. Who knows what this second phase of the Seed Project is really about? Yang Jian's gaze swept over the dense cluster of black-roofed boats. A thought struck him, and he suddenly remembered another person. Right, he asked casually, what about Zhao Linlin? That battle maniac, she'd have every reason to be here, wouldn't she? At the mention of that name, Zhuge Cheng's smile froze instantly. He fell silent for a moment, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Behind the lenses, his eyes flickered with an incredibly complex mix of emotions. There was regret, there was anger, but above all, a profound sense of helplessness. He sighed, his voice growing low. She won't be coming. A month before the college entrance exams, something happened in her family. The details were officially suppressed, and I couldn't uncover much.
All I know is that the incident was devastating. By the time we heard from her again, she was gone. Yang Jian's pupils flinched. That fiery yet utterly pure-hearted girl, gone like that? Only then did he realize it had been an eternity since he'd heard anything about her. It wasn't that she kept a low profile, she had vanished from this cruel world long ago. As time passed, more and more people arrived on this black sand beach. Silently, they boarded their respective black-roofed boats according to their assigned numbers. Yang Jian's brow furrowed deeper as he discovered these newcomers were nothing like he had imagined. They weren't all young martial artists like himself. Among them were 3rd and 4th rank martial artists with steady auras, clearly seasoned veterans of countless battles. There were also sharp-looking elites in uniforms from major corporations, and even several elders who appeared well past 50, their vitality already beginning to wane. The composition of this seed project was far more complex than he had imagined. It seems we've all been mistaken, Zhu Qing murmured, his voice grave as he sensed the anomaly. This isn't some new recruit selection at all. It's a massive screening encompassing every age group and social stratum across the entire Great Xia Empire. Just then, as the last black-roofed boat was boarded, a small, fragile-looking vessel emerged silently from the gray mist shrouding the distant sea. A small, fragile-looking boat appeared silently, as if it might be overturned by the waves at any moment. Standing upon it was a woman of peerless beauty, her figure graceful and elegant in court attire. A thin veil obscured her true features, yet the eyes peeking out, eyes that seemed to hold the vastness of the cosmos, radiated boundless authority and detachment. Merely standing there, she seemed to be the sole center of this world. Her cool, clear voice, without any amplification, reached every ear present with perfect clarity. Congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the screening. I am your guide for the first phase of this assessment. From this moment onward, your identities, status, and past will be reset to 0. Here, you possess only one designation, Survivor. She extended a slender jade-like finger, pointing toward the distant, profound sea shrouded in endless mist. The first phase is called 100 Boats Racing. 500 kilometers beyond that sea lies a solitary island called Guishu. That is the endpoint of your assessment. Your task is to harness your individual abilities and propel the soul-bound vessel beneath you to reach it first. There are no rules, no restrictions. You may cooperate, plunder, or kill any opponent who stands in your way. Remember, the reincarnation boat is your soul vessel. Should it be destroyed, you will be utterly consumed by the sea of Guishu, your souls and spirits annihilated, never to be reborn. Now. Her indifferent gaze swept over the 1,000+ black-roofed boats gathered there. Begin. As the beautiful woman's icy command began echoed across the deathly silent sea like a final judgment, it was almost as if time itself had frozen. Boom! 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 Hundreds of powerful auras erupted with a thunderous roar. Those powerful martial artists, already bursting with anticipation and possessing strength reaching the 3rd and 4th ranks, hesitated not a moment. They unleashed their colossal vital energy without reservation. Streams of vital energy, each a different color and brimming with frenzied power, slammed into the sterns of their respective black-roofed boats like thrusters powered by super engines. They intended to seize the initiative and break through the encirclement at the very first moment using this most direct and brutal method. Yet in the very next instant, a scene so bizarre it sent chills down everyone's spine unfolded. That colossal vital energy powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter fortresses in the outside world vanished the instant it touched the gray, seemingly tranquil sea. Not a single ripple formed, not even a whisper of sound escaped before it was utterly swallowed and obliterated. What? My vital energy is gone? This sea is strange. It's devouring our power. A chorus of horrified, disbelieving shrieks erupted in waves. The faces of those formidable martial artists, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, instantly turned grim. Yang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. He too had immediately tried to propel the boat forward with his own powerful vital energy, only to meet the same fate as the others. He could distinctly feel his power being utterly dissolved and assimilated the instant it touched the gray sea water, torn apart by an invisible, bizarre law filled with the intent of the abyssal void. Interesting. A flash of realization crossed Yang Jian's eyes. It seemed this so-called 100 Boats Racing had eliminated all loopholes at the very level of its rules. What it tested was something more fundamental, more pure. Just then, creak, creak, a series of extremely jarring sounds of wooden oars slicing through the sea broke the eerie silence. Among the thousands of black-roofed boats, a dozen or so had begun to move slowly. Without exception, the people aboard were all elderly individuals whose vitality had long begun to wane. They did not attempt to propel themselves with their vitality. Instead, from the very start, they grasped the single black wooden oar on their boats and began rowing in the most primitive, clumsy, yet most effective manner. Their movements were slow and laborious, yet their boats steadily advanced forward under everyone's gaze, heading resolutely toward the deep sea shrouded in unknowns and mist. Witnessing this scene, everyone instantly understood. So that's how it is. Damn it. We've been tricked. This godforsaken place only works with brute force. Quick. Row faster. For a moment, shock gave way to urgency. They grabbed the seemingly ordinary black wooden paddles from the boat and began paddling furiously, mimicking the movements of the elders. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the dead silence of the sea was broken by the rhythmic, determined sound of paddles cutting through the water. The scene was both comical and strangely eerie. Yang Jian glanced at Zhuge Qing beside him, who had also grabbed a wooden oar and was paddling with all his might, though his posture was clumsy and comical. He couldn't help but shake his head. The sensation in his hands was incredibly heavy. Its density felt several times greater than that of his divine spear, the dragon spine. The moment he plunged the paddle into the gray sea, an immense, terrifying resistance surged through the shaft as if the entire ocean itself had turned against him. It felt as though he wasn't paddling through water, but through viscous cement slowly solidifying. What immense resistance! Even Yang Jian, with his already extraordinary physical prowess, felt a slight strain. He could imagine how utterly hopeless it must be for martial artists specializing in energy manipulation and psychic power to navigate this sea of ruin with the ship of rebirth. This first stage, seemingly simple, had already silently weeded out the vast majority of opportunists. It sought to select true monsters, beings whose strength, stamina, and endurance far surpassed ordinary humans. And Yang Jian was undoubtedly the pinnacle among all these beasts. Yet he did not reveal his terrifying strength immediately. He maintained a steady pace, keeping pace with Zhuge Qing beside him, silently observing the surroundings. This sea of ruin was far too bizarre. That mysterious beauty could never have devised such a simple test. There must be something wrong here. Just then, thud! A dull thud suddenly echoed from nearby. Hundreds of meters away on the sea surface, two black-roofed boats collided violently as they fought for control of the waterway. Looking for trouble. On one of the boats, a burly, bald man with a face full of fleshy bulges abruptly stood up. His eyes, brimming with savage fury, locked onto a lean, equally formidable-looking man on the other vessel. "You blind bastard?" "Heh," the lean man sneered coldly, "the sea belongs to everyone." "What? You think you can act like a local warlord out here? Today I'll show you exactly why the flowers are so red." The bald giant, clearly a hothead, roared in fury, abandoning his oars altogether. With a fierce stomp of his foot, his massive frame launched forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward the lean man. "Bring it on!" A flash of ruthlessness also flickered in the lean man's eyes. The two men unleashed the most brutal, primal close-quarters combat imaginable upon the cramped wooden boat. Every punch landed with bone-crushing force. Every move deadly. The bald giant fought with brute force, his fists whistling through the air like tigers, each strike carrying terrifying power capable of shattering stone. The lean man, however, was far more treacherous and vicious. At some point, a razor-sharp dagger, dipped in deadly poison, had appeared in his hand. Every strike aimed directly for his opponent's vital points. At first, the two fought evenly matched. But gradually, the bald giant began to lose ground. The poisoned dagger carved deep, bone-exposing gashes into his body. Black blood flowed incessantly from the wounds, draining his once powerful aura into a state of utter exhaustion. Die! Finally, the lean man seized his chance. The poisoned dagger in his hand struck like a venomous snake striking, plunging at an impossibly sharp angle straight into the bald giant's heart. Ugh! The bald giant stared down at the dagger protruding from his chest, its hilt the only part visible, his eyes filled with endless resentment and regret. His massive frame crashed to the ground, plunging with a splash into the cold, gray sea. Yet before the gaunt victor could catch his breath, an even more terrifying spectacle unfolded. The sea, now stained crimson by the bald man's blood, began to churn violently. Splash! Gigantic, black shadows burst forth from the depths of the sea, monstrous creatures with terrifyingly sharp teeth and hideous appearances. Dozens of them. They were the native inhabitants of this sea of ruin. Predators drawn by the fresh, vibrant flesh pulsing with life force. They tore and fought frantically over the still warm corpse. Within mere seconds, the once arrogant bald giant was devoured until not a single bone fragment remained. The bloody and terrifying scene sent a chill rising from the depths of every survivor's soul who witnessed it. They finally grasped the true meaning behind the mysterious beauty's words, shipwrecked and lost. This sea was far more dangerous than they had ever imagined. The lean man who had just claimed victory was now drained of color, his face drained of all color. He frantically grabbed his wooden paddle, desperate to flee this blood-soaked land reeking of death. But it was too late. The enormous sea beasts that had just finished devouring the corpses. Their cold, greedy, and hungry eyes had all locked onto him, the closest prey. Chapter 129, Quenching the Spear in the Abyss. The true meaning of the Tao. The gaunt man's screams were swiftly swallowed by the churning gray waves. He hadn't even managed a proper resistance before being torn to shreds, man and ship alike, by dozens of monstrous beasts that had burst forth from the depths. Blood blossomed like death flowers, swiftly staining the gray expanse of the sea. And this was only the beginning. This bloodshed seemed like a signal, igniting the murderous desires of this dead sea. Help! Ah! Don't come near! Don't come near! Not far away, several more black-roofed boats fell victim to the sea beast's attack. A third-rank martial artist roared, channeling his surging vital energy into a fiery blade that slashed viciously at an octopus-like sea beast.
Yet the flame blade, potent enough to melt steel in the outside world, lost much of its power upon contact with the sea beast's viscous gray slime coating.
It left only a faint scorch mark on its body. The sea beast's tentacle effortlessly pierced through his protective aura, dragging him down into the frigid depths of the ocean. More people discovered the most terrifying secret of this sea of ruin. The monstrous beasts here possessed a guechu force that exerted an overwhelmingly potent suppression on martial artists' vital energy. Here, any flashy energy attack would be severely diminished. The only effective force was the purest, most primal, physical strength. Panic spread like a plague through the fleet. As time passed, the vast fleet began to form distinct tiers. The vanguard comprised a dozen or so formidable martial artists whose aura was the most formidable, masters specializing in the path of the physical body. With terrifying strength and endurance far surpassing ordinary men, they wielded heavy wooden oars like a sharp arrow, racing far ahead. The second echelon comprised the majority of third and fourth grade martial artists, struggling to keep pace as the gap steadily widened. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and Zhuge Qing trailed leisurely at the rear of the first echelon. Yang Jian was observing.
Zhuge Qing, however, was genuinely unable to paddle any further.
Huff, huff. Brother Yang Jian, Zhuge Qing's forehead was already drenched in sweat. Staring at the monstrously fit physical cultivators ahead, he looked utterly defeated. Are those even human? Did they turn the void rift into a gym or something? However, the peace didn't last long. Clatter! Suddenly, ahead of their fleet, the gray sea surface erupted violently. Hundreds of even larger, more terrifying guechu sea beasts leapt from the depths, forming a wall of death, a wall built of flesh and sharp teeth. They intended to completely intercept and devour the entire fleet. Damn it! It's the sharp-toothed shark swarm. Quick! Charge through! Or we'll all die here. The physical cultivators of the vanguard roared in fury, unleashing every ounce of strength to force their way through the blockade. Yet in Yang Jian's eyes, a previously unseen, brilliant gleam flashed at that very moment. I've been waiting for you. With a hum, the dragon spine divine spear materialized in his hand. He had discovered a secret earlier than the others. When he plunged the dragon spine into the gray sea, that immense, terrifying resistance, as if the entire ocean itself was arrayed against him, was equally exerted upon his spear. To others, this resistance was a burden, a nightmare. But for Yang Jian, who was seeking a breakthrough in the way of technique, it was the most perfect forge in the world. Here, every thrust of his spear, every exertion of force demanded tenfold, even hundredfold, the control required outside this realm. This allowed him to grasp the deeper essence within the divine demon nine temperings at the fastest possible pace. Bring it on! Yang Jian's heart roared with excitement. He held nothing back. The dragon spine spear in his hands thrust forward, piercing the swarming sharks. Still the divine demon spike. But this time, against the terrifying resistance of the seawater, he could distinctly feel how every ounce of his strength was channeled through a more refined, more concentrated method, converging at the very tip of the spear. Shoo! A faint gray spiral of spear energy flashed and vanished. A level 3 toothed shark, charging toward him with its gaping maw, had its hardened skull instantly pierced and shattered by that spear beam. Clean. Crisp. Even more efficient than outside the water. Yang Jian didn't pause. His spear danced in his hands, becoming a blur of motion. He began weaving the more refined power techniques he had mastered under immense resistance into every movement. The dragon's spine in his grasp seemed to truly transform into a black dragon, soaring freely through this sea of ruin. One thrust embodied penetration. The first layer of true intent from the 9 refining techniques of gods and demons. Unstoppable, piercing through the surface with a single point. And when he pushed this true meaning to its absolute limit, his spear trembled violently. Hum! An invisible, high-frequency vibrational force erupted from his spear, sweeping wildly outward through the surrounding sea. It felt as though he no longer held a spear, but a tuning fork capable of resonating with all things. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's second refinement, Shockwave. Its true essence lay in transforming force into invisible ripples, bypassing all external defenses to strike directly at the core, shattering its internal structure. Boom! The dozen or so tooth sharks surrounding him froze stiff before they could even reach his ship. Then, their bodies began to disintegrate and explode from the inside out, inch by inch, scattering into a sky filled with fragments of flesh and blood. The scene was utterly bizarre. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully mastered the second refinement of the Divine Demon 9 Refinement's shock. A wave of profound enlightenment surged through his mind. Yang Jian felt his mastery of power ascend to an entirely new realm. If the previous penetration was an ultimate single-point attack, then the current shock was an area of effect strike that ignored defenses. This ing. Zhuge Qing, who had been frantically rowing nearby, saw this scene. His hand gripping the wooden oar suddenly trembled violently, nearly sending it flying into the sea. He stared blankly at the man standing like a war god at the bow, slaughtering the beasts with reckless abandon, his mind once again going completely blank. He had assumed Yang Jian's power lay in the unreasonable way embodied by that annihilating spear.
But he never imagined this guy's comprehension of pure technique would be equally monstrously twisted to an outrageous degree. Meanwhile, on the nearby boats, the martial artists struggling desperately against the sea beasts watched Yang Jian's side being slaughtered like a clearance operation. Their expressions were pure disbelief. They couldn't fathom why the same Guichu sea beasts were so ferocious and difficult to handle when facing them. Yet before that man, they crumbled like cabbages in a field, being harvested one after another. Yang Jian paid no heed to the stunned, horrified stares around him. He was utterly immersed in this martial feast, one that belonged solely to him. The spear in his hands grew increasingly masterful. He began attempting to fuse the two entirely different forces of penetration and vibration. This was undoubtedly an extremely bold, even reckless endeavor. One represented the pinnacle of concentration. The other, the ultimate dispersion. Seeking to seamlessly merge these two utterly contradictory forces proved 100 times more difficult than mastering either individually. Yet Yang Jian found himself utterly engrossed in the endeavor. 1 failure. 2 failures. 10 times. 100 times. The long spear in his hand swung relentlessly through the vast, resistance-filled sea of the abyssal depths, testing and striving. He treated the endless swarm of toothed shark as his finest testing ground. Finally, after thrusting his spear countless times and shattering innumerable sea beasts, a blindingly brilliant divine light suddenly erupted from his eyes. He had grasped it. The dragon spine spear in his hand thrust forward with blinding speed. A tiny black singularity reappeared upon its spiral-shaped tip. But this time, the singularity did not fire immediately. Instead, it began to vibrate violently at high speed upon the spearhead. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's third refinement, explosion. Its true essence lay in the perfect fusion of the intensely condensed penetration force and the high-frequency diffusing vibration force. Upon striking the target, these two forces would simultaneously detonate from within outward. This is true annihilation. Go! Yang Jian murmured. The black singularity, fused with these two ultimate forces, vanished in a flash. Its target was the largest and most terrifying presence among the shark pack, the level 4 Beast King. The next second, the black singularity silently vanished into the Shark King's body. No explosion. No sound. The Shark King hadn't even registered what was happening. Then, under the horrified and bewildered gazes of everyone present, the Shark King's massive body, as large as a small mountain, suddenly began to swell. Then, boom! An unprecedented, deafeningly muffled explosion so terrifying it felt like it would shatter one's very soul. The level 4 Beast King exploded from within. It turned into a sky-filling fireworks display of flesh and blood. Chapter 130, 8 Refinements of Rebirth, Piercing Void Blade Light. Yang Jian closed his eyes. An unprecedented clarity surged like a flood breaking through a dam, violently washing and rushing through his sea of consciousness. He seemed to glimpse a brand new, supreme path leading to the pinnacle of power. 9 Refinements of Gods and Demons. The first 3 refinements, penetration, shock, and explosion, formed the foundation of power. The subsequent 6 refinements represent the ultimate sublimation of the way of power. 4th refinement, control. Harness myriad forces for your own use, turning the enemy's edge against them. 5th refinement, lock. Sealing space with force, imprisoning all things within a boundless cage, no escape possible. 6th refinement, shatter. Crush the rules, shatter the laws, one force can break all laws. 7th refinement, annihilation. Extinguish all life force, erase divine souls, a single strike condemns them to eternal oblivion. 8th refinement, reincarnation. Invert cause and effect, reverse life and death, a single thought enters the cycle of rebirth. As for the ultimate 9th forge, it is a realm of chaos and nothingness even he cannot fathom. So, that's how it is. A curve of boundless confidence arched at the corner of Yang Jian's mouth. This sea of return, a realm of utter death for others, was for him the supreme sanctuary that would help him perfect the 9 trials of gods and demons. He opened his eyes once more. The calm eyes held not a trace of confusion, only the purest, boundless yearning for the true essence of martial arts. The dragon spine spear in his grasp began to dance once more. He treated the endless sea beasts of the abyssal sea as his finest whetstone. He clashed head-on with a level 4 deep-sea giant crab, a creature equally renowned for its raw power. As the crab's terrifying claws capable of crushing mountains descended, his spear traced an arc of profound mystery, guiding and redirecting the blow. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's 4th refinement, control. The colossal force, powerful enough to pulverize a wooden boat, was completely deflected the instant it touched his spear shaft by an invisible, spiraling force imbued with the true essence of deflection and redirection. Instead, it slammed viciously into the giant crab's own other claw. Snap! A crisp cracking sound. The deep-sea giant crab had, under the force of its own mightiest strike, shattered its own claw clean off. He engaged in a high-speed chase across the ocean surface with a level 4 shadow electric eel, renowned for its speed. Just as the electric eel was about to vanish into a streak of light and plunge into the deep sea, the spear in its hand suddenly halted mid-air. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's 5th refinement, lock. The space within that stretch of sea froze solid as iron in an instant. The shadow electric eel's form was eerily embedded mid-air, utterly immobilized. He had even encountered a level 5 mystic turtle beast emperor capable of manipulating water energy to form a mystic water shield. Yet before the rule-shattering power of the Divine Demon 9 Refinement's 6th refinement, Shatter, spell, that impenetrable mystic water shield shattered like paper under a single thunderous strike from his spear. This once bloody, cutthroat battle of 100 boats racing had completely transformed into Yang Jian's personal martial arts evolution show. Under the gaze of countless spectators, amidst the boundless peril of the Sea of Ruin, he was advancing his prowess at a frenzied pace in a manner so brutally unreasonable that no one could comprehend it. His command of power and his grasp of rifle techniques were advancing at a visible pace toward an unimaginable, godlike realm. The martial artists still locked in bitter combat with the sea beasts had long since become numb. They could only stare blankly at that figure, who seemed like a god of war. Far away, within the gray mist, upon that small, light boat, Ziling. That peerlessly beautiful woman, her eyes, hidden behind a veil and seemingly containing the vastness of stars and oceans, were now equally filled with unprecedented shock. As one of the guides for the Seed Project, she had witnessed countless prodigiously talented prodigies. Yet someone like Yang Jian, who had transformed a brutal death trial into his own place of enlightenment, she had never heard of, never seen such a thing. Who, exactly, is this boy? She murmured inwardly, immediately accessing Yang Jian's records through special privileges. Yang Jian, 18 years old, hailing from the desolate ancient city. Student of the Martial God Palace. Champion of the National Freshman College League. As she scanned the rows of what could only be described as a glorious resume, a flicker of understanding passed through her beautiful eyes. So it was him. No wonder he possesses such extraordinary innate talent. But, just then, she witnessed a scene that left her both amused and exasperated. The youth who had just slain a level 4 sea beast with a spear thrust radiating supreme martial grace was now deftly using the spear tip to lift the beast's crystal core and several precious materials, stowing them into the storage pouch at his waist. The motion was fluid and seamless. Clearly, this wasn't his first time doing it. Xiling couldn't help but freeze in place. Then, beneath her perpetually icy veil, a soft, silver bell-like chuckle escaped. He. Interesting. So you're a little money-grubbing miser after all. Yet before the smile could fully fade from her face, the next second, it froze solid. For she saw that on Yang Jian's black-roofed boat, the black and white beast that had been sound asleep the entire time seemed to have been awakened by the rich scent of blood. It staggered onto the deck, opened its little mouth, and with a single gulp tore off a large chunk of succulent flesh from the enormous sea beast carcass Yang Jian had just hauled aboard. It began chewing with relish. When Ziling's gaze finally focused on the creature's true form, her starry eyes, which had never flinched even before a 9th rank saint, suddenly narrowed into the most dangerous needle points. Her jade-like hand gripping the oar tightened abruptly. Her peerlessly beautiful face, forever concealed beneath a veil, revealed utter disbelief and horror. Her melodious voice trembled slightly from overwhelming shock. The iron-eating beast? The legendary supreme divine beast born from the harmonious interplay of yin and yang energies at the dawn of creation? This can't be possible? A legendary creature extinct for countless eras, how could it appear here? And become the pet of a mere second-rank novice? At that moment, when she looked at Yang Jian again, her gaze had completely changed. It was no longer the scrutinizing gaze of a superior appraising an inferior. Instead, it was an equal gaze filled with boundless apprehension and curiosity. When the fleet finally reached the halfway point of its journey, Yang Jian slowly sheathed the dragon's spine. The 9 refinements of divine demons in that exhilarating battle moments ago, he had successively grasped the 8th refinement, reincarnation. His mastery of power had reached an entirely new, unfathomable realm. Only the final and most profound 9th refinement remained untouched. The 9th refinement could no longer be grasped through mere arduous training and combat alone. It required fate. He needed to settle. He glanced at the little one still happily gnawing on a massive beast bone and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He reached out, intending to drag this little darling who did nothing but eat and sleep back to the cabin. But then, just as he bent down, in that split second when his guard was down, whoosh! A terrifying blade aura, gleaming white and brimming with boundless killing intent, erupted without warning from a low-profile black-roofed boat behind him. The blade's speed was extreme. Its ferocity was extreme. Its timing was utterly ruthless. It aimed to cleave him and his boat clean in two. Chapter 131, Small-Time Crooks. Settle the score once and for all. That gleaming blade came so suddenly, so deadly. Its angle was utterly diabolical. Its timing was perfected to the pinnacle of mortal capability. It struck precisely when Yang Jian had just finished a profound moment of enlightenment, his mind at its most vulnerable. This was a long-planned, fatal ambush. Brother Yang Jian, watch out. Zhuge Qing's face paled beside him as he cried out in alarm. He tried to intervene, but the blade's speed was simply too swift. So fast that even his inside eye could only barely catch a fleeting afterimage. Yet, facing this terrifying sneak attack capable of cleaving any second-rank martial artist in two,
The youth who had just bent down didn't even turn his head. The hand that had been reaching for Gungung merely swept back casually, as if merely swatting away an annoying fly. The dragon spine spear in his hand emitted a clear, piercing dragon's roar, filled with excitement and longing. A gray spear beam flashed from its tip brighter, sharper, and more unreasonable than the gleaming blade. The spear beam was not vast. It was even somewhat insignificant. Yet within it lay a force potent enough to shatter all rules, to dissolve every law, the supreme true intent. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's 6th refinement, shatter. Rip. A faint sound, like fabric being torn, echoed. The terrifying blade aura, several zhang long and brimming with overwhelming might, failed to muster even a shred of resistance the instant it touched that seemingly insignificant gray spear aura. Starting from its tip, the violent blade energy and laws it contained shattered like ice, encountering its nemesis, fragmenting inch by inch, disintegrating bit by bit, pulverizing. Finally, it vanished completely into nothingness. The gray spear beam, undiminished in its momentum after shattering the blade beam, surged forward with even greater swiftness and dominance. With even greater speed and dominance, it surged upstream, plunging directly into the black roofed boat that had launched the ambush. Thud. A dull thud of blade meeting flesh. The black-clad warrior atop the boat, still frozen in his slashing stance, stiffened violently. The expression of savage laughter and smug satisfaction frozen on his face instantly solidified, replaced instead by an unprecedented, extreme horror and disbelief. He slowly lowered his head. There, in the center of his chest, a gaping wound the size of a bowl had appeared without warning. Around the edges of that wound, every shred of flesh, every tendon and bone, was steadily disintegrating into the finest dust. He opened his mouth, as if to speak. But in the end, not a single word escaped his lips. His body crumbled like a wind-eroded sand sculpture, silently disintegrating inch by inch from the wound, until it became nothing but a swirling cloud of dust. Instant kill. A casual, effortless instant kill. The entire sea fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the indifferent figure still bent over with eyes like they were witnessing a monstrous sight. Yet, before this silence could last even 3 seconds. Kill. This boy cannot be spared. Everyone. Stand shoulder to shoulder. Eliminate this menace for the people. Exactly. If he doesn't die, we all die. Several shouts filled with righteous indignation erupted almost simultaneously from the 7 or 8 unassuming black-roofed boats that had been lurking nearby. The next second. Boom. 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 7 or 8 attacks, each a different color yet equally devastating in power, struck Yang Jian's small black roof boat from all directions simultaneously. There was a domineering fist aura. There was razor-sharp sword chi. There were baffling curses. And even a single explosive rune bomb brimming with destructive energy. They had formed an alliance long ago. They intended to join forces right before everyone's eyes and utterly crush this mythical being whose growth had come to terrify them all. You're asking for death. Witnessing the scene, Yang Jian's usually calm eyes finally ignited for the first time with 2 blazing, icy, utterly emotionless flames of murderous intent. He bore no grudge against these men. They had never even exchanged a word. Yet driven by laughable jealousy and base fear, they sought to destroy him. Very well. He slowly straightened his back. Those eyes, burning with golden flames, swept indifferently over the 7 or 8 figures charging madly toward him. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed like the whisper of a demon god from the depths of hell, piercing clearly into the ears of every person present. Since you all wish to die so badly, then today I shall. I'll grant your wish. Before the words had even faded, the dragon spine spear in his grasp seemed to come alive in that instant. It emitted a dragon's roar filled with boundless yearning and excitement. Facing the tyrannical fist aura descending from the heavens, Yang Jian neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he thrust his spear upward with even greater ferocity and brutality. At the spear's tip, the 3 ultimate forces of penetration, shock, and explosion fused into one in an instant. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's 3rd refinement, explosion. Boom. The terrifying fist aura, powerful enough to shatter mountains, was violently detonated from within the instant it touched the spear tip. It transformed into a sky-filling display of energy fireworks. Facing the razor-sharp sword chi striking from the left, Yang Jian didn't even glance at it. He merely flickered his spear. Divine Demon 9 Refining, 4th refining, control. That razor-sharp sword chi was deflected by him with a deft, effortless maneuver. Then it swung viciously toward the black-robed warrior casting curses from the right. Ah! A piercing scream. The black-robed warrior was cleaved clean in 2 at the waist by the incoming strike. Facing the high-explosive rune bomb fired from behind, Yang Jian still did not turn around. His spear thrust violently into the void behind him. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's 5th refinement, lock. That terrifying bomb, powerful enough to shatter an entire warship, was forcibly restrained mid-air, unable to advance even an inch. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided, artfully executed, slaughter. Amidst the encirclement of 7 or 8 formidable warriors, each at least at the peak of the 2nd grade, Yang Jian moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, utterly unruffled. The dragon spine spear in his grasp seemed to transform into the scythe of death itself. Each thrust carried a distinct yet equally devastating martial intent, each strike bringing utter despair. A single thrust of shatter pulverized a physical cultivator's protective aura and flesh into nothingness. A single thrust of annihilation caused a master of spiritual power to have both soul and spirit extinguished in utter silence, leaving behind nothing but a soulless shell. He even thrust his spear from afar at a martial artist who had already lost heart and turned to flee. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's 8th Refinement, Reincarnation. Before the eyes of all, that warrior's body rapidly rejuvenated, transforming from a burly middle-aged man into a vibrant youth, then an innocent child, then a helpless infant. Until it vanished into nothingness. The eerie and terrifying spectacle sent a bone-chilling chill rising from the depths of every witness's soul. In less than a minute, those 7 or 8 arrogant, powerful warriors who had joined forces to attack him had all fallen. The entire sea fell once more into a deathly silence. Only the demon god-like figure remained, standing tall with his gun. His icy voice echoed across the entire sky. Who else? Chapter 132, The Sea of Silence. The Tower of Embers. The entire world seemed frozen in time. All surviving survivors instinctively halted their paddling. They gazed at the demonic figure standing with a gun in hand, their eyes filled with a complex mix of utter terror, awe, and a hint of inexpressible relief. Not a single trace of covetousness or hostility remained. Before, they might have doubted his mythical achievements, suspecting they were tainted by jealousy or foul play. But now, with 8 still warm corpses floating in the icy sea around them, all doubts seemed laughably feeble and futile. He had declared his absolute sovereignty to every player in this sea of ruin through the bloodiest, most direct, and most ruthless means possible. Holy! Zhuge Qing, who had long since cowered trembling in the cabin, cautiously peeked out only after confirming the battle had ended. When he saw the 8 mangled corpses floating on the surface and Yang Jian still standing there, gun in hand, radiating a cold, murderous intent, his supercomputer-like brain once again plunged into a deep freeze. You bastard. It took him a long while to stammer out a sentence. How are you more than 10 times stronger than you were in the finals? You better tell me the truth. What kind of rare treasures did you consume? Or did some reclusive old monster possess your body? The overwhelming killing intent that had blazed in Yang Jian's golden-flamed eyes had already faded, replaced by his usual calm composure. He glanced at his wealthy friend, still visibly shaken. Then he calmly extended his hand. What are you doing? Zhuge Qing instinctively covered his storage bracelet. Compensation for emotional distress. Yang Jian's reply was concise and to the point. I expended a lot of physical and mental energy protecting you just now. Don't you think it's only fair to? Zhuge Qing. He stared at Yang Jian's expression of utter entitlement, then glanced at the 8 corpses lying in the distance, their eyes wide and unclosed. He swore he would never deal with this unreasonable bandit again for the rest of his life. In the distance, within the gray mist, upon the light boat, behind her veil, Ziling's eyes that seemed to hold the vastness of stars and oceans now stirred with an unprecedented storm of shock. What shocked her was not Yang Jian's terrifying combat prowess single-handedly slaughtering 8 enemies in the blink of an eye. After all, in the eyes of one who had long transcended the mundane, second-rank cultivators were scarcely different from ants. What truly stunned her was the supreme mastery of the way of force displayed by Yang Jian in that battle. The ingenuity of control. The overbearing dominance of Locke. The savagery of Shatter. The eerie nature of his annihilation. Even that final shot contained a hint of the true meaning of reincarnation that sent a chill down her spine. That was no longer mere technique. It was a higher realm of way. Only when a martial artist comprehends their own laws to the utmost, beginning to touch the cosmic rules hidden in the void, can they possibly manifest the embryonic form of such divine prowess. Such a realm is typically only within the reach of those who have long since condensed their domain, the absolute elite among 6th-rank kings who might barely touch upon it. Yet he, a youth who had only just come of age, a newcomer whose apparent cultivation hadn't even reached the 3rd rank. How could he possibly? What kind of monster is this guy? As that bloody settling of accounts drew to a close, the subsequent voyage became unusually calm. Or perhaps it was deathly still. No one dared harbor the slightest thought. Everyone kept their heads bowed in silence, straining to paddle with their wooden oars. Even between each other, they instinctively kept a safe distance. Yang Jian, however, seemed to have completely forgotten the unpleasant interlude that had just occurred. He once again treated this perilous sea of the abyssal depths as his ultimate training ground. He relentlessly hunted down the sea beasts that dared to disturb him, oblivious to their peril. He continued to hone the nascent essence of spearmanship he had just begun to grasp. And of course, he collected valuable materials from the fierce beasts along the way. Time slowly slipped away in this peculiar atmosphere of peace and striving. He had no idea how long it had been, when exhaustion and numbness had long etched themselves onto every survivor's face. The thick, year-round gray mist ahead finally began to thin.
The outline of an immense, pitch-black island resembling a primordial beast crouching upon the sea gradually came into view at the horizon's edge.
The abyssal depths. The endpoint of this trial. At last.
A wave of wild, post-catastrophe joy erupted in the eyes of all survivors. They summoned their last ounce of strength, frantically paddling with all their might toward the black sands that promised new life.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
One after another, the pitch-black boats crashed onto the shore. The exhausted survivors tumbled from the boats like boneless sludge, greedily inhaling the land air thick with sulfur and decay. They had survived. Yang Jian and Zhuge Qing also reached this isolated island.
Yang Jian's face remained as calm as ever.
What had been a death voyage for others felt to him more like a fruitful outing. Zhuge Qing, however, was already deathly pale, her lips turning purple, her entire body weak as if she'd just been pulled from the water.
Yang Jian scanned the surroundings.
Of the survivors who had successfully reached this island of doom, their numbers had dwindled by more than 90% compared to when they had set out. The once vast fleet of over 1,000 black-roofed boats. Now, only a scattered 97 remained beached upon this black sandshore. Of the thousands of elite individuals from all walks of life in the Great Xia Kingdom, fewer than 100 had survived. The elimination rate of this first stage, the 100 boats race, was brutally high to an appalling degree.
At that very moment,
that small, light boat reappeared silently on the nearshore waters. The peerlessly beautiful woman Xiling let her indifferent gaze sweep slowly over the 97 survivors scattered across the sandy shore. Her eyes held not a shred of pity or sympathy, only the purest, coldest scrutiny.
"Congratulations on surviving,"
her cool, detached voice echoed in each of their ears once more.
"But don't rejoice too soon.
For the true test has only just begun." She extended a slender jade-like finger, pointing toward the very center of the isolated island. Instinctively, all eyes followed her gesture. There, at the very heart of the island, stood a colossal tower reaching toward the heavens. The tower pierced the clouds, its summit shrouded in thick, churning black clouds, its end utterly invisible.
The entire structure emanated an aura even more ancient and desolate than the Sea of Ruin itself.
That tower is called the Tower of Embers.
Xiling's voice echoed slowly. "It is the sole venue for your second phase assessment. Next, I shall announce the rules for the second phase."
Her voice paused, as if granting them a final moment to prepare themselves. The second phase is called Ignite the Torch. Within this Tower of Embers, there are 108 levels. At the center of each level stands an ember altar. Your task is to use your own vital energy to reignite the embers that have been extinguished for eons. For each flame you ignite, you will earn 1 point of flame energy. At the conclusion of the final assessment, the top 10 individuals by ember points will qualify for promotion to grade A membership. As for the rest of you, her indifferent gaze swept across the entire hall, will remain forever on this island, becoming puppets bound to guard the embers. The moment these words fell, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Horror spread across every face. This rule seemed even more brutal than the first trial. Of course, Xiling's lips curved into a playful smile, to add a bit of interest to the assessment. "We've established an additional special rule. Which is, within the Tower of Embers, you may plunder each other's ember points. Whenever you defeat an opponent, you may seize half of their ember value and add it to your own. Therefore," her starry eyes, seemingly able to pierce through hearts, slowly swept across the 97 survivors present, each harboring their own thoughts. "Will you choose to climb the tower step by step, honestly and diligently? Or choose to rest and wait, watching the battle unfold from afar, becoming a hunter who reaps the fruits of victory? The choice is yours. Now, you have 10 minutes to prepare. 10 minutes from now, the Tower of Torchlight will officially commence. Good luck." Chapter 133, A Moth Against a Flame. Crushing disparity. The 10-minute preparation period vanished in an instant. The moment Xiling's icy voice declared the trial officially underway, the 97 survivors on the beach felt a flash before their eyes as an irresistible spatial force instantly enveloped their entire bodies. The world spun wildly. When Yang Jian regained his vision, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Here lay an endless expanse of a city of ruins. Beneath a gray, hazy sky stood countless skyscrapers, long collapsed and eroded by time into mere ruins. Shattered streets, overturned war vehicles, and massive skeletal remains weathered beyond recognition for untold millennia formed a desolate, apocalyptic tableau. A thick, nauseating stench of decay hung heavy in the air, suffocating and oppressive. Within the shadows of these structures, dark figures oozed with savagery and hunger, moving slowly. They were the guardians of the first layer of the Tower of Embers, the Ruins Beasts. Just as Xiling had said, everyone had been teleported to different corners of this vast space. As far as her divine sense could reach, she saw no other survivors, as if the entire world had been reduced to just her alone. The center. Unlike the others, Yang Jian did not immediately scan his surroundings warily or seek cover. He simply raised his head calmly. His Guishu divine eyes, burning with golden flames, effortlessly pierced through layer upon layer of spatial barriers, instantly locking onto the coordinates at the very center of this ruined city. There, he could distinctly sense a faint, incongruous spark of life, a presence utterly at odds with this desolate, lifeless world.
The Ember Altar. End this swiftly,
he murmured to himself, without a moment's hesitation. Accompanied by a faint spatial tremor, a pair of enormous, magnificent wings forged from the purest holy light suddenly unfurled from his back. Each feather radiated a sacred and majestic aura, completely dispelling the surrounding cold, decaying energy.
Boom! The wings flapped violently.
Yang Jian's body shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, transforming into a dazzling golden streak of light. Skimming along the rooftops of the ruined buildings, he sped toward the very heart of the ruins. He had no interest in playing hide-and-seek with scattered ruined beasts in such a low-level stage. He intended to employ the most efficient, brutal, and utterly ruthless method, crushing everything in his path. Roar! His flight soon alerted the ruined beasts below. A four-legged ruined beast, the size of an armored vehicle and resembling a hyena, suddenly burst from the ruins of a building. It opened its gaping maw, filled with vicious fangs, and spat a black acid ball brimming with corrosive energy toward the golden streak streaking through the sky. Yet the golden streak didn't even flinch. SSSSH. A faint gray beam of light flashed from within the golden streak, arriving first despite being launched later.
Divine Demon 9 Refinement 6th Refinement, Shatter.
The acid sphere, potent enough to melt a hole through alloy, had its internal energy structure shattered inch by inch the moment it touched the beam. A brutal force tore it apart, and it silently dissolved into nothingness, scattering into the void. The spear beam, its momentum unabated, pierced straight through the void beast's skull. Instant kill. Yang Jian's speed showed no sign of slowing. The dragon spine spear in his hands became the scythe of death, piercing every ruined beast that dared to rear its head from below and attack him. Clean. Crisp. Not a trace of unnecessary flourish. His transformation was his ultimate trump card. Until he uncovered the true nature of the seed project, he would never reveal it lightly. Yet even the innate divine power granted by the divine elephant prison sealing force alone was sufficient to let him run rampant through this first layer of trials. Meanwhile, in another corner of the ruined city, a burly man wielding a massive axe was locked in a fierce battle with three void beasts. These ruined beasts possessed not only formidable physical strength, but the return to ruined power imbued within them exerted an overwhelmingly suppressive effect on his vital energy. Damn it! How can these damn things be so stubborn? He roared, sending one ruined beast flying with a single axe swing. Yet his own chest bore three deep gashes, claw marks that cut to the bone, inflicted by another beast. Just as he felt he could barely hold on. Whoosh! A dazzling golden streak of light, carrying an aura of sacred grandeur, flashed across the gray, murky sky above his head. Its speed was so extreme he thought it must be a hallucination. What the hell? What the hell was that? The burly man's eyes widened, his face etched with utter disbelief. He saw clearly that at the core of that golden streak was the silhouette of a human figure. And behind him, a pair of enormous wings were spread wide? Are you kidding me? How could a human possibly fly? Elsewhere, two survivors pressed their backs together, cautiously navigating the shadows of the ruins. Bro, this place is way too weird. Even the weakest of those ruined beasts are peak second rank, and there's no end to them. If we keep going like this, when will it ever end? The younger martial artist's face was filled with despair. Shut up. If you don't want to die, stay close to me, the older warrior snapped, his eyes equally grave. Just then, that golden meteor streaked across their field of vision once more. What is that? The younger warrior stammered, pointing toward the sky. The older warrior's pupils suddenly contracted. His voice grew hoarse with shock. It's that demon god who slaughtered so many on the Sea of Ruin. It has wings? How are we supposed to fight this? We're killing monsters here until we drop, and he just flies straight to the endgame? Monster! This thing is nothing but an unreasonable monster. Upon a relatively open plaza, Yang Jian's figure slowly descended from the sky, landing upon a massive, ancient altar. Crafted from an unknown dark blue stone, the altar was covered in mystical runes that seemed to breathe the very essence of time. At the very center of the altar stood a fire altar long extinguished, its ashes gray and ancient, piled high within. Without hesitation, he strode forward. He gently pressed his right palm against the cold edge of the fire altar. In the next instant, the golden vital energy within him already reaching 1001 units and surging with overwhelming power poured into the hearth like a floodgate bursting open. As his vital energy poured in, the lifeless altar began to violently tremble. Amidst the gray embers atop the platform, a faint golden flame fragile as if it might extinguish at any moment slowly ignited. Success! Yet Yang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. He realized that fully igniting the altar of flames would consume far more vital energy than he had anticipated. At his current rate of infusion, it would take at least a full minute. And in the very instant that first spark ignited, boom! A golden pillar of light, visible to the naked eye and radiating a sacred, colossal aura, suddenly shot skyward from the center of the torch altar. Piercing through the gray, overcast sky of this ruined city, it stood like a beacon in the darkness, instantly capturing the attention of every survivor within this space. That soaring golden pillar of light tore through the deathly silence of this ruined world like a sacred trumpet blast. It's the torch altar.
Someone has found it. Quick! The pillar's location is the center point. He's lighting the torch, he absolutely can't move now. Ha 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 ha. Heaven is truly on our side. This fool worked so hard to find the place, only to end up doing all the groundwork for us. After a moment of stunned silence, the surviving survivors' eyes blazed with unprecedented greed and fervor.
Like sharks sensing blood, they charged from all directions, straining every muscle toward the golden beam. To them, the one who had found the fire altar first was now nothing more than a helpless, immobilized target. Whoosh! A shadow, swift as a ghost, shot out from the shadows of a collapsed building. It was a lean, dual-bladed warrior, clearly an assassin-type powerhouse specializing in speed. His feet bounced across the rubble several times, leaving the others far behind. A mere afterimage, he was the first to reach the base of the altar. Gazing at the figure standing with its right hand pressed against the ember altar, its back turned, a savage grin twisted his face into a hideous grimace. "Boy! I'm taking your firewood value," he roared, stomping his foot down violently. His body shot upward like an arrow released from its string. The twin blades in his hands intertwined midair into a deadly cross, slashing viciously toward the back of Yang Jian's neck. He could already envision the bloody scene of the opponent's head flying skyward. Yet, facing this deadly ambush, the figure with its back turned remained utterly still. Not even a glance over his shoulder. Only his empty left hand slowly raised the dragon spine spear that had been leaning against his side. Then, with casual ease, thrust it backward. The motion was as light as a brushstroke, as if merely swatting away a reckless mosquito. Yet that casual thrust froze the lean warrior's savage grin in an instant, replacing it with an unprecedented, soul-shaking terror. Within his vision, atop the seemingly ordinary spear tip, an infinitesimally small black singularity silently materialized. Within that singularity lay a force so overwhelming it crushed even the will to resist a destructive intent potent enough to obliterate everything. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's third refinement, explosion. No! He could only manage a scream filled with despair and regret. The next second. Boom! That black singularity plunged into his body with a brutally unreasonable force in an instant. No scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. No earth-shattering roar. The lean warrior's charging form detonated from within mid-air. Both his entire being and the twin blades in his hands were brutally obliterated by that ultimate destructive force, reduced to the tiniest dust. Not a trace remained. The muffled explosion reverberated like thunder from the heavens, striking every survivor who had just rushed nearby, hoping to reap the benefits, right in the heart. Their advancing footsteps halted abruptly, as if frozen in place by a spell. Every single one stared in horror, eyes wide with terror, at the indifferent figure still standing there, one hand pressed against the ember altar, the other holding a gun. One shot. Just one shot. A speed-type powerhouse, at least at the peak of the second rank, was wiped out like that? This guy, wasn't he supposed to be immobilized? Fear spread like an invisible plague, ravaging the hearts of everyone present. Only now did they grasp a despairing truth. The gap between them and that man had long since grown too vast to bridge by sheer numbers. In the face of absolute, overwhelming power, any scheme or trick seemed laughably futile and utterly powerless. Not a single soul dared to take another step forward. All that remained was to watch from afar, hearts filled with dread, as the golden pillar of light grew ever brighter and more solid. Ding! The torch altar has been successfully ignited. Congratulations to survivor Yang Jian for earning 1 torch point. The cold notification tone echoed in Yang Jian's mind. 1 minute had finally passed. The fully ignited torch altar suddenly trembled. The raging flames atop it began to rise, swirling and intertwining until they coalesced into a suspended staircase entirely formed from golden flames. At the staircase's end lay a vortex pulsing with spatial fluctuations, clearly the entrance to the second level. Yang Jian withdrew his hand, calmly glancing at the survivors in the distance, utterly stunned. A faint, mocking smile touched his lips. He paid them no further attention, turning to ascend the fiery staircase. His figure swiftly vanished into the spatial vortex. Second level. Random teleportation persisted. The scene before him shifted from a ruined city to a perilous, untamed jungle. Yang Jian wasted no time. His angel wings unfurled once more, his form transforming into a streak of light as he shot straight toward the very heart of the jungle. Thanks to the delays caused by others on the first layer, this layer's space was virtually unobstructed for Yang Jian. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the second level's torch altar once more. Familiar procedure, familiar operation. He pressed his hand against the altar of flames and began channeling his vital energy once more. Boom! The second golden pillar of light, signifying the ongoing assessment, shot skyward above the primeval jungle. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the first layer. After prolonged hesitation and struggle, some survivors finally mustered the courage to cautiously step onto the flaming staircase. The moment the first survivor stepped into the second layer and beheld the unfamiliar primeval jungle, he had no time to catch his breath. He abruptly looked up and saw the golden pillar in the distant sky exactly identical to the one above the first layer.
His mind went blank in an instant. No, impossible. How long has it even been? We just got here. He already found the second level's torch altar? Cheating. This is cheating. One after another, more survivors emerged from the entrance. Without exception, they were all utterly shattered by the sight of that golden pillar of light in the distance, now blazing with extreme brilliance. They'd struggled and toiled, finally reaching the second floor amidst fear and despair. And now he's nearly cleared the second floor? How could anyone compete with that? Under their furious and incredulous stares, the golden pillar of light, having shone with its utmost brilliance, slowly faded away. In its place appeared a third staircase of flames, leading upward. A detached figure ascended the steps, gradually fading from sight. Put. A proud genius could no longer suppress the frustration and rage boiling within, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Angry curses, roars, and a profound sense of helplessness echoed in waves at the entrance to this primeval jungle. They finally understood. This so-called igniting the torch ritual had never been intended for them from the very beginning. This was merely that man's personal ascent to godhood. Chapter 134. The Giant of Lin Town. The Northerners were stunned. Was this even human? The Isle of Ruin, atop the sheer cliff's edge. This was the island's highest point. The biting sea wind, carrying ancient, lingering grey mist, howled as it crashed against the pitch-black reefs, producing roars like the howls of demons and gods. Yet amidst this desolate realm, enough to make any sixth-rank king-level powerhouse tremble, several figures stood motionless. They seemed utterly detached from the raging world around them. Even the gale-force winds, powerful enough to tear through steel, were silently neutralized by an invisible, gentle aura within 3 feet of their bodies. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his features scholarly and refined, with a hint of frost at his temples. He radiated no earth-shaking aura, appearing like an ordinary scholar. Yet, his eyes so profound they seemed to comprehend all the laws governing the world, occasionally flashed with a supreme majesty that would make even a 9th-rank saint tremble. He was the true helmsman of the Fireseed Project, one of the few remaining pillars of the great Xia Empire Linjinbei. At his side stood Ziling, a woman of peerless beauty, standing respectfully by his side. On the other side stood a one-armed general, towering like a mountain, clad in military armor, radiating an aura of iron-blooded ferocity. Standing slightly apart behind them all, a solitary, icy beauty figure stood alone. Su Moore. It was unclear when she had arrived. Clad in snow-white robes, her dark hair flowing freely, her phoenix-like eyes that should have pierced through past and future now gazed intently yet complexly at the vast light screen before her, a structure forged from supreme power. Upon the screen, every scene within the Tower of Torchlight was clearly displayed. 97 points of light represented 97 survivors, scattered across the first and second floors of the tower, struggling against countless ruins beasts. Yet one light point stood out, so utterly out of place. The golden light point representing Yang Jian had long since left everyone else far behind, leaping upward across the screen at a terrifying speed bordering on teleportation. Ember points, 3. Ember value, 4 points. Torch value, 5 points. The relentlessly flashing numbers felt like a series of resounding slaps, stinging the faces of those heavenly prodigies still struggling desperately on the first and second tiers. TSK. The one-armed general, radiating an iron-blooded aura, stared at the staggering gap on the light screen, a gap so vast it felt like a chasm. Unable to contain himself, he let out a soft, astonished gasp, filled with disbelief. General Lin, what's going on with this kid? Has our assessment system malfunctioned? He boomed, his voice resonant as a bell. When I participated in the SEED project back in my day, I was considered one of the top performers in my cohort. But I distinctly recall that it took me until the 3rd day to ignite the 5th layer of the flame. How long has he been in there? Not even half an hour? Standing nearby, Ziling heard the general's question and couldn't help but let a wry smile flicker across her face, hidden beneath her veil. She bowed slightly and reported softly, reporting to General Wang, the system has not malfunctioned. This candidate named Yang Jian, he flew straight over from the very first level. Flew over? The one-armed warrior known as General Wang froze at the words, his copper bell eyes widening in disbelief as if hearing an Arabian Nights tale. You mean this second-rank novice not only soared freely through the Tower of Flames, a place that forbids all energy-based flight, but also had enough energy left to light the flame platforms while flying? Yes, General. Ziling's voice carried a hint of reverence she herself hadn't noticed. Not only that, but during the first stage, 100 boats racing, he treated the abyssal sea, a deathly wasteland for all others, as his own place of enlightenment. Fueling battle with battle, achieving breakthroughs in the heat of combat, the subtlety of his spear technique has already begun to take shape as the way. At these words, even the ever-silent Lin Jinbei, whose eyes had been as still as ancient wells, finally showed a genuine ripple of something called interest. Oh, he spoke slowly, his voice warm and magnetic. Is this true? Ziling, retrieve the footage of his first trial for me to review. Yes. Ziling's jade-like fingers tapped lightly, and the light screen instantly shifted. The sea of ruin, filled with slaughter and despair, reappeared. Within the frame, the youth named Yang Jian stood poised with his gun, facing the encircling assault of 8 opponents of equal strength.
He moved with the ease of a man strolling through a garden, utterly unruffled.
One shot, shatter, shattering the rules. One shot, annihilate, obliterating divine souls.
Even the final shot, unleashing the bizarre true meaning of reincarnation, caused the fleeing martial artist to rapidly age backward before everyone's eyes, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. This terrifying spectacle made even General Wang, who had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, instinctively suck in a sharp breath.
This ing.
General Wang cursed, his eyes locked on the indifferent figure in the scene. This kid's grasp of the way of force is likely on par with some 6th-rank kings who specialize in it.
He's only 18.
Lin Jinbei remains silent. He simply watched silently, the admiration in his deep, piercing eyes growing ever more pronounced. His gaze slowly lifted from the light screen, settling on the solitary, proud figure in white robes nearby. "Miss Mu Chang," he said with a gentle smile, "I recall you also hail from Chuan capital.
Do you know anything about this young man?" Sumu Cheng's slender frame trembled imperceptibly.
She turned slowly, offering Lin Jinbei a slight nod. Her cool voice betrayed no hint of emotion. "I've met him a few times, General Lin. After the last incident in Chuan City, her warnings had garnered high-level attention, and the successive plans she proposed were met with respect. With her status rising accordingly, she had also earned the privilege of becoming one of the leaders of the Spark Project. This individual is Yang Jian, this year's top scorer in the college entrance exams, a student at Wuxing Palace Academy, and also the national champion of the Freshman College League. His abilities are unfathomable, and his methods unconventional."
"Oh?
So he's this year's champion," Lin Jinbei murmured, a look of realization dawning on his face.
No wonder he displayed such extraordinary talent."
General Wang nodded in agreement, then scratched his head in puzzlement.
"But wait, we've seen champions from every freshman tournament before. Many were prodigies, but one who defies the very rules of the Tower of Flames? That's a first." In the brief moment of their conversation,
on the light screen, the golden dot representing Yang Jian leaped upward several more times.
Torch value, 6 points. Torch value, 7 points. Torch value, 8 points.
The blinding numbers made General Wang's eye twitch involuntarily. He felt his pride as a seasoned veteran being ground into the dirt by this young upstart, repeatedly. Meanwhile, on the light screen, the vast majority of the 90-plus points remained stuck on the second layer. Worse still, over a dozen unlucky souls were still fighting for their lives against the void beasts on the first layer.
The gap had widened to a despairingly vast extent. Watching this scene, Lin Jinbei finally couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle filled with admiration and anticipation. He no longer pressed Yang Jian about his past.
Instead, he watched with keen interest as the golden light point charged toward the 9th layer. His deep, piercing eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance.
"What an interesting little fellow. Xiling, what do you think? How many torch altars will he ultimately light for us?" No sooner had Lin Jinbei's words fallen than the golden speck representing Yang Jian on the light screen surged upward once more, this time with even more frenzied, unrestrained force. Torch value, 9 points.
The guardians of the 9th layer were a group of resentful specters skilled in psychic assaults. Yet, before Yang Jian's will hardened as rock by the relentless tempering of the Tao of Resolve, these intangible assaults failed to slow his flight even slightly. From the dragon spine spear in his grasp, the soul-annihilating essence of the true meaning of annihilation swept forth. Wherever it passed, countless specters melted away like ice and snow.
Torch value, 10 points.
The 10th layer was a world of molten hell, where countless lava trolls, formed entirely of flame, roared as they charged toward him.
Yang Jian didn't even need to strike.
He merely unfurled his sacred and majestic angel wings. Holy radiance poured down, and that supremely pure, supremely righteous power proved the most lethal nemesis to these dark, impure abominations. Wave after wave of lava trolls howled in agony, turning to smoke under the holy light, clearing a broad path for him toward the Ember altar.
Ember value, 11 points. Ember value, 12 points. Ember value, 20. At the cliff's edge, a deathly silence descended.
Both General Wang, who had seen mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, and Xiling, whose exalted status had long tempered her emotions into calmness, now stood as if petrified by a spell. They stared blankly at the numbers frantically dancing across the light screen, their minds going completely blank.
A new record.
For centuries since the inception of the Fireseed Project, the fastest record for clearing the 20th floor of the Tower of Embers had been held by the legendary figure hailed as the god of martial arts 300 years ago, 3 days and 7 hours.
And now, this youth named Yang Jian had done it in under an hour. This wasn't just breaking a record. It was obliterating the record. He has erected an insurmountable barrier before all who follow a feat unprecedented in history, and one that may never be matched again. Gulp. General Wang swallowed hard. His face, usually etched with iron resolve and unyielding grit, was now contorted with horror, as if he'd seen a ghost. Lin Shuai. His voice trembled slightly. Is that boy even human? Is the vitality within him truly inexhaustible? Igniting 20 torch altars consecutively, even a 6th rank king class would be drained dry by now. This was precisely what baffled and terrified everyone most. Igniting the torches tested not only the survivors' combat prowess, but also the depth of their vital energy and its regenerative capacity. Each torch requires an immense infusion of vital energy to ignite.
By all logic, even the most gifted prodigy would inevitably deplete their vital energy after lighting 3 or 4 torches, requiring extensive meditation to recover.
But Yang Jian?
He never paused once from start to finish. Like an unstoppable war machine, he crushed layer after layer upward, as if the very concept of vital energy depletion held no sway over him.
Lin Jinbei did not answer General Wang's question.
For even he could not comprehend this scene before him, one that defied the fundamental principles of martial arts. His deep, piercing eyes were fixed intently on that golden speck of light. Within the depths of his gaze, emotions labeled admiration and curiosity were transforming at an unprecedented speed into something far more intense, far more frenzied. He felt as though he were witnessing a brilliant sun rising, one bright enough to illuminate the entire future of the great Xia kingdom. Meanwhile, within the Ji Tower of Torchlight, the scene was one of utter devastation. When Yang Jian's torch value broke through the 20 threshold,
those survivors still struggling to climb the 3rd and 4th floors completely broke down. 20 floors. Damn it, I'm only on the 4th floor.
A blood-soaked warrior stared at the terrifying number pulsing on his wristband, the score representing the top rank, and could no longer contain his despair.
He collapsed onto the ground. Forget it. I quit. This isn't a fair test at all. It's a dogfight. I surrender. I quit. Let me out.
Panic and despair spread like a plague. More and more survivors abandoned resistance, choosing to give up entirely. The gap between them and the top spot had grown so vast it crushed any remaining will to chase. They even began to doubt whether they and that man were participating in the same test at all.
Torch value, 30 points.
The 30th layer was a shattered world filled with spatial turbulence.
Yang Jian darted through countless deadly spatial fissures.
Each flap of his angel wings sent out a wave of mystical spatial ripples, allowing him to narrowly evade every peril.
Torch value, 40 points. The 40th layer was an endless purgatory imprisoning ancient demonic souls.
Yang Jian stood suspended in the void, his dragon spine spear pointing toward the churning demonic energy below.
Divine Demon 9 Refinement's 8th Refinement, Reincarnation. With a single shot, words become law.
That overwhelming demonic energy, enough to give even a 6th rank king level being a headache, swiftly became pure and tranquil under the true intent of the cycle that reverses life and death.
Ultimately, it dissolved into the purest energy of heaven and earth, vanishing without a trace. Torch value, 50 points.
When the blinding number on the light screen finally settled at 50. At the cliff's edge, those beings long transcended the mundane, standing at the pinnacle of existence, fell utterly speechless. General Wang's mouth hung open, yet no sound emerged. Xilin's jade-like hand gripping the ear trembled slightly. Even Lin Jinbei, who had always remained as calm as a cloudless sky, found his breathing growing slightly ragged.
50 floors. This was no longer something that could be described as mere genius or prodigy. This was a myth.
A living, breathing myth unfolding before their very eyes.
Mu Cheng.
Lin Jinbei's voice carried an unmistakable tremor of excitement for the first time. He whipped his head around to stare at the equally stunned figure in white.
Are you certain he's really just this year's freshman champion? Su Mucheng's red lips parted slightly, yet she too was utterly speechless.
Her heart was already engulfed by a raging storm of emotions. As she watched the figure on the screen, unstoppable and seemingly poised to pierce a hole through the heavens, an absurd and audacious thought, one she'd never entertained in her past life, began to take root within her for the first time, growing wildly and uncontrollably.
Perhaps with him around. Could this life's ending truly be different? Chapter 135, Torch's Crown. At the end of the star path, the guardian demon god.
When Yang Jian's figure finally stepped onto the soil of the 51st layer, he halted his advance. It wasn't that his vital energy was exhausted, nor that the guardian ahead was too powerful for him to advance. Quite the opposite. Under the terrifying operation of divine elephant prison sealing force, the vital energy within him remained as vast and ceaseless as the sea. The immense expenditure of igniting 50 torch altars consecutively was but a drop in the bucket for him. He halted because the scene before him was utterly different from the previous 100 floors. Here, there were no ruins, no jungles, no hellish trials. Instead, there was only a boundless expanse of a dazzling starry sky. A path paved with starlight stretched from beneath his feet into the endless darkness ahead. At the end of that stellar path, a colossal torch platform more magnificent and ancient than all the previous ones combined, ablaze with 9-colored divine flames, floated silently, as if it were the sole center of this universe. More importantly, Yang Jian could distinctly sense that starting from the 51st layer, the spatial laws here had undergone some fundamental alteration. An invisible, irresistible pressure enveloped the entire starry expanse. Under this pressure, the angel wings on his back could no longer be sustained. They dissolved into scattered points of light, slowly fading away. No-fly zone. From here onward lay the true trials of the Tower of Torchlight.
Interesting. A playful curve lifted the corners of Yang Jian's mouth.
Far from feeling discouraged by the loss of his flight ability, his calm eyes instead ignited with an even fiercer battle intent. He stepped forward, steadily walking upon that starlit path, advancing toward his ultimate goal with measured, deliberate strides. At the precipice's edge. When General Wang and Ziling saw Yang Jian finally halt his ascent at the 51st layer, his wings vanishing behind him, they both exhaled long, involuntary sighs of relief. It felt like watching a 100-meter dash with no suspense. The runner who had been miles ahead finally stepped down from his lightning-fast sports car for some reason and switched to running shoes just like theirs. Though, he still held a commanding lead. Phew! That scared the hell out of me. General Wang wiped imaginary sweat from his brow, his voice still trembling. I thought that kid might actually fly straight to the top in one breath. Ziling nodded in agreement. Her slender frame, tense from sheer shock, finally relaxed as she explained softly, the first 50 floors of the Tower of Embers test the survivors' overall capabilities and vitality reserves. Their primary purpose is to swiftly weed out the pretenders. Starting from the 51st floor, however, is where the true assessment of the Fire Seed's core potential begins. Each floor imposes a different rule restriction, and the Guardian's strength undergoes a qualitative leap. Here, any shortcuts or tricks become useless. Only the purest Tao and law serve as the sole valid credentials. Lin Jinbei listened quietly, his gaze never leaving the light screen. He watched the young figure advancing slowly along the starlit path, his eyes brimming with admiration and anticipation. The true test has only just begun. He murmured softly, as if speaking to himself, yet also to those gathered around him. Through the previous 50 layers, he has already proven to us that he possesses the qualifications to become a myth. Now, let us witness just how solid the foundation of his myth's temple truly is. Meanwhile, in the lower levels of the Tower of Torchlight, the survivors, long since abandoned all resistance and slumped lifelessly on the ground, finally saw the system notification on their wristbands, a message that sent a surge of hope coursing through their veins. Announcement: First place survivor Yang Jian has successfully reached the 51st floor, triggering Advanced Assessment Mode. Under Advanced Assessment Mode, the rules for acquiring Ember points have changed. Rule 1: Each advanced torch platform illuminated floors 51-100 grants 10 torch points. Rule 2: Defeating opponents within the advanced zone will seize all their Ember points. These two new rules struck like a powerful shot of adrenaline, jolting the survivors whose spirits had long since died. What? Lighting a high-tier bonfire grants 10 Ember points? Defeating an opponent lets you seize all their points? After a brief, deathly silence, the entire space erupted in deafening clamor and wild jubilation. Ha 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 ha! Heaven hasn't abandoned us! Heaven hasn't abandoned us! So if we can reach the 51st floor, even lighting just one torchstone altar would instantly close the gap by a tenth. Not just that. If we take down that monster surnamed Jiang up there, every single point of the 50 he painstakingly earned will be ours. Greed once again overcame fear. That once unbridgeable gap now seemed infinitely narrower under the new rules. The flame of hope, once extinguished, blazed fiercely anew in every heart. Charge! Take the 51st floor. Steal his ember, snatch his destiny. Brothers! We can't fight this alone anymore. That kid's power is too strange, we must unite. Once we reach the top, we strike together. First, we eliminate him from the game. Then, we each fight with our own skills. Deal? Agreed. Let's do it. In an instant, the crowd surged with fervor. Those survivors who had previously chosen to give up now seemed energized beyond belief, unleashing unprecedented fighting spirit as they frantically charged toward the upper levels. They could almost see themselves joining forces to bring down the lofty myth from its pedestal, then dividing up the spoils of victory, a sweet dream. Watching this dramatic scene unfold within the tower, General Wang atop the cliff's edge couldn't help but snort derisively. A bunch of reckless fools, he shook his head, his eyes filled with contempt. Do they truly believe that just because the rules have changed, they now have a chance? Can a cluster of ants really shake a divine dragon? Su Moore's cold, phoenix-like eyes merely swept indifferently over the survivalists, now hyped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, before turning away. Their so-called alliance was nothing but a joke in his eyes. The starlight path appeared serene and beautiful, yet every step concealed deadly peril. With every step Yang Jian took forward, the surrounding starry sky shifted, morphing into unimaginable assaults. At times, fiery meteors streaked through the darkness, trailing long plumes of flame as they hurtled toward him, intent on reducing him to dust. Yang Jian didn't even bother to look up, casually thrusting his dragon spine spear into the void. Divine Demon 9 Refinements, Second Refinement Shockwave. Invisible shockwaves swept out, causing those seemingly unstoppable meteors to shatter mid-air with a thunderous boom, transforming into a dazzling fireworks display across the heavens. At times, countless sharp arrows formed from condensed starlight poured down like a torrential rain from all directions, sealing off every possible escape route. Yang Jian's stride remained unbroken as the spear danced around him, forming an impenetrable ring. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's Fourth Refinement, Control. The starlight arrows, powerful enough to pierce mountains, were deflected the instant they touched his gun barrel by an arcane spiral force. They ultimately transformed into streaks of light, shooting back toward their point of origin. He moved like a sovereign strolling through his own garden, unhurried, serene, and at ease. This starlit path, where every step could spell death for others, felt to him more like a leisurely stroll, a test of his true understanding of the spear's way. At the edge of the precipice, staring at the composed, detached figure within the light screen, General Wang's normally stern face had long since gone numb from sheer shock. What? What the hell? Where's the guardian of the 51st layer? He couldn't help but curse again, pointing at the light screen, his face filled with disbelief. When I reached this layer back in the day, I was chased for 3 whole days and nights by a void beast that emerged from the starry sky. I nearly myself, and this guy just strolls through like he's taking a walk in the backyard? A faint, helpless smile tugged at Ziling's lips. General Wang, it's not that there are no guardians, she explained softly. Those meteorites and starlight arrow showers you saw are manifestations of this level's defensive power. It's just, these attacks, which would pose a serious challenge even to an ordinary 4th-rank Grandmaster, seem to fail to pose any real threat to this youth. Lin Jinbei stood with his hands behind his back, the light of admiration in his deep eyes burning intensely. It's more than just no threat, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of admiration even he hadn't noticed. Look at his footwork, look at every thrust of his spear. Each step lands precisely on the weakest nodes within the celestial starry sky's operational patterns. Every thrust of his spear contains not a single superfluous motion, employing the most energy-efficient yet potent methods to dismantle his opponent's attacks. This transcends mere technique. This is the way. It is a martial truth that has begun to fuse his own laws with the fundamental principles of heaven and earth. This youth, if he does not perish prematurely, his future is boundless. The path of starlight was not long. When Yang Jian took his final step and stood firmly before the ultimate pyre burning with 9 colored divine flames. The entire starry sky suddenly trembled violently. The starlight path he had just traversed disintegrated inch by inch. From the boundless darkness surrounding them, countless brilliant stars began to converge, compress, and coalesce in an incredibly mystical pattern. Finally, before the 9-colored torch altar, they coalesced into a 100-foot-tall spectre, a demon god clad in stellar armor, wielding a colossal axe, radiating primordial chaos and the essence of destruction. The demon god possessed no facial features, its face a twisted nebula. Yet when that nebula slowly opened, 2 terrifying beams of divine light capable of making the 9 heavens themselves pale instantly locked onto Yang Jian's figure, as insignificant as dust. Final guardian of the 51st layer starry sky demon god will projection. A supreme pressure, 100 times more terrifying than all previous guardians combined, descended upon Yang Jian like the collapse of heaven and earth, crushing him mercilessly. Under this crushing force, even his already indestructible divine demon physique couldn't help but emit a series of strained, creaking groans. Finally, a worthy opponent? Yang Jian slowly raised his head. For the first time, his calm eyes ignited with 2 blazing, icy, utterly emotionless flames of overwhelming battle intent. He could clearly sense that the demon god before him, forged from the power of the stars, possessed strength far surpassing the realm of the 3rd grade. It had absolutely reached the early 4th rank tier. This was the true guardian of the upper reaches of the Tower of Torchlight. Very well. He slowly tightened his grip on the dragon spine spear in his hand. The terrifying power of the divine elephant prison sealing force, dormant within him for so long, finally awoke completely and without reservation at this moment. Roar! As if sensing his battle intent, the starry sky demon god suddenly let out a silent roar powerful enough to shatter stars. It raised its colossal stellax axe high, then brought it down with a world-shattering force toward Yang Jian's tiny figure. Before the axe even fell, the terrifying force of law it carried, powerful enough to shatter everything, had already begun to crack and collapse the surrounding space inch by inch. Facing this apocalyptic strike, one that would drive any 3rd-grade powerhouse to despair, Yang Jian's face showed not a trace of fear. What remained was only the purest, most boundless yearning for battle. Bring it on! He roared, not retreating but instead stomping his foot down. His diminutive form surged forward like a dragon swimming against the current, charging headlong into the world-shattering axe. Chapter 136, Flesh vs. 4th rank. Heavenly Fist's debut. 4th rank, also known as Grandmaster. Its defining mark lies in the ability to preliminarily channel the power of heaven and earth, forging a unique momentum all their own. Once this momentum is unleashed, all techniques retreat, capable of crushing any 3rd-rank peak martial artist. Boom! As the colossal axe, forged from the convergence of stellar energy, descended with a might that seemed to cleave the heavens and earth, the entire space around Yang Jian was instantly engulfed by an invisible, terrifying momentum filled with the intent to suppress and destroy. Under this crushing momentum, Yang Jian felt as though he'd been plunged into viscous mud. Even the simplest act of raising his hand became an agonizing struggle. The air seemed to solidify into steel, every inch of space saturated with pressure potent enough to crush the protective chi barrier of a 3rd-grade martial artist. The circulation of chi and blood within his body was forcibly suppressed by over 30%. This was the might of a Grandmaster. When still, it remained unseen, but once activated, it sealed off heaven and earth, cutting off all escape routes for the enemy. Facing this thunderous strike, one that would drive any 3rd-grade martial artist to despair, Yang Jian's gaze remained uncommonly calm. He did not attempt to directly confront the world-shattering axe beam, for he understood clearly that within the opponent's field of momentum, any head-on clash of force would be a devastatingly disadvantageous battle of attrition.
Divine technique, momentary soaring. Just as the colossal axe was about to descend upon him, he murmured in his heart. This was one of the innate talents derived from his SSS grade Kunping bloodline.
Though it couldn't grant him the ability to soar through the heavens like during a true transformation, it allowed him to unleash a burst of speed that transcended spatial constraints over short distances. At the critical moment, Yang Jian's figure instantly blurred and became ethereal. His entire being seemed to transform into a wisp of smoke, untethered by the constraints of momentum. At an impossibly sharp angle, he narrowly evaded the terrifying axe blade, a blade sharp enough to cleave mountains in two, and vanished. Boom! The giant axe missed its target, crashing down with a thunderous roar onto the starlight-formed ground.
In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled.
A terrifying abyss, thousands of meters long and bottomless, instantly spread across the starry continent. Countless fragments of cosmic laws scattered like fireworks, while the devastating shockwaves shattered several distant floating stars into dust.
The might of a single strike was truly terrifying. Roar!
Missing its target, the starry sky demon god seemed utterly enraged. Its nebula-formed face churned violently as its colossal body spun abruptly. Its other empty hand, wielding power capable of shattering mountains, swept horizontally toward Yang Jian, who had just materialized. This palm strike was faster and covered a wider area.
The colossal palm descended like an overturning dark cloud.
Before the palm wind even reached him, the suffocating pressure alone caused the ground beneath Yang Jian's feet to crack inch by inch. This time, Yang Jian did not choose to evade. He knew that endless evasion would only trap him in the opponent's rhythm of attack, ultimately wearing him down to death.
To defeat a master, there was only one way.
Overpower cunning with brute force, meet strength with strength.
Bring it on!
Facing the colossal palm that obscured the sky, Yang Jian's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He stomped his foot down hard, his entire body sinking slightly as he assumed an ancient, primal stance brimming with raw power. At that moment, the 21,600 divine elephant particles within his body roared into resonance. The long-dormant, supreme power of the primordial divine elephant surged forth like a bursting flood from the yin-yang divine elephant Tai Chi diagram within him, madly rushing out and pouring into every limb and bone. His muscles, his bones, his tendons all groaned under the unbearable strain. A terrifying force, far surpassing his own realm and brimming with primordial chaos and tyrannical might, violently gathered, compressed, and condensed upon his right fist. Divine technique, heavenly fist. This was one of the supreme offensive divine abilities awakened after mastering the second level of the divine elephant prison sealing force. Representing the ultimate creation and light, it possessed the supreme might to purify all evil and shatter every obstacle.
Boom! The next instant,
a golden fist aura, dazzling to the extreme, as if it could illuminate the entire starry sky, suddenly shot skyward from the tip of Yang Jian's fist. The fist aura itself was not enormous, only the size of an ordinary person, yet the sacred power condensed to its absolute limit within it seemed to make the very heavens and earth tremble. The golden fist aura surged upward, charging forward with an unstoppable, god-slaying might, colliding violently with the colossal, sky-obscuring star palm. Boom! An unprecedented, thunderous roar so profoundly muffled it felt capable of shattering one's very soul exploded through the deathly silent starry expanse. Where the two met, space instantly collapsed, forming a constantly twisting, spinning black singularity. Endless light and heat swept madly outward in all directions. The violet energy shockwave even pierced through the barriers of the Tower of Embers, allowing Lin Jinbei and the others, far away atop the cliff's edge, to distinctly sense a terrifying, heart-stopping fluctuation. Crack, crack. The stalemate lasted less than a second. Amidst a series of teeth-grinding cracking sounds, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the colossal palm that obscured the sky. Then, boom! The colossal palm, forged from the very essence of starlight, was brutally shattered from within by that seemingly insignificant golden fist aura. It shattered into countless fragments of starlight. Yang Jian's figure, under the terrifying recoil force, flew backward like a cannonball, plowing a deep trench hundreds of meters long into the ground before he could barely steady himself. His right fist, clenched tightly, had the web between his thumb and index finger torn open, blood streaming freely. His entire arm trembled slightly. Yet the battle-fired intensity in his eyes only burned brighter. Equal in strength. Without resorting to his trump card of transformation, relying solely on divine elephant prison sealing force and his innate divine ability, he had gone toe-to-toe with a 4th-rank early-stage Grandmaster-level gatekeeper, and fought him to a deadlock. If word of this reached the outside world, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Roar! With his arm destroyed, the starry sky demon god roared with even greater fury. The shattered limb, bathed in converging starlight, rapidly regenerated at a visible pace. Simultaneously, its sole remaining stellar battle axe was raised high once more. But this time, it did not resort to a simple, brutal swing. Starfall axe technique, celestial curtain. A cold, emotionless will exploded within Yang Jian's mind. The colossal axe in the star god's grasp suddenly pointed skyward.
In an instant, the entire starry sky dimmed.
Endless stellar energy was violently drawn in, coalescing above its head into a deathly canopy formed by countless whirling axe shadows. That canopy obscured all light, each axe shadow containing terrifying power sufficient to effortlessly slay a third-grade martial artist.
Then, like a torrential downpour, the death canopy descended indiscriminately toward Yang Jian's position, engulfing him completely.
This was an inescapable area of effect killing technique.
Trying to limit my speed with an area attack? Yang Jian watched the descending axe shadow canopy, a flash of understanding crossing his eyes.
Without a trace of panic, the dragon spine spear in his hand hummed with a resonant vibration. Divine power, seal of gods and demons. He did not choose to confront this world-shattering strike head-on. Instead, he swiftly traced an ancient, weathered character, the divine seal into the void before him with his spear, following an incredibly intricate trajectory. The moment the divine character seal appeared, a translucent golden light barrier covered in divine and demonic runes instantly enveloped his entire body. Divine Demon Seal. This innate divine ability derived from the divine elephant prison sealing force possessed a core capability beyond mere aura concealment. It was an ultimate defense. It could seal all techniques and isolate all things.
Clang! 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 The next instant,
endless axe shadows, like a raging storm, slammed viciously against the golden light barrier. The clanging of metal against metal echoed ceaselessly, reverberating across the entire starry sky. Those terrifying axe shadows, powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter rocks, vanished like mud cows entering the sea the moment they touched the divine demon seal light barrier. The frenzied energy and laws they contained were completely absorbed, neutralized, and sealed by the divine character seal. No matter how wildly the axe shadow raged across the heavens, Yang Jian's figure remained unshakable beneath the golden light barrier's protection.
Now,
two dazzling beams of divine light suddenly erupted from Yang Jian's eyes.
This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The instant his opponent launched a wide area attack, his old power exhausted and new power yet to be generated.
9 refinements of divine demons.
Spear of the Nether God. The divine elephant power within him erupted once more, unleashed without restraint.
But this time, he did not condense it into a fist aura. Instead, he channeled every ounce of it into the dragon spine spear in his grasp.
The spear in his grasp seemed to transform into a black lightning bolt devouring all light.
Upon its tip, 6 distinct martial arts essences: penetration, shock, explosion, shatter, annihilation, and reincarnation fused together in an incredibly profound manner with the divine power of the Spear of the Nether God, which embodied the ultimate death and judgment.
A
spear, entirely pitch black, coiled with countless vengeful spirits and illusory forms of gods and demons, its tip flashing with a deathly cold light sharp enough to pierce reincarnation. The Spear of Judgment slowly took shape in his hand. This was the most powerful single-target attack Yang Jian could channel without transforming.
Go! He roared from his throat.
The Judgment Spear, fused with his lifetime of knowledge, instantly pierced the void. Moving at a speed transcending time and space, it arrived first despite being launched later, violently thrusting toward the core of the starry sky demon god, a core formed from nebulae.
Roar!
The starry sky demon god seemed to sense the deadly threat. It let out a startled, uncertain roar, attempting to withdraw its giant axe for defense.
But it was too late. The Judgment Spear had arrived. Chapter 137, Unstoppable. The Empress's heart is captured. How fast had that Judgment Spear, imbued with Yang Jian's ultimate power and martial intent, truly been?
From the cliff's edge, where Lin Jinbei and the others watched, the vast light screen merely flickered with an imperceptibly faint black streak of light. The next instant, the streak had traversed thousands of meters, appearing with pinpoint accuracy at the heart of the 100-Zhang demon god, the ceaselessly churning core of its nebula. There was no earth-shattering collision, no deafening roar of shattered laws. The Judgment Spear pierced the nebula like a red-hot branding iron thrust into ice and snow, silent, yet carrying an unstoppable, resolute force as it sank deep into the swirling nebula.
Roar!
The star-shattering roar of the starry sky demon god abruptly ceased in that instant,
replaced instead by a wail filled with agony and utter disbelief. Its colossal 100-meter-tall form froze rigid.
Then, radiating outward from the point where the Judgment Spear pierced it, spider-web-like cracks, black as ink, began to spread frantically across its entire body. This was not physical shattering. It was annihilation at the level of the laws themselves. The 6th-level true essence of the divine demon 9 refinements was now raging wildly within its body. The power of penetration pierced its core of laws. The power of shock was dismantling its energy structure.
The power of explosion detonates its very foundation from within. The power of shatter pulverizes the stellar laws composing its body. The power of annihilation is eroding its immortal will to fight. The power of reincarnation plunged its eternally cycling energy source into irreversible decay. And the divine power of the Spear of the Nether God, like the ultimate judge, mercilessly stripped away every concept of its existence within this space. Crackle crackle boom 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 boom. Finally, after 3 seconds of deathly silence,
That once mighty, 4th-grade Grandmaster level gatekeeper, the starry sky demon god whose presence had once dominated the entire starry sky, its colossal form as vast as mountains, began to shatter from within, inch by inch, under the utterly horrified gazes of all witnesses. It did not shatter into starlight fragments, but instead dissolved completely, conceptually, into the void of the heavens. As if it had never existed in this spacetime at all. One strike. A single strike. The 4th-rank Grandmaster level projection of will, one that required paying a heavy price to defeat, was utterly annihilated by an 18-year-old youth whose declared cultivation hadn't even reached 3rd rank. It was done in a manner bordering on instant kill, defying all logic. At the edge of the precipice. Dead silence. An unprecedented deathly silence. Whether it was General Wang, who had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood and possessed a fiery temperament, or the peerlessly elegant and revered guide, Ziling, both now stood frozen in place like puppets whose souls had been ripped out. Their pupils dilated to their limits from sheer shock, their mouths hanging open in unconsciousness, yet no sound escaped. Their minds had been utterly obliterated by that final, earth-shattering shot, leaving nothing but blankness. Only the biting sea wind howled across their cheeks, bringing waves of bone-chilling cold, reminding them that this scene, one that overturned centuries of martial arts understanding, was no illusion. Gulp! After an unknown span of time, General Wang finally managed to roll his Adam's apple, producing an extremely dry swallow. Slowly, mechanically, he turned his head to look at the supreme leader of the Fire Sea Project, beside him, who had maintained an unflappable calm throughout. General Lin, his voice raspy and dry from sheer terror, even trembling slightly without him realizing it. Did I just hallucinate? What the hell was that thing he just fired? Lin Jinbei did not respond. For at this moment, he too was plunged into an unprecedented state of utter shock. His piercing eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating the very fabric of reality, were now fixed intently on the young figure standing before the light screen, gun in hand, breathing heavily. His hands, tucked behind his back, had clenched into fists at some point. The faint tremor in his knuckles betrayed the turmoil raging beneath his surface calm. As the true pillar of the Great Xia Empire, he had witnessed far more prodigies than General Wang and Ziling combined. He had witnessed individuals capable of fighting opponents far above their own level. He had witnessed individuals with divine-level comprehension. But he had never witnessed, nor could he have imagined, someone at a realm where even momentum had yet to coalesce, unleashing an attack terrifying enough to threaten or even obliterate a grandmaster in a single strike. This was no longer something that could be explained by mere strength or technique. It was a higher-level comprehension and application of the way. It was the embryonic form of divine prowess, one only possible for those who would grasp their own laws to the utmost, beginning to touch the cosmic rules hidden in the void. This youth. Lin Jinbei slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The emotions of admiration and anticipation that had flickered in his deep, piercing eyes vanished completely. In their place now lay an unprecedented, searing intensity of gravity and yearning. He is no rough gem. He is a peerless divine weapon, its edge already sharpened. On the other side of the cliff, the solitary figure in white had already taken several steps forward, though no one knew when. Sumu Cheng's exquisitely cold and beautiful face could no longer maintain its aloof composure. A complex expression, a mix of disbelief, shock, confusion, and a subtle, almost imperceptible glow she hadn't even noticed herself floated into her phoenix-like eyes, eyes that should have seen through the future. Her slender frame trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from excitement. An uncontrollable thrill that sprang from the depths of her very soul. As a reborn empress who had fought to the very end to protect humanity, no one understood better than she what was needed to confront the 10 colossal beasts of the starry sky, those beings destined to descend and destroy entire civilizations. What was needed were heroes. What was needed even more were leaders capable of creating miracles. In her past life, she had been that leader. But she failed. This lifetime, she believed she would once again walk alone, bearing this suffocatingly heavy fate, treading that path strewn with thorns and blood. But now, she gazed at the man on the light screen, a mere second-rank cultivator who, with mortal flesh, could perform deeds worthy of slaying gods. Her imperial heart, frozen solid for eons, suddenly began to beat wildly and uncontrollably at that very moment. The starry sky shattered, the demon god obliterated. With the demise of its final guardian, the entire space of the 51st layer began its swift descent into oblivion. The vast starry backdrop peeled away like shards of a shattered mirror, revealing the cold, monotonous tower walls beyond. Only the colossal pyre, ablaze with 9 colored divine flames, remained suspended silently at the center of the void, emanating an aura of eternal immortality. Huff, huff. Yang Jian leaned heavily on his dragon spine spear, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. That supreme strike, fusing the sixfold martial intent with his life-bound divine power, had nearly drained 70% of his divine elephant energy. At this moment, he felt a hollowed-out weakness radiating from every bone and joint. Yet his eyes, burning with battle intent, remained startlingly bright. He had won. Without resorting to any transformation trump cards, he had obliterated a genuine 4th-rank grandmaster head-on, relying solely on his martial prowess and innate divine abilities. This exhilarating battle not only gave him an unparalleled clarity about his current strength, but also reignited the martial spirit within him, a spirit that had grown slightly dormant after countless crushing victories, burning fiercely once more. This was the kind of battle he craved. This was the grindstone that would forge his relentless growth. He did not immediately light the fire altar. Instead, he retrieved several high-grade pills specifically designed to restore vital energy and blood from his storage bracelet, popping them into his mouth as casually as chewing beans. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into surging torrents of pure energy that swiftly replenished the nearly depleted chi and blood within his body. Simultaneously, the yin-yang divine elephant tai chi diagram within the divine elephant prison ceiling force began spinning at breakneck speed on its own. It frantically refined the medicinal power, transforming the pure energy into strands of more robust, more condensed golden vital energy. This vital energy repaired the meridians that had suffered slight damage from his extreme exertion. In just a few breaths, the pallor drained from his face, replaced by a faint flush of color. And at that very moment, whoosh, 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 several figures, each radiating distinct auras, finally burst out in disarray from the entrance of the flaming staircase leading here from the 50th layer. They were the survivors spurred on by the new rules, who had rallied from behind in a desperate chase for survival. Leading the pack was a burly man clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive shield. Covered in blood, he had clearly paid a heavy price during the previous trials. When he saw the now quiet space, with only a central pyre remaining, he froze for a moment before his eyes erupted with boundless elation. Ha 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 ha! We made it! That monster didn't get to light the fire yet, he roared excitedly, his voice brimming with relief at surviving the ordeal. Immediately after, 7 or 8 other survivors, equally formidable, burst through the entrance one after another. Seeing the scene before them, they too were overcome with elation. Perfect! Where's the gatekeeper? Did we scare him off? Who cares? Guys, our chance is here. That guy must be drained from breaking through the gate, he's at his weakest now. Exactly. Let's go all out. Take him down first. Those 10 ember points, plus the 50 he's carrying, they're all ours. Greed once again clouded their judgment. They saw only the weak figure leaning on his spear, seemingly gasping for breath, completely unaware of the lingering, terrifying aftereffects of the law that could make even a grandmaster tremble, still present in this space. Attack! The heavily armored brute roared and charged forward first. His feet pounded the ground as he hurtled forward like a raging heavy tank, slamming into Yang Jian's back with brutal force. The others followed suit, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon Yang Jian like a surging tide. Yet, facing this belated pack of hyenas, the figure who had remained facing away from them didn't even turn his head. He merely straightened his slightly hunched back. Then, he gently lifted the dragon spine spear that had been planted in the ground. An indescribable, terrifying aura, one that seemed to demand the very heavens and earth bow before it suddenly surged from his body, piercing the sky. This was not the aura of a 4th-ranked grandmaster. It was a purer, more tyrannical, more unreasonable sense of invincibility. Noisy. The two indifferent words echoed like a whisper from the demon gods of the 9 hells, piercing clearly into every ear. Before the words had even faded, he spun violently, sweeping his dragon spine spear casually across the path of the heavily armored warrior charging at the forefront. No dazzling supernatural powers, no profound esoteric truths. What remains is only the purest, most primal force. Boom! That seemingly unremarkable black spear, in this instant, transformed into a primordial dragon capable of sweeping across the heavens. The massive shield, sturdy enough to withstand a full power strike from a 3rd-rank martial artist, crumbled like paper the instant it touched the spear's shaft, unable to muster even a shred of resistance before exploding into fragments. Immediately after, that unmatched, terrifying force slammed viciously into the heavily armored warrior's chest. Put! The savage grin on the burly man's face froze instantly, replaced by utter terror and disbelief. His body, along with his priceless black-grade heavy armor, was instantly swept away, reduced to a sky-filling mist of blood. One strike. Another casual strike. A body-tempering expert, at least at the peak of the 3rd rank, shield and all, was obliterated on the spot. This bloody and shocking scene felt like a bucket of ice water being dumped over everyone's heads. The survivors, who moments before had been charging forward with fierce determination to launch a coordinated assault, halted abruptly. Their advancing steps froze as if struck by a petrification spell, leaving them rooted to the spot. The greed and fervor that had burned on their faces vanished in an instant, replaced by fear more intense than they had ever known. Devil! A voice trembled with utter despair, its origin unknown. Then, as if seeing a ghost, everyone let out terrified screams and turned to flee madly toward the entrance they had come through, even shoving and trampling each other in their panic. They finally understood. The so-called alliance, the so-called opportunity from start to finish, it had been nothing but a one-sided joke. Yang Jian watched the scattering allies with cold indifference, making no move to pursue them. For in his eyes, these people were already no different from the dead. He slowly turned and walked step by step toward the final pyre, where the 9-colored divine flame burned. He extended his hand and gently placed his still slightly trembling palm upon it. Ding! Torch successfully ignited.
Congratulations to survivor Yang Jian for gaining 10 Ember points. Current total Ember points, 60.
At the edge of the precipice. When General Wang witnessed Yang Jian's effortless sweeping strike reduce a peak third-rank powerhouse shield and all to a mist of blood, the slight calm that had just settled over his heart was once again engulfed by endless waves of horror.
He had become utterly numb.
Lin Jinbei and Ziling, however, watched the scene with utter calm, their expressions betraying not a hint of surprise.
As if all this were only natural. Only Su Mucheng.
As she watched the solitary, proud figure on the holographic screen ascend yet another new flame-adorned staircase toward greater heights, a previously unseen, brilliant and resolute light flashed within her cold, phoenix-like eyes. In her heart, she made a promise to herself and to that man one only she could hear.
Yang Jian.
In this lifetime, if you can help me quell the final catastrophe, I, Su Mucheng, vow to share this vast realm with you and ascend that immortal throne together.
Chapter 138, The Tower Spirit Awakens. The Final Trial. When Yang Jian stepped onto the soil of the 52nd layer, he faced an endless thunderous inferno.
Purple calamity lightning danced like raging dragons, churning violently beneath the pitch-black dome. Each bolt contained enough frenzied energy to instantly reduce a third-grade martial artist to charcoal. The rule here was forbidden arts. Any divine abilities or martial techniques powered by vital energy were severely suppressed within this thunderous hell, their potency reduced to less than 30% of their normal strength outside. For the vast majority of martial artists reliant on energy attacks, this was an utterly devastating blow.
Yet for Yang Jian, perfect. Saves me the effort.
He didn't even draw his dragon spine spear. Facing the torrential downpour of furious thunderbolts descending from the heavens, he merely took a deep breath and stepped forward. Thud! The 21,600 divine elephant particles within his body resonated explosively. A primal, unadulterated physical might devoid of any laws or divine techniques erupted from his body like a primordial beast awakening. Without deploying any defensive measures, he stood in the most primal, most brutal posture, allowing the purple calamity lightning powerful enough to shatter mountains to strike his body with savage force.
Crackling and popping.
Countless electric serpents danced and raged across his skin, erupting in a series of teeth-aching explosions. The terrifying heat and frenzied energy, powerful enough to melt tempered steel into molten iron, violently assaulted every inch of his skin, every muscle. Yet Yang Jian's stride did not falter even an inch. His divine demon physique, tempered through the relentless forging of the divine elephant prison sealing force, possessed a strength that had long surpassed mortal comprehension. Those terrifying calamity thunderbolts, capable of making even fourth-rank grandmasters pale, slammed into his body. Yet they failed to leave even a single white mark, utterly annihilated by that absurdly formidable flesh. He simply walked through the sky filled with thunder, as if taking a leisurely stroll, until he reached the 52nd torch altar. Then he lit it. Torch value, 70 points. 53rd layer, Endless Sand Sea. The governing force here was gravity, exerting 100-fold pressure compared to the outside world. The air felt like liquid mercury, draining immense stamina with every step. Yang Jian immediately activated the passive talent of his S-rank mountain giant 8 bloodline mountain body. In this terrifying gravitational environment, not only was he unaffected, but he felt like a fish returning to the sea. Every cell in his body erupted with exhilaration, and his speed increased rather than decreased. Torch value, 80 points. 54th layer, Tomb of 10,000 Swords. The governing principle here was sword intent. Endless, piercing sword intent would assault the mind and body of any intruder from all directions. Yang Jian closed his eyes immediately. Tao of Endurance activated. As countless sword intents enveloped him, they brushed past like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace of dust. His mind remained as still as an ancient well. He even harnessed this external sword intent to reverse engineer and refine the true essence of spearmanship he had only just begun to grasp. Torch value, 90 points. At the cliff's edge. On the light screen, the golden dot representing Yang Jian paused briefly before surging upward again with breathtaking, unstoppable momentum that left everyone breathless. 55. 60. 70. 80. 90. Those relentlessly rising numbers had long since robbed General Wang and Ziling of any capacity for thought. They stared blankly, as if gazing upon an immortal deity ascending to the divine throne. Their worldview had been repeatedly shattered, reassembled, and shattered again within a single day. In Lin Jinbei's deep, unfathomable eyes, there was no trace of emotion left. For no amount of shock could describe his current state of mind. He watched in silence, as if seeking to imprint every movement of that young man deep within his soul. He knew he was witnessing a historic moment capable of altering the entire course of the Great Xia Empire, indeed, the very future of human civilization itself. As for Su Mucheng, her cool, phoenix-like eyes never once left that figure. Somewhere along the way, a faint, almost imperceptible curve had formed at the corners of her mouth, a subtle smile she herself hadn't even noticed. Within that curve lay a hint of satisfaction, a hint of anticipation, and a glimmer of something called hope, a light she had never known in her past life. The 99th layer. Here lay a vast expanse of white void. No time, no space, no up or down, no east or west.
The only thing present was the 100th torch altar, standing at the very edge of the void.
But to reach it, one must pass through the final and most arduous trial of the Tower of Torchlight, the path of self-reflection. The instant Yang Jian stepped onto this path,
endless illusions surged toward his consciousness like a tidal wave.
There were the earnest hopes of his parents from his past life on Blue Star, the innocent smile of his younger sister.
There was the tension and excitement of his first beast hunt after activating the system.
On the blood-stained Sky Island, the triumphant thrill of intercepting Su Mu Chang.
At the National Freshman League, the glory of rising to fame with a single shot, the spotlight of 1,000 eyes.
In the Abyssal Sea, the pang of sorrow and regret upon learning of Zhao Linlin's demise. Joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, greed, hatred, delusion. The myriad facets of human existence, the vastness of mortal life, all are contained within.
The slightest wavering of the mind, the faintest thread of obsession or attachment, would cause any intruder to instantly sink into its depths, soul and spirit utterly destroyed, doomed to eternal damnation.
This is the ultimate test of a martial artist's Tao heart.
Yet, Yang Jian walked forward step by step, utterly calm. His gaze remained unwavering from start to finish. Clear and unwavering. He did indeed harbor an obsession.
To ensure his parents enjoyed a peaceful retirement, to secure a bright future for his sister. But this obsession had long since seeped into his very bones, transforming into the fundamental driving force propelling him to grow stronger and press forward. It was not a shackle binding his progress, but the supreme edge that propelled him to cut through every thorn in his path. 1,000 illusions, fleeting as smoke and clouds.
My heart is iron, unbreakable.
When he finally reached the end of this path and stood firmly before the 100th torch altar, the entire Tower of Torchlight seemed to emit a faint hum, filled with admiration and recognition.
Torch value, 990 points. As the staggering number 990 finally solidified at the very top of the light screen, the cliff's edge fell into an eternity of silence. After a long while,
Lin Jinbei slowly turned around. He gazed at the dense cluster of light points still struggling on the second, third, and fourth tiers behind him, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. His voice, gentle yet imbued with supreme authority, echoed steadily across the entire landscape.
Transmit my command. The current seed project assessment is terminated immediately. He said no more.
For it was no longer necessary. When a solar day rises, even the brightest fireflies fade into obscurity. The 107th layer. The scene here underwent another earth-shattering transformation. No longer void, but an ancient temple of supreme grandeur. At the temple's deepest recesses, a final throne fashioned from chaos stone stood silently, seemingly fused with the very fabric of the cosmos. Before the throne, the 108th and final altar of flames burned with chaotic-colored flames, awaiting its ultimate master.
Yang Jian took a deep breath and walked forward slowly.
He knew that once he lit this final torch, this long ordeal would draw to a perfect close. Yet, just as his palm was about to touch the torch, a voice filled with authority and the weight of ages, ancient as if from the very end of the river of time, thundered unexpectedly within his mind.
Hold on, young inheritor.
The voice was ancient and monumental, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it seemed to contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Each syllable struck like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells, hammering deep into Yang Jian's soul.
Who? Yang Jian's pupils contracted sharply as the divine elephant power within him surged to its peak.
He spun around abruptly, his eyes blazing with golden flames like two searchlights, scanning the vast, ancient temple with wary vigilance. Yet within the temple, aside from the timeless stone pillars and the quietly burning chaos ember, there was nothing else. That voice seemed like nothing more than his imagination. No need to be nervous, inheritor.
The ancient voice sounded again. This time, Yang
Jin distinctly sensed that the source of the voice did not originate from some corner of the temple, but from the entire Tower of Embers itself. It was as if this towering structure, standing since the dawn of time, had suddenly developed a will of its own.
Are you the tower spirit?
A flicker of understanding crossed Yang Jian's eyes as he spoke slowly.
You may call me that, the ancient voice replied.
I am Ember, born at the dawn of civilization. By command of the first human emperor, I have guarded this place, waiting for 9 eras.
9 eras?
A tidal wave of shock crashed through Yang Jian's mind. He didn't know the exact length of an era, but the sheer magnitude of this time frame alone was enough to reveal that the tower, and the spirit before him calling itself Ember, had existed for ages far beyond his wildest imagination. This was no longer history, it was myth. Bearer of the legacy, the tower spirit's voice sounded again, interrupting Yang Jian's thoughts. You are exceptional.
Since my awakening, you are the first and only one to ascend to this hall with a mortal body.
The steadfastness of your Tao heart, the purity of your power, and your unparalleled insight far surpass any fireseed I have ever witnessed. According to the final law left by the human emperor, you have now attained the highest qualification to inherit the sacred flame.
Hearing this, Yang Jian's brow furrowed slightly.
He showed no sign of relaxation despite the praise. He keenly caught a crucial keyword in the other's words.
Qualification, he asked in a low voice. Are you implying this is not the final outcome? Indeed. The tower spirit's voice remained utterly still.
Eligibility merely grants you the opportunity to participate in the final trial. To truly wield the sacred flame and become this generation's human emperor candidate, you must complete one final test.
Candidate for the human emperor? Yang Jian's heart skipped a beat.
He had assumed the Fireseed project was merely a secret channel for the Great Xia Empire to select top geniuses. He never imagined it would be tied to such an earth-shattering legacy. What trial? He forced down his shock and asked in a low voice.
It's simple. For the first time, the tower spirit's voice carried an indescribable, grim edge. Defeat me.
Before the words had even finished echoing.
Buzz. The entire ancient temple on the 100th level suddenly shook violently.
The flames of the ultimate pyre, burning with chaotic-colored fire, surged skyward at that moment, wildly converging, intertwining, and evolving mid-air. Finally, before the Chaos Stone Throne, it slowly coalesced into a humanoid lifeform roughly the same height and build as Yang Jian, though its features remained blurred. This light figure wielded a spear forged from chaotic flames and wore armor similarly constructed from fire. Though its true appearance remained indistinct, the terrifying aura emanating from it seemingly fused with the entire Tower of Embers was tenfold more powerful than that of the previous 4th-rank Grandmaster level Starry Sky Demon God.
Final Trial Guardian Ember's Shadow Human Emperor's Law Imprint. Power Tier, 4th-rank Grandmaster Peak.
Air, the tower spirit's utterly emotionless voice echoed from the mouth of the humanoid light projection. My existence was forged by the first human emperor, who fused his martial will with the primordial laws of the Tower of Embers. I embody the human emperor's complete comprehension of all celestial and earthly laws attained during his Grandmaster realm. My strength shall forever remain equal to yours. If you grow stronger, so shall I. In this trial, you cannot crush me with the advantage of your cultivation realm. The only things you can rely on are your understanding of the Tao and your mastery over your own power. Now. The shadow of the torch slowly raised the chaos fire gun in its hand, pointing it distantly at Yang Jian. Upon its blurred visage, two gazes that seemed to pierce through the ages settled upon him.
Draw your weapon. Let me see the capacity of this variable chosen by fate. How much of humanity's future you can truly bear. Chapter 139, Sacrificing Oneself as Seed. Martial Path Clash. 9th Refinement.
A terrifying battle intent, unprecedented and seemingly capable of freezing the entire world solid, erupted violently from the figure's form.
This was not mere forceful oppression, nor the aura of a grandmaster. It was a purer, more primordial martial will. It was the imperial will that had endured the clashes of myriad races, the baptism of blood and fire, ultimately leading the human race from obscurity to rise and ascend to the pinnacle of all worlds. Under the impact of this will, Yang Jian felt his very soul tremble in response. He seemed to witness a grand and sweeping ancient scroll. Within that scroll, a towering figure stood as tall as the heavens, wielding a divine spear. Charging through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he carved a path through the encircling hordes of divine beings and demons, a path of blood that opened the heavens for the human race. That was the first human emperor. The dragon spine spear in Yang Jian's grasp seemed to sense that same origin, yet an even more ancient and domineering spear intent. Uncontrollably, it emitted a high-pitched dragon's roar filled with excitement and yearning. It yearned for battle. It yearned to challenge the legendary way of the sovereign itself. Very good. Yang Jian's eyes, weary from the extreme exertion, were once again ignited by a raging inferno of battle. He could distinctly feel the dormant blood within him boiling and burning at an unprecedented speed. Not a trace of fear lingered within him. Instead, his martial spirit, as solid as a rock, erupted with a brilliance brighter than ever before. He slowly raised his head. Those eyes, ablaze with golden flames, pierced through endless time and space, meeting the gaze of the shadow of the torch, the very embodiment of the pinnacle of human martial arts, with unyielding defiance. His calm voice, brimming with boundless confidence, echoed steadily throughout the ancient temple. As you wish. Before the words had even faded. He held nothing back. Boom! A terrifying will, no less formidable than his opponents, brimming with dominance and unyielding resolve, erupted from his frame, not particularly imposing in stature, and shot skyward. If the will of the Ember Shadow was the path of the sovereign, forged through countless battles and ascending to the pinnacle, then Yang Jian's will was the divine elephant's prison sealing way, rising from adversity, matching the gods with mortal flesh, determined to trample the heavens and earth beneath his feet. Two utterly distinct, supreme wills collided with thunderous force within this ancient temple. In an instant, the skies darkened. The entire temple, forged from chaos stone, trembled violently and groaned under the clash of these two wills. Visible ripples of space spread madly outward in all directions, radiating from the two figures at their center. Even the majestic stone pillars, standing unshaken for 9 eras, began to show fine, intricate cracks. Merely the clash of wills alone was terrifying beyond measure. At the cliff's edge, when the shadow of the torch, resembling Yang Jian's form, coalesced into shape, both Lin Jinbei and Su Mor held their breath completely at that very moment. It's him. General Wang's lips trembled, his eyes brimming with fervent reverence and awe. It's the martial imprint left behind by His Majesty, the first human emperor. The final trial has begun. Ziling's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement.
As for Sumu Chang, her cold, phoenix-like eyes were fixed intently on the light screen, not daring to blink once.
She understood better than anyone what this battle meant for Yang Jian. This was not merely a test. It was an opportunity of epic proportions. It was the most direct, most fundamental dialogue with the very source of the human race's martial arts. Battle. Within the temple, no further words were spoken. The moment both wills reached their zenith, the shadow of the torch moved. It did not unleash any flashy divine abilities. Holding the chaos fire gun, it simply took a step forward and thrust the gun forward. That thrust was slow. So slow that Yang Jian could clearly see every ripple the spear tip created as it sliced through the void. Yet that thrust was also incredibly fast. So fast it seemed to defy the distance of time and space. The instant the tip extended, it had already materialized before his brow. Within that thrust lay the ultimate principle of the spear, a return to simplicity, the greatest truth in its purest form. As if all the laws of heaven and earth, all the cosmic truths, were fused into this single thrust. Facing this spear thrust, which could be called the very source of the Tao, Yang Jian's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous needlepoints. The 21,600 divine elephant particles within his body roared and screamed wildly in that instant. He did not think, nor did he calculate. Instead, he obeyed his battle-hardened instincts completely, thrusting his spear forward in response. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's first refinement, penetration. Another simple thrust. A spear thrust that distilled the very essence of his martial path. Clang. The next instant, the tips of the two spears collided with pinpoint precision, slamming into each other with brutal force. No earth-shattering explosion. No thunderous roar of shattered laws. Only a piercingly sharp metallic clang, so clear it seemed poised to shatter eardrums. At the point of contact between the two, a tiny, ink-black spatial singularity flickered into existence and vanished in an instant. Then, thud, thud, thud. Yang Jian's figure recoiled uncontrollably, stumbling backward 3 massive steps as if struck by a primordial divine mountain. With each step, he left a deep footprint in the indestructible chaotic stone ground. Yet the shadow of the torch remained utterly unmoved. The superiority was immediately apparent. In the purest contest of martial prowess, Yang Jian was utterly defeated. Cough. A tremendous recoil surged madly through the spear shaft into his body, causing Yang Jian's qi and blood to churn violently. A sweet taste filled his throat as a trickle of golden blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth, beyond his control. He was wounded. This was the first genuine injury he had sustained since entering the Tower of Torchlight. Yet his face showed not a trace of discouragement or terror. Instead, an unprecedented, almost frenzied excitement and clarity surged through him. So that's how it is. Gazing at the blurred figure across from him, standing tall and unshakable with a gun in hand, his eyes burning with golden flames erupted with a brilliance so intense it seemed to pierce the very essence of light. So this is the true essence of penetration. To condense one's very existence, one's essence, energy, spirit, past, present, and future into that single point at the tip of the gun. Only by using your body as the seed can you pierce through all things. He understood. In his first clash with the human emperor's imprint, he glimpsed the higher-level mysteries of the divine demon 9 refinements. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jian could not contain himself, bursting into a thunderous laugh that shook the heavens. His laughter brimmed with boundless exhilaration and heroic grandeur. Come again. He roared, not retreating despite his injuries but charging forward instead. The divine elephant power within him erupted once more, unleashed without restraint. This time, he transcended mere martial arts techniques. Divine ability Hell's Wings. Divine ability Angel Wings. Hum. A pair of enormous wings, one black, one white, each radiating contradictory energies, abruptly unfurled from his back. The black wings radiated overwhelming demonic energy, symbolizing ultimate ruin and destruction. Upon the white wings, holy light shone boundlessly, representing supreme rebirth and creation. Yin and Yang spun in eternal dance, gods and demons united in harmony. Empowered by the dual wings, Yang Jian's speed and strength instantly surged to a new, unparalleled peak. His entire form transformed into a chaotic stream of black and white light. The dragon spine spear in his grasp whirled into a deathly phantom, pulsing with the opposing energies of destruction and creation, sweeping madly toward the Ember Shadow. Facing this entirely different assault, the Ember Shadow remained as serene as ever. With a casual flick of his wrist, the chaos fire gun in his hand. In an instant, myriad gun shadows materialized out of thin air. Each phantom bayonet seemed to embody a distinct cosmic law. Some were heavy as mountains, others light as wind, some raged like fire, others vast as oceans. The myriad spear shadows coalesced into an impenetrable wall of spears, completely blocking Yang Jian's storm-like assault. Human Emperor Spear Technique, 10,000 laws converge as one. Clang. 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 Within the ancient temple, a deathly inferno wove itself from intertwined spear shadows and cosmic laws. Yang Jian's figure, propelled by the flapping of his black and white wings, reached an extreme speed. At times, he resembled a peerless demon god bursting forth from the nine hells, wielding his dragon spine spear with sweeping, wide-ranging strikes. Each swing carried a destructive force potent enough to warp space itself, utterly domineering. At other times, he transformed into a radiant saint meting out divine punishment, his spear striking like lightning amidst vast holy light. Each blow pierced precisely at the weak points in his opponent's laws, cunning and ruthless. The creative intent of the heavenly fist, the judgmental might of the spear of the nether god, the apocalyptic aura of Ragnarok. Countless distinct divine arts and profound principles flowed seamlessly into his spear techniques with near-instinctive fluidity. Like a sponge frantically soaking up water, he absorbed the combat experience of the human martial arts monument, the Emperor's shadow, in their fierce clash, refining his own martial system. His spear technique was visibly becoming more refined, more powerful, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yet no matter how ferocious or unpredictable his attacks became, that shadow of the torch remained like an insurmountable primordial divine mountain, standing silently in place. The chaos fire spear in its grasp seemed to possess a life of its own. No matter how Yang Jian's spear technique shifted, it always intercepted every attack with the simplest, most direct, and most effective counter, striking first despite moving last. Human Emperor's gun technique, all methods converge as one. The core essence of this supreme spear art, pioneered by the first human emperor, lay in the word inclusiveness. No matter how many divine arts you wield, no matter how many transformations you employ, I shall shatter them all with a single spear. All myriad laws ultimately converge into one. This is the majestic bearing of an emperor who stands atop the martial arts realm, looking down upon all beings. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision. Yang Jian's figure was once again violently hurled backward by an unmatched, terrifying force. The black and white wings behind him dimmed and nearly shattered under the impact. Put! A mouthful of golden blood blossomed like crimson plum blossoms, splattering onto the cold, chaotic stone floor. His hands, clenched around the dragon's spine, had long since split open at the knuckles, exposing bone. The meridians throughout his entire arm had been shattered inch by the overwhelming, domineering intent of the return to one spear technique. Intense agony surged like a tidal wave, violently assaulting his nerves. Yet his eyes, burning with golden flames, grew ever brighter, even carrying a hint of a smile bordering on madness. Not enough. Still not enough. This alone is nowhere near enough. He screamed wildly within his heart. This battle had laid bare the chasm like gulf between himself and those who truly stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. His divine abilities were powerful but ultimately external tools. His martial techniques, though exquisite, ultimately fell short. His way was not pure enough. His methods were not yet refined enough. He was like a child armed with countless divine weapons capable of posing some threat to adults, yet ultimately unable to truly overcome them. I need greater power. A power that is truly my own, one that can seamlessly integrate every aspect of my being. At that moment, Yang Jian's mind became clearer than ever before. Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force. 12 Transformations of Awakening. Divine Demon 9 Refinements. Countless martial arts techniques, divine abilities, and the profound secrets of martial arts skills collided, intertwined, and evolved frantically within his consciousness. He seemed to forget the pain in his body, forget the formidable enemy before him, completely immersed in this martial enlightenment that belonged solely to him. Across from him, the shadow of the firewood seemed to sense the shift in his state. It did not seize the opportunity to attack. It stood silently, spear held steady. Upon its blurred visage, two gazes filled with appreciation and anticipation seemed fixed upon Yang Jian. It waited. Waiting for this spark bright enough to illuminate the future, to undergo a phoenix-like rebirth from the depths of despair. Time, in that moment, seemed to freeze completely. It was impossible to tell whether an instant or 10,000 years had passed. The instant Yang Jian's tightly closed eyes slowly opened once more. Buzz! The entire ancient temple shook violently. An indescribable, supreme aura, one that seemed poised to overturn the very fabric of heaven and earth, burst forth from his body, soaring skyward. It was neither purely divine nor purely demonic. It was a primordial chaos, a fusion of divine and demonic, a unity of yin and yang, creating amidst destruction and returning to stillness amidst creation. His once jet-black short hair, in this instant, visibly transformed at a speed visible to the naked eye, half pure white, half pitch black. His eyes, ablaze with golden flames, held a sacred radiance within his left eye, as if countless angels sang hymns of praise within it. Within his right eye, boundless demonic energy churned, as if billions of gods and demons roared and screamed within. He slowly raised the dragon spine spear in his hand. The spear shaft, once as black as ink, was now equally enveloped by two utterly distinct divine lights, one black, one white. I have attained enlightenment. He murmured softly, his voice hoarse yet resonant as the primordial sound of creation, echoing clearly throughout the entire temple. So it was. The ultimate secret of the Divine Demon 9 refinements has never been about techniques or skills. But using my body as the crucible, I forge gods and demons. With my heart as the seat of the Tao, I shall evolve the chaos. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's final refinement, creation. Before the words had even faded, the dragon spine spear in his hand thrust forward with a sudden jab. Still, it was a simple thrust. Yet this thrust seemed to drain all radiance from heaven and earth, condensing every mystery within the cosmos. At the spear's tip, there was no earth-shattering might, no spectacle of shattered laws. Only an infinitesimal, chaotic singularity so small it seemed capable of swallowing even light itself. Within that singularity, gods and demons danced together, life and death cycled endlessly, creation and destruction returned to chaos. This was Yang Jian's true path. This was the ultimate strike he had forged by fusing everything within himself. Facing this creation spear, a strike potent enough to make even ninth-rank saints pale, one capable of forcibly rewriting the very laws of heaven and earth. The shadow of the torch, which had stood unshaken for 9 eras, trembled violently for the first time, its blurred form quivering intensely. It was not fear. Rather, it was an ecstasy born from the very essence of martial arts. It too raised the chaos fire gun in its hand and thrust forward. Human Emperor Spear Technique, Cleaving Heaven. Chapter 140, Passing the Torch. The name of the Human Emperor. When the chaos singularity, imbued with the true intent of creation, finally collided with the chaos gunbeam, symbolizing the will of opening heaven, the entire ancient temple did not erupt in the apocalyptic roar of destruction as imagined. Time seemed to hit mute at that very moment. Space, too, seemed to freeze solid in that instant. All sounds ceased. Only those 2 points of ultimate Tao engaged in a silent yet perilous collision and devouring of primordial forces. Yang Jian's piercing eyes, starkly defined in black and white, locked onto the very core of the clash. He could distinctly feel his own creation Tao, a fusion of his entire life's learning and enlightenment, frenetically eroding and dismantling the opponent's heaven-splitting Tao, pure to the utmost degree. Meanwhile, the opponent's heaven-splitting Tao, driven by an unyielding, law-shattering will, was relentlessly assaulting and tearing apart his world-creating rules. This was no longer a mere contest of strength. This was the ultimate clash between two utterly divergent worldviews. To create all things from chaos versus to forge a new heaven with supreme power. Whose way was more perfect, whose law more unshakable, that one would emerge as the ultimate victor. Crack! An extremely faint sound, like the shattering of crystal, broke the deathly silence. At the very core of their clash, upon the chaotic spear beam symbolizing the will to open the heavens, a barely perceptible crack appeared. Instantly, this crack spread like wildfire, rapidly engulfing the entire form of the shadow of the torch. Defeated! The heaven-splitting spear embodying the peak martial will of the first human emperor at the Grandmaster realm had been defeated. Defeated by Yang Jian's creation, Tao, a path forged from his very being, fusing gods and demons, and evolving from chaos. It wasn't that the human emperor's way was insufficiently powerful. Rather, Yang Jian's way possessed a foundation that was even more unfathomable. His Tao was a primordial path ignited by the profound truths of the 9 refinements of gods and demons, with the SSS tier techniques divine elephant prison sealing force and 12 transformations of awakening as its skeleton, countless innate divine abilities as its flesh and blood. Its potential, its inclusiveness, and its future growth capacity have long transcended the boundaries of mere martial arts. Boom! As the fissure spread to its limit, the shadow of the torch, which had stood unshaken for 9 eras, shattered explosively. Its body, forged from chaotic flames, erupted in a colossal blast. It transformed into a sky filled with the purest essence of the sacred flame. That primordial essence did not dissipate. Instead, guided by an invisible force, they coalesced into a vast torrent, surging madly into Yang Jian's utterly exhausted body. Yang Jian felt a warm, colossal energy brimming with life and creative force instantly surge through every fiber of his being. His meridians, nearly shattered from the extreme exertion, rapidly repaired and reshaped themselves at a visible pace under this energy's nourishment, becoming even more resilient and expansive than before. His nearly depleted vital energy and blood were swiftly replenished and amplified in that very moment. More crucially, within that torrent of energy lay the first human emperor's lifetime of insights into the martial way. From the vital energy attachment of a first-rank martial artist to the reality-altering will of a 6th-rank sovereign. Countless cultivation experiences, countless combat techniques, countless mysteries of the laws. Like a sudden enlightenment, surged madly into his sea of consciousness, absorbed and assimilated one by one. This was the ultimate trial. This was also an unparalleled gift. A torch passed down by the ancestors of humanity to their successors. When the last wisp of the flame's essence fully merged into Yang Jian's body, the ancient and majestic voice of the tower spirit once again echoed slowly throughout the entire temple. But this time, its tone no longer carried the previous calmness and solemnity. Instead, it carried a hint of unprecedented satisfaction and approval. Congratulations, young inheritor. You have passed the final trial. Yang Jian slowly opened his eyes. His long hair, once distinctly black and white, had returned to its original jet-black hue. His eyes, once distorted, settled back into calmness. Yet his entire demeanor underwent a profound, earth-shattering transformation. If before he had been a peerless divine weapon, its edge gleaming with unrestrained sharpness and its spirit piercing the heavens,
Then now, he was a supreme Tao sword, sheathed and returned to its purest essence. All sharpness was now fully contained within. All power had returned to his heart. Standing there in stillness, he seemed to be the sole center of this entire world. Now, the tower spirit's voice sounded once more, step forward and ignite this final torch. Then, claim the glory and responsibility that rightfully belong to you. Yang Jian took a deep breath, no longer hesitating in the slightest. He stepped forward, one step at a time, until he stood before the ultimate chaos torch. He extended his hand, gently pressing his palm now fully restored against the altar. Ding! Final torch altar successfully ignited. Congratulations to survivor Yang Jian for earning 1000 Ember points. Current total Ember points, 1990. Congratulations to survivor Yang Jian for successfully reaching the summit of the Tower of Embers and completing the final trial. Reward, Torch Legacy. Reward, Title Human Emperor Candidate. At the cliff's edge. As the shadow of the torch finally shattered, transforming into a shower of light that merged into Yang Jian's body. When that terrifying number representing 1990 points was imprinted like a miracle at the very top of the light screen. Whether it was Lin Jinbei, General Wang, Ziling, or Su Macheng. Every single person present bowed slowly before the young figure within that light screen. Shock and dread vanished from their faces. What remained was only the purest reverence and recognition, born from the depths of their very blood. For they knew. From this day forward. This youth named Yang Jian no longer represented only himself. What he bore upon his shoulders would be the future of the entire human race. The light and shadow before his eyes shifted. When his vision returned, he found himself back on that black beach, suffused with deathly stillness and desolation. The sea breeze remained bitterly cold. Yet the perpetual gray haze in the sky had, at some unknown moment, dissipated considerably. A long-awaited ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing this forbidden land in a rare warmth. Before him, countless figures now stood. They were the survivors who had been struggling desperately within the Tower of Embers just moments before. Evidently, after Lin Jinbei announced the premature end of the trial, everyone had been teleported out immediately. Now, these 90-plus martial artists from various fields across the Great Xia Kingdom stared intently at the young figure who had just appeared, their gazes filled with an incredibly complex mix of emotions. Their gazes held awe, reverence, resentment, and envy. But above all, there was a profound sense of helplessness and defeat. In the face of such overwhelming, crushing disparity and strength, any words felt utterly hollow. Brother Yang Jian. A sigh, heavy with bitterness and regret, broke the eerie silence. Zhuge Qing pushed up his cracked gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and slowly stepped forward. His usually composed, intelligent, and handsome face now bore an unmistakable weariness and utter despair. He scrutinized Yang Jian from head to toe, as if observing a creature utterly alien to this world. Finally, he shook his head and laughed with self-mocking resignation. I take back what I said earlier. What did you say? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. I thought I'd never again experience that crushing feeling of watching a top student finish an exam early while I hadn't even understood the questions, Zhuge Qing said, pointing at his shattered lenses, his expression utterly devoid of hope. But now it seems I was too young to know better. You weren't here to take the exam at all, you came to be the test writer, didn't you? Yang Jian couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. The others around them, upon hearing Zhuge Qing's words, all wore expressions of shared sympathy more painful than tears. Among them were no shortage of the proud and ambitious. Before entering the Tower of Flames, each had been brimming with confidence, convinced they were the chosen one destined to emerge victorious. Reality, however, delivered the harshest slap in the face. While they were still struggling desperately in the newbie village against the first stage boss, that man had already single-handedly defeated the final boss and cleared the entire game instance. This experience, akin to a dimensional strike, was enough to shatter the resolve of even the most gifted prodigy. At that moment, Yang Jian's gaze swept over the crowd, meeting unexpectedly in midair with the solitary, white-clad figure standing apart from the world not far away. Su Moore. She stood there quietly, her icy phoenix eyes fixed on him without blinking. Gone were the earlier traces of schadenfreude and hostility in her gaze. Instead, it held a depth and scrutiny that felt strangely unfamiliar to Yang Jian. Yang Jian's brow furrowed imperceptibly. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that this woman knew something. But he said nothing more, merely calmly averting his gaze. Ha! Very good. Extremely good. At that moment, a warm yet supremely authoritative laugh slowly filled the air. Lin Jinbei's figure appeared before everyone as if teleported, utterly silent. Behind him followed General Wang, radiating an iron-blooded, murderous aura, and the peerlessly beautiful woman, Ziling. Lin Jinbei's gaze did not linger on anyone else, but fixed directly on Yang Jian. His deep eyes brimmed with unabashed admiration and praise. Yang Jian, he nodded with a smile, congratulations. You are the sole qualifier for this round of the Seed Project. The moment these words left his lips, the entire hall fell silent once more. Though everyone had long anticipated this outcome, hearing it declared directly from the lips of the Fire Seed Project, as supreme authority delivered a shockwave powerful enough to make every heart clench violently. The only one. Those two words fell like a heavy mountain, crushing the hearts of every loser present. Lin Jinbei paid no further attention to the survivors, their faces ashen with despair. Instead, he turned to Yang Jian and spoke gently, "You. Come with me." Before the words had fully left his lips, Yang Jian felt an irresistible, gentle force envelop him. The next instant, the scene before his eyes shifted once more. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing atop the sheer cliff's edge, suspended thousands of feet above the ground. The biting gale howled beneath his feet, yet failed to shake him in the slightest. Lin Jinbei stood there, hands behind his back, suspended side by side with Yang Jian amidst the sea of clouds. His gaze was deep as he looked down upon the churning abyss below. "Yang Jian," he spoke slowly, his voice warm yet carrying a power that seemed to pierce straight to the soul. "Do you know why our great Xia kingdom established the Seed Project?" Yang Jian fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not." This had been his own lingering question all along. This program consumed unimaginable national resources, human and material, while its selection process was ruthlessly stringent and its evaluations brutally unforgiving. What was the purpose behind all this? A flicker of nostalgia and profound respect passed through Lin Jinbei's eyes. He spoke slowly. The birth of the Yeseed project did not stem from the decision of any single department, nor was it proposed by any particular family. Its inception stemmed solely from one man. A man who, 20 years ago, single-handedly secured 2 precious decades of breathing room for our great Xia nation, indeed, for all of human civilization. His name was Zhang Donglin. Zhang Donglin. Upon hearing that name, even Yang Jian's pupils involuntarily contracted sharply. This name had long been legendary throughout the great Xia Empire. A forbidden legend of a mortal who stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Legend has it that 20 years ago, this man, hailed as the Dragon Soul of Great Xia, a national treasure, ascended the Imperial Observatory in the capital. There, he burned away his entire life force and remaining years to unleash a forbidden power known as Future Vision. No one knew what he had seen. As for Zhang Donglin himself, overnight, his black hair turned to snow, his lifespan exhausted, and he passed away suddenly. You guessed correctly, Lin Jinbei sighed, as if reading Yang Jian's thoughts, before continuing. Before his death, Zhang Guoshi left behind 3 final decrees. First, mobilize the nation's full strength to advance martial arts, develop higher-tier technology, and prepare for war with all might. Second, search for and restore the long-lost Tower of the Torch at any cost. And the third commandment is... Lin Jinbei turned his head, his deep eyes fixed intently on Yang Jian as he spoke each word deliberately. Initiate the Seed of Fire project. Use the Tower of Embers as the ultimate testing ground to select the strongest seed of fire of this era. Then, bestow upon them the full fortune of the nation. For in that hazy future, he beheld a cataclysmic apocalypse. In that catastrophe, all kings, all saints, even all emperors will perish. The only one who can protect this nation is that one who, in the depths of despair, ignites the final torch. Seed of Hope. Chapter 141, Codename, Human Emperor, Return to the Martial God Palace. Cataclysmic Calamity. All the mighty have fallen. The sole hope lay in the spark that ignited the final torch. He finally understood what he truly carried within him. It was not merely victory in a trial, nor simply the title of Human Emperor candidate. It was the last glimmer of hope, staked by an entire nation and civilization after foreseeing the dark, hopeless future, a gamble that consumed everything. And he was the chosen one to hold that flame. I understand. After a long moment, Yang Jian slowly exhaled the stale air trapped in his chest. His face showed no trace of fear or retreat. Instead, his eyes, burning with golden flames, grew even brighter and more resolute. Pressure? Responsibility? To him, these things would only become the finest fuel to make him stronger. His purpose in coming to this world had always been to protect his parents, to protect his sister. And now, the list of those he vowed to protect had simply gained another name, Great Xia. To protect everything, one needed power sufficient to crush all opposition. This truth, he had understood from the very beginning. Seeing the calm yet supremely confident gaze in Yang Jian's eyes, Lin Jinbei's own eyes flashed with genuine relief and ease, as if a heavy shackle he'd borne for 20 years had finally been lifted. He slowly raised his hand. Upon that palm, smooth as jade, a simple yet majestic imperial seal had materialized, formed entirely from purple gold dragon chi, radiating the awe-inspiring authority of the imperial way. 9 lifelike divine dragons coiled around the seal, radiating a boundless national fortune powerful enough to make all creatures bow in submission. This is the Great Xia Dragon Seal. Lin Jinbei's voice grew solemn and grave as never before. It is the national treasure that embodies the faith and destiny of our Great Xia's 9,600,000 square kilometers of land and its 1,400 million people. Today, I, Lin Jinbei, in the name of the Guardian of Great Xia, fulfill the final command of Zhang Guoshi. Bestow this national fortune. Entirely bestow it upon you. Before he could finish speaking, the Great Xia Dragon Seal in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple gold divine light. Roar! 9 earth-shaking dragon roars reverberated across the entire land. The 9 purple gold divine dragons coiled upon the seal seemed to come alive in that instant. They transformed into 9 streaks of light, roaring and cheering, charging into Yang Jian's body in an unstoppable surge. Boom! Yang Jian felt an indescribable, boundless surge of imperial destiny and majesty like a bursting celestial river flooding his limbs and bones, nourishing his divine soul and will. Under the blessing of this national fortune, he could distinctly feel an unprecedented intimate connection forming between himself and this world. He seemed to hear the breath of the wind and feel the pulse of the earth. His comprehension of the laws of the universe surged tenfold in that instant. He even possessed an intense intuition. From this day forward, upon the soil of the great Xia kingdom, he would be invincible. All bottlenecks would vanish. Every opportunity would tilt in his favor. This was the blessing of national fortune bestowed upon him. This was Zhang Donlin's ultimate trump card, prepared for the next generation of firebearers. At that very moment, as the 9 streams of dragon energy entered his body, 10,000 miles away, deep within the secluded sacred courtyard of the martial god palace in the capital of the great Xia kingdom, an elderly man with white hair who had been meditating with closed eyes suddenly snapped them open. Within his cloudy eyes, it seemed as though suns, moons, and stars flickered and faded. 2 terrifying beams of divine light, powerful enough to pierce the void, instantly shot toward the shores of the East Sea. The nation has moved? His voice was hoarse, yet tinged with an unmistakable note of astonishment and doubt. That bastard Lin Jinbei has the Sea project concluded? Who could possibly have reached the final step within that tower, triggering the ultimate contingency left behind by Zhang Guisher? Atop a skyscraper piercing the clouds in the Demon City, a handsome man in a suit, exuding scholarly elegance, leisurely sipped red wine. His stemmed glass suddenly froze mid-air. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze shifting toward the east. His almond-shaped eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul, narrowed slightly. Interesting. The golden dragon of national fortune, dormant for 20 years, has chosen a master? It seems this era is finally about to become less boring. Su Mucheng looked up at the sky. She could distinctly sense that the vast national fortune, which had shrouded the entire great Xia kingdom and lain dormant for 20 years, had found its new master. And she didn't even need to guess who that master was. A faint, imperceptible curve once again touched the corners of her lips. The nation's fortune bestowed the title of human emperor. Yang Jian. But that's fine. After all, my enemy is a cosmic beast capable of making the heavens tremble. If my allies weren't strong enough, wouldn't that be utterly boring? The 9 streams of purple gold dragon energy fused completely with Yang Jian, and the vast fluctuations of national fortune emanating from him gradually retreated into the background. Lin Jinbei gazed at the young man before him, whose demeanor had undergone a profound transformation, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He spoke slowly, his voice gentle yet carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Yang Jian, from this day forward, you are the sole spark of the great Xia kingdom. Your code name is Human Emperor. Your existence is the highest level secret of our great Xia kingdom. Until the final catastrophe descends, your identity shall remain unknown to all. You remain an ordinary student of the martial god palace. Your sole task is to utilize every available resource, at any cost, to grow as rapidly as possible. As for the follow-up matters of the Seed project, along with all future resource support and intelligence coordination you require, Ziling will be solely responsible. Unless absolutely necessary, the nation will not assign you any mandatory tasks. Your sole mission is to grow stronger. Yang Jian nodded in agreement. This suited him perfectly. He had never been one to enjoy being bound by rules. This behind-the-scenes savior narrative felt far more comfortable to him than standing in the spotlight, basking in the public's adoration. After bidding farewell to Lin Jinbei, Yang Jian boarded an unmarked private aircraft arranged by Ziling and returned silently to the martial god palace. By the time he stepped onto the familiar campus grounds again, it was deep into the night. The martial god palace, bustling all day long, now lay in profound stillness. The bright moonlight bathed the ancient buildings, draping everything in a hazy silver veil. Yang Jian took a deep breath of the campus air, familiar and refreshing, and felt as though the bloody battles in the Sea of Ruins and the Tower of Embers had happened in a lifetime ago. Instead of heading straight back to his dorm, he wandered aimlessly through the campus. Since the national fortune had descended upon him, he could distinctly feel his perception of the surrounding laws of heaven and earth had become more acute than ever before. The breathing of every blade of grass and tree, the veins of every brick and tile all seemed to become clearly visible within his divine consciousness. The entire martial god palace no longer appeared to him as a mere school, but as a vast living entity woven from countless profound arrays and nodes of cosmic laws. This sensation was both novel and overwhelmingly powerful. Meanwhile, just as Yang Jian returned to campus and resumed this relatively ordinary life, the martial arts networks outside were rocked by a colossal uproar sparked by an anonymous revelation. Shocking revelation. Yesterday, 9 golden dragons of national fortune soared skyward from the shores of the East Sea, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Suspected to be the legendary national treasure, the Great Xia Dragon Seal, seeking its master. The moment this post went live, it instantly ignited the entire network. Countless martial artists and factions were left reeling by the news. Golden dragons of national fortune? Is this real? Aren't those things only found in myths and legends? OP, my third uncle's second uncle serves in the East Sea Military District. He personally witnessed it yesterday. Purple aura swept 3,000 li from the east, 9 dragons roared in unison, shaking the heavens.
No mistake about it. Holy crap! The Great Xia Dragon Seal choosing its master? Does this mean the world is about to change? Who could it be? Which venerable master has earned the favor of the nation's destiny? In an instant, the entire Great Xia nation was thrown into turmoil by this news. Countless speculations and investigations raced through the shadows. Yet no matter how they probed, they found no useful clues. The chosen one selected by the nation's destiny vanished like a phantom, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 142, 100-fold critical hit. Ascending to 3rd rank. Seeking the Black Tortoise once more. Project Spark, his haul was nothing short of staggering. In that sea of the abyssal void, the number of void beasts he hunted ranging from 2nd to 4th rank had long since become too numerous for him to count. Though the materials from these beasts carried a trace of the stubborn Guichu power, making them troublesome for ordinary martial artists to process, they remained fiercely sought-after commodities at the resource exchange of a top-tier academy like the Martial God Palace. Senior Lu Xin. Yang Jian immediately spotted the familiar figure busy at the mission window. Senior Lu Xin still carried her usual efficient demeanor, but the moment she spotted Yang Jian, her beautiful eyes lit up with unmistakable delight and a hint of barely perceptible bashfulness. Yang. Junior Yang? When did you return? She flusteredly smoothed her hair, her voice softer than usual. Ever since the last Kunlun purification mission and Yang Jian's subsequent legendary performance at the National Freshman League, this once aloof mentor had completely transformed into his devoted admirer. Just got back, Yang Jian replied with a smile, handing her a storage bracelet. Senior, could you count these materials and exchange them all for star coins? Lu Xin took the bracelet. As her divine sense probed inside, she saw mountains of void beast materials radiating a thick stench of blood and the aura of the Guishu. Her petite mouth instantly formed an O shape. This. She stammered, utterly speechless. The look she shot at Yang Jian was like staring at a humanoid beast that had just wiped out an entire lair of ferocious beasts. How many void beasts had to be slain for this? And among them were even several corpses radiating the terrifying aura of 4th-rank grandmasters, the remains of beast emperors. Jade Jr. Lu Xion's voice trembled. You didn't slaughter the entire forbidden zone of the abyss, did you? Hearing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Senior, you're joking. It was just a task I picked up along the way. Ultimately, after joint appraisal and inventory by several mentors at the resource exchange, the materials Yang Jian had casually brought back earned him an astronomical sum. 18,700,000 star coins. This figure even startled the head of the resource exchange, a seasoned 6th rank royal level mentor. He looked at Yang Jian as if gazing upon an unpolished, peerless gemstone. On the spot, he extended an olive branch, promising to pour all his resources into cultivating Yang Jian if he would agree to become his disciple. To this, Yang Jian merely smiled and politely declined. As Yang Jian walked back to his dormitory, pocketed with this enormous sum and feeling thoroughly satisfied, he bumped into several familiar figures. Boss! The cry rang out, brimming with surprise and admiration. Lei Dong, towering like an iron pillar, was the first to rush forward, his face radiating unbridled excitement. Behind him followed Qin Wuxuan, sword in hand and bearing an increasingly fierce aura, along with the 2 strikingly different girls, Azi and Langyu. Boss, you're finally back. Lei Dong circled Yang Jian like an inquisitive child. You vanished without a word for nearly a week. We thought some noble family's heiress had kidnapped you. Qin Wuxuan, however, turned to Yang Jian and bowed solemnly with clasped fists. His piercing eyes brimmed with genuine respect. Brother Yang, congratulations. Though he didn't know what Yang Jian had endured these past days, he could clearly sense that the man before him had become even more unfathomable than during the Freshman League. It felt like gazing up at a boundless expanse of stars, its edges utterly beyond perception. What brings you all here? Yang Jian looked at them, slightly surprised. Boss, we came especially to bring you something. Azi grinned, pulling a delicate food box from behind her back and presenting it like a treasure. We all chipped in to order this celebratory banquet for you at the Divine Chef Pavilion. To celebrate, your safe return. Beside her, Lanyu maintained her usual icy demeanor, yet a barely perceptible flicker of concern flickered in her cold eyes. Facing these sincere, kind faces, Yang Jian's heart hardened by too much bloodshed couldn't help but warm slightly. He didn't refuse, accepting the food box with a smile. Thanks. I'm actually starving. Was this what companionship felt like? It seemed rather nice. Back in his dorm, Yang Jian devoured the steaming victory feast before hastily locking the door. He opened his personal wristband and stared at the staggering balance displayed on the screen, a number so astronomical it would drive anyone mad. A slow, expectant curve lifted the corners of his mouth. 18,700,000. Plus the remaining change from earlier. His total assets had once again surpassed the 20 million mark. System. He whispered to himself. I choose to donate everything. The moment the words left his lips, the long string of numbers on his wristband instantly reset to 0. And that familiar, melodious system notification as if emanating from the very source of the Tao arrived right on cue, exploding in his mind. Ding! Host detected donating 20,013,500 star coins, meeting critical hit return conditions. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered a 100x critical hit. The instant that familiar system notification thundered through his mind, Yang Jian felt a torrent of golden energy purer and more colossal than any he'd ever experienced surging unexpectedly from the void. Like a bursting celestial river, it violently flooded into every fiber of his being. This energy no longer contained the enigmatic fragments of laws like last time. Instead, it was the purest, most primordial, the very essence of life force. Boom! Under the assault of this unimaginably colossal energy, Yang Jian's body was instantly enveloped by an intensely golden divine cocoon. He could distinctly feel every inch of flesh and blood, every single cell within him undergoing a cataclysmic, life leap under this higher-tier energy's baptism. His physical form, already at the peak of the second grade, was now striding toward the true realm of a treasure body. And his barrier, long solidified at 1001 calories and as unyielding as bedrock, crumbled without even a hint of resistance under the brutal, unyielding onslaught of this energy torrent, shattering with a thunderous boom. His vital energy surged like a primordial dragon freed from all chains, exploding at an unimaginable speed toward a new, far vaster realm. 1,100 kilocalories. 1,300 calories. 1,500 kilocalories. 1,800 calories. Vitality points, 2,001 points. When that final number finally settled at 2001, the threshold marking a brand new realm, Yang Jian felt the power within him undergo yet another qualitative leap. If his previous self had been a ceaselessly surging river, then now, he was an unfathomable ocean. Third-grade martial artist. He had reached the inner sanctum where chi and blood took tangible form. From this moment onward, he had truly entered the ranks of high-tier martial artists. More importantly, this 2001-point vital energy was merely his baseline. Once he activates the passive talent of his S-grade mountain giant ape bloodline, beast blood boiling, his vital energy will surge several-fold upon this already formidable foundation. At that point, the sheer magnitude of his vital energy would rival, and even surpass, that of some newly ascended 5th-rank grandmasters. And if combined with his long-mastered martial Tao true intent and numerous innate divine abilities, Yang Jian possessed an overwhelming confidence. With all his trump cards deployed, he could now face a newly ascended 6th rank, a king-tier powerhouse, in direct combat. Huff! Yang Jian slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. After leaving his body, that breath coalesced midair into a vivid, golden divine elephant phantom, roaring skyward, lingering long after. This was the hallmark of a third-rank martial artist's blood chi manifestation. Yet the system's rewards were not yet concluded. As a second flash of light erupted, 3 exquisitely crafted white porcelain bottles materialized before him. The first porcelain bottle contained 100 dragon blood tempering pills, each the size of a longdan, fiery red throughout, and radiating powerful chi and blood fluctuations. These were supreme pills for tempering the physical body and enhancing chi and blood. The second porcelain bottle held 100 9-turn thunder soul pills, each crystal clear and shimmering with threads of lightning. These were supreme treasure pills for tempering the soul and enhancing mental power. The third porcelain bottle held 100 void shift charms, each engraved with profound runes and pulsing with spatial fluctuations. Every charm granted its user a single short-range random spatial teleportation in critical moments, an ultimate life-saving trump card. This critical hit, though not as spectacular as the last one that rewarded him with an unparalleled cultivation technique or divine ability, brought Yang Jian the most tangible foundation. Both the pills and talismans were sufficient to ensure he would never again need to worry about resources or survival tactics for a very long time. With complete satisfaction, Yang Jian stowed away all his rewards before calmly opening his personal interface, which had undergone earth-shattering changes. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, 3rd grade martial artist. Vitality, 2001 points. Technique, Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, 2nd tier Grand Perfection Awakened Particles, 21,600. Constitution, Celestial Walker's Physique. Bloodline, S-rank Mountain Giant Ape SSS rank Kuanping. Divine Abilities, 12 Transformations of Awakening SSS rank unlocked, Arm-reaching Ape Transformation, Kuanping Transformation. Lifebound Divine Abilities enhanced, Wings of Hell, Wings of Angels, Heaven Earth Furnace, Unconscious Elephant Heartbody, Spear of the Nether God, Judgment Spear, Storm, Seal of Gods and Demons, Great Way Endurance, Heavenly Fist, Twilight of the Gods, Genesis. Bloodline Talents, Beast Blood Boiling, Wild Instinct, Abyssal Divine Eye, Momentary Soaring, Mountainous Physique. Martial Arts, Divine Demon 9 Refinements S-rank Mastered, 9th Refinement Genesis. Divine Artifacts, Yuanhao Wuji Mountain SSS rank Heaven Piercing Divine Treasure, True Spirit Black Tortoise Armor Plates. Overall assessment, a primordial divine elephant cloaked in human skin. With every breath he takes, the laws of this world tremble in awe.
Gazing at this panel of attributes, luxurious to the extreme, Yang Jian's lips slowly curved into a smile brimming with boundless confidence. His gaze finally settled on the treasured artifact section, resting upon the quietly lying, true spirit black tortoise armor plate. His brow furrowed imperceptibly. Though this armor plate boasted an SSS-grade quality and served as a crucial clue in the search for the primordial four divine beasts, specifically the true spirit Xuanwu. But ultimately, it was merely a guidance-type item. Keeping it stored in his storage bracelet like this, beyond offering a negligible boost to defense, was nothing short of a colossal waste. 12 transformations of the awakening, and I still have 10 transformation slots empty. Yang Jian's mind began to race once more. If he could find the true spirit of Xuanwu and refine its essence blood, he would gain a powerful new transformation specializing in defense and water manipulation. At that point, his overall strength would undoubtedly experience another explosive surge. With that thought, all hesitation vanished. He immediately opened the Martial God Palace's Sacred Academy app and began frantically searching within the mission center. Keywords: Xuanwu, Divine Tortoise, Northern Abyss, Deep Sea, Ruins. However, after a thorough search, the results left him somewhat disappointed. Not a single quest directly related to Xuanwu appeared. Clearly, even with the Martial God Palace's vast resources, tracing the footsteps of such creatures long vanished into myth and legend proved difficult. Yang Jian refused to be discouraged. He shifted his approach, beginning to browse high-difficulty quests whose locations were situated in the deep sea or connected to ancient aquatic ruins. Since the armor plate was a guidance-type artifact, as long as he placed himself in an environment with similar attributes, he was certain to sense something. For the next half-month, Yang Jian's life returned to a rare tranquility. He accepted no further quests and ventured no longer into the wasteland to hunt ferocious beasts. Instead, like a true student, his days were spent either visiting Sumer to seek guidance on the mysteries of cultivating the heart of the world, or immersing himself in the various sacred training grounds of the Martial God Palace, frantically refining his essence. The gravity chamber, the thunder prison field, the sword intent forest. He meticulously refined and solidified the power that had surged so rapidly it felt unstable, bit by bit, until it was utterly mastered by his will. During this period, through Zhuge Qing's connections, he spent a fortune commissioning a brand new spear from a legendary weaponsmith in the capital. His previous spear, the Dragon Spine, though forged from the spine of a fourth-tier dragon beast and possessing extraordinary mystical properties. After enduring several battles beyond his limits within the Tower of Flames, its interior had become riddled with fine cracks, unable to bear the strain. Any further high-intensity combat risked its imminent shattering. Half a month later, a new spear, forged entirely from an unknown black divine metal, engraved with the divine elephant imprisoning prison pattern, and infused within its shaft with a segment of spine bone from a 6th-grade sovereign-level deep-sea Xianming dragon, was delivered into Yang Jian's hands. This spear bore no name. The instant Yang Jian grasped it, he felt a terrifying weight and sharpness far surpassing the dragon spine. The divine elephant power within him surged through his arms into the spear. The entire weapon emitted a hum, a sound filled with excitement and submission. From this day forward, you shall be called Prison Ceiling. Yang Jian murmured softly, bestowing a name upon his new companion. 3 more days passed. Just as Yang Jian was about to temporarily set aside the quest to find the Black Tortoise and prepare to re-enter the wasteland to make some cash, a keyword he had marked for special attention finally popped up in the mission center. Mission level, A+, extremely dangerous. Mission name, explore the unknown ancient ruins deep within Shenongjia, the Northern Abyss Divine Palace. Location, Shenongjia. Mission description: according to reliable intelligence, an unrecorded super-ancient civilization ruin has been discovered deep within Shenongjia. Preliminary analysis suggests it may be connected to the ancient water deity Xuanming. We now recruit a powerful exploration team to venture deep within and uncover the truth behind it. Reward: 10,000 credits, plus priority distribution rights for all loot obtained within the ruins. Mission mode: 5-person squad slots filled, 4-5. Xuanming. Xuanming. The moment these keywords flashed before him, Yang Jian's calm eyes suddenly erupted with 2 blindingly brilliant, divine lights. Could there truly be a connection? Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked the Accept Mission button. Ding! Quest claimed. You have successfully joined the North Abyss Divine Palace Exploration Squad. Please proceed to the mission rendezvous point within 24 hours to meet your teammates. Your teammate information is as follows. Team Leader, Shi Songyue Female, Junior Year, 4th Rank Grandmaster. Member, Lin Qiong Male, Junior Year, 3rd Rank Peak. Member, Mu Xiaoyao Male, Junior Year, 3rd Rank Peak. Member, Tang Linger Female, Junior Year, 3rd Grade Peak. Chapter 143, At the Edge of the Forbidden Zone, First Encounter with the Beast Tide. Shenongjia, this primeval forest region deep within the heartland of the Great Xia Empire, has been steeped in countless mysterious legends since ancient times. Wild men, strange beasts, and various supernatural phenomena beyond scientific explanation have made this a forbidden land brimming with unknown dangers, even for high-level martial artists. The emergence of the Northern Abyss Divine Palace cast an even more enigmatic veil over this ancient land.
Early the next morning, at the exclusive teleportation array plaza of the Martial God Palace, Yang Jian's figure appeared punctually at the designated mission assembly point. To avoid unnecessary trouble and better conceal his strength, he had once again activated the Divine Demon Seal Divine ability before arriving.
This perfectly disguised his formidable vitality, which had long surpassed 2,000 points, to appear at around 650 points. This value placed him squarely within the mid-tier range of a second-grade martial artist, neither too weak to appear out of place, nor too strong to draw undue attention.
Upon his arrival, 4 figures already stood at the rendezvous point.
Leading them was a woman clad in a form-fitting black combat suit.
Tall and slender, she possessed a cold, striking beauty.
Her short, cropped hair and eagle-like gaze radiated an aura of formidable power that kept others at bay. The faint yet palpable aura of a 4th-rank grandmaster she emitted made the surrounding air feel slightly thick and heavy. Without a doubt, she was the team leader for this mission, Chi Songyue. Beside her stood 2 men and 1 woman. One was a burly man with a stern face, bearing a broad sword on his back, likely Lin Xiong. The other man appeared somewhat carefree and unconventional. Dressed in white robes and holding a folding fan, he wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. This was Mu Xiaoyao. The final figure was a young woman in a pale green gown, her features delicate and charming. Her large, lively eyes darted around him with obvious curiosity. She was Tang Linger. "You're the new recruit who took the last spot." As Yang Jian sized them up, a voice coldly cut through the air filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible contempt. The speaker was Lin Xiong, the one bearing the broad sword. He scanned Yang Jian from head to toe. Upon sensing the unremarkable 650 chi blood fluctuation emanating from him, his brow furrowed instantly, his tone turning decidedly unfriendly. "A mid-tier 2nd grade? Junior, I don't know what kind of dog luck got you, a freshman, qualified for an A+ mission. But let me warn you, we're heading deep into the restricted zone of Shenangjia. This isn't some safe zone for you freshmen to play house. I advise you to cancel this mission immediately. Once we're inside Shenangjia, we won't have time to babysit you." His words dripped with undisguised contempt and rejection. Clearly, in his eyes, Yang Jian, a mere 2nd-grade martial artist, was nothing but deadweight. "Lin Xiong, shut up." Before Yang Jian could respond, the team leader, Chi Songyue, coldly snapped from the side. Her sharp gaze lingered on Yang Jian for a moment before she spoke slowly, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Yang Jian, correct? The champion of this year's National Freshman College Tournament, who single-handedly ended Jingwu University's decade-long monopoly on the title. He rose to fame with a single shot, hailed as a once-in-a-century legend of the Martial God Palace." Her voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every ear present. Upon hearing the words freshman champion and legend, Lin Xiong, who had been wearing a look of contempt, instantly froze. Beside him, Mu Xiaoyao swiftly closed his folding fan with a sharp snap. For the first time, a genuine look of gravity flashed across his previously carefree eyes. "So it was you." Only the charming and adorable Tang Linger, upon hearing Yang Jian's identity, had her bright, lively eyes light up with dazzling radiance. Like a curious butterfly, she fluttered over, circling Yang Jian once before exclaiming in awe, "I've heard rumors about our Martial God Palace having an incredibly talented freshman this year. I never imagined he'd be this handsome. Hey! Everyone says you took down Sun Meng from Jingwu University, the one with the so-called absolute defense, in one shot during the finals. Is that really true? And then there's that legend about your shot obliterating everything, even shattering space itself. How did you pull that off? Teach me, please?" She chattered on like a curious little kid, her innocent enthusiasm lightening the otherwise tense atmosphere. Yang Jian merely smiled without responding. Meanwhile, after confirming Yang Jian's identity, Captain Chi Songyue's eyes held slightly less disdain, though her tone remained strictly businesslike. "Now that everyone is present, I'll outline the rules for this mission." Her sharp gaze swept slowly over each person present, lingering a second longer on Yang Jian. "First, once we enter Shenangjia, all actions are to follow my commands. I expect no unauthorized actions. Anyone who disobeys will bear the consequences. Second, our objective is to explore the North Sea Divine Palace and uncover its secrets. Any spoils unrelated to the mission will be distributed based on contribution. However, if you discover any core clues or artifacts related to Xian Ming, you must report them immediately. I will handle them personally. Third, and most crucial." Her voice abruptly rose several octaves, a terrifying aura of a 4th-rank grandmaster flashing momentarily. "I don't care if you were a champion or a legend in the past. Here, you are simply my team member. What I need is a comrade in arms who can fight alongside me, not a liability we have to distract ourselves to protect. If you can't prove you're worthy to walk alongside us, I'll kick you out the moment we reach the outskirts of Shenangjia. Got it?" Her words rang out with unwavering authority, commanding absolute respect. This was the pride and confidence of a 3rd-year senior at the Martial God Palace, a top-tier elite cadet. Facing this warning, which bordered on a show of force, Yang Jian's face remained as calm as ever. He merely nodded faintly. Understood. Superfluous explanations were futile. True strength could only be proven in battle.
Shi Sanyue observed that Yang Jian showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever in response to her warning. A fleeting, barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in her sharp eyes. She had assumed such a genius, hailed as a legend, would be arrogant and proud. Faced with her show of force, even if he didn't erupt on the spot, he would at least show some resentment. Yet he remained so calm it gave her the illusion her words had bounced off cotton. Very well. She gave Yang Jian a deep look, saying nothing more, only coldly uttering 2 words. Let's go. Before the words had fully left her lips, she strode forward with long strides, heading toward the spatial teleportation array already activated at the center of the square. Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao exchanged a glance before immediately following suit. As Lin Xiong passed by Yang Jian, he gave him a heavy, cold snort, the contempt and distrust in his eyes showing not the slightest hint of wavering. Mu Xiaoyao, however, offered Yang Jian a meaningful smile. He tapped his shoulder lightly with the folding fan in his hand, as if to say, Junior, good luck to you. Hey, Junior Yang, hurry up and keep up. Only Tang Linger remained her usual carefree self. She ran to the edge of the teleportation array, turned around, and waved vigorously at Yang Jian, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Yang Jian gave a faint smile and began walking at a leisurely pace to follow her. Buzz! As all 5 stepped into the array's core, a dazzling silver pillar of light shot skyward. Intense spatial fluctuations instantly enveloped everyone's bodies. A sensation of weightlessness, the world spinning wildly. As the dizzying sensation finally began to fade, an air thick with primal dampness and an overwhelming, indelible stench of blood and savagery abruptly flooded everyone's nostrils. They had reached their destination, the outer security camp of the Shenangjia restricted zone. As far as the eye could see lay a steel fortress constructed from massive alloy walls and high-voltage electric fences. Within the fortress, heavily armed soldiers with fierce auras were everywhere, alongside martial artists hurrying about, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Beyond the fortress stretched an endless expanse of primeval jungle, shrouded in dense, lush greenery. That jungle resembled a primordial beast lying dormant upon the earth, quietly lurking and emanating a heart-stopping aura of terror. All right, we're here. Shi Sanyue gazed at the perilous jungle, a flicker of gravity crossing her sharp eyes. From here on, we're officially entering the restricted zone. Everyone, maintain maximum alertness. As she spoke, she retrieved a special compass emitting a faint glow from her storage bracelet. This is the military's specially designed demon energy compass. It can roughly detect the presence and numbers of high-tier ferocious beasts in the vicinity. It's crucial for our operation. According to mission intelligence, the entrance to the North Sea Divine Palace lies deep within the Shenangjia Mountains, in an area called Mystic Water Lake. We'll need to traverse roughly 300 kilometers of pristine jungle to reach it. 300 kilometers. Lin Xiong's brow instantly furrowed. Captain, this area is a mixed habitat for level 3 to level 4 beasts. Isn't it too dangerous to cross it directly like this? Danger is inevitable, Shi Songyue's tone remained utterly unruffled. But we have no time to waste on detours. Everyone, stay close. Without further hesitation, her figure flickered like an arrow released from its string. She was the first to dash out of the safety camp's protective perimeter, racing toward the primeval jungle filled with unknown dangers. Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao immediately channeled their qi and blood, following close behind. Tang Linger playfully stuck her tongue out at Yang Jian before swiftly joining the pursuit. Yang Jian's face remained as calm and unruffled as ever. He merely glanced up at the primeval forest that obscured the sky. A fleeting, unnoticed flicker of anticipation danced deep within his eyes, which burned with golden flames. He could distinctly sense that the long-dormant, true spirit black tortoise armor plate within his storage bracelet had begun emitting an extremely faint warmth since entering this area. He had found the right place. The 5 figures moved like ghostly apparitions, darting swiftly through the towering ancient trees and crisscrossing vines. As the leader, Shi Songyue charged ahead. The needle of the compass in her hand kept shifting slightly, guiding them to avoid the auras of the most powerful ferocious beasts. Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao flanked the group, one on each side. Tang Linger occupied the center, her lively eyes darting around as if searching for something. As for Yang Jian, he trailed leisurely at the rear of the group. He showed no signs of strain despite the 3 ahead being at the peak of the 3rd rank, nor did he appear out of place by deliberately concealing his strength. He maintained a perfectly measured pace, as if merely enjoying a leisurely outing. His leisurely demeanor, observed by Lin Xiong at the very front, only solidified his reputation as a freeloader. Just another freeloader who snuck in on his reputation, Lin Xiong sneered inwardly. Wait till danger strikes, see how long you can keep up the act. As if to prove his point, about 30 kilometers deep into the jungle, a thunderous roar like rolling thunder suddenly erupted from the dense forest ahead. Immediately afterward, the earth began to shake violently. Countless birds nesting in the trees let out piercing screams of terror, flapping their wings wildly as they scattered in all directions. This is bad. Shi Songyue, leading the charge, paled instantly. Staring at the wildly spinning demon chi compass in her hand, its needle nearly bursting, she gasped, "It's a beast tide. A small-scale beast tide." Before she could finish speaking, countless pairs of blood-red pupils, filled with savagery and hunger, suddenly lit up within the dense forest ahead. Then, roar! Howl. Hundreds of ferocious beasts, each with unique forms, surged forth like a bursting flood.
Carrying a terrifying momentum capable of crushing everything in its path, they swept madly toward the small group of 5. Among them were several exceptionally massive beasts, their auras reaching the peak of the third-rank elite grade beasts. This sudden turn of events instantly darkened every face with grim resolve.
Damn it!
Why is a beast tide erupting in this area? Lin Xiong cursed furiously, drawing the broadsword strapped to his back with a swift backhand motion as his vital energy erupted violently. Mu Xiaoyao also dropped his carefree expression. With a sharp swish, he unfolded the folding fan in his hand. The sharp fan ribs glinted with a sinister cold light under the sunlight. This is trouble. He shook his head with a bitter smile.
Captain! What should we do? Tang Linger's face showed a hint of tension for the first time.
A resolute glint flashed in Qi Songyue's eyes. Her icy voice echoed through the entire forest like shards of frozen ice.
Form the formation. Prepare to face the enemy. Chapter 144, Revealing the Edge, a spear that stuns. One person, an entire army. Form the formation.
At Qi Songyue's crisp and decisive command, this elite squad instantly demonstrated combat proficiency far surpassing ordinary expectations.
Charge! Lin Xiong roared, stepping forward first.
He slammed his door-sized broadsword into the ground, channeling a torrent of earth-hued vital energy into it.
Combat technique barrier defense. Hum.
A thick, earth-colored, semi-transparent wall of pure vital energy abruptly rose from the ground. Like an immovable mountain, it stood firmly at the very forefront of the beast tide's onslaught. He was, in fact, a heavily armored warrior renowned for his defensive prowess.
Xiaoyao, the left flank is yours. Qi Songyue's voice rang out again. Got it.
Mu Xiaoyao chuckled softly as the folding fan in his hand danced between his fingers, creating a dazzling array of illusions. His figure, which had seemed frail moments before, suddenly became elusive and unpredictable.
Body technique phantom traces. Combat technique whirling wind blades. Whoosh. 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 Countless razor-sharp blue wind blades, forged from condensed vital energy, erupted like a torrential downpour from his fan's surface. They coalesced into an impenetrable storm of death, precisely engulfing the entire left flank of the enemy formation. He was a speed-focused area attack specialist. Linger, prepare to control. Roger. Tang Linger's charmingly adorable face showed no trace of tension, replaced instead by an unprecedented focus and solemnity.
Her hands swiftly formed seals as an intangible, mysteriously pulsating spiritual force erupted from her brow.
Secret art, vine cage. Rumble.
The earth beneath their feet began to violently churn. Countless bowl-thick, dark green vines, covered in sharp barbs, burst forth like awakened serpents. They wildly intertwined and coiled before the group, forming a thorn-filled hellscape of death and bondage. Any beast daring to step within would be tightly bound by the resilient vines, ultimately drained of all life force by the razor-sharp barbs. She was, astonishingly, an extremely rare control-type psionicist.
Defense, agility-based offense, control.
The iron triangle battle formation solidified within mere seconds. As the team leader, Qi Songyue stood silently at the formation center, wielding a silver spear that radiated a bone-chilling aura.
Her eagle-like eyes were already locked onto the few most powerful third-tier peak elite beasts within the horde. She was the sharpest blade in this squad, poised to deliver the fatal blow at any moment. As for Yang Jian, he was instinctively overlooked by everyone from the very start.
In their eyes, a mere second-tier mid-stage newcomer could do nothing but stay safely at the very core of the formation, praying not to be crushed by the battle's aftershocks.
Boom!
Finally, the beast tide, like a torrent of steel, slammed violently into the barrier of light walls constructed by Lin Xiong.
In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. Lin Xiong's massive frame shook violently, his face flushing crimson in an instant. The savage force of the impact was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Crack! After just the first wave of impact, a fine, intricate crack appeared on the seemingly indestructible barrier. Damn it! These bastards' power is too strong. I can't hold out much longer.
Lin Xiong gritted his teeth and roared.
Awah!
At that moment, an exceptionally agile, cheetah-like, lightning-fast third-grade elite-class ferocious beast, the Shadow Panther, leveraged its astonishing leaping ability to leap over the crumbling barrier light wall. Like a black bolt of lightning, it charged straight toward the seemingly most vulnerable Tang Linger at the rear of the group. Its objective was clear: eliminate the most troublesome control type first.
Linger! Watch out! Qi Songyue's face paled.
She wanted to rescue her, but she was already locked in combat with 2 other elite-grade beasts, leaving her utterly unable to spare herself.
Mu Xiaoyao, too, was besieged by countless ordinary beasts, unable to spare a thought for anyone else. The claws, flashing with a deathly cold glint, were about to tear through Tang Linger's slender neck.
For the first time, a hint of despair flickered across Tang Linger's face.
Yet, at this critical moment, a figure that had been overlooked by everyone calmed to the point of being excessive moved. Mind your step. The detached voice rang like thunder in Tang Linger's ear.
There stood Yang Jin, the freshman junior who had been trailing behind the group as if watching a play, now suddenly positioned directly in front of her.
He didn't even glance at the shadow panther descending from the sky.
He merely raised the black divine spear in his hand, prison of the underworld, slowly.
Then, with casual ease, he thrust the spear forward into the empty air before him.
The motion was effortless, his expression serene and detached, as if he faced not an elite-grade beast capable of tearing apart a third-rank martial artist with ease, but merely an annoying fly. Shhhhhh. A faint, almost imperceptible whistling sound flashed by. No vast surges of vital energy, no dazzling displays of law-based phenomena, only the purest, most primal essence of speed and precision. The next instant, under the stunned and incredulous gazes of all present, the shadow panther, which had just moments before charged forward with overwhelming arrogance, suddenly froze mid-air, its body stiffening in mid-air. Immediately afterward, a crimson thread of blood slowly emerged from the center of its forehead. Finally, its massive body crashed to the ground, losing all signs of life less than half a meter away from Tanglinger. A tiny yet bottomless hole in its forehead gushed blood steadily. One strike. Another casual strike. A third-grade peak elite beast, renowned for its speed and a formidable foe to anyone present, had been instantly slain by a mere second-grade mid-tier newcomer? The entire chaotic battlefield fell eerily silent for a split second. Whether it was Lin Xiong struggling desperately to hold his ground, Mushaya fighting fiercely amidst a sea of blood, or Chi Songyue locked in combat with a formidable foe, everyone instinctively turned their utterly horrified gazes toward that young figure, still standing calmly with his spear raised, as serene as a cloud drifting across the sky. Their minds were utterly overwhelmed by endless questions and a raging storm of shock. That instant of deathly silence was soon shattered by even more frenzied beast-like roars and even more violent impacts. Yet the atmosphere on the battlefield had undergone a cataclysmic shift. Roar! While everyone was still reeling from the shock of that single shot, another massive, elite-grade beast, a third-rank ironclad savage bull, covered in thick bone armor and resembling a rhinoceros, broke free from the vine's constraints. It stomped forward with its heavy hooves, charging like an out-of-control heavy tank toward the center of the formation. Its single horn, gleaming with a metallic coldness, channeled terrifying power capable of piercing alloy steel plates. Damn it! Lin Xiong's eyes nearly popped from his sockets at the sight. His barrier of light was already teetering under the onslaught of the beast tide, leaving him no spare attention to fend off this savage bull's flanking assault. Meanwhile, Chi Songyue and Mu Xiaoyao were both locked in fierce combat with their respective opponents. The entire formation seemed on the verge of collapse at that moment. Fall back. At this critical juncture, that detached yet supremely confident voice sounded once more. Yang Jian stepped forward of his own accord, shielding Tanglinger behind him as he stood alone to confront the ferocious ironclad savage bull head-on. His upright figure appeared minuscule compared to the mountain-like beast. Yet, the profound, immovable aura emanating from him, as if even heaven and earth could not shake it, made everyone witnessing this scene involuntarily hold their breath. What is he doing? Lin Xiong gasped in shock. Has he lost his mind? That's an ironclad savage bull, renowned for its raw power. Even a fourth-rank grandmaster wouldn't dare confront it head-on. Yet, not a trace of fear crossed Yang Jian's face. Facing the terrifying charge capable of pulverizing even a third-rank martial artist into mincemeat, he merely raised his Jinyu spear horizontally before his chest. Then, using the spear shaft as an axis, his entire body spun like a top at breakneck speed. Combat Technique 9 Refinements of Gods and Demons Character Control Formula Spiral Storm. In an instant, a visible black tornado formed from pure physical force erupted from the ground, its center precisely Yang Jian's body. Within that storm lay a terrifying spiral force imbued with the true essence of deflection and redirection. It seemed capable of deflecting and shredding any object that dared to approach. Boom! The next second, the arrogant ironclad savage bull charged headlong into the black tornado. Yet, the earth-shattering collision anticipated did not occur. The terrifying force capable of shattering mountains, upon contact with that profound spiral force, felt as though it had struck empty air. It was completely deflected by an irresistible, gentle force. The massive body of the ironclad savage bull spun uncontrollably in place, whirling at high speed along with the tornado. 1 circle. 2 turns. 3. Once the momentum of its charge was completely dissipated, Yang Jian barked, "Go!" The black tornado suddenly whipped outward. Boom! The iron-armored wild bull, already dizzy and disoriented from the spinning, flew backward uncontrollably like a hurled shot put. It slammed into the rear ranks of the beast tide, instantly pulverizing 7 or 8 unfortunate companions into mincemeat. This ing. Watching the iron-armored beast thrash and wail amidst the horde, Lin Xiong's hand gripping his broadsword trembled slightly. His prideful absolute defense proved as flimsy as paper against this beast. And this freshman junior he had always looked down upon had casually diffused this deadly crisis, one that could have shattered the entire team with a technique bordering on toying and deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. Could this truly be the work of a mere second-rank martial artist? Yet Yang Jian's performance was far from over. After parrying the bull's charge, he didn't retreat defensively, he launched an offensive. Roar! His feet slammed into the ground, propelling his entire body forward like a cannonball. He charged alone into the seemingly endless tide of beasts, advancing instead of retreating.
He's gone mad. Come back.
Shi Songyue's face paled as she gasped in horror at the sight.
Charging into the beast tide alone? What's the difference between this and suicide?
Yet, in the very next instant, a bloody tableau unfolded before their eyes, one that would haunt every witness for the rest of their lives. The moment Yang Jian plunged into the beast tide, his figure transformed into a peerless god of slaughter awakened from an ancient battlefield. The prison ceiling, spear in his grasp, seemed to transform into a black dragon, choosing its prey to devour.
One thrust piercing.
Silent as a whisper, streaks of crimson blossomed one after another amidst the beast tide. Several second-grade beasts' heads hadn't even registered the threat before being effortlessly pierced and shattered by the spear's unstoppable momentum. The spear shaft trembles. This is the shock.
Invisible shockwaves swept outward. Over a dozen ferocious beasts surrounding him froze rigid before they could even close in.
Instantly, their bodies began to disintegrate from within, exploding inch by inch into a sky filled with fragments of flesh and blood. The spearhead swept through. This was explosion. The intensely concentrated penetrating force and the high-frequency diffusing shockwave force fused together perfectly. A crescent-shaped black spear beam swept out, instantly clearing the fan-shaped area before him. Whether second-grade or third-grade beasts, all were imploded from within by that overwhelmingly domineering force, leaving not a single bone behind. This was no longer combat, it was a one-sided slaughter, a spectacle of brutal beauty. Amidst the onslaught of hundreds of ferocious beasts, Yang Jian moved with the ease of a man strolling through a garden, utterly unruffled.
He alone was an army.
Wherever he passed, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses littered the land. The terrifying beast tide, once raging with an appetite to devour everything, was brutally torn through by his hands alone.
Gulp.
Lin Xiong swallowed hard, his resolute face now utterly drowned in boundless horror and shame. Watching that demonic figure move through the beast tide 7 times in and out as if entering an empty realm, he felt his cheeks burning with pain.
Nani? A burden? Now it seemed clear who was the one truly in need of protection.
Mu Xiaoyao's face, perpetually adorned with a carefree, irreverent smile, had long since frozen. The folding fan in his hand had fallen to the ground unnoticed. Only one thought remained in his mind.
Myth, so it was true.
As for Tanglinger, her lively, large eyes had now transformed into 2 sparkling stars. Gazing at that figure, which seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, her small face was filled with fervent adoration and admiration. Only Captain Shi Songyue, her eyes, sharp as an eagle's after the initial shock, now blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. Her breathing grew slightly ragged from overwhelming excitement. She fixed her gaze intently on every movement Yang Jian made, every shot he fired. A wild and audacious thought began to take root in her mind, growing uncontrollably.
Powerful. Too strong.
So powerful it compelled her to activate Plan B, prematurely a contingency she deemed impossible, merely a backup option. Chapter 145, Mysterious Mist by Xian Water Lake. The entire forest floor was already completely covered in crimson blood and mangled corpses, the thick, pungent stench of blood so overpowering it made one want to vomit. Yet at the center of this bloody tableau, the figure standing with a gun remained utterly untouched. He stood there silently, as if he had just done something utterly insignificant.
Gulp. A distinct, audible swallow echoed across the silent battlefield.
Lin Xiong surveyed the scattered corpses of ferocious beasts, then glanced at his own barrier light wall, which bore only a single hairline crack. He felt his worldview being repeatedly crushed into the ground within a single day. He slowly sheathed his broadsword and took stiff steps toward Yang Jian. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, this once haughty and arrogant third-year senior solemnly bowed 90 degrees to Yang Jian.
Yang.
Junior Yang, his voice cracked with shame and shock, I failed to recognize your true worth.
I apologize for my previous rudeness and offense. Please forgive me.
He lowered himself completely, for he understood that in the face of absolute strength, any pride seemed utterly ridiculous. And Yang Jian deserved this respect. Yang Jian looked at the burly man before him, who had undergone a complete reversal in attitude, and merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more.
He wasn't one to hold grudges.
Since the other had acknowledged his mistake, he saw no reason to dwell on it. Captain, he turned to face Shi Songyue, who had remained silent throughout, his gaze fixed on Yang Jian with an intensely complex expression.
What's our next move? Shi Songyue snapped out of her profound shock under Yang Jian's gaze. She drew a deep breath, forcing down the turbulent waves churning within her. For the first time, her usually icy cold, striking face revealed an emotion beyond mere solemnity. It was a complex expression, a blend of admiration, apprehension, and a hint of excitement.
10 minutes to regroup, her voice remained icy, yet carried an imperceptibly softer edge.
Everyone restore your chi and blood as quickly as possible. Tanglinger, you handle sentry duty.
Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, the two of you go collect materials from those elite-level beasts.
As for you.
She paused, her sharp gaze settling once more on Yang Jian.
You may rest here.
At these words, Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao showed no objection whatsoever. Instead, they wore expressions that said, of course.
Are you kidding me? He'd single-handedly done 99% of their entire team's work, and now they expected him to clean up the battlefield too? 10 minutes later, the team set off once more. But this time, the formation had undergone a subtle shift. Yang Jian was no longer the invisible nobody trailing at the rear, ignored by all. Instead, he was instinctively shielded and protected at the very heart of the group. Even the squad leader, Shi Songhua, would instinctively glance back at Yang Jian before making any forward decisions, as if seeking his counsel. Lin Xiong, meanwhile, had completely transformed into Yang Jian's devoted follower, constantly addressing him as junior brother Yang throughout the journey. His enthusiasm was so palpable that Mu Xiaoyao, watching from the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Tang Linger clung to him like a kitten, chattering incessantly as she followed his side, asking questions left and right. Her large, sparkling eyes held nothing but unabashed admiration. Yang Jian remained unfazed by it all. Most of his attention was already immersed in his own world. As he followed the group at a leisurely pace, he diverted a sliver of his awareness to carefully sense the subtle changes within the true spirit black tortoise armor fragment stored in his storage bracelet. He discovered that as they delved deeper into Shenangjia, the warm sensation emanating from the armor fragment grew increasingly distinct. Though still faint, the resonance deep within his bloodline unmistakably confirmed he was on the right path. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Perhaps this so-called Northern Abyss Divine Palace could truly bring him an unexpected surprise. The journey ahead unfolded with surprising ease. Perhaps the earlier beast tide had already cleared all the ferocious beasts from this area. Or perhaps the remaining beasts had been utterly terrified by the terrifying killing intent still lingering on Yang Jian's body, a presence as if he had slaughtered thousands upon thousands. In any case, they encountered no significant resistance along the way. Occasionally, a few ill-fated beasts would burst out from the depths of the dense forest. Yet even these didn't require Yang Jian's intervention. They were instantly cleaved in two by Lin Xiong's sword, wielded by a young man brimming with pent-up energy and eager to prove himself. 2 days later, as they crested the final mountain peak, a vast, boundless lake like a sapphire embedded among the mountains suddenly appeared at the horizon's edge. The lake stretched so far that its edges could not be seen with the naked eye. A thin, mysteriously white mist perpetually shrouded its surface. And at the very center of that mist-shrouded expanse, a magnificent palace entirely constructed from an unknown black crystal, radiating an aura of ancient grandeur and timelessness, loomed faintly into view. "We've arrived." Shi Songhua gazed at the divine palace in the lake's center. For the first time, a fiery intensity flared in her sharp eyes. "Is that the Northern Abyss Divine Palace?" Lin Xiong gazed at the palace shrouded in mist, its outline faintly visible, his eyes likewise flickering with awe and a hint of greed. Such a magnificent relic of a super-ancient civilization, the opportunities and treasures it held were bound to be beyond imagination. How beautiful! Tang Linger was utterly captivated by the scene before her, which resembled a fairyland. Her lively eyes brimmed with longing. Only Mu Xiaoyao, whose eyes had always held a hint of cynicism, narrowed them slightly at the sight of the vast lake. Fanning himself with his folding fan, he spoke with a hint of unease in his voice. "Captain, something feels off." Shi Songhua withdrew her slightly heated gaze upon hearing this, her sharp eyes returning to the lake's surface, which was eerily calm. "Look at that mist." Mu Xiaoyao gestured toward the lake's center with his fan. "All along our path, the mountain mists dried up under the sun. Yet this mist over the lake remains unchanged, neither thickening nor thinning, not even a hint of movement. And..." He paused, drawing in a deep breath. "Do you smell it?" At his prompting, the others suddenly became aware that beyond the damp moisture in the air, an eerily faint, sweet fragrance lingered. At first sniff, the scent was refreshing, unconsciously lulling one into relaxation. But upon closer inspection, one could detect a faint, heart-stoppingly dangerous aura lurking beneath the surface. Yang Jian had sensed the anomaly long before anyone spoke. His golden flame-piercing divine eyes had already cut through layer upon layer of mist, fixing their gaze upon the so-called North Sea Divine Palace. In his vision, that palace was no physical structure at all. It was clearly a mirage, a masterful mental illusion seamlessly fused with the surrounding lake scenery. Beneath the seemingly tranquil lake surface lurked a monstrous shadow of unimaginable scale. The source causing the true spirit black tortoise armor plates to heat up relentlessly emanated from that very shadow. "There's something in this lake." Just as everyone was still puzzled by the eerie sweet fragrance, Yang Jian's indifferent voice slowly echoed. At those words, every heart sank abruptly. They might doubt their own judgments, but they would never doubt the judgment of the man who had single-handedly slaughtered his way through the entire beast tide. Shi Songhua's expression instantly turned grim. She immediately retrieved a silver metal sphere, no larger than a thumb, from her storage bracelet and tossed it without hesitation into the lake ahead. "Detect puppet, activate." The moment the metal sphere hit the water, it seemed to come alive, swiftly extending several slender mechanical tentacles that silently dove toward the lake bottom. Simultaneously, a translucent light screen slowly unfolded before Shi Songhua. The screen clearly displayed real-time footage transmitted from the lake bottom by the detection puppet. Initially, the scene showed only ordinary fish, shrimp, and aquatic plants. Everything appeared perfectly normal. However, as the puppet continued its descent, the lake bottom's scenery grew increasingly eerie. Gigantic, monstrous fish skeletons began appearing in the frame. Soon after, the remains of even larger, unknown ferocious beasts followed. They even spotted the skeletal remains of a 100-meter-long dragon, reduced to nothing but stark white bones after being devoured. At this sight, a chill ran down everyone's spine. To consume a deep-sea mystic dragon, a creature at least of 5th-rank Grandmaster level, as prey. What kind of terrifying monster lurked at the bottom of this lake? At that very moment. Sizzle, sizzle. The image on the light screen began flickering violently, as if subjected to intense signal interference. Then, a monstrously huge face, covered in countless dark blue compound eyes and radiating an aura of pure evil and chaos, suddenly filled the entire screen without warning. Snap! The face appeared on the screen for merely a second before the detection puppet, forged from a special alloy, seemed unable to withstand the terrifying onslaught of will. It emitted a wail of overwhelming strain and was instantly crushed into dust. The light screen went completely dark. Dead silence. The lakeside fell into a deathly silence. Every face bore an expression of unprecedented horror and dread. What on earth was that? Lin Xiong's voice trembled slightly. The terrifying visage glimpse just now delivered a mental blow even more intense than facing the entire beast tide earlier. Tang Linger's face had gone deathly pale with fright, and she instinctively hid behind Yang Jian, as if only there could be safety. Even Shi Songyue, usually composed and unflappable, now held the compass with jade-like hands that trembled slightly beyond her control. Her voice grew dry and hoarse from sheer shock. An ancient aberration. Phantom Dream Demon Butterfly. Dream Demon Butterfly? Upon hearing that name, Mu Xiaoyao's face instantly turned even paler than Tang Linger's. Captain. He stammered, you're not joking, right? That legendary 6th-rank sovereign-grade beast that feeds on living beings' dreams and mental energy, capable of plunging an entire city into an eternal illusion. No mistake. Shi Songyue's eyes flickered with profound helplessness and despair. That eerily sweet scent capable of corrupting mental energy, those mirages that beguile the mind, and that face covered in compound eyes just now. Every single trait matches the ancient text's descriptions perfectly. 6th-rank king class. Those two words fell like a crushing mountain, pressing down heavily on every heart present. This was beyond their capabilities. Even if a king-level instructor from the Martial God Palace were to arrive personally, facing such a bizarre beast specializing in psychic attacks would still be a life-or-death struggle. Retreat. Shi Songyue made the decision instantly, without a moment's hesitation. Withdraw immediately. Report this intelligence back to the academy. This is not a mission we can accomplish. She knew full well that lingering any longer would turn every one of them into the terrifying demon butterfly's meal. Yet, just as they prepared to turn and flee, buzz. A terrifying, intangible mental wave filled with hypnotic and enchanting intent suddenly swept out from the center of the lake. In an instant, the world shifted. The once clear surroundings rapidly distorted and blurred. The mysterious white mist spread toward the shore at a visible speed, engulfing all 5 of them in an instant. No! It's an illusion! Shi Songyue's face paled as she cried out in alarm. Everyone, guard your minds. Don't be deceived by the illusions. But it was already too late. Chapter 146, The Battle for the Dao Heart. Where the spear points, the divine palace shatters. That thick white mist, filled with an eerie sweet fragrance, descended so suddenly, so overwhelmingly. Almost the instant it engulfed the 5, Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger all stiffened simultaneously. Their eyes rapidly grew hollow and unfocused, as if their souls had been ripped from them in an instant. Uncontrollable, eerie smiles filled with blissful intoxication curled at the corners of their mouths. Clearly, their mental defenses had crumbled completely before the terrifying illusion unleashed by the 6th-grade king class, illusory dream demon butterfly, an illusion vast enough to cover the entire lake area. They hadn't even managed to mount a decent resistance. Lin Xiong. Mu Xiaoyao. Wake up! All color had drained from Shi Songyue's fair face. Though her formidable 4th-rank Grandmaster-level willpower allowed her to cling to a sliver of lucidity, her sea of consciousness now churned like a lake struck by a boulder, unleashing towering waves. Countless illusions, brimming with temptation and beauty, clung to her like a flesh-eating ulcer, madly eroding her reason and tugging at her soul, determined to drag her into the abyss of that eternal dream. Her forehead was already drenched in sweat, and her delicate body trembled violently from the sheer effort of resisting. She knew clearly that in her current state, she could hold out for less than a minute at most. Once her willpower crumbled completely, their entire squad would be wiped out. Yang Jian. Just as she felt her consciousness about to be swallowed by endless darkness, on the brink of despair, she mustered her last ounce of strength to turn her head with great effort. She looked toward the figure who had stood motionless the entire time, seemingly oblivious to everything around them. She hoped to find hope once more in this legend who had repeatedly defied the odds. Yet when she saw Yang Jian's current state, the faint glimmer of hope that had just ignited in her heart instantly plummeted to the depths of despair. Yang Jian, too, stood with his eyes tightly shut. His face bore no expression, neither the eerie smile seen on Lin Xiong and the others, nor the anguished struggle evident on her own face. He stood there silently, like a lifeless stone statue, as if he too had succumbed. It's over.
A flash of profound despair and unwillingness flickered in Chi Sonyue's eyes.
Had she ultimately overestimated him? Perhaps his physical combat prowess truly reached an unimaginable level. But when confronted with such an eerie assault targeting the very soul and will, he was still just an 18-year-old boy. What Chi Songyue did not know was that within Yang Jian's consciousness, a completely different scene was unfolding. Boom! An endless torrent of multicolored illusions surged like a bursting celestial river, violently battering the barriers of his consciousness, intent on tearing his soul apart and devouring it whole. Within that torrent of illusions, limitless desires capable of corrupting any living being were unfolding. Mountains of gold piled high. Supreme power. There were beauties of unparalleled grace. Possessing power that knows no equal. The warmth of parents in good health and family reunions. Any one of these could instantly plunge the weak-willed into an abyss of eternal ruin. Yet these illusions of desire, potent enough to shake even a sage, collided with an immovable primordial divine mountain the moment they entered Yang Jian's sea of consciousness. At the center of his mind's eye, the colossal primordial elephant of vision conjured by the divine elephant prison ceiling force, towering to touch the heavens, slowly opened its indifferent eyes. Those eyes seemed to hold the very birth and death of the cosmos within their gaze. Moo! A divine elephant's bellow, filled with supreme majesty and overwhelming suppression, reverberated throughout the entire sea of consciousness. It was not merely sound, but a primordial resonance of the Tao itself. Under this roar, the surging torrent of multicolored illusions shattered like ice meeting its nemesis, instantly suppressed, purified, and dispersed. Immediately after, the ancient divine elephant's phantom abruptly raised its pillar-like elephant foot and stomped down fiercely upon the ceaselessly churning source of illusions. This single stomp contained power capable of suppressing the divine prisons of all gods and shattering the eternal cycles of reincarnation. Boom! Yang Jian's entire sea of consciousness trembled violently at that moment. The indestructible illusory world, forged from the primordial spiritual energy of the illusory dream demon butterfly, shattered like fragile glass beneath that single stomp. Outside, by the shores of Xianshui Lake. Put! A piercing shriek, filled with agony and utter disbelief, erupted from the depths of the thick white mist, echoing across the entire landscape. Immediately after, the terrifying illusory mist that had enveloped thousands of meters around, powerful enough to ensnare even a fourth-rank grandmaster, began dissipating at a visible speed. It was as if the spellcaster lurking behind the scenes had suffered some unimaginably catastrophic blow. Chi Songyue, teetering on the brink of collapse, suddenly felt the mental pressure weighing upon her instantly lighten. Her consciousness, nearly swallowed by darkness, regained clarity. She snapped her eyes open. Seeing the surroundings return to normal and her three teammates still unconscious, her face was etched with disbelief at surviving the ordeal. The illusion has been dispelled? What the hell just happened? While she was still reeling in shock and confusion, the figure that had stood motionless all along slowly opened its eyes. Within Yang Jian's previously serene eyes now burned two blazing orbs of murderous intent, unprecedented, cold to the extreme, and overwhelming. He slowly raised his head, his indifferent gaze piercing through layer upon layer of spatial barriers, locking onto the rapidly dissipating core of the white mist, the so-called illusion of the North Sea Divine Palace. His utterly emotionless voice, like the final judgment from the depths of hell, echoed slowly across the entire land. A mere insect that dares to toy with human hearts. Dare to pry into my divine soul? You seek death. Before the words had even faded. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying killing intent as if it could tear the very fabric of heaven and earth apart suddenly erupted from Yang Jian's unremarkably built frame, shooting skyward. That killing intent was so pure, so condensed. It even carried a trace of the primordial divine elephant's supreme majesty, a power capable of suppressing the divine prisons of all gods. Under the impact of this killing intent, the surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. The primordial jungle, which had only just begun to show signs of life, fell instantly silent. Every bird and beast prostrated itself upon the ground, trembling in fear, as if paying homage to a peerless demon god emerging from an ancient battlefield of slaughter. This is... Chi Songyue stared blankly at Yang Jian's towering silhouette. Her heart, which had just been pounding wildly from narrowly escaping death, skipped another beat at that very instant. She could distinctly sense that the Yang Jian before her now was utterly different from the one who had slaughtered his way through the beast tide earlier. If the former Yang Jian was a peerless divine weapon, its edge gleaming with unrestrained sharpness and its aura piercing the heavens, then the man before her now was a world-devouring demon blade, fully drawn from its scabbard. Even the lingering remnants of his killing intent sent a bone-chilling chill rising from the depths of her soul, and she was a fourth-rank grandmaster. What exactly did he go through? She couldn't fathom what kind of terrifying illusion could ignite a person's killing intent to such a horrifying degree. Yet Yang Jian gave her little time to ponder. Having locked onto the core of the illusion, he raised the Jinyu spear in his hand without hesitation. His eyes, burning with overwhelming killing intent, locked onto the shimmering phantom of the North Sea Divine Palace still hovering over the lake's center. Over 2,000 units of vital energy erupted from within him, unleashed without restraint. The mighty golden chi surged like boiling magma, pouring madly through his arms and into the prison ceiling spear.
The divine spear, forged from the spine of a 6th grade royal grade dragon and an unknown divine metal, seemed unable to withstand the frenzied force at that moment, emitting a violent humming sound as if straining under the immense burden. Visible black arcs of electricity, charged with destructive energy, danced and leapt wildly along the spear's shaft. That move. Chi Songyue's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. Divine Demon 9 Refinement's final refinement, creation. Boom! The instant the final syllable creation fell, the heavens and earth seemed to fall utterly silent. All light, all sound, all laws were all violently devoured by that black divine spear in this instant. Upon the pitch-black spearhead, an infinitesimal chaotic singularity, one seemingly capable of devouring even time and space, slowly materialized once more. Within that singularity, gods and demons danced together, life and death cycled endlessly, creation and destruction returned to chaos. It was the power of the end, enough to make this entire world tremble. Go! Yang Jian uttered a single word softly. Whoosh! The chaotic singularity, condensed with his ultimate power and martial essence, instantly detached from the gun's tip. With terrifying speed defying common sense and ignoring spatial distance, it shot forward, arriving before its projectile, and slammed violently into the North Sea Divine Palace situated at the lake's center. There was no earth-shattering roar, no thunderous crash of shattered laws. The moment that chaos singularity touched the illusory North Sea Divine Palace, it plunged into it like a red-hot branding iron, piercing ice and snow, silent yet carrying an unstoppable, resolute force. Then, under Chi Songyue's gaze, filled with utter horror, the North Sea Divine Palace, which had stood for untold ages, capable of plunging an entire city into an eternal illusion, began to twist and ripple violently, like the reflection in water disturbed by a pebble. The majestic palace, the ethereal mist, the ancient stone bridge. Everything began to crumble and collapse in an instant. A shriek more piercing, more agonized, and filled with boundless terror and disbelief than any before it once again pierced the heavens from the center of the lake. Within that shriek lay a hint of despair, the despair of a soul on the verge of shattering. Finally, boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the breathtakingly beautiful lake center divine palace illusion shattered completely. In its place emerged a colossal butterfly, its wingspan exceeding a kilometer, its entire body shimmering with a dreamlike iridescence, and its surface covered in countless blue compound eyes. This legendary 6th-rank sovereign-grade fiend beast, the Dream Demon Butterfly, now floated pitifully upon the lake's surface. Its pride, the illusory domain constructed from spiritual energy, had been utterly obliterated at its very source by that chaotic singularity. A bull-sized, gaping, blood-soaked hole now gaped through its iridescent wings. At the edges of that gash, all flesh, meridians, and laws were being relentlessly annihilated and assimilated by a terrifying force pulsing with the opposing energies of creation and destruction. It had been torn alive from the illusion by Yang Jian's shot fired from several kilometers away. And it was gravely wounded on the spot. Chapter 147, The Fall of a King Class. The emergence of the Black Tortoise. Alone at the Mystic Gate. Squay. The illusory Dream Demon Butterfly emitted a shrieking cry of agony. Its 1,000-meter-long wings thrashed the lake's surface with frenzied fury, churning up waves tall enough to capsize an aircraft carrier. Yet none of this could halt the relentless, bone-gnawing force of creation as it raged and ravaged within its body. Its once dazzling, iridescent butterfly wings were visibly fading and withering at a rapid pace. Its once overwhelming life force was rapidly draining away like air escaping from a punctured balloon. It wanted to escape. Its countless compound eyes, filled with terror and venomous hatred, fixed a deathly stare upon the demon god-like figure on the shore. Then, summoning its last ounce of strength, it fluttered its shattered wings, desperate to vanish into the void and escape this place of despair and death. But would Yang Jian grant it such an opportunity? Trying to leave? His icy voice echoed like death's final verdict. Did I say you could leave? Before the words had fully left his lips, the long spear in his hand, the prison sealing spear, rose once more, slowly and deliberately. This time, he did not unleash the energy-draining creation strike, but the icy killing intent radiating from his body was more intense than ever before. Divine Power Spear of the Nether God. The heavens and earth darkened once more. Endless waves of death and judgment surged madly toward the tip of his spear. A spear, entirely pitch-black and coiled with countless illusory forms of gods and demons, slowly took shape in his hands, a spear of death that seemed capable of piercing through reincarnation and judging all souls. No! Gazing upon that spear radiating an aura that made its very soul tremble, the countless human-like compound eyes of the phantom Dream Demon Butterfly revealed genuine despair for the first time. It let out a piercing wail, abandoning all thought of flight. Desperately summoning the last remnants of its demonic power, it conjured a multicolored shield before itself, a barrier woven from countless dreamlike bubbles and illusions. This was its ultimate defensive technique, the Dream Barrier.
Yet before the absolute force of death, any dream was utterly powerless. Judgment. Yang Jian murmured the two words softly. Whoosh! The spear of the nether god, imbued with the ultimate essence of death, instantly pierced the void. Defying all logic, it arrived first despite being launched later, driving viciously into the multicolored light shield. Crack! Not a moment's hesitation. The seemingly impenetrable dream barrier, upon contact with the spear of the nether god, instantly shattered like a mirror struck by a pebble, cracking into a web of fissures. Then, boom! The entire light shield shattered explosively, transforming into a sky-filling shower of multicolored light. The spear of death, having pierced the barrier, carried on with unabated momentum. Under the gaze of the phantom dream butterfly, filled with endless terror and unwillingness, it pierced its massive head with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! A deep, muffled explosion. In that instant, the entire head of the dream demon butterfly, along with its inner soul, was utterly detonated by that overwhelming, tyrannical force of judgment, reduced to a sky-filling shower of flesh and bone fragments. The terrifying overlord that had reigned supreme in the Shenangjia Forbidden Zone for untold ages, a 6th-grade sovereign renowned for its mental illusions, the illusory dream demon butterfly, had fallen. Its colossal, kilometer-long body plummeted slowly from the sky, crashing with a splash into the Xian water lake, already dyed crimson by its own blood. Dead as a doornail. Dead silence. The lakeside once again fell into a deathly silence. Shi Songyue, Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao. These three elite third-year students of the martial god palace now stood frozen in place like three completely weathered stone statues. Their pupils had long since lost focus. Their mouths hung open unconsciously, wide enough to fit a fist. Their minds had been utterly blanked out by the final two earth-shattering shots, completely robbing them of the ability to think. A king tier, fallen? A genuine 6th-rank king-class overlord of being capable of obliterating a medium-sized city with ease had been instantly annihilated by 2 shots from this 18-year-old freshman before their very eyes? What the hell is wrong with this world? Yet Yang Jian paid no heed to his 3 teammates, who had completely frozen in shock. His gaze remained fixed the entire time on the lake where the corpse of the phantom dream demon butterfly had fallen. For the instant the demon butterfly fell and the illusion shattered completely, he distinctly felt the warmth emanating from the true spirit black tortoise armor fragment within his storage bracelet surge to an unprecedented intensity. As if something was about to burst forth from the water. Splash, 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 splash. Sure enough. The instant this thought flashed through his mind, the lake's surface, which had been churning with towering waves from the demon butterfly's fall, began to sink downward at an alarming rate in an utterly bizarre manner. As if some immense, weighty colossus was slowly awakening from the bottomless depths of the lake, rising upward. Then, under the utterly horrified gazes of everyone present, a magnificent palace entirely constructed from ancient, unknown dark green rock, radiating an aura of timelessness and profound history, slowly rose from the lake's depths. This was no illusion, it was a genuine underwater divine palace. At the very apex of that divine palace, a colossal tortoise shell as large as a small mountain, covered in natural Tao patterns, and radiating an aura terrifying enough to suppress the 4 corners of heaven and earth, floated there in stillness. The boundless aura emanating from that tortoise shell, a source identical to the true spirit black tortoise armor plate, brimming with the essence of immortality and eternity, instantly caused Yang Jian's calm eyes to flare with excitement. Found it! True spirit black tortoise. No, to be precise, it was a fragment of the true spirit black tortoise's remains. Xuanwu Divine Palace armor. The dark blue divine palace slowly rising from the lake bottom was so magnificent, so utterly real. It hovered silently at the center of Xian Water Lake, emanating an ancient, weathered aura that seemed to have traversed endless time and space from mythical eras to arrive here. And the colossal tortoise shell, the size of a small mountain, suspended atop the shrine, radiated an immortal divine might powerful enough to make all beings bow in submission. What is that? Lin Xiong swallowed hard, his long numb heart once again beating wildly against his will. The scene before him had utterly surpassed the bounds of his comprehension. The true Northern Abyss Divine Palace. Shi Songyue's piercing eyes also blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. It turned out that the illusory dream demon butterfly had not woven a pure illusion, but rather a mirage crafted from this real, underwater divine palace as its blueprint. This cunning demon butterfly had actually made this divine palace its nest. And now, with its demise, this ancient relic hidden for untold millennia finally saw the light of day. We're rich. Mu Xiaoyao murmured, his almond-shaped eyes already consumed by boundless fervor and greed. What an incredible stroke of luck this is. At that very moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As if sensing the presence of living beings, the massive, 100-meter-tall stone gate of the dark green palace sealed shut for and slowly swung inward. An ancient aura, purer and more potent than anything they'd ever encountered, surged forth from the crack in the gate. With just one breath, everyone felt their depleted vitality rapidly replenishing at an astonishing rate. Go! Shi Songyue acted decisively, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Opportunity lies before us. Everyone, follow me inside. Before her words had fully faded, she was the first to surge forward, her chi propelling her as she strode across the lake's surface as if it were solid ground, racing toward the divine palace at its center. Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao followed closely behind, refusing to be outdone. Yang, hurry up and follow us. Before dashing out, Tang Linger turned back and waved vigorously at the figure still standing motionless on the shore. Yet Yang Jian paid them no heed whatsoever. His entire focus was utterly consumed by the True Spirit Black Tortoise armor plate, within his storage bracelet vibrating wildly and burning hot. Buzz 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 buzz. That tiny scale now felt like a branding iron plunged into boiling water, radiating a terrifying heat capable of melting steel. An overwhelming, primal yearning, a call from his very bloodline and essence, assaulted his soul with frenzied intensity. It felt as though something deep within the divine palace was calling out to him. Just as Qi Songyue and the others were about to burst through the massive stone gate that had opened, a sudden change occurred. The mountain-sized Xuanwu Divine Palace armor, suspended at the palace's apex, erupted with a towering, azure-black divine light. A dazzling pillar of light, filled with spatial law fluctuations invisible to the naked eye, descended from the heavens without warning, instantly enveloping the motionless figure standing by the shore. Yang Jian? Qi Songyue and the others paled, gasping in shock. Yet before they could react, the dazzling pillar of light vanished in a flash, along with the figure within it, as if it had never existed at all. This is... When Yang Jian regained his vision, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. This was no longer the majestic, dark blue divine palace, but a vast, boundless underwater world. Surrounding him was bottomless, pitch-black seawater. Countless strange, bioluminescent jellyfish drifted slowly through the deep sea like stars in the sky. Beneath his feet lay a pallid expanse of land, paved with the colossal bones of unknown, monstrous beasts. A presence 100 times more potent than the outside world filled every corner of this space. The interior space of the remains? A flash of realization crossed Yang Jian's eyes. He was almost certain that the Xuanwu Divine Palace armor had teleported him directly inside through some peculiar method. This place was completely cut off from the outside world. At this realization, two unprecedentedly intense flashes of fiery brilliance suddenly erupted from his calm eyes. If that was the case, then he had no need to hold back any longer. Roar! He let out a frenzied roar filled with pent-up frustration and exhilaration. Bloodline talent, beast blood boiling. Boom! A bloodline power of extreme ferocity, brimming with primordial and savage energy, erupted violently from within his body. His once straight frame began swelling and stretching upward in an utterly irrational frenzy. Black bristles erupted from his skin like steel needles. Solid muscles bulged like hewn stone blocks. His features rapidly transformed into those of a primate. Within mere seconds, he transformed from an 1.8-meter-tall human youth into a colossal mountain ape over 50 meters tall, radiating overwhelming ferocity. Roar! Feeling the explosive, mountain-shattering power surging within him, Yang Jian, now the mountain ape, let out another roar filled with exhilaration and excitement. He stomped his foot violently, causing the entire ocean floor to tremble violently. Then, with a single thought. The SSS-grade heaven-piercing divine treasure, as heavy as a star and capable of shifting in size, the Yuanhewuji mountain, instantly materialized in his hands. In his ape form, the artifact which had once resembled a small mountain was now casually slung over his shoulder like a brick. The scene radiated sheer brutality and awe. At that very moment, crash! The murky sea water around him began to churn violently. From the endless depths of darkness, shadowy figures of varying sizes slowly materialized, each formed entirely from the purest essence of mystical water energy. Their numbers ran into the tens of thousands, densely packed. Their power ranged from 1st grade to 4th grade, every level represented. Their cold, emotionless eyes locked onto Yang Jian, the outsider, in unison. Come on in. Facing this army of black tortoises capable of devastating any legion, Yang Jian, now transformed into a mountain-sized ape, let out a savage, frenzied grin. Without hesitation, he shouldered the mountain-sized Yuanhewuji mountain and charged headlong into the fray. Boom! Each colossal step of his massive paw left a gaping crater in the ocean floor. Roar! A 3rd-grade Xuanwu specter, its bulk comparable to an armored vehicle, roared as it charged toward him. But, get the hell out of my way! Yang Jian's thunderous roar echoed across the entire ocean floor. The Yuanhewuji shan, in his hand, channeling terrifying power capable of crushing everything, came crashing down with devastating force. Crash! The arrogant 3rd-grade black tortoise phantom didn't even have time to utter a cry of agony before being crushed into a sky-filling cloud of dust by that mountain peak, heavy as a star, along with the skeletal earth beneath it. Ding! Defeated Xuanwu Battle Shadow Grade 3. You have obtained a trace of Xuanwu Essence Blood Absorbable. Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, a flicker of surprise and wild excitement shot through Yang Jian's eyes. Xuanwu Essence Blood? Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Heaven and Earth Furnace to absorb and refine the thread of intangible essence. In an instant, a pure energy imbued with the essence of immortality and heaviness fused into every fiber of his being. He could distinctly feel his physical defenses receive an imperceptibly subtle yet undeniable boost. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jian couldn't help but burst into a maniacal laugh, his head thrown back.
Gazing upon the endless Xuanwu army, his crimson beastly eyes were utterly consumed by boundless greed and fervor. This was no trial at all. This was clearly a feast tailor-made for him. Men. Shouldering the Yuanhewuji mountain, he charged like a madman into the boundless Xuanwu army, his roar filled with boundless dominance and fervor echoing throughout the entire underwater world. Come and die. Chapter 148, Mad Gluttony. The true essence of Xuanwu. Devouring the divine heart. Boom! When that 50-meter-tall monstrous ape, bearing a veritable mountain peak, crashed like a black meteorite into the boundless Xuanwu army, a world-ending slaughter commenced. Bang! 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 Yang Jian had long since plunged into the most primal, most pure combat frenzy. The Yuanhewuji mountain in his hands had long since shed all semblance of technique or strategy. What remained was only the most extreme, most unyielding force. Each strike instantly cleared a fan-shaped area. Dozens of second and third grade Xuanwu battle shadows crumbled like sandcastles before the mountain peak, heavy as a star. They couldn't muster even a shred of resistance before being brutally crushed into a sky filled with blue specks. One sweep unleashed a death shockwave stretching thousands of meters. Everything in its path, whether Xuanwu battle shadows or the pallid earth paved with ancient beast bones, was swept away like withered leaves by that unmatched, terrifying force, reduced to leveled ruins. Ding! Defeated Xuanwu battle shadow grade 2. You have obtained a trace of Xuanwu essence blood absorbable. Ding! Defeated Xuanwu battle shadow grade 3. You have obtained a trace of Xuanwu essence blood absorbable. Ding! Defeated Xuanwu battle shadow grade 4. You have obtained a trace of Xuanwu essence blood absorbable. The melodious system notifications echoed like the most stirring drumbeats on the battlefield, relentlessly flooding his mind. He pushed the heaven and earth furnace divine ability to its absolute limit. Stream after stream of intangible Xuanwu essence blood, imbued with the essence of immortality and profound substance, poured into him like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea as he frantically absorbed and refined it. Nourished by this boundless essence, his physical form underwent a frenzied metamorphosis at an unimaginable speed. Every inch of his skin seemed coated in an invisible aura of treasure light, growing ever more resilient. Every bone in his body began to etch with faint, natural patterns of the Tao, growing increasingly heavy. Within his surging golden divine elephant vital energy, the profound essence of the black tortoise, as weighty as mountains and impervious to all trials, gradually infused itself. This was a bloody slaughter. It was an even more frenzied evolution. Roar! A colossal black tortoise battle shadow, its aura reaching the peak of a 4th-rank grandmaster, seemed enraged by Yang Jian's fury. It unleashed an earth-shattering roar, and the boundless ocean waters around it instantly coalesced under its command into a 100-meter-thick, deep blue-glowing, Xian water-heavy shield, crushing down fiercely toward Yang Jian. That shield contained a terrifying gravitational force capable of crushing an entire mountain peak into dust in an instant. Yet, shatter, for me. A flicker of contempt and arrogance flashed through Yang Jian's blood-red beastly eyes. Far from evading, he shouldered the even heavier, more terrifying Yuanhewuji mountain and charged straight into it. The essence of divine technique, heavenly fist, fused perfectly into the mountain's core. Boom! When that terrifying mountain peak, shimmering with sacred golden light, finally collided with the profound water shield containing boundless gravity, the entire underwater world trembled violently in that instant. A terrifying shockwave, visible to the naked eye and powerful enough to tear everything apart, swept madly outward in all directions like apocalyptic ripples. Crack, crack! The stalemate lasted less than a second before spiderweb-like cracks spread across the mystic water-heavy shield, a barrier capable of crushing any 4th-rank grandmaster. Then, boom! The entire shield shattered explosively, scattering into a sky-filling spray of water. The golden divine mountain, its momentum unabated after shattering the shield. Under the stunned, disbelieving gaze of the 4th-rank black tortoise battle shadow, it slammed viciously into its tortoise shell. Boom! An unprecedented, deafeningly muffled roar reverberated across the entire ocean floor. The 4th-grade peak Xuanwu battle shadow's tortoise shell, strong enough to withstand attacks from king-level powerhouses, shattered like fragile eggshells under the single blow. Finally, along with its internal law core, it was smashed into nothingness, scattering across the void. After an unknown span of time, when Yang Jian had utterly obliterated the last black tortoise battle shadow into dust, the once chaotic underwater realm, saturated with the stench of slaughter and destruction, finally fell silent once more. His 50-meter-tall, terrifying ape-like form stood motionless atop a mountain of corpses piled from countless skeletal remains and shattered tortoise shells. His chest heaved violently as thick white steam poured relentlessly from his nostrils and mouth, resembling 2 roaring white dragons. Though his body was equally covered in wounds large and small, and even his right arm, bearing the weight of the Yuanhewuji mountain, showed signs of muscle tearing from the excessive force unleashed. Yet his crimson beastly eyes brimmed with unprecedented exhilaration and satisfaction. He could distinctly feel his physical strength surge, absorbing that vast quantity of black tortoise essence blood had boosted his power by at least 30%. Now, his physical form alone was sufficient to withstand the full force of a 5th-rank grandmaster's attack without a scratch. This was an unimaginably massive leap in power.
At that very moment,
as all the black tortoise battle shadows vanished, the pallid land formed from bones began to tremble violently. At the very center of that mountain of corpses, a dazzling, azure black divine light imbued with an aura of immortality and eternity suddenly shot skyward. Immediately after, a fist-sized heart slowly rose from the earth. Entirely jade black in color and covered in natural Tao patterns, it seemed to be condensed from the purest essence of the black tortoise.
True spirit Xuanwu heart fragmented.
The instant Yang Jian laid eyes on this heart, his blood-red beastly pupils erupted with an unprecedented hunger and greed. This was the most precious treasure within this entire space. Though labeled incomplete, the boundless, indestructible life force emanating from the true spirit black tortoise heart still stirred a primal yearning deep within Yang Jian's very bloodline even in his transformed state as a mountain-sized ape. This was the primordial core of one of the 4 divine beasts of the primordial era. Even as a mere fragment, the energy and laws it contained were enough to drive any 6th-rank king-level powerhouse mad.
Mine.
Yang Jian's crimson beastly eyes were already utterly consumed by boundless greed. Without a moment's hesitation, his mountain-sized palm lunged uncontrollably toward the dark green heart suspended midair. Yet, the instant his fingertips were about to touch the heart, the true spirit black tortoise heart erupted with a blinding, azure black divine light. An indescribable, terrifying pressure of divine law imbued with the weight of suppression, heaviness, and eternity crashed down like an awakened primordial deity. Boom! Yang Jian's 50-meter-tall, terrifying ape-like form suddenly sank under the sudden, overwhelming pressure. His outstretched giant palm felt as though pinned down by an invisible primordial mountain, unable to advance even an inch. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Jian's eyes. He hadn't expected this heart, seemingly devoid of all life, to still harbor such terrifying instinctual will. This was the pride of the true spirit Xuanwu. It would not permit any mundane creature to casually defile its sacredness.
This is interesting. But a mere remnant of will dares to obstruct me?
A flash of contempt and arrogance flickered in Yang Jian's crimson beastly eyes. He let out a frenzied roar filled with boundless tyranny, his voice echoing to the heavens.
Open, for me.
Boom! The 21,600 divine elephant particles within his body erupted once more, unleashing their fury without restraint. The supreme power of the primordial divine elephant, dormant in the deepest recesses of his bloodline, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Simultaneously, his physical body now preliminarily fused with the true intent of the black tortoise also unleashed a terrifying force as heavy as mountains and unbreakable as steel. 2 utterly distinct supreme forces merged perfectly into one at this instant.
Crack, crack.
Amidst a series of teeth-grinding cracking sounds, the invisible pressure of the law enveloping his palm began to show fine, intricate cracks. Then, boom! Accompanied by Yang Jian's furious roar, that law pressure sufficient to drive even a 5th-rank grandmaster to despair was brutally shattered by him with the purest, most unreasonable violence.
Got it. After shattering the law's pressure, Yang Jian hesitated not a moment longer.
His palm, vast as a mountain, seized the still trembling, seemingly rebellious true spirit black tortoise heart and crushed it dead in his grasp. Without a moment's pause, he opened his gaping maw like a blood-red chasm and swallowed the fist-sized, yet weightless as 10,000 June, dark blue heart hole. Boom! The instant the true spirit Xuanwu heart entered Yang Jian's body, an energy torrent erupted within him, a force 100 times more terrifying and 10,000 times more colossal than when he had absorbed that vast sea of essence blood. That energy was so pure, so vast. It contained not only the purest essence of life itself, but also fragments of the great Tao, fragments of the laws of water, the laws of earth, and the paths of eternity and suppression. Roar! Even Yang Jian's body, tempered through countless trials into a divine demon form, could not withstand the impact of this terrifying energy surge sufficient to shatter a 6th-grade sovereign-level powerhouse, and he let out a frenzied roar filled with utter agony. His 50-meter-tall colossal form cracked inch by inch, as countless dark blue, mystical runes imbued with the essence of the Tao erupted uncontrollably from his flesh. His body was being violently assimilated and reshaped by the domineering essence of the black tortoise.
You think you can assimilate me? Dream on.
Amidst the excruciating agony, Yang Jian's blood-red beastly eyes blazed with unprecedented madness and defiance. He abruptly sat cross-legged, his mountain-like form crashing down onto the skeletal earth.
Technique divine elephant prison sealing force. Divine ability, heaven and earth furnace. He roared inwardly, pouring every ounce of his will into these 2 SSS-tier supreme techniques and divine abilities.
Damn it, refine. In an instant, the yin-yang divine elephant Tai Chi diagram within his body began spinning at an unprecedented, frenzied speed. The illusory heaven and earth furnace instantly solidified, transforming into a genuine, primordial crucible capable of melting all things under heaven. The tyrannical black tortoise primordial source, which had been raging wildly within him, finally began to be ground down, decomposed, and absorbed bit by bit under the combined suppression and refinement of these 2 supreme techniques. Massive quantities of the purest energy, refined by the heaven and earth furnace, surged madly toward the 21,600 divine elephant particles within his body that had lain dormant for so long. Yang Jian could clearly see that beyond his second-tier perfected divine elephant prison sealing force, the vast and mysterious particle constellation chart leading to the third tier was being slowly illuminated by that colossal energy. 1, 2, 10, 100. Amidst this frenzied refinement and absorption, his aura surged upward once more in an explosive, unstoppable ascent. His physical body, undergoing transformation by the Xuanwu primordial source, gradually shifted from passive assimilation to active fusion. An unprecedented, colossal metamorphosis slowly unfolded within this isolated underwater realm. Chapter 149, Forging the Divine Heart, Dominion's Eye. As the transformation within Yang Jian reached its most critical juncture, the entire underwater world constructed by the Xuanwu Divine Palace armor began to violently tremble and resonate. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His 50-meter-tall ape-form, seated cross-legged, now resembled an insatiable black hole, voraciously devouring all surrounding energy. Whether it was the boundless ocean waters, the pallid earth formed from ancient beast bones, or the very fabric of this space itself, everything was being forcibly decomposed and refined by the rapidly operating heaven and earth furnace, transformed into the purest primordial energy, and continuously poured into his body. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the vast star map leading to the third heaven of the divine elephant prison sealing force was being illuminated one star after another at a visible pace. 1,000. 3,000. 5,000. Finally, the instant 10,000 brand new divine elephant particles were fully ignited and awakened. An indescribable, supreme aura as if born from the primordial chaos, the very origin of the universe suddenly surged skyward from his body. That aura was so supreme. So overbearing. It felt as though he was no longer a mere living being, but had transformed into the sole ruler of this realm. The third level of divine elephant prison sealing force was now complete. With the breakthrough of the third tier, a brand new core divine ability more terrifying and utterly unreasonable than any of his previous innate divine powers slowly awakened within the depths of his soul. New divine ability Sovereign's Body. Effect 1, Divine Elephant Crucible. The body becomes a crucible, capable of absorbing and refining any form of energy attack, converting it into the purest energy to replenish self-consumption. The conversion limit correlates with one's own strength. Effect 2, Eye of Dominion. Cultivates the Eye of Dominion at the brow. When opened, it pierces through all illusions, laws, and origins of the world, rendering all disguises, illusions, and stealth techniques utterly transparent. The emergence of these two effects brought about another fundamental transformation in Yang Jian's power. Whereas before he was merely a destroyer wielding boundless power, he now stands as a true war fortress. Absorbing damage, piercing through illusion. This is the true form of a god. As he was immersed in the immense shock brought by this newfound power, his physical body, which had already begun to fuse with the primordial essence of the black tortoise, finally completed its final transformation. Divine Ability 12 Transformations of Awakening. Successfully refined True Spirit Xuanwu Heart incomplete. New transformation unlocked Xuanwu True Spirit form. Roar. A roar, thick with weight and immortality, erupted from Yang Jian's mouth, reverberating throughout the entire underwater world. His mountain ape form, once brimming with savage fury and primal energy, began to transform rapidly in that instant. Black mane shed away, replaced by dragon scales shimmering with an eerie blue divine light as if forged from the most indestructible divine metal. Muscles bulging like mountain rock began to contract inward, compressing into a streamlined dragon form brimming with explosive power. A fearsome yet supremely majestic dragon head slowly replaced the original ape head. Behind him, a colossal, pitch-black tortoise shell covered in natural patterns of the Tao, as if capable of bearing the entire azure sky slowly coalesced into form. Dragon head, tortoise shell, serpent tail. This was none other than the true form of the legendary primordial four divine beasts, the True Spirit Xuanwu. Though this transformation fell far short of the true spirit realm due to the incomplete heart being refined, the terrifying aura emanating from it, one that suppressed the four corners of heaven and earth, impervious to all laws, already caused the entire space to wail and submit. At the same time, outside, at the Northern Abyss Divine Palace. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Yang Jian completed his final transformation within the inner space, the entire dark green Divine Palace suspended above Xian Water Lake began to violently tremble without warning. The mountain-sized Xuanwu Divine Palace armor, suspended atop the palace, erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling divine light. Visible ripples of dark blue divine laws surged outward from the palace like a storm, sweeping across the heavens. What's happening? Shisanyue and the others, cautiously exploring the outer halls of the shrine, were startled by this sudden, earth-shaking upheaval, their expressions turning pale with shock. This aura. Lin Xiong trembled as he sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of the shrine, a force so overwhelming it made his very soul quake. His voice shook. Could there still be a living Xuanwu within this shrine? Impossible. Shisanyue immediately dismissed the notion, yet her piercing eyes were equally filled with unprecedented horror and bewilderment. This aura was 100 times more terrifying than that of the 6th-rank king-class, illusory dream demon butterfly they had encountered before. This was undoubtedly a saint-grade being, or even higher. Quick, retreat. She acted decisively, abandoning any pursuit of fortune. With a terrified shriek, she prepared to lead everyone out of this temple filled with endless strangeness.
But at that very moment,
the colossal Xuanwu Divine Palace armor, as if completing its final mission, slowly dissolved into a sky filled with sparkling points of light amidst the dazzling divine radiance. Immediately after, the ancient divine palace, which had trembled for so long, gradually settled. Everything seemed to return to calm. Only the faint, terrifying pressure seeping from the depths of the shrine remained, proving that what had just occurred was no illusion.
What, just now, what was that? Tang Linger patted her heaving chest, her small face still flushed with lingering fear.
Shi Songyue, Lin Xiong, and Mu Xiaoyao exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the relief of having survived a catastrophe.
Just then, tap, tap, tap. A distinct series of footsteps slowly echoed from the dark passage leading deeper into the divine palace. The hearts of all four leapt into their throats. They instinctively gripped their weapons, assuming combat stances, their eyes fixed intently on the dark entrance. Finally, a tall, slightly slender figure emerged slowly from the endless darkness. Still clad in that immaculate combat uniform, still bearing that calmly handsome face bordering on the eerie. It was Yang Jian, the man everyone believed had disappeared. Yet, the moment Shi Songyue's gaze met Yang Jian's serene eyes, the heart she had just calmed began to race wildly once more, beyond her control. She couldn't see through him. She couldn't fathom the man before her at all. If the Yang Jian she had known before was an unfathomable abyss, then the man before her now was a cosmic black hole from which not even light could escape. He stood there quietly, yet seemed to merge with the entire divine palace, even with the heavens and earth themselves. It felt as though he alone ruled this entire realm. Only when she recognized the figure emerging from the darkness as Yang Jian did Lin Xiong's tense muscles suddenly relax. She nearly collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he stammered, still shaken, "Holy crap. Yang, you're gonna scare someone to death. Where did you go? We thought some monster had snatched you away." Mu Xiaoyao also dropped his battle-ready stance. He tapped his folding fan lightly against his palm, his almond-shaped eyes darting back and forth over Yang Jian's body. His gaze was filled with scrutiny and a hint of inexpressible apprehension. He couldn't shake the feeling that the Yang Jian before him, though outwardly unchanged, had undergone some profound, earth-shattering transformation within. "Yang, are you okay?" Only after confirming Yang Jian's safety did Tang Linger's heart finally settle. She bounded toward him like a playful fawn, her bright, lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Where did you go just now? That earth-shaking commotion and that terrifying aura, did you cause it?" she asked, tilting her head curiously. Facing the probing, puzzled gazes of the others, Yang Jian's face remained as calm and unruffled as ever. He merely smiled faintly, then remarked in a tone that was half serious, half joking, "I have no idea. That beam of light transported me to a strange, isolated space. When I woke up, everything outside had already changed like this." He paused, then added as if remembering something, "Though I did manage to stumble upon a minor adventure in that space." "A minor stroke of luck?" At those words, Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao both felt their eyes twitch involuntarily. They glanced at the ancient divine palace, now rendered even more profound and mysterious by the earth-shattering upheaval, then looked back at Yang Jian's utterly nonchalant expression. An overwhelming sense of absurdity surged within them simultaneously. To trigger such terrifying cosmic phenomena, even silencing that suspected saint-tier terror. This ing, could be called a minor little mishap? You call this minor? Yet despite their hearts brimming with disbelief and scathing thoughts, they dared not utter another word. After all, the man before them was a peerless monster capable of crushing a 6th-rank king-grade being with his bare hands at the slightest provocation. Who knew if digging deeper might earn them an instant physical extermination from him? Wow! An adventure. Tang Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face brimming with envy. What is it? What is it? Did you find some legendary martial art or ancient artifact? Just some energies that can temper the body. Yang Jian dismissed it again with a casual tone. He certainly wouldn't tell them that he had not only broken through to the 3rd level of Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force, awakening the God-defying ability, Body of the Sovereign, but had also successfully refined the True Spirit Black Tortoise Heart, unlocking the brand new Black Tortoise True Spirit transformation. These would become his deepest trump cards. Shi Songyue's sharp eyes fixed on Yang Jian for a long moment. Though she too found his casual explanation unconvincing, she chose not to press further. As a competent captain, she understood that everyone had their own secrets. Overstepping boundaries only bred unnecessary suspicion and resentment. "Alright," she exhaled slowly, forcing her still-pounding heart to settle. Her cool voice regained its previous decisiveness and authority. "Since everyone is safe and sound, we shall continue our mission. This northern divine palace has just endured an unknown upheaval. Now may be its most vulnerable moment defensively. This is both peril and our greatest opportunity. Everyone, stay close to me. We continue our exploration." With Yang Jian serving as our anchor, the subsequent exploration proceeded remarkably smoothly. The interior of the Northern Abyss Divine Palace was vast, like a colossal labyrinth filled with ancient halls steeped in the passage of time and dimly lit passages. They encountered numerous dangers along the way.
Lurking in dark corners were 4th grade fiendish beasts skilled in ambush, the shadow demon spiders. There were also indestructible 5th rank golems, golden armor warriors guarding the entrance to the treasure vault. They even stumbled into an ancient medicinal garden filled with deadly poisonous mists and cursed energies.
Yet no matter how perilous the situation, Yang Jian scarcely needed to intervene.
Merely a fleeting trace of his sovereign aura, inadvertently released, was enough to terrify those 4th and 5th grade beasts and puppets into cowering on the ground, trembling in fear, unable to muster even the courage to resist. As for the deadly poisonous mists and curses, the moment they neared his body, they were completely absorbed and refined by the invisible domain of the divine elephant crucible, transformed into the purest energy. Not even the hem of his robe was stained. Shi Songyue, Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger followed behind him, their emotions shifting from initial shock to utter dread, and finally to numbness. They felt they weren't here to explore ancient ruins at all, they were clearly marching in an armed parade alongside a human-shaped natural disaster. Meanwhile, Yang Jian steadily familiarized himself with his newly surged power during this seemingly effortless exploration. The newly formed Dominion Eye, deep within his third eye, operated silently. Within his vision, the entire structure of the Divine Palace, every array node, every energy flow, became crystal clear, leaving no secrets hidden. With deliberate calm, he guided his companions past one deadly trap after another, discovering chamber after chamber of hidden treasure vaults. Ancient cultivation techniques, lost combat arts, rare elixirs, and priceless treasures of heaven and earth. Their haul was so immense that even Shi Songyue, a seasoned 4th rank grandmaster who had seen it all, felt his heart leap in terror. Chapter 150, The Gate of Surprise, Blood Sacrifice to the Starry Sky. When the final 5th rank golden armor warrior was cowed into submission by Yang Jian's piercing gaze, trembling on the ground and daring not to move, the group finally reached the main hall of the Northern Abyss Divine Palace. Within the main hall, jewels and treasures glistened everywhere, dazzling the eye. Ancient spiritual herbs long extinct in the outside world, rare minerals shimmering with the radiance of cosmic laws, and shattered ancient treasures radiating formidable auras were piled everywhere like discarded trash. Gazing upon this treasure trove enough to drive any noble house mad, Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao's breathing instantly quickened. Yet before they could utter a word, Yang Jian's detached voice drifted slowly through the air. "I'm 8, you're 2. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. "What?" Lin Xiong froze, instinctively ready to protest. While Yang Jian had indeed played a pivotal role throughout their journey. But demanding 80% outright? That was downright greedy. Before the words could leave his lips, however, Captain Shi Songyue shot him a piercingly cold stare that silenced him instantly. Shi Songyue fixed a piercing gaze on the young figure who seemed to be stating the obvious, then slowly nodded. Agreed. She knew full well that even if Yang Jian demanded 100%, they had no grounds to object. Without him, they wouldn't have found this treasure trove in the first place. They likely would have been wiped out during the initial wave of beasts. Seeing their captain agree, Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao could only swallow the words on the tip of their tongues, their faces betraying both pain and resignation. Tang Linger, however, wore an indifferent expression. Her bright, lively eyes had been fixed on Yang Jian the entire time, filled with nothing but admiration. In her eyes, even if Yang Jian sold her out, she'd still help him count the money. Seeing no objections, Yang Jian wasted no time. He stepped forward and stored all the treasures worth 80%, those with the highest value and strongest energy fluctuations, into his storage bracelet. His fluid, effortless movements made Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao's eyes twitch violently. However, the moment Yang Jian stowed away the final 1,000-year-old mystic water ice lotus, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A furry, black and white little head emerged unexpectedly from Yang Jian's embrace. It was none other than Gung, the iron-eating beast cub that had been sound asleep ever since they entered Shenangjia. Now, this adorable iron-eating beast cub yawned sleepily, its large, jet-black eyes like dark gems suddenly fixating intently on the empty chaos stone throne deep within the main hall. "Ha! Junior brother Yang, you have a pet? How adorable." Tang Linger was the first to notice Gung, and countless little stars instantly sparkled in her beautiful eyes. However, just as she reached out to stroke the fluffy little head, a cry of utter shock and disbelief erupted from team leader Shi Songyue, reverberating throughout the entire hall. Wait a moment! Her usually icy cold, exquisite face was now etched with unprecedented horror. Her sharp, hawk-like eyes fixed intently on the black and white creature clinging to Yang Jian's shoulder, innocently gnawing on its own paw. Her voice trembled slightly with overwhelming emotion. Black and white, adorably clumsy, feeding on metals and rare treasures. Could this be the legendary supreme divine beast born from the harmonious union of yin and yang energies at the dawn of creation? An iron eater? The moment the words iron-eating beast were uttered, Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao froze in utter shock. Their expressions were like seeing a ghost in broad daylight, utterly absurd and impossible to believe. Are you kidding me? A legendary creature that only existed in the most ancient myths, supposedly extinct for countless eras, was actually standing right before their eyes? And it was even the pet of a freshman? At that moment, when they looked at Yang Jian again, their gaze had completely changed. It was no longer mere awe and fear, but a profound dread akin to gazing upon a chosen one of heaven. What kind of background did this guy have to make a legendary auspicious beast like the Iron Eater voluntarily acknowledge him as its master? Yet Yang Jian was utterly oblivious to the seismic shifts unfolding within his teammates' minds. Because his own face was equally etched with unprecedented shock and surprise. The instant Gungun poked its head out, a soft, babyish, stuttering voice suddenly echoed in his mind without warning. Hungry, hungry. Dad. Dad. Up ahead. Something delicious. Gung? Yang Jian's mind instantly went blank. This little darling, who did nothing but eat and sleep, had swallowed that rare beast pet pill and unexpectedly awakened its spiritual intelligence early, enabling it to communicate with him through their souls? He forced down the overwhelming joy and shock surging within him, immediately focusing his attention on what Gung was saying. Something tasty? Up ahead? He instinctively lifted his head, gazing in the direction Gungun was staring, the empty Chaos Stone Throne. Divine ability, Dominator's Eye, activated. The third eye deep within his third eye opened silently. In an instant, the entire hall's structural laws and energy flows became crystal clear to his perception. Yet no matter how thoroughly he probed, the throne remained nothing more than an ordinary stone chair fashioned from chaos stone. No array fluctuations emanated from it, nor were there any hidden compartments beneath it. Nothing at all. Rolling, are you sure there's something tasty there? Yang Jian asked doubtfully in his mind. Gungung's childish voice rang out again, brimming with certainty and longing. Fragrant, so fragrant. Yang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. An anomaly even the Eye of Dominion couldn't penetrate? This was the first time he'd encountered such an anomaly since awakening this divine ability. Where there's smoke, there's fire. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose to trust Gungung's instinct. After all, as an auspicious divine beast born alongside heaven and earth, its perception of opportunity and treasure might surpass even his own Dominator's Eye. Go check over there. As Yang Jian approached the seemingly ordinary Chaos Stone Throne step by step, Chi Songhua and the others finally began to recover from their profound shock. What is he doing? Lin Xiong watched Yang Jian's retreating figure, his eyes filled with confusion. They had already examined that throne earlier. Aside from its unusual material, it showed absolutely no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Perhaps junior brother Yang discovered some clue we missed? Tang Linger speculated, blinking her beautiful large eyes. Only Chi Songhua, her sharp eyes fixed intently on the excited, flailing young Iron Eater cub perched on Yang Jian's shoulder, felt a faint, indescribable sense of anticipation rising within her. Divine beasts never act without purpose. Finally, Yang Jian halted before the chaotic stone throne. He reached out, carefully tapping and feeling the cold, hard stone chair. Still, there was no response. He activated the Eye of the Sovereign once more, scanning every corner and every inch of the throne's intricate patterns at least 10 times over. Still, nothing. Rolling, are you sure this is the place? Yang Jian confirmed once more in his mind. This is definitely the spot. Gungung's babyish voice brimmed with certainty, it smells so good it's inside. Inside? Yang Jian's brow furrowed even deeper. This throne was clearly a solid block of chaos stone, where could there possibly be an inside? Just as he was puzzling over it, the impatient Gungung on his shoulder leapt down. Its round, ball-like little body traced an adorable arc through the air before landing with a soft thud on the throne's armrest. Next, under the astonished and puzzled gazes of everyone present, this adorable iron-eating beast cub stood up on its hind legs. Mimicking Yang Jian's earlier actions, it extended its fluffy, plump black paws and began wildly waving and patting at the smooth back of the throne. Thwack! 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 The sound was soft and fluffy, lacking any force, as if it were simply being playful. What is this little thing doing? Lin Xiong stared, utterly bewildered. Yet, the instant Gungun delivered its fifth erratic slap, a sudden transformation occurred. Without warning, the entire Chaos Stone Throne erupted in a blinding silver-white divine light. Mysterious runes, visible to the naked eye and pulsing with spatial law fluctuations, seemed to come alive. They surged wildly from within the throne, rapidly weaving and intertwining in midair. Finally, directly before the throne, they coalesced into a 10-meter-tall dimensional gate. It was shrouded in countless starry illusions, radiating an aura of profound mystery and the unknown. Is this a spatial portal? Chi Songhua stared at the suddenly appearing dimensional gate, radiating terrifying spatial fluctuations. Her usually icy cold, exquisite face was once again filled with unprecedented horror. My goodness! This divine palace actually conceals an independent microcosm? Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao were equally stunned. Just what level of ancient relic was this? Yang Jian stared at the suddenly appearing dimensional gate before him, his eyes no less filled with shock than the others. He never could have imagined that the key to unlocking this gate would be Gungun's chaotic, random pounding. Could this throne be equipped with voice recognition and a random password lock? Daddy! Inside! There's yummy stuff inside. Gungun's childish voice, brimming with excitement and longing, echoed in his mind once more. Yang Jian took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within him. He knew he might be touching upon an unimaginable, earth-shattering secret. Let's go! Without hesitation, he was the first to step forward, striding toward the dimensional gate brimming with unknowns and mystery. Shi Song-yu and the others snapped out of their daze at the sight, their eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor and excitement as they followed closely behind. As they passed through the rippling, water-like surface of the spatial gateway, an aura even more ancient, bloodier, and more unearthly than that of the main hall suddenly assaulted their senses. They found themselves standing within an immense, circular space that seemed utterly cut off from the world. The dome of this space was not rock, but a deep, slowly rotating starry sky. Beneath their feet lay a vast platform paved with an unknown black metal. Inscribed upon the platform were countless blood-red runes, filled with an aura of strangeness and chaos unlike anything they had ever seen. Dozens of small platforms, each 10 meters tall, stood around the perimeter. Each platform held a human head-sized, supreme energy crystal that pulsed with immense power fluctuations. These platforms and the blood-red runes on the ground were interconnected in an extremely esoteric manner, collectively forming a vast and mysterious magical array filled with an unearthly aura. What is this? Shi Song-yu stared at the visually overwhelming scene before her, her sharp eyes suddenly narrowing into the most dangerous needle points. She recalled a fragment of knowledge glimpsed in the deepest recesses of the Martial God Palace's library, a forbidden ancient text long sealed away. Her voice trembled slightly with overwhelming dread. With the starry sky as its dome, energy crystals as its foundation, and the blood of living beings as its catalyst. This is a sacrificial ritual. A blood sacrifice formation offering tribute to the unknown cosmos. At the words blood sacrifice formation, Lin Xion, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger's faces instantly drained of color. Though they didn't know what it truly was, the name alone sent a bone-chilling cold seeping from the depths of their souls. Yet, just as the group remained immersed in this overwhelming terror and shock, the very culprit who had been drooling and gazing with wide eyes since entering this place Gangang began to stir once more. Its plump little body transformed into a black and white streak of lightning, ignoring the blood-red runes pulsing with an eerie aura as it charged straight toward the core altar at the very center of the formation, the only structure forged from an unknown golden metal. Then, under the stunned and bewildered gazes of everyone present, the adorable iron-eating beast cub opened its seemingly delicate little mouth and sank its teeth into the corner of the altar, engraved with countless strange golden characters. Snap! A crisp sound, like crunching through a biscuit, echoed throughout the deathly silent blood sacrifice formation. Chapter 151, The Tyrannical Might of the Tao Tai, roaring across the starry sky. Snap! Snap snap snap. That crisp sound, like chewing the most delicious food in the world, felt so jarring and piercingly harsh within this blood sacrifice formation filled with deathly stillness and unearthly aura. Shi Song-yu, Lin Xion, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger had all turned completely to stone. Their minds were utterly unable to process the absurd, fantastical scene unfolding before them. What was that? That was the very core of the entire blood sacrifice formation. The sacred altar that bore the unknown sacrificial rites. And now it was being gnawed on like a cookie by a seemingly harmless little black and white beast? And judging by its delighted expression and the sheer pleasure it seemed to be savoring, it must taste rather good. It's eating the altar? Lin Xiong stammered, finally squeezing out that sentence through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with utter disbelief. But what sent chills down their spines came next. As the creature gnawed relentlessly, the indestructible core altar forged from an unknown divine metal rapidly crumbled and dimmed at a visible pace. Meanwhile, the adorable iron-eating beast cub was growing larger at an inexplicable rate. Its round, ball-sized body had now grown to over half a person's height. Its distinct black and white fur grew increasingly glossy, even emitting a faint metallic sheen. An ancient, terrifying aura imbued with the essence of devouring and returning to the source was awakening and surging wildly from within its tiny frame. Finally, as Gung swallowed the last fragment of the altar with satisfaction, its body erupted in a blinding burst of black and white divine light. Mysterious patterns, brimming with the dual energies of yin and yang and seemingly capable of devouring all things, emerged uncontrollably from its surface. Ding! Your beast companion Gung has undergone a massive bloodline enhancement by consuming the special divine substance Stellar Dao Gold. Gung has successfully progressed from cub stage to growth stage. Gung has successfully awakened its innate divine ability Yin Yang Grinding Wheel. Divine ability Yin Yang Grinding Wheel summons a law-enforced grinding wheel outside the body. This wheel can obliterate all laws, devour all things, and convert them into the purest primordial energy to nourish the self. At the very instant Gung completed its transformation, within the distant, unknown, and boundless void of the cosmos beyond the concepts of time and space upon a bizarre planet shrouded in dark crimson, its surface covered in countless blood sacrifice arrays identical to those within the northern abyss divine palace, a terrifying roar, filled with boundless fury, agony, and utter disbelief, erupted from the planet's core, reverberating throughout the entire silent star domain. Within that roar lay a will so supreme it could make a star tremble and shatter. A monstrous head, so immense it seemed poised to split the entire planet apart, slowly rose from the churning sea of magma. The head was covered in countless twisted tentacles, each bearing a crimson vertical pupil filled with chaos and madness. Its face bore no mouth or nose, only a vast, black hole-like maw that ceaselessly devoured all light and heat around it. This was none other than a cosmic colossus capable of plunging any civilization into utter despair. Now, this terrifying entity slumbering for untold eons was enraged beyond measure for reasons unknown. Roar! Who is it? Its will, saturated with chaos and madness, coalesced into an invisible psychic storm that swept across the entire star domain. Roar! Who? Who dares destroy one of the coordinates I designated for my descent upon that new world? It could sense it clearly. Just moments ago, after spending countless eons and sacrificing innumerable followers, it had finally carved a faint yet crucial spatial marker upon the barrier of that world brimming with deliciousness. Now, that marker had been utterly obliterated at its very source by a domineering force saturated with the intent of yin-yang and devouring. The sensation was akin to having a chessboard meticulously arranged over tens of thousands of years overturned by some brat who appeared out of nowhere just as the game was nearing its conclusion. And the board itself had been devoured. Roar! Unforgivable! Unforgivable! The terrifying roar coalesced into a tangible shockwave of destruction, erupting outward in all directions. The dark red planet that served as its nest groaned under the crushing weight of this furious wrath. Countless blood sacrifice arrays on its surface collapsed and exploded like dominoes, one after another. Meanwhile, within the dimensional space of the Northern Abyss Divine Palace, Yang Jian and the others remained utterly unaware of the events unfolding in the distant starry sky. They could only stare blankly at the iron-eating beast, now several times larger and radiating a terrifying aura, and at the core altar that had vanished completely. A profoundly absurd thought surged simultaneously in every heart. Had they, without realizing it, accomplished something truly monumental? After the core altar was completely digested by the rolling force, the once relatively stable dimensional space began to violently tremble and collapse. The vast, slowly rotating starry sky above the dome cracked like a shattered mirror, fissures crisscrossing its surface. The blood-red runes on the ground, filled with an unearthly aura, rapidly dimmed and began to disintegrate. This is bad. Shi Songyue was the first to snap out of her utter shock. Surveying the apocalyptic horror unfolding around her, genuine panic flashed across her usually icy cold, exquisite features for the very first time. The energy core of this space has been destroyed. This place is collapsing. Before her words had fully faded, dozens of small platforms, the foundation points of the formation, exploded simultaneously in a deafening roar. The dozens of top-grade energy crystals, each the size of a human head, embedded within the platforms, now freed from the array's constraints, surged forth like wild horses breaking free. They transformed into dazzling streams of light, each filled with frenzied energy, shooting wildly in all directions. Each crystal contained terrifying energy potent enough to instantly reduce a third-grade martial artist to ashes. Get out of the way! Shi Songyue cried out in alarm, her body flickering as she attempted to pull Tang Linger backward. Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao were equally terrified by this sudden turn of events, desperately channeling their qi and blood to evade the energy crystals hurtling toward them like cannonballs. Yet within this collapsing space, where could they possibly hide? Dozens of energy streams, pulsing with destructive intent, closed in, poised to engulf and tear apart their small group of 5. At this critical moment, the figure who had stood motionless throughout, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, finally moved. Come here. Yang Jian's indifferent yet supremely confident voice slowly echoed throughout the entire space on the verge of destruction. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, shielding Shi Songyue, Tang Linger, Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and even the newly transformed Gung, who was innocently burping with a satisfied expression behind him. Junior brother Yang, Lin Xiong stared at the figure, not particularly tall, yet now seeming to bear the weight of the entire sky, his voice trembling. What are you doing? Run! Yet Yang Jian offered no reply. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Then, facing the dozens of crystals surging toward him from all directions, each charged with destructive energy, he gently opened his palm. Divine ability, Heaven and Earth Crucible. Hum. In an instant, a visible vortex seemingly capable of swallowing even light erupted from his body, violently sweeping outward in all directions. Within that vortex lay a terrifying suction force potent enough to melt all things and transform every law. Then, a miracle unfolded that would remain etched in the memory of every witness for the rest of their lives. The energy crystals, brimming with fury and destructive intent, suddenly altered their flight paths the moment they approached within 3 feet of Yang Jian's body. Like young swallows returning to their nests, they changed course uncontrollably. As if held fast by an irresistible force from a higher dimension, they transformed into streams of multicolored energy, surging madly into his seemingly unremarkable right palm. No explosion. No roar. Not even the slightest ripple of energy disturbed the air. That terrifying energy, capable of annihilating an entire elite legion in an instant, was absorbed by him as if it were nothing? This. Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger had long since lost the ability to speak. They could only stare blankly at the figure standing like a god at the center of the energy torrent, their minds completely blank. As for Shi Songyue, her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, had flashed with an unprecedented brilliance after the initial shock. Her breathing grew slightly ragged from overwhelming excitement. She stared intently at Yang Jian, and the heart that had been frozen for years suddenly began to race uncontrollably. It was as if she were witnessing the dawn of an immortal legend. Burp. As the final wisp of energy was completely absorbed and refined by the heaven and earth crucible, Yang Jian felt his vitality, which had grown slightly depleted from consecutive ultimate attacks, surged back to its peak in that instant, even subtly reaching a new level of refinement. Satisfied, he let out a contented burp before turning to face his 4 teammates, now completely frozen in place like statues. Beside him, Gulo lay innocently at his feet, rubbing its fluffy head against his pant leg. A faint smile curved his lips. Chapter 152, Earth-Shattering Secrets. Storms gathering. After the dimension filled with darkness and mystery collapsed into nothingness, everyone returned to the main hall of the ancient temple, resplendent with jewels and treasures. Everything felt like a bizarre, surreal dream. Only the long-vanished Chaos Stone Throne and the Iron-Eating Beast Cub, now noticeably larger and contentedly burping at Yang Jian's feet, silently testified that the events had not been an illusion. Gulp. Lin Xiong swallowed hard. Staring at the young figure standing there with an air of casual indifference, as if he'd merely finished an afternoon tea, Lin Xiong felt his entire worldview had been repeatedly crushed, reshaped, crushed again, and ground into dust within the span of a single day. Absorbing energy crystals? Is this something a human could do? Even the legendary void beasts that feed on energy couldn't be this absurd. Captain. His voice was dry as he turned to Chi Songyue beside him, his tone almost dreamlike. Should we continue? A distinct hint of retreat had crept into his voice. Are you kidding me? This divine palace was downright unnerving. First, a 6th-rank king-grade, illusory dream demon butterfly guarded the entrance. Then came the blood sacrifice array leading to an unknown starry sky. Now, a humanoid monster capable of absorbing energy storms with its bare hands had appeared. He felt that the martial arts understanding he had built over the past 20 years had been completely overturned in just this one day. He had no doubt that lingering any longer would shatter his martial resolve on the spot. Yet Chi Songyue remained silent. Her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, had flashed with initial terror and an indescribable flicker of emotion. Now, they blazed with an unprecedented intensity of fierce resolve and unwavering determination. She drew a deep breath, forcing her still thundering heart to settle. Her cool voice regained its former decisiveness and authority. Continue. She declared with unwavering certainty, her gaze now carrying a hint of unquestionable fervor. Why shouldn't we continue? The strangeness and power of this divine palace far exceed our imagination. This very fact points to the secrets hidden within it, secrets whose value is equally immeasurable. Though the blood sacrifice array has been destroyed, this divine palace still holds too many unknowns. This may be the greatest opportunity we will ever encounter in our lifetimes. I will not allow us to abandon this endeavor halfway. Her words rang out with conviction, radiating an undeniable force. Lin Xiong and Mu Xiaoyao, who had been hesitating, felt fear in their eyes gradually replaced by a hint of greed and longing upon hearing the words greatest opportunity. Indeed. Risk and reward are often proportional. With Yang Jian, that human-shaped natural disaster, on their side, what was there left to fear? Watching his 3 teammates regain their fighting spirit, Yang Jian's face remained as calm and unruffled as ever. He offered no objection. For his own goal remained unfulfilled. Although the greatest prize, the true spirit Xuanwu heart, had already been secured, he could distinctly sense a faint, yet resonant trace of energy within the divine palace. This energy echoed the primordial essence of Xuanwu within his own body. There might lie further clues about the true spirit Black Tortoise. After reaching a consensus, the group set out once more on their journey of exploration. This time, their targets were no longer the treasure vaults brimming with rare and precious artifacts, but rather the darker, more mysterious side halls and secret chambers. With Yang Jian's human radar, the Sovereign's eye, clearing the path ahead, they encountered almost no lethal dangers. All traps and restrictions proved futile before Yang Jian. Soon, they discovered a study chamber sealed away for untold millennia behind the main hall. The study was modest in size, yet its contents were not paper books, but rather slabs of jade tablets carved from unknown stones. Are these ancient jade tablets of inheritance? Chi Songyue gazed at the thousands of jade tablets filling the shelves. Her sharp eyes once again flashed with an unprecedented, intense brilliance. She carefully picked up one, probing it with her spiritual energy. In an instant, a vast torrent of information, brimming with the weight of eons, surged into her mind. Fragment of the Northern Abyss Devouring Heaven Technique. Channel the mystical essence of the 9 heavens into your body, transforming it into the Northern Abyss Vortex. This vortex devours all energies, converting them into your own power. Upon mastery, one may cultivate a Northern Abyss sea within the Dantian, impervious to all attacks, immortal and indestructible. Merely reading the opening lines sent a violent tremor through Chi Songyue's very soul. Could this truly be a supreme technique of at least saint-grade caliber? Though only a fragment, its value alone was enough to drive any sacred land in the outside world mad. Immediately after, Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger each picked up other jade slips to examine them. Holy crap! This is the Xuanwu Sea Sealing Seal. A high-grade earth-tier combat technique. Mine is the Ancient Artifact Forging Compendium. It contains over 100 long-lost methods for crafting magical treasures. Wow! Mine is the Ye Bestiaries of 10,000 Beasts, Primordial Edition.
It actually contains detailed records of true dragons and phoenixes. Cries of utter astonishment and wild excitement echoed one after another within the small study. Each jade slip here represented a long-lost ancient legacy, its value utterly beyond estimation. Yet, while everyone else remained immersed in this overwhelming bliss and awe, the figure who had not touched a single cultivation technique jade slip throughout the entire time slowly halted his steps in the deepest, dust-covered corner of the study. Before him lay not a jade slip, but an ancient diary bound with the skin of some unknown ferocious beast. Yang Jian slowly reached out, brushing away the thick layer of dust. A line of ancient runes, filled with an eerie and chaotic aura and not written in human script, slowly came into view. Under the analysis of the Eye of the Sovereign, the obscure symbols automatically translated into comprehensible information. Starfall Calendar, Year 3752. The will of the Master descends once more. It is furious. It declared, the Ascension Altar we spent tens of millennia constructing one of its crucial beacons in the primordial world has been devoured by an unknown vermin. All our efforts have been in vain. The Master issued its final decree. It has no patience left to wait. It has decided to initiate the Feast of the Devourer ahead of schedule. Blood sacrifice to the starry sky. Coordinates locked. Target, that azure world brimming with intense life force. As the final line steeped in bloodlust and madness was deciphered by the Eye of the Sovereign and seared into the depths of Yang Jian's consciousness, a thunderous hum erupted. He felt as though an invisible sledgehammer had struck his skull. An unprecedented, soul-piercing chill surged from the base of his spine straight to the crown of his head. Master? Ascension Altar? The guiding beacon of the primordial world devoured by worms? The Feast of the Taodia has been prematurely unleashed? Is the target the azure world? These few brief phrases contained a torrent of terrifying information enough to plunge any being who understood their true meaning into utter despair. Yang Jian's pupils contracted uncontrollably into the most dangerous pinpricks. In an instant, he pieced together every clue. That so-called Ascension Altar was undoubtedly the blood sacrifice formation they had witnessed within that dimensional space. And that worm that had devoured the Tao marker. Yang Jian instinctively lowered his head, catching sight of Gulu Gulu happily gnawing on an ancient ore. An overwhelmingly absurd yet undeniably real sensation surged through his heart. So Gungun's seemingly thoughtless act of gluttony had, in some mysterious way, disrupted a colossal conspiracy originating from an unknown starry sky? And that so-called azure world, where else could it be but the very planet they now stood upon? Junior Yang? Just as Yang Jian was still reeling from the immense shock, a voice brimming with concern and confusion snapped him back to reality. Tang Linger had approached unnoticed. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with worry as she studied Yang Jian's expression, suddenly heavy, even tinged with a hint of icy killing intent. What's wrong? Did you discover something bad? Shi Songyue, Lin Xiong, and Mu Xiaoyao had also sensed Yang Jian's change. They all stopped examining the jade slips containing cultivation techniques and turned their serious, questioning gazes toward him. Yang Jian slowly closed the leather-bound diary in his hands. He lifted his head, the golden flames burning in his eyes no longer holding their previous calm. Instead, they held an unprecedented depth and gravity. He didn't immediately answer Tang Linger's question. Instead, he spoke slowly, his voice low yet thunderous, reverberating like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. We're in big trouble. Half an hour later, when Yang Jian selectively relayed the subversive and terrifying information recorded in that diary to Qi Songyue and the others, the entire study fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Qi Songyue, Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger stood frozen in place. Their expressions shifted like a palette within seconds: shock, horror, absurdity, disbelief, all culminating in a primal, gut-wrenching terror. Impossible. Lin Xiong's lips trembled, the usual resolve in his face now completely drained of color. Sacrifice to the stars? Our entire world is the offering? Is this some mythical tale? What the hell is this, Lord? Mu Xiaoyao's voice trembled as well. His folding fan had fallen to the ground unnoticed. Tang Linger's face turned deathly pale with fear. Instinctively, she clutched Yang Jian's sleeve tightly, as if only this could offer her a sliver of insignificant security. Only Captain Qi Songyue, though equally shaken by this earth-shattering secret, remained steadfast. As a fourth-rank grandmaster, her composure far surpassed that of ordinary people. After the initial shock, she was the first to force herself to regain her composure. Her piercing eyes locked onto Yang Jian as she asked in a hoarse voice, "Who left this diary?" "I don't know." Yang Jian shook his head. Judging by the tone of the diary, its owner seems to be a follower or perhaps a servant planted in this world by that so-called master. And this northern abyss divine palace, along with the previous illusory dream demon butterfly, might merely be covered to protect that blood sacrifice array. So you're saying? Qi Songyue's breathing instantly grew ragged, that in places unknown to us, there might be more similar sacrificial altars? At these words, the faint flush that had just returned to Lin Xiong and the others' faces vanished instantly, their complexions turning as pale as paper once more. This conjecture was utterly terrifying. Highly likely, Yang Jian nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his deep eyes.
He recalled the Seed Project, remembered the prophecy of cataclysmic destruction that Zhang Donglin, the national hero, had paid for with his life. Perhaps what the national hero had witnessed back then was precisely the final feast of the tyrant described in this very diary before them. No! Shi Songyue clenched her teeth, a resolute expression appearing on her icy cold face for the first time. This is too significant. We must return to the academy immediately and report all this intelligence to General Lin. Exactly. Lin Xiong nodded emphatically. This is beyond our capabilities. The highest authorities must be informed. Yet, just as everyone reached consensus and prepared to evacuate the sinister, eerie shrine, the figure who had remained calmest throughout slowly shook his head. Leaving now might. Yang Jian slowly raised his head. His dominator's eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions, penetrated the layers of palace barriers, gazing toward the seemingly tranquil sky beyond the shrine. It's already too late. The moment his words fell, an unprecedented, terrifying roar as if it would tear the entire sky apart exploded without warning from the deepest recesses of the Shenangjia restricted zone. Boom! Instantly, the entire northern abyss divine palace indeed, the entire Shenangjia shuddered violently. An indescribable aura of terror, brimming with evil and chaos, surged skyward from the forbidden zone's depths like an ancient demon god awakening. In an instant, the clear heavens were drenched in a despair-inducing crimson. Chapter 153, Blood Sun in the Heavens. Divine Ape battles the demon god. Fist shatters the starry river. That blood-red, malevolent light surging skyward was so overbearing, so ominous. Merely the scattered aura caused the laws governing the entire Shenangjia forbidden zone to begin chaotic, wailing. The sky was stained a blood red so vivid it was shocking to behold. The earth trembled violently, cracking open. Countless ferocious beasts dwelling in this primeval jungle, whether lowly cannon fodder or dominant beast kings, all let out wails of utter terror at this moment. They cowered on the ground, trembling violently, as if confronted by a predator from a higher plane of existence. What the hell is this? Inside the shrine, Lin Xiong stared at the apocalyptic horror unfolding outside his window. His long numb heart began pounding wildly once more. He swore this was the most ed-up and terrifying day he'd ever lived through. It's an ambush. The icy beauty of Shi Songyue's face had drained of all color. Her piercing eyes locked onto the source of the crimson glow, her voice sharp with sheer terror. It's their backup plan. They anticipated the altar might be destroyed, so they stationed cleanup crews here. Her words had barely left her lips. Ha 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 ha. A sinister, chaotic laughter so eerie it seemed to pierce the very soul exploded without warning within everyone's mind. Immediately after, the indestructible dome of the Northern Abyss Divine Palace was violently torn apart by an unmatched, terrifying force. Boom! A colossal, monstrous claw descended from the heavens, its entire form composed of churning flesh and countless wailing souls. The claw was covered in eerie purple scales filled with the aura of emptiness. Each nail gleamed like a drawn celestial blade, radiating a deathly cold light capable of tearing through space with ease. A single claw alone obscured the entire sky. The genuine sixth-rank sovereign-grade pressure radiating from it weighed down on every heart like a billion ancient divine mountains crushing down. Put! Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger hadn't even had time to react before they all spat out mouthfuls of blood under the weight of this terrifying, overwhelming pressure. Their bodies flew backward uncontrollably as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing violently into a distant wall and instantly losing consciousness. The gap between them and the king tier was simply too vast. So vast that they didn't even possess the qualifications to endure a single thread of the opponent's pressure. Battle technique fury of the Ice Phoenix. Only the team leader, Shi Songyue, managed to bite her tongue hard, forcing herself to maintain a sliver of clarity amidst the overwhelming pressure that felt like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. A roar filled with utter resolve and unyielding defiance erupted from her as her fourth-ranked grandmaster power erupted without restraint. A vivid phantom phoenix, its entire body ablaze with icy blue flames, surged skyward from behind her. The silver spear in her grasp transformed into a terrifying cold current potent enough to freeze the heavens and earth, charging headlong toward the apocalyptic blood claw descending from the sky. This was her strongest strike, a gamble that staked everything. Yet before the absolute might of a king-tier power, any grandmaster was nothing but a joke. An ant. That voice, filled with evil and chaos, echoed once more within her mind. The blood-red claw descending from the heavens merely flickered a casual finger. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. Shi Songyue's ultimate strike, powerful enough to freeze rivers solid, was effortlessly deflected by that seemingly casual flick of a finger. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming, terrifying force surged madly through the spear shaft and into her body. Ugh! She managed only a muffled groan of agony before her slender form flew backward like a, spinning out of control. She followed Lin Xiong and the others into unconsciousness. In the blink of an eye, the entire temple was left with only Yang Jian and Gulu, who had long since cowered behind him, every hair on its body standing on end. Ha! Another one still standing? The malevolent presence seemed somewhat surprised. Its gaze finally shifted away from the insects and settled upon the young figure who had stood motionless throughout, as if frozen in terror. A mere third-grade cultivator?
No, wait. Your soul, your vital energy, why does it taste so delicious? That will seem to have discovered some peerless delicacy, erupting into a strange laugh filled with greed and desire. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Absolutely delightful. It seems the master favors me. By devouring you, I might just touch the threshold of Emperor tier ahead of schedule. Little one, as a reward, I'll let you die painlessly. Before the words faded, the blood-red claw that obscured the sky slowly rose once more, then slammed down with brutal force toward the seemingly helpless tiny figure. What it failed to see, however, was that within the shadow-shrouded eyes of that perpetually bowed tiny figure, what flickered was not fear or despair, but a madness and savagery suppressed to its absolute limit. Finally, they're all asleep. Yang Jian slowly raised his head. A smile filled with savagery and bloodlust twisted across his handsome face. His voice, devoid of emotion and as low as a demon's whisper, echoed slowly throughout the deathly silent temple. Well then, I won't pretend anymore. Roar! A terrifying roar unlike any heard before, as if it could shatter the very heavens, erupted from his mouth and pierce the sky. Bloodline talent beast blood boiling. Divine ability, 12 transformations of awakening arm reaching ape transformation. Bloodline evolution S rank mountain giant ape. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura more frenzied, more primordial, more utterly unreasonable than the 6th grade royal class beast descending from the heavens erupted from Yang Jian's not particularly imposing frame like a primordial demon god awakening. The over 2,000 units of vital energy within him, amplified by the boiling beast blood effect, instantly surged past the 10,000 unit threshold. His already imposing frame began to swell and tower upward in an utterly unnatural, frenzied manner. Black bristles erupted from his skin like wildly sprouting demon vines. Solid muscles bulged like inflated boulders. His features rapidly transformed, taking on the savage, ape-like visage of boundless ferocity. 10 meters. 30 meters. 50 meters. Finally, his height stabilized at a colossal 100 meters. Towering even higher and more formidable than he had been within the Xuanwu's remains. A peerless, malevolent ape entirely black as ink, radiating a terrifying aura capable of making even gods and demons tremble had fully descended upon this world. He was the ancient demon god walking among mortals. The moment that 100-meter-tall primordial demon ape fully revealed itself to the world, the entire expanse of heaven and earth already shrouded in blood-red, unholy light seemed to pause in that instant. The primal, savage might radiating from the demon ape, a force brimming with primordial chaos and unbridled ferocity, actually forced the terrifying pressure emanating from the descending 6th-grade sovereign-level void demon god to scatter in the opposite direction. What is this thing? The malevolent will, previously brimming with greed and mockery, erupted with unprecedented shock and disbelief. Its blood-red claws, vast enough to obscure the sky, even paused mid-air for an instant. It could neither comprehend nor accept it. How could a human who moments ago possessed only the meager aura of a third-grade being transform in the blink of an eye into a primordial beast so terrifying it made even its own heart tremble? This colossal disparity and terrifying shock originating from a fundamental level of existence caused its mind to falter momentarily. Yet Yang Jian would grant it no time to ponder. Roar! Yang Jian, now a mountain-sized ape, burned with the most primal, purest combat desire in his enormous, blood-red beastly eyes. His terrifying 100-meter-tall form suddenly plunged downward, instantly crushing the already overburdened chaotic stone ground beneath his feet into two massive craters resembling meteor impact sites. Then, his mountainous form, carrying kinetic energy powerful enough to shatter stars, surged upward against the torrent, directly confronting the apocalyptic bloodclaw descending from the heavens. Boom! He would meet violence with violence. With the purest, most unyielding brutality, he would tear this cleaner who dared to defy him into shreds. You're asking for death. The void demon finally snapped out of its profound shock. Replaced by an unprecedented fury. A mere pseudo-god, transformed from a mundane mortal, dared to provoke this noble being from the void? Unforgivable. Its blood-red claws, suspended mid-air, erupted once more with a blinding, malevolent light. With a ferocity even more savage than before, they slammed down toward the tiny figure charging upward. In that instant, one was the peerless, primordial demon ape from the ancient chaos, the other the world-ending demon god from the endless void. Two terrifying entities, each representing the pinnacle of violent aesthetics from different worlds, finally collided in the most primal, most savage manner. Divine technique, heavenly fist. Facing the blood-red claws capable of tearing space apart with ease, Yang Jian's thunderous roar echoed across the entire heavens and earth. His right fist, larger than a heavy truck, was instantly enveloped by a layer of dazzling golden divine light, radiating the essence of creation and light. The divine elephant power, the colossal ape power, and the overwhelming vital energy that had long surpassed 10,000 units, all the power within his body was poured into this single punch without reservation. The next second, the colossal ape fist, blazing with sacred golden light, and the void blood claw, brimming with evil and chaos, finally collided with a thunderous impact. Boom! Thud! An unprecedented, thunderous roar so profoundly muffled it seemed poised to shatter the entire cosmos exploded into existence. Where they collided, space shattered like a fragile mirror, cracking inch by inch.
A visible ring-shaped shockwave, formed from pure energy and fragments of law, swept out in all directions like apocalyptic ripples. The northern abyss divine palace, which had stood unshaken for untold millennia, proved as fragile as a sandcastle before this world-shattering force. The majestic halls, the ancient stone pillars, the treasure vaults gleaming with jewels and precious stones. All was reduced to rubble in an instant, swept away like withered leaves by that peerless, terrifying force. Stalemate. A terrifying stalemate. The 100-meter-tall mountain ape and the sky-obscuring void bloodclaw formed a scene of extreme violent beauty in midair. Golden divine light and crimson chaotic dark energy collided, eroded, and annihilated each other with frenzied intensity. Each collision unleashed a terrifying storm of cosmic laws potent enough to obliterate even a fourth-rank grandmaster's very soul. Roar! Open the gate for me! A flicker of madness passed through Yang Jian's crimson beastly eyes. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power emanating from the opponent's claw's power that was in no way inferior to his own. Truly a genuine 6th-grade royal-class opponent. But so what? Bloodline talent, mountain body. He roared inwardly. A terrifying gravitational force, heavy as mountains and seemingly capable of bearing the entire azure sky, erupted violently from within his body. His 100-meter-tall ape-like form seemed to truly transform into an immovable primordial divine mountain in that instant. Empowered by this gravitational force, his strength surged another 30%. Crack, crack. Amidst a series of teeth-grinding cracking sounds, the eerie purple scales imbued with the essence of void air that covered the sky-obscuring void bloodclaw began to develop fine, intricate cracks. What? How is this possible? The malevolent will erupted once more with an incredulous exclamation. Its power was being suppressed? Yet before it could react, divine ability Hell's Wings. Divine ability, Angel Wings. Yang Jian's roar, filled with boundless ferocity, resounded once more. A pair of massive wings, one black, one white each with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters, abruptly unfurled from his back. Above the black wings, demonic energy surges skyward, symbolizing ultimate ruin and destruction. Upon the white wings, sacred light shone boundlessly, representing supreme rebirth and creation. Yin and Yang revolve, gods and demons dance together. Beneath the frenzied flapping of the twin pairs of wings, a terrifying thrust infused with the opposing energies of destruction and creation once more surged into Yang Jian's iron fist. Boom! As one force waned and the other surged, the once unbeatable void bloodclaw could no longer hold. Its 5 claws, sharp as celestial blades, shattered explosively. Immediately after, the entire colossal, sky-obscuring bloodclaw was forcibly snapped in half and pulverized by that unmatched, terrifying force, scattering into a sky filled with flesh and soul fragments. Roar! A roar filled with extreme agony and fury thundered from the depths of the crimson sky. Within the colossal spatial fissure that had torn through the dome of the divine palace, a more immense, more terrifying, and more hideous demon god finally revealed its complete form. It was a monstrous creature beyond description. Its massive head was covered in countless tentacles like an octopus. Its monstrous body was covered in purple scales like a dragon's. And from its back grew a pair of rotten, bat-like wings dripping foul, viscous mucus. This was the 6th-rank sovereign-grade fiend from the boundless void, the thousand-eyed fiend. At this moment, this once unrivaled void overlord glared down with unbearable venom at the insect that had just shattered one of its claws. Roar! You shall die. Its will, twisted by chaos and madness, coalesced into a tangible psychic shockwave that surged toward Yang Jian's mind. However, divine ability, Sovereign's Eye. Between Yang Jian's crimson beastly pupils, a vertical pupil radiating supreme majesty silently opened. An invisible golden divine light, capable of piercing through all illusions in the world, flashed and vanished. The terrifying psychic shockwave capable of instantly driving even a 5th-rank grandmaster mad met its nemesis the moment it touched that golden divine light. Like ice encountering its nemesis, it was instantly purified and dispersed. Roar! The Sovereign Eye? The moment the thousand-eyed demon god beheld that golden vertical pupil, genuine terror flickered for the first time among its countless crimson vertical eyes. Roar! Who the hell are you? Yet Yang Jian couldn't be bothered with further words. After shattering one of its claws, his long-suppressed battle lust had finally boiled over. Kill! His thunderous roar carried nothing but the purest intent to kill. His 100-meter-tall colossal form stomped the void, his black and white wings flapping wildly behind him. Transforming into a chaotic streak of light that tore through the heavens and earth, he charged headlong toward the true demon god. Divine Power Storm. A violent tempest erupted. Endless destructive storms materialized from the air beneath his flapping wings, coalescing into terrifying wind blades sharp enough to tear through steel. They swept toward the thousand-eyed demon god. Roar! Trivial tricks. Though fear gripped the thousand-eyed demon god, the pride of a king-tier powerhouse forbade retreat. In that instant, its countless crimson vertical pupils opened in unison. Innate ability Chaos Ray. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of blood-red beams, filled with chaos and corruption, erupted from its eyes like a torrential downpour, colliding violently with the sky-filling wind blades. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire sky transformed into a deadly woven from the intertwining threads of law and energy. Divine ability spear of the Nether God. Yang Jian's figure pierced through the explosive aftermath. The prison ceiling, spear in his hand, had already transformed into a death spear hundreds of meters long. Wrapped in the supreme power to judge all beings, it plunged fiercely toward the heart of the thousand-eyed demon god. Roar! Void shield! The thousand-eyed demon god roared in fury. The space before it violently twisted and folded, coalescing into an intangible shield forged from pure spatial energy. Clang! The spear of death struck the intangible shield, yet it could not advance even an inch. Ha ha ha! Useless! The thousand-eyed demon god emitted a triumphant, savage laugh. Within this king's void domain, all physical attacks are. Yet, its laughter trailed off. Is that so? Yang Jian's icy voice echoed slowly. Divine technique, 9 refinements of gods and demons shatter character formula. A terrifying true intent, powerful enough to shatter all rules and dissolve all laws, erupted violently from the tip of the spear of death. Crack! The indestructible void shield shattered like fragile glass in that instant. What? The thousand-eyed demon god let out another cry of disbelief. But it was too late. The spear of death, having pierced the void shield, continued its relentless momentum, driving deep into its colossal, dragon-like body. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the blade sank into flesh. Foul, corrosive purple blood gushed like a waterfall from its wound. Roar! Ea! I'll kill you! The gravely wounded thousand-eyed demon god descended into utter madness. Its massive head, covered in countless tentacles, suddenly opened its terrifying, black hole-like maw. Ultimate talent Void Devour. A terrifying suction powerful enough to devour all light and heat erupted from the monstrous maw. In an instant, the heavens darkened and the earth grew dim. Whether it was the shattered remains of the divine palace, the surrounding rocks and vegetation, or even light itself, everything was violently pulled and devoured by that unmatched, terrifying suction. Yang Jian, bearing the brunt of it, felt as though an irresistible force was tearing his body to shreds. Yet, facing this ultimate strike capable of reducing any 6th-rank king-level being to despair, a strange, mocking glint flashed within Yang Jian's crimson beastly eyes. Devouring? Divine ability heaven and earth furnace. Divine technique, divine elephant crucible. He roared inwardly, abandoning all resistance. His 100-meter-tall colossal form willingly plunged into the terrifying, world-shattering suction. Boom! In an instant, boundless void energy surged into his body like a torrent finding its outlet. But what awaited them was not destruction, a chaotic furnace capable of melting the heavens and all creation. Roar! What the hell? Roar! My energy, where is my energy? The thousand-eyed demon god quickly sensed something amiss. Its terrifying innate power, capable of devouring a small satellite, had swallowed this insignificant insect before it, yet now it lay as still as a stone sunk in the sea, stirring not a single ripple. Instead, it could distinctly feel the primordial void energy within its body draining away at an unimaginable speed. Ha! Yang Jian's laughter, filled with endless mockery, slowly echoed. Quite tasty. Then, it's time to end this. He slowly raised his right hand. Chapter 154, Battle, Thrilling. Ancient Imprint. Divine Demon Authority. The SSS-grade heaven-piercing divine treasure that had long since fused with him, the Yuan Hawuji mountain, finally revealed its true form without reservation at this moment. Gone was its previous brick-like size. Boom! A colossal, towering divine mountain, a phantom seemingly forged from 5 primordial divine peaks, shrouded in endless chaotic chi, suddenly shot skyward from Yang Jian's palm. The mountain's phantom swelled as it met the wind. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters. Ultimately, it transformed into a divine peak even more colossal, more majestic, and more utterly terrifying than the thousand-eyed demon god itself. It hovered silently mid-air, emanating a supreme power potent enough to suppress all celestial and terrestrial laws, shatter the cycles of eternity. This force brutally suppressed and severed the thousand-eyed demon god's void-devouring domain. Roar! What the hell is that? The thousand-eyed demon god was utterly dumbfounded. Within its countless crimson vertical pupils, filled with chaos and madness, only one emotion remained. The ultimate terror born from the very core of its being. It finally understood that today, it had provoked a forbidden monster that should never have existed in this world. It wanted to flee. Its primal urge to survive had completely overwhelmed the pride of a king-tier powerhouse. It frantically flapped its rotting wings, tearing through space in a desperate attempt to flee back to the infinite void where it felt safe. Yet beneath the terrifying domain of Yuan Hawuji mountain, powerful enough to suppress an entire realm of time and space, the surrounding space had long since hardened into something more solid than divine metal. There was no escape. I told you, Yang Jian's voice, cold, filled with supreme authority, like the final judgment, slowly echoed across the land, now reduced to ruins.
It's time to end this. Before the words faded, his 100-meter-tall, terrifying demon ape form abruptly raised the colossal hand cradling the heaven-piercing divine peak. With brutal force, it smashed down upon the thousand-eyed demon god below, a being now trembling in terror, utterly immobilized. Seal. One word, and the law followed. In an instant, the heavens collapsed. The colossal divine peak, vast enough to engulf the entire Shenangjia reserve, descended with an unparalleled, unstoppable, and indescribable apocalyptic force. It carried power sufficient to sink the entire continent, descending slowly with an unmatched, unstoppable, and indescribable apocalyptic force. No! The thousand-eyed demon god let out its final, piercing wail, a cry filled with endless despair, regret, and utter disbelief. Yet all was futile. Boom! There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, not even a wisp of dust stirred. The moment the heaven-piercing divine peak finally made contact with the thousand-eyed demon god's body, time itself seemed to pause. Then, under Yang Jian's icy gaze, the once mighty sixth-rank sovereign-level void overlord, the thousand-eyed demon god, its colossal, monstrous form woven from countless flesh and souls along with its core of laws, its immortal divine soul, and everything within it, was utterly obliterated from existence in that instant by a terrifying force potent enough to suppress 10,000 paths. Reduced to the tiniest dust. Not a trace remained. Both body and soul annihilated. Much later, as the ethereal form of the heaven-piercing divine peak slowly dissipated, reverting to a small mountain that settled back into Yang Jian's hand, the blood-red sky once shrouded in demonic light gradually faded, restoring the world to its clear and bright state. The violent tremors of the earth gradually subsided. It was as if the divine demonic battle that could have destroyed everything had never occurred. Only the ruins of the northern abyss divine palace, now utterly transformed into a vast crater, and the four figures still lying unconscious at the edge of the devastation, silently bore witness to the terrifying, earth-shattering battle that had just unfolded here. Huff. Yang Jian slowly shed his giant ape transformation, reverting to human form. An unprecedented wave of weakness and exhaustion washed over him like a tidal surge. The successive bursts of power, especially the final all-out strike of the Yuanhawuji mountain, had nearly drained every ounce of strength from his body. Yet, a smile brimming with exhilaration and satisfaction spread across his slightly pale face. This fight had been awesome. Feeling the overwhelming wave of exhaustion within him, Yang Jian hesitated not a moment. He immediately retrieved several dragon blood tempering pills and 9-turn thunder soul pills, rewards from the system, from his storage bracelet, and tossed them into his mouth like candy. The pills melted instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into two streams of pure energy. One nourished the chi and blood of his physical body, slightly depleted from the extreme exertion, while the other repaired his spirit, slightly fatigued from the continuous activation of divine abilities. While the potency dissolved within him, he remained far from idle. Surveying the devastated battlefield, now a vast cratered basin from his clash with the thousand-eyed demon god, a gleam of greed flashed in his otherwise serene eyes. "Can't let this go to waste," he murmured inwardly. Immediately, he dragged his slightly weary body across the ruins, beginning to clean up the battlefield. Though the sixth-rank sovereign-grade thousand-eyed demon god had been utterly obliterated from existence by the Yuanhawuji mountain, leaving not a single trace behind, the corpse of the equally sixth-rank sovereign-grade phantom dream demon butterfly still lay intact somewhere amidst the ruins. Soon, Yang Jian discovered the enormous butterfly corpse, its wingspan exceeding a kilometer, buried in the mud of the long-leveled ruins of Xianshui Lake. The most precious parts of the illusory dream demon butterfly were its pair of multicolored wings capable of weaving illusions and saturated with fragments of spiritual laws, and the demonic core within its skull, containing the essence of its entire life. If these two items were to appear on the black market outside, their value would be enough to drive any sacred land mad. Yang Jian wasted no time. He swiftly activated the prison sealing spear, deftly and efficiently dissecting and severing the enormous butterfly wings and demon core with practiced precision before stowing them into his storage bracelet. After completing this, his gaze shifted to the ruins of the Northern Abyss Divine Palace. Though most structures had been reduced to dust by the earlier shockwave, fragments crafted from special divine metals had miraculously survived. Adhering to the principle that even a mosquito is meat, Yang Jian once again demonstrated his tradition of scraping every last bit of value, thoroughly scavenging all the metal fragments and array foundation stones that appeared remotely valuable. However, just as he had satisfiedly tucked away the final chaotic stone slab engraved with ancient runes and prepared to rouse his four teammates still sleeping soundly, an unexpected change occurred. Gah! A sudden, unforeseen agony erupted from the depths of his consciousness, as if tearing his very soul apart. Ugh! Yang Jian managed only a muffled groan of agony before collapsing uncontrollably to one knee. His hands clutched his head tightly as veins bulged on his forehead, and beads of cold sweat poured down like rain. Immediately after, a torrent of ancient, world-weary, chaotic, and maddening mystical information forced its way into the depths of his soul with brutal, unyielding force. Blood trial complete. You have obtained the inheritance mark of the ancient era. On the night of the full moon, you may use this mark to enter and exit the abyss of fate. You must unlock the ruins of oblivion beyond the cycle of reincarnation. Use fate as the key to unseal the era's seal. Henceforth, tread the divine fate's path that breaks free from the river of time. The path to seize the immortal divine demon authority.
The message was fragmented, filled with obscure, incomprehensible terms that seemed to belong to another civilization. Each character seemed to harbor forbidden magic. Nearly reading it sent waves of unbearable, piercing pain through Yang Jian's already indestructible soul. When the final fragment of information was fully imprinted, darkness engulfed Yang Jian's vision, and he nearly collapsed unconscious. After an unknown duration, when the bone-deep agony finally began to recede, he gasped for breath, slowly rising from the ground. His face was as pale as paper. His back was soaked through with cold sweat. What the hell was that thing just now? He rubbed his still throbbing temples, his deep eyes filled with unprecedented bewilderment and gravity.
The blood trial? Ancient era? The mark of inheritance? Abyss of fate? The ruins of oblivion? This string of enigmatic terms left him utterly bewildered. He carefully analyzed and pondered that message repeatedly in his mind. In the end, he helplessly realized that the only sentence he could understand and find useful seemed to be just one. On the night of the full moon, this mark will grant passage to and from the abyss of fate. Looks like I'll just have to wait until the next full moon night to see what this is all about. Yang Jian thought to himself. He felt as though he had been swept into a massive whirlpool without even realizing it. He instinctively touched the spot between his eyebrows, which still throbbed faintly. Then, with a sudden thought, he channeled his chi and blood to form a water mirror before him. He wanted to see what changes had occurred at his brow. The handsome face reflected in the mirror remained unchanged. But the instant Yang Jian focused his attention entirely on his brow, his pupils suddenly contracted again. Beneath the smooth skin of his forehead, an ancient rune incredibly small, dimly lit, and radiating an aura of endless vicissitudes and mystery began to flicker into view. It was the ancient seal script character for ancient. The character was so faint, so inconspicuous. Had he not scrutinized it with an almost inner vision technique, it would have remained entirely undetectable. It simply lay there, imprinted in silence. As if it had existed since time immemorial. And as if it would endure until eternity. Chapter 155, Returning with Riches, Stirring New Troubles. Staring at the faintly visible ancient character imprinted between his eyebrows in the mirror, Yang Jian's brow furrowed deeply. An unprecedented, eerie sensation surged through him as if he were being watched by a pair of eyes from an unknown dimension. He could distinctly sense that within this seemingly insignificant mark lay a terrifying power so profound that even his current dominion I couldn't fully comprehend it. It felt like a time bomb buried deep within his soul, ready to detonate at any moment. This is trouble. He murmured under his breath, a cold gleam flashing in his deep, piercing eyes. He hated this feeling of his destiny being controlled by the unknown. Whether you're some abyss of fate or whatever divine fate's path. If you dare threaten me or my family, I will uproot you completely. He slowly clenched his fist. The martial spirit within him, weary from the life and death battle he had just endured, hardened once more into iron resolve. Only after a long while, when Yang Jian had fully calmed his emotions and concealed the ancient character mark with the divine demon seal divine power, did he step forward toward his 4 teammates, who remained unconscious. He did not rouse them immediately. Instead, with a flick of his thoughts, he gathered the well-fed, snoring Rongrong who had been sleeping soundly at his feet back into his embrace. The little creature had delivered far too many surprises today. Until he fully uncovered the earth-shattering secrets behind the blood sacrifice array and the stellar waymark, it was best to keep it out of sight of outsiders as much as possible. Only after completing this did he flick his finger. For streams of pure vital energy, like 4 agile snakes, darted with pinpoint accuracy into the bodies of Qi Songyue, Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tanglinger respectively. Poof. With a muffled groan of pain, Lin Xiong, the heavily armored warrior renowned for his defense, was the first to slowly awaken. He sat bolt upright on the ground, his eyes still flickering with lingering fear and disorientation. I'm still alive? He instinctively felt his body. Upon confirming he was unharmed, his face broke into an expression of disbelief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Soon after, Mu Xiaoyao, Tanglinger, and their captain Qi Songyue also regained consciousness. Their first reaction upon waking was almost identical to Lin Xiong's. Where's that monster? Qi Songyue abruptly stood up, spear in hand, scanning the surroundings warily as she asked in a hoarse voice. However, the moment she took in the scene around her, her sharp eyes froze in place. The North Sea Divine Palace, once filled with eerie and ominous aura, had vanished without a trace. In its place lay a colossal basin over 10 kilometers in diameter, its depths unfathomable. The basin's edges were lined with countless flattened mountain peaks and ancient trees snapped clean in half. It looked as though a small nuclear bomb had just detonated directly above this place. This. Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tanglinger stared speechless at the apocalyptic horror before them. Did you do this? Qi Songyue forced her head to turn, her eyes filled with utter horror, locking onto the only figure who remained utterly composed. Yang Jian merely nodded indifferently. Yeah, he said in a matter-of-fact tone, it tried to eat me, so I just took care of it. Dead silence. The entire basin once again fell into a deathly silence.
Shi Songyue and the other three stared blankly at Yang Jian, their expressions as though they were witnessing a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex that had just casually admitted to crushing a Godzilla to death. Casually disposed of? That was a genuine 6th-rank king-class beast. And you call that casually? In that moment, their brains felt like they'd been drained of oxygen, leaving them completely blank. They couldn't even muster the energy to be shocked anymore. Because no amount of shock could possibly describe the utterly ate-up state of their minds, which had been completely overturned. Let's go. Yang Jian didn't give them much time to process it. Glancing at the sky, he said calmly, "This isn't a place to linger. Our mission is over." The journey back was eerily quiet. Or perhaps eerily so. Shi Songyue, Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger remained like 4 soulless puppets throughout, mechanically trailing behind Yang Jian. They dared not speak, not even daring to breathe a single breath. Only occasionally did they steal glances at the figure ahead, a figure not particularly tall, their eyes filled with a complex mix of awe, fear, and a hint of inexpressible relief. They were relieved to be this monster's teammates, not its enemies. Otherwise, they had no doubt their fate would be no better than that of the long-vanished Northern Divine Palace. Yang Jian, meanwhile, relished the quiet. As he led the way ahead, he silently calculated the immense gains of this journey in his mind. True Spirit Xuanwu Heart. The 3rd level of Divine Elephant Prison Sealing Force. Body of the Sovereign. Xuanwu True Spirit Transformation. Complete materials for the 6th grade Sovereign Grade Illusory Dream Demon Butterfly. And that mysterious seal bearing the ancient character Gu. This journey to Shenangjia, though fraught with twists and perils, yielded gains so immense they left even him trembling with awe. When that familiar silver pillar of light, signifying spatial teleportation, once again illuminated the teleportation plaza of the Martial God Palace, this exploration journey through the North Sea Divine Palace, steeped in magic and horror, finally drew to a close. The solid, level ground beneath their feet gave Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger an otherworldly sense of unreality. They instinctively glanced back at the spatial teleportation array still slowly rotating behind them, then looked around at the campus surroundings filled with an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. Their faces simultaneously revealed the relief of survivors and a complex mix of emotions that defied easy description. The profound impact of their brief journey to Shenangjia had been more intense than the combined experiences of their past 20+ years. "All right, we're here." Shi Songyue's cool voice slowly echoed, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. Her sharp eyes fixed intently on the young figure who had remained utterly composed throughout, then she led the way, striding purposefully toward the Mission Submission Center. "Let's go. It's time to submit our mission." War God Palace, Mission Submission Center. The familiar, tech-infused hall remained unchanged. And there was once again Senior Lu Xian, who had been deeply impressed by Yang Jian. When she saw Shi Songyue's elite squad, arguably the ace team of the entire 3rd-year cohort, return safely from the Shenangjia restricted zone in just a few short days, a look of well-deserved admiration flashed across her face. After all, completing an A+ mission with Shi Songyue's abilities, though challenging, was not entirely impossible. However, when her gaze fell upon the calm-faced freshman junior at the rear of that team, her beautiful eyes instantly widened in shock. "Junior Yang?" She let out a gasp filled with shock and disbelief, momentarily forgetting the task in her hands. "What are you doing with Senior Qi and the others? Are you kidding me?" A freshman who'd barely been enrolled for half a year was actually accompanying the elite 3rd-year squad into the Shenangjia restricted zone, a place that made even many mentors pale? Wasn't that like walking into a death trap? "Oh, he's part of this mission too." Shi Songyue explained casually, then placed a specially crafted jade tablet containing all their expedition data on the counter. A+ mission, exploration of the North Sea Divine Palace completed. Please review. Understood. Lu Xian's mind remained blank, frozen in a state of system crash. She instinctively took the jade tablet and inserted it into the mission review system. A massive light screen instantly unfolded in the center of the hall. The screen began rapidly playing back the critical footage recorded during their journey. The peril of their first encounter with the beast tide. The breathtaking moment when Yang Jian took down a shadow panther with a single shot. His unmatched prowess as he single-handedly mowed through the entire beast tide with his rifle. The ancient divine palace slowly rising from the lake's depths. As these visually stunning scenes unfolded, every student in the hall, whether submitting or receiving quests, instinctively froze in their tracks. Their gazes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, converged en masse upon the massive light screen. A chorus of gasps, filled with utter shock and disbelief, began to ripple through the hall. "Holy crap! Isn't that Senior Qi Songyue from our 3rd year? They actually made it deep into the heart of Shenangjia? Whoa! What's that? A palace rising from the lake? Wait! Look! Isn't that freshman champion Yang Jian slaughtering his way through that beast tide? It's him! Definitely him! Holy crap! How is he this strong? He's single-handedly cutting through the beast tide?" The entire mission hall erupted into chaos at that moment. Yet, this was merely the beginning. When the holographic display finally settled on the Dream Demon butterfly, its wingspan exceeding a kilometer, radiating the terrifying aura of a 6th grade sovereign-level beast in Shisonue's cold, emotionless narration began to echo. During the mission, the squad encountered an ambush by the 6th grade King-class beast, the Dreamweaver Demon Moth, plunging them into dire straits. Ultimately, thanks to the decisive intervention of team member Yang Jian, it was successfully slain. Boom! The entire mission hall seemed to be struck by a depth charge in that instant. Everyone froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. Their faces bore expressions of unprecedented horror and disbelief. Slaying a 6th rank king class? That new recruit, Yang Jian? Unconsciously, every pair of eyes, filled with utter terror, turned toward the young figure standing calmly in the corner as if none of this concerned him at all. At that moment, Lu Xian, the senior in charge of reviewing the mission, held the evaluation device in her jade-like hands, which were now shaking like a sieve. Staring at the final result displayed on the light screen, a comprehensive assessment by the AI of mission difficulty, completion rate, and the rarity of submitted intelligence, the color drained completely from her beautiful face. At the very top of the screen, a line of golden text shone with supreme glory, forming the final assessment. Mission rating, SSS class perfect. Calculating mission rewards. Base reward, 10,000 credits. Additional reward, first discovery of super ancient civilization ruins, 50,000 credits. Additional reward, submission of top secret intelligence regarding the blood sacrifice array, 100,000 credits. Additional reward, slaying a 6th rank king class monstrous beast, 200,000 credits. Total reward, 360,000 credits. Detected quest item, Phantom Dream Demon Butterflying Material. Convert to star coins? 36,000 credits? Gazing upon that staggering figure, enough to drive any student, or even any instructor, mad, the entire mission hall fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone felt as though an invisible giant hand had clamped down on their hearts. Suffocation. An unprecedented suffocation. Yet when Yang Jian saw that final exchange option, his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and said calmly, "Exchange." Ding! Exchange successful. 6th grade royal grade, Phantom Dream Demon Butterfly, materials, total exchange, 32 million star coins. All rewards have been automatically distributed according to squad contribution. As he gazed upon the final transaction, the dazzlingly long string of blinding zeros, a familiar curve of satisfaction and anticipation once again lifted the corners of Yang Jian's mouth. Chapter 156, The Heavenly Eye Opens, Omen of Calamity. Dragon's Soul Awakens. Just as Yang Jian basked in the satisfaction of this windfall and began scheming how to maximize profits for his next charitable endeavor. Deep within the martial god palace, within the Celestial Authority Holy Academy, a place perpetually shrouded in mist, inaccessible even to ordinary students. Within a secret laboratory brimming with futuristic technology, Su Muching stood silently before an immense silver sphere, seemingly constructed from countless intricate components and arcane runes. She wore her signature snow-white robe, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall. Yet now, her phoenix-like eyes, usually cold and aloof, held an unprecedented gravity and anticipation. This silver sphere was named Tianyan. It was a super detector she had secretly constructed by leveraging her prophetic advantage as the Reborn Empress, integrating scientific theories from her past life that were centuries ahead of this era, and expending nearly all her resources and connections. Its core function was singular: to monitor and simulate the unstable singularities hidden within the deepest recesses of the spatial barrier. These were the very origins of the calamitous surges that had unleashed endless death and destruction upon her and all of human civilization in her previous life. This was one of the most crucial pieces she had strategically placed upon her return from rebirth. Her goal was not merely to enhance her own strength. Her greater purpose was prevention. To nip in the bud the tragedies that had caused countless bloodshed and sacrifice in her past life. All energy modules checked. Law stabilizers operating normally. Spatial beacon calibration complete. A young female researcher in a white lab coat, her eyes brimming with fervor and reverence, respectfully reported to Su Mucheng. She was a trusted protege personally mentored by Su Mucheng, and one of the most brilliant minds in spatial physics of this era. Of course, she had no idea just how earth-shatteringly monumental the project she was participating in truly was. All she knew was that the mysterious, powerful, and visionary mentor before her, a beauty whose foresight far surpassed her era, was leading them in a scientific revolution capable of reshaping the entire world order. Good. Su Mucheng nodded slowly. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on the silver Tianyan sphere, her voice carrying a hint of tension and excitement she herself hadn't noticed. Activate Tianyan 1. Yes. The female researcher pressed the final activation button on the complex control panel with an almost reverent, almost pilgrimage-like demeanor. Buzz. In an instant, the entire secret laboratory shook violently. The colossal silver sphere, like a primordial beast awakening from slumber, saw its billions of intricate components and arcane runes simultaneously ignite with an intensely brilliant blue glow. An indescribable, boundless one that seemed capable of piercing through past and future suddenly awoke from the sphere's core and radiated outward. The laboratory's dome slowly opened outward on both sides. A visible pillar of blue light, forged from pure spatial laws and a torrent of information, erupted from the apex of the Tianyan sphere and shot skyward. The beam pierced through the barrier of the Celestial Authority Holy Academy, penetrated the protective array of the Martial God Palace, and even broke through the atmosphere. Finally, it linked with precision to a military satellite suspended in outer space, one that Su Moore had secretly modified long ago.
With the entire planet as its eyes. With Tianyan as its brain.
In that instant, every vulnerable point in the spatial barriers across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, indeed, the entire Eastern Hemisphere, fell within Su Muqing's surveillance.
Tianyan system activation successful. Spatial barrier data being scanned in real time. Singularity simulation model constructing.
A series of tech-infused, futuristic electronic voices echoed continuously throughout the laboratory. Su Muqing's cold, phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on the massive light screen before her, constructed entirely from data streams. Upon the screen, an incredibly detailed three-dimensional map slowly unfolded, covering the entire territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Scattered across the map were tens of thousands of light points of varying sizes. The majority glowed a steady green, signifying safety. A smaller number glowed with a cautionary yellow, indicating spatial fluctuations that remained within manageable limits. Yet, a dozen or so points glowed with an extremely dangerous red. These marked the high-risk zones where a level or higher calamity surges had erupted in his previous life. So it was. Su Muqing stared at those dozen or so familiar red dots, a cold gleam flashing through her clear, phoenix-like eyes. Although her rebirth had caused a slight shift in this world's timeline, the locations of those tumors hidden deep within the spatial barriers remained unchanged. She was about to instruct the researchers to prioritize marking and monitoring the data from these high-risk zones.
But at that very moment, beep, 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 an unprecedented, piercingly shrill alarm signaling the highest level of danger suddenly echoed throughout the entire secret laboratory without warning. What's happening? The female researcher in charge of operations turned pale as a sheet.
Her nimble fingers danced across the control panel like butterflies flitting through flowers, frantically searching for the source of the alarm. Even Su Moore's heart, long as still as a deep well, gave a sudden jolt upon hearing that familiar alarm, one that seemed to echo from the nightmares of a past life. Her cold gaze instantly locked onto the massive three-dimensional map. In the northwest corner of the map, a deep red dot, one that should have erupted completely 7 years later, was now blinking wildly, defying all logic.
The light was blindingly bright.
The energy was so violent. The spatial energy accumulating within it had already far exceeded several times the amount released during its eruption in her previous life.
It felt as though some unknown factor was catalyzing its premature arrival. Quick! Zoom in on the coordinates. Su Moore's usually cool voice carried a hint of uncontrollable urgency for the first time. Yes. The female researcher dared not delay, immediately zooming in on the deep crimson light point to its maximum magnification.
A line of geographical coordinates, steeped in the aura of death and destruction, slowly materialized before everyone's eyes. Northwest Kunlun Forbidden Zone Valley of 10,000 Demons. Whoa! The moment she saw the name of this place, the female researcher couldn't help but gasp in horror. Though not a martial artist herself, she had heard of certain forbidden lands within the Great Xia Empire. The Valley of 10,000 Demons. It was famed as the ultimate forbidden zone, the forbidden zone within forbidden zones. Legend held it was the final battlefield of the ancient war between gods and demons. The land was riddled with countless bottomless spatial fissures, where void energy raged to its most extreme. Even 7th-rank Imperial-level powerhouses dared not venture deep into its depths.
And now, this most terrifying abyss was about to erupt?
Calculate the maximum potential coverage of its eruption immediately. Su Moore's voice had grown icy cold. Yes. The central processor of the Tianyan system began operating at an overloaded capacity, processing data at an insane pace. Seconds later, a red alert map slowly materialized, one capable of plunging any high-ranking official of the Great Xia Empire into despair. Centered on the Valley of 10,000 Demons, a terrifying crimson wedge vast enough to engulf nearly 1/3 of the northwest territory of the Great Xia Empire appeared on the map. Within that zone lay 3 colossal human main cities, dozens of smaller satellite cities, and tens of millions of innocent civilians.
Should the calamity surge erupt fully there, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately,
Su Moore abruptly spun around, her exquisitely cold and beautiful face now drained of all color. In its place was an unprecedented coldness and resolve. Her emotionless voice, like the final judgment, echoed throughout the entire laboratory. Using my highest authority, establish emergency communications with the headmaster of the Martial God Palace, the supreme commander of the military, and that one. The Great Xia Empire enters its highest state of war. An unprecedented, earth-shattering crisis capable of toppling the entire nation had prematurely drawn its crimson curtain, all because of the inaugural activation of the Tianyan system. When Su Moore's command, imbued with supreme authority and unyielding will, thundered through the secret channels of the Tianyan system, simultaneously striking the Martial God Palace, the Grand Xia Military High Command Center, and the uncharted red-walled compound deep within the capital.
The entire Great Xia Empire, this colossal war machine dormant for 2 decades, was instantly jolted awake from its slumber. Martial God Palace, Principal's Office. The white-haired headmaster, a figure perpetually secluded, as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only briefly, whose power was rumored to be unfathomably profound, suddenly opened his weathered eyes. Those eyes seemed capable of piercing through past and future. Without hesitation, he smashed the desk before him, crafted from thousand-year-old soul-nurturing wood, with a single palm strike. A voice, ancient yet filled with supreme authority and overwhelming fury, reverberated throughout the entire martial god palace. Sound the highest level demon suppression alert. All instructors, all students regardless of location or activity. Assemble at the central plaza within 10 minutes. Disobedience shall be punished as treason. Buzz. The next instant, an ancient bell tolled piercingly shrill, as if summoned from primordial battlefields, resonating with an aura of iron and blood, tragedy and grandeur. Without warning, its sound reverberated across the entire sky above the martial god palace. Countless students and instructors, those in training, those studying, even those still asleep, saw their expressions change instantly upon hearing that toll. Demon suppression alert? Isn't that the highest level alarm only sounded during nation extinction level crises? Good heavens! What on earth is happening? After a brief moment of shock and panic, everyone instinctively dropped whatever they were holding. Figures radiating immense power surged skyward like fish crossing the river from every corner of the martial god palace, converging frantically toward the central plaza, the seat of the palace's supreme authority. Great Xia Nation, Western Military District, Supreme Command Center. The Supreme Commander, bearing the stars of a general and commanding respect without needing to raise his voice, leapt from his seat the instant he received the encrypted transmission. For the first time, a look of utter shock flashed across his face, a face etched with iron resolve and unyielding determination. What did you say? The Heaven's Eye system detected an impending S-class or higher calamity surge in the Kunlun Forbidden Zone? Heaven's Eye was the official military designation for the Heaven's Derivation system. Immediately. Now. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a hysterical roar into the communicator before him. Order! All armies and combat-ready units in the Western Military District, abandon all exercises and missions. All Dragon Soul mech divisions, all Jinhua-class aerospace carriers, all Heaven's Punishment orbital cannons. All highest-tier strategic weapons. Lift the Level 1 Combat Readiness Lockdown. Target Kunlun Forbidden Zone, Great Demon Rift. At all costs. Keep it firmly in place. Until the command from headquarters is issued. Even if it costs us our lives, not a single void beast shall be allowed to step half a foot beyond the rift. Within the capital city, behind the crimson walls, in an office so plain it bordered on austere, the Supreme Commander, his temples graying yet his gaze still sharp as an eagle's, slowly lowered the red telephone receiver. He remained silent for a long while. Finally, he rose slowly and walked to the window. He gazed out at the nation below, still bustling and peaceful. A resolute and tragic resolve, unprecedented in his deep eyes, flickered. He knew that from this day forward, the peace and tranquility that had endured for 2 decades might be gone forever. He turned slowly and pressed the red button on the desk, a button he had hoped never to press in his lifetime. A voice, heavy with authority and gravity, echoed through every corner of the Great Xia Kingdom via a special encrypted channel. Supreme Central Directive. Effective immediately. The Great Xia Empire enters Level 1 wartime status. The moment that command, representing the nation's highest will, thundered across the land like a bolt of lightning, the entire world trembled. Top trending, hashtag Great Xia Nation declares Level 1 wartime status, hashtag explosive. Trending number 2, hashtag Kunlun Forbidden Zone Valley of 10,000 Demons, hashtag explosive. Trending number 3, hashtag highest level catastrophe alert, hashtag trending. Trending number 4, hashtag Martial God Palace Demon Suppression alert, hashtag new. Countless citizens were jolted awake from their slumber. When they opened their phones and saw those trending topics dripping with apocalyptic overtones, everyone was stunned. Level 1 war alert? Are you kidding me? It's not April Fool's Day, is it? Hey, look out the window. All Western Military District forces are mobilized. Aerospace carriers are taking off. This is real. What the hell is happening in the Kunlun restricted zone? Is some terrifying beast about to emerge? Wah? My hometown is in Lanche City, northwest China, less than 1,000 kilometers from the Kunlun restricted zone. What are we supposed to do? Panic spread like an invisible plague across the internet. But more prevalent was a tragic yet resolute sense of shared purpose. What's there to fear? We'll meet force with force, water with earth. Our Great Xia Nation has stood for millennia. What storms haven't we weathered? Exactly. I'm a martial artist. I'm heading to the Martial Arts Alliance to enlist right now. Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's survival. Count me in. I may only be a first-rank martial artist, but I refuse to be a coward. As the entire nation erupted into a frenzy of chaos and clamor over this sudden, earth-shattering calamity. Within the secret laboratory of the Heavenly Authority Holy Academy, situated at the very epicenter of the storm, Sumu Cheng had already regained her absolute composure.
Her icy phoenix eyes fixed intently on the massive three-dimensional holographic screen before her. That brain, comparable to a supercomputer, was operating at an overloaded capacity, processing information at breakneck speed.
She was strategizing. She was simulating.
Leveraging her unparalleled profit advantage, she was crafting the most precise and most ruthless battle plan for the impending apocalyptic conflict. Order! Her cold, emotionless voice transmitted through the encrypted command channel, precisely reaching every critical node. Order the military headquarters to abandon frontal defenses at the main breach of the 10,000 Demons Grand Rift. Deploy all heavy firepower in every Jinhua-class aerospace carrier in a triangular formation at Tianlang Mountain and Guizhou Cliff flanking the canyon. The hoarse voice of the military headquarters supreme commander echoed through the communicator, filled with shock and confusion, yet still choosing unconditional compliance.
But miss, this leaves the front breach completely.
The front breach, Sumur's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, will be filled by us martial artists. She paused briefly before continuing to issue a series of orders that would send chills down the spines of any commander who understood their implications. Order! All university alliances are to form the University Alliance Forces at maximum speed. Establish the first line of defense with Jingwu University, Magic Capital Martial Arts University, and the Great Xiao War Academy. Construct a flesh and blood Great Wall at Iron Chain Pass, 300 kilometers beyond the Rift Valley. All other second and third tier martial arts academies shall form the second line of defense, implementing echelon defenses at the Jade Gate Corridor, 500 kilometers beyond the Rift Valley. Order! The Martial God Palace shall serve as the ultimate reserve force and the sharpest blade.
All instructors and students divide into 3 divisions.
Instructor Peng Ziyuan lead the Celestial Pivot Holy Academy as the left wing. The remaining academies shall lead their elite forces as the right wing.
As for the Central Force,
her cold, phoenix-like eyes slowly closed.
The Central Force shall be led by me personally. Form the most elite decapitation unit. Our mission is singular.
Her cool voice carried an unprecedented chill and resolve at that moment.
At the lowest possible cost. Slay the King of the Beast Tide. Chapter 157, 30 million in charity.
The 9 dragons' fate will shock the world. Across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, the nation erupted into a frenzy of chaos and clamor following the highest level directive declaring Level 1 wartime status. Countless armies and martial artists surged like a torrent of steel toward the northwest frontier, a land brimming with unknown dangers and death. Within the ordinary freshman dormitory of the Martial God Palace, the very epicenter of this storm,
Yang Jian remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos outside.
He sat cross-legged in silent meditation, his deep eyes fixed intently on the astronomical figure displayed on his wristband, a sum so staggering it would make any sacred sanctuary green with envy.
Account balance, 32 million star coins. This was his greatest spoils of war from his journey to Shenangjia.
It was also the ultimate trump card he would use to launch his next round of. Not a trace of hesitation crossed his face.
His calm eyes even held an unprecedented hint of reverence and anticipation. System.
He slowly closed his eyes, and the emotionless voice echoed softly within his mind.
I choose. Donate everything. Buzz. The moment that final word fell, the light on his wristband, a symbol of boundless wealth, faded instantly, reduced to 0. The familiar system notification, resonating with supreme cosmic harmony, boomed through his mind as expected. Ding.
Host detected donating 32 million star coins, meeting critical hit return conditions.
Critical hit system drawing rewards.
Yang Jian's heart skipped a beat at that very moment.
32 million.
This was his largest charitable contribution to date.
What earth-shattering rewards would this bring him this time? A 10-fold critical hit? Or a 100-fold critical hit? Or perhaps the legendary 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold return said to defy fate itself?
Yet, mere seconds later, the moment the final draw result flashed through his mind, Yang Jian's heart, brimming with anticipation, suddenly sank.
Ding. Draw complete. No critical hits triggered in this draw. No critical hit? Yang Jian's brows instantly furrowed tightly.
This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation since obtaining the system.
Could it be that his donation amount wasn't sufficient? Or could it be?
Just as he was puzzled and baffled by this unprecedented black screen, the next system notification instantly flooded his heart, which had just sunk to the depths with an unprecedented, even more frenzied wave of surprise and ecstasy.
Ding! Host's current donation amount detected as reaching massive tier. System return mode automatically optimized.
This return will no longer be distributed in the form of energy or items.
Instead, it will directly influence the foundational essence of the host's current cultivation technique. Boom!
The instant that final notification tone faded, Yang Jian felt as though his entire sea of consciousness had been violently detonated by a supernova. A primal force of creation more vast, more ancient, and more utterly defiant than anything he had ever experienced surged forth without warning from the void of the system space.
That force had long transcended the realm of mere energy.
It was clearly the infinite, purest, and most profound comprehension of the Tao concerning the SSS tier supreme cultivation technique, divine elephant prison sealing force, the primordial law itself. That torrent of laws did not strengthen his physical body, nor did it enhance his vital energy. Instead, it surged directly toward the depths of his sea of consciousness, toward the vast celestial map of the third heaven, where 10,000 particles had just been illuminated. Boom! Yang Jian felt as though his very soul had been torn apart and reshaped by that terrifying torrent of laws. The countless impenetrable barriers and obstacles blocking his path to higher realms of the divine elephant prison sealing force crumbled like fragile illusions before this near-cheating Tao infusion. The remaining tens of thousands of dormant particles, which would normally have required decades, even centuries, of arduous cultivation, refinement, and illumination, suddenly ignited like a bursting starry river. They were lit up in vast swaths, one after another, with terrifying, overwhelming force. 20,000. 30,000. 50,000. Finally, when the last divine particle representing the perfection of the third heaven was utterly ignited and awakened by the vast torrent of divine laws. An indescribable, terrifying aura, one that seemed capable of crushing the entire planet, suddenly surged skyward from Yang Jian's cross-legged body. Divine elephant prison sealing force, third tier, grand perfection. Boom! A terrifying force, hundreds of times more powerful than before, erupted from the fully formed third layer divine elephant diagram, instantly coursing through every fiber of his being. In that moment, Yang Jian felt as though each breath he took swallowed and expelled entire star rivers. Each thought seemed capable of resonating with the heavens and earth. His divine elephant physique had only now truly begun to glimpse the threshold of its potential. And yet, it was not over. With the third layer technique reaching its grand perfection, a brand new, even more mysterious and unfathomable core divine ability naturally began to awaken deep within his soul. It was neither offensive nor defensive. It was a supreme authority transcending all other divine abilities. New divine ability, Wheel of Fate. Effect description: this is the supreme authority that governs fate and karma. To condense this wheel requires gathering boundless faith energy, harnessing the fate of all beings and the fortune of heaven and earth to transform the intangible into tangible form. Once accomplished, it can inscribe the world's celestial principles, truths, divine beings and demons, Confucian thought, and Buddhist sutras upon the wheel, expounding the great path of destiny. Once manifested, it can alter destinies and rewrite causality. It can peer into the past and future, and alter both. It can conceal one's own karma and sever all fateful connections. It can discern the vital energy of all beings, manipulating destiny at will. It can even grasp the true essence of fate, transforming into a dragon of destiny to strike down foes. As the detailed description of this divine power burned itself into Yang Jian's mind, even his rock-solid resolve froze solid in that instant. Twist fate? Alter the future? Manipulate destiny? This transcended the realm of mere supernatural abilities. This is clearly the domain of a creator god. Though truly forging this wheel of fate requires an astronomical accumulation of faith and fortune, a terrifyingly vast sum. Yet the emergence of this divine power undoubtedly opened a gateway for Yang Jian to true, ultimate invincibility. Yet, just as Yang Jian was still reeling from the immense shock of this god-defying divine power, another sudden change occurred. Roar! The 9 purple gold divine dragons within him, long fused with his being and embodying the supreme fortune of the great Xia Empire, sensed the aura of the wheel of fate. Instantly, they roared in uncontrolled exultation, their voices filled with boundless submission and excitement, as if subjects had encountered their sovereign. Immediately after, the vast national fortune that had lain dormant within his limbs and bones surged like a call from some supreme being, madly converging toward the sea of consciousness where his newly awakened wheel of fate divine power resided. Boom! Yang Jian felt his entire soul being utterly submerged by that boundless torrent of national fortune. The shadowy form of the wheel of fate, which had only just coalesced within his sea of consciousness and still appeared somewhat illusory, was nourished by this overwhelming, almost cheat-like abundance of fortune. It rapidly solidified from a phantom into a tangible entity with terrifying, inexplicable force. Finally, as the last wisp of purple gold dragon energy fully merged into it, a colossal 9-dragon wheel of destiny slowly coalesced behind his head. 9 vivid purple gold divine dragons coiled around it, its entire body radiating an aura of supreme destiny powerful enough to make even the gods and Buddhists tremble. This wheel of destiny was not a physical entity, but rather a manifestation of the Tao existing between the realms of void and substance. It simply hovered there, rotating slowly. Each rotation seemed to pluck at the strings of destiny for the entire planet, even the entire cosmos. At that moment, every living being within the martial god palace, whether student mentors urgently assembling or ancient beasts slumbering deep within forbidden zones, instinctively lifted their heads, gazing toward the direction of Yang Jian's dormitory. An indescribable palpitation and reverence surged simultaneously within their hearts. It felt as though within that void, a supreme being who held the power over the lives and fates of all of them had slowly opened its eyes. The overwhelming pressure, filled with the aura of fate and karma, that surged skyward from the direction of Yang Jian's dormitory came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Lasting less than 3 seconds, it vanished as if it had never been, returning to stillness. Yet the terrifying aftershock it unleashed, one powerful enough to silence the entire martial god palace, was only just beginning to ferment.
Wuxing Palace, Central Plaza.
Tens of thousands of martial god palace students and instructors had already formed orderly formations according to their respective faculties.
Grim expressions and a hint of unease were etched on every face.
The demon suppression alert reverberating across the campus and the Level 1 combat readiness directive issued from the highest echelons had long made everyone aware that a storm was brewing.
An unprecedented crisis was about to descend.
Yet, the instant that mysterious, oppressive force of fate descended, the entire Central Plaza, previously filled with a grim, tense atmosphere, plunged into a deathly silence. Every soul from the first-year novices newly arrived at the Martial God Palace to the battle-hardened 6th-rank Royal Class instructors instinctively froze in place. Their bodies froze uncontrollably in place. Their hearts felt as though gripped by an invisible, iron fist. An indescribable sense of insignificance and awe surged through each heart, of feeling as though their very fate had been utterly exposed and controlled. That sensation was even more terrifying and despair-inducing than facing a legendary 9th-rank saint.
What was that?
After an unknown span of time, someone finally broke the deathly silence, their voice filled with utter terror and disbelief.
My vital energy actually stopped flowing just now?
Me too. I felt like if that person had just thought it, I could have dropped dead on the spot.
Was it an illusion? That aura seemed to be coming from the new student dormitory area? In an instant, the entire Central Plaza erupted into chaos. Countless speculations and gasps echoed in rapid succession. Even the battle-hardened, worldly-wise king-level instructors standing at the front of the formation wore expressions of unprecedented gravity and astonishment. That aura.
Peng Ziyuan, the 6th-rank royal instructor who had once provided Yang Jian with so much assistance, felt his sole remaining left arm tremble slightly beyond his control. His gaze fixed intently on the direction of the freshman dormitory area, his cloudy eyes churning with turbulent waves of shock.
Not saint level. Nor is it emperor level. It's the oppressive aura of a more ancient, more primordial Tao. Could it be that some ancient ancestor slumbering deep within the forbidden grounds has awakened? Just as the entire martial god palace plunged into chaos and speculation over this sudden, earth-shaking anomaly.
Deep within the heart of the martial god palace, within that forbidden sanctuary, perpetually shrouded in primordial chaos, where even ordinary king-tier mentors dare not set foot.
Boom!
A voice, filled with boundless shock and utter disbelief, erupted like thunder from the depths of the chaos. Immediately after, the chaotic mist which had been impenetrable to all divine sense probing was forcibly torn apart by an unmatched, terrifying force. A figure appeared before Yang Jian's dormitory door, a white-haired, white-bearded old man clad in simple cloth robes, looking like a neighborly elder. He had traversed infinite spatial distance in a single stride, arriving without warning. He was the supreme ruler of the martial god palace. A true ancient monster who had lived for untold ages, his power long since unfathomable. The palace master of the martial god palace. At this moment, the old man who had never flinched even in the face of nation-destroying crises fixed his weathered eyes that seemed to pierce through past and future, upon the ordinary dormitory door before him. His chest heaved violently. His hands, concealed beneath the wide sleeves of his robes, clenched into fists beyond his control. A storm of unprecedented intensity had already erupted within his heart.
There's no mistake. Absolutely no mistake. This aura. It's the aura of destiny.
It's the aura of the legendary peace holder, one who emerges only at the turning point of each era, when the great calamity of heaven and earth descends. His voice trembled slightly with overwhelming excitement. He recalled a passage from an ancient text, long since banned as forbidden knowledge, that he had encountered in the distant, primordial ages. When heaven and earth show no mercy, treating all creatures as straw dogs. When an age ends and apocalyptic calamity descends, there shall arise one who wields fate itself, born of the times. A single thought from them can determine the fate of all beings. His single word can alter the outcome of all time. He had always believed this to be nothing more than a vague and elusive legend. Yet today, he never imagined he would experience it firsthand. And the source of that aura was within his own martial god palace. Who could it be? Two blinding beams of divine light, sharp enough to pierce the void, erupted from his cloudy eyes. Instantly, they penetrated the barrier of the dormitory door, landing upon the young figure still seated cross-legged.
Yet, the instant his divine sense touched Yang Jian's body.
The 9-dragon fate wheel, which had only just coalesced into form and hovered behind Yang Jian's head, seemed to sense the external intrusion. It trembled violently. An indescribable, supreme force of destiny capable of reversing causality and overturning the heavens exploded forth.
Put.
The palace master of the martial god palace, whose power had long been unfathomable, was struck as if by lightning. His previously ruddy complexion instantly drained to a deathly pallor. Golden blood slowly seeped from the corners of his mouth, beyond his control. The instant his divine sense touched the 9-dragon fate wheel, that overwhelmingly tyrannical force of destiny severed it cleanly.
What a tyrannical fate authority!
He stumbled backward, his cloudy eyes revealing genuine terror for the first time. He understood clearly that had the other party, or rather, that Wheel of Fate, not shown mercy just now, his injuries would have been far more severe than mere damage to his divine sense. His cultivation might even have been utterly severed in the blink of an eye. Huff. He drew a deep breath, forcing the surging blood and chi within him to settle. His gaze fell upon the tightly shut door. The previous curiosity and scrutiny long vanished from his eyes. Instead, it held an unprecedented gravity, reverence, and a hint of ecstasy he hadn't even recognized within himself. He made no further attempts to probe or knock. He simply stood there in silence. Like the most loyal guardian, silently protecting the future human emperor undergoing his final transformation. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, Yang Jian finally began to recover from the immense shock of his cultivation breakthrough and the awakening of his divine abilities. He slowly opened his eyes. Within those deep, piercing eyes, 9 purple gold divine dragons seemed to flash by in an instant. He could distinctly sense that his entire life level had undergone a cataclysmic leap. He also detected the terrifying aura outside the door, so powerful it sent a faint pang of dread through him. And that aged divine consciousness that had just probed him, only to be struck back by the 9 dragons' fate wheel. The palace master of the martial god palace, huh? He murmured inwardly, his expression betraying no surprise. After all, the commotion he had just caused was truly immense. It would have been strange if the other party hadn't appeared by now. He slowly rose from the ground. The 9 dragon fate wheel hovering behind his head dimmed its glow and silently retreated into his body. He smoothed his robes, then stepped forward, walking slowly toward the door. Chapter 158, Dragon Souls Assemble, The Edge of the Blade. Squeak. As the seemingly ordinary dormitory door creaked open inward, the aged figure outside locked eyes with the youthful figure within. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. The palace master of the martial god palace, who had lived for untold ages and long since grown indifferent to the world's vicissitudes, saw Yang Jian's face young to an almost unreal degree and eyes so profound they seemed to contain endless starry rivers, stirring a faint palpitation in his own heart. It was him. The newcomer who had forged a legend within the Tower of Flames. The chosen spark of the nation's destiny. He could never have imagined that the pawn master who had just awakened the legendary authority of fate would be this very young man he had taken notice of not long ago. This was too coincidental, too unbelievable. Meanwhile, Yang Jian calmly appraised the legendary figure before him. The old man before him appeared as ordinary as any neighborly elder, devoid of any vital energy fluctuations, seemingly a powerless mortal. Yet Yang Jian's newly awakened eye of dominion could clearly see that within this old man's body lay an ocean of energy more vast than the starry sky and more terrifying than the abyss. That power had long surpassed the king tier, even transcending the saint tier. This was unmistakably an peerless being who had touched the threshold of the emperor level. Student Yang Jian. Yang Jian finally broke the silence. He bowed slightly before the elder before him, neither humble nor arrogant. Greetings, palace master. Ha! Hearing Yang Jian's calm voice, the palace master of the martial god palace finally snapped out of his profound shock. A complex smile, uglier than a cry, slowly spread across his face, etched with the wrinkles of time. Waving his hand dismissively, he rasped, "No need for formalities. You are remarkable." After a long silence, he could only let out a deep sigh. Ah! His cloudy eyes slowly lifted, gazing toward the distant northwest horizon, already stained crimson. His hoarse voice carried an unprecedented weight and weariness. It seems the future Zhangguosher saw back then has finally arrived after all. Yang Jian's heart stirred at these words. He asked calmly, "Palace master, has something happened outside?" "Yes." The martial god palace master nodded slowly. He held nothing back, relaying every detail of the anomalies detected by the Tianyan system in the Great Demon Rift Valley and the Level 1 wartime status directive issued from the highest echelons to Yang Jian. Upon hearing keywords like a calamitous tidal wave engulfing 1/3 of the nation and hundreds of millions of civilians, the calm that had just returned to Yang Jian's eyes slowly narrowed once more. A cold, utterly emotionless killing intent flashed deep within his eyes. He recalled the impending feast of the tyrant recorded in that diary. It seemed everything had begun. Therefore, the palace master of the martial god palace turned his head, his cloudy eyes fixed solemnly on Yang Jian as he spoke each word deliberately. The martial god palace will soon join the fray. And you, as the undisputed king of newcomers this year, I need you to serve as the overall commander of the newcomer expeditionary force. Are you willing? His voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. This was not merely an order, but a test. A test of whether the future human emperor could shoulder this responsibility. I accept. Yang Jian's reply was equally decisive. Half an hour later, as the figure of the martial god palace's ruler slipped away, Yang Jian's dormitory returned to quiet once more. But the heart that had only just found peace grew heavy once more. War had finally arrived. And it arrived faster and more fiercely than he had imagined. He slowly walked to the window, gazing out at the still serene campus. A complex flicker passed through his deep, piercing eyes. Just then, buzz, buzz. The communication bracelet on his wrist began to vibrate without warning. It was a video call from home.
Yang Jian's heart clenched sharply. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the lingering aura of menace and pressure that still clung to him. Then, a gentle, sunny smile spread across his face as he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom."
On the screen, his mother's face, filled with concern and worry, slowly appeared.
"Xiao Jian. Are you okay?"
Her voice carried a distinct tremor of tears. "The news says the country has entered some kind of wartime state.
"Is it safe where you are?"
Mom, I'm fine, really," Yang Jian reassured her with a smile.
"Our school is the safest place in the country. You can rest easy." "Really?" "Absolutely." Yang Jian nodded emphatically. "Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. But you, Dad, and Xiaoya try to stay indoors unless it's absolutely necessary, okay?"
Yes, we know. His mother nodded repeatedly, yet the worry in her eyes remained undiminished. They chatted about family matters for a while longer.
Yang Jian had to draw upon every ounce of his acting skills to finally calm his mother down.
The smile vanished instantly from his face the moment he ended the call,
replaced instead by an unprecedented coldness and resolve. He slowly clenched his fists.
The hard knuckles cracked with a sharp pop from the excessive force.
He knew he had to become stronger. Strong enough to nip every threat in the bud.
Strong enough to ensure his family could forever live under the sun of a place called peace. As his thoughts churned, buzz.
The communication bracelet vibrated once more.
A familiar, handsome face wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared on the light screen.
Zhuge Cheng. Yet at this moment, the face of this usually elegant young master from a distinguished family bore an unprecedented look of gravity and urgency. "Brother Yang Jian."
The moment the call connected, his urgent voice rang out.
"You must have heard the news too?" "MHM." Yang Jian nodded. "Damn it." Zhuge Cheng let out a rare curse, irritably scratching his hair.
"My old man has been bombarding my phone nonstop.
Jingwu University is in complete chaos. Every instructor and student is being urgently assembled.
Word is they're forcibly conscripting us top 10 universities to form some university alliance and deploy us to the Northwest Front."
"What the hell is going on? Do you know something about this?"
His sharp eyes locked onto Yang Jian, as if trying to see right through him. He had a strong gut feeling that this sudden, nationwide storm might be intricately connected to the man before him, the one who always seemed to pull miracles out of thin air. Yet Yang Jian merely shook his head slowly.
"I don't know," he said calmly. "All I know is..."
He slowly lifted his head, his deep eyes seeming to pierce through endless spatial barriers, gazing toward the distant northwest filled with the aura of death and destruction.
"War is coming."
As the first faint rays of dawn struggled to pierce the faint, blood-red haze shrouding the horizon, spilling their light upon this ancient sanctuary of martial arts. At the central plaza of the Martial God Palace, the scene was no longer the chaotic confusion of the previous night, filled with shock and turmoil.
Instead, an unprecedented, grim silence descended.
Thousands of figures had already formed 4 massive, iron-blooded formations, arranged according to their respective grades and departments.
Freshmen, Year 1. Sophomores, the Elite. Sophomores, Elite. Senior Year, Pillars. Before each formation, an ancient battle flag fluttered, embroidered with the fierce totem of a mythical beast.
The youthful innocence and pride that once graced their faces had long since faded, replaced by a sullen resolve and determination befitting those about to enter battle. Their eyes might still hold a trace of fear toward the unknown, a hint of unease about the coming war. But what shone through most was a tragic grandeur and heroic spirit, a resolve to charge forward, undeterred by millions, when the nation faced peril. This was the foundation of the great Xia Empire's highest martial arts academy. This was the backbone of the human race, passed down through generations, never to be broken. Upon the high platform, the palace master of the Martial God Palace, his hair and beard entirely white, had vanished without a trace. In his place stood a one-armed figure clad in black commander's armor, radiating an aura of iron-blooded ferocity.
Peng Ziyuan.
This 6th-rank royal-class hero, who had lost an arm on the battlefield while defending the city behind him, now donned his long-dormant battle armor once more. His cloudy yet eagle-sharp eyes slowly swept over the young, resolute faces below. His hoarse voice, resonating with supreme authority, thundered across the entire central plaza.
"I trust. You all already know.
An unprecedented catastrophe is about to descend upon the northwestern frontier of our great Xia Empire.
The nation calls upon us. The people are watching us. Now, I command."
He drew his battle blade from its scabbard and pointed it toward the crimson northwest horizon. "The Dragon Soul Legion of the Martial God Palace is hereby established.
All units, advance. Target.
The Kunlun Forbidden Zone, the Great Demon Rift.
This battle."
His hoarse voice carried an unprecedented edge of madness and resolve at that moment.
"If we do not prevail, I'd rather die. Roar! Roar! Roar!" In response, tens of thousands of frenzied roars filled the air, brimming with overwhelming battle intent.
The sound coalesced into a torrent of iron and blood fierce enough to make even gods and demons pale. It surged straight into the heavens. It tore a golden crack through the crimson canopy of the sky. Within the freshman formation, Lei Dong stood as straight as an iron tower. His usually earnest face now bore an equally solemn expression, tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. He turned to glance at Qin Wuxuang beside him, who also held a long sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lowering his voice, he spoke in a deep, resonant tone. Qin Wuxuang, do you think we'll be assigned to the same battle zone this time?
Qin Wuxuang's gaze, however, swept past the crowd, settling on the solitary, detached figure standing beneath the battle flag at the very front of the formation. He shook his head slowly, his voice calm yet tinged with an undeniable fervor and reverence.
I don't know. All I know is, wherever we are, our blades, our swords, will forever follow in his footsteps.
Beside him, Zi and Lang Yu nodded firmly in unison.
Their eyes shone with the same light.
The he they spoke of, Yang Jian, stood silently at the very front of the freshman formation. He wore no armor, clad only in his clean, crisp black combat uniform. He did not deliver any rousing pre-battle speech. He simply stood there in silence. Yet the profound, immovable aura emanating from him, as if even heaven and earth could not shake it, had already become the anchor anchoring the entire freshman formation. As long as he stood there, all the freshmen felt fearless. Within the formation of elite third-year students, Lin Xian, Mu Xiaoyao, and Tang Linger also gazed at the young figure who had become the focal point of the entire plaza, their expressions equally complex.
Damn it!
Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his voice carrying a hint of bitterness and envy. He hadn't even noticed himself. He's barely been enrolled for half a year.
This freak has already reached a height we all have to look up to.
Mu Xiaoyao fanned himself with his folding fan, sighing softly. Perhaps we should never have considered him our peer from the start.
What do you think? Tang Linger's charmingly adorable face was now equally etched with gravity and a hint of worry. Can we win this battle?
While the entire martial god palace mobilized and assembled for the impending battle, a tidal wave of turmoil also erupted at other top-tier academies across the realm.
Chapter 159, National Crisis, Iron Stream advances west. The summit of the Rift Valley.
The martial god palace's demon suppression alert was merely a microcosm of the colossal storm engulfing the entire Great Xia Kingdom. As that ancient bell, resonating with iron-blooded resolve and tragic grandeur, echoed across the heavens, the other 9 premier martial arts academies located in the core cities of the Great Xia Kingdom simultaneously sounded their highest-level war alerts.
Capital City, Jingwu University.
Within this sprawling campus spanning tens of thousands of acres capable of accommodating over 100,000 faculty and students, utter chaos reigned supreme. Countless young students in Jingwu University uniforms scurried about like headless flies, running frantically through every corner of the campus. The shrill wail of the alarm intertwined with the broadcast's relentless repetition of emergency assembly, weaving a chaotic symphony thick with apocalyptic dread.
What the hell is going on? Why did they suddenly sound a city annihilation level war alert?
My advisor said something major happened in the Kunlun Forbidden Zone up northwest.
The Kunlun Restricted Zone? That's thousands of kilometers away from us. Even if the sky fell, it wouldn't hit us, right? You don't know.
I just got intel from inside the student council.
Jingwu University has been forcibly conscripted. We're the first reinforcement unit heading to the northwest front.
As this death-laden rumor spread like a virus across the entire campus, everyone plunged into utter panic.
What? The first wave? To the northwest front? Are you kidding me? We're just students. You want us to fight those legendary beasts in the Forbidden Zone? I'm not going. I refuse to be sent to my death. I want to go home.
Cries, curses, and roars of despair echoed in waves. Compared to the terrifying discipline of the martial god palace, where orders are obeyed without question and every member is a soldier, Jingwu University, though also ranked among the top 10, was a comprehensive martial arts institution leaning more toward theory and academia.
Its internal cohesion and fighting spirit were undeniably far weaker. Just as the entire campus teetered on the brink of complete chaos. Silence.
An ancient roar, brimming with supreme authority and overwhelming fury, thundered down like a bolt from the heavens, erupting from the pinnacle of the central academic building, the very symbol of Jingwu University's supreme authority. Immediately, a genuine 7th-rank imperial-grade aura descended like an ancient deity awakening, instantly enveloping the entire sprawling campus. Under this terrifying pressure, potent enough to make heaven and earth tremble, all the Jingwu students who had been crying, running, and rioting froze instantly in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. Their faces were etched with unprecedented horror and dread. Slowly, they lifted their heads toward the source of the voice. There, suspended in midair, stood a venerable elder clad in traditional Tang attire. His hair and beard were snow white, and an aura of awe-inspiring power radiated from his entire being.
He was the bedrock of Jingwu University.
A former president who had long since retired from the limelight, mistaken by many freshmen as having passed away long ago.
A bunch of good-for-nothings.
The old principal's gaze, like 2 merciless blades, swept slowly across the panicked and terrified young faces below. His aged voice carried undisguised disappointment and fury.
Each of you boasts of being heaven's chosen children, looking down on everyone else. Now, with national calamity looming and the enemy yet to arrive, you've already thrown yourselves into disarray, wailing and crying.
Do you even deserve to be called martial artists? Do you even deserve to wear this uniform of Jingwu, which represents honor and responsibility? In the 800 years since Jingwu University was founded, have we ever produced cowards like you?
His voice grew harsher with every sentence. His imposing presence grew more terrifying with each utterance. Under that terrifying pressure, powerful enough to make souls tremble, countless Jingwu students hung their heads in shame, lacking even the courage to meet the old principal's gaze.
Now! I command! The old principal's voice rang out once more, filled with ironclad resolve and unwavering determination. All students ranked 3rd grade and above, all instructors.
Assemble at the central training ground within half an hour. Any who dare desert their posts. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his cloudy eyes.
Will be executed without mercy.
Similar scenes were unfolding with equal ferocity across other top-tier universities in the Great Xia Kingdom, as well as thousands of second- and third-rate martial arts academies.
Some, like Jingwu University, descended into brief chaos before being forcibly suppressed by the strong. Others, like the Martial Arts University of the Demon City, were inherently belligerent.
Upon hearing the word war, instead of fear, their entire student body became wildly excited, howling with fervor to rush to the front lines and earn glory. Then there were the weaker, ordinary martial arts academies. Upon learning they too had been included in the conscription, they plunged into utter despair.
Yet regardless of the process, the outcome remained the same.
Under the ironclad directive of Level 1 wartime status, representing the nation's highest will, countless young martial artists and passionate youths were swept into the vortex of war like streams merging into a torrent. They became an unstoppable steel flood capable of striking fear into any enemy. This torrent had but one destination, the distant northwest. Meanwhile, as the entire Great Xia Empire mobilized and assembled for the impending war, the storms along the focus of the world's attention remained unchanged. The Kunlun Forbidden Zone, the Great Demon Rift Valley. The abnormal changes within were intensifying at a terrifying speed beyond anyone's imagination.
Boom! Boom!
The terrifying abyss, originally only tens of kilometers long and spanning the Kunlun Mountains, was now expanding and tearing apart at both ends at a visible speed. Intersecting crimson-purple spatial fissures, filled with the aura of void energy, appeared like hideous scars across the sky above the chasm. Waves of void energy, brimming with evil and chaos, poured in like a burst dam, flooding through the fissures.
The sky within hundreds of kilometers was utterly drenched in a despair-inducing dark purple hue.
The advance unit of the Western Military District of the Great Xia Empire, the first to arrive at this location, had already erected the first and most fragile steel defense line before this apocalyptic scene. Countless mountain splitter-class giant engineering vehicles worked day and night in a frenzied operation. War fortresses, each over 100 meters tall and forged from special alloys, were rising from the ground at a terrifying speed that could only be described as infrastructure mania.
Countless hive-style automated artillery emplacements were deployed throughout the defense line. Countless Skynet-class high-energy laser defense matrices were fully charged and ready.
Behind the defensive line, mountain anchoring class aerospace carriers each with a wingspan exceeding a kilometer, resembling mobile aerospace fortresses hovered silently within the clouds. Their gaping main gun barrels enough to make any king-tier powerhouse's scalp crawl had long been trained upon the churning, dark purple abyss. Every soldier, every officer had already written their farewell letters. Not a trace of fear graced their faces. Only the purest, most unyielding resolve to fight to the death remained. They knew well that behind them lay hundreds of millions of defenseless compatriots. And the vast, untamed lands they had sworn to defend with their lives. In this battle, they had long cast aside thoughts of life and death. They awaited only the final bugle call. As the entire Great Xia Empire began operating like a precision war machine activated in an instant, steel torrents representing various academies and legions surged through the nationwide strategic teleportation network.
With unprecedented efficiency, they converged toward the storm-tossed northwestern frontier. 500 kilometers from the Great Demon Rift, at the Jade Gate Corridor. Buzz.
Amidst violent spatial ripples, hundreds of students and instructors from second- and third-tier martial arts academies across the nation spilled out of the massive spatial teleportation array like dumplings being tossed into boiling water, emerging in disarray. They stared at the desolate Gobi Desert before them, now hastily converted by the Western Military District into its second line of defense, feeling the terrifying fluctuations of the law emanating from the distant horizon, enough to make one's heart race.
Confusion and dread were etched across every face.
This was the position they were about to defend with their very lives.
300 kilometers from the Great Demon Rift lay Tiesu Pass. This ancient fortress, long hailed as the first great pass of the Northwest, was now utterly swallowed by an endless tide of humanity. Jingwu University, Magic Capital Martial Arts University, Great Xia War Academy. Over 100,000 students and faculty from these 9 premier martial arts institutions, second only to the Martial God Palace, stood like 9 unsheathed blades, firmly planted upon this most crucial strategic stronghold. They would form the first flesh and blood Great Wall to withstand the onslaught of the Beast Tide. And the Martial God Palace, this supreme sanctuary representing the highest martial arts heritage of the Great Xia Kingdom. Its location, however, was nowhere near where anyone had anticipated.
As the familiar sensation of weightlessness receded once more, Yang Jian found himself in the 1,000-strong Dragon Soul Legion of the Martial God Palace. Behind him plunged into a dark abyss suffused with an endless oppression and the stench of death. Beneath their feet lay a massive metal platform, hastily constructed by the military and suspended mid-air. Beyond the platform lay a bottomless precipice stretching 10,000 zhang deep. Bitingly cold winds howled up from the abyss like razor-sharp blades, stinging their cheeks. They had been teleported directly into the heart of the abyss of 10,000 demons. It was that very breach at the front, the one Su Moore had called the gap for us martial artists to fill. Holy! Even Lei Dong, with his fearless nature, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at the sight of their surroundings. This is insane. This was the most dangerous and chaotic spot on the entire battlefield. Once the beast tide below erupted fully, they would be the first cannon fodder to make zero-distance contact with the endless horde of void beasts. Yet unlike the freshmen's palpable tension and unease, the battle-hardened seniors from the 3rd and 4th years showed not a trace of fear on their faces. Instead, they wore only a matter-of-fact pride and arrogance. Because they were students of the Martial God Palace. They were the sharpest blades of this nation. The most perilous positions were naturally theirs to hold. Yang Jian, Zhao Wuji, Shi Songyue, and Li Xiaoyao. As the others remained stunned by the overwhelmingly intense battlefield, Peng Ziyuan's hoarse yet commanding voice slowly echoed through the air. You four, follow me. The high-level combat meeting is about to begin. Yang Jian nodded at the command. Zhao Wuji was the sophomore commander-in-chief who had been knocked senseless by a single slap during the Kunlun purification mission. Li Xiaoyao was the 4th-year chief commander whose strength was unfathomable, rumored to have already set one foot into the realm of 5th-rank grandmaster. These four were the highest-ranking commanders of the Dragon Soul Legion across all 4 grades at the Martial God Palace. Led by Peng Ziyuan, they crossed the metal platform filled with a grim, murderous aura and entered a temporary command center forged from a special alloy one capable of blocking all divine sense detection. The command center was already packed with figures. Each figure radiated an aura terrifying enough to make heaven and earth tremble. There stood the supreme military commander, clad in general's armor and bearing the stars of command upon his shoulders. There were venerable old presidents of major academies, their hair and beards white as snow, their aura as deep and boundless as the ocean. Even several venerable patriarchs from ancient clans, recluses who rarely emerged from seclusion, were present. Here gathered the highest-level combatants and decision-makers of the entire Great Xiao nation. Standing at the forefront of the massive sand table were 2 figures, both male and female, both intensely familiar to Yang Jian. Lin Xinbei and Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng had long since shed her white robes, now clad in a sleek, silver-white battlesuit radiating technological sophistication and futuristic flair. Her coldly beautiful face radiated an unquestionable aura of authority and iron resolve. She was none other than the supreme tactical commander of this nationwide battle. Everyone is present. Lin Xinbei spoke slowly, his deep eyes sweeping over each person present before lingering just a moment longer on Yang Jian. Then, the War Council begins now. He paused, gesturing toward the enormous, intricately detailed sand table constructed from light and shadow. According to the latest data transmitted by the Heaven's Eye system 5 minutes ago, the void energy index within the Great Demon Rift Valley has surged to an unprecedented critical threshold. The first wave of the beast tide is projected to erupt completely within 3 hours. And the scale of this wave. He took a deep breath, his voice tinged with an unprecedented gravity. Conservative estimates suggest it will exceed 10 times the scale of the Chuan City incident. Whoa! The moment these words left his mouth, a collective gasp of shock filled the entire command center. 10 times the scale of the Chuan City incident? What kind of apocalyptic horror would that be? Therefore, Lin Xinbei's gaze sharpened to a piercing intensity. We have no room for retreat in this battle. And we absolutely cannot lose. Immediately after, Su Mucheng stepped forward slowly. Her cool, emotionless voice echoed throughout the entire command center. Based on the simulations from the Heaven's Eye system and my research into the habits of void creatures, I have devised the following battle plan. She extended her slender jade-like fingers, swiftly sketching and delineating on the massive holographic sand table. The first line of defense, Iron Chain Pass, will be held by the 9 Universities Alliance. Your mission is not annihilation, but attrition. Utilize every available terrain feature and defensive structure. At all costs, delay the advance of the main beast tide. The second line of defense, Jade Gate Corridor, will be held by all remaining ordinary martial arts academies and local garrison legions. Your mission is mopping up. Exterminate any stragglers that slip through the first line of defense. And all heavy firepower and strategic forces of the Western Military District. A cold gleam flashed in her clear, phoenix-like eyes. Your mission is hunt down. I don't care what methods you use. Within the first 3 hours of the beast tide erupting, I need you to eliminate every high-tier ferocious beast of grade 5 or above within the tide. As for... Her gaze finally settled upon Peng Ziyuan and the 4 men led by Yang Jian. We of the Martial God Palace. We have only one mission. She slowly extended a jade-like finger, pointing toward the blood-red abyss marked extreme danger at the very center of the sand table. That is, to sever the source. Her cool voice carried an unprecedented edge of madness and resolve at that moment. Before the beast tide fully forms, charge into the deepest part of the rift. Find and destroy it. That which ceaselessly channels void energy into our world. The World Gate. Chapter 160, Turning the Tide, Divine Weapons Descend. Dead silence. An unprecedented stillness. Whether it was the military commanders who had long since cast aside concerns for life and death, or the saint-level elders who had lived for centuries and grown indifferent to the shifting tides of fortune, all stood frozen in place as if struck by a petrifying spell. Their faces bore expressions of unprecedented horror and utter disbelief. Charge into the deepest part of the rift? Destroy the World Gate? After an unknown span of time, a saint-level elder from an ancient lineage finally broke the silence. His aged voice trembled with uncontrollable shock and disbelief. "Su girl, you're not joking, are you? That's the great abyss of 10,000 demons. It's the most perilous place among the most perilous places. Even ninth-rank saints dare not tread there lightly. Forget plunging into its deepest depths. Merely approaching the edge of that world gate would subject us to the furious backlash of that realm's laws. How is that any different from walking into certain death?" His words echoed the thoughts of everyone present. This was beyond mere madness. It was outright suicide. Yet, faced with the crowd's skepticism and horror, not a flicker of wavering crossed Su Mu's coldly beautiful face. Her phoenix-like eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through past and future, swept slowly over each person present. Her voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, sounded once more. "I'm not joking. Because..." She slowly extended two slender fingers. "We have only two choices. First, follow your plan, lay your defenses, resist step by step. Then, in this war of attrition destined to last years, even decades, we'll be slowly drained dry by the endless tide of void beasts. Ultimately watching helplessly as our homes and loved ones are utterly devoured by those monsters, piece by piece." As for the second option, two blindingly brilliant beams of light suddenly erupted from her cold, phoenix-like eyes. That is to strike with thunderous force, to defy the heavens themselves. Before their forces can fully deploy, we will strike with our most elite troops a dagger sharp enough to pierce anything, driving straight into the enemy's heart. One decisive battle to settle the fate of the world. Her voice remained cool and detached, yet carried an undeniable authority that commanded absolute conviction. The entire command center fell silent once more. Every person weighed the immense risks and faint glimmers of hope behind each option. After a long pause, Lin Shinbei, the supreme decision-maker who had remained silent throughout, slowly stepped forward. His deep, piercing eyes fixed intently on the peerless beauty beside him, young, yet possessing a resolve and wisdom far beyond ordinary imagination. Finally, he nodded slowly. His voice, warm yet resonating with supreme authority, filled the entire command center. "Proceed as Mu Chang suggests." He paused, his gaze drifting slowly to Peng Ziyuan and the other three men. "This battle, the fate of our great Xia nation, rest with you." The moment the battle plan was finalized, the entire command center sprang into action with unprecedented efficiency. "Since we're undertaking this decapitation operation..." Su Muching stepped back before the massive holographic sand table. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes sharpened to an intensity unmatched in her gaze. "Then we must calculate every single detail to the utmost precision." Her jade-like fingers swiftly tapped dozens of danger coordinates glowing red on the three-dimensional model of the abyss of 10,000 demons, a place steeped in the aura of death and destruction. According to the Heaven's Eye system's projections, 13 void lords of 6th rank king tier strength or higher lurk in the deepest recesses of the chasm. The most powerful among them are these three. Her finger finally settled on 3 deep crimson dots, each far larger than all the other red markers. Abyssal Worm, early 7th rank imperial grade. Possesses immortality, excels in devouring and corrosion. Void Predator, 7th rank Emperor grade mid-tier, possesses extreme speed, excels in spatial traversal and lethal assassination. And the ultimate guardian of that world gate. Her cool voice took on an unprecedented gravity at that moment. The 100-eyed Demon Lord, peak 7th rank Imperial grade. Possesses the chaos divine light comparable to a domain. Any living being enveloped by its divine light will instantly lose their mind and turn on each other. Whoa! Even Peng Ziyuan, the one-armed hero who had long since cast aside thoughts of life and death, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath upon hearing these three names, each steeped in the scent of death and despair. 3 Imperial grade beings. And the strongest among them was a terrifying 7th rank peak existence. How could they possibly fight this? Yet, Sumur's face showed not a trace of fear. She merely waved her hand coldly. Swish! 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 Hundreds of futuristic silver-white metal boxes materialized without warning on the command center floor. What is this? Peng Ziyuan stared at the enigmatic metal boxes, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. This is... Su Mucheng's lips curved into a confident smile. The gifts I prepared for them. She slowly stepped forward and opened one of the boxes. Buzz! A white light, radiating an aura of purification and holiness, instantly illuminated the entire command center. Inside the box lay hundreds of special bullets, each crafted entirely from an unknown white crystal. Holy light purification rounds, Su Muching explained calmly. Specifically designed to counter the filthy bodies of creatures like the abyssal worms. She then opened the second crate. Inside were dozens of silver spheres pulsing with spatial law fluctuations. Spatial containment bombs, she continued, designed specifically to counter assassins like the Void Predator. She introduced them one by one. Spellbreaker blade, soul-sealing armor, Godslayer crossbow. Each was a cutting-edge weapon she had developed in advance using her past life's memories, specifically targeting the weaknesses of various void creatures. As the command center beheld these unheard of, unseen, yet lethally targeted divine weapons, it once again fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the peerless beauty with eyes like they were witnessing a monster, a woman who seemed to know everything and could do anything. They couldn't fathom what terrifying intellect and depth of knowledge could produce so many game-changing trump cards in such a short time. Only Yang Jian, his deep, piercing eyes flickered imperceptibly for a split second upon seeing those black technologies. The lingering doubt that had long existed in his heart became clear once more. This woman. Who exactly was she? Once all equipment was distributed, the Dragon Soul Legion of the Martial God Palace, the sharpest blade bearing the hopes of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, was finally drawn from its scabbard. Peng Ziyuan led over 600 elite soldiers from the sophomore, junior, and senior classes. Like three unstoppable torrents, they were the first to surge out of the command center. Their mission was to clear all obstacles for the central command. Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood quietly before nearly 400 freshmen, their faces etched with tension and excitement. He gazed upon their youthful yet resolute faces. For the first time, a flame called responsibility ignited within his calm eyes. Slowly, he raised the black divine spear in his hand, prison of the underworld. Then he pointed it toward the blood-red abyss filled with endless death and destruction. His voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, echoed across the entire platform. Let's go. Roar. Nearly 400 new prodigies of the Martial God Palace roared like 400 ferocious tigers newly released from their cages, their cries filled with boundless battle intent and frenzied fervor. Without hesitation, they followed the young figure who had long become a god in their hearts. Transforming into a black torrent capable of tearing through anything, they plunged headlong into the blood-red abyss filled with endless death and destruction. The great demon Rift Valley, its depth long surpassed any limits of geological exploration. The deeper one descended, the dimmer the light grew. The deeper they descended, the more potent the aura of unearthly chaos and corruption emanating from the unknown world became. Bitingly cold void winds lashed like countless invisible blades, slashing furiously from all directions. Even the lowest-tier first-rank martial artists must summon their vital energy shields to barely withstand the terrifying wind pressure capable of slicing through metal and shattering jade. Yet the dangers were far from over. SSSH. 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 No sooner had the four teams of the Martial God Palace's Dragon Soul Legion ventured less than a kilometer into the fissure than countless tiny, yet deadly, dark purple spatial rifts filled with the essence of void air appeared without warning, like ghostly specters, in every corner of the teams. Watch out. Spatial fissures. Peng Ziyuan, charging at the forefront, roared in warning. His sole remaining left arm swung violently. A thick, golden wall of vital energy instantly materialized at the squad's forefront, blocking several oncoming spatial fissures. However, the entire legion was simply too vast. Several second-year students who reacted a fraction of a second too late were still caught off guard by the elusive spatial rifts, their bodies grazed by the jagged edges. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the entire abyss. In an instant, the left arm of one student vanished without a trace upon contact with the spatial fissure, as if erased by an invisible rubber. No blood. No wound. Only the purest conceptual erasure remained. This bloody and bizarre scene instantly doused the fervor and excitement that had filled the hearts of all the freshmen stepping onto the real battlefield for the first time. For the first time, genuine fear crept onto their faces. This was war. This is the forbidden wasteland that even saints turn pale at the mention of. Here, death would be the cheapest of all themes. Form the four symbols heaven-sealing formation. Peng Ziyuan's roar, filled with iron-blooded resolve and authority, resounded once more. Yes. After initial chaos, the seniors from the second, third, and fourth years swiftly demonstrated their terrifyingly superior discipline compared to the freshmen. Centered around their respective commanders, the vital energy within them intertwined and resonated in an extraordinarily profound manner. In an instant, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. For monstrous, hundreds of meters tall illusory beasts, forged from pure vital energy, abruptly coalesced into form above the four formations. The four divine beast specters roared toward the heavens, their energies intertwined. They forcibly carved out a zone of absolute safety spanning thousands of meters within this chaotic and perilous void turbulence. Every spatial fissure approaching this zone was instantly suppressed and smoothed by the immense power of the divine beast formations the moment it touched their illusory forms. All newcomers, enter the formation score.
Yang Jian's indifferent yet supremely confident voice echoed throughout the entire newcomer formation at the same moment. Yes.
Nearly 400 new recruits dared not hesitate, immediately converging toward the safety zone enveloped by the illusory forms of the 4 divine beasts. Once the entire Dragon Soul Legion had firmly stabilized its formation, Pang Ziyuan's hoarse voice sounded once more.
Proceed according to the original plan. Form a curved battle line. Begin the purge. Yes. The 4 commanders responded in unison.
Immediately, the colossal formation guarded by the 4 divine beast illusions surged forward like 4 daggers plunging into the enemy's heart. They advanced in 4 distinct directions, pressing toward the abyssal cliffs of the bottomless rift.
Their objective was to exterminate every scattered void beast lurking within this territory, clearing a secure path for the subsequent decapitation operation. Roar!
No sooner had they approached within 100 meters of the sheer cliff face than a frenzied roar, brimming with savagery and hunger, erupted from countless pitch-black caverns within the cliff walls.
Immediately after, whoosh! 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 Thousands of void beasts' void bats emerged like a black tide from the caverns.
These creatures resembled giant bats, small in size yet possessing extreme speed. Though their strength was generally only of the first or second rank, their gravity-defying flight capabilities and suicidal attack patterns were enough to send chills down the spines of any elite legion.
They're here! Peng Ji! Yuan roared. Second squad, engage head-on. Third squad, flank left. Senior class, cut off the right flank. As for the freshman,
his piercing gaze instinctively fixed upon the young figure who remained calm to an almost unnerving degree. But before he could issue the command, kill, a single word, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, slowly escaped Yang Jian's lips. Before the word had fully left his lips, his towering figure was the first to break free from the protective perimeter of the military formation. His feet tread the void as if solid ground, and alone, he charged headlong into the swarm of bats descending like a black curtain, engulfing the sky.
Commander Yang? Every rookie behind him froze in utter shock. What was he doing? Take on thousands of void beasts single-handedly? This is ING. Even the palace master himself wouldn't dare play such a game. Yet, in the next instant, a miracle unfolded, one they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The solitary young figure charging toward death slowly raised the black divine spear in his hand-prisoned ceiling. Then, facing the sky-darkening black curtain, he swept the spear horizontally with a single, gentle thrust. Divine Power 9 Refinements of Gods and Demons Final Refinement, Creation. His detached voice seemed to become the sole sound resonating throughout the heavens and earth at that moment. Simplified version. Divine Demon Reincarnation. Hum. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying phantom of a black and white grinding wheel as if poised to devour the entire abyss violently swept outward from the tip of his spear. Upon that millstone, gods and demons danced together, life and death cycled endlessly. Within that millstone lay a supreme power capable of grinding away all laws and overturning cause and effect. Immediately, the overwhelming swarm of black bats, upon contact with the black and white millstone, failed to utter even a single cry of despair. Their sturdy flesh, their immortal souls. Everything was ground down and dissolved in that instant by the overwhelming, tyrannical power of reincarnation, without a sound. Ultimately, they dissolved into the purest primordial energy, consumed entirely by the black and white millstone. One shot. Just one shot. Thousands upon thousands of void bats were utterly annihilated. The chaotic battlefield plunged once more into deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly, as if they had seen a ghost, at the figure still standing there, gun in hand, serene and detached like a god. Their minds were utterly blank. Chapter 161, The Abyss Trembles, Shadows of Evil Loom, Ending War Through Slaughter. When that sky-darkening swarm of black bats vanished like phantoms beneath that unimaginable black and white millstone, time itself seemed to freeze for an instant. The winds ceased. The roar ceased. Only the heavy, labored breathing of thousands of martial god palace disciples and teachers, choked with utter shock, echoed in waves through the deathly silent abyss. Yes, legends. Legends about Yang Jian had long circulated within the martial god palace in countless versions. Some claimed he had annihilated all comers with a single shot in the Freshman League, ascending to the throne as an unrivaled force. Others claimed he had single-handedly slaughtered a 6th-rank king-grade beast in the Shenangjia Forbidden Zone, as if butchering pigs and dogs. But legends remained just that, legends. Separated by screens, separated by words, separated by descriptions embellished beyond recognition by countless tellers, people could never truly grasp the genuine terror that made souls tremble. Until today. Until this very moment. When they witnessed that young figure casually swing a spear, effortlessly wiping out thousands of void beasts enough to make an elite legion's scalps crawl as if brushing away dust, they finally grasped the true meaning behind the word myth. It was no longer a matter of power. It was a power existing in another dimension, utterly beyond their comprehension. It was the power of the gods. Gulp. Zhao Wuji, the second-year commander-in-chief, swallowed hard.
Gazing at that indifferent figure still standing motionless in the void, not even a thread of its robe disheveled, the humiliating memory of being sent flying by a single slap during the Kunlun purification mission months ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Yet now, not a shred of resentment or bitterness stirred within him. Only endless bitterness and relief remained. Relief that he had provoked only a cub that had yet to fully bear its fangs. Otherwise, he had no doubt his fate would be no better than those void bats who hadn't even left ashes behind.
I finally understand.
The face of Li Xiaoyao, the top student of the senior class, which had always been as still as a deep well, was now equally filled with unprecedented shock and enlightenment. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with genuine awe.
So the gap between us and him is no longer merely the gap between genius and demonic prodigy, but rather the gap between human and God.
Yet Yang Jian paid no heed to the psychological turmoil unfolding behind him, turmoil powerful enough to unleash a tidal wave. He simply hovered silently within that void of nothingness. He slowly raised his head. Those profound eyes seemed to pierce through endless darkness and void, gazing toward the deepest part of the rift, the gate of worlds that continuously poured death and destruction into this realm. His face bore not a trace of pride or self-satisfaction. Only a cold, indifferent expression remained. From the moment he agreed to serve as the commander-in-chief of the new generation for the martial god palace, from the moment he learned that behind this catastrophe stood hundreds of millions of defenseless, innocent civilians, his decision had been made. Hide his true strength? Hide his strength? Those were foolish tactics employed for self-preservation in times of peace. But now it was war. A world-ending war that determined the very survival of an entire nation, an entire civilization. In the face of such a war, any hint of restraint, any trace of concealing one's true abilities, will be paid for with the lives of countless living souls. Behind him stood his parents, his sister, and tens of millions of ordinary people like them, all yearning for peace and tranquility. Therefore, he would hold nothing back. He will become the sharpest blade. The most terrifying god of slaughter. With the most savage, direct, and ruthless methods, he would crush all threats in their infancy. He will erase every enemy from this world. He would end war through slaughter. The shockwaves from that single shot, divine demon reincarnation, did not linger long. For a deeper, more suffocating peril now hung over every heart like an invisible shadow. Full alert! Peng Ziyuan's hoarse, grave roar thundered like a bolt of lightning, jolting the martial arts academy's teachers and students still reeling from the shock back to reality. Instinctively, they gripped their weapons tighter as the chi and blood energy within them surged violently once more. They understood clearly that the thousands of void bats they had just faced were merely the appetizer of this valley of 10,000 demons. The true bloodbath had only just begun. Advance! Under Peng Ziyuan's unified command, the vast formation guarded by the illusory forms of the four divine beasts advanced like a precision war machine, slowly pushing forward into the bottomless, pitch-black abyss. The deeper they descended, the dimmer the light grew. The unnatural, chaotic aura emanating from the unknown world grew thicker and more viscous. It felt as though the very air had transformed into a suffocating swamp. The steep, pitch-black cliff walls surrounding them bore densely clustered caverns like a honeycomb, each growing larger and more profound with every step. Each cavern resembled the maw of a demon god leading to the nine hells, radiating a heart-stopping terror. Hum. The needle of the military-grade demon energy compass in Peng Ziyuan's hand had long since begun spinning wildly and trembling. The once clear display was now completely blanketed by an endless sea of deep red dots, each signifying extreme danger. This signaled that tens of thousands of terrifying entities, vastly more powerful than the previous void bats, lurked in the surrounding darkness, watching them with predatory eyes. They had no idea how long they'd been descending. Perhaps 10 minutes. Perhaps an hour. In this deathly abyss where time and space had long lost all meaning, every minute and every second was filled with agony. Finally, when they descended to a depth of roughly 5,000 meters, the endless darkness that had perpetually shrouded them below began to thin. A faint, dark purple glow, saturated with an aura of evil and chaos, slowly illuminated the depths of the abyss before their eyes. Within that dark purple glow, an irregular gateway of unimaginable size as if constructed from countless twisted flesh and shattered laws floated silently amidst the fractured void. It resembled a hideous scar that could never heal. A death mark branded upon this world. It continuously channeled destruction and calamity from another dimension into this world. The World Gate. Even Peng Ziyuan, the one-armed hero who had long since cast aside thoughts of life and death, could not suppress a flash of genuine horror in his cloudy eyes upon beholding the terrifying portal, known only through top-secret archives. That was the ultimate target of their journey. It was the very source of the apocalyptic catastrophe poised to engulf the entire Great Xia Empire. Yet before they could recover from the immense shock, boom! A terrifying roar unlike any they had ever heard, one that seemed capable of uprooting the entire Kunlun mountain range, erupted without warning from the seemingly empty dark abyss beneath their feet. Immediately afterward, the earth split open. The void shattered. Roar! Wah! Countless shadowy figures, even larger, more frenzied, and more terrifying than before, surged forth like legions of demons crawling from the depths of hell, erupting from the shattered earth and void. They had but one target. The legion of invaders daring to trespass upon their sacred domain, looming overhead.
Enemy attack. It's the Rippers, Legion. And heavy golems, too. My god. Look. What is that? A peak 4th rank, Void Lord? And not just one.
Screams filled with utter terror and disbelief erupted instantly, sending the entire battle formation of the martial god palace into complete chaos.
Amidst the endless tide of beasts, dozens of humanoid monstrosities stood towering over 100 meters tall.
Their bodies were encased in dark purple crystalline armor, and they wielded various monstrous weapons. They were the true rulers of this middle layer of the Rift Valley. Terrifying entities comparable to peak 4th rank grandmasters among humans. And this time, they had emerged in full force.
Form the formation. Hold the line. Pang Ziyuan's roar, filled with iron-blooded fury and madness, echoed across the entire abyss.
He knew well that in this battle, there was no retreat. Roar! After initial panic, the seniors from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades unleashed the unparalleled ferocity synonymous with the martial god palace. They frantically channeled the chi and blood within their bodies, pushing the four symbols formation long fused with their very essence to its absolute limit.
Azure Dragon. Strike with your tail. White Tiger. Roar. Vermilion Bird. Incinerate the heavens. Black Tortoise. Subdue the sea. At that moment, the four colossal, hundreds of meters tall specters of ferocious divine beasts seemed to come fully alive. Wrapped in divine might powerful enough to subdue mountains and rivers, they charged headlong into the void legion, surging upward like a black tidal wave. Boom! 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 Boom!
In an instant, the entire 10,000 demons' grand rift was utterly transformed into a bloody meat grinder filled with death and destruction. A third-year elite cadet roared, his battle blade erupting into a dazzling, dozens of meters long blade beam that cleaved a peak third-grade Ripper clean in two. Before he could catch his breath, however, several equally ferocious Rippers lunged at him from all directions. Their razor-sharp claws instantly pierced through his protective aura, tearing into his flesh and blood.
Ah!
The piercing scream was swiftly drowned out by deafening beast roars and explosions.
Get the hell out of my way!
Lin Xiong had already transformed into a blood-soaked war maniac. Each swing of his broadsword unleashed a storm of blood and gore. Yet his sturdy armor was equally covered in vicious claw marks and terrifying cracks.
Whirlwind Blade.
Mu Xiaoyao's figure had long since become a shadowy, elusive specter. Each flick of his folding fan precisely reaped the lives of several void beasts. Yet his once elegant white robes were now utterly drenched in blood.
Tang Linger had long pushed her spiritual energy to its absolute limit.
Countless vines, under her command, writhed like living serpents, frantically binding and strangling any enemy daring to approach. Yet a thin trickle of crimson blood also seeped from the corners of her mouth.
A bitter struggle. An unprecedentedly grueling battle.
Even the might of the martial god palace's Dragon Soul Legion. Even with the protection of the four symbols heaven-sealing formation. Faced with the Void Legion, whose sheer numbers and quality utterly overwhelmed them, they were still driven back step by step. Casualties were mounting at a visibly alarming rate.
The entire military formation teetered on the brink of collapse. As if the next second would see it utterly submerged and torn apart by that endless black tide. Chapter 162, One Arm Supporting the Heavens. The Twilight of a Hero. The Eight Desolations Prison's Sealing Blade. Boom!
Accompanied by a deafening roar, the illusory form of the Black Tortoise divine beast symbolizing suppression and defense, led by the top senior Li Xiaoyao, finally emitted a reluctant wail before exploding violently under the relentless, cost-indifferent assault of the three Void Lords.
Put!
The backlash from the shattered formation instantly caused hundreds of fourth-year students to spit out mouthfuls of blood simultaneously. The entire Four Symbols Heaven-sealing formation teetered on the brink of collapse, having lost one of its corners. A massive breach appeared without warning on the Legion's right flank. Roar! The long-awaited Void Legion, like sharks sensing blood, let out a frenzied roar filled with greed and excitement, surging madly toward that deadly breach.
It's over.
As the monstrous beasts surged forward like a black tide of death, a look of utter despair spread across every face. They knew all too well that once this terrifying tide of beasts breached their defenses and tore through their formation, what awaited them would be a slaughter with no hope of survival. Yet, at this most perilous and despairing moment, a hoarse yet majestic roar, brimming with iron-willed authority, suddenly echoed from the very heart of the formation, reverberating across the entire blood-red abyss. You dare! Before the words faded, a figure not particularly tall, even slightly imperfect, with only one arm transformed into a dazzling golden light bright enough to outshine the sun and moon. He charged headlong toward that fatal breach. He would single-handedly prop up the heavens.
It's Mentor Pang.
Master Pang has intervened. As they watched that figure, like a god, charging headlong toward death, a flame called hope reignited in the eyes of all the Wuxing Palace disciples who had long since fallen into despair.
Pang Ziyuan.
This sixth-rank king-level hero, who had lost an arm on the battlefield while shielding countless comrades behind him, now bore a weathered, aged face devoid of his usual gentleness and weariness. In its place was an unprecedented madness and resolve. His cloudy eyes seemed to return to that same bloody and fiery siege battle decades ago. Behind him stood defenseless civilians.
Before him lay an endless tide of enemies. Kill!
His frenzied roar echoed across the heavens. His sole remaining left arm clenched the ancient, weathered blade at his waist, a companion for centuries.
That battle blade, seemingly worn and battered, seemed to sense its master's volcanic, erupting battle intent in that moment.
Uncontrollably, it emitted a fierce hum filled with boundless desire and excitement.
Battle technique, 8 Desolations Prison Sealing Blade. First form.
His hoarse voice echoed like the final judgment from an ancient battlefield.
Raging dragon emerges from the sea. Roar!
In an instant, a monstrous blade aura 1,000 meters long, forged entirely from the purest golden vital energy, surged skyward from his blade.
Mid-air, the blade aura transformed into a lifelike golden divine dragon, roaring skyward.
Wrapped in divine might powerful enough to cleave mountains and rivers, to tear the heavens apart, it slammed into the void legion, surging like a black tidal wave.
Boom!
There was no moment of hesitation.
Hundreds of 3rd and 4th grade void beasts charging at the forefront crumbled like paper before that overwhelmingly domineering golden dragon-shaped blade aura.
Their claws, their armor, their supposedly indestructible flesh. Everything that came into contact with that blade's aura was instantly and silently shredded and obliterated by the terrifying intent of the blade, filled with suppression and destruction. Ultimately, it dissolved into a sky filled with fragments of flesh and blood.
One strike.
With just one strike, it forcibly carved out a vacuum zone 1 kilometer long and 100 meters wide within the impenetrable black tide of beasts. This was the true might of a peak 6th-rank king-tier powerhouse. This was the iron-blooded ferocity and unyielding madness ingrained into the very marrow of the older generation of heroes.
Roar!
Peng Ziyuan's earth-shattering strike instantly incensed the 3 Void Lords, who had just crushed the Xuanwu formation. Their blood-red eyes, filled with chaos and madness, locked onto this old man who dared challenge their royal might. They let out a frenzied roar brimming with savagery and murderous intent. Their colossal forms transformed into 3 dark purple streaks of light capable of tearing through space, closing in on Peng Ziyuan in a frantic pincer movement arranged in a triangular formation.
One swung a mountain-splitting axe down from above.
One thrust a poison-coated bone spear straight toward his heart. The third opened its abyssal maw, spewing forth a death beam saturated with corrosive laws. They sought to join forces and utterly annihilate this overwhelmingly powerful human king-level being right here. Yet, facing this fatal trap that would make any king-tier of equal rank pale with fear, not a trace of dread crossed Peng Ziyuan's aged face. Instead, a cold smile filled with endless mockery spread across his face.
Bring it on!
His raspy voice rang out once more.
8 Desolations Prison Sealing Blade. Second form. Divine Tortoise bearing the steel.
The ancient battle blade in his hand plunged violently into the ground.
In an instant, an even denser, more colossal surge of golden vital energy erupted.
Before him, the golden light coalesced into a colossal, ethereal golden tortoise shell, its surface covered in natural patterns of the Tao, as if capable of bearing the entire azure sky upon its back.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
3 attacks, each carrying a destructive aura, struck the golden tortoise shell almost simultaneously. Yet, the colossal axe capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, the bone spear capable of piercing divine metals, the death beam capable of corroding all things. All were met by the seemingly fragile golden tortoise shell, vanishing without a trace like a stone sinking into the sea. Not a ripple stirred as the terrifying blade intent, brimming with suppression and immortality, repelled them entirely. This was the true essence of the 8 Desolations Prison Sealing Blade. Its attack surged like a furious dragon emerging from the sea, shattering heaven and earth. Defense like a divine tortoise bearing a steel, impervious to all arts.
It's not over yet.
The instant he successfully parried the opponent's fatal strike, 2 blindingly brilliant flashes erupted from Peng Ziyuan's cloudy eyes. His sole remaining left arm surged with power.
The ancient battle blade, planted in the ground, shot skyward once more. 8 Desolations Prison Sealing Blade. Final form.
His hoarse voice carried an unprecedented note of tragic resolve and finality.
Hero's Twilight. In that instant, the heavens and earth seemed to fall utterly silent. All light, all sound, all laws were all violently devoured by that ancient, unadorned battle blade in that instant. Upon the blade's surface, a solitary, aged, one-armed phantom slowly materialized, its form etched with endless vicissitudes, exhaustion, and a trace of unwillingness. The specter let out a piercing howl to the heavens, then swung the most brilliant yet tragic strike of its existence toward the 3 Void Lords, who had long since been terrified out of their wits. That strike possessed no earth-shattering might. That strike bore no signs of shattering laws. What it contained was only a veteran soldier's deepest love for this land and his purest hatred for his enemies. Thud! 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 3 dull thuds of blades piercing flesh echoed almost simultaneously. The 3 arrogant 5th-rank peak Void Lords, their massive bodies suddenly stiffened. Then, under the utterly horrified gazes of all present, their bodies along with their law cores, immortal divine souls, and everything within were silently cleaved in 2 by that ancient blade aura, brimming with boundless tragic grandeur. They shattered into 6 pieces of charred coal, billowing black smoke.
That single stroke, imbued with the tragic grandeur and resolute finality of a hero's twilight, had long transcended the realm of mere martial technique, striking directly at the very source of the Tao. The moment those three arrogant, peak fourth-rank, Void Lords, were simultaneously slain, crashing to the ground as charred husks, the entire military formation of the martial god palace erupted in an unprecedented, earth-shaking roar of triumph and frenzied cheers.
We've won! We've won! Master Pang is invincible! Countless new recruits were already choked with tears.
They gazed upon the solitary, one-armed figure still standing stubbornly amidst the crimson abyss, their eyes brimming with fervor and reverence that seemed to emanate from the depths of their very souls.
Mentor Pang.
Shi Sanyue, the third-year commander, whose face had always been as cold as frost, now bore an equally uncontrollable expression of shock and respect. She understood clearly that the battle, though appearing effortless, had been perilous beyond measure. Each of those three Void Lords possessed power sufficient to engage a human fourth-rank grandmaster in a mutually devastating clash. Yet Peng Ziyuan had single-handedly held them all at bay, ultimately slaying every last one with a forbidden blade strike brimming with the true essence of martial arts. This was far beyond mere strength. This was the iron will and unwavering conviction, long ingrained in the bones of the older generation of heroes. Yang Jian's deep, piercing eyes fixed upon that solitary, one-armed figure standing majestically amidst the crimson light.
An unprecedented sense of reverence welled up within him.
Through the observation of the eye of the sovereign, he could clearly see that although that strike had been devastatingly powerful, its cost had been equally terrifying. Nearly 40% of Peng Ziyuan's vital energy and blood had been drained. His remaining left arm was covered in fine blood vessels and horrific wounds caused by energy backlash. Yet his back, which had been slightly hunched from the battle, now stood perfectly straight. Far from weakening, his aura surged to a higher plane, fueled by the tragic grandeur of a hero facing his twilight years and the unwavering conviction of fighting for his nation. This was the answer to the scene Yang Jian had witnessed earlier at the military headquarters. It turned out that although Mentor Peng Ziyuan had lost an arm, his fighting spirit and understanding of the Tao had long surpassed ordinary men, reaching the supreme realm of shattering the void, never yielding. His twilight was not a decline in strength, but the deepening of his Tao heart. No wonder the martial god palace's palace master had appointed him as the supreme commander for this confrontation with the Void Lords. With the fall of those three Void Lords, the torrent of void beasts that had been surging like a flood toward the martial god palace's formation instantly descended into chaos, like headless flies that had lost their commander.
Attention all! Peng Ziyuan's hoarse, iron-blooded roar resounded once more.
He forcibly suppressed the surging blood within his body, brandishing his battle blade as he pointed it forward.
Give them no chance to catch their breath.
Second, third, fourth tiers. Clear the battlefield swiftly.
Freshmen, stay close to Yang Jian. Keep advancing. Yes. The four commanders responded in unison. The tide of battle turned completely. Under Peng Ziyuan's terrifying presence, which felt like a pillars of the sea, the low-tier void beasts, now leaderless, were utterly terrified. Meanwhile, the elite warriors of the martial god palace unleashed their full fury. They transformed into four unstoppable iron torrents, charging madly into the chaotic beast tide. Lin Xiong, Mu Xiaoyao, and the elite forces from the second and fourth years unleashed their full might, slaying one fleeing void beast after another beneath their blades. After clearing the remaining beasts around him, Yang Jian lifted his head to gaze at the pitch-black abyss above. There, faint purple-black spatial fissures, torn open by the earlier shockwaves, flickered in and out of existence. Each fissure pulsed with an alluring surge of void energy. What a pity! A flash of uncontrollable greed flickered in Yang Jian's eyes. He knew that with his current divine elephant crucible divine power, if he could devour the violent energy leaking from those void fissures, the divine elephant particles within his body would undoubtedly undergo another tremendous enhancement. But his newly awakened Eye of Dominion clearly saw that behind those void fissures lurked waves of even more powerful, terrifying, and unknown energies. This was no time to covet petty gains. Behind him stood the hopes of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. His target was the deepest depths of the rift. Roar! Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jian banished all distracting thoughts. A resolute flame reignited within his deep, piercing eyes. He glanced back at his comrades fighting fiercely in the bloodbath, saying nothing more. He simply took a step forward, leading the nearly 400 new recruits behind him like a razor-sharp black blade, pressing relentlessly into the bottomless abyss of darkness. The deeper they descended, the more intense the aura of evil and chaos emanating from the World Gate became. The World Gate, shrouded in dark purple light, grew clearer and larger. It resembled a gaping maw of the abyss, slowly opening to devour all living beings that dared approach. Finally, after weathering scattered resistance and clearing numerous obstacles, Yang Jian's vanguard composed of new recruits successfully reached the edge of the World Gate. They had succeeded. Yet the danger here had also escalated to its peak. Before them, within the void shrouded in dark purple light, terrifying figures slowly coalesced into form. These void creatures were even larger, more solid, and more terrifying than the previous Void Lords. They were the 13 terrifying beings above the king tier that Su Moore had mentioned, guarding the perimeter of the World Gate. Chapter 163, Surrounded by Kings, Words of Insects, Wrath of Gods and Demons.
When Yang Jian led nearly 400 new recruits to the edge of the world gate, which radiated an endless aura of evil and chaos. Even with his Dao heart already as solid as rock, he couldn't help but feel a deep, soul-crushing oppression and suffocation. The scene before them defied description. His mere eye was unmistakably an apocalyptic tableau from the Nine Hells. Surrounding the colossal, dark purple portal over 10 kilometers in diameter floated monstrous, black shadows. Ranging from hundreds to thousands of meters in size, each uniquely shaped yet equally radiating a terror capable of turning heaven and earth pale, they hovered silently within the shattered void like the most loyal sentinels. There was the Skeleton King, formed entirely of white bones engulfed in burning purple demonic flames, wielding a massive scythe. There was the Lava Colossus, whose body flowed like molten magma, each breath spewing flames fierce enough to melt divine metals. The Shadow Overlord, its form shifting like liquid shadow, ready to strike at any moment. 13 in total. Each radiated the genuine terror of 6th-rank sovereign tier power, some even reaching the terrifying might of 7th-rank emperor tier. They are the ultimate defense of this world gate. They were the 13 Void Lords Su Moore had spoken of, beasts capable of driving any human legion to utter despair. Gulp! The nearly 400 new recruits following Yang Jian, upon witnessing this mythically terrifying spectacle before them, felt their hearts, which had just grown excited and exhilarated from defeating the beast tide, instantly doused with a bucket of 10,000-year-old ice from the far northern icefields, chilling them to the bone. The color drained from their faces, and their bodies began to shake violently beyond their control. Fear. An unprecedented, utter terror. 13 beings above the king tier. What did that even mean? The entire martial god palace had barely over 20 openly acknowledged king-level instructors. And now, gathered here, was a terrifying legion capable of matching the combined might of nearly half the martial god palace's elite forces. How could they possibly fight? This was clearly a one-sided slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Hold your ground. Don't panic. Trust Commander Yang. Some of the more resilient new officers, their own voices trembling, still shouted hoarsely, trying to steady the morale that was already on the brink of collapse. Yet their voices sounded utterly feeble and powerless against the 13 terrifying auras that could make heaven and earth itself fall silent. Panic spread like an invisible plague, rampaging through the entire formation of new recruits. Several weaker recruits had already collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them, eyes filled with utter despair. This is trouble. At that moment, a gravely solemn yet faintly excited old voice rang out from behind them. Peng Ziyuan, leading the equally blood-soaked elite forces of sophomores, juniors, and seniors, had finally arrived at the scene. Gazing upon the terrifying scene unfolding before them, a gravity unprecedented in their lives was etched upon their faces as well. But unlike the freshmen, their eyes held neither fear nor despair, only a calm and resolute determination that had long cast life and death aside. They understood clearly that from the moment they stepped into this abyss, there was no turning back. Yang Jian. Peng Ziyuan approached Yang Jian, his cloudy eyes fixed intently on the 13 terrifying demon gods radiating apocalyptic might ahead. His hoarse voice carried an unprecedented gravity. It seemed Su's intel was accurate. The battle ahead will be the most difficult and brutal battle any of us will ever face in our lives. You. He paused, turning his head. Those cloudy eyes fixed on the young man before him with profound solemnity, a youth who, despite his age, had long since become the backbone of the entire legion. Are you ready? Yang Jian offered no reply. He merely lifted his head, his deep eyes calmly sweeping over the 13 terrifying entities before them, entities capable of instilling utter despair in any living creature. Finally, his gaze settled upon the three most terrifying 7th-rank Imperial Lords, the Abyssal Worm, the Void Predator, and the 100-eyed Demon Lord, whose body was covered in countless eyes. Not a trace of fear crossed his composed face, only a cold smile brimming with endless scorn. Ready? He uttered the 2 words. Though his voice was not loud, it carried an overwhelming dominance powerful enough to make heaven and earth bow in submission. A bunch of worthless dogs and chickens. Why bother preparing? The expression of tragic resolve that had just formed on Peng Ziyuan's weathered, aged face froze instantly. What had he just heard? Scraps of trash? He instinctively whipped his head around, glaring at the young man beside him with the look one reserves for a madman, a man who wouldn't rest until he'd shocked everyone. Brother! Those are 13 beings above the king level. Among them were even 3 7th-rank Imperial level beings that would make even a saint retreat 3 steps. And you call them worthless trash? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage to say that? The freshmen, who had just been drowning in endless fear and despair, were equally stunned into silence upon hearing those words dripping with supreme arrogance and contempt. Their minds instantly crashed under the sudden, 180-degree shift in tone, their faces etched with unprecedented absurdity and disbelief. Yet inexplicably, their hearts long utterly consumed by terror ignited an uncontrollable, faint spark of hope upon hearing this utterance of extreme arrogance. Could this terrifying legion, capable of plunging the entire world into despair, truly be nothing more than a bunch of worthless trash to the commander-in-chief who had repeatedly created legends? However, while humanity might fall into a momentary silence of shock, the haughty lords from the endless void would not. When Yang Jian's words, dripping with utter contempt, reached their ears with crystal clarity. Ha! The 13 terrifying entities, who had been suspended in the void like gods, silently overlooking the ants below, all froze in unison. For the first time, their crimson eyes, usually filled with chaos and madness, revealed a fleeting, almost human-like shock, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. Then, once they finally confirmed they hadn't misheard, boom! A torrent of rage 100 times more terrifying and 10,000 times more colossal than before erupted violently from within the bodies of the 13 dreadful demon gods. Roar! The skeletal king, whose entire form was constructed from white bones engulfed in purple demonic flames, was the first to unleash a frenzied roar filled with boundless rage and savagery. 2 purple flames of soul fire pulsed violently within its hollow eye sockets. It raised the 100-meter-long bone scythe in its grasp. Then, it brought it down with brutal force, aiming squarely at the tiny ant below that dared to desecrate their divine might. Battle technique, Dirge of the Fallen. In an instant, a terrifying blade aura, stretching a kilometer long and radiating a despair-inducing, lifeless gray hue, erupted skyward from the side's blade. Within that blade aura, tens of thousands of tormented souls wailed in silent agony, their anguish palpable. A single glance was enough to shatter the spiritual resolve of any 4th-rank grandmaster, obliterating both soul and spirit. With the Skeleton King's move, the remaining 12 Void Lords were utterly enraged as well. Roar! Arg! The lava colossus, whose body flowed like molten magma, suddenly opened its abyssal maw. A colossal molten fireball, over 100 meters in diameter and engulfed in terrifying flames capable of incinerating all things, roared forth. The Shadow Sovereign, its form shifting and merging with the shadows, transformed into an invisible, lethal shadow itself, silently creeping toward Yang Jian's back. In an instant, blade glints, fireballs, shadows, multiple sovereign-level attacks brimming with destructive energy swept in from all directions with world-ending ferocity, targeting the young figure still standing motionless. They intended to crush this arrogant fool who didn't know his place into dust with the most brutal, bloodiest means possible. No! Retreat! Witnessing this apocalyptic spectacle, genuine panic and despair flashed across Peng Ziyuan's aged face for the first time. He wanted to intervene. He wanted to save that young man who carried the hopes of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Yet his body, already weakened to the point of exhaustion from wielding the forbidden blade, was now utterly immobilized under the combined pressure of several king-tier powerhouses. He couldn't even lift a finger. He could only watch helplessly. Watch as the attack capable of obliterating everything closed in on that young figure who still stood unflinching and unyielding. Closer and closer. Yet, just as everyone believed Yang Jian would be utterly engulfed and torn apart by that world-shattering assault in the next instant, that young figure, calm to an almost unnerving degree, raised his right hand. Then, facing the celestial demons descending from the heavens, he gave a light snap of his fingers. Snap. A crisp, insignificant snap echoed through the entire deathly silent abyss. Immediately after, a miracle occurred that would have left even the gods and Buddhas speechless. The several king-level attacks, brimming with destructive energy, froze mid-air without warning the instant they reached 100 meters from Yang Jian, as if someone had pressed a pause button. It was as if time and space in this realm had been utterly frozen by that single, crisp snap. Under the utterly horrified and incredulous stares of the 13 Void Lords, Yang Jian lifted his handsome face. The serene calm that had once filled his deep, piercing eyes had vanished, replaced by an utter indifference that seemed to look down upon all living creatures as mere ants. His voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, echoed throughout the frozen expanse of time and space. I hate it when others interrupt my speech. Chapter 164, Heaven and Earth Fall Silent. The form of a deity slays with a single thought. They wanted to move. They wanted to flee. Their pride and dignity as king-tier and emperor-tier powerhouses were utterly shattered in this instant by a terrifying force from a higher dimension, a force utterly beyond comprehension. Their very thoughts began to grow sluggish. As if they truly were nothing more than minuscule specks of dust, forever frozen within the canvas of a painting. And Yang Jian, after pronouncing their crimes, did not spare them another glance. He merely raised his left hand and gently pointed a finger toward the gray blade aura suspended midair a kilometer long, coiled with countless vengeful spirits. A sacred golden light, brimming with the essence of creation and rebirth, suddenly flashed from his fingertip. This golden light contained no destructive force whatsoever, but instead carried a compassion and mercy that embraced all sentient beings. However, the instant that golden light touched the gray blade aura, the lament of the dead, powerful enough to shatter the Tao heart and annihilate the soul of even a fourth-rank grandmaster, began to melt away instantly, like ice encountering its nemesis. The tens of thousands of tormented souls clinging to the blade's aura ceased their wails under the sacred golden light. Slowly, expressions of relief and gratitude emerged upon their twisted, agonized faces, ultimately dissolving into countless golden specks that scattered into the sky, vanishing without a trace. As if their tormented souls, imprisoned for untold millennia, had at last found true redemption and release in this moment.
As the vengeful spirits faded away, the gray blade aura, imbued with the essence of death and termination, crumbled into oblivion. Immediately after,
Yang Jian's gaze fell upon the colossal molten fireball over 100 meters in diameter, its entire body engulfed in terrifying flames capable of incinerating all things.
He opened his mouth,
and then, facing that terrifying fireball capable of vaporizing an entire city in an instant, he blew gently.
Hoo! No gale, no frost,
only the purest, most primordial breath of air.
Yet, the instant that breath touched the colossal fireball,
that terrifying fireball, which had been burning wildly, releasing endless light and heat, suddenly extinguished without warning, like a candle whose flame had been pinched out.
Finally,
Yang Jian's gaze finally settled upon the deadly shadow invisible to the naked eye that had long since crept behind him, formed by the Shadow Master.
He turned around.
His dominator's eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions in the world, penetrated layer upon layer of spatial and law barriers. With pinpoint accuracy, they locked gazes with the shadow that believed itself to be perfectly concealed. A cold smile, brimming with endless scorn, spread across his face.
Hide? He uttered a single word. Boom! In an instant,
a dazzling golden light, beyond description, erupted violently from the third eye deep within his third eye at the center of his forehead.
That golden light was so overpowering. That golden light was utterly unreasonable. It defied space. It disregarded the laws. It disregarded everything. It embodied the will of the sovereign.
A scream more piercing and agonized than any before, filled with boundless terror and utter disbelief, suddenly echoed from the void of nothingness. The figure of the Shadow Sovereign, which had been completely fused with the shadows, was forcibly torn from the shadow plane of another dimension by that overwhelmingly domineering golden divine light. Its body, forged from pure shadow energy, burned and evaporated like a vampire exposed to the blazing sun under the Dominator's divine light, turning into waves of foul-smelling black smoke. With a flick of the palm, the heavens and earth fell silent. With a flick of the finger, gods and demons alike were annihilated. This was the culmination of the third level of perfection in the divine elephant prison sealing force. This was the culmination of the 9-dragon life wheel. This is Yang Jian's true power at this very moment. When that final agonized scream faded into nothingness, the frozen expanse of space and time finally began to flow once more. The 12 Void Lords who had not yet had the chance to act, having regained control of their bodies, did not hesitate for a moment, not even daring to utter a single threat. Like 12 startled birds spotting their natural predator, they let out shrieks filled with utter terror and despair, then turned to flee madly toward the world gate upon which their very survival depended.
But, did I give you permission to leave?
That voice, cold and indifferent yet filled with supreme authority, like that of a demon god, echoed once more across the entire blood-red abyss.
Before the words had even faded, Yang Jian's figure vanished from where he stood. The next second,
he materialized before the 12 frantically fleeing Void Lords as if teleported, without warning.
He stood alone. A single spear.
He stood silently before those 12 beings, King Tier and Emperor Tier entities capable of making the entire world tremble,
blocking every retreat they had. He raised his head.
His eyes, long since consumed by boundless indifference, calmly swept across the distorted faces before him, faces twisted with fear and horror. Finally, his gaze settled upon the 3 7th-rank Imperial Lords whose auras were the most terrifying. His voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, sounded slowly.
You 3, come at me together. I'm in a hurry.
At that moment, the 3 7th-rank Imperial Lords singled out by Yang Jian were already trembling in terror.
Abyssal Worm, Void Predator, and the 100-eyed Demon Lord, whose entire body was covered in countless eyes. As the 3 most formidable overlords among the 13 Void Lords, perceived the sovereign will emanating from Yang Jian's body with greater clarity and terror than any other being. In their perception, the man before them was no longer a mere living being. He was clearly an ancient god, unknown to the world, walking among men in human form. He was the way. He was the way. He was the sole master of this realm. Escape? What a joke! Before the sovereign, any notion of escape is nothing but a laughable farce. Thud. While all humanity and every Void Lord remained submerged in that overwhelming pressure capable of forcing all beings to submit, a muffled thud, filled with humiliation and unwillingness, echoed through the deathly silent abyss without warning. There stood the 100-eyed Demon Lord, a being whose power had long reached the peak of the 7th-rank Imperial Tier, who had been utterly arrogant moments before. Its monstrous, hideous form, constructed from countless masses of flesh and eyes, now bowed before that diminutive young figure. Prostrate in utter submission. Prostrate itself. It chose submission. For it understood clearly that before the absolute, incomprehensible power of the divine being, all resistance was utterly futile. Yet, faced with the voluntary submission of this Imperial Tier peak being a power capable of driving any sacred land mad, Yang Jian's face showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. His eyes, long since consumed by boundless indifference, merely gazed at it calmly, then shook his head. Too ugly.
His voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, sounded slowly.
I don't need it. Before the words had even finished, he didn't even glance at the 100-eyed demon lord again.
He merely raised his right hand. And then, toward the 12 void lords cowering on the ground, utterly terrified, he gently
pressed downward. Buzz. In that instant,
the 9-dragon fate wheel, long concealed within his body, suddenly manifested once more behind his head.
Only this time, the divine light emanating from the wheel was no longer the purple gold radiance imbued with the aura of fate and karma, but an overpowering gray radiance imbued with the intent of termination and extinction. Divine Ability Wheel of Fate Chapter of Nirvana. Boom!
A pillar of gray light beyond description erupted from the core of the 9-dragon wheel of fate, then transformed into a gray canopy vast enough to envelop the entire abyss.
Slowly descending. No!
The moment that gray canopy, saturated with the intent of extinction, descended, the 12 void lords, who had long since abandoned resistance, revealed true liberation for the first and last time in their crimson eyes, filled with chaos and madness. They uttered no more wails. Nor did they make any futile struggles. They simply tilted their heads back in silence, gazing upon the slowly descending gray death,
as if welcoming a final destiny long predetermined. No earth-shattering explosions.
No thunderous roar of shattered laws. The instant that gray canopy finally touched the 12 colossal bodies of the demon gods,
time seemed to pause once more. Then,
under the utterly horrified and disbelieving gazes of Peng Ziyuan, Ji Songyue, and all the surviving teachers and students of the Martial God Palace, those 12 terrifying entities capable of toppling the entire Great Xia Kingdom,
their indestructible physical forms,
their immortal, indestructible divine souls, their very essence, long fused with the fabric of the void, all of it, beneath that gray light filled with the intent of extinction, silently
decomposed,
purified, completely erased from this world,
transformed into the purest void. One thought, all severed.